Muccio traversed into the Marvel Universe, where Spider-Man had yet to mature, Bruce Banner was still a physicist, and Tony Stark was merely a charming playboy. Ding. Check-in system activated. Check in at Times Square to obtain the sunflower pointing technique. Check in at Gotham to receive the Rulai Divine Palm. Check in at Krypton to acquire the King's Fist. Check in at Mr. Zombie's location to obtain heaven and earth without limits, borrowing the law of the universe. Check in at the Akatsuki organization to receive the Hextech Gunblade. Check in at the World Conference to gain law of heaven and earth. Check in at Namek to obtain the reincarnation eye. Chapter 1. I master the sunflower pointing technique. New York, USA. Beneath the largest billboard in Times Square, an Asian youth clad in pink rabbit pajamas stood dazed, holding a bottle of Maudai. Passers-by occasionally mocked him, yet he appeared as if he had endured some profound trauma, his mind seemingly frozen as he stared blankly ahead, oblivious to the jeers around him. Is this America? Muccio surveyed the surrounding crowd, all foreign faces. Wait, why does my head hurt so much? He grimaced, clutching his head, the bottle still in hand, resembling a man who had succumbed to inebriation. Ding. Check-in at Times Square completed. Obtain the sunflower pointing technique. Who's speaking? Muccio was startled, glancing around, but there wasn't a single Asian in sight, indicating that the Chinese words in his mind were not spoken by anyone nearby. At that moment, a portly African-American man approached him, cursing as he drew near. Hey, Asian dude, go back where you came from. You're ruining the aesthetics of New York. Move aside. Get lost. Muccio remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, prompting the man to grow agitated. Frowning, he removed his baseball cap and stepped closer, attempting to grab Muccio by the collar. Just as he reached out, Muccio's dazed expression suddenly sharpened. He hurled the bottle skyward. The man then heard a phrase he would never forget for the rest of his life. Sunflower pointing technique. With two swift strikes, the man froze in place, his face a mask of incredulity, staring at Muccio, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, his hands suspended in midair as if the video had been paused. Muccio, taken aback, looked down at his left hand, then extended his right palm upward. Just 2 seconds had elapsed since Muccio tossed the bottle, and his outstretched hand perfectly caught the descending Maudai. Muccio stood in astonishment for a moment while bystanders began to take notice, though they assumed the two were engaged in some form of performance art. Indeed, a figure in pink rabbit pajamas holding a bottle of liquor, paired with a hefty black man with one hand clutching a baseball cap and the other suspended, as if grasping for something, resembled street performers showcasing avant-garde art. Americans, unfamiliar with martial arts or acupoint techniques, were oblivious to the situation, and soon enough, a crowd began to gather. Oh my God, this is the most fascinating sight I've ever seen. This is true art. Indeed, while I've seen similar performances, the creativity of these two is truly novel. My fellow brother is impressive. If it weren't for the sweat on his forehead, I might think he was a lifelike wax figure, a slender black man exclaimed animatedly. As the crowd grew, more people began to toss dollar bills into the man's baseball cap. Thanks to him, Muccio also received a few coins, which landed on his left hand as he continued to observe. Taking a deep breath, Muccio grasped the coins firmly, his eyes devoid of the previous confusion, and lost interest in his left hand. What did I say? Our black brother is impressive. This rabbit boy can't hold on much longer. Muccio glanced at the speaking bystander, feeling no anger, and offered him a friendly smile. He then stretched lazily and stepped in front of the still-performing hefty black man, snatching the baseball cap from his hands. He then opened the large pocket of his pajama outfit and emptied the contents of the cap into it. Hey, kid, what are you doing taking someone else's money? The slender black man, who had been praising his compatriot, was now irate. Why should this Asian take the black man's money? Muccio chuckled, offering no reply. After emptying the hat, he placed it back into the hefty man's hands and silently walked away. The slender man, noticing that the hefty man didn't stop Muccio, was puzzled and didn't dare to inquire further. He felt the peculiar relationship between the two was too strange, and as he looked at the hefty man's robust figure and the departing pink rabbit's frail silhouette, he suddenly seemed to understand something, shivering as he slipped away. In the crowd, a man in a suit and sunglasses frowned, intently watching Muccio's departing figure, before pulling out his phone to make a call and leaving the throng. Half an hour later, Muccio entered a McDonald's, received his meal, and settled at a corner table to eat. Checking in at Times Square was surprisingly easy. I just wonder if the bait has been taken. This task, while seemingly difficult, is manageable, especially since it's Muccio took a deep sip of his iced cola and muttered something nonsensical, then gestured in the air with one hand, as if manipulating an invisible touchscreen before him. Let me check my gains. Let's see the attributes. Host, Muccio. ID, 9527. Age, 21. Occupation, martial arts elite athlete. Vitality, 150 average adult, 100. Magic value, 0. Mental strength, 300 average adult, 100. Inner strength, 100. Equipment, none. Checked in, Times Square. Available skills. Sunflower pointing technique. Consumes 10 to 100 inner strength to impact the target's acupoints with fingertips, causing immobilization effects lasting from 10 seconds to 5 hours, depending on the inner strength consumed and the accuracy of the acupoint. If the target is in good condition and the accuracy is low, there is a chance of failure. Negative status. Multiple personality disorder. Your body hosts 2 personalities. This is a long-term plot point that won't be explored in depth until much later, so please don't dwell on the multiple personalities and just enjoy the story. I must admit, this check-in system is rather remarkable, Muccio mused, as if conversing with himself. At first, I thought I had been abducted to America during my slumber, but the moment I laid eyes on the check-in system, I knew trouble was brewing. By the way, how did you end up drinking? This liquor seems off, Muccio remarked, scrutinizing the bottle, realizing it was not Moutai, but rather a counterfeit. I think I understand why I crossed over. Counterfeit liquor is a menace. Muccio sighed. While I have no idea what you did while I was asleep or why you suddenly started drinking, you are still Muccio. As Muccio continued to eat and mutter, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Just as he attempted to rise, the world spun around him, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Not far from Muccio's table, a one-eyed black man in an eye patch made a swift motion, and several suited men rushed in from outside McDonald's, seizing Muccio and dragging him out. Once outside, they tossed him into an armored vehicle and drove away. However, no one noticed that the unconscious Muccio had a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. When he awoke once more, Muccio found himself in a pristine white room. His rabbit pajamas had been replaced with a tracksuit. As he felt his body, he discovered none of the anticipated items he had hoped for. Frowning, he surveyed the surroundings. Aside from a solitary stool, the room was devoid of any furniture, not even a window. Yet, in each corner of the room, there were subtle small holes. Muccio waved at one of these holes, and shortly thereafter, the door to the room swung open, revealing a bald, one-eyed black man. Upon seeing the figure before him, Muccio chuckled. Indeed, the bait had been taken. The one-eyed man was none other than the renowned director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. An inattentive individual might not have noticed the unassuming Agent Coulson amidst the crowd just moments before. Thus, the scene showcasing the sunflower pointing finger technique was born. Chapter 2. Complete the check-in. Ding. S.H.I.E.L.D. check-in completed. Acquired the Giant Belt. Giant Belt. When equipped, it increases maximum health by 380, a necessary precursor item for tank heroes in League of Legends. Current vitality, 520 average adult, 100. Once your vitality exceeds 1000, every additional 100 vitality converts into 1 point of defense. You're awake, Nick Fury said, approaching Muccio and giving his shoulder a light pat. Who are you? Although Muccio recognized Nick Fury, he feigned ignorance, as this was not in line with his current persona. Nick Fury chuckled softly, moving to the doorway and gesturing for Muccio to follow. While you were asleep, another version of you informed me about your circumstances. We detected unusual energy fluctuations, and then we encountered you. It's quite peculiar. Can you explain what transpired at Times Square? Without turning back, Nick Fury spoke, presenting his back entirely to Muccio. Muccio observed Fury's silhouette and mused, energy fluctuations? I have no idea. He speculated it might be remnants of his crossing over, and it was fortunate that S.H.I.E.L.D. had noticed. Otherwise, he would have had to seek them out. Frowning, Muccio continued, since Chio has spoken with you, please bring me the message he left. This was an agreement between Mu and Chio. Regardless of the day's events, even if they were mundane, they would leave a record. Muccio's sudden appearance at Times Square without any notes was highly irregular. It was evident Chio had forgotten to leave a message, likely due to intoxication. However, having sobered up, Chio would undoubtedly have left a message if none was found on him. It meant Nick Fury had taken it. That's possible, but first, you must answer my question. Regarding the scene at Times Square, my colleagues have been studying it for quite some time. You are neither a mutant, nor an alien, nor a product of advanced science, and there are no traces of magic. So what exactly is that ability of yours that immobilizes people? Did Chio not mention it to you? Muchio pondered, realizing that Chiyo had grown clever, discerning what should and should not be disclosed. Despite Chiyo's usual erratic behavior, his reluctance to divulge this matter provided Muchio with some solace. Nick Fury shook his head. While it was evident that the other Muchio was withholding information, he had thoroughly revealed his life story, save for the details regarding his superpowers. It seemed he intended to wait until the other Muchio awoke to disclose everything. Nick Fury had no choice but to watch as the other Muchio played video games for hours on end, finally waiting for him to tire and fall asleep. Muchio had been asleep for 2 days. Nick Fury had just concluded a mission, and in his eagerness to acquire information, he had gone without sleep for quite some time. Well, since Chiyo didn't tell you, do you expect me to? Muchio tilted his head, regarding Nick Fury with a demeanor that suggested he did not take the director's words seriously. Taken aback, Nick Fury had anticipated that Muchio's seemingly harmless demeanor would lead to cooperation. Instead, he was met with outright refusal. If you refuse to cooperate, then... Muchio interrupted. What? I merely nudged that person. As for why he suddenly stood still and began a performance art piece, I am not privy to that. Did he sustain light or severe injuries? Although he bore no injuries, you later took his money. This constitutes robbery. This was indeed a flaw in Muchio's argument. Naturally, had he been in possession of ample cash, he would not have left any incriminating evidence. However, at the time, he had only a few coins. If he didn't take the black man's money, he would have been left on the streets. Robbery? An Asian man robbing a robust black man in front of a crowd at Times Square? Don't make me laugh. I took what was payment for our collaborative performance art. Did I take money that did not belong to me? He tacitly accepted my taking the money in front of so many witnesses. How can you pin the charge of robbery on me? Kid, you're far more silver-tongued than your other persona. Yet you've infringed upon my personal freedom and abducted me. If I am guilty of robbery, then what crime do you commit? Nick Fury's irritation grew. Being chastised by a mere youth was quite embarrassing. Fine. I apologize for my actions, but I am genuinely intrigued by your ability. I have a plan, one I cannot disclose to you, but I assure you, I mean you no harm. Muchio surmised that the plan Nick Fury referred to was likely the nascent formation of the Avengers. However, he did not believe he could become a member of such a team. The initial roster already included Black Widow and Hawkeye, two heroes whose abilities were close to those of ordinary humans. It was absurd to think that they would later engage in warfare against cosmic overlords. A mere mortal like him would hardly be able to survive in such a monstrous team. This was also indicative of Nick Fury's current worldview, which had yet to unravel. In time, he would come to regard individuals like Mukyuhome he considered ordinary differently. If you agree to a condition, I will cooperate with you, Muchio proposed after a moment of contemplation. All right, speak. Within my power, I will certainly assist you. Nick Fury, eager for talent, had few cards to play at the moment. He was willing to lower his standards for someone like Muchio, who possessed unique abilities. I wish to join S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Muchio nearly misspoke, for at this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still referred to as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Silencia, deathly silence. Hey, say something. Could you explain why you wish to join us? Nick Fury found himself in a quandary. While he would be more than willing to welcome Muchio into the Avengers if he met the criteria, joining the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division was a different matter entirely. In Nick Fury's eyes, the Avengers were essentially a team of tools, dispatched wherever danger arose to risk their lives. However, if Muchio's aim was to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, it was not as simple as a mere statement. Firstly, Muchio himself raised a significant question mark for Nick Fury. Currently, he understood that Muchio possessed two personas. One was the somewhat foolish Chiyo persona, while the other was the difficult-to-handle persona standing before him. If Muchio had ulterior motives in joining S.H.I.E.L.D., it would pose a considerable threat to the organization. Thus, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for how to respond. Thus, I comprehend your predicament. I merely seek employment. Given my array of skills, wouldn't it be a waste for me to engage in menial tasks? Muchio paused momentarily before continuing. I propose to serve as your personal aide. Once you ascertain my capabilities, we can discuss my potential inclusion in the Logistics Division of the National Strategic Intervention Agency. Does that sound agreeable? Are you truly motivated solely by financial gain? Nick Fury did not express significant skepticism regarding Muchio's intentions. Observing his behavior in Times Square, it was evident that he was indeed in dire need of funds. Indeed, I am in need of money. I wish to earn an income. I can serve as your subordinate and publicly present myself as a temporary worker. Is that acceptable? Muccio noticed a slight softening in Nick Fury's demeanor and pressed on. Very well. I accept your proposal. Ding. Progress toward joining S.H.I.E.L.D. stands at 50%. Muccio found himself inexplicably transported to the Marvel Universe, where Spider-Man was still in his youth, Bruce Banner was merely a physicist, and Tony Stark was nothing more than a charming playboy. Ding. You have acquired a check-in system. Check in at Times Square to obtain the sunflower finger lock technique. Check in at Gotham to acquire the Buddha's palm. Check in at Krypton for the Kaioken. Check in at the Zombie Master for the Heaven and Earth Infinite, borrowing the laws of the universe. Check in at the Akatsuki for the Hextech Gunblade. Check in at the World Conference to receive the law of heaven and earth. Check in on Namek to earn the Rinnegan. Chapter 1. I can perform the sunflower finger lock technique. In America, New York. Beneath the grandest billboard in Times Square, an Asian youth clad in pink rabbit pajamas stood dazed, clutching a bottle of Maodai. Passers-by occasionally mocked him, but he seemed as if he had experienced some profound shock, his mind frozen as he stared blankly ahead, oblivious to the laughter surrounding him. Is this America? Muccio surveyed the crowd, all foreign faces. Wait a moment, why does my head hurt so much? He grimaced, rubbing his temples while still holding the bottle, appearing as though he had drunk himself into a stupor. Ding. Check-in at Times Square completed. You have received the secret technique, sunflower finger lock. Who's speaking? Muccio jumped, scanning his surroundings, yet there was not a single Asian in sight clearly. The Chinese in his head was not uttered by anyone nearby. At that moment, a portly black man approached, cursing as he neared Muccio. Hey, Asian guy, go back where you came from. You're ruining the aesthetics of New York. Move aside. Get lost. Muccio said nothing and did not even glance at the man, which only fueled his anger. Frowning, he removed his baseball cap and advanced, reaching to grab Muccio by the collar. Just as he was about to seize him, Muccio's vacant expression suddenly sharpened. He hurled the bottle skyward. The black man then heard a phrase he would never forget. Sunflower finger lock. With two swift taps, the man froze in place, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Muccio. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead, his hand suspended in midair as if the video on pause had halted. Muccio, astonished, looked down at his left hand, then extended his right palm upward. Just 2 seconds had passed since he tossed the bottle, and he caught the descending Maodai perfectly. Muccio remained momentarily stunned, while onlookers began to take notice, mistaking the scene for a performance art piece. Indeed, a young man in a pink rabbit onesie, holding a bottle of liquor, and a hefty black man, one hand clutching a baseball cap, while the other was poised in a peculiar grasping motion, appeared to be street performers. Americans, unfamiliar with martial arts or the concept of acupoint sealing, had no idea what was happening. Before long, a crowd began to gather. Oh my God, this is the most fascinating sight I've ever seen. This is true art. Indeed, while I've seen similar performances, this duo's concept is refreshingly novel. My black brother is truly impressive. If it weren't for the sweat on his forehead, I might think he was a life-sized wax figure. A slender black man exclaimed animatedly. The crowd continued to swell, and soon people began stuffing dollars into the hefty man's baseball cap. Thanks to him, Muccio also received a handful of coins, which he placed on his now uninteresting left hand. Taking a deep breath, Muccio grasped the coins firmly, the earlier confusion dissipating from his gaze. What did I say? Our black brother is truly remarkable. This rabbit boy can't hold on much longer. Muccio glanced at the speaking onlooker, unperturbed, offering him a friendly smile. He then stretched lazily, stepping forward to the still-performing hefty man, and snatched the baseball cap from his hand. Next, Muccio opened the large pocket of his rabbit pajamas and poured the money into it. Hey, kid, why are you taking someone else's money? The slender black man, who had been praising his compatriot, became irate. Why should this Asian take the black man's money? Muccio merely smiled and said nothing. After emptying the cap, he placed it back into the hefty man's hands and departed silently. The slender black man, seeing that the hefty one did not stop Muccio, was left bewildered. He felt the situation was peculiar. Glancing at the hefty man's robust frame and the departing rabbit figure, he suddenly seemed to grasp something, shivering as he slipped away. Amidst the crowd, a man in a suit and sunglasses furrowed his brow, fixating on Muccio's retreating form, pulling out his phone to make a call before leaving the throng. Half an hour later, Muccio entered a McDonald's, collected his meal, and settled at a corner table to eat. Checking in at Times Square was surprisingly easy. I just wonder if the bait was taken. This task is quite challenging, considering it is. Mu Qiu took a hearty sip of his icy cola, muttering something incomprehensible, then gestured in the air as if manipulating an invisible touchscreen. Let's check the harvest and view my attributes. Host, Mu Qiu. ID, 9527. Age, 21. Occupation, martial arts champion. Vitality, 150 average adult, 100. Magic power, 0. Mental strength, 300 average adult, 100. Internal energy, 100. Equipment, none. Check-ins completed, Times Square. Available skills. Sunflower Finger Lock, consumes between 10 to 100 internal energy to impact the target's acupoints with the fingertips, resulting in immobilization for 10 seconds to 5 hours, depending on the energy consumed and the precision of the acupoint strike. If the target is in good condition with low accuracy, there is a probability of failure. Negative status. Multiple personality disorder. Your body hosts 2 personalities. This will only be elaborated in later chapters. Do not dwell on the multiple personalities now. Continue enjoying the story. Indeed, I must admit, this check-in system is rather extraordinary, Mu Qiu murmured, seemingly conversing with himself. At first, I thought you had been kidnapped to America during my slumber, but the moment I laid eyes on the check-in system, I realized the trouble was immense. By the way, why did you start drinking? This liquor seems off, Mu Qiu remarked, scrutinizing the bottle. Upon closer inspection, it was clear this was not Mao Tai, but a counterfeit. I think I understand why I was transported. This fake liquor is dangerous. Mu Qiu sighed. Alas, while I don't know what you did during my absence or why you suddenly took to drinking, you are still Mu Qiu. As Mu Qiu continued to eat and mumble, abruptly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Just as he was about to rise, the world spun around him, and everything went dark as he collapsed to the ground. Not far from Mu Qiu's table, a one-eyed black man wearing an eye patch waved his hand. Several suited men rushed into the McDonald's, seized Mu Qiu, and dragged him outside, tossing him into an armored vehicle before speeding away. However, no one noticed that the comatose Mu Qiu had a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon awakening, Mu Qiu found himself in a room adorned in pure white. His rabbit pajamas had been replaced with a tracksuit. As he touched his body, he discovered none of the anticipated items. Frowning, he surveyed his surroundings apart from a solitary stool. The room was devoid of furniture and even lacked windows. Yet, in each corner, there was a scarcely noticeable small hole. Waving at the hole, the door soon opened, revealing a bald, one-eyed black man. Seeing the figure before him, Mu Qiu chuckled. The bait had indeed taken the hook. The one-eyed man was none other than the renowned director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Any inattentive observer might have overlooked the unassuming Agent Coulson, who had just been amidst the crowd. Thus, the scene showcasing the sunflower pointing hand was set. Chapter 2. I have completed the check-in. Thing. S.H.I.E.L.D. check-in completed. Acquired the giant belt. Giant belt. Upon equipping, it increases maximum health by 380, an essential precursor for tank items in League of Legends. Current vitality, 520 average adult, 100. Once your vitality exceeds 1000, every additional 100 vitality converts into 1 point of defense. You are awake, Nick Fury said as he approached Mu Qiu and gave his shoulder a light pat. Who are you? Although Mu Qiu recognized Nick Fury, it was merely a facade. The current Mu Qiu was not one to reveal himself so easily. Nick Fury chuckled lightly, moving toward the door and gesturing for Mu Qiu to follow. While you were asleep, another Mu Qiu spoke to me regarding your circumstances. We detected unusual energy fluctuations, which led us to you. I find it curious. Can you elucidate the events that transpired in Times Square? Nick Fury spoke without turning, fully exposing his back to Mu Qiu. Mu Qiu observed Nick Fury's silhouette, pondering. Energy fluctuations? I know nothing of it. He suspected it might be remnants of his traversal. Fortunate indeed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken notice, otherwise, he would have had to seek them out. Frowning again, Mu Qiu asked, if Autumn has spoken to you, then please bring me the message he left. This was part of an agreement between Mu and Qiu. Regardless of circumstances, even on mundane days, they were to document events that transpired. His sudden appearance in Times Square without notes was indeed peculiar. It was clear Autumn must have forgotten to leave a message, likely due to inebriation. Yet today, having sobered up, Autumn would surely have left a note for him. The absence of one indicated Nick Fury had taken it. That is possible, but first, you must answer my question. My colleagues have scrutinized the Times Square incident for quite some time. You are neither a mutant, nor an alien, nor a product of advanced science. There are no traces of magic. So what exactly is this ability of yours that immobilizes others? Did Autumn not inform you? Mu Qiu mused internally, realizing Autumn had grown wise. discerning what to disclose and what to withhold. Despite Autumn's usual eccentricity, his reticence in this matter provided Muccio with some solace. Nick Fury shook his head, recognizing that the other Autumn was likely concealing something. Yet, he had divulged his entire life story, aside from the matter of his powers, insisting on waiting for the other Muccio to awaken before revealing everything. Nick Fury had no choice but to observe as that Autumn played video games for hours on end until exhaustion overcame him. Muccio had been asleep for 2 days. Nick Fury had just completed a mission and, in his eagerness to acquire information, had gone a long time without sleep. Since Autumn did not confide in you, do you expect me to? Muccio tilted his head, dismissing Nick Fury's words entirely. Taken aback, Nick Fury had anticipated that Muccio, with his seemingly harmless disposition, would be more cooperative, yet he was met with outright refusal. If you do not cooperate, then... Muccio interjected, what? I merely brushed against that individual as for why he suddenly stood still and began his performance art. I am at a loss. Did he sustain light or severe injuries? Although he bore no wounds, you later took his money. That constitutes robbery. This was indeed a flaw in Muccio's narrative. Of course, had he possessed a considerable sum of dollars, he would have left no incriminating evidence. The reality was that he had only a few coins on him. If he hadn't taken the black man's money, he would have had to sleep on the streets. Robbery? An Asian man robbing a robust black man in Times Square in front of a crowd? Don't make me laugh. I took what was agreed upon for our collaborative performance art. Did I claim money that wasn't mine? He tacitly accepted my taking the money. There were so many witnesses. You cannot just pin the label of robbery on me. You are far more eloquent than your other persona. It's actually you. You infringe upon my personal freedom and kidnap me. If I am guilty of robbery, then what crime do you commit? Nick Fury, feeling a surge of anger, found himself embarrassed by the reprimand from this young man. Very well. I apologize for my actions, but I am genuinely intrigued by your ability. I have a plan, though I cannot disclose it to you. I assure you I mean you no harm. Muccio surmised that Nick Fury's plan likely pertained to the formation of the Avengers. However, he did not believe he could become a member even the initial Avengers team, which included Black Widow and Hawkeye. Heroes with abilities close to that of ordinary humans was already a stretch. In the later stages, they would engage in battles with cosmic overlords. An ordinary person would be less than a pawn. How could he possibly remain in such a monstrous team? This also reflected Nick Fury's current worldview, which had yet to shatter. In time, his perceptions of ordinary people like Muccio would surely change. If you agree to one condition, I can cooperate with you. Muccio contemplated briefly before speaking. All right, state it. Within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you. Nick Fury, eager to recruit talent, was willing to be accommodating given his limited options, especially regarding someone with special abilities like Muccio. I wish to join S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Muccio nearly misspoke, as at that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still referred to by its longer name. Silence enveloped the room, a stifling stillness. Hey, speak up. Can you explain why you wish to join us? Nick Fury found himself in a quandary. Should Muccio meet the right criteria, he would be eager to have him as part of the Avengers. However, the matter of joining the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division was far more complex. In Nick Fury's eyes, the Avengers were essentially a team of tools, dispatched wherever danger arose to risk their lives. But if Muccio's intention was to join the division, it was not a matter to be taken lightly. For one, Muccio himself was a significant question mark in Nick Fury's mind currently. It was known that Muccio possessed two personas, one being the somewhat foolish Autumn, and the other, the formidable persona before him. Should he harbor ulterior motives for joining S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be a substantial blow to the organization, leaving Nick Fury momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, I understand that you find yourself in a difficult position. My sole intention is to seek employment. Given my myriad skills, would it not be a waste for me to engage in mundane tasks? Muccio paused briefly before continuing. I propose to serve as your personal aide, and once you deem my capabilities satisfactory, we can discuss my potential inclusion in the Department of Strategic Intervention Logistics. Would that be agreeable? Are you truly motivated solely by financial gain? Nick Fury did not harbor profound doubts regarding Muccio's motives. His actions in Times Square clearly indicated a pressing need for monetary resources. Indeed, I am in dire need of funds. I wish to earn a living, and I can serve under you while publicly presenting myself as a temporary worker. Does that sound acceptable? Muccio observed a slight softening in Nick Fury's demeanor and pressed on. Very well, I shall grant your request. progress towards joining S.H.I.E.L.D. stands at 50%. Chapter 3. Truly, I'm a talent now. You may elucidate your abilities. This is a form of martial arts, known as Kwaihua, though I'm uncertain how to articulate it in English. Muchio scratched his head, pondering how to describe acupoint striking in English, and found himself quite perplexed. Shaking his head, he continued, in traditional Chinese medicine, the human body contains 720 acupoints, each yielding different effects when pressed. Our practitioners press distinct acupoints based on varying needs. My technique essentially involves targeting these acupoints, employing finger strength to impact the body's meridians, ultimately immobilizing the enemy. Nick Fury listened as Muchio rambled on. In truth, Muchio was indeed spouting nonsense. Acupoint striking is no mere martial art that can be simply defined. It fundamentally contradicts modern medicine and science. And even the vast majority of traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts masters would struggle to believe in such a practice. Not only did Nick Fury remain skeptical, but Muchio himself found it rather absurd. Yet what could he say? Reveal his sign-in system? He certainly did not wish to become a guinea pig. Muchio's Kwaihua acupoint striking was tied to the rewards of his sign-in system. Upon seeing the sign-in interface, Muchio immediately grasped his predicament. However, he was troubled by the fact that the Marvel Universe was a high-difficulty realm. The ordinary individuals here were either endangered by superpowers, mutants, or deranged scientists, or they were frequently reincarnated by extraterrestrial beings. Most absurdly, as the plot progressed, cosmic crises akin to Thanos' threats would sporadically arise, rendering any hiding place futile. As the two conversed, they gradually encountered numerous individuals clad in white lab coats, bustling about as if oblivious to Nick Fury and Muchio's presence. Eventually, they arrived at an expansive platform surrounded by an array of incomprehensible machinery. At that moment, the platform was filled with people. A blonde, blue-eyed woman in a lab coat spotted them and nodded at Nick Fury, signaling that the test could commence. Nick Fury stepped onto the platform, arms wide open, beckoning Muchio to join him, indicating a desire to personally experience the essence of acupoint striking. No way. First give me the information about Chio. I have already answered your questions, Muchio retorted, pursing his lips. Nick Fury produced a folded piece of paper and tossed it to Muchio. He had already scrutinized the letter, which, despite being in Chinese, he had meticulously translated with the help of others, though none had managed to extract any substantial insight from it. Upon reading the letter, Muchio nearly spat blood. Old Mu, this is a disaster. You understand the situation, right? You must understand. What on earth do we do now? And what is up with that by Zhantong from Walin Weichuan? By the way, you mentioned visiting a doctor the other day. After seeing the message you left and the doctor's advice, I intentionally bought cigarettes and alcohol. We had never indulged in alcohol before, had we? But the doctor insisted, so I had no choice. I just didn't expect the potency of this liquor to be so overwhelming. After consuming half a bottle, I blacked out, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself here. Sigh, let us not dwell on it any longer. Given the current circumstances, consider what to do. You are well aware that I have never been particularly quick-witted. From here on out, I shall rely on you, Brother Mu. At the bottom of the 4-page letter, he had sketched a simple emoticon with a fountain pen. After reading the letter, Muchio crumpled the paper into a tiny ball. Now, he finally understood why Chio had suddenly consumed half a bottle of counterfeit liquor. The medical advice was clear: reduce smoking and limit alcohol consumption. But does Muchio smoke or drink? He neither smokes nor drinks. Upon seeing the medical advice, Chio had promptly purchased a bottle of alcohol, albeit counterfeit. This fellow interpreted the advice of reducing smoking and drinking as merely lessening the quantity of both for health benefits. Muchio couldn't help but chastise himself with 2 firm punches. Life is tough. Have you finished reading? Let us go. Nick Fury can hardly wait. He hasn't slept for days. Despite being a genetically modified soldier, age has begun to take its toll, and he merely longs to complete the tests and return home for a hot shower and some sleep. Muchio took a deep breath to alleviate the frustration of being duped. Are you certain? Nick Fury nodded resolutely, signaling for the process to commence. This, too, was one of the most regrettable decisions he had made in the past month. After all, Muchio was not adept at pressure points. Previously, the hefty African-American in the plaza had only cost Muchio 10 points of energy, resulting in a half-hour immobilization effect. Muchio had not forgotten the feeling of being anesthetized at McDonald's, with burger remnants smeared across his face. Now, with the chance for revenge, he He was more than willing to expend a full 100 points of energy to teach Nick Fury a lesson. Those at SHIELD naturally assumed that Muccio's ability was merely to render a person immobile for half an hour. However, they were unaware that the sunflower pressure point technique could potentially induce a paralysis lasting up to 5 hours. After applying the pressure points, Muccio immediately sought a room to rest. Following several days of exhaustion, Nick Fury stood motionless in a penalty stance for an additional 5 hours. In reality, this was also a result of Muccio exerting maximum force and Nick Fury's earnest request for guidance. With pinpoint accuracy and the utmost strength, Muccio rendered the sleep-deprived Nick Fury utterly dazed. During those 5 hours, aside from the movement of his eyeballs, not a single part of him could budge. When Muccio encountered Nick Fury again, it was 2 days later. During this interval, Muccio had discerned the current narrative trajectory within the Marvel Universe. Fortunately, Tony Stark was still merely a playboy, yet to become Iron Man, and the events leading to the Avengers were still some time away. Seizing the opportunity to undertake missions, Muccio mapped out his forthcoming itinerary. Firstly, the reward from the check-in system were categorized into 2 main types: locations and tasks. For instance, the sunflower pressure point technique awarded at Times Square fell under the location category, while Muccio's aspiration to join SHIELD was classified as a task. To grow stronger, one must check in, but aside from the Times Square location reward for the sunflower pressure point, other location and task check-ins appeared far more complex. For instance, the task of joining SHIELD was not merely a matter of simplicity or difficulty, but rather a question of feasibility at the present moment. As if one were to check in at the cave where Tony Stark was abducted, even for Muccio, who has watched the film countless times, the precise location of that cave remains a mystery, only to be unveiled when the narrative unfolds. Presently, the most fitting course of action is to join SHIELD, especially since Muccio finds himself within its ranks. If not now, then when? Thus, the level of trust bestowed by Nick Fury will be pivotal in determining the success of Muccio's mission to become a member of SHIELD. In the office of SHIELD, Nick Fury's domain. "Good day, sir. You called for me?" Muccio greeted Nick Fury with a smile, his countenance beaming at the sight of him. "You rascal, you could have informed me that this would be a prolonged affair," Nick Fury remarked, rubbing his neck, which sent a shiver down Muccio's spine. The immobilization time of my sunflower pointing finger technique varies. Your prolonged stasis was merely fortuitous." Muccio offered a slight deception, yearning to curry favor with Nick Fury, eager to expedite his next checkpoint after joining SHIELD, rather than idling away. "Is that so?" Nick Fury replied, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Hehe," Muccio chuckled foolishly. "The reason I summoned you is to assign you a task." Phil Coulson, Phil Coulson, the future director of SHIELD, and a true exemplar of an ordinary man turned superhero, entered the room. Upon recognizing who had arrived, Muccio felt a flicker of excitement. If memory serves, Coulson's presence was the catalyst that ignited the storyline of Iron Man, tasked with recruiting Tony Stark into the Avengers. Chapter 4. Am I Tony Stark's bodyguard? Coulson, clad in sunglasses, stepped into the chamber and nodded at Muccio. "Hello, I am Agent Phil Coulson." "Greetings. I am Muccio." They shook hands, marking their acquaintance. "Here, take this." Coulson handed Muccio a tablet. "What is this? Tony Stark?" The screen displayed Stark Industries, showcasing the infamous playboy and superhero, Iron Man himself, Tony Stark. 3 months ago, Tony Stark was kidnapped, Coulson explained, retrieving the tablet and swiping a few times, landing on an image of Tony Stark being assisted off a plane. "Today, we received news that he single-handedly escaped from a terrorist organization." "So?" Muccio inquired. "We suspect he employed some undisclosed method to achieve his escape, and we wish to understand how he managed to survive. As for how Tony Stark escaped, others may be oblivious, but Muccio was exceedingly familiar with the tale. He charged out with a mark eye, serving the terrorists a fiery feast before soaring away. However, the sight of Tony plummeting from the sky was indeed a disheveled one. Yet it was those very terrorists who catalyzed Tony's transformation into Iron Man, a man whose prowess rivals that of deities. Tony Stark, throughout his life, engaged in the arms trade, and had it not been for this recent ordeal, he remained oblivious to how long he would continue his extravagant lifestyle. Moreover, the women in his bed would undoubtedly multiply. At this thought, Muccio felt somewhat speechless, for Tony Stark was the most despicable man he had ever encountered, without exception. Muccio, Coulson interrupted his reverie, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Haha, nona. Muccio replied awkwardly, countering, should we approach Tony Stark directly or conduct a covert investigation? Rather than responding directly, Coulson glanced at Nick Fury. At that moment, Nick Fury rose from his desk and remarked, "Coulson, you should inquire openly. He is in the light, while you are in the shadows." What does that mean? Muccio scratched his head, pondering the cunning nature of Nick Fury, who was likely concocting some scheme. I've received word that Tony Stark has been significantly affected by this incident. Thus, he is in the process of hiring bodyguards, Nick Fury said dismissively. Muccio awkwardly pointed to his own face and gestured at his height, clearly indicating that he felt unfit for the role of a bodyguard. Do not doubt your capabilities. I have heard you made the director stand for 5 hours as punishment. Therefore, your immobilization skills are indeed impressive, Coulson interjected at that moment. Upon hearing the mention of 5 hours and immobilization, Nick Fury felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, prompting him to take a step back and distance himself from Muccio. Muccio smiled sheepishly. "Boss, I would never resort to using my abilities against you. If it were to immobilize a difficult adversary, perhaps, but as for a bodyguard, I wouldn't even know how to wield a gun. How could I ensure the safety of my employer? I have inquired, and it appears that Tony Stark has suffered greatly during the 3 months of his captivity. Therefore, he will avoid desolate locations for the foreseeable future. Moreover, he will be thoroughly searched at his usual haunts. Your abilities should suffice against unarmed adults, and intriguingly, your youth may serve as a veil of deception," Coulson stated earnestly. "Muccio, what do you think?" Nick Fury asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. Muccio found it difficult to refuse. Approaching Tony Stark undeniably bore more advantages than disadvantages. After all, visiting the cave where Tony was kidnapped was an essential pilgrimage. Moreover, observing Nick Fury's expectant demeanor, agreeing to go undercover beside Tony Stark would surely earn him the director's favor, thus facilitating his eventual entry into SHLD. Truly, a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, I will be his bodyguard. Muccio paused before adding, "But since Coulson just mentioned that Tony Stark is hiring bodyguards, I shall be interviewing for the position. If he does not find me suitable, that is not my fault." "Excellent," Nick Fury responded, satisfied, as he patted Muccio's shoulder and exchanged a glance with Coulson. Coulson, catching Nick Fury's subtle signal, smiled and said, "Muccio, go prepare yourself. I have matters to report. I will find you shortly." Upon hearing that there was a breakfast cart downstairs, Muccio decided to descend for a morning meal, instructing you to meet him there shortly. After uttering these words, he exited the office, closing the door behind him with a casual flick of his wrist. Once Muccio departed, a prolonged silence enveloped director Nick Fury of SHIELD and his future successor, Coulson, for a good 10 minutes. Eventually, Coulson opened the door to glance outside, realizing that Muccio had already ventured far away. Prompting him to speak, "Is this lad truly all right? Upon investigating his background, I discovered that he is an illegal immigrant. That is precisely why I sent him away. If he harbored ulterior motives, remaining with us would inevitably lead to complications. This is merely a strategic delay," Nick Fury replied with a sly grin, embodying the cunning demeanor of a seasoned director. Furthermore, approaching Stark would allow him to familiarize himself with future colleagues, with his abilities. He could indeed be integrated into the plan. "Very well, I shall seek him out and accompany him to Stark Industries," Coulson said as he and Nick Fury departed the office. What, indeed, is Muccio's ulterior motive? Is it wealth? Power? Neither seems plausible. Or could it be something more sinister? Fury muttered to himself. This was an innate code of conduct for seasoned agents. Would a leader of operatives easily trust a stranger? It was likely that he held skepticism even towards his own superiors and colleagues, making it all the more improbable to trust Muccio, an illegal immigrant who had surfaced in Times Square wielding extraordinary abilities. This marked Muccio's first venture beyond the doors of SHIELD. Post-awakening. Upon descending, he realized that SHIELD resided brazenly amidst the bustling streets its surroundings hardly distinguishable from the commonplace office buildings. A fact evidenced by the small food cart stationed at the entrance. At this juncture, although SHIELD was infiltrated by Hydra, it had yet to face disintegration, thus postponing any relocation plans. Once the subsequent events unfolded, Nick Fury would no longer be able to operate under the shadows. "Boss, I'd like a beef hamburger without tomatoes and a cup of coffee, please," Muccio ordered at one of the food carts. Before he could complete his order, a middle-aged, portly man in a suit leaned against the cart and interjected, "Boss, I'll take 2 beef hamburgers with extra meat. Hold the tomatoes. Here, the payment." No need for change. The rotund gentleman, displaying a lavish demeanor, slapped a $100 bill onto the cart. Knowing that a single hamburger cost merely $3 and 2 would amount to 6. Even with added beef, it was hardly justifiable to pay $100, indicating a disdain for pocketing change. "Very well. 2 beef hamburgers with extra meat, no tomatoes. This young man, would you like to order anything else?" The cart owner paused and turned to Muccio for his order. Realizing he had inadvertently cut in line, the portly man hastily apologized. "Not at all. No worries, boss. I'll also have a cup of American coffee," Muccio replied nonchalantly. Chapter 5. I, too, have an aversion to tomatoes. The process of crafting a hamburger is considerably simpler than that of preparing Chinese cuisine, and the cart owner swiftly assembled 3 hamburgers. Since neither patron requested tomatoes, both received their meals simultaneously. After acquiring the hamburger, the portly fellow nodded kindly at Muccio and departed. Muccio returned the gesture with a smile. Recognizing that the man had merely cut in line by accident and had even offered an apology. Thus, she bore no ill will. However, wait a moment. Why does this rotund figure seem so familiar? Where had she encountered him before? Isn't this Happy Hogan, the assistant to Tony Stark? Given Happy's limited screen time, Muccio had momentarily forgotten this supporting character. But why would Happy Hogan be indulging in a roadside eatery? Could it be? Muccio vaguely recalled that upon Tony Stark's return to America, one of his first acts was to send someone to procure hamburgers. If memory serves, Tony had just returned and had not yet announced the news that would send shockwaves through the stock market. Tony Stark was on the verge of declaring that Stark Industries would officially sever its ties to the arms trade. Had Muccio possessed shares in Stark Industries at that moment, she would have hastily divested. After all, Stark Industries thrived on its arms dealings. Akin to forbidding McDonald's from selling hamburgers or Audi from manufacturing cars, an unprecedented move that would seem utterly ludicrous to anyone. Yet, Tony Stark was poised to take such a step. Setting aside the morality of the arms trade, Muccio found herself somewhat admiring Tony. After all, who would easily relinquish such a substantial fortune? However, halting Stark Industries' arms sales would also be a boon for the world. Given the repugnant actions of the United States, one could only imagine how many wars might be averted without such interference. As Muccio pondered these thoughts, she found herself drifting far afield. "Hey, miss, your coffee." The vendor's timely interruption brought Muccio back to reality as he handed over the coffee. She fished out $5, a sum earned from a collaborative performance art piece with a jovial African-American gentleman at Times Square. While she was now somewhat affiliated with SHIELD, Nick Fury had yet to provide any remuneration, and Muccio felt hesitant to bring it up, considering she had yet to contribute meaningfully. It felt a touch awkward to broach the subject of money, especially since she needed Fury's assistance with her induction into SHIELD, leaving her with scant funds. Fortunately, she currently had a place to stay at SHIELD, but Muccio harbored no illusions. If Iron Man did not take a liking to her, she might find herself without a roof over her head, for temporary workers seldom enjoyed housing benefits. "Hey, Muccio, have you finished?" At that moment, Coulson spotted her huddled in a corner and greeted her. Tentatively, Muccio took a sip of her coffee, scalding, truly scorching. Yet, she had no choice. Delaying matters would be unwise. Thus, she replied, "Let's go. I've finished." The pair did not drive, but walked for 300 meters. At which point, Muccio noticed a throng of reporters queued at the entrance of a grand building. It was then that she comprehended why Happy was nearby, purchasing hamburgers. The site of Tony Stark's press conference was not far from SHIELD. "Are we supposed to queue?" Muccio inquired of Coulson. "Certainly not. We possess this." Coulson produced his credentials from the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention and Logistics, smiling lightly. Subsequently, both Muccio and Coulson amidst the envious gazes of numerous reporters, entered the edifice. The lobby on the first floor was already teeming with people. Upon entering, Muccio's eyes immediately fell upon the petite figure of Pepper Potts, Iron Man's assistant and wife, a gentle, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman. Coulson also spotted Ms. Potts, and he moved closer to Muccio, extracting a stack of documents from his briefcase, whispering, "Muccio, take these materials and find a secluded spot to peruse them. Seek out the individual depicted in the photographs for the position of bodyguard." Muccio accepted the documents and distanced herself from the throng. Coulson approached Pepper. "Ms. Potts, may I have a moment of your time? The press conference doesn't require my presence just yet, but it will commence shortly," Pepper Potts replied, her expression tinged with urgency as she glanced at the main stage. "I am Agent Coulson, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention and Logistics." "Quite a mouthful," Pepper remarked, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "We are also addressing this minor issue." Coulson shrugged in resignation. "The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all sought our assistance," Pepper stated, her impatience growing. "We are an independent agency with a more focused mandate. We would like to hear the detailed circumstances of Stark's miraculous escape. If you would be so kind," Coulson requested. "I will arrange that, all right?" Pepper replied with a sense of resignation. "Thank you." At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd, and the two conversing turned their attention to the main stage. For the principal had finally arrived. Tony Stark, the wealthy magnate who had been missing for 3 months, had made his appearance. "Silence. I understand your sentiments." Tony Stark addressed the audience with a calm demeanor, tearing open a bag containing a hamburger. "Could everyone please take their seats? This way. Those at the back can see me, and I can sit down and enjoy my hamburger." Tony squatted on the stairs of the stage, glancing at the hamburger. No tomatos. To my taste." He took a bite. "It's been 3 months. This is the first hamburger I've had, but it's truly poorly made." "Mr. Stark?" A young journalist in the audience grew impatient as Tony continued to delay getting to the point. "I witnessed young soldiers being slaughtered, perishing beneath the very weapons I intended to use to protect them." Tony swallowed his bite of hamburger, surveying the crowd. "It suddenly dawned on me that beyond manufacturing weapons, I could contribute more to the world." Taking another bite, he declared, "Thus, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries Weapons Division, effective immediately." The audience erupted in astonishment. This was monumental news. Stark Industries would no longer sell arms? What would they sell instead? Hamburgers without tomatoes? Obadiah Stane, known as the Ironmonger and one of the founding members of Stark Industries, harbored long-standing ambitions to usurp Tony Stark. Initially, he sought to conspire with terrorists to exploit Tony's trip to Afghanistan as an opportunity to eliminate him. However, negotiations with the terrorists, known as the 10 Rings, fell through, and instead of killing Tony, they compelled him to manufacture missiles. Upon hearing Tony Stark's remarks, Obadiah was nearly driven to the brink of fury, hastily taking the stage to pull Tony down and skillfully diverting the audience's attention, proclaiming that while the development of Stark Industries was noteworthy, the crucial point was that Tony had returned, and he was healthier than ever. Further discussions would ensue, followed by the latest updates. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark." The reporters clamored for inquiries, yet Tony had already departed the scene, supported by Pepper Potts. Chapter 6. My failed interview. Upon receiving the documents from Coulson, Muccio, fearing they contained something disreputable, retreated to the restroom to inspect them. The stack of papers contained fabricated RSUMs prepared by Coulson, specifically for the purpose of securing a position as a bodyguard for Tony Stark. Muccio was amused to discover that the hiring manager was none other than Happy Hogan, whom he had encountered earlier that morning, now struggling by a broken faucet, wringing out his soaked trousers. As Tony Stark's bodyguard and driver, Happy was keen to maintain some dignity. Strutting out in such a state would be utterly humiliating. However, the hand dryer was located outside the restroom, and Happy dared not emerge clad only in his underwear to dry his pants. Thus he remained in the men's room, wringing them out. Sir, do you need assistance?" Muccio tentatively inquired. "Today is just my luck. I have no idea why this faucet suddenly burst." Happy sheepishly scratched his head. "Wait, are you the one from earlier?" Happy recognized Muccio as the individual he had inadvertently cut in line, marveling at the coincidence. "Hey, let me help you take your pants out to dry. That would be a tremendous help." Happy gratefully handed his trousers to Muccio, pleading for assistance. In truth, the restroom was nearly deserted, as everyone had flocked to interview Tony Stark, leaving no one to use the facilities. Before long, Muccio had successfully dried Happy's pants. "Here are your trousers, sir." "Thank you immensely." Happy expressed his gratitude. He hastily donned his trousers, exhaling with relief. His greatest concern had been the potential embarrassment of being seen in his pink underwear. Yet Muccio had already witnessed it. What could be done now? "Are you also here to interview Tony Stark?" Happy sought to make small talk, eager to escape the awkwardness. His last experience of such embarrassment had been in school when his crush read aloud the love poem he had written in front of the entire class. "Well, yes and no. I am indeed here to see Tony Stark, but I am here for an interview." "An interview? Then why not visit the HR department at Stark Industries?" Happy questioned skeptically. "I received word that Mr. Stark is seeking a bodyguard, so I decided to chance upon him in person. However, I knew I wouldn't be able to meet him at Stark Industries. Here's my resume." "I didn't expect your credentials to be so impressive." The two conversed while making their way out. "Is it already over?" Happy Hogan exclaimed in surprise, thinking the interview would take a considerable amount of time. He was taken aback by its swift conclusion. "Oh no, Tony must be waiting for me. I need to hurry and drive." Happy Hogan said anxiously. "Well, goodbye." Just as Happy jogged a few steps, a thought struck him, and he turned back. "By the way, I am the head of the bodyguard recruitment. You must come with me." Muccio smiled, sensing a glimmer of hope. 3 minutes later, in the back seat of a luxurious business vehicle, Muccio found himself exchanging glances with Tony Stark. "Happy, is this little fellow your partner?" Tony Stark remarked with irritation. "How could that be, boss?" "He is here to apply for the position of bodyguard," Happy Hogan explained while driving, glancing at the rearview mirror to check on Muccio and Tony. "Applying for a bodyguard position? Is that the reason you kept me waiting for so long? Do you have any idea how I was besieged by reporters asking a myriad of questions? It drove me insane," Tony said, his expression filled with anger. "I apologize, boss. I had a little accident with my trousers, which caused a delay," Happy Hogan replied with a sheepish expression. "An accident with your trousers? And you still claim he is not your partner?" Tony Stark shot a glance at Muccio, shivering slightly. "Happy, keep your distance from me. I never imagined you had such a preference for an Asian boy." Muccio smacked his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. He wasn't truly angry with Tony Stark. This fellow always spoke in such a manner. Besides, considering he had been kept waiting as a boss, it was understandable that Tony felt perplexed upon finding an unfamiliar person in the back seat upon entering the car. "Boss, enough already. Once we park at the company, you can head home and rest." Happy Hogan recognized Tony's genuine irritation and refrained from further explanations. Mr. Stark, may I speak?" Muccio, after all, had a request. Aside from the terrorists who kidnapped Tony Stark, only he knew where the cave requiring a check-in was located. If he tarnished his relationship with Tony Stark, the opportunity to check in at the cave where Tony was abducted would be lost. "Oh, you can speak English?" Tony Stark tilted his head, looking at Muccio. "Yes. Mr. Stark, my name is Muccio. I possess 10 years of experience as a high-level personal bodyguard. I previously served in the British Royal." Muccio began to present his credentials to Tony Stark, only to find that Stark did not accept them. "Haha, I apologize, little fellow." Stark shifted his posture. "I do not believe you possess any experience, and I am not curious about your background. I am quite irritated at the moment. You may either remain silent or exit my vehicle." Muccio stifled the urge to retaliate against Stark and close his mouth. At that moment, he longed to find a stocking to cover his head after exiting the car and deliver a thorough beating to Stark. However, there seems to be no alternative. Currently, the only tasks available for us to accomplish are limited, and we are unable to surpass this obstacle posed by Tony Stark. Muccio clenched his fists and gazed out of the window, filling the car with an awkward atmosphere. Happy Hogan, in an attempt to alleviate the tension, began to speak. But before he could articulate a word, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. The interior of the car erupted into chaos. Tony Stark, unaccustomed to wearing a seatbelt, nearly flew out of the back seat, but fortunately, Muccio was there to pull him back. "Happy, you can truly resign?" Tony exclaimed in anger. "No, boss." A car suddenly darted in front of us, and had I not braked, we would have collided. Happy Hogan explained, his voice tinged with fear. Just as he intended to steer away and continue, he was startled by the approaching vehicle. "What the hell? Why is that car heading straight for us?" Muccio shouted upon assessing the situation ahead. "Get down," he urged, pressing Tony Stark down beside him. Happy, seeing the impending danger, quickly ducked his head as well. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a barrage of gunfire, the vehicle they occupied was riddled with bullet holes, as Happy was about to express relief over the business car's sturdy glass. A loud crash resonated as they were violently struck from the front. The windshield shattered into countless shards. Happy succumbed to unconsciousness, caught in a state of uncertainty. Damn it, Happy, are you still alive? Tony lowered his body, touching his head as he peered at the driver's seat, having also sustained a blow from the sudden impact. Mr. Stark, they're likely targeting you. This car is not bulletproof. If we do not flee, we can only await our demise. Muccio anxiously called out, glancing at the state of the car ahead. The situation for the vehicle in front was dire as well. Although the glass remained intact, Muccio discerned the driver in anguish, clutching his head, evidently willing to risk everything for Tony Stark's life, disregarding his own peril. Chapter 7. I, the Suspect Children. I'm not playing house with you. In a moment, I will count to 3. Upon opening the door, you must run directly, understood? This matter does not concern you. Tony Stark earnestly advised. Upon hearing this, Muccio's perception of Tony shifted significantly. Although he appeared acerbic on the surface, he was, at his core, a remarkably good person, as evidenced by his treatment of young Spider-Man. The issue was whether Muccio would heed this advice. He did not listen. This segment was absent from the original film's narrative, and Muccio's interference had altered the course of events. He was consumed by fear that if Tony Stark were to perish, Iron Man would never come to be, leading to catastrophic changes in the timeline. Who would wield the Infinity Gauntlet? Who would care for Spider-Man? A cascade of complications would ensue, leaving Muccio with no choice but to desperately save Tony Stark. I have no desire to explain further. Regardless of the outcome today, I must rescue you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Muccio continued to observe the surroundings. The incident transpired on a narrow road, with scarcely a few vehicles in sight. However, on the left side of the street stood a medium-sized supermarket, a potential escape route. Upon disembarking from a vehicle, Muccio immediately dashed towards the supermarket on the left side of the road, urging, I will hold off the assailants. Stock, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the unpleasant encounter with this stranger, could not comprehend why Muccio was risking his life for him. Before he could ponder further, Muccio flung open the car door and sprinted towards the assailants with fervor. If you don't run, I might just be offering my life for free, he shouted as he charged forward, fully aware that the adversaries were armed while he had only close combat skills at his disposal. With the element of surprise on his side, he needed to close the distance quickly. Otherwise, both Muccio and Stark would become easy targets. Bang, 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 as the assassin, seated in the front passenger seat, regained his composure and spotted a figure rushing towards him. He hastily drew a silenced pistol and fired 3 rapid shots. Observing the assassin's movements, Muccio harnessed his momentum, executing a sliding maneuver to evade the bullets while simultaneously approaching the vehicle occupied by the assassin. Seeking death, the assassin thought as he swung open the car door and reached for the rifle on the passenger seat, intending to turn this audacious intruder into a sieve. But where did he go? The assassin was taken aback as he exited the vehicle, realizing that Muccio had vanished from sight. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He attempted to distance himself from the vehicle, only to see 2 fingers protruding from beneath the car. The sunflower finger strike. In an instant, Muccio struck the assassin's left ankle, leaving him feeling as if his lower body had been injected with a tranquilizer, rendering him immobile. Damn it! The assassin exclaimed in astonishment, yet he was not idle. He bent down, aiming to sweep the area beneath the car with his rifle. Cursed carelessness, Muccio thought, spotting the ominous dark barrel of the weapon. He quickly rolled away from beneath the car, believing that his technique would immobilize the assassin. But the strike to the ankle had not incapacitated him as expected. As the gunfire erupted, flames burst forth from beneath the vehicle. Despite Muccio's swift actions, he was struck by a bullet. He gritted his teeth, feeling the bullet pierce his right shoulder. Though the injury would be debilitating for an ordinary person, Muccio, equipped with a giant belt, possessed 5 times the vitality of a regular human. Aside from the pain, it was not a fatal wound. I refuse to believe you won't perish, the assassin taunted, emptying his rifle of every round. He had distinctly heard Muccio's cry of anguish beneath the car, convinced that the injury would render him ineffective. Without a second thought, he discharged the remaining bullets, though he was gravely mistaken. Muccio, besides his resilience, had an extraordinary advantage. He was a martial arts athlete of elite caliber, a status not easily attained. Sunflower, finger strike. At that moment, the assassin, still focused on the ground, suddenly noticed a shadow looming above him. As he attempted to draw his silenced pistol from his waist, it was already too late. Muccio had leapt from the roof of the car, performing a somersault in midair, and, as he soared above the assassin, he unleashed a powerful sunflower finger strike aimed directly at the assassin's head. As Muccio landed gracefully, his back turned to the assassin, he executed his movements flawlessly. The assassin, wide-eyed and motionless, found his health bar depleted to nothing. Could the 8 trigrams palm be utilized in such a manner? When Muccio turned around, he was astonished to find the assassin devoid of any signs of life. Realizing that striking the Biwi acupoint atop the target's head could indeed be fatal, an aspect not mentioned in the skill's description. "Hey kid, are you alright?" At that moment, Tony Stark appeared, brandishing a baseball bat that he had procured from who knows where. Muccio internally scoffed, thinking what a reckless fool he was. Armed with a mere bat against an opponent wielding a gun was utterly futile. Hurry up and develop version 2 at home, will you? Don't make a fool of yourself. I told you to run. If I hadn't dealt with that guy, you'd be walking into your own demise. Muccio retorted angrily. Tony Stark shook his head slightly, perceiving Muccio as still a child, despite the latter being 21. However, Tony had always struggled to gauge the ages of Asians. "He was coming for me. I won't let you die in my place," Tony replied. "Enough of this. The gunfire likely alerted someone. We can't linger here. Let us leave quickly. They might have backup." A few minutes later, in the restroom of a supermarket, Muccio, Happy, and Tony found themselves in a rather uncomfortable situation. Just before they left, Tony had checked on Happy's condition, only to discover that he had regained consciousness, albeit slightly dazed from a head injury. The trio rushed to the supermarket, where Muccio obtained a roll of bandage to wrap around his gunshot wound. Subsequently, they all made their way to the restroom. "Seriously, what's wrong with you two? I go to the restroom, and you both follow?" Muccio lamented, though his shoulder throbbed from the wound. He felt an urgent need to relieve himself, leading him to hastily bandage the injury to stop the bleeding before dashing to the toilet. "I must have eaten something contaminated," Tony explained. "Me too. My stomach is in turmoil," Happy concurred. "How is that possible? We didn't even eat together," Muccio questioned, perplexed. "Wait, a beef burger," the three exclaimed in unison, identifying the source of their distress. Earlier that morning, Happy had purchased 2 burgers, one for himself and one for Tony. Muccio had also encountered Happy while buying a burger, meaning they all had consumed the tainted meal. "I will definitely report that stall tomorrow. Just wait." Happy gritted his teeth. Once they finished in the restroom, 2 police officers had arrived at the supermarket, inquiring about any witnesses. With Muccio's shoulder wrapped in bandages, as soon as he appeared, the officers raised their weapons in the direction of the trio. "Wait a moment, officer. We are the victims here, not the culprits," Happy exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. "Get down," a young officer commanded menacingly. The 3 had no choice but to comply, lying on the ground. Calling headquarters. Suspects have been apprehended," the young officer reported via his radio. Chapter 8. I, a SHIELD agent officer. How many times must I reiterate? This young man saved my life. He is not a killer. At that moment, within the precinct, Tony Stark was articulating his defense. As Muccio and his companions were handcuffed, the young officer realized that one of the apprehended was none other than Tony Stark, the proprietor of Stark Industries. Consequently, upon arriving at the police station and after Tony's explanation, both he and Happy were released. However, Muccio was taken away. "Mr. Stark, I understand your sentiments, but the individual named Muccio is a suspect we have investigated. He is an illegal immigrant." The officer paused momentarily. "Moreover, he is implicated in a homicide case. Therefore, Mr. Stark, I must ask you to leave the precinct for now. We will inform you of any developments, if that would be agreeable." Did Muccio commit murder? Indeed, he did. He eliminated a threat to himself and the owner of Stark Industries. Yet, the surveillance footage at the intersection indicated that Muccio had actively engaged the assailant, leaving the legality of his actions in question. Tony Stark had witnessed Muccio's act of killing. While he was curious as to how the assassin had succumbed to death so rapidly, he refrained from probing further. He was already acutely aware that the world was not as serene as it appeared, and it was neither the time nor place to interrogate Muccio. Nevertheless, Tony found himself in a predicament. Muccio's arrest was a direct consequence of his own actions. Not only had he narrowly escaped death, but he now faced the prospect of imprisonment, filling Tony's heart with remorse. "Officer, you should be aware of the substantial taxes I contribute annually. I will personally ensure his defense by the finest attorney. I hope you treat him with compassion. With a resigned sigh, Tony Stark departed the precinct alongside Happy. What now, Tony? Outside the police station, Happy inquired about Tony Stark's subsequent plans. I will do everything in my power, Happy, Tony declared with resolve. This young man, I shall ensure his safety. However, Tony's indignation did not linger long. For that very evening, he encountered Muccio once more. Who secured Muccio's release? It was none other than Phil Coulson, an agent of the one-eyed, bald superhero, Nick Fury. Coulson had been meticulously monitoring Tony Stark's situation. In truth, mere minutes after the collision, Muccio had dispatched the assassin. Initially, Coulson intended to stake out a location near Stark Industries, but fortuitously witnessed the trio's departure. As a seasoned agent, Coulson was aware of potential threats and had been covertly safeguarding Muccio. He had observed Muccio's arrest and, shortly after his entry into the precinct, arrived with SHIELD credentials to effect his release. Once Muccio was exonerated, Coulson presented him with an identification card. Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, Agent Chio. Muccio examined the English on the card, tilting his head in surprise at Coulson. He had not anticipated gaining entry into SHIELD so swiftly. Coulson smiled. Under ordinary circumstances, we do not recruit individuals in this manner, but your actions have moved Nick Fury, and thus, you have been granted this special credential. Without it, you would not have been released. Did Nick Fury, that cunning old fox, truly manage to move the heart of Muccio? Not a single word of it convinced him. It was likely that the old fox had merely bestowed upon him a token of insignificance, a special agent badge devoid of substantial power, to win him over, binding him to servitude. Nevertheless, I am merely here to clock in. Nothing else bears significance. Ding. Successfully checked in to join SHIELD. Acquired Shadow Imitation Technique. Shadow Imitation Technique, an ancestral secret art of the Nara clan, consuming 100 chakra every 3 seconds upon use. By extending one's shadow to connect with the enemy, it compels the adversary to mimic the user's actions. A remarkable ninjutsu. Ding. Chakra status bar activated. Host, Muccio. Chakra, 200, equivalent to a first-year ninja school student. What? Shadow Imitation Technique? ISNT that a ninjutsu of the Nara family? Muccio seemed rather dissatisfied. What does that mean in Chinese? Coulson inquired, mistakenly believing Muccio was addressing him. It just means I can join SHIELD. I was so elated I forgot to speak in English. However, upon observing Muccio's expression, Coulson discerned that he was far from pleased. The shadow imitation technique, a clever method of remote control, is indeed formidable. Yet, Muccio's discontent stemmed from its incompatibility with the sunflower imprisoning palm. The shadow imitation technique compels the target to replicate the user's movements. If there were a second Muccio to rush in and deliver a 5-hour-long sunflower imprisoning palm to the controlled target, it would undoubtedly create a powerful synergy. After all, the sunflower imprisoning palm requires close combat to be effective. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that there is only one Muccio. How could such coordination be achieved? Moreover, in this perilous world, enhancing one's own strength is paramount. What use is control? What if one finds themselves isolated? Oh, if only I could have a shadow clone, Muccio mused himself. That evening at a Stark Industries gathering, Muccio and Coulson arrived at the venue. Gentlemen, may I ask what you would like to drink? The bartender inquired. Whiskey, please. Coulson replied. Do you have cola? Muccio asked. The bartender was momentarily taken aback. How about Sprite? Yogurt will do. The bartender was at a loss for words. There must be juice available, right? Sir, all right. Just give me a glass of water. Muccio interjected. Understood, sir. The bartender sighed in relief, finally grasping the order. Coulson scratched his head, regretting having issued Muccio an Agent S badge. Was he really an agent who preferred milk? Coulson found himself speechless. Do you think Tony will attend? Muccio asked. Given the current circumstances, the events had diverged significantly from the original narrative, especially following Muccio's involvement, which had altered the timeline. In the original story, Tony emerged from completing the second suit and casually strolled into the gathering. But today marked Tony's first day back. After encountering Muccio, he had delayed his arrival considerably. Subsequently, he had also contacted a lawyer for Muccio investing considerable time and effort. At this moment, the second individual had yet to be born, and the timing of this gathering had inexplicably advanced. Muccio squinted at Obadiah Stane, the antagonist known as Ironmonger from Iron Man 1. This shadowy figure was currently at the entrance, delightfully welcoming the arriving guests, appearing quite pleased. Such behavior was indeed unusual. Firstly, Tony had not been assassinated by terrorists as per his plan, and he had returned safely to announce that Stark Industries would cease the production of weapons. Lastly, Muccio harbored suspicions that Obadiah might be involved in today's attempted assassination. Coulson observed Muccio's intense gaze fixed on Obadiah at the door and seemed to grasp something, prompting him to inquire, "What are your thoughts on today's events?" Muccio narrowed his eyes and responded, "I wager a year's supply of soda that Obadiah is undoubtedly implicated. All right, if Obadiah is innocent, then you must teach me Chinese martial arts." Muccio was speechless, realizing that Coulson had been waiting for him. The two exchanged casual conversation when suddenly a commotion arose at the entrance. The two agents turned to see that Tony Stark had arrived. Chapter 9. I am back after exchanging pleasantries with Obadiah at the entrance. Tony Stark made his way to the bar in search of a drink. Midway, he glanced incredulously at Muccio. "Hey, you?" Tony was perplexed. Despite the lawyer he had arranged being swift, it would typically require a court hearing for Muccio to be released. Muccio grinned foolishly. "You made me feel quite guilty." Tony approached and embraced Muccio. Iron Man was indeed a hero who, despite his sharp tongue, possessed a kind heart. In Avengers Endgame, Tony's deepest sorrow and guilt stemmed from the death of young Spider-Man. Thus, younger superheroes were, in essence, individuals he felt compelled to protect, even though at this moment, he lacked the capacity to do so. "Ouch, not so tight. I just had a bullet removed. Look at me, I'm too excited," Tony said apologetically. "So, am I now your bodyguard?" Muccio tilted his head. "That remains to be seen," Tony replied, shaking his head. He certainly did not wish for Muccio to encounter any further troubles, even if he could ascertain whether Muccio was in need of work. He intended to arrange a position for him at Stark Industries. "Mr. Stark, would you like something to drink?" A waiter interjected. "Scotch whiskey," Tony replied, glancing at the water in Muccio's hand, advising it's not good for a child to drink alcohol. "Mr. Stark, this is water. Besides, I'm already 20. Could you refrain from calling me a child?" Muccio retorted, exasperated. The two continued their conversation, while Coulson stood awkwardly nearby, feeling out of place. "Mr. Stark?" Coulson could no longer bear to watch. If these two continued their conversation, it might never end. "What's going on?" Tony Stark had just been about to inquire about the person who had been eavesdropping when Coulson spoke up first. "Agent Coulson." "Oh, I see, you are from that organization," Tony recalled, though he could not quite remember which one. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention Logistics has executed its operations." "Goodness, can you not consider a name change?" Tony remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Indeed, I often hear such sentiments," Coulson replied with a resigned smile, continuing, "I am aware that this period has been challenging for you. Yet we require a comprehensive account from you. We have numerous inquiries, and in due time, you may forget the particulars. Shall we schedule a meeting for 7 a.m. on the 24th at Stark Industries?" Tony, engrossed in observing the crowd, barely registered Coulson's words, extending his hand and affirming, "Sounds good, no problem." "Very well, thank you. I shall take my leave now." Coulson exhaled in relief, nodding towards Muccio before departing. "By the way, how did you manage to get out?" Tony inquired, puzzled, once Coulson had left. Muccio gestured in the direction of Coulson with a scowl. "That department? It is the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention Logistics." "You?" Tony suddenly realized that Muccio's background might be questionable. "Yes, you witnessed the situation this morning," Muccio explained, referencing the kidnapping incident from 3 months prior, suggesting that someone might wish to do you harm. "So that department sent a child like you to protect me?" Tony expressed his annoyance. "Mr. Stark, I am already 20 years old, and you saw the situation this morning. I am quite capable." "Very well. However, you are under no obligation to protect me, and I advise against putting yourself in such peril. Actually, I want to ask you a question." At this moment, Muccio recalled his ultimate goal. "Is it about how I escaped from the terrorist organization?" "No, I do not wish to know. However, my inquiry may pose an even greater challenge." Muccio pondered. Tony might indeed struggle to recall the location of the cave, where he was held captive for 3 months, as he had flown away immediately upon his escape. Yet, Asking Stark directly could be far less troublesome than interrogating the hidden terrorists. Very well. Regardless of what you wish to ask, I shall provide answers to the best of my knowledge, Tony affirmed. Do you recall the approximate location of the place where you were detained? Huh? Tony appeared bewildered. Just the general area. Do you remember? Muccio pressed on. I truly have no idea where that is. After I escaped, I was picked up by military personnel. Tony hesitated, but I can inquire with the military about where they found me. Excellent. If that is the case, that would be splendid. Muccio sighed in relief. Having a lead is preferable to having none, and questioning the military is far simpler than confronting the terrorists directly. All right, I shall return shortly. I have an appointment to attend. Tony patted Muccio on the shoulder and ventured back into the crowd. He approached the striking Pepper Potts, exclaiming, "Hey, you look absolutely stunning tonight. I hardly recognized you." Pepper turned around, surprised to see Tony, and asked, "What brings you here? Have you finished up your daytime affairs?" "Look over there." Tony pointed towards the bar where Muccio stood. "That young man is also from that. What was it called? The logistics department?" Pepper interjected. "Indeed, it is that department. This fellow is also from that department, and I have been worried about him for half a day, even contacting dozens of lawyers, only to discover he resolved the issue himself." Tony assessed Pepper, saying, "Well, let us not dwell on that. You look particularly stunning today. What do you think? Is this dress beautiful?" Pepper smiled and replied, "Quite lovely. This is my birthday gift, technically from you." She grinned mischievously. "Oh, it seems my taste is rather impeccable then." "Indeed it is. Shall we dance?" Tony proposed. No, we shouldn't. Don't worry, come on." Tony insisted, taking Pepper's hand and leading her to the dance floor, where they began to sway to the music. Wearing such a revealing backless dress and dancing with the boss. Have you ever considered it might be somewhat inappropriate? Pepper expressed her discontent. "I was careless. I apologize." Despite his words, Tony drew her closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Have you noticed that it seems like someone has been trying to get me killed lately?" Tony whispered into Pepper's ear, appearing to outsiders like a couple exchanging sweet nothings. "What do you mean?" "Yes, I have a few suspects, but I cannot be certain. This is not the right place." Pepper whispered back, then tilted her head. "It's too stuffy here. Let us step outside for some fresh air." They then exited the crowd. At the bar, Muccio was surveying the surroundings, puzzled by a few burly men who neither resembled executives nor VIPs. Aside from occasionally sipping their drinks, they were fixated on Tony Stark and Pepper. Something felt off. Muccio thought, pulling out the phone that Coulson had given him earlier, a device designated for contacting SHIELD personnel. "Hello, Coulson?" "Yes, what is happening?" "Haha, just using a joke from the past. Don't hit me. I suspect someone is about to make a move here. Are you far away?" Coulson hesitated. "Make a move? The party has thoroughly checked the guest's belongings. I didn't even bring my gun inside. Just wait for me to arrive. Don't act rashly." Coulson was still speaking when suddenly, the line went dead. "Coulson!" Muccio shouted, but there was no response from the other end. Chapter 10. I missed again, Coulson? Coulson. A sense of foreboding washed over Muccio. Although Coulson was, by strict definition, an ordinary man, he was also a seasoned agent with considerable experience. How could he just vanish without a trace, presumably taken out by the enemy? Before Muccio could take any further action, the lights in the hall suddenly went out. What is happening? As the lights flickered off, the guests began to murmur in confusion. This was, after all, a high-end gathering attended by elites from various fields, and the power outage did not cause widespread panic. Yet, in the next moment, an inconspicuous guest hiding in the corner fired a shot towards the bar, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Bang! The bullet struck the marble of the bar, sending sparks flying. Damn! Which fool had the audacity to fire a gun at this moment? Not far from Muccio, a bald man in a suit was furiously cursing into a miniature microphone, clearly a leader among the group. Just moments ago, Muccio had set down his phone, and the instant the power went out, he swiftly dove behind the bar. As anticipated, just after he had taken cover, he heard the sound of a silenced gunshot. The bullet precisely aimed at the spot he had just vacated. The shooter had fired based on the fleeting memory of the last second before the lights went out, uncertain if he had hit his target. Hush! Muccio gestured to the trembling bartender, trying to calm his nerves. How far is the nearest police station? He inquired. Not far. This is a commercial center, and there is a police station quite nearby, the bartender stammered, recalling how the bullet had narrowly missed him, embedding itself in the wooden liquor cabinet behind him, nearly causing him to faint from fright. I estimate it will take some time for reinforcements to arrive. We need to find a way to stall these men, Muccio pondered. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small cabinet behind the bar. Is it filled with liquor? Yes. Indeed, it's stocked with high-proof spirits that are rarely consumed, hence their placement here, the bartender replied. Do you smoke? Muccio asked. The bartender hesitated, bewildered by the seemingly calm demeanor of this young man, who posed such peculiar questions. You have a lighter on you, don't you? Yes, the bartender replied. Excellent. Follow my lead, Muccio instructed, flashing his identification at the bartender. In the darkness, the bartender could not discern the details, but felt reassured by Muccio's composed presence, believing him to be a promising officer. But these are all expensive collectible wines. The bartender protested, hesitating after Muccio's suggestion. Enough chatter. If we don't act quickly, who knows how many more lives will be lost? Muccio urged, as the sound of gunfire echoed again. Accompanied by the cries of patrons, he surmised that several had already perished. Anyone who wishes to live, get to the corner, he commanded. I will count to 3. If anyone is still standing, I will shoot them all. 1, 2. Before the speaker could reach 3, everyone had already crouched in the corners as directed by the assailants. The gangsters had immediately executed a few bewildered individuals, and the remaining crowd, comprised of the elite, were desperate enough to offer millions for their safety. However, it was evident that the assailants had ulterior motives. Even robbery was ill-advised in such a bustling city center, given the heavy police presence. While Muccio and the bartender plotted their next move, the gangsters commenced their own actions. Have you found it? The bald man in the suit asked his subordinates. No, I haven't seen anything. Neither have I. Damn it. The bald man in a suit bellowed fiercely, delivering a swift kick that sent a trembling patron sprawling to the ground. Just as the man attempted to rise again, a gunshot rang out, and he felt a sharp pain in his back, causing him to lose consciousness. Oh heavens! Witnesses in the crowd were paralyzed with fear, now realizing that these individuals had no regard for their lives. Continue the search. Thoroughly scour that rooftop where they just went. I refuse to believe he can hide anywhere. Meanwhile, outside the building, a team of snipers stood ready. However, when they employed thermal imaging rifles to locate the target, they were met with a vivid crimson display. Brother, do you feel it getting increasingly warm? At the bar, a server and Muccio were tinkering with something. The server chimed in, it's the air conditioning. These people turn off the lights and crank the heat to maximum. If snipers are watching us now, they're at a loss. Then what shall we do? Muccio responded. All right, just carry on with your duties. Meanwhile, as Muccio and his companion continued their clandestine activities, the bandits were not idly waiting for any mischief. Have you found him? No. Damn it. Where could he have gone? Forget it. Just take the hostages to the rooftop. We'll guard the stairs. If the police send in a helicopter for rescue, we'll take aim. Muccio, hearing the rustling in the crowd, cautiously peered out, only to have a bullet graze his hair and strike the bar's liquor cabinet. Glass shattered everywhere, drawing the attention of the crowd. What is happening? Who fired the shot? No one responded. The shooter, sensing the shift in momentum, concealed themselves in the shadows, remaining silent. Oh no, have they discovered us? The server exclaimed anxiously. I don't know. I'll distract them. If you hear another gunshot, just throw these out, preferably towards the center. What? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The server replied, bewildered. Heh, today is the day to shatter your worldview. Remember, you must throw as many of these out as possible. With that, Muccio offered a peculiar smile. Shadow technique. Shadow mimicry. A silent shadow merged into the darkness of the hall, so subtle that even Muccio, a practitioner of such arts, could not discern its trajectory. The shadow transformed into a slender line, rising above 1 meter, resembling a serpent poised to strike as it sought its target. Suddenly, the shadow deftly ensnared a bandit positioned far from Muccio, opposite the bar. What the hell? The bandit, now under Muccio's control, found himself immobile, inexplicably lifting the weapon in his hand. What is happening to me? He shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, Muccio, guided by the faint moonlight, maneuvered the man's gun hand, aiming it at the suit-clad leader who had been issuing commands all along. As the man in the suit observed the unfolding situation, he swiftly drew his firearm, poised for retaliation. The gunshot rang out, the bullet narrowly missing the top of his head by mere centimeters. Although it did not strike its intended target, the fact that the hostages were crouching ensured that none were inadvertently harmed. Seeking death. The man in the suit seethed with rage as he fired at the bandit controlled by Muccio. Just as his mind began to settle, he caught sight of an accomplice raising a weapon in his direction. Yet, the shot went astray. From behind the bar, Muccio remarked, "Unbelievable. Controlling someone with shadow mimicry to fire at a target is exceedingly troublesome." Chapter 11. Half a shikamaru, what are you planning to do? The bald man in the suit was both astonished and furious. The sudden betrayal from his own men in such a critical moment was utterly unforeseen. Just as he prepared to fire, a flaming bottle hurtled from the bar. Realizing the impending danger too late, he witnessed the makeshift Molotov cocktail, crafted from a liquor bottle, shatter upon impact on the floor. In that instant, a sniper positioned outside, having awaited this opportunity, seized the moment. A bandit, positioned perilously close to the burning bottle, was swiftly executed with a single shot to the head. "Quickly, take the hostages to safety," commanded the man in the suit, retreating into the shadows himself. "What are you waiting for? Keep throwing." Muccio urged the waitstaff, simultaneously mimicking a trigger-pulling gesture at his temple, causing the controlled bandit to commit suicide in a sudden burst of violence. Next, Muccio seized 2 more makeshift Molotov cocktails, igniting them before hurling them into the fray. The bottles shattered upon impact, igniting a brilliant blaze that illuminated the hall for a fleeting moment. However, the remaining bandits seized the opportunity, brandishing their weapons at the hostages, gradually retreating upstairs behind their shields. "Hurry up," urged one of the bandits, his demeanor betraying his inexperience. Fear etched across his face as he struggled to maintain his grip on the firearm. "Hey, if you can't even hold your gun steady, how can you be a robber?" A burly African-American man in the crowd mocked the novice bandit. "Who dares to speak? If you utter another word, I will end you." The bandit threatened venomously, prompting an immediate hush among the hostages. "You reckless fools, if you don't move faster, I will kill you all." The man in the suit threatened, crouched behind the hostages, firing several rounds at the slowest among them. The pace of their movement quickened significantly. Before long, Muccio found himself alone on this level. "What do we do now?" a waiter asked, noticing Muccio's apparent capabilities. "Are you afraid of death?" "Of course," the waiter replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Then stay put and wait for rescue." "Are you still going to pursue them?" "Naturally. However, we must wait until the flames subside. I have no desire to be mistaken for a bandit and shot in the head." As he spoke, Muccio rummaged behind the bar for something, continuing, "Just remain here. These men have likely seized control of the entire floor. Wandering about will only make you an easy target." The flames arrived swiftly and extinguished just as quickly, leaving the scene engulfed in darkness once more. "I will take my leave. You stay put." Muccio bid farewell. Just as he was about to depart, he reconsidered and continued, "After I leave, throw the Molotov cocktails to illuminate your surroundings as much as possible." "Huh? Why throw anything?" the waiter inquired, puzzled. "At this moment, our floor has become an absolute safe zone, as the snipers on the opposite floor are fixated on this location," Muccio explained, glancing at the terrace. "Do you see that position? If you keep this floor illuminated, the police will be informed that this level has been secured, allowing them to enter from the terrace. This is the safest approach for them, given that the entire building is shrouded in darkness, with only this floor aglow. The snipers can ensure the safety of the assault team. Therefore, your task is quite formidable. Can you manage it?" The waiter swallowed hard. "I'll do my best." "No, you must ensure the task is completed. We do not know how many bandits are in this building. These thugs have no intention of leaving alive. If you don't exert yourself, the longer this drags on, the greater the likelihood of you being targeted. Don't forget that those people have already seen our position." "All right, I understand. Good, then I shall take my leave." Muccio inhaled deeply and carelessly tossed a bottle of red wine, much to the waiter's distress. The wine shattered upon impact with the ground. After a moment's thought, Muccio removed his coat and tossed it out as well. The coat landed, but the outside remained silent. "Excellent. It is dark enough here. The sniper cannot discern the situation." Muccio rolled away from the bar, employing a series of agile yet erratic flips and lunges to position himself near the staircase, awaiting the opportune moment. Once the waiter observed that Muccio had departed, he commenced the task of continuously tossing makeshift Molotov cocktails as instructed by Muccio. Meanwhile, on another floor of the building, a figure clad in black opened the ventilation window of the restroom, inspecting the prepared rope. Just as he was about to slip away, his phone vibrated at his waist. "Hello, have you eliminated the target?" Not yet. The target is very cautious. Then leave, quickly. The police are forming a perimeter. Do not expose yourself. That is precisely my intention. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The figure in black ended the call, and, shrouded by the night, departed the building. At that moment, Muccio was silently executing his plan. The bandits had moved up to the next level, where two armed thugs were engaged in a quiet discussion at the staircase entrance. Do you think we can make it out alive? Hey, I wouldn't advise you to discuss such things behind their backs. All right, fine, nodded the thug on the left. After a brief pause, what are you doing? Huh? What did you say? Suddenly, the thug on the left raised his hand, having mistaken the touch for that of a comrade. In the next instant, he opened his mouth and forcefully shoved the barrel of his gun into it. Ugh, what? The thug, startled by the sudden turn of events, froze in shock. The nearby bandit, upon witnessing the situation, was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the bandit with the gun thrust upon him stepped aside, his fingers curving into a sword-like gesture directed forward. Are you out of your mind? The onlooking bandit stood frozen, utterly perplexed by the actions of the individual before him, just as he was about to approach and shove the gun-ridden bandit on the shoulder. The latter thrust his fingers sharply into the air twice. The onlooker suddenly felt a sharp pain at his back, as if being poked. As he turned to investigate, he realized, to his astonishment, that his body was no longer obedient to his commands. He attempted to scream, only to have a bottle forcibly shoved into his mouth, nearly knocking out his front teeth. The bandit with the gun was equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unable to move or voice his concerns. As the weapon obstructed his speech, he had only recently joined the Ten Commandments gang. His indoctrination still fragile, and fear gripped him, unlike the others who held steadfast beliefs. Now, with a gun in his mouth, he dared not cry out. Release. With a flick of his wrist, Muccio dispelled the technique. The bandit with the gun suddenly felt a lightness in his body, regaining control, and hurriedly turned to discern the unfolding situation. However, as he turned, Muccio sneered, swiftly forming a hand seal. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. The bandit was once again ensnared. Muccio approached him, and the bandit began moving towards Muccio as well. Sunflower acupoint strike. The two aimed for each other's acupoints, yet Muccio remained unharmed while the bandit was rendered immobile. Release. Phew. Muccio exhaled, relieved to have dealt with the two. Chapter 12. I, Shark, have lost my mind. The shadow imitation technique, a secret of ninjutsu, was later utilized by Shikamaru primarily as a means of immobilization to complement Choji's meat tank strategy. However, the technique's essence lies in imitation. If the practitioner remains still, the controlled subject will likewise remain motionless, effectively immobilizing them. Yet, therein lies the flaw of this ninjutsu. The controlled entity mimics the practitioner's actions. Thus, Muccio released the technique momentarily, allowing the bandit with the gun to turn towards him. Otherwise, the bandit, facing away from Muccio, would perpetually maintain a distance unless obstructed by a wall, which would prove inconvenient. Hence, the earlier scene unfolded as it did. Moreover, it was precisely because of the ability to mimic actions that Muccio's gesture of opening his mouth and forcefully shoving air into the bandit's mouth could be replicated, effectively silencing him. After immobilizing both individuals with the sunflower acupoint strike, Muccio still felt a twinge of unease. He glanced at the vent window in the staircase corridor and approached to give it a gentle push. The window creaked open, and the controlled duo swallowed hard, appearing to grasp something. Their eyes darted wildly, desperately seeking mercy. However, Muccio paid no heed to their thoughts. He possessed not a shred of compassion for the deeply sinful kidnappers. As time passed gradually, Muccio finally restored his chakra to its full capacity. He cast a glance at the thug with the wine bottle stuffed into his mouth and grinned wickedly. Let us have you perform first. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. The two kidnappers, bewildered by Muccio's seemingly nonsensical utterance in Japanese, watched in astonishment as a strange, pitch-black shadow emerged from the man before them. The thug, still bound by the wine bottle, could only watch in horror as the terrifying shadow lunged towards him. Suddenly, he found himself capable of movement. This was a little trick Muccio had discovered during his tests of ninjutsu with Coulson before attending the gathering. The control of the shadow imitation technique could override the immobilizing effect of pressure point strikes. Thus, the thug, inching closer to the ventilation window, caught glimpses of the peculiar individual controlling him meticulously maintaining the distance. At last, Muccio seized the right moment, leaping forward, and the thug with the wine bottle was sent flying out of the window. The other thug gulped, realizing they were on the 20th floor. After a brief respite to regain his chakra, Muccio intended to make the last thug jump as well, only to find that the man had urinated all over himself, nearly filling his shoes. Want to live? It is not impossible. The thug's eyes darted wildly, a desperate instinct for survival evident within him. I will ask you once, and you shall listen carefully. Your target is? Upwards, Tony Stark, downward me. The thug, puzzled by Muccio's words, hurriedly looked upward. Wasn't he coming for me? Why did that fellow shoot at me first? Muccio pondered, shaking his head. The thug assumed Muccio disapproved of the information he had provided, nearly bursting into tears. All right, I will continue my questioning, and you shall respond. Was Obadiah Stane the one who sent you here? Eyes directed upward signify affirmation. Downward signifies negation. Upon hearing the question, the thug promptly lifted his gaze, nearly rolling his eyes back. Does this indeed connect to Ironmonger? Muccio mused. You came with over 20 individuals. Upwards suggests more than 20, while downwards only indicates the 20 plus who just appeared. A still gaze indicates uncertainty. The thug's eyes ceased their movement, yet desperation shone through, indicating his words might indeed carry truth. Do you hail from the Ten Rings? Upward signifies affirmation. Downward signifies negation. This time, the thug hesitated, his eyes remaining fixed for a long while. Nevertheless, Muccio discerned the state of the man clearly. Very well. I appreciate your information. The wind is quite strong today. Brace yourself for it. Upon hearing this, the thug frantically rolled his eyes, yet regardless of his efforts. Muccio did not cast him another glance, evidently resolved to see him perish. Shortly thereafter, this thug also leapt from the building. Not a single one of you is clean. I shall not leave this potential threat behind, Muccio remarked, shaking his head. Muccio was not a bleeding heart. At most, he worried that someone might leap from the upper floors and damage a vehicle below, given the scant number of pedestrians around. And the fact that the police had cordoned off the area, it was unlikely that any significant harm would occur. However, should he allow the members of the Ten Commandments gang to escape, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? It would be more prudent to silence them directly. Yet, Muccio was not a cold-blooded killer. It was far more sensible to contain these nefarious ruffians from taking a fatal plunge. He trusted that the police outside would not mistakenly believe the thugs were tossing hostages out the window. A few minutes later, Muccio discerned the situation on the upper floor. Several hostages had perished. They had made their way to the rooftop, while a majority of the gang members guarded the entrance. Observing from the shadows, Muccio realized that eliminating the more than a dozen gang members would prove difficult, prompting him to retreat. He returned to the banquet hall, where the waiter was still hurling Molotov cocktails, fortunate that he consistently aimed at areas devoid of carpet, or else the floor would have been engulfed in flames by now. Hey, don't throw any more, Muccio called from the staircase. The waiter jumped in surprise. You're back. Yes, I need you to assist me once more. Muccio glanced at the opposite building and continued. It seems the police remain perplexed and are reluctant to act. We must alter our strategy. How can I help? The waiter had already come to regard Muccio as a savior. First, find a larger piece of paper, a tablecloth, or anything suitable for writing. You understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. What should I write? Write help. What else could it be? And remember, make it large enough for the snipers across the way to see clearly. Muccio replied with a neutral expression. All right, I'll find a pen. By the way, while you're writing, continue tossing those Molotov cocktails, but don't use them all up. They'll be needed later, Muccio reminded him after a moment of thought. I've already wasted a fortune in liquor from this cabinet, the waiter lamented. Well, it's not your money. After we rescue the hostages, the police might even reward you, Muccio suggested with a hint of optimism. I just want to avoid being fired or having to pay for damages, the waiter replied. Once Muccio had given his instructions, he returned upstairs to search for something. After a fruitless search, he returned to the banquet hall, feeling disappointed. How'd it go? The waiter was now prepared and did not flinch at Muccio's sudden appearance. Look, will this work? The waiter held up a piece of tablecloth for Muccio to see. Using the light from a nearby Molotov cocktail, Muccio examined it closely. The tablecloth was not large, measuring only about half a meter, but it would suffice. It bore a large letter. Excellent, this should do the trick, Muccio affirmed. utilizing the shadow mimicry technique to control a body that lay in the banquet hall, directing it towards the waiter. Chapter 13. I employing the old trick again ninjutsu. Shadow mimicry technique. The waiter looked at Muccio in confusion as he uttered an inexplicable phrase in Japanese. Huh? What does that mean? Oh my. The waiter, still perplexed, was about to inquire about the meaning of the Japanese words when, suddenly, a voice emanated from a position alarmingly close to the bar. A corpse exclaimed, "Ah!" The waiter screamed, hurling Molotov cocktails toward the body. Enough wasting time. Ah, a ghost. Calm down. I'm a master of kung fu from Huaxia and can control the dead. Do you understand? Muchu replied nonchalantly. Huaxia? A kung fu master. ISNT kung fu, a form of combat? And it sounds like you're speaking Japanese. Enough. Muccio interrupted. Quickly throw me a tablecloth. Otherwise, the corpse will fetch it itself. Upon hearing this, the waiter, terrified, promptly tossed a tablecloth. Muccio moved about cautiously, at last managing to position himself correctly to pick up the cloth. The waiter watched in disbelief as Muccio walked and paused, gesturing, while the corpse mimicked his actions. The waiter trembled and whispered, such mysterious Eastern powers, truly terrifying. Finally, after several attempts and pauses, Muccio successfully maneuvered the corpse to the window's edge. He was being cautious, as he had already grown suspicious of the identity of the individual from the Ten Commandments gang who had been inexplicably disobeying his orders. If the person were indeed targeting him, then infiltrating the Ten Commandments gang would not be a challenge for them, and arranging for a few individuals to blend into the sniper team would be quite feasible. Thus, he meticulously controlled the corpse to the window, securing the tablecloth in place. The snipers on the opposite floor were vigilantly monitoring the occasionally illuminated level. They found it peculiar that this floor had been quiet for so long, suspecting something was amiss. Suddenly, they discerned a figure standing by the window, gesturing with an object. Just as they were about to grab their scopes to better assess the situation, the waiter threw out a Molotov cocktail, revealing the words "help" on the tablecloth to the snipers. Report. There may be a hostage on the banquet floor who has escaped the control of the criminals and is calling for help. A keen-eyed sniper relayed the situation to his superior. Is anyone in need of assistance? Asked a Mediterranean-haired white man, who appeared to be a superior officer. Sir, the banquet floor has a modest open-air platform. While a helicopter cannot land, it may attempt to approach. Is that so? Very well. Follow my orders and arrange for the helicopter to attempt to get closer to the banquet floor. The officer narrowed his eyes and continued, Remember, unless absolutely necessary, we must ensure the safety of the hostages. In truth, the American police outside the building were not merely delaying the rescue. Rather, they were acutely aware that most of the hostages were elite individuals contributing significantly to the tax revenue. For the police, the loss of even one of these individuals would be a substantial blow to their reputation. However, by the time the police discovered that the hostages lay lifeless on the ground, they likely wished to learn the art of seppuku, as practiced by the Neon Warriors. Meanwhile, the police were still in the midst of deploying helicopters for an aerial assault, while within the building, Muccio had concealed himself in an inconspicuous corner. Just moments ago, he had heard movement from above and swiftly hidden away. To his astonishment, the Ten Commandments gang had dispatched 5 members, returning to the banquet hall. The hall was dimly illuminated by the last of the Molotov cocktails abandoned by the waitstaff, though only one remained. The waiter, using the flickering flame as a guide, spotted the Ten Commandments members descending the stairs. Just as he attempted to retract his neck, he unwittingly caught their attention. It's this damned brat who is causing trouble. Watch me go over and kill him. One of the gang members exclaimed with fury. Wait, it's the leader of the group, marked by a deep scar across his face, presenting a ghastly contrast to the elegance of the venue. There are snipers outside. If you go out, you'll be shot in an instant, the scarred leader warned through gritted teeth, casting a glance toward the darkened building across the way. He then surveyed the bar area, smirking as he continued, We'll just wait here until the flames die down. At that point, this brat will have nowhere to escape. Their voices were loud, as one would expect from robbers who had no need to whisper. However, the waiter cowering behind the bar was terrified, absorbing every word they uttered. What to do? The fire is about to extinguish, he muttered to himself, trembling at the thought of his grim fate. At that sensitive moment, a shadow, dark and eerie, drew closer to the Ten Commandments members. Strange, why do I suddenly feel a chill? one gang member remarked, sensing a coldness creeping up his spine. As he reached to touch his neck, he found his hand felt as heavy as lead, unable to lift it. Not good. That eerie phenomenon is occurring again. I can't move. The controlled gang member hastily issued a warning, but despite his words, his gun was aimed at a comrade. A shot rang out, striking a shorter gang member nearby. Damn, my apologies, the scarred leader exclaimed, swiftly firing at the controlled underling without a moment's hesitation. Muccio, lurking in the shadows, silently commended the leader's ruthlessness, yet he did not hesitate to unleash another shadow towards the Ten Commandments members. This time, he targeted the scarred leader himself. However, just as the shadow was about to ensnare him, the leader shouted, "Quick, drop your guns." His command proved effective, and the gang members promptly discarded their weapons. The shadow mimicry technique successfully ensnared the scarred leader. Yet, the victory was short-lived. The leader was no mere puppet, and Muccio lacked the finesse to manipulate him to fight against his own man. Realizing this, Muccio promptly dispelled the technique, opting to conserve his chakra. I have seen through this bizarre ability. It is merely a means to control us. Once we lose the capacity for self-harm or suicide, he becomes utterly powerless. The scarred man chuckled, clenching his recently regained fist, the joints cracking ominously, complemented by his grotesque scarred visage, which was truly unsettling. However, at this moment, Muccio was not devoid of other offensive strategies. The shadow mimicry technique had proven ineffective, and the sunflower acupuncture technique required close combat. Yet, the weapons invented by humanity in the year 1132 were accessible to all. That weapon is the gun. Long before Muccio ascended the upper floor and dealt with two members of the Ten Commandments gang, he had secured two handguns. However, Muccio had never wielded a gun before, not even the simulated guns found in arcade halls. He could only stealthily approach the vicinity of the Ten Commandments gang, exchanging distance for accuracy. Not far from the scarred face, Muccio aimed at his head, poised to pull the trigger. But at that moment, the lights in the banquet hall extinguished. Chapter 14. I keep missing my shots, bang. In the darkness, after a prolonged aim, Muccio finally fired. The bullet erupted from the chamber. The flame appeared strikingly vivid in the pitch-black corner. Even before the members of the Ten Commandments gang could comprehend the gunshot, they first beheld Muccio's fearsome face illuminated by the gunfire in the shadows. Crack! The bullet embedded itself in the scarred man's body. But the placement was rather awkward. Damn! The scarred man shrieked, his voice slightly high-pitched and grating. His facial expression twisted in agony as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Pain! The scarred man's groin was struck. The aim was certainly lacking finesse. Muccio had previously worried about the target's small head, specifically aiming for the chest. Yet, upon firing, the shot had gone low, resembling the antics of a cruel assassin or a vengeful sharpshooter. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted from the remaining three members of the Ten Commandments gang, who fumbled in the dark to retrieve their weapons, continuously shooting from the position where Muccio had just fired. Unfortunately, after Muccio discharged his weapon, he immediately rolled away to safety. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry. Having just reached a secure location, Muccio utilized the illumination from the gunfire of the Ten Commandments members to unleash the shadow mimicry technique against them. I can't move again. One gang member cried out in warning, but it was too late. This time, Muccio did not compel him to self-destruct. Instead, he turned his gun toward his nearby comrade and fired wildly. The gunfire lit up the floor, and due to one member standing too close to the window, he was instantly shot in the head by a sniper from across the way. Immediately, he was struck in the chest by two other gang members. Yet he still refused to succumb. The shadow mimicry technique is indifferent to whether the targeted individuals have been shot. The remaining two subordinates, still capable of movement, found themselves in a state of confusion. They inadvertently pointed their guns towards their own comrades, attempting to preemptively fire in self-defense the moment their counterparts were seized. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Muccio's chakra had already been depleted. Just as everyone stood in bewilderment, Muccio dashed behind a pillar and shouted towards the bar, "Sergeant, where's my artillery?" Naturally, this was uttered in Chinese. This had been previously coordinated with the server. Speaking in English would have alerted the members of the Ten Commandments gang. Upon hearing Muccio's Chinese, the server promptly ignited the prepared Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards the staircase where the gang members were congregated. Bang! As the Molotov cocktail soared through the air. A sniper across the way, taking advantage of the illuminating flames, swiftly took down one of the gang members. Muccio, crouched and observing, felt a shiver run down his spine, mentally chiding himself for maintaining such caution. He had not anticipated the presence of such a ruthless sniper in the opposing building. The remaining Scarface thug and an uninjured member of the Ten Commandments gang hurriedly attempted to flee towards the stairway, but it was too late. 2 shots rang out, and they were swiftly eliminated by the sniper who had been lying in wait. At that moment, Muccio heard the sound of a helicopter approaching. Finally, he glanced out the window. Hey, the police are here. Wait until they enter the building, then throw another Molotov cocktail to signal your identity. Remember to shout out that you're not a threat. Otherwise, they might shoot without hesitation, and you'd be in dire straits. What? Are you leaving again? The server inquired, grasping Muccio's intent. Yes, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Muccio was intent on avoiding any interaction with the police, as his priority was to locate Tony and Pepper, who had vanished after their rendezvous on the terrace. Following their meeting, the Ten Commandments gang had cut the power, and despite searching the terrace, they had not managed to extract the couple. Hiding behind the bar, Muccio observed for a considerable time, puzzled as to where the two had concealed themselves. Ensuring Tony and Pepper's safety was paramount. Just as Muccio pondered these matters, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly flickered on. Power's back? The server exclaimed in surprise. Muccio squinted, contemplating the implications. The server, having been amidst the flames, adapted quickly to the brightness. Muccio, however, found himself momentarily disoriented by the sudden illumination, though he was fortunate to be shielded behind a pillar, escaping the sniper's gaze. Yet, several members of the Ten Commandments gang stationed on various floors, without cover and equally unaccustomed to the light, were not so fortunate. In an instant, multiple heads exploded as the lights illuminated the space. Could it be that the police downstairs had breached their defenses? Muccio pondered his next move when he suddenly heard commotion from the terrace. Without a second thought, he discarded his handgun and produced his S-H-I-E-L-D credentials. Just as the credentials were revealed, a squad of fully armed special forces burst onto the terrace. Don't shoot. I'm one of the good guys. Behind the bar, the waiter raised his hand and slowly stood up. Was it your signal? Inquired the squad leader of the special forces. And I as well. Muccio did not reveal himself, but tossed out his identification, belonging to the Autumn Department of Strategic Intervention Logistics, a member of their own. After a rigorous inspection, Muccio shook hands with the squad leader. Greetings, just call me Chio, he said. I am Queet, the leader introduced himself. Time is of the essence. Let me share the information I have. In the banquet hall, several team members were guarding the staircase while Muccio and Queet engaged in conversation. There were approximately 11 to 16 assailants upstairs, though specifics remained unclear. Muccio recalled and continued. The hostages have all been thrown onto the rooftop. Have you engaged with the adversaries? Queet inquired. Yes, they only possess handguns. I have not seen any rifles. Their firepower is not formidable. Muccio gritted his teeth and continued. But these individuals are fearless, viewing the lives of the hostages as inconsequential. If we were to launch a strong offensive, I fear for the safety of the hostages. Queet tightened his grip on the assault rifle he held and said, we are also hesitant to force our way through downstairs, as the assailants are holding numerous hostages there and a standoff is currently in place. What is their number? Approximately over 40 came the rough estimate. That many? Muccio paused momentarily. Since you have not breached downstairs, how is the electricity on? I assumed it was your doing. Queet hesitated. HM, do you have assistance? Previously, Muccio had inquired with the waiter about the building's electrical room being located downstairs. If the police had not breached the lower floors, how was power restored? Just as Muccio pondered this, his phone vibrated. This phone number was only known to those within the shield, and upon checking, he saw it was indeed Coulson calling. Hello, Muccio. I'm with Stark, came Coulson's voice on the other end. I thought you were dead. Did you restore the electricity? Muccio breathed a sigh of relief. Both Coulson and Tony were safe. Yes, when you called earlier, I happened to spot 2 suspicious individuals and dealt with them. After that, I infiltrated the building and encountered Stark. At that moment, Stark was beside him, typing rapidly on a notebook, his eyes sharp, while the arc reactor in his chest flickered ominously. With beads of sweat on his forehead, Stark hastily typed a few lines of code and pressed enter with force. Glancing at Coulson, The building's power can only sustain for 20 minutes. To fully restore power, we must access the electrical room. I've hacked into the building's surveillance system. If the police grant me access, I can provide them with the assailants' locations. Pepper Potts, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up. Chapter 15, Me Ahem. The police continuously funneled individuals through the banquet hall, creating an encirclement in conjunction with the breakthroughs outside the building. First, they rescued the hostages upstairs, then coordinated with the assault team to corner the Ten Commandments gang downstairs. As dawn broke, the battle was declared over. The smooth progress of events can largely be attributed to the genius of Tony Stark, who utilized the Mark I's arc reactor to power the building and subsequently hacked into the surveillance system to ascertain the locations of the 10 Rings members. The police, armed with this information, systematically dismantled the gang's stronghold with remarkable ease. Of course, their audacity to engage in direct confrontation stemmed from the formidable presence of Muccio. The members of the 10 Rings, beset by the threat of bullets flying from all directions, also had to remain vigilant against the potential treachery of their own comrades. Under such circumstances, even the most indoctrinated members of the gang eventually faltered, with several opting to surrender outright. Muccio, uninterested in how the police concluded their operations, accompanied Tony Stark back to his lavish mansion. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Muccio roused Tony from his slumber. Goodness, the living embodiment of Iron Man. Muccio, deviating from his usual demeanor, appeared unchanged at first glance, yet a closer inspection revealed that his previous vacant stare had been replaced by a glimmering curiosity. Tony, pushing Muccio away from his face, grumbled, "What madness is this so early in the morning?" "Aha, Iron Man," Muccio responded, maintaining his peculiar behavior. "What's going on?" Tony questioned, noting the oddity of Muccio's demeanor. "Surprise," Muccio exclaimed, pulling a silly face before departing from Tony's room. Half an hour later, as Tony washed up in the bathroom, he caught sight of his reflection and was taken aback. A phrase in Chinese was inscribed on his face, which Jarvis translated for him, revealing a shocking message. "A visit here? You've turned my face into a tourist attraction." Tony, thoroughly flabbergasted, stormed out to confront Muccio. Wait. "Here, take this," Muccio said sheepishly, producing a letter. "Dear Mr. Stark, by the time you read this letter, another facet of my persona may have emerged. This individual can be rather eccentric, perhaps even irritating. However, for my sake, I implore you to overlook any transgressions on his part, and I offer my sincerest apologies. While he may exhibit some peculiarities, he is ultimately trustworthy, prone only to harmless mischief. I hope you can extend him the same faith you have in me. By the way, Obadiah Stane is the mastermind behind all of this, so do remain vigilant. As for the assistance you promised to connect me with the military regarding your cave confinement, please defer that for now. I shall inquire when the time is right. Thank you." Upon finishing the letter, Tony regarded Muccio with a look of incredulity. "You truly are another persona? When did you develop the anti-Hulk armor?" Muccio uttered something nonsensical in response. Tony fought the urge to punch him, recalling their first encounter, those vacant eyes now replaced by curious ones. "Good heavens, is this truly happening?" Tony lamented, struggling to come to terms with the bizarre situation. Dissociative identity disorder is not a novel affliction. However, what Tony finds difficult to accept is how a young man he rather liked has transformed into such an insufferable character. "Iron Man, you must expedite the development of Mark II. I still wish for you to accompany me for some memorable experiences. I implore you." Chio smiled at Tony before taking it upon himself to exit the mansion, closing the door behind him. This left Tony Stark alone, grappling with the concept of the anti-Hulk armor and questioning why the other party was aware of the Mark II initiative. Just as Tony was about to process his thoughts further, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found none other than Chio, the very person he had just deemed insufferable. "Can you take me to S.H.I.E.L.D. in this desolate area? I would likely arrive just as the Avengers Assembly is commencing." Chio offered an awkward smile. "Truly, out of consideration for your other persona, I refrained from striking you," Tony remarked, suppressing the urge to lose his composure. "I will give you $1,000, summon a taxi, and hastily vacate my residence," Tony stated, presenting the money. Hearing the eviction notice, Chio did not accept the cash nor respond, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He turned abruptly and ran, rubbing his eyes as he fled. Witnessing such a sight stirred an unexpected pang of guilt within Tony. However, by the time Tony personally drove Chio to the entrance of S.H.L.D. and treated him to breakfast, the infuriating expression had returned to Chio's face. You fell for it. Chio grinned mischievously as he entered the S.H.I.L.D. building. Tony Stark clenched his fists, even contemplating the creation of an anti-Chio armor. 3 days later, when Chio re-emerged, he had inexplicably amassed numerous adversaries during his time at S.H.L.D. Even Coulson, the quintessentially honest, neighborly agent, exhibited an unmistakably awkward demeanor upon encountering Chio. Chio expressed deep remorse for this situation. In truth, only Chio was aware of the extent of this character's eccentricities. Eventually, others would come to accept that Chio's combat prowess was accompanied by a rather peculiar personality. Upon Chio's return, he was assigned a mission from S.H.I.L.D. alongside 3 additional tasks. A few days prior, an elderly gentleman in Milwaukee had succumbed to poisoning after consuming a bottled beverage from Brazil, which was confirmed to be gamma poisoning. S.H.I.L.D. had long been tracking the source of this gamma-infused blood, the Hulk. Notably, the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention Enforcement Logistics had officially been renamed S.H.I.L.D. at Chio's suggestion. At this moment, the team from S.H.I.L.D., including Chio and Coulson among 5 others, embarked on a journey to locate the Hulk. In Porto, Brazil, within a beverage production facility, 5 individuals concealed in the shadows were engaged in hushed conversation. Chio, are you certain the target will arrive? Coulson inquired. I am confident, Chio recalled, anticipating that General Ross would soon lead a team to capture Bruce Banner, who would ultimately seek refuge in the factory to evade pursuit. However, do not rush to approach the target upon sight. We are merely spectators in this instance, and it is imperative that we do not reveal ourselves. Chio cautioned the agents, emphasizing that now is not the time to invite Banner into the Avengers, especially considering that General Ross has brought dozens of elite soldiers to capture him. It is indeed a far-fetched notion for S.H.I.L.D. to contend with such a force. As they spoke, a faint sound emerged from the factory entrance, followed by the sudden entry of a Caucasian male. Hush, that is Bruce Banner, Chio introduced. The S.H.I.L.D. agents concealed themselves in the corners, their professionalism rendering them nearly undetectable without a meticulous search. After Banner entered the factory, 3 local Brazilians followed closely behind. Following a brief chase, Banner found himself cornered. Hey, where do you think you're going? A short bald man sneered, closing in on Banner. This bald man was an adversary of Banner's within the factory. Their earlier encounter had inadvertently led to this trio pursuing him inside. Please stop, Banner pleaded. The short man, unfazed, snatched Banner's laptop bag and tossed it aside. Banner's heartbeat quickened with each passing moment. Please, I beg you, he continued to implore, yet the Brazilians paid no heed to his words. The short man gestured, and his 2 accomplices restrained Banner's arms. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch to Banner's abdomen. Please, don't do this, Banner begged once more. Huh, are you pretending? Weren't you quite the actor? The short man struck Banner's face with another blow. Please stop, I implore you, Banner cried out. Now you wish to beg for mercy? What happened to your bravado earlier? The short man delivered another slap to Banner's face. When I am angry, I become dangerous. Banner pleaded in broken Portuguese. You think you become dangerous? I become a real menace when I am enraged. The short man continued to pummel Banner. Trust me, something terrible will occur. Banner continued to beseech. The terrible thing is that you are about to suffer. The short man viciously grabbed Banner by the hair and slammed his head against the wall, producing a loud thud. Banner's vision blurred, and he nearly lost consciousness. He fought to contain his anger, striving for calm, yet his heart raced ever faster. Subsequently, the short man discarded Banner to the ground like a rag doll, stepping on his face and spitting on him. The heart rate monitor on Banner's wrist surged to 200. He closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, his pupils now an eerie shade of green. Still daring to resist? The short man felt Banner attempting to fight back and stomped down harder. In a corner above, Chio watched, somewhat speechless. These individuals were exceedingly ruthless. At that moment, Coulson signaled to Muccio, who followed the direction of his gaze and finally spotted General Ross and his team, who had come to conduct the search. Unbeknownst to them, they were oblivious to the events unfolding with Banner. However, Muccio had witnessed the entire transformation of Bruce Banner. He observed as Banner sprawled on the ground, inflated like a balloon being pumped with air, morphing from a slender man of approximately 1.7 meters into a towering, muscular green behemoth over 2 meters tall. A few Brazilian thugs stood frozen in shock, while one shorter thug, having stepped on Hulk's head, was now precariously perched on Hulk's back. Hulk's eyes burned with fury as he reached behind him and, like a cat playing with a mouse, yanked the diminutive Brazilian thug into view, gripping him by both ankles. With a swift and brutal motion, he tore him apart. Muccio felt his eyelids twitch and regretted coming to witness such a gruesome spectacle. He pondered whether the techniques of the sunflower pointing finger and shadow mimicry would have any effect on the Hulk. He nudged the two hidden agents beside him, signaling them to remain concealed. The agents swallowed hard, reflecting on how unfazed Muccio seemed, even in the face of such brutality. A testament to his recent prominence within SHIELD. In truth, Muccio was also unnerved, but Hulk merely sought to escape. If a massacre were truly underway, Muccio would never have dared to observe the carnage up close. The scene would terrify anyone, let alone the remaining two Brazilian thugs. For them, the greatest regret of their lives would be provoking a host who wore a heart rate monitor and was desperately trying to maintain a calm demeanor while controlling his rage. In a mere 3 seconds, Hulk unleashed a powerful punch that sent the two remaining Brazilian thugs flying over 10 meters, crashing into various objects and consequently meeting their demise. It was ruthless, excessively so. Was this truly the Hulk? Engaging with such a force, no matter how thick one's blood, would result in death. Muccio contemplated his own health after equipping the giant's belt, realizing he would likely succumb to just a couple of Hulk's blows. He mused about Loki's resilience, questioning how he could withstand Hulk's relentless assault and still survive. Muccio began to doubt the combat prowess of these individuals compared to his own. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he was a developing entity. With time, he would surely surpass the Hulk and ultimately stand against Thanos. Upon hearing the commotion, General Ross and his soldiers rushed to Hulk's side, brandishing tranquilizer guns in an attempt to subdue him. However, dozens of needles struck Hulk's skin, bouncing off as if thrown against iron. "Use real guns," commanded the officers, but before they could fire, Hulk lifted a massive soda storage tank weighing several hundred kilograms and hurled it towards them, indiscriminately striking at least 7 or 8 soldiers. The onslaught did not cease. Hulk, spotting more adversaries, seized whatever he could find and hurled it into the crowd. The vast factory is nearing its demolition. Coulson is somewhat taken aback. Is this truly a hero destined for the Avengers? It feels more like a monster intended to be confronted by the Avengers. Stealing a glance at Muccio and recalling Tony Stark's demeanor, he shakes his head. These two fledglings are hardly sufficient to contend with this green behemoth. At this moment, Muccio is unconcerned with Coulson's thoughts. Instead, he is pondering the rewards awaiting him after clocking in. Indeed, although this mission was assigned by SHIELD, Muccio had his own motivations for coming. The trigger for the Hulk storyline has prompted Muccio to receive a new task, to locate Bruce Banner's hideout in Brazil, which is currently imperative. Through intelligence from an insider planted by SHIELD, near General Ross, only the factory's location has been secured, leaving Bruce Banner's home undisclosed. However, finding someone is a trivial pursuit for SHIELD agents. Yet Muccio wishes to meet Hulk in advance for personal reasons. Otherwise, he would have checked in long ago. Hulk is simply too formidable, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of heavily armed elite soldiers. He simply seized a heavy object, smashed through a wall, and fled. Should we pursue? Coulson inquires, now beginning to regard Muccio's opinions with more weight. No need, Muccio replies. Squinting in the direction Hulk has escaped, Bruce Banner loathes the green monster born from his own mutations and has been struggling to find a means of liberation. The answer lies in America. As he speaks, he gestures for a retreat. The agents exchange glances. Coulson, perplexed, questions if he's heading to America. Why are we here in Brazil? Muccio, with a mischievous grin, responds, well, if General Ross succeeds, we would be foolishly celebrating our misfortune. A timely interference might be in order. Shall we move? Why are we dawdling? Muccio urges, noticing that General Ross and his team have already departed. All right, I'll treat you all to some authentic Brazilian cuisine afterward. How does that sound? Muccio states, somewhat helplessly. Only then do they leave the scene. An hour later, at Bruce Banner's residence, Muccio finally completes his check-in after waiting for Ross and his team to finish their scavenging and retreat. Ding! Check-in at Bruce Banner's hideout in Brazil completed. Host leveled up. Current level 2. Chapter 17. The Old Deceiver. Ding. Skill acquired. Wei Xiaobao's lime powder. Skill description. One of Wei Xiaobao's unique skills. Impervious to both heroes and masters. No one can withstand Wei Xiaobao's lime. Effect. You will always have a pouch of lime powder at your disposal. What kind of skill is this? Muccio is dumbfounded, staring at the skill description in disbelief. Ah, there you go again, inexplicably muttering to yourself in Chinese. Coulson quips from the side. Never mind, we should leave. We cannot linger here. After Muccio finished speaking, he slipped away as if he had transformed into a heroic figure upon acquiring Wei Xiaobao's lime powder. First, he decided to examine his upgraded attributes. Muccio opened the attribute interface. Host, Muccio ID, 95-27 age, 21 occupation, shield agent vitality, 620. The average adult human is 100. Once your vitality exceeds 1,000, every additional 100 vitality will convert into 1 point of defense. Magical energy, 0 mental power, 400. The average adult human is 100. Inner strength, 200 chakra, 300 equivalent to a second-year ninja school level. Equipment, giant belt. Available skills, sunflower pointing hand. Shadow mimicry technique, Wei Xiaobao's lime powder. Negative status, multiple personalities. Your body harbors 2 distinct personas. It appeared that with each level up, all attributes increased by 100. Muccio pondered this while slipping his hands into his pockets, a habit he had long maintained. As soon as his hand entered his pocket, he felt something grimy. Upon inspection, he discovered a handful of lime powder. What is this? Muccio discarded the lime powder and returned his hand to his pocket. Yet again, he encountered the same sensation, pulling out another fresh handful of lime powder. Could it be? Muccio continued to dig into his pocket, and within a minute, he had amassed a heap on the ground, forming a small mound. Furthermore, upon reaching in again, his pocket remained brimming with lime. This skill is truly peculiar. What does this mean? Will I have to refrain from putting my hands in my pockets from now on? Moreover, is this skill intended for land reclamation? Muccio shook his hand in exasperation. After all, this was lime, and he risked inadvertently rubbing his eyes if he forgot, transforming this skill into a self-defeating one. Coulson and the others arrived late, seemingly unaware of what had transpired at Banner's residence. What are you playing with? Coulson inquired, noticing the lime powder around Muccio and the motion of his shaking hand. You'd better not ask. I have a bad feeling about this, Muccio replied, suddenly recalling how Chio might utilize this infinitely reusable skill. Surely, he wouldn't scatter lime throughout shield, creating a chaotic mess? Muccio shook his head, not because he believed Chio had any moral boundaries, but rather that if Chio wished to cause mischief, he would not need lime powder. Muccio had heard of Chio's notorious exploits. Unfortunately, with knowledge of the plot, Chio had managed to ensnare several SHIELD agents, who were likely affiliated with HYDRA. Now, SHIELD was well aware of the shadow mimicry technique and the sunflower pointing hand, yet they remained at a loss for how to counteract it. Among Chio's more egregious antics was the use of the shadow mimicry technique to control a gentleman of African descent, forcing him to perform an ostentatious dance. Was that excessive? Did it constitute making enemies? Seemingly not a grave matter. He also saw a clerk order pizza, only to use the technique to incapacitate the individual and steal a slice. Was that too much? It seems rather excessive. An acquaintance prepared a cup of coffee, and only after putting someone in a vulnerable position did he allow it to cool before releasing him. Is that too much? It appears to be somewhat excessive. Consequently, Muccio and he established 3 ground rules: to avoid trouble, to refrain from creating enemies, and to act with discretion. Following a tour of Brazil with his team of 5 agents, Muccio received a call from Tony Stark. This call was initially directed to Coulson, who confirmed that the current persona was indeed Muccio and not the troublesome variant. The essence of the message was that Tony revealed he had constructed Mark I in a cave, utilizing it to escape, and had now developed Mark II with intentions of retaliating against the Ten Rings organization, while also offering to take Muccio to the cave he wished to visit. Thus, on that very day, Muccio embarked on a journey to Afghanistan. As for Tony, in the film, Mark II is capable of outpacing the formidable F-22, so it seems prudent for Muccio to arrive in Afghanistan before their rendezvous. Meanwhile, as Muccio traveled to Afghanistan, Coulson and his team continued their search for Bruce Banner. In truth, locating Bruce Banner is a straightforward endeavor. One merely needs to find his former girlfriend, Betty Ross, and there is no need for haste. Currently, there are 2 tasks related to the Hulk: defeating the Abomination and visiting the Red Skull's home. The encounter with the Abomination is self-explanatory, as it pertains to the film's climax, which is still some time away. The visit to the Red Skull's residence poses a challenge, as Muccio is uncertain if Mr. Blue, who has been conversing with Bruce Banner, can be considered the Red Skull at this stage. After all, the Red Skull mutated only after being infected by gamma radiation, so an early visit could result in an incomplete task, rendering the trip futile. Therefore, Muccio opted to first meet with Tony Stark and complete the task in Afghanistan. A night later, Muccio encountered Tony Stark, the furious Iron Man. Long time no see, Mr. Stark. That red suit looks quite dashing on you. Hey, you seem to have grown taller, Muccio remarked as they met at their designated location, exchanging pleasantries. At that moment, Tony was equipping Mark II, which made Muccio envious. Who wouldn't desire such armor? Muccio contemplated flattering Tony Stark in hopes of securing a set for himself to try. However, he surmised that such a wish was improbable, given the exorbitant costs and lethal capabilities associated with it. I'll go deliver some small gifts to the nearby terrorists. Wait for me here, Tony declared as he closed his helmet, pressed his palms to the ground, and shot into the sky with a whoosh. That was incredibly impressive. Muccio drooled, watching the Iron Man vanish into the sky, consumed by envy. Before long, Tony returned. All sorted? Muccio inquired. Yes, come on. I'll take you to that cave, Tony replied, preparing to lift Muccio for takeoff. Wait, hold on. Muccio hadn't finished his sentence before he was already hundreds of meters in the air. What's wrong? Tony Stark asked. I am acrophobic. A few minutes later, Muccio arrived at the entrance of the cave where Tony Stark had been held captive for 3 months. Outside, the scene was one of devastation, while inside, smoke and fire filled the air. Could this be the legendary cave where the Iron Man was forged? Muccio anticipated this moment and checked in. Ding! You have successfully checked in at the cave where Tony Stark was kidnapped, earning the equipment, Fairy Amulet. Fairy Amulet, the most fundamental restorative gear, essential for synthesizing numerous magical items. Effect, restores an additional 2 mana points per minute. Chakra, internal energy, is ineffective. Is this another piece of synthesizable equipment? Muccio pondered as he donned the Fairy Amulet. Equipping items is unlike putting on clothing. After wearing the Fairy Amulet, there were no visible changes to Muccio's appearance. Yet he sensed a slight improvement in his comfort, albeit not markedly so. Chapter 18. I'm flying out. What are you doing? Tony Stark observed Muccio standing at the cave entrance in a daze. After a moment, Muccio approached Tony, seemingly seeking a hug. What else could I do? Let's go. Let's take off. Woohoo, let's fly. Muccio exclaimed, exasperated. You came all the way to Afghanistan just to see this? Tony was incredulous. Muccio's behavior was so peculiar that he seemed more like a top-tier eccentric than an ordinary weirdo. Well, I can't specify, but I appreciate you bringing me here. I have completed my mission, so please take me back to the airport. Tony grimaced, resigned to the fact that he had to take Muccio into the skies once more. Are you sure you don't want me to fly you directly back to America? It will be quick, Tony teased, watching Muccio tremble as he tightly shut his eyes, unwilling to gaze at the sky. Please no, it's quite cold up there, Muccio shouted, but the speed of their ascent rendered his voice almost inaudible to Tony. Moments later, Muccio finally touched down. He swore he never wanted Iron Man to fly him again, and the dream of donning the iron suit shattered. All he desired now was to lean against a trash can and vomit. By the way, has Obadiah Stane made any recent moves? Muccio asked shakily, still recovering from the flight. Thinking of Obadiah Stane made Tony Stark's head throb. He had learned that the mastermind behind the scheme was Obadiah. Yet he was a shareholder and a founding member of Stark Industries. To dismiss Obadiah without concrete evidence would be unreasonable. Nevertheless, Tony remained vigilant of this duplicitous character. I know you're hard to deal with, never mind. Just be careful, Muccio advised. However, that very night, Upon returning to America, Muccio received a distress call from Coulson. Finally, I got through to you. Coulson's voice was unusually frantic. What happened? Pepper Potts discovered evidence of Obadiah's crimes and sent me a message, but when I tried to contact her again, I couldn't reach her. Multiverse pupils constricted. This was a situation beyond the confines of the film's narrative. What about Tony Stark? He was in a frenzy, but we could not ascertain the whereabouts of Pepper Potts at the moment. So, I was soothing his emotions at his residence, Coulson murmured. All right, I'll be there immediately. An hour later, Muccio met with Tony Stark. We will do everything in our power to ensure Pepper Potts' safety, Muccio stated, observing Tony seated on the sofa, clutching a bottle of red wine. Upon recognizing Muccio's presence, Tony did not respond, but instead shook his head in a gesture for silence and took a vigorous swig of his drink, evidently disinclined to converse or listen to others. Muccio refrained from pressing the matter further and moved to the doorway to converse with Coulson. Pepper Potts' life should not be a cause for concern. Muccio quietly confided to Coulson. How do you know? Coulson inquired, perplexed. It's quite simple. The benefits of killing Pepper Potts are minimal and serve merely as an act of vengeance. She has already disclosed information to you, and eliminating her would not silence her effectively, Muccio casually remarked. In truth, Pepper, also known as Pepper Potts, cannot be so easily dispatched by Obadiah. Muccio did not delve into details with Coulson. Merely witnessing that Tony's arc reactor remained intact was enough to infer that Obadiah had yet to succeed. Sooner or later, Tony would be contacted to relinquish the arc reactor. Without it, Obadiah's massive ironmonger suit would merely be a heap of scrap metal. Therefore, Muccio was confident that Pepper was not in grave danger. Just as the two agents engaged in idle chatter, Tony's phone rang. The sound jolted Tony from his stupor. He seized the phone and answered. Bring your heart to Stark Industries. If you dare to play tricks, Pepper Potts' life will be forfeit. What a splendid woman she is. Obadiah sneered from the other end before abruptly hanging up. Tony Stark gripped the phone so tightly that it seemed on the verge of bending, his fury palpable. J.A.R.V. Ice. Prepare Mark II, Tony commanded into the air, rising to don his suit to rescue Pepper. Wait, take me with you, Muccio interjected, blocking Tony's path. I'm counting on you, Tony replied, casting a glance at Muccio. Within minutes, the two soared to the vicinity of Stark Industries, where Muccio gestured for Tony to proceed while he stealthily approached. Upon entering the basement of Stark Tower, Tony beheld the Ironmonger project, of which he had been blissfully unaware. Haha, look who has arrived, Obadiah exclaimed, standing before the colossal suit and grinning at Tony. Where's Potts? You needn't worry. This is merely a transaction, Obadiah replied, caressing the Ironmonger, his expression one of ecstatic delight. Do you know, Tony, you're truly a genius. You abandoned the very foundation of Stark Industries' existence. Initially, I was infuriated, but just look at this magnificent creation, how robust and powerful it is. This is your masterpiece. Obadiah cackled madly, appearing utterly deranged. Enough. I did not come here to listen to your ramblings. Tony, let us cast aside those past grievances. If you and I unite our forces to create 50, oh no, 20 more of these formidable mechs, then conquering the world shall not merely be a dream. Obadiah spread his arms wide, embodying the very essence of a world ruler in that moment. This spectacle was witnessed by Muccio, who, upon seeing it, raised an indecent gesture. Obadiah's villainous monologue before his demise was hardly likely to succeed. What about Pepper? Tony interjected. Rest assured, she is quite safe. Enjoying the breeze on the rooftop, Obadiah responded with a smile, unperturbed by the interruption. I have brought what you sought. Now release Pepper, Tony declared, producing a box containing the heart of Mark I. Tony Stark, your sincerity is indeed lacking, Obadiah remarked, shaking his head at the sight of what Tony had revealed. It appears you do not value your little secretary's life very much. Otherwise, you would not attempt to deceive me with an outdated model. Why, then, are you adorned in such a suit to meet me? He observed, eyeing Tony Stark's Mark II armor. Very well, I will give it to you, Tony exclaimed, preparing to extract the heart from his Mark II suit. Muccio, sensing the urgency, felt a pang of anxiety but could not rush out to intervene. After all, a kidnapping typically involved an exchange. In his eagerness to save, Tony's judgment had momentarily clouded. I advise you to act quickly. Do you see this? Obadiah tilted his head, revealing the earpiece affixed to his ear. From a moment you laid eyes on me. if I do not receive my instructions on the rooftop within 5 minutes, your little secretary will be unceremoniously cast down. Hearing this, Muccio hesitated, halting his hand poised to unleash the shadow mimicry technique. Here you go. Tony Stark forcefully extracted his Mark II heart and hurled it towards Obadiah. Obadiah caught the heart with ease, securing it in the gaping void of the Ironmonger's chest. Chapter 19. Tough and resilient. At the moment Obadiah inserted the Mark II heart into the Ironmonger's chest, Muccio sprang into action. Ninjutsu. Shadow mimicry. Muccio's shadow darted towards Obadiah. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the shadows, the bullet striking Muccio's left wrist. The pain was excruciating. Muccio had no time to assess his injuries. He ceased the shadow mimicry technique and rolled aside. Indeed, another gunshot rang out. The bullet landing where Muccio had just stood. There was no time to waste. Muccio, wincing in agony, sought refuge behind cover and shouted, "Stark, hurry and save her." In the chaos, Tony had managed to install the Mark I heart, intending to assist Muccio, but his words left him momentarily stunned. "Hurry up, otherwise we will all perish," Muccio yelled in anger. Only then did Tony hasten to take flight. Exhaling deeply, Muccio assessed his condition. 580,620. Is that all I've lost? As Muccio gazed at his wrist, he was astonished to find that the bleeding had ceased. Was this the true manifestation of blood loss? Gritting his teeth, Muccio pondered his escape. The location he occupied was not far from Iron Tyrant, and just moments ago, Obadiah had exposed the deficiencies of the Iron Tyrant while struggling to fit the Mark II heart into it. Tony's Mark II was adeptly donned upon him by agile mechanical arms, while Obadiah's Iron Tyrant appeared ill-fitted. At that moment, Obadiah was laboriously attempting to climb into the Iron Tyrant, which, though not yet operational, was likely on the verge of becoming mobile. Resolutely, Muccio muttered to himself, "I can wait no longer." Ninja art. Shadow mimicry technique. He concealed himself behind cover and unleashed his jutsu, wagering on his instincts and his ability to manipulate shadows. The shadow, guided by memory, swiftly approached the Iron Tyrant. Muccio directed the shadow in pursuit of Obadiah's whereabouts. Success. Muccio felt as though his shadow had gained a sense of touch, as if he had acquired an additional pair of hands, which were now gripping someone's ankle. What was happening? Obadiah had already thrust one leg into the Iron Tyrant, and Muccio's maneuver halted his actions. At that moment, Muccio realized that the use of the shadow mimicry technique had drained most of his chakra. Even if he managed to restrain Obadiah, it would only be temporary. Glancing toward the exit, Muccio charged forward with determination. Obadiah was in for a calamity under the control of the shadow mimicry technique. His body was compelled to follow Muccio toward the exit. However, it was crucial to note that Muccio's position and Obadiah's were entirely different. Moreover, Muccio intentionally lowered his stance, using his head to forge a path. Bang! Crack! These three sounds signified the gunfire from a hidden marksman in the corner, the thud of Obadiah's head colliding with an iron pillar under the shadow's influence, and his subsequent scream of agony. Muccio barreled forward head down, while the marksman awaited Muccio's emergence, and with precision, he fired, striking Muccio in the thigh. Nearly toppling, Muccio gritted his teeth and pressed on. Unfortunately for Obadiah, as his head struck the pillar, darkness enveloped him, momentarily dazing him and preventing his body from mimicking Muccio's movements. Otherwise, he might have collided fatally. With his arms shielding his head, Muccio sprinted madly, the exit mere meters away, when another gunshot rang out. Bang! The marksman, having pre-aimed his position, fired abruptly. The bullet struck Muccio's right arm, creating the illusion that he had intentionally run into the path of the bullet. With this shot, the marksman lowered his weapon, confidently anticipating Muccio's collapse. Indeed, it was a reasonable expectation. After all, it seemed rather implausible for anyone to remain lively after being struck by 3 bullets. The gunman's weapon is a custom lightweight pistol, designed for rapid aiming and efficient targeting of adversaries. However, this advantage also serves as a drawback. In pursuit of a lighter firearm, high-damage ammunition has been sacrificed in favor of lighter rounds, which becomes a lifeline for Muccio. Naturally, this entire scenario hinges on Muccio being the source of firepower, while the damage may be somewhat diminished. It remains beyond the threshold of what a mere mortal can endure. Equipped with a giant belt and enhanced attributes, Muccio has effectively transformed into a human rhinoceros, possessing a tough exterior and significantly reduced pain sensitivity. Moreover, the injuries sustained are not in vital areas, merely resulting in minor blood loss and a considerable visual impact. This misjudgment led the gunman to err foolishly, failing to deliver a follow-up shot. By the time the gunman realized Muccio was akin to a ravenous dog, starved for 3 days, lunging toward the exit like a glutton at a barbecue buffet, he understood that the information provided by Hydra was flawed. This gunman was the same individual who had previously mingled with the Ten Rings gang at the banquet, attempting to assassinate Muccio. From the moment Muccio stepped into SHIELD, he had already caught the attention of Hydra. Hydra's method of recruiting talent is rather unconventional, primarily relying on brainwashing. Yet Muccio unexpectedly became a subordinate of Nick Fury, leaving no opportunity for Hydra to make contact. As he immediately commenced his duties under Fury's command. Now, alongside Coulson, he has become a prominent figure within SHIELD, further intensifying Hydra's desire to eliminate Muccio. The more Nick Fury expands his influence, the greater his authority within SHIELD, which spells trouble for the shadowy Hydra. Nick Fury is relatively easy to deal with. At this stage, he is merely a pawn of Hydra. However, Muccio, an unexpected outsider blessed with extraordinary abilities, disrupts this delicate equilibrium. Hydra covets such individuals. If they cannot possess them, they will eliminate them. It's that simple. Obadiah previously had little to no connection with Hydra, even unaware that Hydra had previously thwarted his plans at the banquet. Subsequently, Hydra reached out to Obadiah, proposing a collaboration to eliminate both Muccio and Tony Stark. Obadiah, not delving into details, was aware that there was an agent within SHIELD who had consistently undermined his efforts, possessing a peculiar ability to manipulate human behavior. Today, he had deliberately left a flaw for Muccio to exploit. Otherwise, he would have already taken flight in the Ironmonger, not knowing whether he would be subjected to control within it. What if he were to be manipulated into a self-detonation? As for Hydra's motives regarding Tony Stark, they are even more straightforward. Howard Stark, Tony's father, has long-standing enmity with Hydra, and now there is a generational grudge to settle. Eliminating this individual sooner rather than later would be a relief. Thus, we arrive at the current scene. At this moment, the bloodied Obadiah glared fiercely in the direction of the fleeing Muccio, wiping the blood from his face with his clothing before climbing into the Ironmonger and pressing the ignition button. Chapter 20. Where am I? Muccio escaped from the underground lair of the Ironmonger, frantically recalling the moment in the banquet hall. The man who had fired the underhanded shot seemed oddly familiar. Muccio remembered that when he had intended to make an appearance from behind the bar, he too had been caught off guard by an unexpected shot. Fortunately, he had not been hit that time. Otherwise, he wondered if his 600 health points could withstand such a blow. This time, it felt similarly ominous. Yet the last time the underhanded shot had disrupted the Ten Rings gang's formation. Why then, had he allied with Obadiah now? Muccio shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He had taken a few hits himself and was somewhat disoriented. The priority now was to reunite with Tony Stark. If he couldn't fight, he could always flee and devise a new plan later. Just as Muccio was about to dash out of Stark Tower, a missile landed beside him. Hearing the sound, he executed a front flip. However, the shockwave from the explosion still struck him. Boom! Muccio was hurled away by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Obadiah, piloting the Ironmonger, raised the mechanical arm behind Muccio, the missile launcher still smoking. Time to meet your maker, kid. Obadiah sneered as he launched 3 missiles at Muccio. Before Muccio could even rise after being thrown by the explosion, he was buried under debris from the subsequent missile detonations. Obadiah, still nursing a wound on his head, was eager to exact further revenge. If it weren't for the need to control the Ironmonger, he would have succumbed to the urge to clutch his head in pain. The Ironmonger's dark missile launcher once again aimed at the rubble concealing Muccio. Suddenly, dozens of missiles identical to those of the Ironmonger were fired into the air. Obadiah received a warning from the Ironmonger's system, and immediately, his missiles collided with those launched by Mark II. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, and even Pepper Potts, hiding a distance away, felt a wave of heat wash over her. Fortunately, she was far enough away. Otherwise, after just experiencing the thrill of bungee jumping from dozens of floors without a safety line, she would have faced yet another peril. Just then, Tony Stark burst from the building, heading straight for the rooftop. He had caught the inconsistency in Obadiah's words. If the Mark II heart was not surrendered, Pepper Potts might not necessarily be thrown off the building. It was quite possible she could be shot a few times before being tossed. Of course, even if the heart were surrendered, Obadiah had not ordered Pepper Potts' release. Only when Obadiah failed to give orders in time was Pepper Potts tossed off the building, leaving her a glimmer of hope. Iron Man found it rather effortless to save someone mid-air. At this moment, Tony Stark and Museu's plan was essentially complete, stabilizing Obadiah and rescuing Pepper Potts. However, upon execution, an error occurred. Museu's fate remained uncertain. Tony Stark was quick to conclude that Museu had perished. "It is my fault," Tony lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the ruins burying Museu. "Hey, if you're this distraught, I might as well bury you alongside him." Ironmonger emerged from the clouds of smoke created by the missile exchanges, delivering a powerful punch directly to Tony Stark. The force of Ironmonger's fist could demolish a wall, and it struck heavily against the Mark II armor. Tony was sent crashing to the ground. "Tony, dear Tony," Obadiah feigned concern, hovering menacingly above him. "Look at you now. How utterly wretched. Your weaponry pales in comparison to mine. Your armor is inferior. You've been ousted by the board, and I have become the chairman. You are nothing but a squanderous playboy. While I am truly deserving of everything Stark Industries has to offer, I wonder how your father would feel about your demise. His own son has squandered the family legacy, only for it to fall into my hands. Ha ha ha. I swear, your end will be most unsightly. Just as unsightly as that S.H.I.L.D. agent who resembles a dead dog," Tony retorted angrily. Obadiah mocked, oblivious to Tony's subtle maneuvers. "Report energy levels." Tony commanded the artificial intelligence. 15% remaining. "Good." Tony Stark resolutely nodded, directing both hands toward the ground and unleashing maximum power. Ironmonger, standing atop Tony, was unexpectedly thrown off balance by the sudden surge of energy. Seizing the brief opportunity, Tony soared upward, seemingly attempting to flee. Let's see how you escape." Obadiah piloted Ironmonger into the sky, matching the Mark II's speed effortlessly. "Warning, 12% energy remaining." "Continue," Tony insisted. "Warning, 9% energy remaining." "Not enough. Keep going." "Warning, energy levels below 7%. The AI's cold voice echoed. "Enough. Just display the energy levels on screen." Tony snapped impatiently. Obadiah relentlessly pursued him in Ironmonger. Moreover, due to the power supply of the Mark II being derived from the Mark I, the energy purity was lacking, and soon Ironmonger seized the Mark II's leg. However, what Obadiah failed to notice was that Tony Stark had been ascending in a straight line all along, rather than aimlessly fleeing. They had now reached an altitude of several thousand meters. Ironmonger was also accumulating a layer of thin ice. Though you may have conceived this idea first, my creation is far superior in every aspect, Obadiah boasted, clutching Tony in the air. "Now, let's see how you escape this, Tony. Have you ever contemplated a solution to the icing issue?" Tony Stark spoke calmly. "Icing issue?" Obadiah inquired, perplexed, just as he sought to comprehend the situation. The Ironmonger's screen went dark, and the thrusters ceased operation. "Don't forget to resolve it," Tony remarked, tapping the Ironmonger's metallic head, which caused its eye lights to extinguish, sending it plummeting from an altitude of 10,000 meters. 2 remaining, the artificial intelligence alerted Tony. "Activate the emergency backup power." In midair, Tony propelled himself towards the ground with his hands and feet, attempting to slow his descent. He staggered, but managed to land atop the Stark Industries building. "Oh my God. Tony, are you all right?" Pepper's voice crackled through the Mark II's communication device. "Running out of power. I need to remove this suit." "I'm on my way to you," Tony replied while shedding his armor. Just as he removed the gauntlet, the Ironmonger surged forth from an unknown direction and struck Tony Stark with a mighty punch. "That was a nice move," Obadiah praised Tony. Tony ascended into the air, using the reaction force to charge at the Ironmonger, landing a punch squarely on its face. "Ha!" Obadiah laughed, seizing Tony Stark with his robust mechanical arms, squeezing him tightly. Chapter 21. I am Iron Man. The Ironmonger gripped Iron Man with tremendous force. as if Obadiah intended to crush Tony Stark within the confines of the Mark II. Weapon status? Stark gritted his teeth, inquiring of the artificial intelligence. Energy weapon malfunction. Missiles offline, the AI responded coldly. The incendiary devices, Tony commanded, and the Mark II suit fissured, releasing a multitude of ignited particles. Obadiah, overwhelmed by the intense heat at close range, reluctantly released Tony Stark. Very cunning Tony. Utilizing the smoke generated by the incendiary devices, Stark quickly concealed himself in a corner. Hey, look who it is. Obadiah's voice echoed above Tony's head. Just as Tony attempted to evade, he was struck hard by the Ironmonger's fist. Warning, armor integrity compromised. Warning, life signs critical. Warning, insufficient energy. The AI's relentless alerts echoed, while Tony Stark lay on the ground, his consciousness fading. Obadiah opened the Ironmonger's armor, revealing his own form, a consequence of the recent incendiary blast. He was excessively heated. Simultaneously, he sought to announce Tony Stark's defeat with the poise of a victor. Tony, did you know? I've always despised you. However, I must admit, the suit you've invented is truly exhilarating, Obadiah declared, manipulating the mechanical arms to remove Tony Stark's helmet, crushing the Mark II helmet in his grasp. Your father would be proud of you, Obadiah taunted with a wicked grin. You sought to eliminate weapons. Yet contrary to your intentions, you inadvertently crafted the most formidable armament. Obadiah brandished the Ironmonger's fist, flaunting his might with ostentatious bravado. Now, succumb to the very weapon you have forged. As Obadiah raised his fist, his intent was to deliver a fatal blow to Tony Stark. Just as the fist was about to descend, Obadiah's movement abruptly halted. The art of ninjutsu, shadow mimicry. By the staircase of the rooftop, a figure bent over, gasping for breath, performing a hand seal reminiscent of a technique from Naruto. This individual was Muchio. How peculiar it is that you all seem to favor rendezvous on rooftops. Muchio wore an expression of innocent charm. What have you done? Release me. Obadiah cried out in terror, his face still marred by the remnants of blood. Yet the piercing pain persisted, a haunting reminder of the earlier events below. You insisted on emerging from the Ironmonger, and now look, I have seized the opportunity. Chio made a playful face, but alas, Obadiah, facing away, could not perceive the expression. Before Obadiah could finish his statement, his own fist was raised and struck down upon his own head. This was no simple act of self-harm. Obadiah was still in control of the Ironmonger, and with its cockpit ajar, the blow sent his head crashing into his chest, rendering him a mere husk. The air was thick with Obadiah's sanguine mist, as Chio, covering his mouth and nose, hastened to Tony Stark's side, shaking him gently. Coughing, Tony awakened, and upon recognizing Muchio, he blinked in relief. Well, isn't this Iron Man? Have you seen better days? Chio jested, embracing Tony Stark with a teasing smile. At this, Tony fainted once more. A day later, in a luxurious hospital room, a television broadcast displayed the clash between Iron Man and Ironmonger. Seated in a wheelchair, Tony Stark perused a newspaper, while his assistant, Pepper Potts, fastened his tie. Iron Man? How utterly unappealing. Tony scoffed at the newspaper's contents. Moreover, I am crafted from titanium alloy. Tony continued. Then you should be called Gold Steel. Muchio interjected. Hey, I have seen that film. Is that the monkey fighting planes on the rooftop? Tony's bodyguard and driver, Happy Hogan, chimed in. It's clearly a gorilla, Tony Stark retorted. A monkey, Happy contested. Ahem, I brought breakfast for you all. Agent Coulson entered, bearing several hamburgers to offer the group. This is your prepared statement. Just read it as is. Coulson produced a paper and handed it to Tony Stark. Very well, Tony grimaced, examining the contents. Slipped on a banana peel discarded by a neighbor and broke your leg? Stark gazed at Coulson in disbelief. Who authored this? Coulson remained silent, and Muchio also directed his gaze toward the television. As long as you don't admit to being Iron Man, everything will be fine, Coulson remarked. Let's call him Steel Monkey. Muchio interjected. Excellent. Steel Monkey it is. That flying monkey. Happy chimed in. Obviously, he is a gorilla, Tony countered. Coulson shook his head in exasperation and exited the room. With some time before the press conference commenced, Muchio and the others finished the hamburgers that Coulson had brought, just as the time for the announcement arrived. Tony Stark was wheeled onto the stage by Pepper Potts. Grasping the microphone, Tony glanced at the small note in his hand, about to claim he had accidentally slipped and injured himself. Suddenly, A sharp pain surged through his abdomen, as if something was about to erupt from his lower body. "I'm Iron Man, goodbye." Tony boldly declared his identity, instructing Pepper to hasten him to the restroom. After a prolonged silence, an uproar of cheers and excitement erupted, echoing into the restroom. Inside the men's room, only one stall remained available, designated for the disabled. Tony Stark sat upon the toilet, contemplating checking the news on his phone. However, just as he retrieved his device, a call from Coulson came through. "Hello, where have you gone? I just heard Pepper Potts say you admitted your identity." Coulson's voice inquired, but Tony found the source of the voice strangely disconcerting. He set the phone down and tentatively called out, "Coulson?" "Yes." Coulson's voice responded from the adjacent stall, accompanied by a distinct sound of flatulence. "I'm here too." Happy added from his own stall. "Coulson, where did you buy those hamburgers?" Muccio leaned against the wall and demanded. "Just downstairs from a food cart." Though the taste was indeed off, Coulson replied, as another round of noises emerged from his lower region, almost in sync with his words. "Was the owner a skinny guy?" Muccio inquired. "Yes." "Did he wear a red hat?" Happy pressed further. "He did." Coulson recalled. "Damn, that guy again. Let us smash his cart later." Muccio exclaimed. "Let us obliterate it in the style of that steel monkey flying." Happy added. "He is clearly a gorilla." Tony stated in disbelief, as an even louder commotion erupted from his stall, causing everyone to cover their noses. Chapter 22. I'm going solo. Ding. Iron Man 1 plot sign-in successful. Ding. Points earned. 500. Ding. Acquired a skill fragment for the Steam Robot Blitz. Using 3 fragments allows you to redeem a random skill for the Steam Robot. You may choose whether the next reward fragment is fixed as a skill fragment for the Steam Robot Blitz. Ding. You have been upgraded, and your current level 3 permissions are now activated. You may choose to continue the narrative of this world or embark on a brand new storyline. Note, as the only available world binding is the current one, the primary world is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Be aware that different realms experience the passage of time differently. You can opt to fast forward to the next narrative node at the cost of 100 points or venture into a new storyline world, which allows you to fast forward for free to the next plot point. Ding. The point shop is now open. Note, accumulating 10 check-ins and 3 sign-ins grants you a 5 discount on items in the point shop. Taking a deep breath, Muccio found the sudden influx of information somewhat overwhelming. At last, he comprehended the situation. He was not merely situated within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He had the opportunity to explore other unknown realms and reap the rewards therein, now that he had ingratiated himself within the Marvel world. Earning the trust of characters like Eggman, Iron Man, and Coulson, binding this universe as his primary world seemed feasible. However, the Marvel Universe was a chaotic arena of supernatural beings and epic confrontations. What if Thanos, with a mere snap of his fingers, erased him from existence? As an outsider, would he be unable to resurrect afterward? Contemplating this, Muccio called out to the system. "Is anyone there? Customer service?" Frustration welled within him. "I have a complaint." Yet, no response emerged. With no replies forthcoming, he decided to explore the points shop instead. Observing his earned 500 points, awarded through sign-ins following narrative completions, he recognized their immense value. What formidable items could be available for redemption? Is the points shop operational? Muccio tentatively inquired. Ding. The points shop is currently under maintenance. Ugh. Muccio thought, feeling utterly speechless. What else was there to do? The reward shards confirmed that his next binding would be the skill shards for the Steam Robot Blitz. Ding. Binding successful. Is that all you have to say? Muccio pondered in disbelief. Nevertheless, he had no regrets. The skills of the Robot Blitz were indeed formidable. The mechanical claw skill allowed the robot to launch its mechanical arm, seizing enemies and pulling them close, causing both dizziness and damage. Muccio immediately envisioned combining this with the sunflower pointing hand technique, truly an invincible strategy unless one were to miss. Moreover, the overload skill increased both movement and attack speed, an enhancement too beneficial to overlook. The Energy Iron Fist skill amplified the power of the next attack, sending enemies flying. The ultimate ability is beyond description. If one were to randomly acquire the skill Electrostatic Field, they would instantly become a demigod of thunder. Not only does it actively unleash a vast area of static damage and silence the target, but it also possesses a passive effect that strikes nearby enemies with lightning at intervals. The mere thought of this makes Muccio salivate. Thus, he promptly bound the next skill fragment he would obtain to the steam robot, Blitz. His level ascended to 3, and his health reached an impressive 720. As Muchio Wong sensed his health bar, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Health truly outweighs mana and other attributes such as strength and agility, which he has yet to encounter. Had it not been for his ample health, he would have perished when the Iron Tyrant unleashed a barrage of missiles upon him, burying him alive. After finally recovering some health, he was shot again by the watching Hydra marksman. Although his health had nearly hit rock bottom, the marksman was swiftly controlled by the shadow mimicry technique, which led him to shoot himself in the temple. Consequently, Muchio Wong's desire for health now eclipsed that for any reward. His mana had also increased, with a shadow mimicry control lasting over 10 seconds. However, the skill seemed somewhat lackluster. Acquiring skills necessitated completing tasks, although they might not always be particularly useful. There would inevitably be durable skills like shadow mimicry to draw upon. Therefore, Muchio Wong chose to continue with the Incredible Hulk storyline, as he was already familiar with its unfolding. Additionally, he had received news from Coulson regarding Bruce Banner. At this point, Muchio Wong had been resting for several days, having received a holiday as a reward for assisting Tony Stark. 10 full days. Under Tony Stark's guidance, Muchio Wong experienced the joys of the affluent. He was reluctant to disclose the specifics of his escapades. Ultimately, he was intent on distancing himself from SHILD, wishing merely to enjoy life, latch onto Iron Man's coattails, and live a life free of worries, indulging in feasts. As for completing tasks, why bother? What is the point of risking life and limb? If the sky were to fall, there would be someone to bear it. Should Thanos arrive, the likes of Nick Fury's Avengers would handle the situation. What need had Muchio Wong to struggle as an outsider? He spent his days eating and drinking, gaming for a couple of days, and traveling while flirting. Life was blissful. Thanos? Let capable individuals deal with him. Today, Muchio Wong chose to embody a lazy dog. Woof. Right now, I'm enjoying a bucket of fried chicken, only relishing the fries included. With my status, you still dare to call me to work? Is it possible to climb? On the sandy beaches of Hawaii, Muchio Wong donned his beach shorts, a beautiful blonde beside him applying sunscreen. When Muchio Wong answered the phone, the lovely lady, understanding the situation, walked away to play in the sand. On the other end of the line, Coulson was at a loss for words. I am currently the foremost enforcer of Stark Industries, under the auspices of Tony Stark, with an annual salary that defies imagination. As for your SHIELD, I shall not be partaking in your endeavors any longer. Farewell. With that, Muchio was about to end the call. Wait, Coulson implored. What is it? If you're calling me to dine, that's fine. But if it's about a mission, then please do not delay. The news concerning Dr. Bruce Banner had arrived. And with a series of beeps, Muchio promptly hung up the phone. What did he say? In the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, the bald, one-eyed leader, inquired about Coulson's conversation. Coulson shook his head, having just terminated the call. Nick Fury's suspicions regarding Muchio had been all but dispelled. Having just secured a promising alliance, Muchio had opted to sever ties with his previous company, resigning without a second thought. Such a materialistic individual was of no concern to Nick Fury. However, SHIELD itself struggled with financial constraints. Chapter 23. My conflict with wealth and truth. That very afternoon, Muchio found himself standing at the entrance of SHIELD, preparing to rendezvous with Coulson to locate Bruce Banner. The allure of opulence, luxurious cars, beautiful women, grand mansions, and extravagant feasts had revealed itself to be fleeting. Although Muchio had never experienced such a lifestyle, having now tasted it, he found it rather mundane. Indulgence breeds ennui. To sip yogurt without licking the lid? Childish. To order 10 dishes with a single bowl of rice? Wasteful. To travel in luxury vehicles? Vanity. Having beautiful women around daily? Well, that was rather pleasant. I no longer require wealth. The life of a tycoon is truly mediocre and ill-suited for me. I prefer the routine of clocking in and out of work each day, for it allows me to reconnect with my true self and to remember my original intentions, shielding myself from the corrupting influences of the material world and capitalistic society. Thus, Muchio convinced himself, silencing the warnings issued by the system. Ding. Host detected attempting to evade clock-in tasks. Severe negligence will result in eradication. Eradication, Eradication. Must you be so persistent? Have I not arrived at S? H. I. L. D. Am I not merely awaiting Coulson's descent? Muchu retorted, standing across the street from the S. H. I. L. D. headquarters, bickering with the system. However, the system remained unresponsive, offering nothing but occasional reminders of impending eradication. After 5 minutes of waiting, Coulson finally emerged, accompanied by Nick Fury. What made you change your mind? Nick Fury queried as he crossed the street, his gaze penetrating, as if seeking to unveil Muccio's innermost thoughts. I understand you suspect I have ulterior motives. Muccio rolled his eyes at Nick Fury. You say you need me, yet when I decline, you feel disheartened. Now that I've arrived, you assume I have designs upon you. Must you be so insistent? Should I join the other agency instead? Muccio exclaimed in frustration. The other agency? What is that? Nick Fury scratched his bald head in confusion. Enough. Coulson interrupted their exchange. I've just received word that Bruce Banner has been spotted. Very well, let us proceed. As Muccio and Coulson departed in their vehicle, Nick Fury observed them with a hint of perplexity. I truly cannot fathom you. Muccio, he remarked pensively. Moiu's demeanor so convincingly genuine suddenly shifted, leaving even the wily Nick Fury momentarily bewildered. He found himself questioning whether he had been outmaneuvered by Muccio. Upon their arrival at the location where General Ross's informants indicated Bruce Banner had appeared, the area was already under military control. So many armored vehicles, Muccio exclaimed, gazing at the imposing fleet. They must have already made contact with Bruce Banner, Coulson noted, scanning the perimeter. What should we do? Muccio inquired. Let us find a secluded spot and approach quietly, Coulson suggested. They navigated through a series of narrow paths and lush greenery until they discovered an unguarded gap, allowing them to slip inside. Is that Bruce Banner? Coulson discerned a hurried figure fleeing through a transparent corridor on the second floor of a nearby building. Muccio recalled the film's plot. Indeed, it is him. Meanwhile, the military had encircled Banner, trapping him within the transparent passage, with armed soldiers stationed at both exits, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Deploy tear gas, commanded General Ross, directing 2 soldiers to launch several canisters of tear gas into the confined space. Banner, covering his mouth and nose with his clothing, struggled to breathe, nearly succumbing to suffocation. In that airtight environment, no one could withstand the effects of the tear gas. Betty, Banner's former girlfriend, watched in anguish, evading her father, General Ross, to rush toward Banner. Do not let her through, General Ross ordered, prompting several soldiers to charge at Betty. As she sprinted, she struck one soldier attempting to seize her, but her momentum was hindered. Ultimately, she was tackled to the ground by another soldier who charged in. Muccio observed from a corner, feeling a pang of anxiety. Was this not a reckless act? To bully his former girlfriend in front of Banner? Banner, in torment, pressed his forehead against the glass of the corridor, witnessing the cruel treatment of his beloved, his eyes gradually turning a shade of green. He inhaled deeply the gas from the tear canisters and collapsed to the ground. Hey, I suggest you move back, Muccio advised, retreating several meters. Coulson, engrossed in the unfolding chaos, remained unaware of Muccio's withdrawal. When Coulson glanced at Muccio again, he turned just in time to see Banner's hand, once delicate, now transformed into a massive claw. At that moment, Bruce Banner could no longer be referred to as Banner. He had become the Hulk. With a thunderous punch, the Hulk shattered the glass window and leaped to the ground, glaring furiously at General Ross and the soldiers, emitting a roar reminiscent of a mighty tiger. Goodness, Muccio thought to himself, wishing he would rather face 5 tigers than confront the Hulk in the flesh. Hulk's thunderous roar caused Muccio to witness the grass and surrounding leaves sway as if caught in a tempest, a sight both exaggerated and awe-inspiring. Muccio had no doubt that at this moment, Hulk's fury could easily consume an entire elephant. Was this truly the green behemoth known as Hulk? Coulson stepped back a few paces, reflecting on the scene. Hulk, towering at 229 centimeters and weighing 522 kilograms, led Muccio to ponder the feasibility of using a shadow mimicry technique to control Hulk, then sprinting towards him to execute a precise pressure point strike. At that moment, one could not speculate whether Hulk would be immobilized by the technique. Muccio feared he might very well be crushed by Hulk's massive fingers. Indeed, it would be more accurate to describe it as a collision rather than a mere poke, as the proportions of human fingers could only be deemed as prodding. However, Hulk's robust digits could indeed be classified as a brutal impact. Thus, Muccio harbored concerns about whether he could successfully defeat Abomination, the formidable adversary born from Emil Blonsky, a top-tier agent who had been injected with the super soldier serum and subsequently irradiated with gamma rays. This creature had always been Hulk's arch-nemesis, appearing even stronger than Hulk in the narrative. Muccio found himself pondering how one might deem the defeat of Abomination as accomplished. Would a few discreet shots from the sidelines count as assistance? He wished to inquire of the system, yet no one responded. In truth, Muccio was overthinking. Could he even hit anything from the periphery? If he inadvertently struck the enraged Hulk, both Abomination and Hulk would surely tear him apart limb from limb. Hulk, in a frenzy, charged towards the army, while soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire upon him. The bullets, upon striking Hulk, were flattened upon impact, leaving no trace on his formidable frame. Hulk merely shielded his head with his hands and barreled forward. Where are the 50 caliber cannons? Fire at will. General Ross, witnessing the chaos, urgently commanded. At last, Hulk's defenses were compromised, yet his fury intensified. Chapter 24. I'm a spectator. Armored vehicles armed with heavy artillery joined the fray. For a moment, Hulk seemed overwhelmed, struggling to keep his head held high. Had he finally been subdued? Coulson observed the battle, issuing a sigh of disbelief. Subdued? Huh. Muccio rolled his eyes. Hulk only grew stronger and more enraged with each strike. As they continued to provoke him, it would not be long before he erupted in full fury. Muccio, contemplating the situation, took 2 steps back. Capture him alive, General Ross proclaimed, exuding an air of triumph. The armored vehicles advanced towards Hulk, and suddenly, he resembled a cat that had been confined for 5 years and had yet to be neutered, spotting a female feline. He lunged at one of the armored vehicles. The weapon operator, upon realizing the impending collision, frantically unleashed heavy weaponry upon Hulk's face. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. The Hulk leapt onto the roof of an armored vehicle, crushing it with a single stomp, instantly flattening the driver and another soldier inside. Open fire. Don't just stand there. General Ross urged the remaining soldiers. Although these soldiers were seasoned veterans, having faced numerous battles, they felt a tremor of fear at the sight of a creature as formidable as the Hulk. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, the Hulk lifted the wrecked armored vehicle and hurled it at another one approaching him. Boom! The moment the 2 armored vehicles collided, a violent explosion erupted, sending a scorching wave that blinded the nearby soldiers. While several armored vehicle drivers were still in shock, the Hulk advanced towards another vehicle, repeating his earlier tactic. 1, 2, 3. Within just 2 minutes, the Hulk had destroyed over 20 armored vehicles equipped with heavy weaponry. My goodness, are you certain this fellow can join us? I feel like the entire S.H.L.D. wouldn't suffice to withstand his rampage, Coulson exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, during a riot at General Ross's base, the Green Giant had injured several individuals. It was during that incident that the one-eyed Nick Fury learned of the Hulk's existence. Back then, if Nick Fury had rated the Hulk's potential, it would have been substantial. Now, one might estimate it to be even greater. What? You're asking about Muccio's level? Welcome Muccio to the team. Please support him. The Hulk, mercilessly demolishing vehicle after vehicle, was like a wolf among sheep, leaving General Ross and his men powerless. Blonsky. Now, General Ross played his final card. At that moment, Emil Blonsky had been injected with the super soldier serum by Ross. This serum enhances the user's metabolic functions and all bodily capabilities, pushing brain capacity to 100, reaching the pinnacle of human potential. Notable users include Red Skull, Steve Rogers, Captain America, James Barnes, the Winter Soldier, and Bruce Banner. The transformation of Captain America after receiving the serum illustrates its extraordinary effects. Previously a frail figure often mocked, he evolved into a striking one. 88 Meter Tal Hero. One can only imagine Emil Blonsky's confidence as he, now enhanced, shouldered a grenade launcher, taking steps to bombard the Hulk while closing in for close combat. Has that man lost his mind? Coulson remarked, unable to bear the upcoming spectacle. Have you heard of the super soldier serum? That guy's been injected with it. Muccio provided the answer. Oh, Coulson nodded, then scratched his head in confusion. Wait, how do you know that? I watch movies. Do not speak. Simply observe your own demise. Blonsky, seizing the opportunity amidst the explosion of grenades, advanced towards the Hulk, unleashing a barrage of rounds with fervor. The launcher emitted a hollow sound of misfire as Blonsky, in frustration, hurled it at Hulk's face. "Do you remember me?" he inquired, though Hulk had long since forgotten the identity of this man. Previously, in Brazil, Blonsky had partaken in the mission to capture Bruce Banner, an endeavor during which he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Hulk, leaving him in a state of despondency for some time. Upon regaining his resolve, Blonsky regarded Hulk as his nemesis, vowing to eradicate him. However, it was evident that an ordinary man stood no chance against such a monstrous entity. Thus, Blonsky sought out General Ross, undergoing a painful serum injection in pursuit of vengeance. With newfound confidence, he approached Hulk, deftly evading the latter's punches, and leapt onto Hulk's arms, propelling himself off Hulk's chest to soar 3 meters into the air. In mid-flight, Blonsky brandished a large-caliber handgun, relentlessly firing at Hulk's visage. Not a single bullet went astray, all striking Hulk's face. Yet, Hulk's skin proved impervious, the bullets merely leaving a few white marks on his cheeks, igniting his fury. Blonsky, undeterred, wore a self-assured expression, disdainfully dodging Hulk's retaliatory punches, and fired several more rounds. "What a perplexing confidence," muttered Mu Chio in exasperation. Enraged by Blonsky's antics, Hulk seized a piece of an armored vehicle and hurled it at him with reckless abandon. Blonsky found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught, nearly being struck by a large metal shard that sent him fleeing in terror. "Prepare the sonic cannon," commanded Ross, as several armored vehicles resembling colossal loudspeakers entered the fray. Blonsky sprinted towards the sonic cannon while Hulk, having lost all rationality, fixated solely on Blonsky. "Activate," Blonsky shouted as he entered the cannon's firing range. Yet the elite soldiers showed no hesitation in their duties, disregarding his presence. Blonsky was caught directly in the cannon's blast, sent hurtling away. Hulk lunged to grasp Blonsky's hand, but found only empty air. The force of the sonic cannon forced Hulk to transition from standing to kneeling. Yet his indomitable spirit urged him to rise again, only to be slammed back down by the intensified sonic waves, leaving him in agony, glaring furiously at the armored vehicle that housed the cannon. "Please stop," Betty implored, having not spoken a word to her father, General Ross, in 2 years. This time, her voice broke through, pleading, "Father, cease this madness. You will kill him." General Ross's expression reflected inner turmoil, but in the next moment he regained his composure and, with a wave of his hand, commanded his subordinates to escort his precious daughter, Betty, away. As Hulk beheld this scene, his fighting spirit reignited. He struggled to crawl onto the grass littered with fragments of an armored vehicle, painstakingly picking up a shard and rising to his feet, using it as a makeshift shield against the onslaught of sonic blasts. Gaining a moment's respite, he hurled the fragment toward the armored vehicle with the same fervor Captain America employs when throwing his shield, cleaving the vehicle in two. Chapter 25. I watched in solitude. Goodness, he has indeed grown stronger. General Ross observed Hulk's exaggerated combat prowess, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. What would it be like to assemble an army of green giants? Such thoughts occupied Ross's mind, even as he continued to command the battle. Attack helicopters, engage. The helicopters were still some distance away from Hulk's position. In the meantime, Blonsky picked up a rifle and fired a burst at Hulk. Having just recovered from the sonic cannon's impact, Hulk approached Blonsky at a measured pace. "Let me see what you're made of." Facing each other, Blonsky showed no inclination to evade. "Blonsky, retreat!" General Ross shouted urgently, but upon hearing the retreat order through his headset, Blonsky simply discarded it. "Come on, haven't you eaten today?" Blonsky mocked. From a distance, Musiu and Coulson exchanged puzzled glances. Though they could not hear Blonsky and Hulk's words, the situation seemed fraught with recklessness. Has he lost his mind? Coulson questioned, bewildered by Blonsky's actions. "I don't understand either," Musiu mused, rubbing his face. In the original narrative, Blonsky had similarly courted disaster, seeking Hulk's wrath. Who knows what he might be thinking? Perhaps he's merely showing off. Yet there is a limit to bravado. If Blonsky engages in a contest of daring with Hulk, his name will undoubtedly shine brightly atop the leaderboard of folly. Musiu observed Hulk's movements, noting that he appeared to deliver a swift kick toward Blonsky, the speed rendering it nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The onlookers missed the moment Blonsky was struck, but in the next instant, A large tree 100 meters away suddenly splintered, revealing a bloodied figure seated beneath it, Blonsky. As General Ross witnessed his final trump card toppled, he chose to withdraw, deploying the attack helicopters for support. Meanwhile, Ross's daughter, Betty, Banner's former girlfriend, appeared seemingly lost in thought and ran to Hulk, calling out Banner's name. "Oh dear," Coulson remarked, unable to bear the unfolding scene. "It's fine. He is still somewhat rational at this point," Musiu reassured. Indeed, upon recognizing Betty, Hulk did not respond as he had with Blonsky. Instead, he regarded her quietly, his gaze revealing a hint of tenderness and remorse, an incongruity against his otherwise explosive physique. Just then, the attack helicopters descended like a jealous single on Valentine's Day, interrupting the impending tableau of beauty and the beast that was about to unfold between Hulk and Betty. The attack helicopter unleashed a barrage upon Hulk and Betty, showing no regard for her life. In that moment, Ross turned to realize it was too late and urgently called for a ceasefire. The Hulk, swift in his actions, used his massive form to shield Betty from the incoming bullets. The assault helicopter, armed with heavy weaponry, fired rounds that struck the Hulk, causing him considerable discomfort. In retaliation, he seized a fragment of an armored vehicle from the ground and, without a backward glance, hurled it like a frisbee. The helicopter, in its pursuit of accuracy, descended to a dangerously low altitude, and the pilot was utterly unprepared for the Hulk's unreasonable long-range assault, resulting in the helicopter being cleaved into midair by the debris. The fragments, formidable in their hardness, coupled with the Hulk's terrifying strength, sliced through the aircraft as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The helicopter erupted in an explosion while its remnants plummeted to the ground, igniting an even larger conflagration. "No," General Ross lamented from a distance, outwardly indifferent to his daughter's plight. Yet in truth, Betty was his cherished daughter, his entire world. He was simply envious of the Hulk's might, fantasizing of commanding an army of green giants, which led to his estrangement from her. As if scripted, the moment the helicopter detonated, rain began to pour from the heavens, extinguishing the flames of the explosion. The Hulk rose from the wreckage, cradling the unconscious Betty in his arms. Ross, who had nearly condemned his daughter to death, refrained from ordering an attack, helplessly watching as the Hulk carried her away. "Phew," remarked Muccio, reminding the still-reeling Coulson that they had just witnessed a real-life blockbuster. Even seasoned by numerous high-stakes encounters, Coulson found himself questioning his own judgment. Who dared to invite such a creature to work for SHLD? And to expect the being to be a readily available tool? Shaking his head, he relegated this mission to the lowest priority, even contemplating retreat. Days later, outside a roadside motel, the duo of agents was enjoying Mexican chicken wraps. "Hey, I must say this wrap is quite unpalatable," Coulson remarked, taking a bite and grimacing. "Don't say that. I felt my stomach convulsing after just one bite." "Stop eating. This is probably more toxic than the burgers from the The cafeteria. Muccio tossed the wrap into the trash. They had arrived at the motel early that morning, and with SHIELD's extensive surveillance network, the movements of Bruce Banner, a half-hearted master of counter-surveillance, and Betty, a complete novice in such matters, were swiftly reported to Coulson's desk. "Is it really wise to engage with that monster? I genuinely believe this isn't a prudent plan," Coulson mused, haunted by the events of that day. Muccio regarded the battle as an action film, while Coulson perceived it as a horror movie. Rest assured, as long as one complies with him and avoids provoking his heartbeat, all will be well. Muccio had a fair understanding of Bruce Banner. He currently viewed the Hulk as a monster. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not transform unless his own life, or that of his former girlfriend Betty, as well as his research data, was threatened. At that moment, Banner and Betty were engaged in an inappropriate scene reminiscent of an action film. Muccio almost wished to bestow upon Betty's current boyfriend the title of the Green Giant. Oh no, he wasn't quite giant, so perhaps the title of Green Man instead. Fortunately, Banner could not allow his heart rate to escalate, thereby halting this grand spectacle. Betty, displaying a look of disappointment, took a sip of water to regain her composure. Outside the door, Muccio sensed that silence had settled within. After a brief pause, he waited until they resumed normal conversation before opting to knock. After all, if they were engaged in an intimate moment, a knock from him would undoubtedly invoke the Hulk's wrath, and he harbored no illusions about the possibility of emerging unscathed. Thus, He delayed for quite some time before finally rapping on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Bruce Banner, without hesitation, swallowed the disk containing the gamma radiation data he had just retrieved. The shock of the knock, coupled with the act of swallowing, sent his heart rate soaring to over 180. Muccio had not anticipated this. Had he known, he could have suggested an alternative hiding place for the disk. Many years prior, individuals within the palace had concealed silver by stuffing it into various orifices for transport. Therefore, Muccio found it utterly unacceptable that Banner resorted to such a method, which was detrimental to his stomach. "Who is it?" Betty inquired in a hushed tone after Banner had swallowed. Muccio contemplated for a moment, refraining from answering the question, and instead posed another. "How many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator?" Bruce Banner tilted his head in confusion, resembling a perplexed white person. Betty was equally baffled. At that moment, Coulson, sensing danger, discreetly distanced himself from Muccio, suspecting that Muccio's autumn persona had resurfaced. "Not knowing is fine. Let's try another question," Muccio mused, slightly questioning the intelligence of the two, and posed a third-grade riddle. "What returns quickly once it has been used?" The trio remained bewildered. "Foolishness. Strength. Strength returns swiftly once it is expended," Muccio exclaimed, resembling a teacher frustrated by the lack of understanding from his pupils. "All right then, let's try a simpler one. If a bus were to meet with an accident and everyone were injured, why is Coulson unharmed?" Muccio inquired eagerly, anticipating the answer from those inside. Coulson, perplexed as to why he was being used as an example in this story, continued to distance himself from Muccio. Both individuals, having attained their PhDs, were engaged in an exchange when Betty cautiously inquired, "Is it because Coulson is not in the vehicle?" "A genius. Undoubtedly a genius. It has scarcely been a moment, and you have successfully answered such a challenging question, deserving of a fifth-grade problem as a reward." Muccio, eager to pose further inquiries, was met with Betty's impatience. She firmly responded, "Sir, I do not know who you are. If you continue to harass me, I shall call the police." "Very well, at your request. I shall present a sixth-grade question." Muccio continued, undeterred, misinterpreting Betty's statement as a demand for a more difficult challenge. He posed the following riddle. A famished wolf encounters 5 sheep in the subway. If it could devour 1 sheep during the duration of 1 station, after 3 stations, how many sheep remain? Betty contemplated seizing the phone to feign an emergency call to intimidate the man outside, but Bruce Banner restrained her with a cautionary glance. 3 stations. 3 sheep, 2 remain. Betty answered with resignation. However, she quickly added, the wolf cannot consume that many. Having eaten 1 sheep, it would be satiated, thus 4 sheep remain. My heavens, you are truly a genius among geniuses. In such a brief time, you have learned to provide 2 answers. Muccio exclaimed joyously from outside, reinforcing the notion that he was indeed a lunatic to the 2 inside. "All right, I have answered correctly. May I now take my leave?" Betty declared, ushering him away. Muccio gestured in disagreement, asserting the answer is 5, because eating is not permitted on the subway. "Ha ha ha." His triumphant laughter echoed, leaving Banner, Betty, and Coulson in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Bruce Banner's heartbeat had returned to a normal rate of 130. "Should you wish to answer more questions, do not hesitate to call me," Muccio said, slipping a business card and a note through the door's crack. Seeing the card, Banner wrapped his hand in his clothing and approached to retrieve it. Muccio. He squinted, attempting to recall the organization, uncertain of its nature. He opened the note, densely packed with text. Upon reading the first line, his heartbeat nearly surged to 200. However, Muccio had already fled the scene. "The data you possess is within you, correct? I wonder if it has been extracted. Rest assured, had I truly harbored nefarious intentions, I would have long since abducted your ex-girlfriend to coerce you into surrendering the information, or perhaps stealthily anesthetized you at night to procure it. There are many methods. Just know, unlike Ross, I do not wish for the behemoth within you to be replicated and unleashed upon the military. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Trust me, I promise you a brighter tomorrow." With Muccio's departure, 2 bewildered individuals remained. After a significant pause, Bruce Banner opened the door to find the outside world eerily still, while Muccio and Coulson had already slipped away. An envelope lay on the ground at the entrance. Banner opened the envelope to find a substantial stack of dollars, estimated to be around 10 to 20,000. "I know you're in need of funds, so take this." It was made clear that this money was borrowed from Muccio and Tony Stark, with the intention of fostering goodwill. Furthermore, Muccio harbored a minor personal request for Hulk. He wished to test whether the sunflower acupoint technique and shadow mimicry would have any effect on Hulk, and if so, to what extent. Muccio had no doubts about his ability to poke Hulk's formidable body and strike at the acupoints to immobilize him. This method would provide insight into what strategies to employ against equally formidable opponents like Abomination or Thanos. What if, in a moment of folly, he rushed in to poke or attempted to control with shadow mimicry only to be obliterated by a single punch? Hence, Muccio made this special trip. In the distance, on a vehicle, Coulson and Muccio were engaged in conversation. Are you certain this is effective? I came here without informing the others at S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson questioned Muccio. At this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. had more than just Muccio and Coulson monitoring Bruce Banner. Hulk's cataclysmic battle had been classified as a high-threat target, endangering public safety. Now, nearly all relevant departments across the United States were focused on Bruce Banner. The fact that Coulson trusted Muccio enough to come without notifying others about Banner's whereabouts spoke volumes about their partnership. Rest assured, this is the optimal solution. A forceful approach towards Dr. Bruce Banner would yield counterproductive results. Only by alleviating his defenses can we achieve our objective. Objective? Muccio's sole aim was to make contact. He had no interest in persuading Hulk to join the Avengers. If Thanos were to arrive, Muccio could simply retreat to another realm for a few years and return later, perhaps to find that Tony Stark had already dealt with Thanos. Even if the protection of Earth were at stake, Muccio would rather have the likes of the marvelous M.F. seek Bruce Banner's assistance. His intention to cultivate a relationship with Banner was merely to harness Hulk's strength against Abomination. Leaving a favorable impression was crucial. He feared that if Hulk did not recognize Muccio as an ally during their confrontation with Abomination, Hulk might choose to remain a spectator, leaving Muccio in dire straits. Chapter 27. I see you as a great genius. Muccio's overtures were not in vain. The primary factor was indeed the over $10,000 he had left behind. That was a significant sum, enough for Bruce Banner and his companion to sustain themselves for quite some time. Their bank accounts, credit cards, and phones were all under surveillance, leaving them unable to withdraw or borrow money. What they desperately needed was cash. Before Muccio's arrival, Bruce Banner and his girlfriend Betty had dwindled down to a mere $40, barely able to afford meals while continuing their fugitive existence. And they were contemplating sleeping on a park bench at night. Betty contemplated the disheartening prospect of pawning the necklace, a relic left behind by her mother. Just as this desperate duo prepared to relinquish the cherished heirloom, the timely arrival of Muccio proved to be a fortuitous intervention. Not long after, Muccio received a call from an unfamiliar number. I need your assistance, Betty implored, her voice laced with urgency. Bruce and I are surrounded by military personnel. They are hesitant to strike due to the creature within Bruce. Can you help us? Sure, provide me with the address, and I shall arrive post-haste. Muccio had no intention of confronting General Ross. His words were merely a means to reassure Betty and Bruce. Once he hung up, Betty promptly texted him the location. The chief's whereabouts are secured, Muccio mused with a smile, setting off for the address. The location, not more than a half-hour's drive from Muccio's position, was soon reached, only to find that the military had already lifted the blockade and was preparing to withdraw. It seemed they had captured Bruce Banner. Muccio observed as he watched the military personnel disperse. He took out his phone and dialed back. Hello? A trembling voice answered, fear palpable in the tone, accompanied by the sound of clattering objects in the background. Are you Mr. Blue? Muccio inquired. Why, yes, who are you? I am from S.H.I.E.L.D. I need to discuss something with you. What is happening on your end? Muccio pressed, but the line was abruptly filled with sounds resembling animalistic howls, followed by an incessant busy signal. Frowning, Muccio directed his gaze towards Mr. Blue, who was in a laboratory where the monstrous transformation was unfolding. Had Blonsky already mutated into the Abomination due to gamma radiation? Inside the laboratory, a massive creature, one that bore no resemblance to the Hulk, glared menacingly at Mr. Blue. Oh dear, I am uncertain of what you injected, but it reacted with the gamma rays. It appears you are unwell. Please lie down so that I may treat you. Mr. Blue stammered, addressing the now transformed Blonsky, who had become the Abomination. Earlier, when Muccio had made the call, Mr. Blue had initiated his research on extracting Hulk's blood using gamma technology, resulting in Blonsky's mutation. However, the outcome diverged from Mr. Blue's expectations, as Blonsky had also been injected with the super soldier serum. Thus, Mr. Blue found himself bewildered, gazing at the monstrous yet dormant form of Blonsky. At that moment, Muccio's call had instinctively diverted his attention. Nonetheless, the abomination soon awakened, delivering a powerful punch that sent Mr. Blue sprawling. His head collided violently with a nearby metal cabinet, resulting in a grievous injury. As the cabinet toppled, vials containing Hulk's blood shattered, their contents cascading onto the open wound on Mr. Blue's head, causing it to swell grotesquely, resembling a balloon inflated beyond capacity. In the next moment, Mr. Blue, who had been in a state of acute anxiety, suddenly broke into a strange smile. The arch-nemesis of Hulk, the formidable Big Head, had made his official entrance. After being infected, Mr. Blue experienced an astonishing increase in intellect, soaring to 1,000 times his original capacity. His already brilliant mind reached unprecedented heights. Now Mr. Blue, destined to become Hulk's adversary, along with the abhorrent creature, would incessantly create turmoil for Hulk. However, this impending trouble was about to unfold, as Big Head's exceptionally clever brain abruptly exploded. After finishing his conversation with Mr. Blue, Muccio squatted at the doorstep, and upon witnessing the abhorrent creature leap out of a window, he promptly entered Big Head's laboratory to clock in. Before he could even hear the notification sound, Muccio was met with the sight of Big Head beaming foolishly. That oversized head was undeniably terrifying, since fate had brought them together. How could he allow this villain to act with impunity? If he did not eliminate this threat while it was still in its embryonic form, what would happen when it grew up and sought revenge on society? As Muccio approached stealthily, Big Head remained blissfully unaware, likely lost in thoughts typical of villains contemplating world domination or annihilation. With a swift motion, Muccio executed a precise strike upon that gleaming head. The impact of his finger unleashed a catastrophic explosion. Perhaps due to the advanced development of Big Head's brain, it contained unknown substances, resulting in a grotesque eruption of red and white brain matter that splattered all over Muccio, prompting him to dash to the bathroom for a quick shower. Fortunately, it seemed that either Muccio bore no wounds, or perhaps he was merely an interdimensional clock-in participant, as he did not undergo any mutations. This realization led Muccio to reflect deeply, vowing to diligently practice his marksmanship. Rushing headlong into danger, indiscriminately poking things, was far too perilous. Upon checking his rewards, he received a notification. Ding. Big Head-related clock-in completed. Acquired one-time item, Water Lung Potion. The Water Lung Potion, crafted from pufferfish, was a secondary potion that, when used, would prevent oxygen depletion while submerged and enhance visibility underwater for 3 minutes. Muccio slowly typed out a question mark. What purpose did this serve? He was at a loss for words regarding the clock-in rewards. Previously, Wei Xiaobao's lime powder had at least provided him with an additional technique, albeit one that ruined his pocket and forced him to abandon the habit of keeping his hands in them. However, this water lung potion, which allowed for 3 minutes of diving, yet was a single-use item, left him bewildered. Even if pufferfish were used to concoct a bowl of ramen, he would have remained silent. Muccio continued to grumble, doubting whether he had mistakenly slain Big Head and incurred divine retribution. Nevertheless, the moment he clocked in, the nature of the reward had already been determined. Given Big Head's relatively easy-to-locate position, a lesser reward was simply an unavoidable consequence. After such a commotion, when Muccio re-emerged onto the streets, the abomination had already commenced its rampage. General Ross, Betty, and Banner were still in the helicopter, exchanging bewildered glances, when Ross received an urgent report from his subordinates. The Hulk is attacking people on the streets? Upon hearing this alarming news, Ross was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Bruce Banner in the back of the helicopter. Banner was equally taken aback. Wasn't he aboard the helicopter soaring through the skies? How could the Hulk be sighted on the streets? Where is it? Ross inquired via the intercom. 121st Street, heading towards Broadway. Show me the footage. Subsequently, those aboard the helicopter witnessed the towering, bald monstrosity, the abomination, unleashing chaos on the streets. Chapter 28. Pushed into a corner of the abomination. A creature seemingly more robust than the Hulk was covered in reptilian scales. It It possessed greater strength than the Hulk in its tranquil state while retaining all of Blonsky's intellect. It is worth noting that Blonsky had been injected with the super soldier serum, which is reputed to optimize brain function to an extraordinary degree. What does it mean to have a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a brain surpassing that of a human? The Abomination embodies that very concept. However, the Abomination's capabilities extend far beyond mere strength. Its advanced muscular structure generates far fewer fatigue toxins during physical exertion compared to ordinary muscle tissue, granting it remarkable endurance. Furthermore, the Abomination's bodily composition is denser and more resilient than that of an average human, enabling it to withstand extreme temperatures without blistering or freezing, and to endure tremendous impact from projectiles and powerful energy blasts without sustaining injury. Such a supermonster is a formidable challenge for Muccio. Even with the combined efforts of Tony Stark, Muccio contemplated calling for Tony Stark as assistance, but was thwarted by Pepper Potts. He had just recovered from a leg injury, recently having transitioned from a wheelchair and still requiring crutches. It was indeed peculiar for Pepper to allow a wounded individual to engage in such peril. With no allies to summon, Muccio considered utilizing the Mark II armor, only to be decisively rebuffed by Tony. Regardless of their personal camaraderie, the power of the Mark armor was too formidable to entrust to another. Any misstep could potentially give rise to a new Iron Tyrant. Nevertheless, Tony Stark remained Muccio's first true friend in the Marvel Universe, surpassing even Coulson in significance. Thus, at this moment, Muccio found himself equipped with a miniature rocket launcher mounted on the Mark II, a weapon far more powerful than a standard rifle. When Muccio had dealt with the Big Boss previously, he intended to raise the building. Had he known the Big Boss's skull was so fragile, he would have simply opted to obliterate him with a rocket. However, no matter how potent the rocket, it would merely be a scratch against the Abomination. At this moment, the Abomination had already dismantled countless military armored vehicles, its sole aim being to manifest the Hulk. Blonsky, once an ally of the military, had transformed and was now consumed by a singular desire for revenge against the Hulk. He ruthlessly tore apart his former comrades, with no trace of sentimentality. Though Blonsky and the Hulk shared no deep-seated enmity, merely a near-fatal encounter, it was his obsessive need to vanquish the Hulk that drove him to endure the agonizing injections of the super soldier serum, and even to beseech Mr. Blue to transform him into a monster, all for the sake of a confrontation with the Hulk. One might question if such behavior borders on the pathological. Muccio seriously contemplated whether Blonsky ought to consult a psychologist. However, Muccio lacked the courage to approach. Instead, hiding in a corner of the street, observing the Abomination wreaking havoc in the middle of the road. "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Muccio murmured, noting the destruction of every vehicle on the street. He pondered whether the insurance companies would cover the damages. Was this a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? He refrained from recklessly rushing in to offer himself as a sacrifice. It was merely a matter of clocking in. There was no need for such perilous folly. Luckily, Muccio had not summoned Coulson, for this man, who had sacrificed his hairline for public safety, would undoubtedly intervene, leading to a certain demise. The street was in utter chaos. A soldier, armed with a rocket launcher, stealthily aimed at the Abomination. This rocket launcher was equipped with armor-piercing rounds, designed for close-range assaults against tanks. The rocket, trailing smoke, soared towards the Abomination's back. The creature seemed to sense the impending threat and did not evade. With a swift motion, the Abomination snatched the incoming rocket from the air, and with a gentle squeeze, it detonated in its grasp, leaving no trace behind. Muccio, witnessing this from afar, felt his eyelids twitch in disbelief and retracted the miniature rocket launcher Tony had given him. This was genuine ammunition fired from a legitimate rocket launcher. The Abomination had crushed it as easily as one would pop a balloon, the heat of the explosion enveloping it as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Without even blinking, the creature emerged unscathed from the flames. At this juncture, Muccio had to reconsider whether to confront the Abomination or simply make a discreet exit. Just as he contemplated retreating, the Hulk descended from the sky. From the helicopter, Bruce Banner witnessed the Abomination's rampage against innocent bystanders and resolutely leaped from the aircraft. The Hulk was compelled to transform once more, driven to protect Banner, momentarily overshadowing his own hatred for Banner's prior attempt on his life. On the street, the Abomination heard the distant commotion and sensed the Hulk's fury. "Hulk! Excellent!" It cackled, turning its gaze towards the Hulk and charging forward. The two monsters collided with astonishing speed, engaging in a fierce confrontation within mere seconds. Yet, in that moment, the Hulk's rage was insufficient. He was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from the Abomination. "Is this all you can muster, Hulk?" In a fit of rage, Abomination relentlessly assaulted Hulk, landing blow after blow upon his face. Hulk, unable to withstand the onslaught, found himself struggling as General Ross, observing from an attack helicopter above, ordered his troops to utilize the Gatling gun mounted on board to assist Hulk. This helicopter was equipped with the renowned Gu-8 Avenger, a cannon designed by General Electric, widely deployed on various fighter jets. With 6 rotating barrels, it could unleash a staggering rate of fire, reaching up to 6,000 rounds per minute. What does such a cannon signify? If supplied with ample ammunition, it could demolish buildings with ease. As Abomination continued to pummel Hulk, he remained oblivious to the approaching sound of the attack helicopter overhead. Soldiers aboard the helicopter targeted Abomination with the Gatling gun, and upon pulling the trigger, a torrential downpour of bullets was unleashed upon him. Abomination immediately felt the sting of the barrage as bullets rained down upon him. Even with his formidable defenses, he could no longer brave such an assault against Hulk. He hastily evaded and leapt onto a nearby building. Muccio, witnessing this scene, recalled the film's plot. In the movie, Abomination had scaled a building to bring down the helicopter carrying General Ross and Banner's ex-girlfriend. After the aircraft's demise, the two monsters engaged in a life-and-death duel. Muccio's concern was that if the battle shifted too far away, he might miss the opportunity to defeat Abomination. And what if the plot diverged from the original, resulting in Hulk's defeat? Would he be walking into his own demise? Muccio was filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Abomination leveraged the height of the building to leap toward the attack helicopter, seizing it and sending it crashing down. The helicopter plummeted, landing perilously close to Muccio at a nearby construction site. Just then, the system, lacking intact, sent a notification. Host detected with negative work ethic. First warning issued. After 10 warnings, extermination will occur. Feeling as though he were being thrust into peril, Muccio bravely intervened in the clash between the two monsters. Chapter 29. When I should strike. I shall strike. The last time an aircraft was brought down by a monster in American history was during King Kong's legendary feat on the Empire State Building many years ago. How iconic and moving that scene was. When King Kong and the female lead were on Skull Island, she remarked on the beauty of the sunrise, and he remembered her words. He understood the consequences of climbing the Empire State Building, yet he did it for the sake of his beloved, to share an unforgettable sunrise with her. What a contrast to Abomination. Amidst the wreckage of the helicopter, Betty and General Ross were bloodied and battered. Abomination delicately sliced open the helicopter's fuel tank, mere inches from a few flickering flames. Hulk, seething with rage, not only had he been mercilessly beaten, but now his girlfriend's fate hung in the balance. Once more engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable Abomination, though Hulk still found himself at a slight disadvantage in strength. The Abomination held Hulk's fist, gripping him tightly and pinning him against the wall. At that moment, the flames from the helicopter grew increasingly intense, dangerously close to the barrels of oil. "You do not deserve this power. Watch her die." Abomination growled as he tightened his grip around Hulk's neck. Abomination's taunts only fueled Hulk's rage. The mention of his girlfriend ignited a fierce anger within him, amplifying his strength. Slowly, he pried Abomination's hands apart, leaving his opponent in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend Hulk's sudden surge of power. As flames finally leapt to the ground, the oil ignited instantly, and the fire rushed towards the barrels. With gritted teeth, Hulk hoisted Abomination into the air and hurled him aside. However, despite the absence of Abomination's obstruction, the flames raced towards the oil tank with alarming speed. Hulk was several dozen meters away from the helicopter, and the fire was already encroaching upon the barrels. No one knew what to do. Betty, struggling to rise, witnessed the scene and was engulfed in despair. She gazed tenderly at Hulk, seeing her beloved man, Bruce Banner, hidden beneath the monstrous exterior. In a moment of inspiration, Hulk devised a unique method to extinguish the flames, one that only he could conceive and execute. The indomitable Hulk stepped forward, arms outstretched, and clapped his powerful hands together towards the helicopter. A gust of wind, nearly visible to the naked eye, surged towards the aircraft, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Betty watched from the cabin, her savior in the form of this monstrous being. Their eyes locked in a profound moment of connection. Just then, Abomination, the envious single dog who could not bear to witness their affection, leapt back into the fray. "Watch your back," Betty shouted urgently, but it was too late. Abomination had somehow acquired a thick, long iron chain, with heavy stone weights attached to both ends. He swung the chain with force, sending one of the weights crashing into Hulk. Dazed, Hulk struggled to rise, but Abomination's chain swung once more, striking him squarely in the face just as he regained his footing. The green giant was sent flying once again. These two surprise attacks left Hulk momentarily disoriented. As he attempted to rise, his hands pressed against the ground, but darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed once more. General Ross and Betty, having just been rescued by Hulk, began to regain their senses, supporting each other as they prepared to emerge from the wreckage of the helicopter. This scene caught Abomination's attention as he brandished his chain menacingly. "Do you have any last words, Ross?" He taunted, drawing closer to the wreckage with the chain poised to strike. The chain, over 10 meters long, with stone weights that weighed at least 100 pounds each, was a lethal weapon. Not only would it obliterate Ross and Betty, but even a tank would be unable to withstand such a blow. Hulk, still dazed, saw that Ross and Betty were on the verge of being crushed into oblivion. Suddenly, a phrase in Japanese, seemingly out of place in this dire scenario, rang out in everyone's ears. "Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique." Just in time, Mucho witnessed the Abomination sending Hulk flying. Initially intending to observe, he soon realized that Hulk appeared incapacitated. This diverged slightly from the narrative, as in the story. Hulk would have ingeniously retaliated by striking the ground with his fists, causing the earth to quake beneath Abomination's feet, thwarting his attack. However, upon seeing Hulk's condition, it was evident that he was dazed from the blows. It must be noted that even minor deviations in the storyline can lead to drastically different outcomes. In this situation, Muccio found himself conflicted about whether to intervene, yet his hands instinctively formed a hand seal. Of course, it was not the remarkable flying thunder god technique that whisked away Ross and Betty in a flash, nor was it the awe-inspiring power that warped time and space. It wasn't even the rapid emergence of towering trees from wood release. Instead, he merely knew the shadow imitation technique. Crucially, Muccio had never had the opportunity to test this technique on Hulk, who possesses independent thought, unlike Bruce Banner, who can manipulate his mindset. Thus, Muccio refrained from rushing in to call for Bruce Banner to transform into Hulk for a demonstration of his skill. As everyone anticipated the stone pillar to inevitably strike the wreckage of the helicopter, Abomination suddenly raised his hand. The stone pillar grazed the helicopter's fuselage, spinning around before returning to Abomination's position. The gust of wind created by the pillar even caused the helicopter's propeller to rotate twice. Had it struck directly, it would have been difficult to extract Ross and Betty from beneath the stone. Ross initially thought Abomination was merely toying with him. Observing Abomination closely, he noticed the creature inexplicably swinging the stone pillar again. However, given the height of the chain swing, it seemed inevitable that Abomination would ensnare himself. Indeed, as predicted, Abomination brandished a weapon, whose head and tail were adorned with a stone pillar weighing hundreds of pounds. He swung it at neck height, tilting his head back to an exaggerated degree, akin to a swan flaunting its elegant neck. This time, the anticipated event unfolded. The helicopter had ignited, and Hulk had extinguished the flames. Subsequently, Abomination swung the stone pillar towards the helicopter, and with Hulk lying unconscious, it seemed he would surely prevail. Yet once again, Abomination miscalculated. Now, as he swung the iron chains to ensnare his own short, stout neck, both Ross and Betty sensed trouble was brewing. However, villains are, after all, villains. While the protagonists bask in their glory, the antagonists face their own repercussions. The iron chain tethered to the stone pillar wrapped around Abomination's neck several times. Due to the overwhelming inertia, Abomination was hurled into the air, nearly rolling his eyes back as the chain constricted tightly around his neck. As Hulk finally regained his composure, Abomination, in a fit of madness, tightened the chain binding him, seemingly on the verge of losing consciousness, yet still exerting effort. Hulk, Betty, and Ross stood in bewilderment, while only Muccio smiled, invoking the shadow mimicry technique, forever a deity. Chapter 30. I am the mastermind. Hulk's arc concludes. None of those present understood the bizarre behavior exhibited by Abomination. Even Hulk, a fellow creature of monstrosity, felt a flicker of sympathy for him. It was one thing to be grotesque, but to engage in such actions was perplexing. Yet, Hulk's sympathy was merely superficial. Sensing an opportunity to vanquish Abomination, he lunged forward, seizing the iron chain and tightening his grip. Abomination offered no resistance, fixated on his desire for demise. Even matching Hulk's grip on the chain, both seemingly intent on self-destruction. At that moment, Muccio's chakra was depleted, and Abomination finally regained control over his body. He exerted all his strength to break free from the chain, but the more he struggled, the tighter Hulk's grip became. Not content with this, Hulk, employing a technique he had somehow learned, rushed behind Abomination, pressed his foot against his spine, and yanked forcefully. Abomination was nearly dragged away. Muccio could only think. Those with twin ponytails will understand. During this commotion, it was unclear what had caused Betty's sudden surge of compassion as she shouted for Hulk to cease. Muccio could surmise her intent. She did not wish for Hulk to commit murder, lest he become indistinguishable from Abomination. Although Abomination was granted a moment's respite, Hulk released his grasp. However, Abomination had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The concealed soldiers and police surrounding the scene rushed forth, anxiously observing Hulk. Hulk kicked Abomination towards General Ross, as if to convey, "This is the trouble you have caused. Behold the consequences of your actions." Muccio did not witness what transpired next. He was preoccupied with tallying the fruits of victory. Ding. Defeating Abomination mission completed. Ding. Invincible Hulk storyline sign in successful. Ding. Points earned. 800. Ding. Obtain skill fragment 1 for the Steam Robot Blitz. 3 fragments can be exchanged for a random skill of the Steam Robot. Current fragment count. 2 ding. Host has leveled up. Current level. 4 ding. You may choose to continue the storyline of this world or embark on a new narrative. Note, as the only available binding world is the current one, the main world is bound to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ding. Trading market opened. Ding. Trading market under maintenance. Ding. Obtained reward item. Novice racing car. Novice racing car. Level 0. Speed. Normal maximum speed 1830. Time to reach 180. 419 seconds. Description. A novice racing car provided for free by the Chio Racing game. Previously awarded the Chio Design Award, featuring rear-wheel drive, a mid-mounted engine, and a smooth, balanced power output. Wear level 1000 note. No fuel is required for novice racers. What on earth is this? In the next moment, upon receiving the novice racing car, Muccio retracted his earlier skepticism. Whatever high technology it was, as he envisioned the appearance of the novice car, it suddenly manifested before him. It was a miniature sports car adorned in blue and yellow, with a notably low chassis, suggesting it could only traverse relatively flat roads. Although its usage was limited by environmental constraints, Muccio contemplated the vehicle's retrieval, and just like that, the novice racing car vanished from his sight, demonstrating remarkable convenience. In this unexplored world, one inevitably encounters diverse situations. Muccio realized that whether it be Wei Xiaobao's lime powder, the water lung potion, or the current novice racing car, each possessed its own unique utility, akin to the art of shadow imitation. In New York, in front of Broadway, a dark-haired Asian youth sat alone in a go-kart, just spacious enough for him. Although the hour was not late, and especially being at the entrance of Broadway, despite the recent commotion, many pedestrians had not yet fled and were hiding in various shops. They had not received any signals indicating the monster had been vanquished, peering out cautiously. Too apprehensive to risk venturing outside to test if the threat had subsided, they waited in anxious anticipation. At that moment, a blue and yellow silhouette darted out onto the street. This was the novice racing car, the very vehicle Muccio had taken for a spin. Presently, he flamboyantly drove his novice racing car along the bustling streets of New York City, all the while singing a cheeky tune. In a humorous tone, he sang, "Cruising in my beloved go-kart, oh hey, we'll never get stuck in traffic, oh hey, oh hey." Of course, it wouldn't be stuck. All the cars had long been tossed aside or crushed by the monster. What vehicles remained on the streets? This dazzling figure would soon grace the next headline of the following day. The main headline was, of course, the epic battle between the monster and the Hulk. The editorial team's exaggeration was remarkable. Muccio, upon reading it, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, commending their creativity. Various versions of the story emerged. claiming everything from alien invasions to the exposure of nefarious experiments by an evil scientist, the latter being surprisingly accurate. And even speculating that Cameron orchestrated the monster's appearance as a promotional stunt for his new film, considering that The Incredible Hulk was from 2008 and Avatar from 2009. In any case, there were countless interpretations, leaving Muccio uncertain as to whether he had indeed been present at the scene the previous night. The next news segment described a joyful figure humming a tune while leisurely driving a blue and yellow go-kart down the streets of New York, leading to an explosion of comments online. Some speak of living optimistically, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding them, and I find myself envious of such a perspective. Others criticize the lack of awareness regarding safety, as they meander through evident dangers. There are even those seeking connections, desiring to purchase the same go-kart. Muccio merely glanced at these comments. However, a significant revelation in the following 2 days left Muccio astounded. It appeared that an unknown bystander had captured a video of him driving a go-kart, which was subsequently linked to another video. The title read, "Shock. The owner of the scale monster is the very go-kart driver leisurely cruising through the ruins." Upon clicking the video, Muccio was infuriated. In the footage, he had indeed just employed a shadow mimicry technique to control the abomination, but he was assisting Hulk at that moment. The perspective of the video was shot from a secluded corner of a building. The shaky image barely revealed Muccio's actions. In the latter half of the video, the screen split in two. On the left, Muccio was wildly gesticulating, presumably swinging a chain, while the right side, though also shaky, clearly displayed the abomination swinging the chain. Now, Muccio found himself unable to defend his actions. Previously, while navigating the chaotic streets in the go-kart, he had garnered a modest following, some admiring his bravery, others appreciating his character. Now, however, his few fans had turned into a horde of detractors. He had unwittingly transformed into a villain orchestrating terror. Even Coulson and Tony Stark were nearly convinced that Muccio was indeed a nefarious character, especially with his mischievous autumn persona already in play, and the emergence of a deranged winter persona seemed plausible. Regarding this, Muccio chose to ignore them. After all, he was already on his way to a new narrative world. Chapter 31. I have arrived in a new instance currently undergoing time-space traversal. Please refrain from moving. 95321. You have entered a new narrative world. Your check-in has been refreshed. Please take note. Before Muccio could fully open his eyes, a notification echoed in his mind. As he attempted to look around, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head and a wave of nausea. Where am I? With great effort, Muccio opened his eyes to reveal an aged room, adorned with retro furnishings. He was lying on a bamboo bed, a large bump on his forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Muccio touched his forehead, wincing in pain. What is going on? Where am I? No one answered his queries. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Let us check the check-in. I want to see the check-in. Muccio shouted into the empty air, and upon hearing his request, the system displayed the check-in tasks in his mind. Eliminate Old Master Run. Eliminate the resurrected Old Lady Ren. Only 2 tasks for check-in. Muccio paused, not out of professionalism, but rather out of curiosity as to why the check-in tasks were so few. By the way, who is this Old Master Ren? As for the notion of eliminating him and his father, Muccio propped his head and rose from the bed, enveloped in confusion. His primary concern was to comprehend the nature of this place in order to locate the esteemed Lord Ren. He exited his chamber, leaning against the doorframe. The sunlight outside was glaringly bright. Nearby, there were 3 additional rooms, with the largest one closest to Muccio's quarters. The door of this room stood wide open, exuding a faint wisp of smoke. Was that the scent of incense? Muccio inhaled deeply. It bore no resemblance to tobacco, but rather the aroma of incense. Is anyone there? He called out, but no response came. With a slight grimace, Muccio took a few steps, acutely aware of the aches coursing through his body, particularly his head, which throbbed intermittently, as if each pulsation was a reminder of his substantial injuries. His vitality was several times that of an ordinary person, yet such grievous wounds would have claimed the life of anyone else. He steadied himself against the wall, gradually moving forward into the room where the incense burned. The sunlight outside was too blinding. Peering through the doorway, he could discern a few small red dots across the room, presumably the incense. Is anyone there? He ventured further inside, blinking until his vision adjusted. The room was vast, so expansive that it could accommodate dozens of coffins. Why measure a room size by coffins? You may ask. Because apart from the offering table directly across from the entrance, the remainder of the space was entirely filled with coffins. Coffins, coffins, and more coffins. The purpose of coffins is well understood, and Muccio attempted to reassure himself that he had merely stumbled upon a funeral home. Yet, the question lingered. What in the world was incense doing in a storage area for coffins? Without a second thought, Muccio turned to flee. Setting aside the question of whether he had unwittingly wandered into a horror film scenario, he felt that merely witnessing such a sight was a harbinger of ill fortune. Forgive me, he exclaimed, retreating hastily. Throughout his life, he had feared little, with two exceptions, insects and ghosts. Particularly, the specters of zombies and vampires. Those neck-biting fiends were the stuff of Muccio's childhood nightmares. Whenever he encountered films of that nature, he would squint and sneak away. He recalled the time spent at his cousin's house, where they ventured to a video rental store, and his cousin procured a film that he forbade Muccio from watching. Curiosity piqued. Muccio wondered what sort of film warranted concealment. After rummaging about, he finally unearthed his cousin's hidden treasure, a plastic case devoid of a cover, inside which lay a disc emblazoned with Muccio's mischievous grin. Subsequently, he was confronted with the horrific imagery of a zombie gnawing at a neck, an indelible shadow cast upon his childhood. Having encountered his greatest fears, Muccio felt as though his injuries had miraculously healed. He found himself able to jog and even leap with vigor. I can leap. I can even jog," he exclaimed as he sprinted from the room, racing towards the entrance. In ancient times, every household possessed a threshold at their entrance, its purpose shrouded in various interpretations. Some believed it served to block the wind, deter thieves, or keep rodents at bay, while others claimed it was a matter of etiquette, ensuring that visitors did not rush in hastily, but instead cross the threshold with care, stepping over rather than trampling it. As for the 1-meter-high threshold at the entrance, Muccio whimsically pondered its potential function to prevent zombies. It is widely acknowledged that zombies can only jump, not step. Thus, when faced with a threshold, they would incessantly bounce, unable to enter anyone's home. The imposing height of the threshold would not only require a leap, but for those with shorter legs, perhaps even a crawl. Understanding this reasoning, despite the sweltering summer sun at noon, Muccio felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, compelling him to leave this place without delay. Gritting his teeth, he vaulted over the threshold, stepping into the courtyard, where the street lay just beyond, and a few vendors selling vegetables could be seen in the distance, offering him a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. I must leave. Just as Muccio prepared to make his escape, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, gripping his collar tightly. "Ah!" he screamed, his reaction akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. "You're awake." The voice behind him was interrupted by a phrase in Japanese. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry technique. Instinctively, Muccio employed the shadow mimicry technique, taking advantage of the large shaded area at the entrance where shadows could be manipulated. The sunflower acupoint technique required turning around, but Muccio had no time to discern the appearance of the ghost. Besides, he was uncertain whether the acupoint technique, intended for the living, would have any effect on a ghost. Certainly, the shadow mimicry technique would likely be ineffective against a ghost, yet it seemed preferable to scattering lime powder from his pocket. Once activated, Muccio felt his shadow connect with that of the ghost. He quickly spread his arms, as the specter clutched his garment. As he performed the motion, the ghost mirrored his actions, allowing Muccio to escape its clutches. The moment the grip loosened, Muccio wasted no time and sprinted away, determined to reach the sunlight. As he dashed forward, the ghost, ensnared by the shadow mimicry technique, suffered the consequences. The imposing threshold stood a meter high, and as Muccio surged forward, the ghost mimicked his movement. With a forceful leap, the ghost tumbled down from the threshold, its head colliding with the ground. A resounding thud followed by a scream echoed behind him. Hearing this, Muccio quickened his pace, disregarding any injuries he might have sustained. His only desire was to escape to safety, seeking any opportunity to return to the Marvel Universe, for he had no wish to linger in this bewildering narrative world any longer. At that moment, a gray-haired man, who had been purchasing vegetables at the stall near the entrance, witnessed the unfolding drama. He dropped the fresh greens he had just acquired and rushed to intercept Muccio, seizing his hand with urgency. Eastern sorcery. The gray-haired middle-aged man fixed a stern gaze upon Muccio, embodying an aura of righteousness that momentarily rendered Muccio speechless under the harsh sunlight. This individual, with his eyebrows merging into a single line, was none other than the renowned ghost-hunting master, Jioshu. In Chapter 32, titled I Want to Stay at a Hotel, we find that a day prior, Jioshu's disciples, Qiusheng and Wenkai, borrowed a cart from the neighboring Wang Laoge to venture outside the city. During their escapade, while they were jostling over the reins in the middle of the road, an unexpected figure materialized before them. As they continued to tussle for control, it was too late for them to react. The figure was struck by the cart and sent flying several meters away. That was not the end of the ordeal, as the startled horse, in its fright, pulled the cart over the very spot where the unfortunate individual had landed, and then bolted away. In the aftermath, the mischievous duo found themselves in a grave predicament, as bystanders began to assert that they had caused a fatal accident. Terrified, they realized that an incident resulting in death would necessitate a confrontation with the authorities. Amid their panic, the victim, albeit dazed, attempted to rise. This provided a moment of relief for the two troublemakers, who then carried the injured man back home and summoned a doctor, who diagnosed him with multiple fractures, requiring extensive care. This incident elucidates the reason behind Muccio's current state, with a bump on his head and aches throughout his body. At the time, this unfortunate soul had stood in the center of the road, while Qiusheng and Wenkai were engaged in their struggle for the reins. Wenkai, a rather short individual with a mushroom-shaped haircut and in somewhat unsavory appearance, was explaining to his master, Jioshu, who Muccio was. Struggling over the reins? What reins? Jioshu inquired, perplexed. Nearby, another of Jioshu's disciples, Qiusheng, tugged at Wenkai's trousers, signaling him to remain silent. Yet, Wenkai unwittingly blurted out the mention of the cart's reins, only to realize too late that he had spoken out of turn. Ah, no wonder Aunt Wang looked at me that way when I was buying vegetables earlier. It turns out you too took her cart for a joyride and caused an accident. Jioshu's anger was palpable, understanding the severity of the situation. At that moment, Muccio sat on a stool while Jioshu prepared tea for him. Although he had not seen the current film, he sensed that Qiusheng and Wenkai were likely significant characters and sought to defuse the situation. Casting a glance at the pair of troublemakers, he recognized that he, too, bore some responsibility. When he had arrived, he had appeared out of thin air, and in his disoriented state, he had failed to move out of the way of the oncoming cart. Thus, he ventured to speak, I'm uncertain what to say, but perhaps they could compensate me with 18 million for this incident, and we can consider the matter settled. 18 million? Qiusheng and Wenkai echoed Muccio's demand in disbelief. I must say, my young friend, that such a sum might be deemed excessive by Jioshu upon hearing it, as he is quite protective of his disciples. Excessive, you say? Muccio responded casually. After all, given his current condition, he could easily have enjoyed a lavish meal had he switched bodies. So, arrange for me a place to recuperate, provide my meals, and assist me in locating someone. Locate someone? Who precisely? Uncle Gio is a long-standing native of this town, well acquainted with every individual within its bounds. Master Run, Muccio remarked, glancing at the clock with an expression devoid of emotion. Uncle Gio, uncertain of Muccio's intentions in seeking out Master Rin, nonetheless considered it a trivial matter to assist. Even if it were not his own apprentice who had caused an accident, Muccio's inquiry would still warrant a response. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Gio remembered he was scheduled to assist Master Run with feng shui the following day. It would merely be an opportunity for Muccio to observe, so he replied, I know him. I can take you to meet him. Very well, where shall I stay? Muccio inquired. In a small room next door, Uncle Gio replied. No, absolutely not. I refuse to reside there. Muccio hastily rejected the notion, exclaiming, the place I just glanced at resembles a mortuary, a resting place for the deceased. Live there? Are you mad? Fear not, for I shall be present. Uncle Gio assured him with a serious demeanor. That is out of the question. I would rather pay for accommodations. Muccio had no intention of staying there. If not for that insufferable system declaring that the basic conditions for returning to the primary world had not been met, he would have fled long ago. The Marvel Universe, despite its abundance of deities and supernatural beings, at least did not evoke such dread. This place resembles a horror film. I can barely endure a few minutes of ghost stories, let alone undertake a mission within one. Is this not a test of one's sanity? Do not take advantage of me. He protested. You have caused me pain as well. Oh dear, my head aches. Xiao Sheng, playing his part nearby, feigned injury as he was the one who had just apprehended Mu Qiu. His head had struck the ground with considerable force. However, he was remarkably resilient, sustaining only a minor scrape. Hearing Mu Qiu's insinuation of extortion, he began to act. Who cannot perform a little theatrics? Mu Qiu thought as he echoed the cries of pain. His discomfort was genuine, his head spun, and his eyes were filled with terror at the thought of being in a horror film. Certainly not an act. Uncle Gio, at least, did not perceive it as pretense. After all, he had been struck by a cart and, miraculously, was not incapacitated. Managing to jog about was nothing short of a miracle. Xiao Sheng, you are the source of this trouble. Are you still not embarrassed to face me? Uncle Gio scolded. Master, Xiao Sheng protested. Enough. How about this? Your aunt has a small room, and since you have caused this mess, let this young brother recuperate there for the time being. Uncle Gio calmly suggested after sipping his tea. Master, Xiao Sheng attempted to object, but Uncle Gio shot him a piercing glare that stifled his words. Given the circumstances, let us make introductions, Uncle Gio stated, gesturing toward his rather unsavory, diminutive apprentice. This is Wen Kai. He then pointed to his taller apprentice. And this is Xiao Sheng. After taking another sip of tea, Uncle Gio continued, I am a Taoist. The townsfolk, out of respect, refer to me as Uncle Gio due to my age. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Gio as well. Very well, Uncle Gio. Mu Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. And your name? Uncle Gio inquired. Mu Qiu. He responded. Oh, a surname rarely encountered. Uncle Gio remarked with curiosity. Indeed, it is a simplification derived from the Murong surname, Mu Qiu explained. What was that Eastern sorcery you just performed? Uncle Gio was perplexed. He presumed Mu Qiu hailed from the East, only to discover he was a native of Huaxia. Oh, that? I learned it from a book, a mere trifle, Mu Qiu shamelessly proclaimed, as if boasting. Such dubious practices. My young friend, you must not stray down this misguided path. Uncle Gio spoke with righteous fervor, offering a respectful nod to Mu Qiu. I am a disciple of the Maoshan sect, and under normal circumstances, I would prefer to avoid the company of wandering sorcerers. However, since my disciple has harmed you, I must apologize on his behalf, Uncle Gio said, lowering his head slightly. Yet, today you have employed dark sorcery against my disciple, and I cannot overlook this. You may stay at Xiao Sheng's aunt's house, but henceforth, refrain from using sorcery to harm others. Uncle Gio's imposing aura rendered Mu Qiu momentarily blinded. Very well, I assure you I will not harm anyone. However, you must provide me with a few hundred talismans for self-protection. I have heard this town is rather unclean. Mu Qiu retorted unabashedly. A few hundred talismans? Are you planning to use them for kindling? Xiao Sheng provocatively remarked. Enough, Xiao Sheng. You ought to get along with him. After all, it was you who collided with him, and you feel aggrieved? Uncle Gio advised. Wen Kai, wishing to speak, found his mouth promptly covered by Xiao Sheng, who pulled him away, exclaiming, Master, we shall procure wine to make amends. In a flash, the two dashed away, leaving Mu Qiu and Uncle Gio staring at each other in silence. Chapter 33. Am I really so easily frightened? Mu Qiu proved to be quite amiable, and after Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai's departure, Uncle Gio's initial prejudice against him had dissipated significantly. Mu Qiu expressed a keen curiosity about Maoshan techniques, which delighted Uncle Gio immensely. His two disciples were increasingly indolent, and Mu Qiu's arrival made Uncle Gio feel that his skills were finally being appreciated. They engaged in direct conversation for the entire afternoon, extending well into the evening. It was not that Mu Qiu yearned to learn ghost-catching skills. Rather, having arrived, it was perilous to be without some means of self-defense. After all, Mu Qiu harbored a profound fear of such entities. That evening, Mu Qiu savored a bowl of Yangshan noodles, personally crafted by Uncle Gio. After indulging in Western cuisine in the Marvel world, he had longed for Chinese food. Thus, this seemingly ordinary bowl of noodles was a delight to his palate, prompting him to wish for another serving after finishing the first. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai watched with discontent as Mu Qiu devoured his meal with gusto, their dissatisfaction etched across their faces. Wen Kai knew et Gu Seng, who understood the cue, and declared to Uncle Gio, Master, I am full. When Kai chimed in, I too am satiated. Uncle Gio, still holding his chopsticks, attempted to speak, but the two slipped away. Shaking his head, Uncle Gio smiled at Mu Chio, increasingly finding him to be quite agreeable, especially since he displayed such appreciation for his cooking. Little did he know that Mu Chio had just recovered from a bout of nausea from burgers and fried chicken, and thus relished this opportunity for a proper Chinese meal. Outside, Chio Sheng glanced at the door where Mu Chio stood, rolling his eyes, exclaiming, "A starving ghost reincarnated. I've never seen anyone devour Master-S noodles so eagerly, despite their lack of flavor. Indeed, the fellow could even consume the noodles made by his master. What a simpleton. When Kai ate goal. Why did you call me out? Come closer." When Kai stealthily leaned towards Chio Sheng's ear, mumbling something indistinct. The two shared a lewd smile and, shrouded by the night, concealed themselves. Mu Chio and Uncle Gio conversed for a while longer. After taking a hearty sip of soup and wiping his mouth, Mu Chio glanced at the moon outside and suddenly recalled that they were in a mortuary, which made him feel quite uneasy. Uncle Gio, possessing keen observational skills, instantly discerned the boy's discomfort. He cleared his throat and called out, "Chio Sheng? Chio Sheng." After a prolonged silence, no one responded. How curious, where have they gone? When Kai? Uncle Gio called again, yet still there was no reply. Where could those two rascals be? Uncle Gio furrowed his brow. Uncle Gio, could you accompany me outside the courtyard to wait for Chio Sheng? It feels rather eerie here. Trembling, the more he understood the nature of their surroundings, the more frightened he became. All right. As the two rose, a figure suddenly darted out from the courtyard, scaling the wall with ease, and vanished. Uncle Gio, who was that? Mu Chio stared at the wall, asking vacantly. Not good. It could be a thief. Uncle Gio, realizing the situation too late, gave chase, leaving Mu Chio sitting there in bewilderment. The illumination within the room was provided by candles, and with a slight breeze that night, the flickering flames cast a wavering light. Coupled with the sight of the dozen or so coffins in the adjacent room, Mu Chio shivered and decided to leave. I have met a dreadful end. Just as he was about to exit, he heard a low, ambiguous voice from outside, akin to a theatrical tone. Although he had little experience with drama, he could discern the meaning, lamenting a tragic death. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, sending a wave of terror coursing through him. Who is it? Is it you two? Chio Sheng and Wen Kai? I warn you, scaring me will come at a cost. Mu Chio's voice fluctuated in pitch, revealing his fright to the entity outside. In response, the ghost outside mused, "You tread the path to heaven unbidden, yet boldly intrude upon hell. Today marks your demise." Ha ha ha. This ghost seemed quite adept, perfectly mimicking the operatic style. As the performance intensified, the voice shifted to a more masculine tone, and Mu Chio found his fear dissipating. It must be those two trying to frighten me. Mokvyu devised a countermeasure, forming hand seals to release his shadow to seek out controllable human silhouettes. The moment the shadow stepped outside, Mu Chio felt it gain weight, as if it were dragging something. Ha, I've got it. His expression mirrored that of a mischievous dragon king, reveling in the distance to the target before bending forward abruptly. Bang! A loud crash resonated outside, the sound of someone colliding with the door. Ouch! The ghost, revealing itself to be Wen Kai, clutched his head in agony. The shadow mimicry technique could not silence its target, allowing Mu Chio to hear the cries. How curious. Why the ouch? Aren't you a ghost? Mu Chio said with a sly grin. Wen Kai grimaced in pain, shaking his head defiantly, exclaiming, "This is merely an expression of lamentation. Do you think you young ones can comprehend it? Why not surrender and meet the king of hell?" As he spoke, Wen Kai attempted to leap to the doorway to frighten Mu Chio. His face was pale, sporting a fabricated long tongue, and he had seemingly procured red dye to smear over his white robe, evidently going to great lengths to scare Mu Chio away. However, as he jumped, he realized that while his mind commanded action, his legs remained motionless. What is happening? Why can't I move? Wen Kai muttered to himself. Ghost brother. What did you say? Mu Chio feigned astonishment. If you do not surrender, I shall summon the tiger's head chopper. Wahaha! Just as Wen Kai was in the midst of his theatrical performance, he inadvertently collided his head against the door with a resounding thud. The pain from the earlier mishap had yet to subside, and this new blow intensified his suffering. Yet, he dared not cry out, fearing it would arouse Muchio's suspicion. In reality, Winsai's mind had become muddled. He could hardly control himself while pretending to be a ghost to frighten others. "Ah, ghost brother, do not be angry. I bow in apology." Muchio grinned mischievously, bending deeply in a show of contrition. Outside the room, Wenkai pounded against the door, his head swelling with yet another bump. A veritable testament to his physical misfortune. The shadow imitation technique had drained his chakra, and finally, Wenkai regained control of his body, collapsing onto the ground. Half-conscious and feeling nauseous, almost oblivious to his own head. "Ghost brother? Ghost brother? Are you still there?" Muchio inquired tentatively, and upon receiving no reply, he ventured to the doorway to peek outside. As he extended his head, he spotted Wenkai, dazed on the ground. "Good heavens! You startled me," he exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he kicked Wenkai. The impact sent Wenkai sprawling onto the ground. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. Muchio continued to shout in alarm while jumping and stomping on Wenkai, causing him to sustain numerous injuries in a short span. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, Uncle Gio was dragging by the ear a night-clad Chioshin, making his way towards the mortuary. "Master, I have told you, I simply adore wearing black. Why are you chasing me?" Chioshin protested. Before Uncle Gio could respond, upon entering the courtyard, he beheld Muchio in the act of assaulting something. Chapter 34. I restore to my former self, young friend Mu. What is going on? Uncle Gio hurried over, inquiring. "Oh, after you left, a ghost declared it intended to take my life. It was not able to harm me, and I caught it red-handed. Uncle Gio, please, capture this malevolent spirit." Muchio stepped aside, revealing Winsai's face. Upon seeing Wenkai, Uncle Gio was unable to recognize him. In truth, Wenkai had applied such a heavy layer of makeup for realism that not only could Uncle Gio not identify him, but Wenkai himself was unrecognizable. Not to mention the bruises marring his face, painted with red dye and adorned with a long tongue. He resembled anything but a human. How audacious! To wreak havoc before the heir of the Maoshan lineage, a wretched demon. Prepare to meet your demise, Uncle Gio declared, striking out with a palm. Fortunately, this palm was intended for exorcising spirits rather than for harming humans. Otherwise, Wenkai might have truly found himself among the departed. Following this commotion, Chioshin ceased to torment Muchio and instead took her to his aunt's house, leaving Uncle Gio to tend to Wenkai with a medicinal alcohol for injuries. It was evident to Uncle Gio that the ghost was Wenkai. The moment he struck, he sensed something amiss. How could a ghost feel so tangible? Aren't they supposed to be icy cold? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he had struck his mischievous disciple, Wenkai. At this juncture, Chioshin confessed that he had been directed by Wenkai to feign a theft to distract his master. Wenkai had already lost consciousness, and Uncle Gio specifically instructed Muchio and Chioshin not to disclose to him that they had harmed Wenkai. The farcical episode finally drew to a close, with the sole victor being Muchio. The following day, under the radiant sun, Muchio enjoyed a restful night at Chioshin's aunt's home, sleeping soundly until late morning. His injuries had nearly healed. One must admit that a high vitality is indeed extraordinary. While it typically takes 100 days to recover from serious injuries, Muchio seemed to bounce back in just 3 days, full of life and vigor. Upon awakening, he searched Chioshin's aunt's house but found no one. So he ventured into the kitchen to prepare some vegetables to quell his hunger. After a while, he strolled around the ancestral hall but found no sign of anyone. How peculiar! Where could everyone have gone? At the ancestral tomb of the Ren family, Uncle Gio, clad in his Taoist robe, held 3 incense sticks, igniting them as he offered his prayers. Everyone must bow with sincerity, Uncle Gio reminded. The group followed suit, and Muchio's target, Lord Run, inquired about Uncle Gio. Master Gio, many years ago, a geomancer proclaimed this to be a rare and auspicious sight. Lord Run exclaimed with pride. Uncle Gio nodded, affirming, indeed, this site, the Dragonfly Point, measures 34 feet in length, with only 4 feet viable and 13 feet in width, with only 3 feet suitable. Thus, the coffin cannot be buried flat. Pausing momentarily, Uncle Gio calculated, it must be a vertical burial. Remarkable, Master Gio, Lord Run commended, raising his thumb in admiration. At this moment, Wenkai, puzzled, asked Master, what is a vertical burial? You chatter too much. Uncle Gio shot Wenkai a glance. All right, time is of the essence. We can commence the excavation. Uncle Gio instructed the workers to prepare for digging the grave and retrieving the coffin. Chioshin, Intrigued by the art of feng shui, inquired, Master, what exactly is a vertical burial? A vertical burial is one that is upright. Am I correct? Uncle Gio approached Lord Ren. Yes, Lord Ren affirmed. The geomancer mentioned that if ancestors are buried upright, descendants will surely prosper. Is it truly effective? Uncle Gio smiled. Lord Ren sighed, shaking his head. For the past 20 years, our Ren family's business has been dwindling. We cannot fathom why. With a slight grunt, Uncle Gio remarked, I suspect that feng shui master harbors a grudge against your family. A grudge? Lord Ren inquired, perplexed. Did the late patriarch have any past grievances with him? Lord Ren sighed, his expression tinged with embarrassment. This piece of land originally belonged to the feng shui master. My late father, recognizing its auspicious nature, purchased it. The admission caused Lord Ren to blush. Was there only enticement? No coercion? Uncle Gio chuckled, a hint of discomfort in his smile. I believe there must have been some intimidation involved. Approaching the grave, Uncle Gio continued, otherwise, why would he have harmed you? He even instructed you to cover the entire Dragonfly water point with concrete. What should be done then? Lord Ren sought guidance. It should be capped with snowflakes. That is what Dragonfly water point means. If the coffin cannot touch the water, how can it be called Dragonfly water point? Uncle Gio expressed, exasperated, then turned to Lord Ren, adding, at least he has some conscience, allowing you to exhume and relocate the coffin after 20 years. He harms you for half your life, not your entire existence, and only for one generation, not for 18. We've struck gold, a worker exclaimed. The crowd gathered to the grave's edge, where a fine coffin stood upright. Untie the ropes, remove the nails. Uncle Gio commanded the workers, then called everyone to the grave. Today, we witness the Honorable Lord Ren re-emerging. All individuals aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, as well as those born in the year of the rooster and the ox. Please turn and vacate. Once the area was cleared, they straightened their attire. All right, open the coffin. Just as they were about to proceed, crows cawed ominously from the woods. An ill omen indeed. Uncle Gio furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He approached the coffin, watching as the lid was removed, revealing a body clad in Qing Dynasty official robes. The corpse bore a dark and ashen complexion, and with the opening of the coffin, an ominous black mist enveloped the scene. Upon seeing his father's remains, Lord Ren fell to his knees alongside his daughter, Rin Tingting, wailing, Father, I am unfilial, disturbing your rest today. Please do not hold it against me. After bowing, he rose to inquire of Uncle Gio, do you think this grave can still be used? Uncle Gio shook his head slightly. Dragonfly water point, once touched, cannot be touched in the same place again. He then uttered a now famous phrase, this grave has been rendered useless. Hearing this, Lord Ren grew anxious. What shall we do? Uncle Gio, with a firm demeanor, proposed. I suggest cremation on site. Cremation? Absolutely not. My father feared fire above all else. I cannot allow that. Lord Ren insisted, displaying his wealthy merchant's obstinacy. Regardless of the method, cremation is not an option. Do you think of another way? Lord Ren asserted firmly. After some contemplation, Uncle Gio reluctantly replied, very well. For now, we shall keep it at our mortuary. Tomorrow, I will help find another burial site for Lady Run to rest in peace soon. All right, cover the coffin. Take it to the mortuary, the foreman instructed. Lord Run, you may leave for now, Uncle Gio said, seeing Lord Ren off, his expression revealing his unease. You too. Please light the incense at the plum blossom grave, and come back to inform me of the results. The two disciples nodded in agreement. Each grave must receive incense offerings, reminded Uncle Gio. Oh, Xiaosheng nodded in acknowledgement. After the group departed, Wen Kai placed incense at the grave of the late Mr. Run, while Xiaosheng approached a nearby grave to offer his respects. As he stood before the final tombstone, preparing to light the incense, he noticed the year of death inscribed upon it. He sighed. What? Passed away at the tender age of 20? Such a waste. Let us pay our respects. After completing his offering, Xiaosheng inexplicably felt as though he heard a chilling voice say, Thank you. Chapter 35. Bounty. The chapter content is currently being transcribed. Please wait a moment. Refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. For the fastest updates, please refer to the Holy Ruins. Chapter 36. Playing with lime, how strange. Is someone speaking? Xiaosheng scratched his head, questioning whether he had misheard. Thank you, came another eerie expression of gratitude. And this time Chiu Sheng clearly understood that someone was indeed saying thank you. Terrified, he dropped the incense and was ready to flee. Logically, as a disciple of Uncle Gio, Chiu Sheng should not be so fearful of ghosts. In truth, he had never encountered a ghost before. He had merely heard his master speak of them and had never experienced such an uncanny situation. Noticing Wen Kai still offering incense nearby, he hurriedly pulled him away. Hey, wait. Let me take the incense from Mr. Ren's grave. After Wen Kai retrieved the incense, the two finally departed from that accursed place. In front of the funeral parlor, Muchio was playing with lime powder. There was no way to exhaust this material. As soon as he placed his hand in his pocket, it was filled with it. Bored, he could only amuse himself with the lime. Within half an hour, several small mounds of lime had accumulated beside the funeral parlor. He was uncertain of Uncle Gio's whereabouts and could only wait at the entrance. As the quantity of lime increased, the evening sky gradually darkened. At last, a group of young men appeared in the distance, carrying something towards the funeral parlor. Upon closer inspection, Muchio realized it was a coffin. He thought to himself, a coffin brings fortune, and quickly distanced himself, watching as they brought the coffin into the parlor. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, with gray hair, approached the funeral parlor. It was none other than the Uncle Gio, whom Muchio had been yearning to see. Uncle Gio, I've been searching for you. Where have you been? Muchio greeted him with a bow and inquired. Ah, Muchio, I was just helping Mr. Ren with some feng shui. We can discuss matters later. I must finish my tasks first, Uncle Gio replied before entering the parlor. Helping Mr. Ren with feng shui? Upon hearing Mr. Ren's name, Muchio realized that this was the very target he aimed to meet. Today, Uncle Gio had actually planned to invite Muchio along, as he had previously promised to introduce him to Mr. Ren. However, in the morning rush, Chiu Sheng had seen Muchio sleeping like a log and did not wake him, thus missing the opportunity. However, if it is missed, so be it. One cannot simply eliminate Lord Ren in front of others. As long as one knows his whereabouts, that suffices. Muchio waited a while longer, and soon, Wen Kai and Chiu Sheng returned, their faces resembling those who had seen a ghost. Without even glancing at Muchio, they entered the ancestral hall to seek their master. A person fears a sudden misfortune the most, and incense has the most severe taboo against an odd number of sticks. Yet, it burned in such a manner. Uncle Gio held the incense he had instructed Wen Kai to burn at Lord Ren's grave and remarked, "The appearance of this incense from our home surely indicates a death." He sighed. Is it related to Lord Ren's family? Wen Kai uttered a remark that almost amused Uncle Gio. Of course. Is there any doubt? Uncle Gio rolled his eyes at Wen Kai. It has nothing to do with me, so why bother? Wen Kai muttered to himself. What about Lord Ren's daughter? Will she be in trouble? Chiu Sheng inquired. Anyone with the surname Ren is bound to encounter issues, Wen Kai said, suddenly recalling his secret affection for Lord Ren's daughter, Ren Tingting. Oh, what will happen to Tingting? Did you not just say it has nothing to do with you? Chiu Sheng interjected sharply. That is entirely different. Saving the life of my beloved is worth any trouble. Wen Kai replied, his cleverness shining through. Then you must compete fairly. Chiu Sheng, too, harbored feelings for Ren Tingting and made a pact with Wen Kai. They rushed before Uncle Gio, exclaiming, Master, please devise a plan. Uncle Gio gazed at the coffin, stroking his chin, and said, I have long contemplated this matter. Otherwise, why would I have had it brought back? What is wrong with this coffin? Wen Kai asked, puzzled. The coffin itself is fine, Uncle Gio replied, squinting as he circled the coffin. It is the corpse that presents a problem. I, too, sense something amiss. Wen Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the corpse has not decayed after over 20 years. Chiu Sheng also nodded. As they spoke, they pushed open the coffin to inspect further. The moment they looked, they were taken aback. Master, the corpse has become plump. They beheld Lord Ren's body, which appeared to have gained a layer of fat. His face was swollen, and his hands rested upon his chest, with nails that had grown alarmingly long. Uncle Gio cast a glance and exclaimed, Quick, cover it. You too, prepare paper, pen, ink, knife, and sword, Uncle Gio hurriedly directed. The two disciples, not fully comprehending, exchanged puzzled glances. Yellow paper, red pen, black ink, kitchen knife, wooden sword, Uncle Gio said in exasperation, feeling frustrated by his inept disciples. The necessary items were all available in the ancestral hall, and before long, Chiu Sheng and Wen Kai had gathered them. Uncle Gio picked up a sheet of yellow talisman paper and without a match, he rubbed it between his fingers, causing the talisman to ignite spontaneously. Subsequently, Uncle Gio busied himself, dripping chicken blood into a bowl and mixing it with ink, then splattering it onto an ink line. "You must splatter the entire coffin," Uncle Gio commanded. He lit incense and reflected. People are divided into good and bad, and corpses into dead and zombie. People are not only divided into good and bad, but also into men and women. When Kai interjected, "I am speaking. Why do you interrupt?" Uncle Gio replied with mild irritation. The literary talent ceased to jest and continued to apply ink. The body of old Master Ren was bound to transform into a zombie. How could a corpse become a zombie? Xiaosheng inquired. Indeed, how could a person turn to a villain? When Kai ate goal, a person becomes wicked due to their failures, replied Jioshu, moving towards old Master Ren's coffin. A corpse transforms into a zombie because it retains a lingering breath. A lingering breath? What does that mean? Xiaosheng asked, perplexed. Before death, if a person is filled with anger or frustration, after they die, that breath accumulates in their throat, Jioshu explained. So, they remain lifeless, yet not entirely gone? When Kai Guidit. Before Jioshu could respond, Xiaosheng interjected. Thus, I assert that one must strive in life. When a person dies, it is crucial to fully expire. If they do not, they may bring harm upon themselves and others. When assigned a task, focus on it without grumbling, Jioshu admonished, lightly tapping Xiaosheng on the head. Once you've finished, inform me, and ensure you haven't missed any spots. Observing his two unmotivated disciples at work, Jioshu felt discontent. Despite his extensive teaching, they remained foolishly lighthearted, which was quite discomforting to him. He pondered when he might properly pass on his legacy. Remembering his disciples, Jioshu's thoughts turned to Muchio, who was still standing at the entrance, prompting him to seek her out. After Jioshu left, his two inept disciples carelessly dabbed a few strokes, completing the ink lines on the coffin surface. Done. We've finished. When Kai stretched lazily, let us see if there are any missed spots, Xiaosheng directed. When Kai approached Xiaosheng, took the ink, and playfully splashed it on Xiaosheng's face, grinning mischievously. Xiaosheng attempted to retaliate, but missed and in a lower stance. When Kai splattered Xiaosheng with more ink before fleeing. You little rascal, don't run. Xiaosheng chased after Wen Kai. Inside the room, only old Master Ren remained. Everyone presumed that the ink had been applied thoroughly to the coffin. However, they overlooked one crucial area, the bottom of the coffin. Chapter 37 Under cover of night, outside the mortuary, Jioshu and Mu Chio were sweeping the ground. How peculiar. Who has scattered so much lime here? Jioshu grumbled as he swept. Indeed, such a lack of civic responsibility. Mu Chio chimed in, though she would never admit to being the one who had spilled the lime. After a while, they managed to clear the lime away. By the way, what brings you to seek me out? Jioshu asked kindly. I wish to know where old Master Rin resides. Oh, he lives not far from Xiaosheng's aunt's house. The Rin residence is quite large. You can ask any passerby for directions, Jioshu replied, pausing briefly. Do you require my assistance in finding old Master Rin? No need. I can find him myself. Mu Chiu declined. In truth, she understood that Jioshu was a character within the narrative, and she desired to engage with him further, for the unfolding story often dealt with supernatural and eerie matters. And spending time with Jioshu could only be beneficial. Eliminating the venerable Master Rin is, in truth, a task of relative ease. Disposing of an ordinary individual is quite simple. However, the challenge arises when it comes to vanquishing the resurrected Master Rin, for he is assuredly destined to return. If such is the case, he would embody a supernatural entity. Mu Chio harbored a desire to inquire about the circumstances surrounding this resurrected Master Rin. By the way, Uncle Gio, Mu Chio queried, I heard you mention that you assisted Master Rin with his feng shui? Indeed, I have completed the task, Uncle Gio replied, deliberately omitting any details about the coffin brought in earlier that afternoon, wishing to shield Mu Chio from this unsettling knowledge. The fewer individuals aware of such matters, the better. For that object bore an ominous nature. Although it had been sealed with a special ink, Uncle Gio could not shake off an uneasy premonition. Oh, very well. Is there anything else? Uncle Gio smiled. Actually, there is. I would like to request a few talismans for personal use, Mu Chio responded. Talismans? What kind? Naturally, I seek the yellow talismans for exorcising spirits and subduing the undead. Muccio had cultivated his relationship with Uncle Gio primarily to procure these life-saving charms. His skill, the sunflower pointing technique, was effective against corporeal beings, yet he had yet to attempt it on the undead. Aside from that, he possessed only lime powder and a miniature rocket launcher gifted by Tony Stark. Faced with ethereal foes, Muccio felt utterly helpless, prompting his request for talismans. Very well. Do you seek to attract fortune, or perhaps to pacify your home? Uncle Gio inquired. Neither. Muccio shook his head. I desire talismans that can combat ghosts and zombies. Ah, and what do you need such talismans for? Uncle Gio was taken aback. Within 100 miles, this was his domain, and any malevolent spirits would first have to contend with him. Ah, I traverse dark paths at night, and possessing such charms would greatly ease my mind. Muccio replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Very well then, I happen to have a few yellow talismans effective against ghosts. You may take them, Uncle Gio said, producing 3 talismans for Muccio. Muccio accepted the talismans, rubbing them together and counting them. What? Only 3? He exclaimed, feigning innocence. Oomph, you little rascal. Do you think these talismans are as easy to create as drawing a simple sketch? I have scarcely enough to spare, and now I must go and craft more. Uncle Gio lightly tapped Muccio on the head. Very well then, Muccio said, having gained his spoils and departed the mortuary. As the sun set, he returned to his Aunt Chio's home, now enveloped in night. Chio Sheng did not accompany him, as the distance from the mortuary to his aunt's house was considerable, and he usually rode his bicycle home. Chio Sheng, disinterested in offering Muccio a ride, deliberately waited until darkness fell before setting off for home. Along the way, Muccio inquired about the location of the Ren residence, plotting to venture into the estate under the cover of night. The Ren household had flourished across 5 or 6 generations, maintaining a legacy of commerce since the first generation. Notably, the previous Master Ren was a formidable figure, having been the wealthiest merchant in the area during his lifetime. However, the good times did not last long. Ever since the old Master Ren seized the graveyard that the Feng Shui Master had prepared for himself, the Ren family has been declining year by year. Nevertheless, the Ren residence remains impressively vast, to the extent that Muccio could discern its presence from a considerable distance. At this moment, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. With agility, Muccio scaled the wall and observed for a while, finding no sign of the household servants. How could such an expansive estate lack a guard? Muccio muttered to himself before descending from the wall. Upon entering through the grand gate of the Ren residence, one would find a circular expanse of lawn surrounding a sizable 2-story villa. The mansion was still ablaze with light, prompting Muccio to stealthily approach a window to peer inside. On the first floor, 2 servants were diligently polishing the tables. After a brief wait, they finished their tasks and retreated to an inconspicuous room in the corner to rest. It appeared that the old master was likely on the 2nd floor. With nimble movements, Muccio stepped onto the windowsill of the 1st floor and effortlessly climbed to the 2nd. Coincidentally, the window he climbed through was left ajar, presumably for ventilation. As he entered, he was greeted by the sound of water running from faucet. Was someone washing something? Muccio pondered, yet did not retreat through the window to find another entry point. After all, he possessed extraordinary abilities, with vitality several times that of an ordinary person. Even if someone were to shoot at him, it would take several shots to inflict a mortal wound. Moreover, he would never simply stand there to be shot. Instead, he could unleash a miniature rocket launcher and see who faltered first. With this thought in mind, Muccio stealthily made his way outward. The room was a spacious bathroom, and Muccio found himself behind the bathtub, obscured by a curtain which prevented him from seeing who was washing on the other side. The splashing sound suggested someone was playing in the water, but Muccio assumed it was merely a face wash or perhaps rinsing fruit. The absence of modern distractions, computers, and the nascent presence of television, which had yet to become popular in the Republic, meant that people tended to retire early for the night. At this hour, it was already past midnight, and Muccio did not consider the possibility of someone bathing at such an hour. Yet someone indeed would. During the day, Master Ren had taken his daughter, Ren Tingting, to the ancestral grave. At night, the father and daughter engaged in long conversations, primarily about her future and the prospect of marriage. However, Ren Tingting, having returned from the provincial city, held progressive views and believed she still had much to accomplish in life, unwilling to marry prematurely. Thus, their discussions extended into the early hours. In the bathroom, Rin Tingting was soaking in the bathtub. The sounds Muccio had heard were actually from her waiting for the tub to fill before undressing and entering. Muccio intended to sneak a glance and perhaps offer a subtle gesture, believing that since he had entered from outside and remained behind the curtain, no one would notice him. However, as he peeked out, an unexpected gaze met his own. Rin Tingting instinctively cried out. Muccio intended to use the sunflower pointing technique, yet upon raising her hand, she found herself at a loss as to where to strike. Where to aim amidst the whiteness? At the crown of her head? To deliver a fatal blow? Muccio lacked the heart to be so ruthless. Eliminating Old Master Run was merely a task to check off, and she did not know him personally. Moreover, she had heard of his misdeeds, recognizing him as no virtuous figure. However, striking down a woman, especially one who was bathing, left Muccio feeling somewhat guilty. With no other recourse, Muccio resolved to address the situation with Rin Tingting directly. After resolving the matter with Rin Tingting, well, what other solution was there but to apply the technique? Softly, Muccio turned to escape through the window. The earlier outcry from Rin Tingting had shattered the tranquility of the night like thunder, creating ripples akin to stones cast upon a still pond. It was best to flee. Muccio had no desire to carry out further actions against Old Master Rin, especially since her presence had already been detected. Furthermore, she had no intention of silencing everyone. That would be a grave vendetta. Wasn't this merely a task to complete? It hardly seemed appropriate to annihilate an entire family. Originally, her plan had been to eliminate a few individuals without revealing her identity, yet Rin Tingting unexpectedly glanced back, locking eyes with Muccio and calling out, leaving her no option but to flee or to eliminate the entire Rin family. Killing Old Master Rin or a few others would suffice, but exterminating a whole family felt excessively cruel. Moreover, there were numerous servants in the Rin household. If even one were to leak information, her relationship with Uncle Gio would be irreparably damaged, and she could potentially face a manhunt. Muccio was not yet so depraved as to extinguish countless lives for her own objectives. After subduing Rin Tingting, she clung to the window, preparing to make her escape. Just as Muccio extended her head outside, she was startled to hear a rhythmic pounding emanating from the courtyard. Following the sound, her blood ran cold. Clad in crystal and white glass, adorned in a five-clawed python robe with a white pheasant on his chest, stood a bureaucratic zombie of the 5th rank. This was Old Master Run. Of course, the rank was purchased. Muccio did not recognize this zombie. The term donation merely referred to buying a title. Old Master Run was quite wealthy, and acquiring a 5th rank position posed little challenge for him. Aside from purchasing rank, he had also harmed geomancers and seized their burial grounds, which led to his resurrection as a zombie 2 decades later. Zombies, animated by a last breath at the throat upon death, do not decay, remaining rigid and unable to walk normally. They can only bounce forward, with their arms stiffly outstretched, palms facing downward, appearing before the eyes of the living. Muccio's fear of zombies stemmed from their cold-blooded nature. They possessed only a desire to bite, devoid of any other thoughts. When such a creature fixed its gaze upon her, a chilling sensation crept down her neck. The thought of being bitten and transformed into a zombie was utterly terrifying. Muccio gazed at the zombie that had already leaped to the entrance of the Rin family's villa, poised to breach the door. Escape? He pondered, while contemplating the possibility of retreat. However, the concern loomed that there might be more than one zombie lurking outside. What if he jumped from the window, only to find other zombies waiting below? Staying put? Muccio mused that remaining stationary seemed an even less prudent option. With the zombie now inside the building, staying would simply mean waiting to be bitten. The rooftop. The Rin family's villa, though not particularly tall, was easily accessible for someone of Muccio's agility. As he prepared to spring from the window, a sudden thought struck him. What the person he had immobilized in the bathtub? If he made his escape, the zombie would enter and begin its search for victims. Would the hapless Rin Tingting, unmoving in the bathtub, not become a target? With a slight grimace, Muccio contemplated using his shadow mimicry technique to replicate the immobilization effect of the sunflower acupoint technique, thereby freeing her. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry technique. The shadow surged from Muccio's feet toward the bathtub. The distance was negligible, and in less than a second, it connected with Rin Tingting. Free. Muccio swiftly dispelled the technique. Job done, time to flee. He stood at the window, glancing below, The zombie had breached the door, and the sounds of screams and chaos filled the hall. Just as he was about to scale the wall, he hesitated, sensing something was amiss. The anomaly was that Ren Tingting, now liberated from her paralysis, was capable of screaming. Yet there was utter silence. "Hello, are you there?" Muchio called tentatively. No response. "Hey, there's a zombie downstairs. Do you hear me?" Still, no reply. Quite peculiar. Adhering to the notion of delivering the Buddha to the West, he decided to check on Ren Tingting's condition. Upon looking, Muchio was taken aback. It was fortunate he had taken a glance. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently cost the life of a vibrant young lady. After being immobilized, Ren Tingting had actually fainted from fright. Muchio's release of her paralysis caused her to sink into the bathtub, and she had likely drowned from inhaling water while unconscious. In haste, Muchio pulled her up, administering chest compressions and rescue breaths. Fortunately, Ren Tingting had not been submerged for long. After his efforts, she revived. Upon awakening, she found a stranger atop her bare form, pressing on her chest, which startled her into fainting again. Muchio was exasperated, even a bit angry, contemplating abandoning her to flee. However, upon reflection, it seemed unjust to have inadvertently put her in peril, taking advantage of her plight, and then to simply forsake her. Rescuing everyone in the Ren house was beyond Muchio's capabilities. With zombies below, targeting them with a miniature rocket launcher from his vantage point would be challenging, and he remained uncertain about the weapon's effectiveness against such creatures. Observing the speed at which the zombie was bouncing, Muchio felt that he was no match for it. If there happened to be more than one zombie, he would be unable to fight and escape, thereby risking his own life. Moreover, Muchio found himself utterly incapable of confronting such a terrifying entity. He glanced around and noticed Ren Tingting's clothes draped over a nearby chair. However, as Ren Tingting was unconscious and unresponsive, dressing her proved to be an insurmountable challenge. His peripheral vision caught sight of the curtains. He decided to make do with them, for exposing himself was certainly preferable to death. Addressing the unconscious Ren Tingting, he resolutely tore down the curtains, ripping them into several long strips. He then tied the strips together and wrapped them around Ren Tingting several times, securing her before carrying her to the window. Below, screams continued to echo, suggesting that the Ren family had been roused. Yet, upon awakening to find a zombie standing beside them, they would likely faint once more. Time was of the essence. Muchio positioned himself at the window, adjusted Ren Tingting's angle, and bit down on the rope as he began to climb to the roof. With deft movements, he ascended to the rooftop, pulling Ren Tingting up gradually. Fortunately, she was quite light, and the curtain fabric was of decent quality, allowing the endeavor to proceed smoothly. After placing Ren Tingting aside, Muchio lowered himself to observe the situation below. It appeared that all was quiet now. The zombies might have finished their grim work, or perhaps the living had hidden away, too frightened to make a sound. Though Muchio was not one to indulge in horror films and had limited knowledge of them, he had learned from Joshu over the past 2 days that zombies relied on the scent of human breath to locate their prey. He wondered if the members of the Ren family were aware of this fact. After a while, Ren Tingting remained unconscious, and as a few more screams echoed from below, dawn was fast approaching. Muchio lay still, waiting for the light of day. Chapter 39, You Come Up. Within the treasure-hunting community, a saying prevails: when a person lights a candle, a ghost extinguishes it. When a rooster crows, the light fades, and gold cannot be touched. The mention of the rooster signifies the dawn, a reminder that it is time for daylight. The reason for conducting such activities at night remains a mystery, as it is simply a tradition within the circle. This is pertinent because a similar culture exists within the realm of zombies. When the rooster crows, signaling the break of dawn, it is time for them to retreat back to their coffins. However, zombies do not respect their food in the same manner that treasure hunters respect the resting places of the deceased. Instead, they fear the sunlight, which serves as a common nemesis for lower-level zombies, vampires, and ghosts alike. With the rising sun heralding a new day, these creatures must seek refuge in the shadows, emerging only at night to hunt. The grand estate of the Ren family would not house a chicken coop, as it would detract from its beauty. However, the neighboring household had no such qualms, raising a dozen chickens in anticipation of their eggs. Every morning, Master Ren would awaken to the crowing of roosters from next door. However, on this particular day, Although the roosters heralded the dawn, Master Run remained abed, lying there, indifferent to the chill of the ground beneath him. He seemed unaware that the 2 gaping wounds in his neck rendered his condition rather inappropriate. It was evident that Master Ren was deceased. Zombies, driven by their deepest memories of kin, often seek out their families upon reanimation. Yet, the manner in which a zombie expresses love can be rather alarming. Biting another's neck might be considered an unsettling form of affection. After biting Master Ren, the elder zombie sought out his beloved granddaughter, Ren Tingting. Unfortunately, she had been whisked away to the rooftop by Muchio. The elder zombie searched the mansion in vain for Ren Tingting, sensing her presence, yet unable to locate her, as she remained hidden from view. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, and hearing the roosters crowing again, signaling the approach of dawn, the elder zombie bounced away from the mansion with an air of glee. Muchio, alerted by the sound of the creature's leaps, suddenly regained consciousness. Peering downstairs, she indeed beheld a zombie. In this realm, unlike in video games, there were no name tags hovering above the creature's head, and Muchio had no idea that this zombie was none other than her target, Master Rin. She also felt no inclination to intervene in the matter of whether the zombie would claim Master Ren's head. After all, being bitten by a zombie would merely result in resurrection, and dispatching the now undead Master Ren would yield the same outcome. Throughout the night, the elder zombie had savored the taste of blood, having feasted upon the necks of over a dozen victims, his belly swelling with the excess. The household servants, upon encountering the zombie, were paralyzed with fear, unable to flee. This zombie, a formidable entity formed over 2 decades, was remarkably agile, capable of taking a life with a single swipe. Many servants were roused by the commotion, emerging like characters from a folktale to meet their demise, leaving the Run household devoid of any living souls, save for Run Tingting, who remained atop the rooftop, exposed to the cold wind. Let me show you some high-tech surprises. With dawn approaching and positioned advantageously, Muchio retrieved the miniature rocket launcher gifted to her by Tony Stark, aiming it at the leaping elder zombie. Whoosh! The rocket shot forth like rain, striking the zombie with explosive force, reminiscent of firecrackers. The elder zombie, mid-leap, was propelled several meters away by the blasts. Excellent! Muchio exclaimed, pumping her fist in triumph, celebrating her unexpected success. In truth, the weapon bestowed by Tony Stark was equipped with an assistive targeting feature. Though Muchio was blissfully unaware of this fact, a chilling howl echoed through the air, not that of a wolf or a dog, but rather the eerie cry of a zombie. It is rather unremarkable that zombies can vocalize. In fact, they possess their own linguistic system. While the adept Uncle Gio may comprehend it, Muchio is unlikely to grasp it in such a short span of time. Were Uncle Gio present, he would discern that the old Master Ren's howl signifies utter discontent. On a cheerful journey home after work, Rin Laote was irate after being startled by fireworks. In a fit of rage, he leapt back towards the Western-style house. How resilient! Muchio was taken aback. How could a mere zombie withstand a barrage of rockets without scratch? He was acutely aware that even he, possessing several times the average human's vitality, could not endure such an assault. To his astonishment, this zombie had withstood it. Perhaps affixing talismans to the rockets or commissioning Uncle Gio to concoct special gunpowder might prove effective. After all, Rin Laote, a zombie formed in a perilous grave over 2 decades, was steeped in a potent aura of death, malevolence, and malice, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. Although the rockets inflicted greater damage than bullets, they merely shredded Rin Laote's skin without injuring its core. Boom! 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 Rin Laote leapt powerfully, covering a distance of 3 meters in a single bound, reaching near the grand house in just 2 leaps. As he prepared to jump again, a shadow connected to the darkness behind him. Buzz! Rin Laote's mind went blank, and he became motionless. The effect was akin to having a talisman pressed to his forehead. Albeit Muchio's shadow mimicry had a limited duration. It appeared that any shadow could be controlled. Previously, there had been concerns that zombies transcended the cycle of life and death, yet it seemed that ninjutsu, not belonging to this cultural realm, could still exert its influence. While Rin Laote was under control, Muchio found himself unable to compel it to self-harm. Confronting armed humans was one matter. One could simply pull the trigger against their own temple. But how could a zombie bite itself? It was even beyond its capacity to strangle its own neck. As Muccio moved about the upper floor, he noticed that the zombie downstairs remained utterly still. How peculiar. Unable to move? Wait, perhaps jumping could be permitted. An epiphany struck Muccio. He gently leaped atop the roof, relieved that the Rin family had invested significantly in the structure, ensuring it did not collapse under his weight. Boom! With Muccio's action, Rin Laute on the floor below also executed a gentle jump in place. It turned out that the movements it could not perform were those it refrained from mimicking. However, even if he had gained control, what could he achieve? He certainly could not resort to self-destruction in tandem with the zombie. Contemplating this, Muccio dispelled the technique, realizing that dragging it along would waste chakra better reserved for future use. How? Released from the grip of the shadow mimicry, Rin Laute cried out in fury, enraged by Muccio's control over him. With a mighty leap, he bounded into the first floor of the house, determined to ascend to the second floor in pursuit of Muccio. Yet, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find him. The roof was typically accessed via a ladder from a door atop the building, which Muccio had closed upon reaching the roof. Even if the zombie could leap up, Muccio had anticipated the positioning perfectly. Should it ascend, he would command it to leap off again. Come, if you dare to climb up. I shall make you jump down. Muccio awaited Rin Laute's arrival with bated breath. However, a zombie is, after all, merely a zombie. It can at most be likened to the intelligence of an animal, utterly incapable of discerning a path to the rooftop. Even as Old Master Rin leapt about for a spell, he soon descended the stairs, futilely bouncing outside the villa, resembling a creature determined to cling to Muccio. This spectacle did not last long before the neighbor's rooster crowed once more. Reluctantly, Old Master Rin departed. Chapter 40. I returned to sleep after Old Master Rin hopped away. Muccio exhaled a sigh of relief. Dawn was approaching, and the night had finally drawn to a close. Muccio found herself somewhat admiring her own composure. Despite the terror she faced, she remained remarkably calm and collected. Even her escape to the rooftop had an air of elegance about it, making her wish to bow before her reflection in the mirror. Hey, wake up! Muccio prodded the unconscious Rin Tingting, uncertain whether she was feigning sleep or genuinely in a deep slumber. Despite her calls, Rin Tingting remained unresponsive. Well then, I'm off. After bidding farewell to the slumbering Rin Tingting, Muccio descended and returned to her Aunt Chio's residence nearby. Once Muccio had left, Rin Tingting cautiously opened her eyes, only to find herself alone, tears streaming down her cheeks. These tears were undoubtedly shed out of despair, as she had no inkling of the zombie incident. As she descended the staircase from the rooftop, she was puzzled as to why no one had come to her aid during her abduction, only to stumble upon her father, Old Master Rin, lying lifeless on the ground. It was then that she realized the grim truth. The entire Rin family, save for her, had perished. As the first light of dawn broke, officials from the local government roamed the streets, ringing a bell to announce a heinous murder that had unfolded at the Rin residence. A crowd had gathered outside the estate, with every villager eager to witness the aftermath of this tragic event. In those times, gossip and local affairs served as a means of passing the time, and a case involving the deaths of a dozen individuals was particularly enticing. Word quickly spread, attracting onlookers for miles around. However, Muccio chose not to attend. She was already aware of the situation, had endured a long night, and, moreover, had been seen by Rin Tingting, making her presence there akin to walking into a trap. Although she bore no responsibility for the deaths, her late-night intrusion into their home could not absolve her of suspicion. Thus, she decided to return to her Aunt Chio's house to rest. Make way, Captain Away. The nephew of Old Master Rin forcefully pushed through the crowd and entered the Rin residence. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with a grim scene, a floor littered with bodies, all draped in white cloth. Which one is Old Master Rin? Captain Away inquired. Captain, that one. A soldier pointed to a solitary figure amidst the pile. Captain Away lifted the cloth, revealing Old Master Rin's face, darkened and swollen, his eyes wide open in a final expression of horror. 2 gaping wounds marred his neck, with the flesh around them already decaying. To a practitioner of the arcane, a thick, black aura would be visible emanating from the wounds, exuding a foul stench. As Captain Away caught a whiff of the odor, he pinched his nose and replaced the cloth over the body. Rin Tingting wept inconsolably by the side, utterly bewildered by the sudden blow that had befallen her. She had thought it merely a case of her being assaulted by a rogue, but upon the dawn's light, she was confronted with a horrific scene. The father with whom she had shared heartfelt conversations the night prior lay lifeless, and her nurturing wet nurse had also met a gruesome fate. Overwhelmed by grief, she had fainted multiple times. "Dear cousin, though our kin are lost, I remain here for you," Captain Away declared as he approached Rin Tingting, patting his chest to express his intentions. Despite their cousinly bond, Captain Away had long harbored feelings for her, and with the demise of Rin's father, he felt an opportunity had arisen for him to step in. At that moment, upon hearing the news, Uncle Gio entered the Rin residence, esteemed in the nearby township. The police allowed him and his 2 disciples access to the crime scene. Upon entering the room, Uncle Gio lifted the white cloth covering the bodies on the floor. 14 corpses lay in a row, each with a purplish hue and one or several large gashes on their necks. "Hey, do not disturb," Captain Away exclaimed, startled by Uncle Gio's actions, casting a furtive glance at the bodies that sent chills down his spine. Uncle Gio replaced the cloth and pulled his disciples aside, instructing them to quickly check if the body of Lord Run was still at the mortuary. At this juncture, a representative of the gentry, an elderly man with white hair, spoke up. "Captain Away, what account for the wounds on the necks of these corpses? What weapon could have inflicted such damage?" Captain Away, caught off guard by the inquiry, was at a loss. Each body bore a similar fate, indicating a particularly deranged assailant. Yet, he could not remain silent. His pride was at stake. Thus, he asserted with conviction, they must have been shot dead. Every shot struck the neck. Uncle Gio probed. Captain Away, taken aback by the counter-question, pondered for a moment before remarking with a smirk, the assailant must be a martial arts master, skilled in throwing darts. He unleashed a volley of 9 consecutive gold coins, slaying the entire Rin family. "And where are the darts?" Uncle Gio continued his inquiry. At a loss for further explanations, Captain Away resorted to the authority he wielded, his face reddening with indignation. "Hey, will you refrain from obstructing my deductions?" He cast an accusatory glance at the bodies, retorting, "If you're so clever, tell me how they met their end." "I shall tell you. They were slain by fingernails and teeth." Uncle Gio gestured as if to strangle, asserting his point with certainty. Captain Away dismissed such absurdity, but couldn't he help but notice Uncle Gio's remarkably long fingernails. Seizing his hand, he exclaimed in delight, "Aha! So it was his fingernails that inflicted the fatal blows? That implies they must be exceedingly long to achieve such a feat, correct?" Uncle Gio attempted to free himself, but Captain Away's grip was unyielding. "Ah, fellow villagers, does anyone possess fingernails longer than his?" The onlookers eagerly extended their hands, though a few gentry members shook their heads in refusal. Their fingernails were quite long, with a few even exceeding that of Uncle Gio. In ancient times, long nails were a symbol of wealth. The concubines in the imperial harem were spared from laborious tasks such as washing and cooking, allowing them to maintain elongated nails. The same applied to the gentry. Whether it was agricultural work or domestic chores, these tasks were invariably performed by servants. They took pride in the length of their nails as a means to distinguish themselves from the hard-working farmers, showcasing an air of dignity that implied they were unburdened by the struggles of subsistence. Unlike them, Uncle Gio maintained long nails solely to use them as a measuring tool. "Do not speak nonsense," Uncle Gio exclaimed, breaking free from Captain Away's grasp in anger. "Ah, I would never wrongfully accuse an innocent. You see, the person with the longest nails in the village is you, making you the prime suspect. Guards, restrain him," Captain Away commanded. Uncle Gio found his hands cuffed behind him, rendered unable to resist. A scholar caught in an encounter with soldiers cannot articulate his reasoning clearly. "Even if I am a suspect, do you truly believe it possible for me to have strangled so many people?" Uncle Gio protested. Still attempting to deny it. "You must have accomplices." Captain Away recalled the 2 individuals, Chioshing and Wenkai, and smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, his accomplices have fled. You all must pursue them." At this, Uncle Gio fell silent, standing aside, fearful that uttering another word might provoke immediate gunfire. Chapter 41. I am a little afraid. After restraining Uncle Gio, Captain Away approached Run Ting Ting, ingratiating himself. "Cousin, the suspect has been apprehended. My cousin shall avenge Aunt Run and the entire Rin family." Hey, Ting Ting, still weeping and devoid of tears, glanced at Captain Away. "Cousin, you must investigate thoroughly. Do not wrongfully accuse any innocent. Deep down, she felt that her cousin's arrest of Uncle Gio was rather far-fetched, yet she refrained from expressing this sentiment, recognizing that he was acting on her behalf. In her heart, she suspected Muccio, though she could scarcely recall his appearance, knowing only that he was a young man. Moreover, she found it challenging to articulate the events that had transpired, especially since she could not identify the face of the flower thief from the previous night. Muccio sneezed, feeling utterly wronged. Before long, a group arrived, guns drawn, escorting Uncle Gio's 2 disciples, Qiuxing and Wen Kai, to meet Captain Away at the Ren estate. Captain, we have captured them. Oomph. Did you think you could escape? My keen senses detected your presence. Lock them in a cell. On the way, Uncle Gio inquired of his disciples. What is the situation? The coffin, Qiuxing began. Dispersed, Wen Kai added. The corpse, Wen Kai continued. Has vanished, Qiuxing concluded. Are you certain? Uncle Gio's face reflected concern. I even checked the other coffins. There was nothing, Wen Kai replied. With a heavy sigh, Uncle Gio lamented, Tonight is doomed. I know. We are all going to prison, Qiuxing complained. Uncle Gio shook his head, expressing concern not over the imprisonment itself, but rather the imminent threat posed by the potential emergence of a dozen zombies. A dozen? Wen Kai gasped in shock. The entire Ren family had fallen victim to the wrath of the zombie that was Old Master Ren. The poison from the corpses would corrupt their hearts, transforming them into zombies as well. Oh, such a dire predicament. What shall we do? Qiuxing also recognized the gravity of the situation. There is no way out. We are all shackled, and they possess firearms. Do you expect to outrun bullets? Uncle Gio's irritation grew. Captain Away's actions left him at a loss for words, especially as he resorted to scapegoating as a solution. Hey, you 3, cease your whispering. Be wary, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Captain Away threatened. Thus, the trio was escorted into the dungeon. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, Muccio was enjoying a deep slumber when he was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. What was happening? Even Muccio, normally composed, found himself irate. Anyone would be enraged when awakened by cold water, wouldn't they? You're still sleeping in my house. Just look at yourself. I can't fathom where Qiuxing found such a slothful companion. Only good for sleeping. Aunt Qiuxing exclaimed, holding a basin. Unbeknownst to her, Aunt Qiuxing was unaware of the true nature of Muccio and Qiuxing's relationship, mistakenly believing them to be mere friends. In truth, Qiuxing had allowed Muccio to stay due to the accident he caused, feeling guilty and wanting Muccio to recuperate. Have you lost your mind? I am Muccio, he intended to say, but before he could voice his thoughts, Aunt Qiuxing burst into tears. Oh, my poor nephew, so young and yet to marry and have children. And now he is imprisoned, facing bullets. What a wretched child. Hearing this, Muccio grasped the situation and, weary of further argument with Aunt Qiuxing, wiped his face with a blanket and exited the room, vanishing from her sight. Once on the street, Muccio did not seek information, merely walking a few steps. He overheard passers-by discussing the morning's events at the Ren residence. Nevertheless, there was skepticism regarding whether Uncle Gio was truly responsible. After all, Uncle Gio was merely a caretaker of the ancestral hall, occasionally providing feng shui consultations or performing rituals. He was generally amiable and easy to interact with, hardly resembling a cold-blooded murderer. Moreover, the gruesome fate of the Ren family was widely attributed to supernatural forces, with many believing it impossible for an elderly man like Uncle Gio to silently claim 14 lives in a single night, all with identical fatal injuries. However, the true issue lay with Captain Away, whose demeanor exuded an arrogance derived from his possession of a firearm. He roamed with impunity, frequently expecting free meals or taking items without recompense, inciting the ire of local villagers engaged in small businesses, although they dared not voice their grievances too openly. Having grasped the general situation, Muccio returned to the ancestral hall. With Uncle Gio and Qiuxing captured, the question of their potential execution was secondary to the immediate danger posed by the 14 bodies in the yamen, all bitten by zombies or slain by their claws. Muccio returned to the ancestral hall to retrieve the tools Uncle Gio used for dealing with zombies. Troubles arose as Muccio rummaged through Uncle Gio's room, turning it upside down, yet failing to unearth many talismans, unaware of their usual scarcity. Uncle Gio was judicious, only creating them when a need arose. Left with no options, Muccio gathered what appeared useful, such as the peachwood sword, Taoist robe, and ink reel, packaging them all for his escape. His sole plan now was to orchestrate a prison break. Without Uncle Gio's assistance, Muccio felt utterly unprepared to confront the zombies. Even miniature rockets seemed insufficient against such foes. The prospect of facing 14 zombies was daunting, each one a haunting specter from his childhood, looming before him like a waking nightmare. After determining the location of the magistracy, Muccio awaited the arrival of night. That evening, Rin Tingting and Captain Away dined at a restaurant. Rin Tingting expressed her intention to return home, but Captain Away intercepted her. "Oh, cousin, are you truly going home?" he implored, his eyes betraying an indefinable emotion. "I must return to keep vigil," Rin Tingting replied, nodding solemnly, as her father had passed away and filial duty called. "No, you cannot go back." "Why not?" Rin Tingting inquired, perplexed. "You cannot. You are a young lady. And what if the murderer returns after you leave?" Captain Away threatened. "Did you not apprehend the suspect?" Caught off guard, Captain Away scratched his head, pondering the possibility of accomplices still at large. "Then where am I to go?" Rin Tingting felt uneasy about returning home alone, especially since the flower thief was still at large. Would she not be falling into the hands of the criminal? "You should come sleep in my room," Captain Away suggested lewdly, though he attempted to maintain a facade of propriety, which appeared rather abstract. "What? Cousin, how can you say such things?" "Hey, Ting Ting Vitotit," her anger flaring. "You misunderstood. You will sleep in my room while I go rest with my subordinate," he clarified, easing her concerns. However, as he turned away, he smirked in a manner she could not see. In the magistracy's courtyard, Captain Away had a small dwelling where he usually resided. Inside, Rin Tingting locked the door behind her, infuriating Captain Away. Yet, he could say nothing, thinking to himself that since she was already there, it was only a matter of time before he would have her in his grasp. Spitting on the ground, he marched towards the cell where Uncle Gio was confined. Chapter 42. You come in. In the prison, before a fire pit, Captain Away heated a branding iron inscribed with the character for traitor. He lifted the iron, blowing on it, making it glow even brighter in the flames. "Today, I shall avenge my aunt's family," he declared, striding towards the bound and suspended Uncle Gio, brandishing the iron menacingly. "Speak. Why would I conspire to harm my aunt's family? Why would I wish to kill your aunt's family?" Uncle Gio retorted. "Ah!" Captain Away smirked wickedly. "Your tongue truly is tough." As he spoke, he brandished a branding iron before Uncle Gio, asking, "Do you know what this character is?" "Hey, don't get reckless." Uncle Gio was startled by the heat emanating from the iron, which was now dangerously close to his face, had he not recoiled slightly. His eyebrows might have been singed away. "Why shouldn't I be reckless?" Captain Away countered, swinging the iron through the air, the heat palpable. "I used to brand scoundrels like you with the character for prison. Once branded, their chests would crumple. Now, I've switched to this character, which has more strokes and delivers an even burn. Care to give it a try?" Uncle Gio's face paled with fear. He was well aware of Captain Away's reputation. "Oomph. You caused my aunt's death. I shall make you feel my wrath. Cool me." Captain Away commanded his subordinates, who pinned Uncle Gio down and tore open his clothing. "Let me see you burn," Captain Away declared, thrusting the branding iron towards Uncle Gio's chest. "Ah!" Uncle Gio screamed. The iron seared the character for lewd onto his chest, releasing a cloud of thick white smoke. "Huh!" Uncle Gio looked down at his chest in confusion, wondering why he felt no pain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a soldier had affixed a piece of pig skin to his chest. "This is the character for lewd." Away grinned as he held up the pig skin. "If you do not wish for your chest to bear this character like this piece of pig skin, you must prepare your confession before dawn." Captain Away continued, but Uncle Gio interrupted. "If you do not release me before dawn, you shall bear the consequences." Uncle Gio declared firmly. "Consequences? Of course there are consequences." Behind Captain Away lay the corpse of Lord Run, soon to become a zombie, while the remaining 13 corpses awaited their transformation in the mortuary. "Ah, you truly are defiant." Captain Away, hearing Uncle Gio's resistance, considered branding him, but then seemed to change his mind. He waved to a soldier, instructing them to take him away first. 2 soldiers restrained Uncle Gio, while Captain Away knelt by Lord Wren's corpse, muttering, "Aunt, I shall avenge you." He gently closed Lord Wren's unblinking eyes. "Rest in peace." After everyone had left, Lord Wren's eyes opened once more. In the prison, Chioxing and Wen Kai were playing a game with stones, trying to connect lines. "You two, facing death, are still playing." Uncle Gio scolded. Oh, master, we can't help it. We're all caught, unless a fourth person comes to rescue us. Worrying won't change our fate, Qiuxing said, attempting to console Uncle Gio. Just then, a figure appeared outside the cell. To their astonishment, it was Lord Run. Master, Lord Run is alive, Qiuxing exclaimed. A ghost. Wen Kai followed Qiuxing's finger to glance at Master Run outside the prison door. What is it shouting about? He exclaimed. That is Hextech, a low-level creature that is the result of being killed by a zombie. It is rather easy to deal with, Jioshu explained, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. Although the Hextech walked with ease, its hands could bend and function normally, and like zombies, it viewed humans as food, relying on the scent of exhaled breath to locate them. However, its strength was significantly lesser than that of a zombie. A mere iron door would suffice to halt its advance. Bang! 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 Master Rin slammed against the locked cell door where Jioshu and the others were confined. But no matter how hard he struck, the iron door remained immovable. Master, is it harming itself? Wen Kai, having regained his composure, inquired of Jioshu. Fool! It is surely attempting to break the door down to sink its teeth into your neck. Qiuxing jested, causing Wen Kai to retreat behind Jioshu in fright. What are you afraid of? After all, you are my apprentice. It is merely a Hextech. If it truly manages to enter, with me here, what is there to fear? Utterly useless. Jioshu scolded, mildly irritated. Yabba dabba. Master Rin muttered in an unintelligible tongue. Master, what is it saying? Wen Kai peered out from behind Jioshu, curiosity piqued. That is the language of the dead. It means I am hungry. I want to drink human blood, Jioshu elucidated. Upon hearing the explanation, Wen Kai recoiled further behind Jioshu. Jioshu shook his head, exasperated by Wen Kai's reaction. Qiuxing, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of calm, though he feigned indifference. At least his expression was more tolerable to Jioshu. Master Ren continued to wail about his hunger, relentlessly battering the iron door, indifferent to the pain or exhaustion it caused him. By this time, Wen Kai had grown somewhat accustomed to the situation. He peered out from behind Jioshu again and asked, Master, it's terrifying that it keeps banging on the door. Is there any way to make it leave? Zombies and Hextech do not find humans by sight. They rely on their sense of smell, Jioshu replied calmly. Smell? Qiuxing questioned, perplexed. Indeed, they locate the living by detecting the gases we exhale. This means that if you hold your breath, the zombies and Hextech will not be able to see you, Jioshu continued to explain. I understand now, Wen Kai exclaimed cheerfully. Then let us all hold our breath. It will think no one is here and will leave. I concur. This creature has been incessantly banging on the door and muttering, which is both annoying and frightening, Qiuxing agreed. Jioshu, feeling helpless with his two disciples, nodded in acquiescence, as he too found the situation bothersome. The three of them held their breath, and soon after, Master Rin ceased his assault on the door. He curiously sniffed inside the cell, puzzled by the sudden absence of the multitude of living scents that had just been present. However, the intellect of a Hextech is quite limited. One moment, it was contemplating this peculiarity, and the next, it wandered away from the cell door in search of another source of human scent. Phew! The three of them exhaled, gasping for air, having held their breath for far too long. Though they spoke of holding their breath, it was not an instantaneous solution. After all, having just expelled a considerable amount of air, it would take some time for that vapor to dissipate. Thus, this is a vital piece of knowledge to grasp. When holding one's breath, it is imperative to swiftly change one's position. Otherwise, the zombies and ghouls may attack from the very spot where the breath was released, leading to dire consequences. Lord Run, unable to detect any scent, swayed towards another location. The prison was an expansive, open courtyard, adorned with numerous chambers. Before long, Lord Run had vanished from sight. At that moment, Captain Away, holding a basin containing an unidentifiable substance, entered the prison with a mischievous grin. Chapter 43. You truly make me nauseous within the confines of the prison yard. A shadowy figure concealed itself atop the roof. The dark attire was something Mu Qiu had pilfered from Qiuxing's quarters. Qiuxing's aunt, initially believing Mu Qiu was up to no good, was taken aback to see her holding a set of night garments. Being a woman of experience, her eyes nearly brimmed with tears upon recognizing the significance of Mu Qiu's possession. She had even prepared a chicken stew for Mu Qiu, convinced that this venture into the prison was akin to courting death. Court death? Muchio had no intention of doing so. When facing the armed minions of the authorities, Muchio possessed an overwhelming advantage. Was a micro-rocket launcher, if not a game-changer. My dear, the times have indeed transformed. And let us not forget the art of shadow mimicry. Dealing with ordinary individuals wielding firearms was as effortless as sipping soup. Muchio had just arrived, but upon witnessing the resurrected Lord Run, he hesitated to leap from the rooftop to rescue Uncle Gio and his two hapless disciples. As he was preparing to descend, waiting for Lord Run to search for sustenance in another location, Captain Away re-entered the courtyard. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Muchio bided his time. Captain Away, with his basin in hand, approached the cell where Uncle Gio and his two incompetent apprentices were confined, grinning broadly. "Do you know what I hold?" he inquired with a sinister chuckle. Uncle Gio had only begun to mention the revival of Captain Away's relative when he was abruptly interrupted. "Do not tell me anything else. Answer my question first," Captain Away demanded angrily. "What is it?" Xiaosheng rolled his eyes at Captain Away. "What on earth is that smell? It's utterly foul." Kai fanned the air before his nose, immediately detecting the atrocious odor emanating from the basin. It's a basin of feces." Captain Away cackled foolishly, brandishing the excrement. "What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act rashly," Uncle Gio exclaimed, alarmed at the realization of the contents. However, Captain Away, undeterred by Uncle Gio's threats, brandished a large wooden spoon and scooped a hefty portion of the excrement. "Ugh!" Kai retched at the repugnant stench. "Are you not disgusted?" Xiaosheng shouted in outrage. I, for one, find it quite amusing," Captain Away retorted, his words lacking credibility due to his stuffy nose. "If you cannot endure this, and if you do not confess, I shall dump the excrement into your cell. You will be forced to slumber amidst the filth." Captain Away leered as he played with excrement using a wooden spoon. The three captives in the cell could scarcely endure his antics, yet they found themselves powerless to act. Surrender? Had he lost his mind? To confess would mean a bullet to the head. To remain silent, with the filth poised to be splattered upon them. Who could bear such indignity? No words, is it? Very well. Allow me to give you a taste of what is to come, Captain Away declared, raising the spoon to unleash the foul substance. "Watch your back," Uncle Gio cautioned. I to be frightened like a child? What could possibly be behind me?" Captain Away retorted dismissively. Unbeknownst to him, directly behind him stood the corpse of his beloved cousin's father, his own uncle, the deceased Mr. Run, transformed into a shambling horror. "Are you scared now? Hurry and confess, or I have many more tricks up my sleeve." Captain Away assumed Uncle Gio was merely stalling, grinning wickedly. "Really? Just look behind you," Xiaosheng urged. "Are you serious? What could possibly be there? It's just the three of you and me in this courtyard," Captain Away scoffed. "And your uncle?" Kai timidly interjected from behind Uncle Gio. "My uncle? How dare you mention him?" Captain Away snapped, glancing towards the spot where Mr. Rin's body had recently lain, but found nothing amiss. As Mr. Rin lunged at him from behind, Captain Away instinctively turned away, unaware of the impending danger. "Where is my uncle?" Captain Away demanded of Uncle Gio. "Right behind you," Uncle Gio replied, exasperated. "Behind me?" A flicker of unease crept into Captain Away's mind, and as he turned, he was met with a sight that nearly caused him to lose control of his bowels. The corpse of his uncle, Mr. Run, stood behind him, coldly fixating on his neck. "Ah, a ghost!" the captain cried in terror. Before he could escape, Mr. Rin seized him by the throat and propelled him forward, colliding him against the cell door. With a target in sight, Mr. Rin lunged to bite at Captain Away's neck. Fortuitously, Captain Away still held the wooden spoon meant for flinging filth, and in a moment of quick thinking, he thrust it forward. Mr. Rin's bite met the spoon, leaving him choked and unable to open his mouth. "Help me," Captain Away gasped, seeking assistance from Uncle Gio. While others might have turned a blind eye, Uncle Gio was different. His compassionate heart would not allow him to witness a corpse draining the life from another. Yet Uncle Gio was no saint. He had landed in this predicament due to Captain Away's actions. Xiaosheng, lacking such compassion, seized the moment as he saw his master hesitate. "He tracks by scent. If you douse yourself in filth, he won't be able to find you." Xiaosheng stifled a laugh. "Really?" Captain Away hesitated for a mere second. Then, with determination, he forcefully pushed Mr. Rin away and dashed towards the chamber pot, lifting it with all his might and pouring its contents over his head. "Ugh, ugh, ugh, ugh," he retched 5 times. The 5 individuals in question are Jiu Shu, Chiao Sheng, Wenkai, Captain Away, and of course the last one is not the Lord Run, as he possesses no intellect. The final character is Mu Chiao, who is perched on a rooftop, keenly observing the unfolding drama. This fellow is indeed a formidable character. Is this merely a jest at his expense? Must it not suffice to simply suppress one's irritation? Mu Chiao lamented, gagging a few times as he continued his tirade. You excrete waste, just do it. What is the point of starting from the beginning? What about bathing? As Mu Chiao spoke, he retched once more, truly finding the situation profoundly repulsive. As the saying goes, heed the advice of others, and you shall eat your fill. Captain Away, having absorbed Chiao Sheng's words, found that indeed, Lord Ren was no longer pursuing him, but rather turned his attention to Jiao Shu and his disciples within the confines of the cell, who were incessantly engaged in their banter. This is utterly revolting. Wen Kai Go the Mat? Is that truly so? Chiao Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiao Shu pinched his nose and glared at Chiao Sheng, elucidating, the walking corpses rely on the scent of living beings to locate them. Away is enveloped in filth, which overwhelms the olfactory senses. Thus the corpses cannot detect the scent of life emanating from him. Oh, so that is the case. The two disciples nodded in comprehension. It truly works. Captain Away, with a stuffed nose, could only rely on visual stimuli, devoid of any odor. Noticing that Lord Run had not pursued him, he felt a surge of joy, exclaiming in exhilaration after narrowly escaping death. However, as he opened his mouth, the foul substance cascading from his head inadvertently entered his mouth. Mu Chiao, who was watching the spectacle, could no longer contain himself, painfully striking his chest, overwhelmed by the utter disgust of the situation. As a mouthful of excrement entered Away's mouth, he too was finally repulsed, bending over to vomit violently. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the courtyard reveled in the commotion, while several corpses in the mortuary began to stir ominously. Chapter 44. I have acquired a new skill ug. Captain Away was retching violently not far from the prison door. Lord Run, too, was fervently engaged in his own antics at the cell door, striking it incessantly. The scene was utterly exquisite. Once Captain Away felt a semblance of relief, he contemplated making his escape, only to be halted by Jiao Shu's urgent call. Release us first. Captain Away did not even glance back, jesting, how can I open the prison door when my aunt stands right before it? Observing that Captain Away was feigning ignorance, Jiao Shu called out again, the 13 corpses of the Ren family will transform into beings akin to your aunt. Soon, the Yamen will be overrun with chaos. Are you not going to let us out to tidy up this mess? Upon hearing such a terrifying prospect, Captain Away paused in his tracks. The mortuary housing the 13 corpses was situated adjacent to the prison, and to exit the Yamen, one must traverse the courtyard of the mortuary. The thought of the 13 corpses resurrecting left Captain Away dumbfounded. Hey, don't just stand there. Quickly release us. Chiao Sheng urged. Captain Away, fearing another mouthful of the vile substance, could only gesture in sign language, indicating his inability to proceed due to his trepidation. Then he pointed at Master Run, indicating that Master Ren was there and could not open the door. Understanding the captain's intention, the three of them pinched their noses and held their breath. After a while, Master Ren stopped banging on the prison door. He curiously sniffed the air and, to their astonishment, headed toward Captain Away. The stench of excrement could only mask a portion of the scent, yet the sensitivity of the undead's sense of smell remained acute, even though the foul odor affected their ability to breathe. Jiao Shu and the others still caught a whiff of Captain Away's human scent from afar. Captain Away exclaimed in fright, momentarily disregarding his disgust as he dashed to the prison door, shouting, "Open the door! Open the door!" The design of this prison was to prevent prisoners from escaping, hence the door was locked from the outside. Outside stood 2 sentinels. Upon hearing their captain's cries for help, they opened the obstructive wooden door, revealing the iron prison door behind it, designed to thwart prisoners from taking hostages and fleeing. As they were about to unlock the door, they caught sight of Master Ren charging towards Captain Away. A ghost! The 2 soldiers yelled, slamming the wooden door shut with a loud bang. Damn it! Captain Away cursed, feeling the shadow of death looming over him, thinking he was doomed. His hand instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. Grasping the firearm felt like grasping hope itself. Captain Away raised the gun and fired a volley of bullets at Master Ren. The bullets struck Master Ren, momentarily slowing his advance. At that moment, the obstructive wooden door swung open again. Captain Away was about to commend the two soldiers for their sudden sense of conscience when a glance nearly made him lose control. A horde of undead was charging towards the two sentinels. Desperate to survive, they hurriedly attempted to unlock the prison door. However, just as the key was inserted, they were bitten by the oncoming swarm of undead. A mass of bodies surrounded the two soldiers, indulging in a gruesome feast. Cold sweat poured down Captain Away's face. Before he could even process the terrifying scene, he found himself seized by Master Run around the throat. Hold your breath. If you hold your breath, he won't smell you, Jioshu shouted, having witnessed the chaos outside the door. If Captain Away were to perish, the three of them would remain trapped in the prison, uncertain of when they might escape. If fortune favored them, the dawn would see the undead retreat to their hiding places. If misfortune struck, the entire village would suffer. By then, not only would there be no one to unlock the prison door to rescue them, but the whole village could very well become a den of zombies. Huh? Hold my breath? Captain Away heard Jioshu's reminder, feeling puzzled but quickly complied. Indeed, Master Rin sniffed in front of Captain Away and, perplexed, released his grip. Yet, having just endured a strong chokehold and still holding his breath, Captain Away found he lacked oxygen. He could barely endure for a few seconds before he involuntarily gasped for air. At that moment, Master Rin tightened his grip on the captain's throat once more. Unable to bear it any longer, Muchio intervened. There was no other choice. In the present circumstances, having multiple aids proves beneficial. Regardless of past actions, it is imperative to first address the matter of the undead. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry technique. A shadow connected to Lord Run, who upon loosening his grip on Captain Awe, seized the opportunity to flee. Eastern evil sorcery, mused Uncle Gio, squinting in search of the spellcaster. On the rooftop, it was indeed Muchio. Hurry, release Uncle Gio and the others. I cannot maintain control for long. Muchio shouted from above. Understood. Captain Awe replied promptly. After Uncle Gio and his companions were freed, Muchio dropped a substantial bundle from the rooftop. Uncle Gio, I brought everything we could use. Good lad. Uncle Gio praised as he opened the package. Inside were talismans, vermilion brushes, ink rulers, and peachwood swords. Everything one could need. As Uncle Gio grasped a peachwood sword to confront Lord Run, Muchio called out, prompting Uncle Gio to halt. Let me handle this, Muchio declared, leaping down from the roof, while Lord Run, controlled by the shadow mimicry, mirrored Muchio's actions, both approaching each other step by step. Muchio brandished a peachwood sword, lunging towards Lord Run. Under the influence of Muchio's technique, Lord Rin retaliated with a punch, but the distance was not as great as Muchio's sword thrust. Why by Babu? Why by Babu? Lord Rin was pierced through the heart by Muchio's sword. Howling in agony, but devoid of control over his body, he could only wail. All right, Uncle Gio, it's your turn. After delivering a single thrust, Muchio withdrew, allowing Uncle Gio to take over. This was merely to ensure the successful completion of the task. Previously, even while controlling the abomination, Muchio had inflicted harm with iron chains. Fearful that mere control would yield no reward, he orchestrated this display. Muchio was aware of his intentions, while Uncle Gio remained bewildered, mistakenly believing Muchio was merely cultivating courage. All right, Uncle Gio responded, sprinting forward, kicking Lord Run to the ground before producing a yellow talisman, igniting it between his fingers and casting it upon Lord Run. The flames Uncle Gio conjured were unlike ordinary fire. Upon contact with the burning talisman, Lord Rin ignited as if doused in gasoline, instantly becoming engulfed in flames. Outside the prison, the undead heard Lord Rin's anguished cries, frantically battering the cell door, enraged by the demise of one of their own. The air was filled with the chilling sounds of their lamentations, sending shivers down the spines of all present, save for Uncle Gio and Muchio. Uncle Gio, being an experienced Taoist, had grown accustomed to such sounds, while Muchio, preoccupied with the newfound skills and the system's notifications, remained oblivious to all else. This is disastrous. If they breach in, we are finished. Captain Awe evaded the prison's entrance. Though the door was sturdy, it could not withstand the relentless assault of numerous undead. Master, what should we do? When Kai, having distanced himself, halted after leaving the confinement room, realizing that remaining inside was safer than venturing forward. Each individual was engulfed in negative thoughts, with the exception of Mu Chio, who smiled upon glimpsing the rewards for his efforts. Chapter 45, I as Sorcerer Ding. Task of eliminating Old Master Ren's checkpoint completed. Ding. Acquired the skill Blizzard. Blizzard. Summons shards of ice to strike the target area. Requires guidance. Costs 320 mana. Deals 200 damage within 8 seconds. With an area of effect of 3 meters by 3 meters and has no cooldown. Ding. Magic attribute bar activated. Host. Mucho magic value. 400. Could it be that I possess the Blizzard skill from World of Warcraft? This skill is the epitome of a mage's ascent, allowing one to gather a horde of enemies, slow and freeze them, and then unleash Blizzard to obliterate them in waves, thus garnering a bounty of experience. Truly a divine technique for leveling up. Mu Chio felt a surge of delight within. At last, he had acquired an offensive skill, and a wide-ranging one at that. With this newfound ability, he could finally escape the shackles of a single attack method. However, some concerns lingered. While area damage spells are indeed formidable, the inflicted damage felt somewhat lackluster. 8 seconds yielding 200 damage equated to approximately 4 seconds to fell an ordinary adult, whereas a gunshot could accomplish the task in but a second. Yet in the current scenario, this Blizzard skill was perfect for dealing with the undead. Its extensive range could envelop the entire mass of them. Moreover, it dealt magical damage, while the undead possessed only physical defenses, lacking any magical resistance. In more scientific terms, although the zombies could feel pain, being struck by bullets had minimal effect on them. However, the hailstones summoned by Blizzard were a different matter entirely, striking uniformly upon the undead and shattering their bones, rendering them incapable of standing, helplessly at the mercy of their assailants. This conclusion dawned on Mu Chio only after several minutes of contemplation. Chioshing, join me on the wall. Once we're outside, you use the ink line to encircle the zombies. Uncle Gio commanded, casting a glance at Mu Chio. Young friend Mu, if any zombies escape the ink line as perimeter, lend your assistance in bringing them back. Before Mu Chio could respond, Captain Away hastily interjected, No, we're safe here. They can't breach our defenses. Would it not be wiser to wait until dawn? Master, indeed, when Kai echoed from a distance. Absolutely not. Before dawn, they will seek refuge. Should any zombies reach outside the yamen and bite someone, it would be an even greater dilemma. Uncle Gio expressed his concern. Master, they are currently gathered at the prison gate. Could we not simply set them ablaze? Chioshing proposed. Without gasoline, ordinary flames would merely scorch them, failing to incinerate them entirely. Uncle Gio clarified. Then venturing outside is far too perilous, when Kai remarked. Enough of this bickering. If you two are so fearful, retreat to the cell and lock yourselves in. Mu Chio's voice resonated from atop the roof. The group, realizing his absence only now, looked up to find him perched upon the rooftop. Uncle Gio, time is of the essence. I fear there may be a formidable foe awaiting us. Formidable foe? Chioshing inquired. Puzzled, Uncle Gio, of course, knew precisely to whom Mu Chio was alluding. After 2 decades of absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth, the zombie has mutated. Old Master Ren, had the circumstances been as they once were, Uncle Gio would have had an 80% certainty of overcoming it. However, the present situation is uncertain. The creature has consumed the blood of over 10 individuals and has been at large for a day, leaving us in the dark as to whether it has bitten again. Its strength has undoubtedly transformed, vastly surpassing its former self. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Uncle Gio hastily abandoned further deliberation and called for Chioshing to join him on the rooftop. Wen Kai and Captain Away, unable to hinder the threat, implored Chioshing to secure the prison door from the outside, preventing the undead from infiltrating the cell. Once Chioshing locked the door and ascended to the rooftop, Wen Kai was immediately filled with regret. In his earlier fright, he had overlooked the foul stench emanating from Captain Away. Upon entering the same cell, the odor assaulted his senses. No matter how trivial their banter, Mu Chio was disinterested. His sole focus lay on the efficacy of his newly acquired skill. Uncle Gio, shortly I shall unleash a hailstorm spell to strike these zombies. Can you both contain them within a certain area? A spell? Uncle Gio was taken aback. Such phenomena transcended the comprehension of ordinary mortals. While the reanimation of corpses might be explained through scientific means, spells were entirely beyond rational explanation. As a disciple of the Maoshan sect, Uncle Gio had heard whispers of such matters, including the long-lost Five Thunder spell and other incantations that eluded the understanding of the common folk. Though Muccio claimed he could summon hail, Uncle Gio found it hard to believe. Regardless of how he regarded Muccio, he could not fathom that such a young man possessed such extraordinary abilities. Yet, recalling Muccio's talent for controlling others, he hesitated. The Maoshan sect could achieve similar effects, albeit requiring the target's hair. Muccio's direct control was impressive, and while Uncle Gio outwardly dismissed it as Eastern sorcery, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration internally. "Young friend Mu, are you certain?" Uncle Gio inquired, his uncertainty evident. Fear not." Muccio, weary of explanations, thought to himself that if he weren't already at the brink of unleashing a blizzard, he would demonstrate his prowess to see Uncle Gio's reaction. Very well. Uncle Gio understood that there was no time to waste and needed to place his trust in Muccio. He signaled to Qiuxing and leaped off the wall with a measuring line in hand. As Uncle Gio descended, a horde of zombies that had been waiting below surged toward him, mistaking him for a meal. With a few agile maneuvers, Uncle Gio evaded the throng and shouted, "Qiuxing!" Now, in a swift somersault, he created distance from the zombies, tossing the measuring line towards Qiuxing while holding onto the thread. Qiuxing, equally adept, caught the line mid-air, wrapping it around a small tree before sprinting back towards Uncle Gio. The two individuals delineated a boundary with a chalk line, encircling the undead within a confined space. This enclosure was neither particularly large nor excessively small. Its purpose was to prevent the zombies from becoming overly crowded. The chalk line itself was quite ordinary, yet there was a palpable fear that should the undead become too tightly packed, they might inadvertently break the line. After being toyed with by the duo, the horde of zombies grew enraged. The two guards they had previously devoured were insufficient to satiate their hunger, and they emitted ghastly howls as they charged towards the converging figures of the master and his disciple. As one zombie lunged at the master, a slender black line intercepted its path. The creature, unable to perceive its surroundings, collided directly with the barrier. With a crackling sound, it was as if it had stumbled upon an electric switch. Sparks erupted from its body, propelling it backward. This display halted the advance of the other zombies. Although their intellect was limited, fixated solely on human flesh and blood, they were not devoid of any semblance of awareness. They could recognize danger and felt pain, much like wild animals that, despite often facing starvation and relentlessly hunting, would reconsider when confronted with a life-threatening scenario. Consequently, the zombies hesitated, refraining from rash movements. Meanwhile, Muccio, standing at a distance, began to chant an incantation to summon a blizzard. As he intoned the spell, the air around the undead grew noticeably colder. Above, shards of ice coalesced, plummeting toward the throng of zombies below. "Master, be cautious. The chalk line may snap," Muccio warned, having just realized the potential peril. The master, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, also recognized the risk to the chalk line. He tightened it, forcefully repelling several of the closest zombies before loosening it slightly. At last, the blizzard commenced, unleashing hail upon the undead. The ice fragments clanged and clattered as they struck the zombies' heads, inflicting considerable pain. Attempting to flee the blizzard, they were thwarted by the taut chalk line that the master had suddenly pulled. To the zombies, the chalk line was minuscule in comparison, and both the master and Qiu were cautious in their handling of the line, fearful it might break under the weight of the ice shards. 8 seconds can be deemed both lengthy and brief. Soon enough, 13 zombies bore numerous injuries, and few remained capable of standing. "Master, move aside," Muccio shouted, producing the miniature rocket launcher gifted by Iron Man. At this juncture, there was no need for concealment. It was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. The master and Qiu had already witnessed Muccio's remarkable abilities, and upon hearing his warning, they swiftly distanced themselves by several meters. Aiming the launcher at the mass of zombies, Muccio unleashed a barrage of rockets. Whoosh! Boom! Though designed for portability, the rockets were undeniably powerful, surpassing bullets in their destructive capacity. The zombies, already rendered stiff and fragmented by the blizzard, were further obliterated by the rocket fire, with several of them meeting their ultimate demise in a physical exorcism. "Uncle Gio, please add some fuel to the fire," Muccio reminded, as the bombardment from the rockets ceased. "All right." Uncle Gio extracted 3 yellow talismans, igniting them out of thin air and tossing them into the heap of corpses. Had he cast the talismans immediately after the blizzard, they would have failed to ignite. However, the rockets had sufficiently heated the corpses, and now, as the talismans were thrown, the undead were engulfed in flames. Subjected to the dual onslaught of the blizzard and the rockets, their bones shattered, and now, as fire consumed them, they could only struggle to crawl away from the flames. Yet, Uncle Gio, a seasoned veteran, cast the talismans evenly among the horde, ensuring that virtually all the corpses were cloaked in fire. Occasionally, a few managed to escape the inferno, but both Uncle Gio and Xiao Sheng swiftly closed in, wielding peachwood swords to deliver the final blow. Before long, as the thick smoke dissipated, all 14 of Ren's corpses had been exorcised. "Well done, lad." Uncle Gio gave Muccio a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." "It's merely a diversion," Muccio replied modestly. "When it comes to dealing with zombies, I find myself at a loss." Suddenly, Uncle Gio recalled the peculiar traits of zombies, slapping his forehead in concern. "What about Lord Ren's daughter?" Earlier, Muccio had spotted Run Ting Ting when he ascended the roof. She was in the courtyard of the yamen. "She's inside the yamen," Muccio responded. "That's a relief." Uncle Gio's worries eased. Although zombies are known to seek out their kin to drain their blood, they do not possess the ability to detect them unless they remain at home. As dawn broke, several households discovered that their sheep and chickens had been killed by an unknown wild animal. Fortunately, no one had been bitten. The ruckus concerning the Ren family had caused the villagers to lock their doors and retire early. And even the farmers whose livestock had been attacked did not dare to venture out at the sounds, fearing the presence of zombies. Numerous legends circulated among the populace regarding such matters, especially given that similar incidents had occurred in the past, prompting the villagers to remain vigilant. Once daylight arrived, Rin Ting Ting awoke groggily, and upon stepping outside, discovered that the yamen was deserted. It was only after emerging onto the street that she learned of the events that transpired overnight. Captain Away, fearing the presence of undead, had spent the night cooped up in a cell with Wenkai. Uncle Gio and Xiao Sheng conducted another round of inspection within the yamen, finding no trace of old Master Run, and returned to the funeral home to rest only after the sun had risen. The three masters and disciples were, of course, absolved of any wrongdoing, as the yamen posted a notice stating that the true culprit was someone else. Subsequently, another warning was issued, detailing the formidable nature of the assailant, who would appear at night and bite people's necks. The villagers, upon reading this description, were well aware that it could only refer to a zombie. The day passed with an air of unease, yet Uncle Gio and Mu Chio enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Under the bright sunlight, zombies dared not reveal themselves, and after a long night, the group chose to sleep soundly throughout the day, awakening only in the afternoon. When Kai awoke at the break of dawn, immediately setting about hammering wood with a cacophony of noise. The clamor was unbearable. Xiao Sheng, roused from his slumber, noticed Wenkai sealing the windows with a board. He approached and struck Wenkai sharply on the back of the head. "Ouch!" Wenkai yelped in pain, turning to Xiao Sheng. "Why did you hit me?" "I was about to ask you the same. What are you banging for?" Xiao Sheng retorted. "I'm sealing the windows so the zombies can't get in," Wenkai replied. At that moment, Uncle Gio, hearing their dispute, emerged from the inner chamber, shaking his head. "Simply sealing the windows is futile. Zombies possess far greater strength than you realize. To prevent them from coming at night, you must use glutinous rice." "Really? Does glutinous rice work?" Wenkai inquired. "If you scatter glutinous rice throughout the yard, the zombies will not dare to approach." "Is that so?" Wenkai pondered, his spirits lifting. "Then I shall go buy some glutinous rice. You continue your hammering. I will procure it." Xiao Sheng, stretching his limbs, obstructed Wenkai. "You? Why are you going?" Wenkai questioned, puzzled, as it was usually him who ran errands at this time. Xiao Sheng had no intention of revealing that if he stayed behind, he would have to endure Master S' unpalatable noodles. After Xiao Sheng departed, Mu Chio finally stirred awake. This fellow slept like a log, undisturbed by the ruckus. Uncle Gio greeted Mu Chio. "Young friend Mu, you must remain at the ancestral hall tonight. I fear zombies may invade the village, and I will require your assistance." Having witnessed Mu Chio's capabilities in last night's battle, Uncle Gio recognized his potential in dealing with zombies. "All right," Mu Chio nodded. In truth, even if Uncle Gio had wished to send Mu Chio away, he would not have left. This journey was grueling. Had it not been for the lack of fundamental conditions to depart this realm, Mu Chio would have long since vanished. teaming up with Uncle Gio to swiftly complete their tasks. He envisioned a future free from this terrifying world. By the way, Master Ren's daughter remains in the Yamen. I worry that the zombie transformed from old Master Ren will search the village for her. It would be safest for her to come to the ancestral hall. Please help me call her. As Uncle Gio spoke, Muccio's expression darkened. Perhaps not. I cannot go. What is the matter? Uncle Gio asked, perplexed. Haha, I'm not brave enough to speak to girls. Muccio feigned shyness. Master, I shall go. Wenkai interjected eagerly upon overhearing their conversation. He tossed aside his hammer and, without waiting for Uncle Gio's response, dashed off. Chapter 48. I want to eat snacks. Wenkai set off to find Ren Tingting at the Yamen. Muccio, realizing he could not remain, concocted an excuse, borrowing a bicycle from Uncle Gio to pursue Qiusheng in search of glutinous rice. Qiusheng had not ridden far when Muccio soon caught up with him. Why are you following me? Qiusheng asked, turning back in exasperation. Well, I'm craving snacks and thought to see if the rice shop sells rice cakes or rice pastries to satisfy my cravings. Muccio replied nonchalantly. Hey, surely, you do not expect me to pay, do you? Qiusheng discerned the implied meaning in Muccio's words. Is this how you speak to the victims? You, reckless driver, are so brazen. Muccio retorted assertively, giving him the finger. Look at you. You can't even treat me to a rice cake. All right then, just a rice cake. Beyond that, I'm not concerned with you. After Qiusheng acquiesced, he hastened his pace. As twilight descended, the two inquired at every rice shop in the village, only to find that all the glutinous rice had been sold out. It remained a mystery who had leaked the information that glutinous rice could fend off zombies, leading to the stores being completely emptied. Those unable to procure glutinous rice resorted to scattering other types of rice on the ground in an attempt to deceive the zombies. Unable to provide a satisfactory explanation for the lack of glutinous rice, Qiusheng asked Muccio if she would accompany him to the neighboring village. The neighboring village? Is it far? Muccio glanced at the sky, noting that the sun would set in about an hour. Not too far. If we ride swiftly, we should return in an hour and a half. Then let us set off quickly. I am eager for that rice cake. Muccio feigned a craving and promptly mounted her bicycle to lead the way. Qiusheng was puzzled. He had never found Muccio particularly easy to get along with before. Why was she now behaving so extravagantly for a mere rice cake? Was she truly the so-called foodie? In truth, Muccio was not motivated by the rice cake. She had merely ventured out for a stroll. What had she not tasted before? Could a rice cake from this era possibly rival the delight of spicy strips? Her primary intention was to evade Ren Tingting. The longer she could delay returning, the better. Ideally, she would return only after Ren Tingting had fallen asleep. Above all, Muccio dreaded the thought of Ren Tingting seeing her and shouting flower thief. That scenario would be irredeemable. In reality, Muccio was not entirely innocent. Having incapacitated Ren Tingting with the sunflower pointing technique, she had subsequently performed artificial respiration and CPR. It was worth noting that Ren Tingting had been in a state of undress at that time. Any explanation would be futile. Previous encounters with Zheng Yi were merely a victim of malicious editing. And if anyone were to capture the scene of Muccio and Ren Tingting in the bathroom that night, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for her. The two, sharing the character Chio in their names, traveled in silence until they finally reached the neighboring village just before sunset. Not far from the village entrance stood a rice shop. The owner, astute and cunning, smiled with satisfaction after tallying the day's accounts. He surveyed the passers-by as though they were coins strolling down the street. Have you finished counting? The shopkeeper's wife approached the owner with an inquiry. All done. Today has been quite profitable, he exclaimed, patting the ledger. How curious. Why have so many come to buy glutinous rice today? We have less than 30 pounds left in the warehouse. It's nearly emptied. The shopkeeper's wife expressed her confusion. I heard there's been a zombie scare in the neighboring village. Many from there have come to buy glutinous rice. The owner explained. Zombies? Is that truly the case? Glutinous rice can fend off zombies? Who cares? As long as people are buying, the owner said joyfully, fanning himself with the ledger, then glanced regretfully toward the warehouse. What is the matter? The proprietress, keenly observant, noticed her husband's discontent. Alas, while it is true that they have profited handsomely from the recent rise in glutinous rice prices, it is evident that their stock is dwindling, and the alternative rice varieties hold no appeal. Is it not certain that tomorrow will bring a dearth of business? Do not fret. I have already instructed someone to procure more supplies. Furthermore, glutinous rice bears a striking resemblance to regular rice. Should villagers from a neighboring hamlet arrive, we can blend in some regular rice. Should they discern the ruse and come knocking, we shall simply compensate them with glutinous rice. Consider the regular rice as a gift." The proprietress remarked with a mischievous grin. The proprietor shared her mirth, thinking how fortunate he was to have such a wife. As they laughed, their foolish son attempted to join in the revelry, oblivious to his surroundings. He stumbled upon a bag of rice, toppling over and spilling its contents everywhere. "Oh dear, you foolish child! Quickly gather up all the rice," the proprietor exclaimed in exasperation. "Gather what? You try collecting it." The proprietress defended her son. "Hurry and fetch a broom to sweep it up. If I ask you to collect with your hands, then do so." The proprietor playfully chastised his son and glanced at his wife, pondering how two such clever individuals could produce such a simpleton. "Are you blaming me?" the proprietress demanded. Hands on her hips. "No, no," the proprietor soothed. At that moment, the duo known as Urkiu arrived at the rice shop. "Good day, gentlemen. What brings you here?" The proprietor greeted them. "What nonsense! What else would one buy at a rice shop but rice?" Xiao Sheng retorted. "Oh, there's so much more. We have rice bags, rice jars, rice measures. Everything related to rice is available here," the proprietor exclaimed, continuing his enthusiastic pitch. "We also offer rice flour, rice cakes, and cooked rice, all for human consumption." The proprietor continued unabated. "Moreover, we have rice bran, rice husks, and rice oil, perfect for feeding pigs. Anything associated with rice, we possess," he declared in one breath. While Xiao Sheng listened intently. "Is that so? Do you also sell rice fields?" Xiao Sheng countered. "Of course. I myself am priced at 3 copper coins per pound." The proprietor chuckled, pointing to his own belly, while my assistant is priced at just 1 copper coin per pound, as the quality of our sustenance varies. Thus so does the output. The proprietor chuckled again, acknowledging the underlying truth that all could serve as fertilizer. "How many pounds do you require?" No, I have no use for that. Could you immediately weigh out 50 pounds of glutinous rice for me?" Xiao Sheng quickly interjected. "Very well," the proprietor replied. "Assistant, fetch 50 pounds of glutinous rice." As the assistant approached, he whispered to the proprietor, "Boss, we only have 30 pounds of glutinous rice left. Blend in 20 pounds of regular rice." The proprietor replied quietly. Muccio observed the two whispering and smirked, picking up a piece of rice cake. "So, you claim to have everything related to rice for sale, correct?" "Absolutely," the proprietor asserted confidently. "Great. Then I would like a rice Michelangelo." Muccio chuckled. "Huh, what is that? You do not have it, do you? What about rice Michelin tires?" Muccio continued. The boss had never heard of it. Surely, there must be something related to Mickey Mouse. Muccio took a bite of the rice cake. "I've never heard of this either." The boss shook his head. "You claim to have everything related to rice." After finishing one piece of rice cake, Muccio picked up another and began to taste it. "Consider this rice cake on your account," Muccio exclaimed. The boss thought of retorting that he was dreaming, but then reconsidered. After all, the high price he charged for glutinous rice included 20 pounds of ordinary rice. Eating a couple of rice cakes was not a significant matter, so he refrained from further comment. Chapter 49. I'm a professional fisher boss. How do you distinguish between glutinous rice and regular rice when they look so similar? Muccio's fishing-like inquiry caught the boss off guard, leading him to respond without sensing any sarcasm. That's easy to resolve. I've been selling rice for 20 years. I can tell at a glance which is glutinous rice and which is regular rice." The boss replied with a smile. "Is that so? Do you have any tricks?" Muccio continued to inquire. "Quite simple. Regular rice is white and transparent, whereas glutinous rice is not. Glutinous rice is long and oval, slender in shape, while regular rice is more rounded and plump. Glutinous rice has a milky white or waxy white color, is opaque, and is sometimes referred to as semi-transparent or glutinous. Regular rice has a smaller whiteness and is mostly transparent or semi-transparent, with a glossy sheen." The boss spoke enthusiastically, resembling a rice expert. "Oh, now I understand. Boss, you are incredibly knowledgeable." Muccio chuckled mischievously and then fell silent. The assistant quickly packed the rice, placing 30 pounds of glutinous rice on top and regular rice beneath. The boss smiled and instructed the assistant to lift the bag of rice in front of Xiao Sheng, saying, "Here you go. This is your 50 pounds of glutinous rice." Just as Xiao Sheng was about to pay, Muccio interjected. Hey boss, you mentioned that regular rice is white and transparent, while glutinous rice is not, correct? Mucho grinned. Yes, that's basically common knowledge, not a secret. The boss felt a hint of unease. All right, let me compare, Mucho declared, grabbing a handful of loose regular rice and walking over to the rice bag at Qiusheng's feet, taking a handful from it with one hand and a handful of regular rice with the other. Boss, my left hand holds regular rice, while my right hand holds the glutinous rice from your assistant, right? Yes, the boss wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. How can this be? Mucho exclaimed. Huh? The boss jumped, fearing the revelation of the truth. Indeed, so this is how we distinguish between glutinous rice and regular rice. Mucho teased, startling the boss. Yes. The boss thought to himself how fortunate it was that the assistant was not foolish enough to place the regular rice on top. I've truly learned something today, Mucho said, placing the 2 handfuls of rice on the table before forcefully grabbing another handful from the bottom of the rice bag. The boss felt a pang of dread, contemplating how to explain this, as Mucho laughed. Boss, I've discovered that your trick doesn't work at all. What do you mean? The boss asked, perplexed. Look, you claim that rice is white and translucent, while glutinous rice is not, correct? Indeed. Then why does this batch of glutinous rice that I purchased appear identical to regular rice? Mucho's expression shifted dramatically as she inquired without a trace of humor. Upon hearing this, Qiusheng seized the bottom layer of glutinous rice, and to his astonishment, he found no discernible difference from the regular rice. Are you trying to deceive us, boss? Qiusheng exclaimed in anger. His frustration was warranted. This glutinous rice was intended for warding off zombies, and mixing it with regular rice was not merely a financial scam, but a matter of life and death. Provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall demolish your rice shop. Qiusheng grasped the boss by the collar, raising his fist in readiness to strike. At that moment, the patrolling soldiers noticed and intervened, blocking Qiusheng's path. What's going on here? Speak up, one of the patrolling soldiers inquired. He sold me regular rice as glutinous rice. He cheated me, Qiusheng retorted angrily. A misunderstanding. It must have been a mix-up. My assistant mistakenly confused the bags of regular rice with those of glutinous rice. The boss hastily explained, forcing a smile at the patrolling soldiers. Oh, is that all? Just repackage it, and we're done. The soldier, having grasped the situation, released Qiusheng's grip on the boss. Exactly. It must be a misunderstanding. Mucho chimed in, attempting to mediate, though the boss found her words grating. At that moment, an assistant whispered confidentially to the rice shop owner, Boss, he wants 50 pounds of glutinous rice, but we only have 30 pounds left in this bag. How can we fulfill his request? What are you saying? You still wish to deceive me in front of the officials? Qiusheng retorted furiously. No, we just sold out of glutinous rice. This bag contains only 30 pounds. The boss means for you to leave. He no longer wishes to sell, the assistant replied. However, Qiusheng had traveled a considerable distance on his bicycle specifically to purchase glutinous rice. Returning empty-handed was not an option. I don't care. I demand 30 pounds of glutinous rice, cleaned and prepared. I am buying today, Qiusheng asserted firmly, showing no regard for the officials or the owner. The boss found himself in a difficult position. Fine, I will simply sell him this bag as if it contains 30 pounds of glutinous rice, he thought. The boss's wife emerged with a proposed solution before retreating back inside. Yes. Would that work for you? The boss, weary of the argument, inquired. The cost for 20 pounds of regular rice would suffice, as the price increase was merely a reflection of the glutinous rice market, making this transaction a break-even endeavor. Qiusheng could hardly protest, as he was effectively gaining 20 pounds of rice at no cost, and with the day growing late, he needed to return home without delay. Very well, how much do I owe you? Qiusheng asked. Just as the boss was about to respond, he felt a sudden discomfort. He abruptly raised his hand, forcefully covering his mouth, and gestured with his other hand to indicate a single piece. $1? Are you robbing me? Qiusheng shouted in fury. Although the officials were biased, they too found the situation unreasonable and remained silent. The boss, unable to speak, could only make muffled sounds, shaking his hand to signal it was a misunderstanding. 100 copper coins? Qiusheng questioned in confusion. The proprietor remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand and indicating a single unit. Are you jesting with me? It cannot possibly be just a copper coin, Qiusheng inquired. To his astonishment, the proprietor nodded in affirmation. What? Just a copper coin? Thank you, esteemed proprietor, Qiu Sheng exclaimed, tossing a copper coin onto the table before hastily grabbing the sack of rice and dashing out of the store, riding away without a thought for when Mu Qiu had vanished. Inwardly, Qiu Sheng chuckled, knowing it was Mu Qiu's mischief at play, yet he chose not to disclose it. After all, with the constables as witnesses, the proprietor had signaled a copper coin himself. If an opportunity to gain something for nothing arose, one ought to seize it, especially given that this proprietor was known for his greed and malice. Once Qiu Sheng departed, the proprietor regained his composure and contemplated pursuing him. But Qiu Sheng had already fled. Enraged, the unscrupulous merchant nearly lost his breath, leaping up to shout at the constables. Did you witness that? He stole my rice. But he did pay, did he not? The constables responded, bewildered, as they thought the rice seller had lost his senses. A mere copper coin. That is worth 50 pounds of rice. Do you two lack common sense? The proprietor bellowed. What business is it of mine? You gestured for a copper coin and nodded in agreement. If you continue to act up, I shall put an end to you with a single shot. One of the constables could not tolerate such insolence any longer. After all, the rice shop owner had previously offered him a favor, which amounted to little more than a meal, and now he dared to presume superiority. Was he not overstepping his bounds? Mu Qiu observed the spectacle from across the street, shaking her head in amusement before mounting her bicycle to pursue Qiu Sheng. However, as she pedaled along, she soon realized that she was lost. Chapter 50. I'm lost. Qiu Sheng had been cycling for quite a while without catching sight of Mu Qiu, assuming she was trailing behind. After waiting for some time with no sign of her, he decided to ride toward the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Mu Qiu found herself meandering through the woods. How peculiar. Have I not been here before? No, that cannot be right. How did I end up back here? Is this the very tree I just relieved myself behind? Mu Qiu mused, circling within the forest, unable to find her way out. A sense of unease began to settle in. Am I caught in a loop? She squinted, surveying her surroundings, but saw nothing amiss, just the ordinary trees. She even contemplated setting the woods ablaze, yet refrained, understanding the consequences of arson. In her frustration, she flung several snowballs at the trees and open spaces, but to no avail. Ultimately, she ceased her futile rage and continued to ride in circles within the woods. In the forest, a woman clad in bridal attire hovered above the trees, watching Mu Qiu. Noticing Mu Qiu's inability to escape, she smiled and floated into a sedan chair. As a gentle breeze blew, the chair seemed to be lifted by unseen hands, and to Mu Qiu's astonishment, four figures materialized, carrying the sedan. Yet, these were no ordinary figures. They were 4 paper effigies. The paper figures bore the chair, singing as they moved. Her gaze like stars shining bright. A sight that sets the heart aflutter. The bright moon casts its glow as the chilling wind sways the willow lane. In search of love, the female ghost Autumn returned to the village as night fell. The streets were deserted, with villagers having retreated to their homes, locking doors and windows tightly, trembling beneath their blankets. The presence of zombies was simply too terrifying. Families with any means had long sought refuge elsewhere. Yet, Autumn was not the only brave soul wandering the streets. A watchman was also making his rounds. His appearance was rather peculiar, clad in a suit of iron armor specifically tailored to fend off zombies. While others could rest peacefully at home, the unfortunate watchman had no such luxury. To make ends meet, he donned his metal attire and ventured out into the night. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, the watchman, inebriated, raised his gong and called out, "It is the first watch. Be wary of fire, theft, and zombies." As he shouted, he suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine, sobering him considerably. "Uncle!" A woman's voice echoed behind him. The watchman, a profession only slightly less daunting than that of a gravekeeper, relied on his drink for courage while traversing the dark streets. However, encountering such a situation filled him with dread, fearing he had come across a ghost. Trembling, he turned around, only to find no one there. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and turned back, a woman in white appeared before him. "Ah!" The watchman yelled, startled, causing his gong to clatter to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a beautiful woman, not a zombie, and his heart settled. "Oh dear, miss, you nearly scared me to death," he exclaimed, still shaken. "Uncle, could you do me a favor?" The woman in white asked ominously. "What kind of favor?" "I have no time. I must continue my watch." "Very simple. Hurry and violate me," she continued with a chilling tone. Upon hearing this, the watchman was outraged. You wish for me to do such a thing? Yes, hurry. The woman insisted, stepping closer. You shameless hussy. The watchman jumped back, evading her embrace. You want to ruin my reputation? Such a foolish thought. Bah. He picked up his gong, intending to leave, but the woman watched his retreating figure and gently blew a breath. Suddenly, the watchman found himself unable to control his legs, which moved of their own accord, leading him directly to the woman as he embraced her. Help! Help! The woman cried out, her sinister demeanor vanishing as she was held captive. At that moment, Autumn happened to ride by on her bicycle. Hearing the cries for help, she quickened her pace and soon spotted the watchman inappropriately holding a woman. Not on my watch, Autumn thought. Disregarding the need to park her bicycle properly, she leaped off and rushed toward the watchman, pulling him aside and freeing the woman from his clutches. As the scene unfolded, Chioshing delivered a swift kick to the night watchman, intending to strike again. However, the woman in white appeared faint, as if on the verge of collapsing. Chioshing hurried to support her. What a fortunate encounter this is. You possess quite the audacity, don't you? To attempt to harass respectable women in broad daylight. He admonished sternly. Oh dear, it was the night watchman who initiated this. She attempted to defend herself, but Chioshing raised his fist, silencing her. No need for explanations. You disgraceful wretch. From now on, each time I see you, I shall strike you. He threatened. The night watchman, having no desire to argue further, merely huffed and departed. Are you all right, miss? Chioshing inquired of the woman in white. My name is Xiaoyu, and I am quite frightened, she replied softly. Chioshing repeated her name, Xiaoyu, and continued, there is no need to fear. Where do you live? I shall escort you home. The woman named Xiaoyu pointed to the courtyard behind her. I reside just there. Very well, I shall help you inside. The courtyard was expansive, suggesting that Xiaoyu hailed from a prominent family. Chioshing aided her into the courtyard, calling out, someone come help. There is an injured person in your home. My family resides in the provincial capital, so it is just you and I here now, Xiaoyu hinted subtly. Chioshing guided her to the bedroom and bid her farewell, preparing to leave. However, as he reached the threshold, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, and a torrential downpour commenced. How peculiar. Is this fate at play? Chioshing mused. Come inside to avoid the rain, Xiaoyu urged shyly, holding the doorframe. Very well. Once inside, Xiaoyu poured some wine, stating it would warm Chioshing. After taking a sip, Chioshing found Xiaoyu inexplicably enchanting. In a twist of fate, while one was entangled in sheets, Muchio was seething with frustration. Having wandered through the forest for most of the day, he finally emerged in the village, only to find that the night watchman had returned home to sleep, leaving him quite terrified. In moments of extreme fear, anger often follows, and Muchio felt an urge to confront the ghost that had led him astray. As he rode past the courtyard, he spotted a bicycle lying on the ground, accompanied by a bag of rice. Isn't this Chioshing's bicycle? And the glutinous rice from this afternoon, why is it discarded here? Muchio lifted the bicycle, glancing around in confusion. Noticing a gap in the adjacent courtyard's door, he pondered whether Chioshing had encountered trouble. It seemed unlikely he would abandon the rice. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to enter the courtyard. The courtyard was quite spacious, but the lights in the opposite house indicated that someone was present. As Muchio approached, he stepped into the house, only to be met with indescribable sounds. He had no choice but to retreat, exiting the courtyard and swiftly retrieving the bag of rice. Chapter 51. With a countenance of righteousness upon returning to the mortuary, Muchio knocked on the door, only to find that it was Captain Away who answered. What brings you here? Muchio inquired. Certainly, it is to protect my cousin. Captain Away placed his hands on his hips, patting the gun at his waist. Aren't you all asleep at this late hour? Muchio inquired tentatively. Everyone but me is asleep. I intend to stay awake until dawn. I cannot allow the zombies any opportunity. Fine, if you're so idle, then extract the glutinous rice from this sack. I shall take a rest first. Muchio tossed the sack of rice to Captain Away and made his way to the hall, lying down in a rocking chair. I will sleep for a few hours. Before daybreak, I will slip away and avoid Rintinting. Muchio's intention was primarily driven by the fear that should the zombie of Old Master arrive, he would be directly vanquished by Jioshu, thus rendering his efforts futile. Remaining behind might lead to misunderstandings, and he was anxious about unforeseen complications. Hence, he resolved to rise before Run, Ting and roam until nightfall before returning. Muchio's intentions were noble, yet when he finally fell asleep, his snores reverberated like thunder. Early in the morning, Ren Tingting was roused by the sound of his snoring. Upon entering the hall and spotting the figure in the chair, she was taken aback. Isn't this the lecher who violated me? How could he be sleeping here? Observing the slumbering Muccio, her heart burned with fury. Her body had been sullied. And this rogue had the audacity to show his face. However, she soon felt a twinge of uncertainty. That day, she had learned that her grandfather's corpse had transformed into a zombie, leading to the demise of the Ren family. Her survival was solely due to this lecher casting her onto the rooftop, allowing her to escape disaster. She hesitated, contemplating whether to expose this rogue's behavior. In a different household, perhaps some young women would choose to endure in silence. Even in ancient times, many found it difficult to voice their grievances, allowing the wicked to grow bolder. Rin Tingting, having returned from the provincial capital, held progressive views. Though it was difficult to articulate, she ultimately made up her mind. Muccio, deep in slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by a cold object pricking his neck, causing him to open his eyes in alarm. The moment he did, he found Rin Tingting, seething with rage, holding a pair of scissors against his throat. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. Speak. Do you acknowledge what transpired that night? Rin Tingting demanded furiously. What on earth do you want me to acknowledge? What have I done? Muccio retorted defiantly, exuding an air of indifference toward Rin Tingting's threat. You. What do you mean by that? Although Rin Tingting's demeanor was fierce, she still struggled to find the words. How would I know what I did? Are you out of your mind? Muccio seized her wrist, pulling the scissors away. You despicable lecher. Hey, Tingting exclaimed. I a lecher? Muccio questioned incredulously. Do you not know your own heart? Why not check for yourself? He too was vexed, now needing to avoid people just to clock in, which was quite bothersome. How am I supposed to check? Rin Tingting blushed. She was uncertain whether any intimate actions had occurred, yet Muccio's behavior left her perplexed. If it were not for his lecherous intentions, why would he sneak a glance while she bathed? Listen to me carefully. I will say this only once. Muccio carefully placed the scissors aside and, gazing into Rin Tingting's eyes, spoke each word deliberately. The other night, I went to your house to protect you from being bitten by a zombie. Who would have thought you were taking a shower? If it weren't for me, you would have perished. Do you understand? Muccio fabricated a tale, for it was inconceivable to admit he had gone there with the intention of harming her father. Rin Tingting, bewildered by this unexpected twist, retorted, Then why didn't you save my father? How could I possibly save him, my dear? That creature cannot be killed even with a gun. Would I risk my life for your grandfather to bite me, giving your father a chance to escape? Do you think I'm so infatuated with you? Muccio continued to weave his fanciful narrative. Rin Tingting was at a loss for words. She had initially thought she had merely caught a petty thief, but the situation was becoming increasingly intricate. Reflecting on that night, when she had been lucid for a brief moment on the rooftop, she recalled that the so-called thief had not laid a hand on her, and had even greeted her upon leaving. Could it truly have been a misunderstanding? If you have the ability, swear it. Rin Tingting's tone softened considerably. I swear to your sister. Muccio feigned anger. Enough already. I no longer have feelings for you. Can you please move aside? I wish to sleep. Taken aback, Rin Tingting found herself speechless, primarily because she sensed the situation was indeed peculiar. Observing Muccio's righteous demeanor and his irritation at her suspicions left her feeling somewhat dazed. Noticing a subtle shift in Rin Tingting's expression, Muccio's tone softened slightly. All right, I understand that you have endured too much in these past few days. As a young girl, you should not have to bear all this alone. Why not retreat to your room and cry it out under the covers? Tears welled in Rin Tingting's eyes. Time will heal all wounds. Your father, seeing you in this state, will undoubtedly feel sorrow as well. Muccio continued, gently patting her head, forcing a smile. Touched by his words, Rin Tingting felt a lump in her throat. She covered her mouth and dashed back to her room, burying herself under the covers as tears streamed down her cheeks. With a sigh of relief, Muccio felt he had resolved this troublesome situation. He glanced at the sky, estimating it to be around 5 or 6 in the morning. Daylight had arrived, and the zombies had not appeared. Thus, he decided to drift back into slumber. He was awakened by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Taking a deep breath, he discerned it to be chicken soup. In the kitchen, Captain Away, still groggy, watched his cousin bustling about with a smile. Ah, cousin, did you know that your older brother stayed up all night? You made this soup especially for me, didn't you? No need to be so courteous. Your affection for your brother is well understood, he said with a lecherous grin, reaching for a spoon to taste the soup. However, Ren Tingting swiftly grasped his wrist, her expression cool and unyielding. Thank you, brother, but this soup is not for you. You can have some later if there's any left. Ren Tingting harbored no fondness for her cousin, Captain Away. Ever since her grandfather's passing, he had become increasingly inappropriate and out of respect for family ties. She could only express her displeasure through her demeanor. Ah, it's not for me? Then who is it for? Captain Away inquired, curiosity piqued. Ren Tingting pouted as she ladled a bowl of soup, coldly admonishing Captain Away, no sneaking a taste. Away nodded in compliance, trailing behind her, pondering who else in this ancestral hall might merit such a broth, if not himself. Perhaps Uncle Gio? Given his busy life and advancing years, he certainly could use some nourishment. When Ren Tingting reached the sleeping Muccio and placed the soup on a nearby stool, calling him awake to drink, Captain Away nearly drew his gun, ready to eliminate Muccio. He had never anticipated being served such dog food directly. Wasn't this his cousin? Not only had she chosen not to marry him, but she was also sharing her affections with another? Chapter 52. I just want clock in ah. You scoundrel, I dare you to take even a sip. Captain Away aimed his gun at Muccio, his voice filled with menace. Mokviu, bewildered Biren Kingtik's sudden attentiveness, wondered why she was offering him soup while Away stood behind her with a gun, forbidding him from drinking. Was he jealous? Cousin, why won't you let him drink? I made this especially for him. Hey, Ting Ting exclaimed, Herr Frustration Monting, initially viewing Muccio as a potential rival. She had only realized he was her savior after hearing his explanation. Now, her cousin was being unreasonable, and it was truly infuriating. I don't care. He is absolutely not allowed to drink. Away retorted. Kid, if you dare to sip, I will end you. Wow, you think you're tough, huh? Muccio scoffed. To be honest, he wasn't particularly keen on drinking the soup made by Ren Tingting. She hardly seemed the culinary type. He feared it might be too salty, burnt, or undercooked. However, with a gun pointed at him, he was not one to cower. Did he truly think a mere pistol could threaten his life? I'll boldly declare that not only will I drink it, but I will also have your cousin feed me in front of you, Muccio asserted, taking the bowl from Ren Tingting's hands and pulling her into his embrace, defiantly gazing at Captain Away, waiting for him to fire. With Muccio's current vitality, Away's standard Mauser 96 could hardly hope to breach his defenses. If a headshot dealt 100 points of damage, Muccio's health would exceed 1,000. What was there to fear? Perhaps if Away had a Desert Eagle, it might be a different story, but a common pistol was hardly a concern. Come on, fire away, Muccio taunted, tightening his hold on Ren Tingting. Surprisingly, she offered no resistance, her cheeks flushed, even appearing to shield him from Away's gun. Wow, oh my goodness. Away was so incensed that he began to sing in frustration. With a heavy huff, he put away his weapon and departed, wiping away tears as if deeply wounded by the encounter. Once Away left, Ren Tingting freed herself from Muccio's embrace, her face still bright red as she hurried back to her room. Muccio shook his head, his mind not on romantic pursuits, but solely focused on checking in. Glancing at the chicken soup, he felt a pang of hunger and took a hearty sip. Uffed. He spat it all out. Are you trying to poison me? Muccio shouted. Huh? Ren Tingting peered out curiously. How much salt did you put in? Muccio exclaimed in anger. Just half a bowl. The small bowl you used for the soup, Ren Tingting replied. Her cheeks flushed. She had never cooked before and was unaware of the appropriate amount of salt. Half a bowl? Oh, em doomed. Muccio rolled his eyes, feeling faint from the saltiness. At noon, Chioxing finally returned from the ghostly presence of Xiaoyu. His bicycle was damaged, the glutinous rice was lost, and his spirit was utterly diminished. Muccio served a bowl of Yangchun noodles prepared by Uncle Gio, slurped a mouthful, and silently vowed that finding a girlfriend was terrifying. It was far safer to clock in at work. Oomph, you actually thought to come back, Uncle Gio said, somewhat irate. With a formidable threat looming, he had worried all night when Chioxing didn't return, even sending someone from the magistrate's office to search the village, only to return almost simultaneously with Muccio to the ancestral hall. Upon hearing the commotion of returning footsteps, Uncle Gio assumed both Chioxing and Muccio had returned, only to learn at dawn from Muccio that Chioxing had been gallivanting about. Heh, I encountered a sudden downpour last night and sought shelter in a pavilion until dawn. Chioxing scratched his head, feeling dazed. Heavy rain? It didn't rain at all last night. Wen Kai questioned, puzzled. It rained. Don't ask, just accept it. Muchio retorted sarcastically. All right, it rained. But what is that on your neck? Uncle Gio inquired, pointing at the strawberry mark on Qiuxing's neck. It's a mosquito bite, Qiuxing said, try to cover his neck with his clothing to divert the conversation. The zombies didn't show up last night, did they? You dare ask about the zombies? Tell me, where's the glutinous rice you bought? Uncle Gio's irritation grew. The neighboring village sold out. I couldn't get any. Qiuxing replied, casting a glance at Muchio. Good lad. You've learned to lie, have you? Uncle Gio delivered a playful tap to Qiuxing's forehead. Muchio brought back the glutinous rice you were supposed to buy. Do you take me for a fool? Can mosquitoes really leave a strawberry mark? At a loss for words, Qiuxing opted for silence and collapsed onto a chair, drifting off to sleep. Master, what is wrong with him? When Kai asked. He has fallen into the trap of love. Muchio interjected, adopting a teasing tone before Uncle Gio could respond. Uncle Gio calculated silently and observed the faint dark aura around Qiuxing's face, resolutely coming to a decision. Throughout the afternoon, Qiuxing remained asleep while Muchio and Wenkai busied themselves with preparations, measuring fabric, sorting through the rice piles, and finally reinforcing the doors and windows. Captain Away had not shown up, possibly overwhelmed by the preceding events, and did not appear until sunset. Since being embraced by Muchio at noon, Rin Tingting had kept her distance, but Muchio occasionally felt someone watching him from afar, leaving his back tingling all afternoon. As night fell, Qiuxing finally awakened. Oh no, it's terrible. I haven't been home for 2 days. My aunt must be worried, he announced to the others in the courtyard, displaying a clear desire to return home. He bid farewell, but no one paid him any heed as he mounted his bicycle and wobbled away. After Qiuxing departed, Jiushu and Muchio exchanged glances, swiftly pursuing him. Qiuxing headed directly towards the courtyard from the previous night, and Jiushu grew increasingly perplexed. How odd. You mentioned a courtyard, yet I distinctly recall that spot being an old temple, Jiushu remarked while chasing. I'm not sure. When I passed by last night, it felt strange. It appeared to be the courtyard of a wealthy family, albeit with an odd odor, Qiuxing replied. An odd odor? That must be an illusion, Jiushu surmised. The courtyard where Xiaoyu resided was not far, and before long, Qiuxing arrived, leaning his bicycle against the wall before entering the courtyard without a hint of concern for theft. This lad is quite impatient, Jiushu commented. Muchio remained silent, feeling embarrassed to mention the shrill cries he heard from Qiuxing's room the previous night. Instead of using the front entrance, Jiushu and Muchio scaled the wall into the courtyard. As they entered, Jiushu sniffed the air and nodded, declaring, indeed, it's an illusion. Although the surroundings have changed, the scent remains unchanged, a distinct odor of dog feces. At this moment, Muchio understood what was occurring. Is there a way to dispel this illusion? He inquired of Jiushu. There's no need for a specific countermeasure. Simply eliminating the ghostly presence will suffice, Jiushu replied, producing a willow branch adorned with leaves. He performed a hand gesture, plucked 2 leaves, and touched one to Muchio's eyelid, saying, Now you shall see the true form of the female ghost. Muchio nearly sputtered in shock, exclaiming, Had I known that was the purpose, I wouldn't have bothered. Without waiting for Muchio's response, Jiushu pulled him towards the house. They pierced a hole in the paper window and beheld Qiuxing entangled with the female ghost. Xiaoyu. Muchio winced at the sight of Qiuxing embracing a woman with half a face and the other half resembling a skeletal visage, feeling a surge of nausea. At that moment, the ghost's gaze met Jiushu's. Chapter 53. Worthy of madness, Xiaoyu had sensed the presence of Muchio and Jiushu the moment they entered the courtyard. With a gentle breath, she cast a spell on Qiuxing, rendering him unconscious, before revealing her true, ghostly form and lunging towards the duo. Oh no, this is madness. Muchio covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the ghost. Jiushu enchanted the money sword with moonlight and directed it towards the ghostly figure. Bang! The ghost narrowly evaded the flying sword, which exploded behind her, dissipating in a cloud of white smoke. Where had the ghost gone? It was indeed true that where there is smoke, there is no harm. Jiushu, upon noticing the ghost's disappearance, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Just as he turned, he found himself ensnared by a bundle of long hair around his neck. Though Muchio feared ghosts, he could not stand idly by while Jiushu was attacked. He hastily employed a shadow mimicry technique against the ghost. Halfway through the shadow's approach, Muchio froze. The ghost cast no shadow. Jioshu bit his tongue and, with blood imbued with potent yang energy, spat towards the ghost's face. The ghost shrieked, smoke rising from her visage. The blood's effect akin to that of sulfuric acid. Master Jio deftly wielded his flying sword, severing the strands of hair that bound the female ghost's neck, and in one fluid motion, thrust the blade towards her visage. The ghost reacted with a chilling surprise. Her head was cleanly severed at the neck, akin to an ejection seat of a fighter jet, soaring into the air just in time to evade Master Jio's attack. Mo Chioying's mimicry technique proved ineffective, prompting her to rush towards the ghost and attempt the sunflower acupoint technique. However, her hand merely passed through the ghost's ethereal form, resulting in a futile gesture. Indeed, when confronting a spectral foe devoid of corporeal substance, such techniques were rendered virtually useless. The only reason Master Jio could make contact with the ghost was due to his invocation of Taoist arts, while Qiuxing's ability to interact with her was akin to a collision of souls, utilizing talismans. Noticing Mo Chio's actions, Master Jio hastily called out a warning. Previously, Mo Chio had requested 3 talismans from Master Jio, yet had not utilized them once. As she rummaged through her pocket, she found, to her dismay, only a handful of lime powder. Upon witnessing her produce the lime, Master Jio set aside his sarcasm and executed a sword incantation, bringing down the head of the ghost that had been soaring through the room. The head transformed into a wisp of smoke, returning to the body of the ghost. Xiaoyu, realizing she could not best Master Jio, Xiaoyu hastily approached Qiuxing, who lay unconscious on the bed, and roused him from his stupor. She also cast an illusion, altering Qiuxing's perception of Master Jio into that of Captain Wei. "Brother Sheng, save me," she cried out. Qiuxing, now awake, beheld Captain Wei's mischievous visage, brandishing a whip with a wicked grin. Before Qiuxing could fully comprehend the situation, Captain Wei lashed out with his whip, striking Xiaoyu with a resounding crack. How dare you strike my girlfriend?" Qiuxing seethed, retaliating with a swift kick aimed at Master Jio. Taken aback by Qiuxing's audacity, Master Jio was caught off guard and sent sprawling by the force of the kick. You little rascal," Master Jio exclaimed, his temper flaring as he engaged in a fray with Qiuxing. While Mo Chio struggled against the ghost, subduing Qiuxing was a far more manageable task for her. Seizing the opportunity while Master Jio and Qiuxing grappled, Mo Chio swiftly approached Qiuxing, executing a full-powered sunflower acupoint technique. At last, Master Jio found himself free, igniting a yellow talisman with a flick of his wrist and directing his money sword towards the smoldering talisman. The money sword, aflame with the talisman's energy, sped towards the ghost, Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, the wind-up was too lengthy. The ghost, sensing the Taoist's intent, preemptively soared out of the window. Once the ghost fled, the courtyard transformed dramatically. Gone were the idyllic lotus ponds and exquisite chambers, replaced instead by an illusory, dilapidated temple. To make matters worse, the temple was filthy, littered with dog excrement and rodents. Upon witnessing this dismal transformation, Mo Chio's gaze fell upon a straw mat disguised as a bed, bordered with a profusion of dog waste. The memory of Qiuxing embracing a corpse was now eclipsed by the grotesque image of Captain Wei bathing with excrement, rendering the scene all the more revolting. Muchio could no longer contain himself. He rushed outside and began to vomit. "Are you done?" "Unbind him," said Jioshu, surprised that Muchio had such a delicate constitution. Was it truly necessary to vomit so soon? It wasn't merely the act of retching. Rather, his mind was filled with the image of Qiuxing embracing that female ghost in a grotesque manner, which was utterly repulsive. As he spoke, Muchio continued to heave. Having expelled all the yangshan noodles he had consumed that evening, he hastily employed his shadow mimicry technique to replace Qiuxing's immobilization effect with a semblance of calm. And without a backward glance, he slipped away. Once Qiuxing was released for his paralysis, he stared blankly at his surroundings, bewildered. How could it be like this? Am I dreaming? Dreaming? You were ensnared by a ghost. Jioshu chastised him, exasperated. Oh dear. Qiuxing slapped his forehead. I should have realized. Such good fortune is too good to be true. With a chuckle, he turned to Jioshu. Thank goodness I discovered it late. Late? If I hadn't rescued you, you would have met your demise. Jioshu retorted. And you dare to say it's fortunate that it was late? Master, It is precisely because of my late realization that I was able to experience such tenderness. Had I known she was a ghost sooner, would I have enjoyed such carefree days? Qiuxing's expression reflected delight, which only infuriated Jiu Shu further. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Qiuxing's nape, more forceful than when he had struck the female ghost. You scoundrel! You become infatuated. This was all an illusion. Just look at the mess Mu Qiu just vomited. Do you still think you fell into a paradise of tenderness? You've merely stumbled into a pile of filth. As the master and disciple continued their banter, Mu Qiu returned, breathless. Jiu Shu, zombies have been sighted at the village entrance. By the time the three of them arrived at the village entrance, the zombies had already fled, leaving behind a squad of patrolling guards and the lifeless body of the night watchman. What should we do, Jiu Shu? Captain Wei asked, glancing at Mu Qiu with disdain before turning to Jiu Shu for answers. Jiu Shu examined the watchman's iron neck collar, which bore 2 large holes, and ordered the removal of the collar. The watchman's neck displayed gaping wounds. Logically, such significant injuries should have resulted in a profuse loss of blood. However, there is only the hollow cavity devoid of any blood. This is bad. The zombie possesses formidable power, capable of draining a person's blood. What? Drained? Captain Wei, who had been standing close to the corpse, leaped back in fright. Master, how do we deal with this corpse? Qiuxing inquired. I fear it may transform at any moment. We must return it to the magistrate's office and incinerate it with lychee branches. Why burn it at the magistrate's office? Captain Wei questioned skeptically. I know the answer. Qiuxing interjected. If you set the corpse ablaze at the village entrance, the zombie might think it's a barbecue, and the enticing aroma could lure it back. Immediately take it back to the magistrate's office. Captain Wei's demeanor shifted from reluctance to urgency, directing his men to carry away the corpse. Mu Qiu remained on high alert, vigilant of their surroundings, as if sensing a lurking presence in the dark, watching the living with malevolent intent. A foreboding sensation grew increasingly pronounced within him. Chapter 54. I am prepared. The unsettling feeling accompanied Mu Qiu well into the morning. Despite the various defenses established within the ancestral hall, Mu Qiu dared not succumb to slumber, enduring the night in vigilance. The officials and Uncle Jiu patrolled the streets throughout the night, yet yielded no discoveries. Just as it seemed that the night would pass without incident, news arrived from the neighboring village. Due to the disturbances caused by the zombie in Uncle Jiu's village, the villagers had taken precautions. They refrained from venturing out after dark, secured their doors and windows, and scattered glutinous rice outside their homes. After several attempts, the zombie found it exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses and eventually leapt away. This departure was not an indication of hunger or a desire to wreak havoc upon Uncle Jiu's village, but rather a leap toward the neighboring village. In that village, apart from a few households that had heard the rumors, the majority remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. After all, it was a zombie, and few would conceive that it could traverse such a distance to inflict harm. It is important to note that even by bicycle, the journey would take an hour. Thus, no one anticipated such a scenario. In a single night, the infamous Lord Run leapt into the neighboring village, claiming the lives of over a dozen households, resulting in a total death toll exceeding 40. The most terrifying aspect was not merely the death of 40 individuals, but rather the fact that the corpses had vanished. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Uncle Jiu displayed an unprecedented look of concern. This is dire. Now, there will be over 40 corpses wandering. Qiusheng, observing his master's unusual demeanor, inquired, Master, is it really that alarming? Did we not eliminate 13 zombies in one go last time? If it were merely the corpses, it might not be so dreadful. What troubles me is that Lord Rin may have acquired intelligence, transforming into a sentient zombie. A sentient zombie? Qiusheng exclaimed in astonishment. Judging by its behavior, it is highly likely, Uncle Jiu replied. What does this mean? Is it particularly challenging to confront? Mu Qiu asked. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. If one were to compare an ordinary person confronting a zombie to encountering a tiger, then a sentient zombie resembles a tiger endowed with cunning. Imagine a tiger that devises traps and employs strategies. It is quite a frightful thought. Yet, this is not the most daunting aspect. I am now concerned that its abilities may surpass my expectations, and it commands a legion of corpses at its beck and call. Uncle Jiu gazed anxiously towards the rising sun, fearing that tonight would bring a decisive battle. Despite his trepidation, Uncle Gio did not remain idle. He promptly assigned tasks to the group. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai were dispatched to locate their master's uncle, Daoist Simu, who was a master of corpse-reviving techniques and would prove invaluable. Captain Away and his fellow officials were to collaborate with the constables from a neighboring village to summon the living there to seek refuge, allowing them to spend the night temporarily at the official residence before returning to their own village at dawn. As for Mu Qiu, unfamiliar with the surroundings, he was tasked with procuring oil. After borrowing money from the affluent Ren Tingting, he purchased a considerable amount of oil, be it cooking oil or kerosene. He acquired all that he could, amassing a large quantity at the entrance of the official residence, which drew a crowd of onlookers. Whether they're ghouls or zombies, ultimately, no matter how formidable their physical strength, it pales in comparison to that of the Hulk or the Abomination. While it is true that ghouls and zombies are impervious to bullets, this immunity stems from the scarcity of large-caliber weaponry in this era. Even grenades are unavailable to the authorities. Therefore, in such circumstances, fire remains the most practical solution. Immunity to bullets does not equate to protection from flames. A blaze would reduce their corporeal forms to ashes, leaving them powerless to continue their menacing antics. For the remaining 9 uncle, the task is straightforward. Draw talismans and prepare the necessary tools. If ghouls can be subdued by an ordinary person, the formidable Lord Run, a vampire king who has drained the blood of over 50 individuals, can only be confronted by 9 uncle himself. As night fell, villagers from neighboring hamlets crowded the official office, their hearts filled with trepidation as they huddled together, surely a better option than remaining in their homes. Most villagers from this village had also gathered at the office, especially those residing near the village entrance, who had initially barred their doors at dusk, but later, feeling unsafe, dismantled them to seek refuge. Aside from Qiuxing and Wen Kai, who had not returned, everyone else was in position. 9 uncle, the brothers are ready, reported Captain Away, armed with a firearm. Excellent. 9 uncle nodded, casting a glance at the captain's weapon. After a moment of contemplation, he advised, instruct the officers not to fire indiscriminately. Targeting the legs of the ghouls would be preferable. The legs? Captain Away queried, perplexed. Guns cannot kill ghouls, as you witnessed last time. However, shooting their legs can at least hinder their mobility. I noticed plenty of oil by the office. We should utilize fire and minimize gunfire. During the day, villagers had prepared numerous torches, uniting the 2 villages in a common cause. Although the bell ringer had perished, the spirit of the Republic still lingered. And soon it was midnight, the fabled hour when spirits are said to roam. The townsfolk awaited the arrival of the zombies in the main street, their anticipation palpable. Yet as the clock struck 1, silence reigned. The armed officers, weary from the long wait, found themselves yawning. In this age, sleep came early, and 1 o'clock was considered quite late. However, Mu Qiu, Captain Away, and 9 uncle fared better, having acclimatized to the nocturnal schedule over the past few days. What if the zombies do not arrive? Mu Qiu posed a thought-provoking question. 9 uncle found himself at a loss for a response. If they do not come, we shall take the initiative at dawn. We will not rest until the zombies are vanquished. Captain Away declared with resolute fervor, rousing the officers, who echoed his rallying cry. As their chant resounded, a peculiar thumping noise emanated from the village entrance. This sound, akin to a nightmare that had haunted Mu Qiu's thoughts for days, snapped him to attention, prompting him to alert the others. The zombies are here. At this exclamation, the officers, who had just been shouting slogans, erupted into a frenzy of panic. Ahem! Captain Away cleared his throat, steeling himself for the impending battle. Mu Qiu felt a certain tension arise from the inexperienced crowd around him. He swallowed hard, fixating his gaze towards the village entrance. The sound of thuds resounded as if something were leaping to the ground, and upon closer listening, a peculiar rhythm emerged. This sound, no, it cannot be. The sound of zombies jumping was unmistakable, yet the uniformity of the rhythm made it seem singular. Zombies do not leap, they run. What could this possibly be? Captain Away sensed the discrepancy as well, wiping the sweat from his brow and resting his hand on the gun at his waist. Although Jioshu had advised against using firearms and preferred fire, who would dare engage in close combat? Several among the group were already wavering, with 2 officers retreating several steps, contemplating a withdrawal should the situation escalate. Each person harbored their own anxieties as they fixated on the village entrance. And save for Jioshu, The hearts of the others raced to their throats. The heavy sounds of jumping drew ever closer. Thud thud. At last, the first figure emerged. Clad in an official Qing dynasty uniform, arms extended straight ahead, it did not walk, but rather jumped. Indeed, it was a zombie, and not just one. Chapter 55, The proud one, my heavens. The zombies have arrived, someone shouted, prompting the more timid individuals to abandon their weapons and flee. Mu Qiu swallowed again, ready to draw his new racing car, prepared for retreat. However, he knew he must ensure Jiushu's safety. If Jiushu fell, dealing with the zombie king, Lord Run, would be insurmountable, trapping them forever within this narrative world. Jiushu, we must withdraw. This is hopeless. Captain Away took 2 steps back, sounding the retreat. Wait. Jiushu signaled for patience. The row of zombies ahead moved in synchronized jumps, exerting tremendous psychological pressure. As the zombies drew nearer, the officers retreated into the yamen. Hey, Jiushu, why do the zombies have yellow talismans affixed to their heads? Just as Mu Qiu intended to urge Jiushu to retreat, he noticed the talismans fluttering above the leading zombie's head. This is the corpse driving technique. Assistance has arrived, Jiushu calmly declared, calling out to the rear. My junior brother has come. With the corpse driving technique, there is no need to fear. He is one of us. Only then did Away, and the trembling officers cautiously returned to their posts. You bunch of cowards. Is it necessary to be so frightened? Captain Away shouted, brandishing a torch. The officers refrained from calling him out. His retreat was more conspicuous than anyone else's. The zombies continued to leap closer, and those following finally revealed themselves. Qiusheng and Wen Kai trailed behind the zombie procession, while at the end of the line stood a Taoist priest in a robe, jingling a bell in his left hand and clutching a bundle of paper money in his right, with a satchel full of paper offerings slung across his chest. Every few steps, he would shake the bell, scatter the paper money, and chant incantations. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, return of the immortals, avoidance of the living. The ringing sound echoed as the arrival was none other than the aid arranged by Uncle Gio for Qiusheng and Wen Kai. It was the Four-Eyed Taoist, named so for his spectacles. However, his abilities were anything but superficial. Despite being Uncle Gio's junior, he was equally dependable. In addition to his mastery of corpse-driving techniques, he also possessed the divine art of summoning spirits. Upon realizing that help had arrived in the form of such a capable ally, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their confidence in vanquishing the zombie king bolstered. Yet, this fleeting sense of assurance dissipated almost instantly when they beheld the creature trailing behind the Four-Eyed Taoist. Upon hearing commotion behind him, the Taoist turned to find a zombie in tow, puzzled as to why his corpse driving had summoned a zombie rather than dispelling it. He shook his bell and noted that the creature's movements were not synchronized with his own. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the zombie bore no talisman upon its head. By the heavens, the Four-Eyed Taoist exclaimed, commanding his zombie retinue to turn and leap towards the zombie king. Brothers, lend me your strength. Go, he cried, prompting Qiusheng and Wen Kai to turn and witness the unfolding chaos. Master, what should we do? They inquired. Eliminate it, the Taoist confidently shouted, directing the zombie horde to seize the neck of the zombie king, Old Master Rin. Just as he intended to affix a talisman, a sharp crack resounded. Several zombies from the front lines were felled by a single swipe from Old Master Rin. Retreat. The Taoist, assessing the dire situation, turned and fled, surprisingly outpacing the younger duo, leaving them behind in a matter of moments. Not good, Uncle Gio shouted, brandishing his golden sword. Follow me. Yet, apart from Mu Qiu, none heeded his call. Sighing, Uncle Gio shook his head in frustration, but hastened to join the Four-Eyed Taoist. Wen Kai, be cautious. After disposing of the zombie horde, the zombie king leaped several meters with a ferocity akin to flight, swiftly closing in on Wen Kai, its claws poised to strike. Hearing his master's warning, Qiusheng turned just in time to see the zombie king lunging for Wen Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air, delivering a kick to the creature's chest. Thud! Thud! Qiusheng's aerial assault disrupted the zombie king's advance, yet its elongated claws still grazed Wen Kai's arm. Fortunately, Qiusheng's intervention had spared Wen Kai from a potentially fatal strike. Uncle Gio's heart raced with anxiety. He could not fly, and the distance separating him from Wen Kai was still several hundred meters, rendering him powerless to assist. The Four-Eyed Taoist, hearing the commotion, belatedly realized he had sprinted too far ahead, underestimating the formidable nature of the Zombie King, a misconception evident in his reckless intent to confront the creature directly. The Taoist priest with 4 eyes never anticipated that the Zombie King could leap such a great distance. Alas, Wen Kai was firmly grasped by the Zombie King's arms, and Qiu Sheng could only frantically kick and strike at the creature, yet to no avail. The Taoist priest rushed over and delivered a flying kick directly to the Zombie King's face. The Zombie King, struck by this blow, remained utterly unmoved. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoist pulled out a yellow talisman and affixed it to the Zombie King's forehead. However, to his astonishment, the talisman had no effect whatsoever. The Zombie King remained unresponsive. This is disastrous. My junior's talisman drawing skills are insufficient to restrain the Zombie King. Jiushu exclaimed anxiously. There's no time. Muchio realized that lives were at stake and hiding was no longer an option. He promptly retrieved his novice racing car. Vroom vroom. The roar of the engine emanated from behind Jiushu, who, despite his curiosity about how Muchio acquired such an oddly designed vehicle in the village, had no time to ponder. The go-kart was designed for a single occupant, forcing Jiushu to perch atop the vehicle. Muchio turned to assess the situation ahead and shouted, Jiushu, hold on tight. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling toward the Zombie King. Muchio drove the novice racing car, swiftly surpassing Qiu Sheng and the others. He slammed on the brakes and yanked the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving 4 deep black marks. This is drifting. Jiushu, it's your turn. Before the car had even come to a halt, Jiushu leapt from the racing car. In midair, Jiushu produced a yellow talisman, inscribed with intricate characters. Each one understood to possess formidable power. The binding talisman, the nemesis of zombies. Once applied, all would be resolved. Hold it tight. The Taoist priest noticed Jiushu's movement and instructed Qiu Sheng to help restrain the Zombie King. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Zombie King unexpectedly released Wen Kai. With a mighty leap, it flung Qiu Sheng and the Taoist aside, evading Jiushu's deadly talisman application. Damn it! Muchio cursed in frustration, believing he was on the verge of achieving his goal, only to find that escape from this horrifying narrative was not so simple. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Muchio joined the fray. The shadow imitation technique, a secret ninjutsu of the Nara clan, enables the user to extend their shadow as a line, linking it with that of the enemy to exert control. In the hands of Shikamaru, this technique could even manipulate objects, proving immensely effective against hidden. As long as there is a shadow, control is possible, with one exception, ghosts. Ghosts cast no shadows, rendering them uncontrollable. However, the current foe was a zombie, which indeed possessed a shadow. Though it transcended the 6 paths and was not part of the 5 elements, it could still be manipulated by the shadow imitation technique. Muchio's shadow connected with the Zombie King, Ren Laote, and upon being ensnared by the technique, Ren was indeed brought under control. The shadow imitation technique was as effective as ever, but it was only after the talisman was affixed to the Zombie King's forehead that Jiushu realized he had faltered. The yellow talisman barely lingered for a few seconds on the Zombie King's brow before it ignited and turned to ashes. This is dire. Its power is too profound. It cannot be restrained. Jiushu exclaimed anxiously. Quickly retreat to the yamen and fetch fire to burn it. Muchio commanded from within the Chi-Chi flying car. Mu Xiaoyu, enough already. Hurry. I cannot maintain control for long. Muchio gritted his teeth and shouted at Jiushu. Only then did Jiushu hoist Wen Kai onto his back and sprint alongside Qiu Sheng and Dao Simu. Master, can Muchio hold it? Qiu Sheng inquired. As Wen Kai had already fainted from pain, Jiushu, lost in his frantic escape, offered no response. He understood better than anyone present the formidable strength of the Zombie King. The yellow talisman could immobilize the zombie, essentially obstructing the circulation of corpse energy in the brain. Yet, the immobilizing talisman igniting in the face of the Zombie King's corpse energy was beyond anything he felt capable of confronting. As Jiushu ran, a tear slid down his cheek. He had already resigned himself to the belief that Muchio would undoubtedly perish. After the group had fled, Muchio found himself with mere seconds of control remaining. Previously, while managing Old Master Ren, he had discovered that if the zombie could not perform a certain action, it would simply remain still, lost in thought. Relying on the Chi-Chi flying car and his own robust vitality, Muccio aimed to delay the Zombie King's advance. If the situation were allowed to unfold unchecked, not only would the checkpoint be doomed, but lives would also be lost. Thus, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. In these final moments, he could not drive away. Otherwise, the Zombie King would inevitably pursue Jioshu and the others. With determination, Muccio charged directly at the Zombie King. Sunflower. Pressure point technique. Muccio executed a somersault, aiming a precise strike at the Zombie King's vital point atop its head. Bang! Bang! The Zombie King reacted to Muccio's pressure point strike, letting out a howl. It worked, although he could not immobilize the zombie. The internal energy from the pressure point technique had an effect as it coursed into the Zombie King's head. The control time of the shadow imitation technique had expired, and as the Zombie King regained control over its body, it appeared somewhat dazed and unsteady. Muccio dared not wait for it to regain its composure. He swiftly jumped back into the Chi-Chi flying car, flooring the accelerator to chase after Jioshu and the others. Fortunately, Muccio reacted in time. Although the Zombie King was momentarily stunned, it recovered in mere seconds, leaping 4 meters in a single bound, directly landing in front of Muccio's novice racing car. With a single swipe, it sent Muccio flying. Muccio was hurled over 3 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The flying car, deprived of power, skidded several meters before coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Muccio was gravely injured. While he lacked a comprehensive understanding of human anatomy, he could surmise that he had likely fractured several bones. His back bore 3 deep claw marks left by the Zombie King, with wounds emitting dark smoke. The injury penetrating to the bone. A tempest of chaos ensued. Kneeling partially, Muccio began to chant the mage skill blizzard in the presence of the Zombie King. Just as the ice crystals began to form, the Zombie King charged once more, swiping Muccio away with a fierce claw. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Muccio collided with the door of a nearby shop. Yet, this agonizing sound was only audible to others. For Muccio's mind was engulfed by a relentless ringing. I must rise, he painfully thought as he struggled to get back on his feet. However, he found himself unable to endure any longer. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. In a certain city, within a residential building, a woman spoke to a 5-year-old child, asking, "What filling would you like? Can we have meat filling?" The child inquired. "Of course. You are growing, so I specially bought meat for you. Chio, go call the neighbors for help. Dad, let go of Mom. Let me introduce our new little friend to everyone. His name is Muccio. Let us give him a warm welcome." Suddenly, a warning blared. Illegal intrusion detected. The system's voice interrupted Muccio's subconscious thoughts. A black beam of light suddenly enveloped him. As the light dissipated, Muccio stood up. Upon rising, he transformed from his usual vacant expression to one of wide-eyed curiosity, though this absurd demeanor quickly shifted to a rather mischievous one. "Phew, that was tough," Muccio remarked, his tone markedly different from before. "So this is how it escalated? Well, the sooner I face the truth of my weakness, the better." Warning: antivirus program activated. The system's notification interrupted his musings. Annoying, Muccio muttered, waving his hand dismissively, causing the system's voice to abruptly vanish. The so-called antivirus program was forcibly shut down. After dealing with the system, he made his way toward the distant QQ flying car and took a seat. At the entrance of the yamen, fierce flames stood as a barrier against the advancing monsters. Just as Muccio fell behind, Uncle Gio and the others rushed toward the yamen, only to find a horde of ghouls emerging from some corner of the village, encircling them. Seeing the dire situation, Taoist Simu invoked the divine spirit through his celestial art, single-handedly holding back the throng of ghouls. Though he was severely battered, he managed to endure until the villagers ignited oil barrels, creating a natural barrier that temporarily prevented the ghouls and the Zombie King from entering the yamen. However, despite the abundance of oil, the night was still young, and relying on that meager supply to last until dawn was nigh impossible. Realizing they couldn't hold out much longer, everyone began to ascend to the rooftop of the yamen, hoping to evade the monster's assaults from a height. The Zombie King could leap high, but it could not scale the yamen's walls. Captain Away, situated on the rooftop, let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the opponent could not reach him, and proceeded to draw his gun to shoot at the Zombie King. The bullets proved ineffective against the creature, instead awakening and enraging it further. Captain Aw is still discharging bullets, while several ghouls, responding to the commands of the Zombie King, have huddled together, serving as a makeshift human cushion for their sovereign. The Zombie King leaps into the official's residence, instantly plunging the scene into chaos, resulting in countless casualties. Outside the residence, the ghouls await the flames to subside, ravenous for their next meal. Just when everyone believed their demise was inevitable, the melodious voice of Mu Chio resonated through the air. He called out, "Ninjutsu, Shadow Stitching." Chapter 57, I'm Mr. Zombie. The Mr. Zombie arc concludes with a flourish. The following day, Mu Chio awoke, nearly fainting from the pain. His body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration. He had essentially bid farewell to cycling for good. "You're awake?" Rin Tingting sat by the bedside, her eyes red from weeping as she gazed at Mu Chio. "What happened?" "Huh, you forgot." Rin Tingting was taken aback by Mu Chio's question upon awakening. "I don't remember. Last night, you fought like a celestial being, dispatching the monsters in mere moments, and then you fainted." "What?" Mu Chio was taken aback, utterly bewildered. "Are Uncle Gio and the others all right?" "Most of them sustained serious injuries, but yours is the most severe," Rin Tingting replied, her eyes slightly swollen, revealing that she had likely cried recently. "All right," Mu Chio said, attempting to sit up. The effort felt akin to lying on a bed of stones, causing him great discomfort. "What's going on? What am I lying on?" "It's glutinous rice." "Glutinous rice? You've been heavily affected by corpse poison." "If it weren't for the glutinous rice," Rin Tingting's voice trailed off, tinged with sorrow. "Corpse poison?" Mu Chio raised his hand before his eyes, startled by what he saw. His fingernails had grown alarmingly long, adorned with a substance resembling nail polish that was a striking blue. "Please step outside for a moment. I wish to be alone." Mu Chio feigned a deathly demeanor, speaking softly to Rin Tingting. Rin Tingting nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Mu Chio before hastily exiting, stifling her tears. Could it be that she's truly fallen for me? After all, I'm a man wholly devoted to my career. Mu Chio donned a lifeless expression, engaging in a brief examination of his status. Host, Mu Chio ID, 9527 occupation, sign-in individual vitality, 920, normal adult, 100, when your vitality exceeds 1000. Each additional 100 vitality will convert to 1 point of defense. Magic power, 500 mental strength, 800 inner strength, 600 chakra, 500 equipment, giant belt. Fairy amulet items, beginner racer completed check-ins. Iron Man 1, The Incredible Hulk, Mr. Zombie available skills, Sunflower Acupoint Strike, Shadow Imitation Technique, Wei Xiaobao's Lime Powder Ding. You have new text messages. Ding. You have new rewards awaiting collection. Collect. Mu Chio eagerly anticipated the arrival of new skills. Could it be that the skill fragments for the Steam Robot Blitz were finally here for exchange? Ding. Task completed. Eliminated old Master Rin S attendants. Ding. Successfully checked in for the Mr. Zombie storyline. Ding. Points awarded. 500 current points. 1800. Ding. Acquired 1 skill fragment for the Steam Robot Blitz. 3 fragments can be exchanged for a random skill from the Steam Robot. Current fragment count, 3. Ding. You may choose to continue the storyline of this world or embark on a new narrative. The currently available bound world includes Mr. Zombie, while the primary world remains the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ding. Current progress in this world, 33. Ding. Acquired skill, Thunderback Suplex. Thunderback Suplex upgrades the back suplex to a Thunderback Suplex. If the back suplex skill is not possessed, the Thunderback Suplex skill will be granted directly. Effect, consumes 50 mana points, lifts the enemy, bends backward, and violently slams the enemy's head into the ground, automatically summoning lightning to pursue the enemy. With a certain probability of inflicting an electrocuted state on the enemy, 30 chance. Electrocuted state. Attacking an electrocuted target forcibly increases the damage dealt to the target by 5 points of electric attribute damage per attack, lasting for 3 seconds. Damage, back suplex 50, lightning 80. Note, if the enemy's strength exceeds twice that of the user, the back suplex effect will not trigger, and lightning will directly pursue with the same effect. Goodness gracious, is that a skill from Lineage 2? Revolution? Thunderback Suplex combines martial arts with electric damage. Splendid indeed. Ding. You currently possess 3 skill fragments for the Steam Robot Blitz. Would you like to initiate a random exchange? Wait, not so fast. Mu Chio hastily interrupted the system's actions. He was indeed anxious and eager to discover which skill he might randomly obtain from the robot, preferably a special move, or at least something noteworthy. Let me first take a bath and change my clothes and offer a couple of incense sticks before proceeding with the random exchange. Warning: the host's body contains toxins, which will manifest in approximately 3 hours. Transitioning worlds will require the consumption of 100 points to purify. The current world cannot be repaired. No rush, no rush. I shall rest a bit longer and bid them farewell. Muccio steadied himself by the bedside and put on his shoes. Turning his head, he noticed that the glutinous rice he had been lying on had been tainted black by the miasma of death. It seemed his time was indeed limited, which explained Run Tingting's sorrowful state. Clearing his throat, Muccio signaled for Run Tingting to enter. However, there was no response. She remained outside, mistakenly believing he was merely coughing. Well, fine. Muccio, wishing not to delay Run Tingting, realized he had various worlds to traverse for attendance and check-ins. Any personal feelings would only hinder his work, and the system would not permit otherwise. Nonetheless, Muccio preferred a different approach. He had already acquired 3 of Tony Stark's prowess in this regard. Tinger, assist me in meeting Uncle Gio. Muccio called out towards the door. Upon hearing Muccio summon her, Ren Tingting hurriedly pushed open the door and helped him to his feet. The two individuals were closely entwined, with Ren Tingting experiencing a blend of shyness and anguish. The nascent love seemed on the verge of vanishing. The mere thought of Muccio referring to her as Tinger made her heart feel as though it were shattering. Unperturbed by Ren Tingting's thoughts, Muccio proceeded to the hall, where he encountered Jiushu, who was swathed like a rice dumpling, along with Si Mu Daozhong and Xiuxing. Wen Kai was also reclining on the bed, surrounded by glutinous rice, similarly afflicted by corpse poison, though the severity of his condition was not as dire as Muccio's. He merely had injuries on his arms. While Muccio's entire back was lacerated, his transformation into a ghoul progressing at a much swifter pace than Wen Kai's. Mu Xiaoyu, you have awakened. Jiushu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing him. Yes, I have awakened, Muccio replied. Young brother, last night, Si Mu Daozhong intended to discuss the events that transpired, but as the words lingered on his lips, he recalled Muccio's precarious state and opted to remain silent. Jiushu sighed heavily, overwhelmed with sorrow. It pained him deeply that Muccio, an outsider, could have chosen to distance himself from the dire circumstances, yet instead, he risked his own life to save the villagers, thereby jeopardizing his promising future and potentially sacrificing his own existence. What troubled Jiushu the most was not merely Muccio's impending demise, but rather the villagers' reaction. Upon learning of Muccio's imminent transformation into a zombie, several villagers even suggested euthanizing their savior while he lay unconscious, to prevent such a formidable figure from becoming the new zombie king. If it had not been for Captain Wei and the other officials intervening, Muccio might have already been incinerated. The enigma of human nature was something Jiushu found profoundly incomprehensible. The atmosphere was steeped in melancholy as everyone lamented the situation. Even Xiuxing and Wen Kai, who had previously harbored some grievances against Muccio, were visibly distressed. In just a few days of interaction, they had come to regard Muccio as a brother-disciple. Despite occasional discord, the image of Muccio sacrificing himself for others had indelibly etched itself into their memories, ensuring they would always remember the man who had selflessly prioritized the welfare of others. Muccio had originally come to bid farewell, yet he was taken aback by the pervasive pessimism surrounding him. Deciding not to disrupt the somber atmosphere, he merely remarked that he would retreat to rest before activating the teleportation. When Ren Tingting grew curious about the sudden stillness in the room and entered with water, she discovered that he had vanished, leaving the room empty. The others, believing Muccio had chosen to take his own life to spare them from his impending transformation into a zombie, succumbed to despair and wept bitterly. The name Muccio would forever live on in their hearts. Thus concluded the tale of Mr. Zombie, as Muccio embarked on a new journey. Chapter 58. A local of Gotham currently engaged in temporal traversal. Please refrain from movement. 95321. You have entered a new narrative world. Your check-in has been refreshed. Please take note. In a dark alley of Gotham, Muccio's figure materialized. 100 points were deducted to restore his body, leaving a current total of 1,700 points. At last, he had arrived in this world. The prospect of meeting Batman filled him with a touch of apprehension. Once, Muccio responded to a question about forming a superhero team, selecting 5 superheroes. His answer was Batman, Batman, and once again Batman. Although Batman is merely a mortal, he is akin to Tony Stark as a wealthy heir. However, his ability to devise contingencies is extraordinarily formidable. If given time to prepare, he becomes nearly invincible, leaving no battle unwinnable. Not only does he guard against various foes, but he also remains wary of his own allies, particularly maintaining a vigilant stance toward his dear friend Superman. Indeed, Superman's instances of corruption are not few. Wait, this task? Muccio regained his composure and glanced at the clock, only to be taken aback. Residing in Arkham Asylum for a month? My Arkham talent market? Just a month? Is that all? What a ridiculous task. Muccio never anticipated that upon arriving in this world, he would face such a situation. In the realms of Marvel and Mr. Zombie, at least he was able to follow the plot normally, akin to a novice village where one could familiarize oneself with the storyline, thus facilitating the completion of the task. But what does this mean? Spending a month in a mental institution? It is labeled as an asylum, yet primarily houses criminals. Rather than treating patients, it serves as a penitentiary for offenders. Living among such individuals would drive anyone mad. Warning: host detected to exhibit tendencies of negative complacency. 10 warnings to be eradicated. Go ahead and eradicate me, you foolish dog. Warning: host detected to exhibit provocation. 3 warnings before eradication. Eradicate me then. Warning: Father, I was wrong. Since there is no way to avoid the task, I must yield. The essence of a task is to embody the spirit of diligence. Completing it elevates one above others. I wonder what time it is now. Given that Arkham Asylum already exists, surely Batman cannot still be youthful. Muccio's concerns are not without merit. The establishment of this institution dates back quite a while. Arkham Asylum was originally known as Arkham General Hospital, initially treating various ailments before specializing in mental health. The founder of the asylum, Amadeus Arkham, a specialist in psychiatric medicine, named the institution after his mother, Elizabeth Arkham, who suffered from severe mental illness. To spare her from torment, Amadeus ultimately granted her euthanasia. This was done in her memory, and to prevent others from enduring similar misfortunes. Subsequently, Arkham General Hospital was renamed Arkham Asylum, specializing in psychiatric care. In its earlier days, Arkham Asylum was relatively normal, functioning as an ordinary mental health facility. However, it underwent a transformation following the escape of a high-risk patient known as Mad Dog Martin Hawkins, who stealthily infiltrated the home of the director, Amadeus, and brutally murdered his wife and daughter. The director of Arkham Asylum was profoundly affected. He undertook the renovation of the asylum, transforming it into a specialized center for the treatment of individuals with severe criminal tendencies and mental illnesses. His first patient was the notorious Mad Dog Martin. 6 months later, Mad Dog Martin was subjected to a torturous electric chair, even more extreme than that of the infamous Lightning King Yong, ultimately leading to his demise by electrocution. Although this incident was later deemed a medical accident, Amadeus Arkham was deeply traumatized by the event, resulting in his own admission to Arkham Asylum, where he eventually passed away. Thus, the origin of Arkham Asylum is steeped in tragedy. It is worth noting that the institution itself harbors an unsettling aura, as peculiar occurrences transpired during its construction. The architect inexplicably succumbed to madness, leading to the death of several construction workers. The director subsequently encountered similar harrowing events, prompting reflection on whether the asylum is cursed. Situated on the outskirts of Gotham, one cannot mention Gotham without indulging in a few remarks. The city, with its rustic charm, has birthed a plethora of talent in Arkham. Gotham is, without a doubt, a veritable haven for criminality. The virtuous inhabitants of this city find themselves frequently victimized, subjected to theft and threats at an alarming rate, all while the meager local police force struggles to apprehend the relentless tide of crime. Those who dwell in this city are indeed formidable individuals. As the saying goes, the virtuous and talented Joker, the benevolent healer Harley Quinn, the honest merchant Penguin, the inquisitive Riddler, the environmentally conscious Poison Ivy, the exemplary husband Mr. Freeze, the fair-minded Two-Face, the crime-fighting Red Hood, the scientific contributor Scarecrow, the compassionate chiropractor Bane, the plumbing expert Killer Croc, the empathetic vigilante Black Mask, the animal-loving Catwoman, the unlicensed enforcer Batman. In this light, It seems that the individual most afflicted and in dire need of treatment at Arkham Asylum would be none other than Batman himself. This man, who refrains from taking the life of the Joker, does so under the belief that the Joker harbors a virus within his heart. Killing him would result in his own infection, transforming him into the Laughing Bat. Moreover, the Joker possesses the divine factor of Bacchus, rendering him nearly immortal. The Laughing Bat, a formidable being, not only annihilated superheroes from various universes, but also obliterated countless Earths. Furthermore, he engaged in the brutal slaughter of numerous Bruce Waynes across universes, harvesting their hearts for his sinister concoctions. In the main universe, he wreaked havoc, nearly exterminating all Bruce Waynes, but fortunately, the Joker and the Dark Knight united to teach the Laughing Bat a valuable lesson. Reflecting on this infuriates Muccio. The criminals within Arkham Asylum have committed innumerable murders, devastating countless families. In such circumstances, execution would seem a fitting punishment. Yet, Batman is steadfast in his commitment to protect these offenders, vowing never to take a life. The emergence of the Laughing Bat was provoked by the Joker's relentless torment, resulting in the creation of a superpowered entity, a grotesque amplification of the Joker himself. Following this event, Batman's resolve to uphold his vow of non-lethal justice became even more resolute. Muccio believed he could never attain the greatness of Batman, nor did he discern whether Batman's actions were right or wrong. After all, Arkham Asylum had scarcely rehabilitated anyone. The sole exception was Two-Face, who reverted to his twisted ways shortly after his treatment. Thus, Muccio had resolved that once he entered Arkham's talent market, anyone who dared to provoke him would meet their demise through his shadow mimicry technique. He harbored no delusions akin to Batman's. After all, he was destined to reside in Arkham Asylum. That place was teeming with criminals, and without being a criminal himself, entry was nearly impossible. Yet, a thought struck him. He could apply for a position. Surely, while a psychologist would be out of the question, becoming a security guard might be feasible. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. As an illegal immigrant, seeking employment in such a place was nothing short of a pipe dream. What if a criminal cohort infiltrated the institution and set all the inmates free? In light of this, Muccio's identity was rendered futile. It seemed he was left with no choice but to embrace the role of a villain. Chapter 59. A villain having settled in Arkham Asylum for a month. The very designation of Arkham Asylum rather than Arkham General Hospital indicated that the institution's admission criteria were stringent, reserved for individuals with severe criminal tendencies. What then should he undertake? In a shadowy alley of Gotham, Muccio pondered where to commence his nefarious deeds when a figure stealthily approached him. Hey, look what I found. An Asian fellow. Goodness, what a perfect target for robbery. A tall, gaunt white homeless man brandished a knife, pressing it against Muccio's shoulder. Sir, kindly produce your ransom money. My patience is rather limited. The vagabond scraped the blade against Muccio's collar, clearing the fog from its surface. Under the sunlight, the gleaming edge appeared blindingly sharp. I can pay you. I merely wish to ask a question. The Asian man spoke calmly, momentarily unsettling the robber's bravado. Shut up. I have no desire to entertain your queries. I will count to 3. If you do not obediently hand over your money, I shall kill you and loot your corpse. 1. The homeless man began his countdown, while Muccio slipped his hand into his pocket. 2. The vagabond continued counting, a simple term revealing his inner anticipation. An Asian man in Gotham must surely be wealthy, he thought, eyeing the bulging pockets of Muccio's trousers. 3. This utterance did not escape the vagabond's lips. Instead, it resonated within Muccio's mind. During his time in the world of Mr. Zombie, he had retained the dollars acquired in the Marvel Universe. After numerous escapades, he had long discarded the currency, for in a small village during the Republic era, dollars were of no use and merely occupied space. Hence, upon arriving in this world, he found himself devoid of money. What, then, occupied his pocket? What could be causing it to bulge? There was always a singular item nestled within. As Muccio produced a handful of lime powder, his palm facing downward, the vagrant fixated on his hand, eager to discern the worth in dollars. In that fleeting moment, the vagrant envisioned a night of indulgence with a stripper, yet his fantasies ultimately crumbled. Dollars? Instead, he received a face full of lime. Ah, my eyes. Ah, I shall kill you. The vagrant bellowed, brandishing a knife in the air. Meanwhile, Muccio had already deftly retreated several meters away after tossing the lime. The powder proved effective. After a few desperate swipes with the knife, the vagrant could no longer endure the agony. Discarding his weapon and groping the wall in search of an escape, he yearned to flee the alley, to seek medical attention. Ah, my eyes must be blind. You, I remember your face. I will skin you alive. The vagrant screamed in agony while hurling curses at Muccio. Under normal circumstances, a blind victim would plead for mercy. Yet this vagrant only raged, a testament to his habitual arrogance. Gotham, truly a den of crime. Hey, do you wish to die? The Asian's voice incited the vagrant's fury. You dare threaten me? I will kill you. Ah. The vagrant swung his fists wildly, yet Muccio remained at a safe distance, not out of fear, but due to the overwhelming stench emanating from the man. It is well known that the odor of both black and white individuals is particularly potent, often masked by an array of perfumes. A vagrant wearing perfume? They could scarce manage a bath every 6 months. Thus, Muccio kept his distance. I will ask you but once. Refuse to answer, and I shall end your life. After all, in this city, murder is a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, in this dim alley, should you perish, who would report your death? Oh, how I am grateful to Gotham for allowing me to indulge in my proclivity for killing with such ease. Muccio's words grew increasingly deranged, a necessary pretense to immerse himself in his role. A sane criminal cannot thrive in Gotham. Fortunately, his multifaceted personality rendered the act of feigning madness unnecessary. Had Arkham Asylum not prioritized the treatment of criminals, Muccio could have checked himself in without a soul raising an objection. You dare to kill me? Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. Just a little Asian yellow skin. The vagrant's derogatory remarks were abruptly interrupted as a knife whizzed through the air, striking true at his heart. With his hands shielding his face, the blade found its mark. He collapsed onto the ground, breathless in an instant. Look at you. I merely pose a question, yet you scream incessantly. Now, I must check if there are cameras overhead. Muccio feigned a glance around, exclaiming, alas. No cameras in sight. Apologies, but the Gotham police remain oblivious to the identity of your assailant. Today, I joyfully took the life of another. After expressing this outrageous line, Muccio donned a fade of lethargy, compared to feigning insanity. Allowing Chio to emerge was a mere low-effort act. It required no performance, merely the release of one's true nature. Ah, how shall I commence my journey into Arkham? Muccio mumbled to himself as he exited the alley, which led him to a dilapidated little bar. It was fortuitous. I shall gather information about Gotham's state, and there is no better place than this. Upon entering the bar, despite it being daytime, the air was thick with smoke, and the crowd was surprisingly substantial. Hey, my little darling, did your mother permit you to drink? A bald man adorned in tattoos and a leather jacket mocked as Muccio stepped through the door. Beside him were 4 similarly dressed companions, all laughing in unrestrained delight at his jibe. Are you envious of my mother? The bald man was taken aback. This seemingly juvenile Asian had uttered such a retort. For a moment, he failed to comprehend the meaning, only to realize, seconds later, that he had been insulted. He could scarcely believe that a frail Asian could humiliate him in front of so many. In a fit of rage, the bald man seized a bottle and hurled it at Muccio's head. Yet, the latter remained still, as if frozen in time. Slowly, he turned his face toward the oncoming bottle and whispered to the bald man, "Your mother exploded." Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Contrary to what the bar's patrons expected, the Asian man merely tilted his head slightly, evading the flying bottle with ease. Hey, your aim is atrocious, Muccio retorted, unrelenting in his mockery as he strode toward the bar. However, behind him, a gleaming knife lunged forward. In that split second, as the blade aimed for Muccio, he sprang into action. He executed a precise bow, allowing the knife to slice through the air above him, missing its target entirely. The bald biker, seasoned in the ways of the street, was astonished by the Asian youth's response, but wasted no time. He switched the knife to his left hand, aiming to stab Muccio in the back. In an instant, as onlookers braced for a gruesome spectacle, Muccio unveiled his true prowess. This was no mere dodge. It was an exquisitely executed move. The rabbit kicks the eagle. With hands planted on the ground, he launched a lightning-fast kick aimed at the chin of the bald assailant. In the blink of an eye, the bald man, who had reveled in his impending success, suddenly found the world spinning. He was airborne before crashing down, toppling a cascade of bottles in his wake. Crack! That exaggerated kick, that absurd angle, that horrifying sound of dislocated jaws. Unending. You brat. What does it mean to be part of a gang? Wielding a knife, smoking a cigarette, sporting a bizarrely colored afro, and listening to what barely qualifies as music. The most they can be described as is a petty street thug, at best evolving into a mere street punk. They do not belong to the realm of organized crime. How does one distinguish between a thug and a gangster? It is rather simple. Guns. Evidently, the individual that Muccio kicked out in this bar belongs to a gang, a small, local organization, so obscure that even a few turns beyond this alley, no one would be aware of its existence. Yet, it is undeniably a gang, a dark organization with members armed with firearms. You brat, hands on your head, or I'll blow your brains out. The bald man's accomplices brandished their handguns, aiming them at Muccio. They were neither unwilling to pull the trigger nor unaccustomed to murder. However, taking action here would displease the boss, and dealing with a corpse would prove troublesome. They contemplated disposing of this Asian kid in the sewer or some other deserted location, much simpler than courting trouble here. This presented an opportunity for Muccio. He had no concern for the bar owner or the complications of corpse disposal. He had come to stir up trouble, to eliminate a few gang members, and to genuinely rid Gotham's ordinary citizens of their scourge. I just remembered. I forgot my wallet today. Would you lend me some money? I promise to repay you by the 32nd of next month. He taunted, challenging these ruffians' threshold. In the bar, some patrons began to cheer. This establishment was a chaotic dance of villains, not merely confined to the bald man's crew. There were 3 other rival gangs openly opposing them. Within this modest bar, an array of different factions existed, reflective of Gotham's current state. There are many evildoers and few virtuous souls. The good stand alone, while the wicked huddle together for warmth. Under these circumstances, no establishment can operate normally unless the owner pays exorbitant protection fees or is, in fact, a member of a gang themselves. As the imminent clash drew near, the bar owner finally spoke. Listen, kid, do me a favor. If you're going to fight, take it outside. The bar owner, gently polishing a glass, spoke with a remarkably gentle tone. Unless one were to notice the barely perceptible malice in his eyes, he could easily deceive anyone. All right, of course, Muccio was willing to grant him this favor. After all, it was he who had disrupted the sanctity of their territory. Hey, you lot, step outside the bar and find a dark alley. That way, disposing of your bodies will be more manageable, all right? Having acquiesced to the bar owner's request, Muccio intended to comply. Oh my, is this young man of significant stature? How is he so audacious? In the corner, a short fellow, clearly clad in the garb of a thug, converses with his companion. Ordinary yet self-assured. I have encountered many of his kind. The taller associate sips his drink, entirely indifferent to the commotion unfolding at the entrance. These two are bona fide members of the underworld, committing murder and arson. Frankly, child's play. The illicit activities they engage in daily are far beyond the imagination of those within this bar. Adorned with their signature red masks, they are none other than notorious members of the Red Hood gang. The pair appears to be awaiting someone. The tall one grows increasingly impatient, agitated by the raucous sounds of conflict at the door. Do you think that half-baked comedian is reliable? He inquires of his companion. Reliable? We needn't concern ourselves with his reliability. As long as he ushers us in smoothly, we can seize the opportunity to throw him under the bus, and all the spoils will be ours. The short man, eyes fixed on the commotion outside as Muccio and his crew, led by a bald man, exit the bar. Inhales deeply on his cigarette in frustration. Outside, the bald man, jaw slack and drooling, leans on his chin, unable to articulate a word, while gesturing to his companions to aim for Muccio's head. I say, let us not rush, gentlemen. The bar entrance isn't the ideal spot for this. If you end up with a mess to clean, will I be assisting or not? Muccio tilts his head, utterly unfazed by the dark barrels pointed at him. Kid, you truly have no sense of your own insignificance. Come, lead the way, and let us see if I don't blow your head to smithereens today. The crowd continues to hurl insults, but Muccio shakes his head, unperturbed. He strides towards the location where the homeless man had attempted to rob him, with the crowd trailing closely behind, fearful of his escape. As they enter the alleyway, one individual intends to fire his weapon immediately. For them, today's events are hardly a concern, merely a source of embarrassment, compared to the shame of this debacle. The man is more afraid of returning to the bar only to find someone has spat in his drink, waiting for him to consume it. Therefore, resolving this matter swiftly would allow him to return and avoid ordering another round. As he raises his gun to fire at the moment he pulls the trigger, his wrist unexpectedly twists to the side. Bang! A bystander is shot, the bullet piercing their abdomen, blood splattering onto the faces of those present. Damn it! Have you lost your mind? Where are you aiming? No, it wasn't me. Bang! Another shot rings out, this time hitting the foot of an unfortunate soul. Ah! My foot! Where are you shooting? The hapless victim collapses, clutching his injured foot and cursing. Before he can finish his words, the gun of a companion is aimed at him. This time, fortune does not favor him. The bullet passes through his skull, ending his life in an instant. My heavens! What on earth are you doing? Bang! Another shot, and yet another life extinguished. What have I done to the man who shot his comrade? Covered in blood, he is on the verge of collapse, still haunted by the terror of having killed his own. His gun is now aimed at the fleeing bald man. Bang! The bullet strikes, and the bald man collapses. Deep within the alley, Muccio tilts his head and smirks, surprised that he actually hit his mark. The last remaining thug from the bald gang drops his weapon and slumps to the ground. Chapter 61. What brand of cola do you drink? In the alley, amidst a sea of lifeless bodies, only one rookie gang member, whose mental defenses have crumbled, remains alongside the mastermind of this catastrophe. Do you wish to live? Ah, the distressed gang member, confronted by the man before him, who resembles a demon, screams in terror. I do not appreciate loud outbursts. I shall ask you one last time. Do you wish to live? Yes. Yes. I want to live. Please do not kill me. The gang member, initially overwhelmed with despair, hears the demon's whispered words and hastily pleads for mercy. Very well. Search your fallen comrade for any money. Be swift and do not stain it with blood. Muccio instructs. Understood. The man, as if clinging to a lifeline, nods vigorously, trembling as he rummages through his companion's belongings. He eventually approaches the bald man, a few meters away, to search for money, completely devoid of thoughts of escape. This man must surely be a devil. Without a doubt, he has effortlessly manipulated us into mutual destruction. Oh, this demon! The gang member, his legs trembling, hands the money to the figure before him. The demon appears satisfied, offering a slight smile. Oh, his smile makes me feel as though I am serving Satan. I shall surely suffer torment in hell. A gang member, once an atheist, now finds himself believing in myth and religion, convinced that he is in the service of the devil. Now, I have a few questions for you. Do you know a Batman? Huh, Batman. Yes, I know. He is the nightmare of our Gotham. The tool exclaims, recalling the terrifying figure, though now he perceives Batman as inconsequential. In the tool's mind, if one were to rank levels of terror, Batman's non-lethal vigilante antics would be akin to a European splatter film, while the demon before him embodies the ultimate horror movie, a terrifying collaboration of Thai and Western cinema. Oh, have you seen him? I have not. I have not. Those who have encountered him are usually apprehended. I see, Muccio muses. If Batman is involved, is the best scenario. Provoking him would lead to his throwing people into Arkham Asylum. Simply being a villain might result in incarceration at Blackgate Prison, a facility for various criminals. I have 2 more questions, so listen carefully. Do you know of a man in a purple suit with green hair? He calls himself. The tool echoes Muccio's words, shaking his head. Is it that you do not know him, or has he yet to be born? Muccio ponders, uncertain of the situation. At last, the final query arose, and with a sly smile, Muccio inquired, do you prefer Pepsi or Coca-Cola? I enjoy Coca-Cola, came the hesitant reply. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed as Muccio, brandishing a firearm, executed the henchman with a single shot to the head. My apologies. I actually prefer Sprite, he exclaimed as he nonchalantly blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle and departed the alley. Inside the bar, the patrons were startled by the gunfire, collectively concluding that the Asian youth had met his demise, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the bald gang. At the entrance, a figure approached, capturing the attention of all present. This individual was neither a member of the bald gang nor Muccio. Instead, it was a frail silhouette, seemingly malnourished, whose countenance bore a look of dismay as he nervously stepped into the bar. What a letdown, muttered a thug, taking a swig of his drink upon seeing the newcomer. Hey kid, this isn't a gathering for the faint-hearted. Why don't you go home? Many shared similar sentiments. disappointed at the sight of such a pathetic figure when they had been anticipating the bald gang's description of the audacious youth's demise. The timid individual lowered his gaze, wishing to retreat when a strong hand grasped his arm. "Hey, we still have matters to discuss. Don't leave," spoke the lean member of the Red Hood gang. While others awaited the entertainment of Mu Chio's misfortune, these two from the Red Hood gang were focused on the forlorn, despondent soul. With a reluctant nod, the pitiful figure followed the Red Hood members deeper into the bar. "Would you care for a drink?" the stout member inquired with a smile upon seeing him. "No, let us discuss business," the frail one replied. The stout man lit a cigarette, continuing, "We require your assistance to infiltrate the chemical plant where you work, then make our way to the adjacent casino. At that point, we can relieve the casino of its riches." He chuckled, as if the money were already laid out before him. "Is it truly undetectable? You're not deceiving me, are you? Can we really escape without anyone knowing of my involvement?" The young man questioned with uncertainty. "Fear not, lad. We shall look after you," assured the lean member of the Red Hood gang, as he picked up a handbag from the floor and opened it to reveal a red hood inside. "But you must wear this. I've seen this in the newspapers before. This is the mask of the Red Hood. He robbed that ice factory last month," the frail figure exclaimed. "Relax, kid. The so-called Red Hood is merely a group of robbers like yourself with masks," the lean one replied somberly. "Yes, only core members of each criminal organization are entitled to don this mask, as it provides them with additional protection against the risks of involvement." The stout man paused, gesturing towards the pitiful figure across from him. "This is what you deserve." "But there are no holes in it. How can I see?" he questioned. "Ah, therein lies its enchantment. It's a one-way mirror, much like those utilized by the authorities," the lean man elucidated. "However, I remain uncertain about that chemical plant. It was precisely its eerie and unsightly nature that compelled me to resign, sending chills down my spine at merely the thought of it. Yet, you possess an intimate understanding of it, and we require your assistance." The hefty fellow smiled, though his gaze bore an undeniable intensity that left little room for refusal. "Very well. I too have my reasons. I need the funds by tomorrow at the latest, and I shall provide you with an answer, if you would be so kind." "Do not be so demanding." The lean man seemed on the verge of anger, as a member of a notorious gang, waiting in this filthy, repugnant bar for someone so indecisive to discuss matters was already exasperating enough, and now he had to offer emotional reassurance as well. "Hey, grant him some time. I trust he will deliver a satisfactory response," the stout man interjected, casting a glance at the unfortunate soul across from them. "I believe you will meet our expectations. Will you not?" The wretched individual nodded and departed the bar, returning to his rented apartment. At the entrance of the apartment, a young Asian man was scanning the surroundings. The unfortunate soul kindly inquired, "Sir, do you require assistance?" How do I contact the landlord?" "The landlord is on the second floor, room 203. "Are you planning to stay here?" "Yes, I intend to reside here. We shall be neighbors, so please take care of me." "Certainly, I shall." The unfortunate soul silently vowed that, when the time was right, he would ensure his wife and child vacated this cramped, filthy apartment. He would indeed. Chapter 62. My clown neighbor in apartment 203, Muccio was settling the rent with the landlord. Frankly, there was not a single decent establishment in the vicinity, and the bald individuals had scant funds in their pockets. Typically, these fellows appeared rather lackadaisical, yet upon checking their pockets, it was evident that none could afford even a night in a respectable hotel. There was no recourse. Seeking money from the gang at this hour was far too late. It must be noted that since the events with Mr. Zombie, Muccio had not bathed, leaving him feeling sore and itchy. He desperately sought a place to take a hot shower and then rest, planning to wake refreshed, don clean clothes, and redeem the skill fragments of the steam-powered blitz. He was somewhat superstitious, believing that without bathing and changing his attire, his luck would falter. During the Mr. Zombie ordeal, he had nearly met his demise. Though the details of how the conflict was resolved eluded him, it was indeed a harrowing experience, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. Thus, he hastily sought out a short-term rental apartment to stay in. His neighbor, the unfortunate soul from earlier, had just returned home, where his pregnant wife awaited him in their cramped quarters, eagerly anticipating his arrival. "You're home so late today. How was your performance? Was it well received?" she inquired. The unfortunate soul, dejected, closed the door behind him. "Perhaps they will call me again for another performance. I was far too anxious and botched the finale." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "It's nothing. Your tone clearly suggests otherwise. Oh my, I merely remarked you said so. The unfortunate soul rose from his chair. Somewhat disheartened, after a day of toil, he returned home only to face reproach. Supporting himself against the table, he exclaimed, "So, you mean to say that you did not secure that job? It's as if I should have known all along. Surely, you will not find employment. What, pray tell? Shall we feed the baby in your womb?" He shouted several phrases, feeling as though he did not deserve such treatment. He shook his head. "Do you think I am not anxious? Do you perceive this as a jest? I must take the stage to deliver humor, yet no one laughs." His agitation grew. "Do you believe I am indifferent? Do you truly think that?" With reddened eyes, his pregnant wife observed this scene, and the unfortunate soul felt a twinge of illness within himself. "Oh heavens, I am so sorry. I did not intend to unleash my fury upon you." He buried his face in her lap. "Forgive me. I am simply exhausted. It is quite all right. You know I love you just as you love me," she reassured him. Rather than being angry, she comforted the unfortunate soul. "You have already endured enough suffering, marrying a man of little means, and I still raise my voice at you. My dear, it is not like that. No, it is precisely that. I cannot provide for you." He lamented. "Hush, it is all right. In 3 months' time, we shall have no need to worry about the baby. Mrs. Beatrice has kindly allowed us to delay the rent. She takes pity on me. She despises me." The unfortunate soul stood and approached the window. "Each time I ascend the stairs, she peers out into the hallway and scowls at me, a foul stench lingering in the air." As he gazed out at the scenery, he resolved, before the child is born, "I must take you away from here. I shall earn enough to relocate us to a more affluent neighborhood. Frankly, some young women on the street can earn a fortune in a single weekend, without the need to deliver jokes only to be met with silence and escorted off stage. Enough of such thoughts, with you by my side. It matters not whether we dwell here or in that upscale neighborhood you speak of. Regardless of employment, my love for you remains unwavering. You are adept at managing the household and have a remarkable talent for bringing me joy. Just know that I love you, and that suffices." His wife, ever understanding, bore no disdain for her husband's lack of means, nor did she indulge in petty grievances due to her pregnancy. "Tomorrow, I shall provide you with an answer. I want you to live well, along with our child." At that moment, a knock resounded on the door. Upon opening it, the unfortunate soul found the Asian man he had encountered downstairs. "Good day." Muccio glanced at the unfortunate soul and then at the pregnant woman behind him. "The soundproofing in this apartment, as you know, is rather poor. I wish to sleep. Could you allow me a moment of peace?" The unfortunate soul quickly apologized and bowed, ushering the Asian man away. The following day, Muccio slept until the afternoon. The events of the preceding days had been overwhelming, particularly the ordeal with the zombie king, which had deprived him of sleep each night. Now, in this world, he need not fear the threat of nocturnal bites upon his neck. Is it already 5 o'clock? It was time for dinner. Muccio rose from his bed, took a refreshing shower, and donned a brand new outfit. Let the festivities commence. Maria, Jesus, Satan, the Jade Emperor, Allah, the Tathagata, Guanyin, the Almighty God, and the Queen Mother of the West. Roast rat from Fujian. It is my turn to draw cards. I offer a lifetime of my hair in exchange for a robotic ultimate move. Arise, divine dragon. Muccio chanted fervently, invoking a plethora of names, before finally directing his focus towards the random exchange of fragments. Ding! Consumed 3 fragments of the skill of the Steam Robot Blitz. Ding! You have acquired the skill Mechanical Claw. Mechanical Claw consumes 100 mana, conjures the right hand of the Steam Robot Blitz, and launches it forth. If the hand strikes an enemy unit, it will stun the target and draw it closer, inflicting 70 points of magical damage. Skill range, 10 meters. Wow. Liftoff. The robot's core skill, though is merely a second-tier skill, not a grand ultimate, is still impressively powerful, with a 10-meter range. Whether using shadow mimicry to immobilize an enemy before reeling them in, or directly pulling them, as long as the target is successfully ensnared. A follow-up with the Sunflower Pressure Point and the Thunderback Suplex will surely make any humanoid adversary declare, "Brother, I was wrong." Muccio joyfully clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating an opponent to test his newfound skill. No hint of misfortune remained. How exhilarating! Just as he uttered those words, calamity struck. Why is there such an overwhelming smell of burning? Suddenly, Muccio detected a peculiar odor. Following the scent, he approached the door and opened it. There was a wisp of black smoke in the corridor, and from the neighboring room, smoke billowed forth. What on earth is happening? Hey! Muccio assumed his neighbor was engaging in some peculiar culinary endeavor and knocked on the door, but received no response. Have some public decency. Is this a barbecue in a shared space? His anger flared. First, the incessant noise from last night, and now this smoke filling the corridor. It was as if it did not regard others as human. I'll count to 3 and open the door. 3, 2, damn it. Muccio kicked the door open. Inside, he found his unfortunate neighbor's pregnant wife sprawled on the floor, her grotesque expression revealing the grim reality of 2 lives lost. Nearby lay a charred heater and a scorched socket, seemingly narrating the tragic tale. Upon witnessing this, Muccio's cheeks twitched. He understood now. Curse it. A clown has emerged right beside me. Chapter 63. I let the clown off the hook. Minutes later, the landlord called the police. The conclusion was swift. A short circuit caused by a faulty milk heater had resulted in a tragic loss of life. Muccio observed the unfolding scene, contemplating whether to intervene and halt the clown's emergence. To go or not to go? Compared to the previous encounter with the big boss, this time, Muccio felt a flicker of temptation. Eliminating a nascent supervillain is akin to conquering the ultimate dungeon in a novice village, paving a smooth path beyond its borders. Yet, I find myself pondering my true identity. Am I perhaps destined to be a harbinger of villainy? Muccio hesitated. After a month of residing in Arkham Asylum, an ominous premonition had begun to stir within him. Should a clash with superheroes truly ensue, the absence of the Joker would spell disaster for the villains and herald a blessing for the heroes. Without the Joker, Batman could unleash his full potential. Without the Joker, Superman would lose half of his darkness. Without the Joker, the Bat of Laughter would never be born. And without the Joker, damn, box office revenues would dwindle. Should the boss become aware of this predicament, he would undoubtedly resurrect just to berate Muccio for such hypocrisy. Although Muccio still grappled with the decision to take advantage of this opportunity, his body instinctively followed the police in search of the victim. The pregnant wife was deceased, and it was imperative to notify the concerned parties swiftly. The familiar bar, the familiar duo of the Red Hood. And then there was the pitiful creature of his former life. Is everything prepared for tonight's operation? The slender Red Hood inquired of the pitiful creature. Do you consider yourself reliable? Well, I certainly hope so. The pitiful creature replied, running a hand over the back of his head with a smile. It would be foolish to back out now. The most daunting barrier, my internal defenses, have already been breached. Whether I become a paragon of virtue or a law-abiding citizen no longer holds significance for me. What I desire is to ensure a better life for Jenny and our unborn child, leaving that damned apartment behind. You see, in this attire, Jenny believes I am attending a club event. The pitiful creature adjusted his formal wear. I mean, even my wife has no inkling of our true intentions. Hence I am utterly reliable. The stout Red Hood took a satisfied sip of his drink. Indeed, I have high hopes for you, kid. Now, back to business. Tonight's operation, dressed in suits and ties. This is the hallmark of our Red Hood endeavors. The slender one interjected. Yes, Jenny would also think I should wear a suit and tie for the club. At that moment, 2 police officers enter the bar, heading directly towards the table where the 3 nefarious individuals were plotting. Pardon the interruption, gentlemen, the officers approached, interrupting the pitiful creature's reverie of future aspirations. Could you step outside for a moment? The stout and slender Red Hood exchanged glances, their hands slowly reaching for their weapons. Me? Why? I haven't. The pitiful creature stammered in confusion, believing his schemes had been uncovered. Yet, the plan had yet to be executed. How could they come to apprehend him? It will only take 2 minutes, sir. The officer shook his head, his words instilling a sense of dread in the pitiful creature. Thus, he followed the officers outside. I told you he was unreliable. The slender man in the red hood was poised to flee when the portly companion pulled him back down into his seat. Observing the situation, it became evident that if they had indeed been compromised, the authorities would have surrounded the area by now, leaving them no chance of escape. If matters escalated, they would have to resort to taking hostages. The stout man glanced around and articulated his strategy. Outside the bar, the police presented a photograph. It was of the unfortunate man's wife, Jenny. Sir, is this your wife? One officer inquired. Yes. What has happened to her? We just received a call reporting a death at your apartment. Preliminary findings suggest your wife died due to a heating malfunction. I'm truly sorry, sir. After delivering the grim news, the officer placed a hand on the unfortunate man's shoulder and departed. From a distance, Muccio observed the desolate expression on the unfortunate man's face, unable to fathom that this individual would later take a different path. Once the police had left, the unfortunate man returned to the bar. Before he could speak, the slender man in the red hood, with a hint of anger, questioned, "Do you have something to confess, my friend?" Just now, a tragic accident occurred while testing the bottle warmer, causing a short circuit, and my wife, she is dead. The slender man and his stout companion exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. Good heavens, this is dreadful. We express our deepest condolences. The police mentioned there was only a 1 in a million chance of this happening. I suppose I should drink a few more, he said, seeking solace in alcohol. You should indeed indulge, for this burden is heavy on anyone. Do you wish to be alone for a while? The stout man offered insincerely, placing a hand on the unfortunate man's shoulder. Tonight? The unfortunate man shook his head. I cannot. None of this holds any meaning now. Jenny is gone. My child is gone. What purpose does it serve? Oh no, we are saddened by the situation concerning your wife, but tonight's operation is not a mere game. The slender man interjected, leaning in closer, revealing the gun tucked at his waist. I cannot guarantee that those who withdraw halfway will meet a favorable end. But there are no buts, no excuses. Just think, tomorrow you could give your beloved a dignified burial. Do you have the funds for her funeral? For a coffin or a grave? She did not enjoy life, and now she finds no peace in death. This is all a consequence of financial woes, is it not? The stout man whispered sinisterly into the unfortunate man's ear. Tonight, you will join us in a venture to earn a significant sum. Do you understand? Very well. The unfortunate man acquiesced. As night descended, the unfortunate man and the slender red hooded figure arrived at the chemical plant as agreed. The unfortunate man rested his hands on the protective mesh, reflecting on the day's events, his past experiences in the factory, and the uncertainty of his future. Hey, stop daydreaming, my friend. It's time to step up. The slender member of the red hood interrupted his reverie. I was merely reminiscing about how I used to pass this place every day on my way to work. Oh, that is splendid. It is precisely for that reason I sought you out, the slender man replied with a sense of delight. All we need is to guide ourselves through this dilapidated factory, allowing us to visit the neighboring casino, and everything will come to an end, the portly man interjected. Is it really that simple? The unfortunate one expressed his skepticism. Rest assured, the slender man replied, picking up a red cloak and draping it around the shoulders of the unfortunate one. Your participation in the spoils feels akin to an act of charity. Do you understand, lad? After saying this, he grasped a red hood. Do I have to wear this now? Can one breathe normally with this thing? As long as you refrain from smoking inside, you'll be just fine, the slender man asserted, placing the hood over the unfortunate one's head. This joke is quite stale, he remarked. Meanwhile, from a distance, Muccio concealed himself, observing the entire scene. He had a plan, one that could very well land him in Arkham Asylum. Chapter 64. I am. After securing the hood on the unfortunate one, the slender man inquired. Can you see now, brother? Everything appears to be a shade of red, and it's rather stifling, with an odd, pungent odor, the unfortunate one replied. The trio navigated through the wreckage left by the portly man, making their way deeper into the factory. Wow, my voice sounds as though it's echoing. It feels quite peculiar. The unfortunate one remarked, attempting to share a joke that fell flat. Then shut up and get to work, the portly man retorted, shoving him slightly. They meandered through the labyrinthine corridors of the chemical plant, where the air was thick with acrid fumes. We'll pass through this ghastly filtration pool, and then we'll catch sight of the outer wall of the Manaki Casino, the unfortunate one stated, adjusting his red hood. Did you know? This place looks even more terrifying beneath the red mask. It resembles a nightmare. As they walked, a sudden beam of light illuminated them. Hey, you lot, halt! A security guard shouted, brandishing his firearm at the trio. The two members in red hoods, seasoned in such encounters, swiftly drew their weapons and fired back. Bang, bang, bang. Despite several shots, none found their mark. Their aim faltered in the dim confines of the factory. As the skirmish ensued, more security personnel, alerted by the gunfire, rushed to assist. You said there wouldn't be any security here, you bastard. The slender man fumed. They must have just adjusted their patrols. I swear it. The unfortunate one, unaccustomed to being shot at, cowered behind a pillar, gripped by fear, still donning the cursed red hood. Damn it. Run. What are you waiting for? Run. The portly man yelled in frustration. It's too loud. I can't hear. The Red Hood resonated with the gunfire, nearly deafening him. And only then did he remember to remove it. Just as he was about to take off the hood, the slender man aimed his gun at him. Kid, though your demise is inevitable, you've truly put me in a dire situation. Go join your wretched wife, the slender man declared, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed. A figure collapsed. The fallen was not the unfortunate one, but the slender man himself. Hey, you over there, drop your weapon. The security guard, well acquainted with the factory, had long awaited the outcome of the altercation he overheard. However, he remained perplexed by the immobilized figure before him. Seizing the initiative, he decisively eliminated the gaunt man wielding a firearm. Don't shoot. I'll drop the gun. I was brought here against my will. The stout man cast aside the weapon, raising his hands to point at the unfortunate soul. It's him. He is the Red Hood. The pitiful figure attempted to protest, yet found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the stout man, taking advantage of the guard's distraction, drew another weapon from his waist and shot one of the guards. Bang! Bang! That guard, a formidable adversary, despite sustaining a gunshot wound, managed to take the stout man's life. No, I'm not the Red Hood. I'm not. Please don't kill me. The pitiful figure was on the brink of collapse. The events of the day had shattered his mental defenses. Don't kill me, please. He scurried about like a headless chicken, disregarding the Red Hood, simply running in a frenzy. Oh heavens, what sin have I committed? At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged before him. How terrifying it appeared. What was it? It resembled a colossal bat-like creature. Oh my, where are you? Where are you? The pitiful figure cried out, convinced he was hallucinating. Red Hood, we meet again. Through the translucent red of the hood, he gazed at the ominous being before him, retreating while flailing his fists. Stay away from me. Don't come near, you monster. Yet, the more he backed away, the closer the creature drew. Are you afraid? The creature spoke in a deep, modulated voice that resonated in the ears of the pitiful figure, sounding thunderous and akin to a voice from the abyss. Oh my, where are you? He screamed in despair, attempting to retreat further, oblivious to the cape that the gaunt man had forcibly tied around him. In a moment of carelessness, he stepped on the cape, tripping and tumbling over the railing, plummeting into the chemical vat below. Aya! By the time the creature reacted, the pitiful figure had already plunged into the vat, carried away by the waste channels, expelled from the factory. Coughing and gasping for air, he was nearly suffocated by the acrid liquid that invaded his throat, skin, hair, and even his very pores and veins. So hot, so unbearable. Finally, he removed the Red Hood, revealing his face. As rain fell from the sky, mingling with the mud below, the pitiful figure approached a small puddle, staring at his reflection. What have I become? He let out a chilling laugh, first a chuckle, then a maniacal cackle that echoed through the desolate surroundings. Ha. The wretched creature gazed at the reflection in the water, laughing maniacally, as if today's events were merely a jest orchestrated by the divine, a dreadful day reduced to a mere dream. It was as if Jenny and the unborn child had never perished, as if those two cursed members of the Red Hood gang had never existed, as if the inexplicably added security personnel were figments of imagination, as if that bat-like monster were but a mirage. Yet, alas, why had my visage transformed into such a ghastly sight, so frightfully pale, so disgustingly white? Goodness, I have truly become a clown, a jester who need not apply makeup to step onto the stage. Is my green hair somewhat amusing? It resembles the snot smeared on me by classmates who bullied me in my youth. Ha, truly, a splendid jest. The pitiable creature smiled, applauding himself. He even bestowed upon himself a name. I cherish this appellation. Outside the chemical plant, Batman made his way toward the Batmobile, a flicker of guilt haunting him. Perhaps, had he not relentlessly pursued that individual, he might not have plummeted into the chemical vat. Batman shook his head, casting aside such thoughts, preparing to depart in his vehicle. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. Oh, what we have here? Is that not the big moth? Batman turned to follow the sound, realizing that it was not his hearing that had failed him, but the rain that veiled all sounds. An Asian? Batman hesitated. It was not that Asian individuals were rare, but rather that they were seldom seen in Gotham, particularly at a scene where a robbery by the Red Hood gang had nearly transpired. Big Moth, may I pose a riddle for you? Batman ignored Muccio, opening the car door, ready to ignite the Batmobile. In the final second before the door closed, He heard the Asian utter words that made his heart skip a beat. Hey, Big Moth, your silhouette truly resembles that of a wealthy heir. Let me think. Who could it be? Oh, yes, you are. Bruce. Bruce Wayne. Am I right, Master Wayne? Oh no. Should I address you as Batman? I believe I've hit the nail on the head. Haven T.I., Master Wayne. Chapter 65, Me. Batman Bruce Wayne was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, hailing from the illustrious Wayne family, one of Gotham's 4 prominent families, having been blessed with a life of comfort from a young age. He stood in stark contrast to the Joker. Bruce Wayne and the wretched creature shared 3 commonalities. First, both had endured a dreadful day. One fateful evening, after watching a film featuring Zorro, Bruce Wayne and his parents were tragically confronted by robbers while traversing a narrow alley. The young Bruce Wayne witnessed the harrowing murder of his parents firsthand. From that moment forth, he vowed to eradicate all evils from the world, determined to spare others from enduring the same tragedies he had faced. Over the course of many years traversing the globe, he mastered various martial arts, and upon returning to Gotham, he embarked on his path as the Dark Knight. In contrast, the wretched soul endured a day that seemed far more tragic than that of Bruce Wayne. Prior to the calamity that befell him, society had already ravaged him beyond recognition. And following the tragedy, he was further disfigured by corrosive chemicals, plunging him into madness. From this perspective, the choices of both men appear reasonably justified. Bruce Wayne embraced justice, striving to be a good man, while the unfortunate soul abandoned moral principles, descending into villainy. Moreover, both individuals grapple with mental illness, despite Batman's reluctance to acknowledge this truth. Additionally, both Batman and the Joker possess extraordinarily high intelligence. This is evident when Muccio revealed Batman's identity. Bruce Wayne's response was to simply drive away, splattering mud on Muccio in the process. Such was the finesse of Batman's reaction, whether through impotent rebuttal or furious rage. Silence proved to be the most fitting response. Indeed, had Batman reacted impulsively upon having his true identity exposed, he would no longer embody the essence of Batman. Though he had been questioned about his identity as Bruce Wayne, he always managed to respond with impeccable conviction. While Muccio sat in the rain, contemplating his plans, a siren abruptly disrupted his thoughts, leaving him eager for their next encounter. Under the cover of night, he departed from the chemical plant. That night, many souls found little solace in sleep. Bruce Wayne lay in bed, reflecting on the words of the Asian man. Were they a test or a revelation? Unable to fathom the meaning, he resolved to dismiss the thought, focusing instead on a plan, one that would sufficiently prove he was not Batman. Meanwhile, the Joker also found himself sleepless, not from sorrow, but rather from the exhilarating realization of the world's beauty. How had he never perceived Gotham's nights as so enchanting? The Joker engaged in manic soliloquies, surrounded by an array of unknown chemical concoctions. As a former engineer of the chemical plant, these substances were second nature to him. Now, he felt an intellectual surge, as many of his prior research hypotheses could finally be realized that very night. Another restless soul was Muccio, who sat on his bed with a pillow over his head. Just as drowsiness began to envelop him, the sounds of laughter, ha ha ha, or he, along with the clattering of objects from next door, shattered his peace, plunging him into insomnia. Calm down. The world is so splendid, yet I feel so irritable. This is not good. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from the adjacent room, accompanied by a waft of acrid fumes. I can't take this anymore. Muccio was finally exasperated, disregarding the antics of the neighbor, the Joker, and whether he was indeed the most challenging antagonist to deal with. All he yearned for was to firmly press this insufferable nuisance, who disturbed the peace of the night, onto the floor and stomp on his head. The Joker's door had been broken by Muccio during the day, yet the landlord was remarkably efficient, having installed a new door by that very afternoon. Fuming, Muccio approached the door and began to knock vehemently. Hey, what on earth are you doing at this hour? Come out and take a punch from me, he bellowed, pounding on the Joker's door. As soon as he spoke, an unusual silence fell from within. A footstep approached the door, and a voice, muffled through the door, softly intoned, "Oh, I apologize, sir. My wife has passed away, and I'm sorting through her belongings. I'm truly sorry." The Joker uttered words that could easily evoke sympathy if one were to overlook his sinister grin, which rendered his claims dubious at best. "Oh, is that so? My condolences. I did not mean to intrude," Muccio replied, dismissively, intending to retreat to his room. However, he thought to himself, if you keep making that racket, I will kick down the door and deliver a thunderous slam. Oh, sir, I have a request, the Joker called out. Exalting Multiverse departure. What request? The light bulb in my home is broken, and I cannot find my glasses. Would you be so kind as to help me look? You see, as a nearsighted person, I am utterly incapable of locating my glasses. Normally, my wife would assist me, but alas, she has passed away. Oh, do not be so sorrowful. I will certainly help you. Muccio readily agreed to the Joker's plea. What scheme could this fellow possibly be concocting? Did he intend to harm him? If he opened the door, Muccio would gladly deliver a punch. The Joker's door creaked open, revealing an inky darkness within, devoid of any light. The curtains at the window were partially drawn, allowing only a sliver of moonlight to penetrate the room, obscuring the conditions inside. Even the position of the Joker himself remained shrouded from view. Please come in, sir. The Joker beckoned. Muccio, though possessing decent hearing, could not discern the Joker's exact location. I'm coming, that infernal neighbor muttered as he prepared to step inside, almost crossing the threshold into the room, while the Joker's grin widened in anticipation of the ensuing spectacle. However, the man's foot hung suspended in midair, suddenly halting its advance. Sir? Why not come in? The Joker inquired, perplexed. Look at me. How could I just walk into someone else's home? What if I dirty your floor? Oh, it is quite all right. My home is a mess. You know, my wife has passed away, and I have no heart to tidy up, the Joker replied, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Is that so? The Joker eagerly awaited the visitor to proceed into the room, yet that wretched individual's foot remained suspended, reluctant to enter. No way. I am rather particular about cleanliness. Your room is so filthy that I refuse to step inside. The Joker clenched his fists, forcing a laugh. Is that so? Very well then. Could you kindly help me close the door, sir? The Joker spoke, his eyes flickering with murderous intent as he watched the Asian man about to grasp the electrified doorknob. Yet that hand lingered suspended in midair. Sir, what is it now? The Joker gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Nothing. I merely recalled the moment your wife perished during the day, or rather, when I kicked open the door to discover her lifeless body. Shall I then express my gratitude to you, sir? The Joker's smile faded. No need for that. It was merely a trifling act. I see. Would you mind closing the door for me, sir? The Joker replied calmly. That is out of the question. There's a saying from my hometown. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Another goes, you assist me, I assist you, and I shall continue to assist you. But if you do not help me, and instead seek to harm me, then I shall take action against you. One for all. I shall, exclaimed Muccio, tossing a handful of petals and spitting on the Joker's floor before returning to his room. Chapter 66. I, the King of Pranks, the Joker. The most terrifying and perilous criminal in Gotham City is a figure that even other villains respect from a distance. His intelligence is extraordinarily high, and his actions are unpredictable. No one can fathom his thoughts or penetrate the depths of his psyche, not even his partner, Harley Quinn. His presence invariably heralds chaos, disorder, and that chilling laughter of his. He perceives Batman as his sole worthy adversary and revels in their confrontations, believing Batman to be true love. He seeks to torment Batman, driving him to despair, compelling him to acknowledge that his inner world is as deranged as his own. The Joker's eccentric behavior elicits similar sentiments from all villains, including Lex Luthor. In this world, there exist three types of individuals: heroes, villains, and the Joker himself. Thus, fawning over the Joker proves futile. Just look at Harley Quinn's fate. Each time, she endures torment, only to remain a tool, laboring for the Joker once more. Since one cannot comprehend the Joker's psyche, there is no need to feign goodwill towards him. Upon returning to his room, the Joker also closed the door. Both were scheming in their own right. However, Muccio's plan was executed with greater haste. He donned several layers of clothing and wrapped a blanket around his head, testing its thickness before chuckling to himself. Ninjutsu, Shadow Mimicry Technique. A shadow followed Muccio's footsteps as he exited, heading straight for the Joker's chamber. At that moment, the Joker was preoccupied with some unknown gas. And amid the haphazard search of the shadow, a connection was finally established. Got it. Muccio felt the link with the shadow and grinned mischievously. What is happening? Why do I feel like a marionette? The Joker exclaimed, surprised as his body became uncontrollable. Is this the side effect of the chemical agents from the factory? While still puzzled, his fist inexplicably raised. What the hell? Despite the Joker's exceptional intellect and inscrutable nature, he was now somewhat taken aback. Bang! The jester's fist hurtled toward his own face, landing a blow that sent blood gushing from his nose. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Muccio lay wrapped in his blanket, completely impervious to the jester's punches as they struck the fabric. Is it haunted? Is that you, Jenny? The jester shouted in confusion, yet his fists did not relent. Thud! Another punch connected, this time to his eye socket, transforming him into a veritable panda. Damn it! Who's there? Thud! Another strike landed squarely on the jester's chin. Amidst his cries, he inadvertently bit his own tongue, producing a comical gurgle that was more ludicrous than any of his previous pathetic portrayals. Listening to the anguished howls from next door, Muccio felt a lingering desire for more. He opened his mouth, revealing a set of teeth, and aimed a fist at himself. The jester mirrored his actions, uneasily exclaiming, No, don't joke around. Thud! With all his might, Muccio's punch landed, loosening two of the jester's teeth, while his own fist was punctured by the jagged edges. Thud! Another blow fell, causing a tooth to dislodge entirely. After a barrage of punches, the jester, despite his resolve, finally broke free from the shadow mimicry. Bloodied and bewildered, he glanced around, utterly perplexed by the sudden onslaught. Of course, he suspected his neighbor was behind it, though he could not fathom how the attack had been executed. After relishing the prank, Muccio quietly slipped out the door, heading straight for the bar. It was clearly unwise to linger and await the jester's revenge. Moreover, it would be imprudent to allow the jester to seek retribution while he slept. Fleeing seemed the wiser choice. Upon arriving at the bar's entrance, he noticed the flickering sign revealing its name, Nightshade. Nightshade? The proprietor must be a whimsical woman with a head full of dreams. After a brief moment of mockery, he entered the establishment. The Nightshade bar was tolerable by day, but by night, it transformed into the quintessential bar one would expect in Gotham. The atmosphere was rife with shouting, drunken revelry, and flying objects. The patrons seemed devoid of ambition or purpose, living day by day. When funds ran low, they resorted to theft. When boredom struck, they sought entertainment. This motley crew epitomized the most unsavory aspects of Gotham. As Muccio entered Nightshade, he pinched his nose and made a beeline for the bar. Unlike the previous day, his presence did not incite a stir among the crowd. Tonight, everyone was immersed in revelry, their eyes glazed over, fixated on the alluring women nearby, oblivious to the arrival of a doll-faced Asian miner. Contrary to Muccio's expectations, the owner of Nightshade was a burly man, shrewd and well-connected. He polished glasses at the bar, casting a piercing gaze at the Asian youth approaching him, an icy glint in his eyes. All believed that the earlier incident involved the Bald Gang eliminating an arrogant Asian boy. It was only when someone discovered that the Bald Gang had been utterly vanquished that the true ruthlessness of the situation became apparent. Hey, would you like something to drink? The bar owner interjected before Muccio could respond. Well, actually, I don't drink, Muccio replied, scratching his head. Then I'll have a glass of juice. Just so happens I've freshly squeezed 2 cups and was about to enjoy one. This one S on me, the owner chuckled, picking up a glass to pour juice for Muccio. Though he spoke amiably, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Asian lad before him. The Bald Gang still owed him 3 rounds of drinks. Now, with their demise, the money was gone as well. Who was he supposed to demand payment from? Would it be from this kid? Although the forces backing the owner were not to be trifled with by the average person, he adhered to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, believing that having more friends would open up more avenues, and thus, he engaged with Muccio. This was his survival instinct. Thank you, Muccio said as he accepted the juice offered by the owner, glancing at the juicer, confirming it was indeed freshly made. However, he did not rush to drink. Instead, he held the glass and smiled at the owner. The owner returned the smile, taking a sip of his juice. Rest assured, there are no additives, he said with a grin that was less than appealing. Thanks. Muccio raised his glass in acknowledgement, yet still refrained from drinking. I do like to inquire about something. Muccio set down his cup and asked the owner. Feel free to ask anything. I wish to learn about the most notorious villains in this city. Villains? The owner echoed in confusion before smiling again. I quite like that term. Truth be told, you could ask any small-time thug and they would provide you with the answers. The owner took a large gulp of juice as he spoke. I'm not entirely sure what your definition of a villain is. Murder and arson? Theft and robbery? Or perhaps illegal dealings? He raised his glass towards Muccio's face, attempting to discern his thoughts through the juice. No, none of that suffices. Muccio shook his head. I want to know who Batman's adversaries are. Chapter 67. The Justice Partner, those who oppose Batman? The bar owner queried in perplexity, wondering what this individual intended with such a question. I imagine no villain would want to be suddenly toppled by a giant bat during their workday, losing their wages in the process. Don't you think Batman has many foes? Muccio tilted his head in inquiry. Are you suggesting you want to band together with others to take down Batman? The bar owner gulped down the rest of his juice and continued, Kid, you might be a bit too inebriated truly. Muccio was at a loss for words. Did he really seem that unreliable? Reliable? Absolutely. A mere scrawny figure, sipping juice at a bar, aiming to take down the Dark Knight, whom every scoundrel in Gotham loathed. Let me give you some advice. While you seem capable and not reckless, that big bat is far more formidable than you might imagine. Consider your motives carefully before provoking him. No. I think you might have misunderstood. Muccio placed the glass of juice before the boss. Even after half an hour had passed since Muccio's words, the boss's mind lingered on that deranged statement. I do not seek to unite with the villains to vanquish Batman, but rather to ensnare them, leaving Batman with no one to pursue, thus forcing this fellow into complete retirement. The madness of the day was not confined to a mere jester. It had also consumed Muccio. In truth, Muccio's plan was rather straightforward. Having arrived in this world, particularly in Gotham, a realm untouched by other superheroes, he intended to play as he wished. After all, Batman refrained from taking lives. If he could make Batman believe he was genuinely unwell, securing a place in Arkham Asylum would be a mere formality. The Joker had his ardent fans. Harley Quinn and the Mad Hatter, so surely Batman deserved a deranged admirer like Muccio. If Batman relished capturing villains and playing the role of the Bane of Evil, Muccio would gladly oblige, leaving him with no escape routes, ultimately turning against him and seeking vengeance upon Gotham. When the time came, being admitted to Arkham would be as simple as sipping soup. Yet this was not the ultimate goal. Admission to Arkham necessitated a crime, and committing crimes would make it challenging to approach superheroes. What if a mission arose that required earning Batman's trust? Was that not a fanciful notion? Hence, Muccio aimed to exploit his dual persona to his advantage. He would first lead Batman to believe that his territory was being encroached upon, making him aware of another superhero with similar ambitions. Then, he would feign madness, crafting a persona reminiscent of a clownish supervillain. Ultimately, being incarcerated in Arkham would allow him to portray a tragic figure, leaving room for potential future missions that required a heroic approach. A genius, indeed. That evening, Muccio checked into a different apartment. There was no way he would return to seek revenge against the Joker. That would be an act of sheer folly. The money he had earned was acquired through luring petty thugs. In a place like Gotham, wandering aimlessly in alleys at night inevitably led to encounters with robbers. Moreover, with his Asian visage, he resembled a mother cat straying into a den of tomcats, all eyes greedily watching, waiting for him to fall into their clutches. It must be said, in Gotham, unleashing one's potential was somewhat exhilarating. The most lucrative endeavors were indeed inscribed within the law. In Gotham, robbing thugs was the quickest and least intellectually demanding pursuit. Yet, Muccio understood that this thrill stemmed entirely from his position as the aggressor. Ordinary individuals in this city lived in constant trepidation. Anyone capable of departing, yet choosing to remain, was merely inviting trouble upon themselves. Even Bruce Wayne's parents, belonging to one of Gotham's 4 prominent families, had met an untimely end at the hands of gunmen, had they not? Thus, Muccio, the seemingly harmless figure, ventured into the alleyways to fish for opportunity, ensnaring his targets with precision. Indeed, the pervasive presence of villains and criminals in Gotham can be traced back to its underlying causes. Geographically and economically, Gotham functions as a port city, home to the illustrious Wayne family, the enigmatic Elliot family, the distinguished Kane family, and the notorious Cobblepot family. The histories of these 4 prominent families are as ancient as the city itself. Gotham was originally founded by them. Today, their enterprises span the entirety of the city, exerting control over various sectors. Following the decline of heavy industry and the failure to successfully transition, unemployment surged, resulting in an alarming rise in crime across the streets. Nevertheless, as a port city, Gotham's lifeblood remains intact, with a substantial population. However, the city is unable to offer sufficient employment opportunities, leaving many to descend into the depths of society. Individuals, like the pitiable Joker, easily find themselves led astray into a life of crime. In such circumstances, many aspire to escape, yet find themselves trapped. Gotham appears as a prison, and even if one were to flee, they would still be akin to rats in the sewers. In America, such rat people remain shrouded in darkness. With numerous ports, the struggle for territory intensifies, evolving into a history of organized crime, exemplified by notorious gangs like the Falcone and Sionis families. This grotesque development has resulted in an ever-increasing impoverished populace and rising unemployment, while the wealthy continue to thrive, enjoying their lives. From ordinary officials to the city's decision-makers, corruption permeates every level. Smuggling, drug trafficking, money laundering, and even arms dealing all bear the fingerprints of Gotham's officials. Yet, amidst this corruption stands an anomaly: Commissioner James Gordon. As the head of Gotham's police department, Gordon exemplifies integrity, refusing to succumb to greed or corruption, rendering him a veritable saint. In contrast, every other official is tainted by vice. Thus, the city is thoroughly rotten from top to bottom. However, this is merely the surface. Somewhere within Gotham lies a sealed demon known as Barbados, who could be held accountable for the city's dire state. His presence casts a perpetual gloom over Gotham, shrouding it in gray, with incessant drizzle reminiscent of the land of rain led by Payne and Conan. Both outwardly and inwardly, the city is decayed and dark. In such a profoundly corrupt place, Batman clings to his Navi ideals, refusing to take a life, while good people perish in droves, even as each villain wields the power to extinguish countless lives. Meanwhile, Batman naively consigns these evildoers to the absurdity of Arkham Asylum, only for them to inevitably return to wreak havoc once more. The perspective of the Joker towards Arkham Asylum is quite intriguing. He perceives this place as nothing more than a vacation resort, retreating there for a couple of days whenever he tires of toying with Batman, only to emerge at his leisure. To act as a virtuous individual within those walls is a sign of utter folly. Harboring expectations for this establishment is, in itself, a demonstration of cognitive impairment. However, on this night, the decaying city welcomes its new hero. Chapter 68, Enough Already. In Gotham, the docks have perpetually been a haven for mobsters. Arms and other illicit goods are brazenly trafficked in and out of this city. Authorities turn a blind eye, and even the police seldom patrol these areas. Encountering something one should not see could cost one their job, or worse, their life. Yet, it is within this very locale that a solitary figure remains vigilant, a champion of justice in Gotham, Batman. On this particular night, our aimless billionaire, Bruce Wayne, piloted his seemingly ordinary Batmobile through the harbor. It was not long before he spotted two large groups engaged in an undisclosed transaction. Rather than lurking in the shadows to assess the situation, Batman accelerated directly into the throng, blaring his horn. His intention was not to inflict harm, but merely to disrupt the exchange. To his astonishment, a novice henchman exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" "Just a Batmobile." An experienced thug replied nonchalantly, "Everyone scatter and take the goods." Clearly, the veteran criminal was accustomed to Batman's antics, as this was not the first time the Dark Knight had interrupted their dealings. Though Batman refrained from causing fatalities, he would still collide with individuals, stopping short just before impact to avoid injury. The screeching brakes of the Batmobile echoed through the docks, yet no one was harmed. Everyone managed to evade the vehicle. "Why are you back again? This is the third time this week." "Enough already," shouted one irritated thug. Bruce Wayne found himself at a loss for words, realizing that they no longer feared him. The truth was evident. The dock's denizens had initially trembled at the sight of this caped figure, but over time they had come to understand that he would merely deliver a sound thrashing before alerting the authorities. Handing them over to the Gotham police was a mere inconvenience, as they would be released from prison in no time, thanks to their substantial wealth. However, continuing this charade proved to be a losing proposition. The profits from arms dealing were dwindling, with nearly all earnings funneled to corrupt officials. Thus, they found themselves unwittingly laboring for those at the top. There exists a notion that the Batman and those in power are in league, capturing individuals only to consign them to prison, all the while enabling their arms-dealing associates to operate freely. Is this not a mockery of intelligence? Consequently, a faction of criminal elements from the docks has orchestrated multiple assaults on the Batman. However, observing the Batman's lively demeanor, one can ascertain that he remains unscathed. "Hey, we are here waiting for you to apprehend us. Hurry up, the night is waning." A group of smugglers stood idly by, offering no resistance, merely awaiting the Batman's fists. In this moment, Bruce Wayne lowered his clenched fist, remaining silent as he methodically bound several individuals and subsequently called the authorities. The police arrived shortly thereafter, motivated not by the absence of patrols at the docks, but rather by the proximity of the precinct. Commissioner Gordon had issued the assignment, yet few of his subordinates were inclined to heed it. In truth, there was little he could do. The patrols were severely undermanned, with a maximum of 4 officers assigned per shift, while the arms dealers and smugglers numbered between 20 to 200. How could such a scant force combat the rampant criminality? Increasingly, justice-seeking officers fell victim to various offenders, with newly inducted officers setting grim records each month. There had been a dearth of fresh recruits within the precinct. Gotham had descended into chaos. Both Gordon and the Batman were acutely aware of this reality. Yet, these two stalwarts continued to uphold justice. It is indeed a tragic lament. Upon the arrival of the police, one officer yawned, only to discover that more than a dozen individuals were bound before him, casting a bewildered glance at the Batman. The 2 officers, having arrived in a single vehicle, would require multiple trips to transport this throng to the precinct. Both the smugglers and the officers were acutely aware of this logistical challenge, remaining silent and composed, with not a single criminal attempting to escape, patiently awaiting their transfer to the precinct. An oddly charged atmosphere pervaded the scene, as these 2 factions seemed to be indulging a peculiar childlike game. Everyone understood that in Gotham, such antics were futile. Yet, the obstinate Batman insisted on pursuing this course of action. Eventually, a novice smuggler grew impatient and exclaimed, "Hey, you imbecile, chill." The seasoned smuggler quickly interjected, "Fear not. I can see it clearly. This fellow poses no real threat." "Silence, kid. I fail to comprehend why we should fear such a fool." Observe the officer's fearful gazes upon us. The shorter officer hasn't dared to look us in the eye. We are merely indulging this eccentric in a game. Eccentric indeed. Listening to the smuggler's tirade, the Batman tightened and then relaxed his fists. Possessing extraordinary intellect, he recognized that his ability to instill fear had diminished. Should he resort to violence? Imprisonment? In just a few days, the familiar faces would once again appear. On this day, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, not imposed by others, but rather a burden he had placed upon himself. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? This thought lingered in Batman's mind for scarcely a second before he regained his composure. He remained the same Batman, the embodiment of justice, who despised evil and vowed never to take a life. "Hey, stop pretending to be deaf. How about a one-on-one? Watch me bring you to your knees," he threatened. "Don't let me discover your identity, or I shall annihilate your entire family, dragging your parents before you." "Ow." "The rookie smuggler is still talking," remarked the seasoned criminal, whose hands were bound, but whose feet still had mobility. Hearing the rookie's bravado, the veteran stomped heavily on the rookie's foot. "What's wrong?" The rookie belatedly realized he might have overstepped and felt a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, Batman stood motionless like a specter, awaiting the police to escort the 2 unfortunate smugglers back to the precinct before returning for the next wave. At this point, the rookie felt no fear whatsoever. He had been a troublemaker since childhood and had seen it all. Although a smuggler now, he had previously engaged in real gang confrontations. He secretly looked down upon these smugglers, whom he deemed lacking in skill and who hadn't even fired a shot in a month. He even questioned whether the gangs in Gotham were merely posturing, intimidated by a man who refrained from killing. With a sense of arrogance, he glared at Batman and uttered a crude insult that even seasoned thugs would hesitate to speak. "Batman, I'll make your mares suffer right before your eyes." In response, Batman delivered a single, effortless punch, shattering the rookie's teeth. Besides his fist, something unnoticed by others lunged toward the rookie, a peculiar shadow. Chapter 69. The madman Muccio drove his novice racing car to the docks, having received a tip-off from the Nightshade boss. This man was no stranger to the underworld, with his bar serving as a mere faade. The true business of Nightshade Bar was that of a conduit in a dark chain of transactions. Even the frequent patrons of the establishment were unaware of this. The few members of the Bald Gang who had perished only knew that the owner possessed significant connections. Yet the specifics of his dealings remained a mystery. The Nightshade boss himself could not comprehend why he had been so inexplicably compelled to relay information about Batman to this Asian youth, and at no cost. It was only in the end that he grasped the motive behind his actions, to witness the unfolding drama between Muccio and Batman. The boss explained to Muccio as he sipped his juice. Armed with an approximate location of Batman, Muccio sped off in pursuit. In truth, Batman's whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain. In the quiet of the night, this fellow drives an ostentatious vehicle, drawing attention effortlessly. Who wouldn't know his whereabouts? With blue flames trailing from the rear, his car matches the speed of an aircraft. Only Batman possesses such a marvel in Gotham. Those with keen ears needn't lean out of their windows. The unmistakable hum signals the arrival of the Batmobile. As Muccio arrived at the port, he immediately discerned a throng of individuals engaged in some dubious activity. Among them stood an eccentric figure, unmistakably Batman. What? Surrounding my Batman? This is intolerable, he exclaimed. Ninjutsu. Shadow mimicry. With this technique, Muccio surged into the crowd. As fate would have it, his shadow latched onto a fledgling smuggler, recently humiliated by Batman. The rookie, struck and instinctively attempting to cover his mouth, found his arms too heavy to lift. In a peculiar display of bravado, he remained resolute. Batman has encountered many tough guys, but one who, despite crying out, insists on standing firm and inviting another punch. This is a rarity. Think you're tough, do you? Bam. A punch landed. Do you look down on me? Bam. Another strike followed. The rookie ultimately succumbed to Batman's overwhelming strength and fell unconscious. Yet, how is it that this individual still stood? Even in defeat, he refused to yield. I concede, you are indeed a man, Batman remarked in admiration. Observing from a distance as Batman unleashed his fury upon the immobilized foe, Muccio quickly grasped the situation. Since things had escalated to this point, there seemed little reason to intervene. However, a greeting would suffice. Suddenly, the group of smugglers spotted a blue and yellow go-kart racing towards them. The driver maneuvered with one hand while gesturing emphatically with the other. Taste the hail. Blizzard. Above, a flurry of ice crystals began to form. By the time the gang noticed the chilling air, it was already too late. Cries of agony filled the air as limbs were shattered. Yet, Muccio refrained from unleashing the storm for a full 8 seconds. Had he done so, the outcome would have been fatal for all but Batman. Muccio was neither unwilling nor incapable of taking lives. A bat-shaped projectile hurtled towards his left hand. Anticipating Batman's impending move, he had already crouched down. The bat-shaped weapon embedded itself forcefully into the ground. How ruthless. Are you mad? You strike your colleague with more ferocity than these villains. Muccio exclaimed, genuinely infuriated. After all, they had crossed paths before. It was merely a light snowfall. As the smugglers writhed on the ground, Batman's piercing gaze remained fixed on the occupant of the go-kart. It is you. Indeed, it is I. What of it? That's right, it's me. Muccio replied defiantly. Why do you act this way? Even if you harbor grievances against them, seek justice through the law, not through your own hand. You do not possess that right. The somber voice of Batman echoed through the air as he brandished a bat-shaped shuriken, signaling his intent to keep a close watch on Muccio. Should he employ the recently used spell, he would intervene without hesitation. Muccio listened to Batman's words with an air of calm. After a moment, he chuckled, a maniacal laughter that Batman had already encountered for the second time. The first instance had been captured on a videotape, featuring a man clad in a purple suit with green hair, his face ashen, spraying a lethal gas towards an elderly man bound to a chair. If Muccio had been present, he would have instantly recognized the captive, the apartment landlord. An elderly woman gazed at the man before her with a blend of familiarity and strangeness, tentatively calling out the Joker's name, only to break into a sinister grin that ultimately led to her demise. Such a smile, Batman pondered, was emblematic of the individual seated in the go-kart, an adversary he found exceedingly challenging. Truly, your double standards are astounding, Muccio remarked, tilting his head. You can assault criminals. Why can't I? Batman offered no response. See? Speechless, are you? Why am I not allowed to strike criminals? Let me tell you, I'm merely emulating you, Muccio declared, his expression one of righteous fervor. You are my idol. I wish to follow in your footsteps. Batman shook his head, his concern for the character of his allies paramount, especially regarding the individual in the go-kart. I don't care. You are my idol. I will support you, purchase your albums, and become a host for your fan discussions. Muccio's eyes sparkled with fervor, entirely disregarding the groans of the smuggler lying on the ground. Eventually, Batman spoke. Why do you act this way? Do you find joy in it? His inquiry sought to understand the severity of Muccio's treatment of the criminals. 3 words. Muccio cryptically replied. 3 words? Were they? The underlying reason, he claimed, was heartwarming, which prompted a bemused expression from Batman. 2 words. Muccio gestured playfully. 2 words? What are they? Batman inquired patiently. 5 words. Muccio exclaimed, prompting Batman to abandon any hope of meaningful dialogue and instead brandish a shuriken towards Muccio, calling for an ambulance. What's the matter? Don't you understand, idol? I learned this online. Whenever faced with an awkward situation, just say 3 words to defuse the tension. Muccio cheerfully demonstrated, raising 3 fingers. Is your mind truly unhinged? Batman inwardly mused, placing Muccio on the preliminary list for Arkham Asylum. Seeing Batman's indifference, Muccio grew anxious. There are too many interests entangled in this matter. I've witnessed such complexities before. I merely wish to convey that those who understand will, and those who do not, need not inquire further. Just savor the nuances. Do not ask me for explanations regarding the intricacies, as the stakes are too high. For your sake and mine, consider it best to remain oblivious. All I can say is that the waters run deep, involving numerous elements, and the detailed information is challenging to uncover, as much of it has been meticulously erased online. Hence, I assert, those who understand will indeed comprehend. Those who comprehend have already reaped their rewards, while those who do not remain eternally in ignorance. Muccio spoke fervently, while Batman stood in a daze, observing Muccio's frenzy. After a considerable time, once the smuggler was taken away by the ambulance, Batman exhaled a sigh of relief. Without uttering a word, he drove away. After Batman departed, Muccio fixed his gaze on the direction of his exit, articulating each word. The first step is accomplished. Chapter 70. I've strayed once again once upon a time, the embodiment of nightmares for Gotham's underworld. The emergence of Batman inflicted devastating blows upon the underground enterprises of the city. The crime lords found themselves utterly vexed at the sight of Batman, for whenever he appeared, their dealings would be immediately thwarted. Time and again, Batman seemed to possess an uncanny ability to intercept their transactions. Over time, the crime lords grew to harbor a profound fear of Batman. Similarly, the petty criminals quaked at the mere mention of the legendary figure. Although Batman refrained from taking lives, his methods were far from gentle. Dismemberment was a commonplace occurrence. Thus, these small-time thugs also trembled at the thought of Batman. The upper echelon feared financial loss, while the lower rung dreaded physical pain. The intermediate faction, such as the dockworkers, suffered minimal monetary losses and were not particularly averse to pain. These individuals represented the most troublesome existence for Batman. Previously, the dockworkers had attempted to resist Batman, only to be met with a thorough beating. After several futile attempts at defiance, they ultimately chose to surrender upon sighting Batman, which left them reluctant to employ violence against a group of unarmed defenders who raised their hands in submission. It seemed beneath him. However, last night, the various organizations at the docks received alarming news. A self-proclaimed fervent admirer of Batman announced that he had taken charge of the dock security patrols, pledging to enact severe retribution upon any detected criminal activity. This was merely minor skirmishing. The dockworkers had witnessed far worse. Yet, upon hearing that a gang at the port had incapacitated more than 10 individuals, they truly took notice. In a large warehouse, a group of Italians had established their stronghold. Their leader, known as Cici Vici, headed a gang called the Cici Gang. It was said that Cici Vici hailed from the infamous Italian mafia, known for his extreme ruthlessness and mercilessness toward enemies, disregarding the notion of sparing family. He specialized in eliminating foes' offspring and relatives. No surrounding gang dared to challenge the Cici Gang. Yet on this day, several high-ranking members of the gang found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. I remind you, we are the Cici Gang. Do you comprehend the weight our name carries? Are we to be intimidated by a mere follower of this so-called Batman? Spare me the laughter, exclaimed a short man in a suit, slamming the table. I implore you not to act recklessly. Should this transaction be disrupted, our losses would be catastrophic, responded a tall man in a suit with a calm demeanor. Third brother, what do you propose we do? Inquired the short man, referred to as Third Brother, who was a large, stout figure. The stout man took a long draw from his cigar and cursed vehemently. This is infuriating. We cannot fight back. Damn that Batman. Isn't it Batman, but rather one of his followers? The short man explained. A follower? A follower? Sangu repeated twice, slamming the table with force. A follower. It's not even Batman himself who's here. What kind of meeting is this? What do they want to discuss with me? The trade proceeds as usual. Anyone who dares to show up, aside from Batman, will be eliminated. After saying this, Sangu approached the door, spitting disdainfully. What do they think of me? The tall man, witnessing Sanji's demeanor, refrained from saying anything further. As night fell, the members of the Sith gang awaited their guest at the port. Sangu checked his watch, exclaiming, "Are these guys always this tardy? It's infuriating. Sangu, please remain calm. This is a significant transaction. The boss warned us that the other party has a formidable background. We must exercise caution," the tall man advised. I know. You're so tedious," Sangu retorted, his eyes betraying his dissatisfaction with both the tall man and his own boss. An hour passed the scheduled time, and still, there was no sign on the sea. Sanji's patience wore thin. He spat into the water and cursed. What time is it? The deal was supposed to be at 9. It's already past 10. He glared menacingly at the tall man. Is this the task assigned by the Sith boss? Who said the buyer would appear on the water? Were they, huh? The tall man attempted to calm Sangu, but he raised a finger in a shushing gesture. Don't say another word. I don't want to hear your complaints. Don't think that the Sith boss values you. Don't use him to pressure me. The tall man fell silent, lowering his head. Sangu glanced at his watch, his anger mounting. The other party clearly has no regard for me. This transaction is off. I will raise the price. Hearing Sanji's intention to backtrack, the tall man grew anxious. But the Sith boss said, what did he say? If questioned, we can say it was some follower of Batman who came to cause trouble. I fear this green stone might be snatched away, so I chose to withdraw. Is that not acceptable? Sangu said, his gaze piercing into the tall man. Unless there's a traitor among us, how would that guy from the Sith know the true situation? In truth, many present were aware that Sangu wasn't merely impatient, but was seeking an opportunity to escape. The Sith boss had vanished for half a year, and recently, he had procured a green stone, claiming someone was interested in buying it and awaiting the transaction. Sangu, unfamiliar with this green object, had sought an appraisal. The preliminary assessment deemed it not a gem. This glowing green object might be an extraterrestrial stone. Upon learning this, Sangu spread the word in the black market, and soon he was contacted by buyers offering twice the price of the Sith boss. Sangu even had the audacity to seek credit from a Sith, only to be met with harsh reprimands. This led him to view the Sith as foolish, dismissing notions of a buyer on the water who supposedly valued him over money. Such ideas made Sangu on a retch. Is this still the same Sith from before? Thus, Sangu had already begun to gather allies, preparing to go solo. The green stone was intended to be taken into possession. Everyone was calculating their own strategies when, as the third brother carried his suitcase away, a shadow connected with the short figure beside him. What is happening? The short one exclaimed. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, when a short individual unexpectedly leaped into the sea from a height of over 3 meters. With a loud splash, he plunged into the water. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Wasn't this fellow unable to swim? What was he doing jumping into the sea? Help! Help! He cried out, further bewildering the crowd. Why would someone who couldn't swim jump into the ocean? They all leaned over the edge to look at the water when suddenly, a 10-meter-long mechanical arm shot toward them. The individual ensnared by its claw fell into a state of unconsciousness, evidently rendered dizzy. It made no sound as Muccio seized him and retreated to a hiding spot. With a swift motion, Muccio executed the sunflower pointing technique, striking the pressure point of the tall individual, before proceeding to direct the robot to continue the pursuit into the sea. His intention behind this maneuver was to further test the robot's range. How far 10 meters truly was, as well as the precision of its targeting mechanism, remained to be seen. After all, he was utilizing the robot's hook meant for the suitcase. Could the tale of these past 2 days suffice? Please share your thoughts, though I must admit, I shall heed only the flattering remarks. Chapter 72. Muccio turned green splash. Splash! The members of the Shishi gang leapt into the sea like dumplings being thrown in a boiling water, at which point the crowd finally sensed something amiss. Quick, move away from shore, the third brother shouted, clutching his suitcase and racing towards Muccio. A tempest of snow. Muccio, nearly drained of chakra, had only 4 or 5 individuals left. He decided to unleash a large-scale skill over the coastal area, summoning hail. The shards of ice rained down upon the Shishi gang members, who were first bewildered by their comrades inexplicably jumping into the sea, only to be further disoriented by the sudden onslaught of ice striking their heads, leading them to question their very existence. After dispatching several individuals, Muccio turned his attention to the suitcase that the third brother clung to for dear life, employing a robotic maneuver. As anticipated, it went awry once more. Forget it. I shall retrieve it myself. Muccio, piloting his go-kart, accelerated towards the third brother. The third brother lay on the ground, howling in agony. A piece of ice had shattered his leg, and it was nothing short of luck that he had survived. Clutching his injury, he happened to see the cart racing towards him in the darkness, mistakenly believing he was about to be run over, and began shouting while covering his face. With a screech, the rear wheels of the go-kart left deep black marks on the ground as Muccio executed a perfect drift, just managing to grasp the suitcase that the third brother precariously held on to. At that moment, the third brother finally realized the intentions of his adversary and yelled for his subordinates to open fire. However, none responded to his command. Those who had survived the hailstorm were too busy clutching their bodies and wailing in pain. The blizzard was ruthlessly powerful, leaving chaos in its wake. And those who had not perished were left severely injured, likely to be bedridden for at least 100 days. He had never contemplated silencing these individuals from the very beginning. The scattered ice cubes were a clear indication of the perpetrator's identity, and his purpose for being here today was solely to enhance his reputation. The theft was purely an unforeseen occurrence. He was all too familiar with the possessions of nefarious individuals. An hour later, Muccio circled a few times, ensuring he was not being followed. Before returning to the apartment where he was temporarily residing, he wrapped the box in his coat and hurried up the stairs, opting for the stairs over the elevator. The elevator was an easy trap for someone like him. He preferred to operate in the shadows and was wary of being ambushed. With great anticipation, he opened the box, eager to discover what lay within the possession of a gang of well-dressed criminals wielding firearms at the dock. The box was unremarkable, lacking a password or lock. This was the source of Sanji's confidence. He surely could not have imagined that someone would dare to steal from him. With a creak, the box opened, and Muccio's face instantly turned a shade of green, quite literally. Inside the box was an object resembling an emerald, which emitted a radiant glow upon being unveiled. This luminosity was not merely a reflection of moonlight. It emanated from the gem itself. Goodness! Bang! Ouch! Upon seeing the object, Muccio instinctively jumped back, failing to notice the table behind him, and nearly collided with it, nearly injuring himself. The object was not an emerald. It was a kryptonite shard. How absurd! What was I thinking, stealing such a thing? Under normal circumstances, acquiring a treasure would bring joy to anyone. However, this was a piece of kryptonite, the size of a fist. This was not merely a fragment from a Kryptonian explosion. First and foremost, this was the very substance that instilled fear in Superman. The green kryptonite would cause pain and weakness to any Kryptonian with superhuman abilities, and prolonged exposure could be lethal. Therefore, unless one were a villain intending to confront Superman, possessing this stone was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, the real concern for Muccio was that he had held the stone close, albeit through the box, thus establishing a form of intimate contact. Human interaction with kryptonite could lead to radiation poisoning, as Lex Luthor had contracted cancer from exposure to it. After acquiring the kryptonite, Sangu kept it on his bedside, fearing theft, and had been waking up with nosebleeds, attributing it to the dry weather. Would I be afflicted as well? Muccio distanced himself, preparing to gather his non-existent belongings and escape this ill-fated room. However, just as he was about to leave, he conceived an idea. What if he were to gift this object to Batman? With that resolution, Muccio exited his room to seek the apartment manager for another room, while also inquiring about Superman. The arrival of Superman is known worldwide. General Zod, a criminal from Krypton, initially engaged in amicable negotiations with Earth, demanding the surrender of Superman. This information was disseminated through television, radio, and other media controlled by General Zod, ensuring that the entire globe became aware of an extraterrestrial being named Jor-El residing on Earth. This Jor-El later became known as Superman, Clark Kent, who famously wears his underwear over his clothing. When Muccio inquired with the administrator if there had ever been an extraterrestrial demanding the surrender of someone named Jor-El, the administrator looked at him as if he were a fool. It was then that Muccio realized the story of Superman had yet to unfold. However, this matter could be handed over to Batman, allowing him to handle it. Regardless of what he might devise, Batman was still relatively dependable, despite having his own dark moments. Muccio pondered the possibility that his universe might not be the primary one. This thought instilled a sense of unease within him. If this were not the primary universe, the deviations in plot would be significant, rendering his advantages futile. Moreover, if it were not the primary universe, various calamities could ensue. Thus, the kryptonite could not be entrusted to Batman. Muccio contemplated his forthcoming plans. It was prudent to keep such a formidable weapon against Superman close at hand, despite the ominous nature of it. There were indeed methods to discern whether this was the primary universe. The most straightforward approach was to observe whether key figures would perish. In a universe where pivotal characters like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Flash were to die, the likelihood of it being the primary universe would be effectively ruled out. However, it was not to say that protagonists were entirely immune to death. Frustrated, Muccio decided to take things one step at a time. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed, so he chose to retire for the night. The following midday, Muccio opened the door to the adjacent room, wielding a janitor's mop, and from a distance, he poked at a box containing kryptonite. It remained as green as ever, indicating that the kryptonite was intact. Now, the dilemma arose. Storing it here was evidently unsafe. But where could he conceal it? Perhaps burying it would suffice? Suddenly, an excellent idea struck him. 2 hours later, a few hundred meters from Wayne Manor, a shadowy figure stealthily dug into the earth with a shovel. Muccio exhaled heavily as he admired the 1-meter-deep pit he had excavated, brushing off the dirt from his trousers with satisfaction. It should be about right, he mused, as he prepared to deposit the box containing the kryptonite into the hole. Just as he was about to bury it, a figure approached him. Chapter 73. I want to take a shortcut. As Muccio cheerfully wielded his shovel to bury the kryptonite, an enigmatic figure drew near. The newcomer moved without making a sound, and Muccio sensed nothing amiss. Fortunately, the person was not a villain, but rather the proprietor of Wayne Manor, Bruce Wayne. With a light cough, Bruce Wayne had already spotted a figure digging a hole not far from the manor through the surveillance monitor. Upon magnifying the feed, he realized that the individual was none other than an ardent admirer who referred to himself as a follower. Initially, Batman intended to call the authorities to shoo the intruder away. However, upon further reflection, he considered that revealing himself might dispel any suspicions regarding his true identity. Thus, he chose to approach the manor's exterior personally. Muccio was startled by the cough behind him and turned to find Batman standing there. "You scare me. Don't you know that scaring people can be dangerous? You owe me compensation," he exclaimed, brandishing his shovel with irritation. "This is Wayne Manor, and you are causing destruction on my land. It is you who should be paying, sir." Bruce Wayne deftly avoided the clumps of dirt that the young man either unintentionally or deliberately hurled in his direction. "Let us not dwell on money, my friend. We are all familiar with one another. It would be a pity to let finances spoil our camaraderie," Muccio replied, scratching his head as he resumed his excavation, seemingly indifferent to Wayne's presence. "Look, the kryptonite is primarily for dealing with Superman. As for Batman, should he stray into darkness, acquiring kryptonite would hardly be a challenge. Rather than constantly being on guard, it is far more practical to confront matters head-on." Muccio mused inwardly as he continued to bury the earth. "I do not know you, and if you do not leave this place, the police will arrive in a matter of minutes," Bruce Wayne issued his final warning. "But, my idol, why such coldness among familiar faces? It's merely a pit. I'm digging to bury some soil. Surely you can invite me in for a moment instead of issuing me a swift dismissal," Muccio remarked, all the while continuing his task. "Idol?" Bruce mused, understanding that Muccio referred to him as a prosperous billionaire rather than the Dark Knight. Before he could elaborate, Muccio interrupted, "Enough of that, idol. While others may be oblivious to your circumstances, I am not." At last, Muccio finished digging the hole, smoothing the soil with his shovel. He then jumped on it to compact the earth thoroughly. "The Batcave must be underground, right? If I dig a few thousand meters, I might just uncover it. You must typically be at your desk, pressing a button, and voila, you are whisked away underground. Then off in the Batmobile. Such is your daily routine, is it not?" Bruce Wayne's expression remained impassive as he retrieved his phone, preparing to call the police. You were watching Zorro that day, weren't you? Muccio stated, intently scrutinizing Bruce. Although Bruce's demeanor did not shift, Muccio sensed a brief stillness in the air. Never mind. I understand you cannot trust me. However, I have a request to make, Muccio said, shaking his head and articulating his desire to take a shortcut. Muccio spoke with eager anticipation. Mr. Wayne, may I request your assistance in admitting me to Arkham Asylum for a month? I will bear the expenses myself. There is no need for you to spend a dime. Batman offered no response, returning directly to the manor and dialing the police. Disheartened, Muccio departed the scene, seeking a shortcut. After he left, Batman reflected on the news he had received that morning. The Sisyphus gang had been robbed, resulting in several casualties. The informant was unaware of the stolen item, merely stating it was something intended for trade, with the buyer yet to arrive. When it was snatched by an Asian individual driving a go-kart. At the time, the gang members seemed to be in a frenzy, leaping into the sea, and were further afflicted by inexplicable large ice blocks that fell from the sky, causing numerous injuries and fatalities. Anyone well-informed knew that the perpetrator of the Sisyphus gang's robbery was none other than Muccio, who fancied himself a fervent admirer of Batman. Batman himself failed to comprehend why Muccio would bury the stolen item at Wayne Manor. Was he concealing the very object he had pilfered? Batman remained perplexed, pondering Muccio's true intentions. Bruce Wayne gazed at the conspicuous little mound outside the manor, a sight that was unmistakably distinct from its surroundings. The box occupied the earth, and Muccio had even attempted to fill the soil back in. It was hardly surprising that the dirt was barely sufficient. Batman found himself bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. It seemed as though all the so-called followers were merely fishing for their own gain. To ignore it, Bruce Wayne resolved to disregard the matter. But later that evening, his resolve faltered. Curiosity was secondary. Batman had come to understand one critical issue. Why was he so apprehensive of Muccio? After unearthing the box, he discovered kryptonite, and after a brief study, he concluded that it did not belong to Earth. Under cover of night, Batman crafted a perfect replica of the green stone and buried it back in the very pit Muccio had excavated, ensuring that the environmental details appeared indistinguishable from the daylight. Had Muccio known of this ruse, he would surely have scorned Bruce for his folly, for he had originally intended to hand over the kryptonite to Batman, only to find himself back at square one. At the Nightshade Bar, Muccio had become a regular patron. The reason was simple. The owner was well informed. Now, the proprietor had finally begun charging Muccio for his insights, but each piece of information was a mere $1,000. The earnings from a stroll through the streets would more than cover the expense. Kid, you've been marked by the Sisyphus gang. This news is complimentary. No ulterior motive here. If you perish, I lose a client, remarked the Nightshade owner, continuing his routine of polishing glasses and juicing fruits, ironically abstaining from alcohol as a bar owner. Muccio doodled on the table with chalk, chuckling. Then why not inform them of my whereabouts? Surely, you would profit more from that than from what you gain from me? No, making money is not my hobby. My sole passion lies in sharing little secrets with others, the proprietor of the Nightshade Bar remarked, pausing momentarily. Perhaps that's not quite accurate. He took a gulp of juice, adding, another one of my pastimes is indulging in this. Well, it seems every citizen of Gotham has a touch of madness. Muccio retorted, wrinkling his nose. I advise you to lay low for a while. I've heard that the Sisyphus gang has hired Killer Croc to deal with you. You ought to be cautious. Killer Croc? Indeed. It is said that this Killer Croc is a monstrous being, possessing a crocodilian visage, adorned with scales, and most absurdly, he has a tail. Though the bar owner was well informed, upon hearing about Killer Croc, he couldn't help but think either his hearing was faulty or the informant was jesting. By the way, this information costs $1,000. That makes it $2,000 in total. Thank you. The owner forced a rather unsightly smile, waiting for Muccio to settle the bill. Seriously, do you really need to describe what Killer Croc looks like? Muccio exclaimed, slapping $500 on the bar before making his exit. Chapter 74. Shao Killer Croc, whose real name is Waylon Jones, suffers from an exceedingly rare atavistic condition, causing his teeth and nails to become unnaturally sharp while grotesque scales emerge from his body, rendering him increasingly reptilian in appearance. As a child, he endeavored through various means to halt this transformation, but each attempt proved agonizing, ultimately leading him to relinquish his struggle and allow the scales to flourish. In adulthood, Waylon metamorphosed into a hybrid of man and crocodile, joining a circus under the alias Killer Croc, where he debuted as a unique wrestling performer. It was there that he first realized his appearance could yield monetary gain. However, the avaricious circus owner embezzled most of the earnings, and in a fit of rage, Wayland severed the owner's arm, subsequently embarking on a path of crime. His journey to Gotham was prompted by an invitation from the Sisyphus gang's third-in-command, seeking to amass wealth. With this newfound fortune, he intended to take up residence in a villa, casting aside the notion of living in the sewers. As for Muccio's whereabouts, it must be noted that in Gotham, individuals of Asian descent are quite rare. An Asian individual of Muccio's age is even more uncommon, frequently frequenting the Nightshade Bar, which is a melting pot of diverse characters. It was only a matter of time before word reached the Sisyphus gang. Thus, Killer Croc swiftly located the Nightshade Bar and began to inquire about information from its patrons. Dressed in an extravagant, oversized robe, his towering height of 7 feet and 10 inches commanded attention as he entered the establishment. The bar owner squinted at the newcomer, already formulating his thoughts. He beckoned Killer Croc to the bar counter and stated, $1,000 will reveal the address of that fellow. Huh. Even if I were to incapacitate you, I could still acquire the information, Killer Croc replied, clearly unimpressed. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of a cadre of armed henchmen, Killer Croc handed over $1,000 and made his way to the apartment where Muccio resided. It is not that the assassin crocodile is frightened, but rather that he feels invincible with his newfound wealth. After all, a mere $1,000 is nothing, and he intends to eliminate each of the bar's patrons one by one. Outside Muccio's door, the assassin crocodile revealed half of his face, gripping the janitor tightly and glaring menacingly at him. Knock, he threatened. The janitor, released onto the ground, faltered as he had never encountered such a terrifying visage in all his years. Hurry up. All right. Bang, bang, bang. The janitor rapped on the door. Yet no reply came. The assassin crocodile shot him a knowing glance, and the janitor, swallowing hard, stammered, Sir, I'm here to clean the room. Are you inside? Still, there was no answer. In truth, had the assassin crocodile ventured to the surveillance room, he would have discovered that his target, Muccio, had departed the apartment half an hour prior, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Growing impatient, the assassin crocodile cast the janitor aside and kicked the door with force. Bang! The door crashed down, and he hunched low, squeezing inside. After a thorough search, he found nothing. Infuriated and on the verge of wreaking havoc within the room, he suddenly paused, as if struck by an epiphany, suppressing his destructive impulses. Just as he was about to leave, a figure appeared at the doorway. Sir, you are truly imposing. The individual, oblivious to the assassin crocodile concealed beneath his robe, exclaimed in awe. The assassin crocodile observed the newcomer, a delivery man holding a box. Ah, yes. Is this your package, sir? The delivery man inquired, tilting his head to glance at the room number on the fallen wooden door. Oh, indeed, it is mine. The assassin crocodile grinned wickedly, snatching the parcel. The delivery man scratched his head, sheepishly stating, Sir, that will be $370 in cash or credit card. The assassin crocodile, maintaining a stern demeanor, handed over the cash. He was confident that this money would be reclaimed from that accursed Batman follower. Yes, he was certain of it. That evening, Muccio returned to his apartment. After wandering throughout the day without encountering any nefarious activities, he had borrowed some funds from a few thugs and was now ready to rest. As he retrieved his keys, he paused, staring at the door in disbelief. Why does it look brand new? Indeed, the door had been replaced earlier that afternoon. The old one had been dismantled by the assassin crocodile. How peculiar, Muccio mused, stepping back cautiously, his gaze sharpening. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry. His shadow slipped through the door's crack, exploring the room diligently, but finding no signs of life. Am I overthinking this? Did the janitor clean the door? Despite his thoughts, Muccio remained vigilant and opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, he recoiled instinctively. The room appeared unchanged, just as he had left it. Am I imagining things? What is this? On the floor by the threshold lay a note. Muccio picked it up, the writing revealing you are not at home. The package has been left at 108 South Street. Please come and retrieve it soon. What on earth? South Street? If I'm not at home, it should have been placed at the management office. It costs $50 just to take a taxi there. Is this madness? Muccio lamented in silence, but the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. The main issue was that the front door appeared quite peculiar. While the lock fitted perfectly, the door itself seemed to have been replaced, looking significantly newer than before. Speaking of the package, it was indeed cash on delivery, so it was somewhat reasonable for it not to be left at the management office. Nevertheless, Muccio decided to inquire with the management staff. As expected, the staff member's gaze was evasive, and their speech hesitant, clearly indicating something was amiss. The apartment management had been threatened by the assassin crocodile regarding the safety of their family, hence their reluctance to speak the truth. However, whether they spoke the truth or not was inconsequential. They were setting a trap, waiting for him to walk right into their snare. He thought to himself, "You think you can keep me trapped? I want to be needing that package anyway." It was cash on delivery. Cleverly, Muccio departed from the apartment, leaving his belongings and clothes behind, heading straight for another location. They were prepared for him. He was in the light, while they lurked in the shadows. Moving to another apartment would suffice, and reordering the package would be far less troublesome. In the trap, Crocodile and the members of the Sith gang were indulging in food and drink, planning how to skin Muccio alive should he choose to show up the following day. Laughing jovially, "Crocodile boss, what do you think that Kid-S package contains? It can't be anything of great importance, right? Should we open it to see?" One of the underlings inquired. "Yes, let's take a look." A crowd gathered around the package, eager to discover what this enigmatic follower of Batman had received. Upon opening it, they found an utterly ordinary item. "What is this? A bathrobe? Fool, it's a trench coat." It was a black trench coat adorned with several red clouds. Had these individuals been familiar with Naruto, they would recognize it as the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. Superheroes do not typically don mundane attire while saving the world. Muccio certainly had his own thoughts on this matter. Wearing underwear on the outside would be a tad too eccentric. Simplicity was preferable. The Akatsuki attire was rather stylish, after all. The following day, clad in his newly tailored Akatsuki ensemble, Muccio embarked on his crusade against crime. Chapter 75. I'll just randomly choose a title in the brief span of a day. Crocodile had already incurred a loss of 1,470 due to Muccio. Wasn't he at 1,370? 1,000 for the information, and 370 for the package. He even shelled out an extra 100 for the door repairs. The ruthless Crocodile, on his first day encountering Muccio, had already suffered a net loss exceeding $1,000. 3 days later, Crocodile paid a visit to Muccio. He reverted to his usual tactics. Initially, he intended to employ a roundabout approach, playing mind games and traps with his prey, relishing the thrill of being a professional assassin. However, he was taken aback to find that Muccio had not retrieved the package at all. He had been waiting in the trap for 3 days and could no longer endure the wait. Upon returning once more, the door was once again forced open. To his dismay, the abode was vacant. No soul remained. The mercenary, known as the Killer Croc, assessed the situation and resolved to devise a long-term strategy. However, as he exited the apartment, he found himself encircled by law enforcement, with no alternative aside from a bail, some provided by the Sisyphus gang. He also spent an additional $100 on a new door. After numerous tribulations, Killer Croc had developed a profound animosity towards Muccio. Yet, the clever Muccio remained oblivious to the existence of this adversary in Gotham's harbor. In recent days, it seemed that everyone had adopted a more subdued demeanor, refraining from illicit activities, and both Batman and Muccio had made fewer appearances. Nevertheless, many had received word that the Sisyphus gang intended to make a large shipment that very night. The nature of this shipment was known to all, including Batman and Muccio. Batman, being astute, recognized the underlying implications. Typically, smugglers operated covertly, unlike this brazen announcement. Moreover, Muccio's recent actions had prompted the port's denizens to conceal themselves. Such overt behavior surely hinted at a hidden agenda. Without fail, Batman arrived at the designated time, for whether it was a conspiracy or something else entirely, he, as Gotham's last bastion of justice, would undoubtedly be present. As for Muccio, he chose not to attend. The adage that one who schemes against others will ultimately face similar machinations had become his personal motto. It was preposterous to disseminate news of a significant transaction, particularly from the Sisyphus gang. Was this not an obvious bait to lure unsuspecting victims? Yet, the architect of this folly was none other than the short individual who had previously been coerced by Muccio to leap into the sea. Fortuitously, this individual had evaded the wrath of the tempest when Muccio compelled him to jump. Though he could not swim, he managed to grasp a rope along the shore, thus avoiding drowning. Upon reaching the land, Sangu had already succumbed to pain. As Sangu's trusted confidant, the short man naturally assumed the role of the temporary leader, orchestrating the fishing scheme. He naively believed that Muchiohin would heroically intervene to thwart their unlawful dealings. Instead, on that fateful night, it was Batman who approached. "Boss, we received word that the Batmobile is heading our way. What should we do?" reported a young subordinate to the short leader of the Sisyphus gang. "What are you afraid of? The trap is set, and we have external assistance. Tonight, we shall eliminate Batman." The short man, reveling in his new authority, exuded a fearless bravado. However, the young subordinate, wishing to dissuade him, was met with a sharp slap from the new leader. "Who are you to lecture me? I am in charge here. Enough with the chatter. Be gone." Moments later, the Batmobile arrived outside the warehouse occupied by the Sisyphus gang. Batman made no attempt to conceal his presence, evidenced by the manner in which he drove the Batmobile. He surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of Muchiohin. Today, he arrived with the intention of thwarting the sinister plans of the SYTH gang, who aimed to eliminate Muchio. As for the myriad traps within the warehouse, Batman had already received whispers of their existence from his informants and had no intention of stepping inside. Time ticked away, and the members of the SYTH gang grew increasingly restless, while one individual, Killer Croc, appeared more invigorated by the minute. Clutching a can of beer, he tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and with a gentle squeeze, filled his mouth with the frothy beverage. "I can't wait any longer. So, you must be Batman. I've heard tales of your exploits long before my arrival in Gotham, and today, I shall end your life. From this moment forth, Gotham will be under my command." Ignoring the orders from the diminutive leader, Killer Croc stormed out of the warehouse and immediately spotted the Batmobile parked nearby. Afraid to enter, are we?" He surveyed the surroundings, failing to catch a glimpse of Batman. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Batman might be inside the Batmobile and charged toward it, intent on overturning the vehicle. Killer Croc was no mere lunatic. He possessed superhuman strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and regenerative capabilities. Although he had yet to reach his full potential, he was certainly capable of flipping the Batmobile. As he sprinted toward the Batmobile and was about to make contact, 3 bat-shaped shurikens soared toward his arm. The scene unfolded quite differently than Batman had envisioned. The creature attempting to upend his vehicle boasted an arm remarkably resilient, and from the shadows, Batman could faintly hear the sound of metal colliding. That was the sound of Killer Croc's scales. Not even a bat-shaped batarang, let alone high-caliber bullets, could inflict any harm upon this monstrous being. "Oh, let me take a wild guess. You are Batman? You don't seem all that impressive." Killer Croc directed his gaze toward the shadowy figure of the Dark Knight. Batman chose to ignore him, having realized that Muchio was absent and it was time to retreat. Killer Croc, feeling snubbed by Batman's silence, finally erupted in rage. The taunts of Muchio over the past few days had ignited a fury within him. At last, finally, a punching bag to unleash his wrath upon. "I'll bite off your 4 limbs and turn them into trophies." With a monstrous roar, Killer Croc charged at Batman. Yet, before he could even reach halfway, Batman swiftly launched a grappling hook from the rooftop beside him, soaring into the air with a whoosh. "Don't run," Killer Croc bellowed, his impotent fury directed at the vanishing figure of Batman. "Oh, so you choose to flee? I'll smash your car to pieces." However, by the time Killer Croc turned to destroy the Batmobile, it had already sped away, guided by its autonomous driving command. Unbeknownst to Muchio, who was indulging a late-night snack while engrossed in a paid television program, the events of that night unfolded in Gotham. The following day, in the depths of Wayne Manor's Batcave, Bruce Wayne had already equipped himself with batarangs sharp enough to pierce Killer Croc's scales. This is the terrifying aspect of Batman. Do not grant him time to prepare, for when he is ready, he becomes invincible. Before the master, the display screen revealed the dossier of the Killer Croc, and he had already made some preparations in his mind. The childhood of Killer Croc can, to some extent, be described as a quintessential tragic beginning. His parents departed from his life at an early age, leaving him to be raised by his aunt, who exhibited no kindness towards him. Instead, she subjected him to constant abuse due to his peculiar ailment that caused him to develop scales. Ultimately, driven to the brink of despair, Killer Croc retaliated and ended his aunt's life. This background qualifies him as a candidate for Arkham Asylum. The arrival of Bruce's butler, Alfred, interrupted the master's train of thought. What is it? Alfred inquired. That self-proclaimed individual has struck again. A glint of cold determination flashed in Batman's eyes. Chapter 76. I am saving money in Gotham. At a certain bank, Muccio stood in line with a large bag, awaiting his turn to deposit money. He had been wandering around daily and had surprisingly amassed several $100,000 through his work. To the destitute, unemployed individuals of Gotham, this was no trifling sum. Muccio had hidden this money in various places, and upon casually asking the owner of a night establishment, he learned of a way to open a bank account without the need for identification, which was remarkably secure. Thus, today Muccio had come to deposit his money. Under normal circumstances, in a place like Gotham, it was already quite a feat for an ordinary person to deposit several $100,000 in their account. However, this particular bank had a notable reputation, and even such an amount required one to queue. As Muccio waited, bored, outside the bank, a vehicle approached. Inside, 3 individuals donned in terrifying clown masks engaged in idle chatter. Time to get to work, the driver announced. Is it just the 3 of us? The passenger in the front seat asked, his voice tinged with a comical tone. There are 2 more on the rooftop. And how do we divide the spoils? The front passenger continued to inquire. Each person gets a share, totaling 5 portions. The person in the back readied his handgun. 5 portions? That doesn't seem like a small amount, the front passenger questioned. Isn't it 6 portions? You haven't counted the planner, the front passenger added, puzzled. Huh. He thinks he can come up with a little idea and reap the rewards without lifting a finger? All right, the time has come. Get out, the rear robber interjected, grabbing his gun as he exited the vehicle. The 3 made their way directly to the bank where Muccio was located. Everyone, don't move. It's a robbery. Ha ha ha. Upon entering the bank, the driver unleashed a flurry of gunfire. Had Muccio not reacted swiftly, he would likely have met the same fate as the security guard. Struck by bullets. Crouching in a corner, Muccio clutched his bag of money. What bad luck. They arrive just as I'm about to deposit my money. He grumbled, casting a glance at the teller, who leaned in closer. Hey, could you help me deposit my money first? Muccio implored. The teller, expecting the customer to express a concern, was taken aback by his request, and it left her both amused and exasperated. You are quite the clever one. At this moment, I found myself unable to assist you. The robbers were swiftly approaching, and standing up would render me a target. Well, I suppose it is not the most opportune time to trouble someone. Generally speaking, I would intervene heroically to thwart these individuals, yet I am currently without my attire. Not having my outfit is one thing, but the absence of my custom-made mask is far more significant. I recognized the robbers at a glance. They were undoubtedly affiliated with the Joker, evidenced by their grotesque clown masks. The Joker's presence complicates matters. There is no need to impede his antics in Gotham. The more chaos he instigates, the busier Batman becomes, and the city descends further into disorder. This scenario would afford me ample opportunities. I contemplated playing the role of a vigilante for a few days, with plans to check into Arkham Asylum. Early admission to Arkham is fundamental to this journey. Had I not feared the system imposing a righteous task later on, I would have already invested in a stay at Arkham. I truly do not believe that spending hundreds of thousands to gain entry would lead the director to reject me. However, directly entering Arkham would undeniably mar my reputation. Were it not for prior acquaintance with Batman, arriving unannounced would surely result in him distancing himself from me upon discovering my background. Who in their right mind would willingly pay to stay in such a dreadful place? I remained concealed by the counter while the driver among the robbers approached me. Hey, kid, what do you have? The driver demanded, aiming his gun at me. Cement, I replied, pulling a handful of lime from my pocket and rummaging through my money bag before revealing my open hands. Cement? This is lime. Do you think I'm a fool? Just as the driver prepared to pull the trigger, my shadow was poised to strike. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed. The driver was sent flying. The lobby manager, wielding a shotgun, cocked it with a menacing snap and shouted, You little brats, do you know whose bank this is? Dare to wreak havoc here? I've had enough. You all shall perish. The manager unleashed a barrage of shots towards the remaining 2 robbers, forcing them to duck for cover. Impressive. I silently commended the manager from the sidelines. Come out. Come out. Bang. Snap. The manager relentlessly fired at the positions of the 2 remaining robbers, ensuring they could not reveal themselves. This isn't a viable strategy. Why don't you go out and take a bullet while I shoot? The robber in the passenger seat suggested to his companion. Why should I take the bullet? Because I don't feel any pain. The passenger robber replied nonsensically. Pain? What pain? Ah. The robber continued to inquire about the meaning of egg pain, only to be seized by his accomplice. The co-pilot robber applied a firm grip, causing the egg pain robber to wince in agony. A gunshot rang out, narrowly missing the robber's head. The accuracy of a shotgun at such a distance proved inadequate for hitting a small target. The manager of the operation, having failed to hit his mark, contemplated reloading when the co-pilot robber, with a sinister grin, swiftly drew his submachine gun and dispatched the manager. Hey, you nearly got me killed, the egg pain robber exclaimed, regaining his composure and cursing. All right, after the job is done, I shall grant you a third of my share. How does that sound? Now, hurry to the vault and fetch the money. In the vault, one robber was attempting to break through the door while the egg pain robber rushed in with a bag. Is it ready? We're still missing something. What kind of bank is this? He inquired, noticing the high-voltage electric security measures. This is a mob bank. That clown is planning to rob this place. No wonder the people of Gotham call him a madman, replied the egg pain robber, clutching his groin as he reloaded his gun. Where's that guy who's supposed to disable the alarm? He continued. The clown said once he's done, I should take care of him. So we have one less person to share the loot with. The door-breaking robber twisted the vault handle and opened it. Interesting. The clown said the same to me. The egg pain robber remarked, aiming his gun at his accomplice. What did he say? No. Bang. Awaiting him was a bullet from behind. In the main hall, the remaining robber kept watch over the hostages. Muccio cast a glance at the robber and came to a realization. With green hair and a carefree demeanor, who else could it be but the clown? Chapter 77. The clown's nemesis in the hall, the egg pain robber dragged the bags of money to the entrance. Panting heavily, there really is a lot of money. If that clown were wise, he would have had us drive a large vehicle instead of small one. The co-pilot robber, who was indeed the clown, approached, nodding and turning his back on the egg pain robber. Kid, I'm willing to bet the clown instructed that once we filled the bags, you would shoot me, right? But alas, it is you who will perish. The egg pain robber aimed his gun at the clown's back. The clown slowly turned his head, glanced at his watch, and shook his head. No. The one I intend to kill is the bus driver. As he spoke, he subtly shifted aside. The bus driver? What are you talking about? What bus driver? The egg pain robber asked in confusion. Just then, a kindergarten bus burst through the entrance, sending the egg pain robber flying several meters from the impact of the collision. Whoa, brother, you really drive with gusto, the clown remarked to the bus driver who had just exited the vehicle. School's out, time to roll. All right, let's move. Load the money onto the bus and lend a hand, the clown commanded. The two of them began transporting the bags of money onto the bus. What about the others? The bus driver asked after carrying the last bag. The response he received was a bullet. As the final touches were completed, the Joker prepared to enter the vehicle when the lobby manager spoke up. Do you think you're clever? He coughed, his gunshot wound preventing him from dying instantly. Though death was not far off, his coughing interrupted his words. But after a moment, he continued, the mastermind behind all this is deranged, and your fate will mirror theirs. Hearing the manager's murmurs, the Joker leisurely strolled towards the vehicle, as if meandering through a market, listening intently to the manager's words. In the past, even villains adhered to certain principles, and the honor among Gotham's criminals was noteworthy. He coughed. I started from the mob. What principles can you claim? What principles do you possess? The Joker shook his head, shoving the handgun into the lobby manager's mouth, who was utterly powerless to resist. With a sinister grin, the Joker declared, my principle is that anything that cannot kill me will only make me more bizarre. As he spoke, he removed the clown mask from his face. The lobby manager, witnessing the visage behind the mask, realized that the man before him was the recently infamous lunatic. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere as the Joker pulled the trigger, granting the manager a swift end before nonchalantly boarding the bus and driving away. Muccio observed the Joker board the bus and quietly followed. Outside the bank, dozens of identical buses were picking up children from school, and the Joker blended seamlessly into the crowd. So, this is how one escapes? Through the impeccable Multiverse. The bank's alarm had been dismantled, and the police had received no notification. Coincidentally, the buses passing by were all unregistered, just like the Joker's. This was part of the plan he had orchestrated half an hour earlier. The bus drivers, eager to collect students, were oblivious to the missing license plates. The road was congested, and during the peak hours the Joker, feeling a bit restless, grasped the steering wheel, and absent-mindedly folded a dollar bill into a paper airplane, tossing it out the window. "Hey, what's that?" shouted a chubby boy from the adjacent bus, drawing the attention of a line of children outside. "Wow, is that money?" "Yes, that's money. $100. Come on, it must be fake. Who would fold real money into a paper airplane?" "Someone would. Our Joker would." He held a very casual view towards money. His heist at the bank today served a much deeper purpose, Batman. The Joker licked his lips as he passed through the intersection. "Look, what's that?" the chubby boy exclaimed again. "What are you looking at?" "All day long. It's only you who sees anything," barked the supervising teacher aboard the bus. In the boy's eyes was a blue and yellow flying car. Muccio, driving a novice racing car, trailed the Joker's bus from a distance. He was unperturbed by the possibility of losing his way. Ahead of him, the bus was the swiftest of all, and in the realm of go-karting, he was undaunted by others attempting to cut in, focusing solely on his own path. "Hey, kid, are you out of your mind?" a taxi driver yelled at Muccio as he rolled down his window. Muccio glanced at the driver, raised a middle finger, and slammed the accelerator, tailing the Joker closely. Half an hour later, in a derelict building in Gotham, the Joker was busily transporting bundles of cash inside, while Muccio concealed himself nearby, observing the Joker's antics. This guy truly was not his right mind, moving things in an unmonitored area, as if he were Charlie Chaplin, Muccio muttered, silently watching the Joker struggle to finish moving the bags of money. Once the Joker completed his task, he hurriedly drove off in the bus, leaving Muccio unable to suppress a grin. That evening, after a busy afternoon, the Joker returned to the dilapidated building, joyfully gazing at the pile of bags, nodding in satisfaction. His haul for the day was quite substantial, 7 bags, roughly estimated to be worth at least 50 million. It was cold, after all. A derelict building is still a derelict building, and the wind whistled through the cracks. Suddenly, an idea struck the Joker. What if I used $1 million to keep warm? Ha ha ha. What an amusing thought. As soon as the idea materialized, he sprang into action, gleefully opening one of the bags. What is this? Who did this? Where did all this lime come from? He found one bag, then another, 7 bags in total, all filled to the brim with lime, not a single dollar left behind. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, Muccio was counting something with a mischievous grin. 6,780, 6,790, 6,008, 6,008. This ISNT 6,800 yuan. It ISNT even $6,800. This is $6,800,000. My heavens, I've struck gold. Black on black is indeed fragrant. Ha ha. Muccio nestled himself amid the pile of dollars, a look of sheer delight on his face. Initially, he intended to annoy the Joker, but upon counting the money, he realized he truly had a penchant for wealth. Oh, the allure of money is irresistible. At that moment, outside Muccio's apartment, a dark figure crouched against the wall, observing everything. Shaking his head, he kicked open the window and stormed inside. Upon seeing the intruder, Muccio hurriedly explained, Comrade, I swear I haven't spent a single cent. Whose money is this? Who is trying to frame me? How did it end up in my room, piled like a house? I had nothing to do with it." Batman looked on in silence, bemused by Muccio's theatrical display. Chapter 78. He, the Riddler inside the apartment. Batman stood with his back to Muccio. "Let me explain. This truly has nothing to do with me," Muccio said, helplessly raising his hands. Batman remained unresponsive to Muccio's pleas. "Indeed, I've been tracking the Joker's underhanded dealings. You should trust me, shouldn't you?" Batman, however, paid no heed to Muccio and instead picked up the phone to dial a number. "Ah, I've located him. The coordinates have been sent to you." After hanging up, Batman finally addressed Muccio. "I have reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed it was the Joker." Upon hearing Batman's words, Muccio breathed a sigh of relief. But what? Muccio took a couple of steps back. Batman fell silent, and after a considerable time, the police knocked on the door, taking away the money that Muccio had not yet warmed up to, leaving not a single bill behind. "My money." "No," Muccio wailed, completely losing his composure at the loss. "Is money all you care about?" Batman inquired. Upon hearing this, Muccio clenched his fists. "Oh really? You don't love money. Yet you clearly have an affinity for it. You grew up in a gold mine. How could you possibly understand my plight?" Muccio silently berated the privileged Batman, feeling a decline in his regard for him. You Batman noticed the change in Muccio's expression and sought to lighten the atmosphere. This was a conundrum even Bruce Wayne himself struggled to comprehend, as his aloof demeanor seemed to dissipate in light of Muccio's financial turmoil. This was also tied to Muccio's peculiar behavior. Batman was filled with curiosity regarding this morally ambiguous character, seeing a hint of openness in Batman's demeanor. Muccio recalled something crucial. "Is it possible for you to admit me into Arkham Asylum?" He turned eagerly to ask, but before he could finish his sentence, Batman had vanished, and the apartment's curtains fluttered, indicating he had jumped out the window. "Are you serious? Do you expect me to pay for my own admission?" Muccio lamented. Given the circumstances, he no longer wished to maintain his guise. It was evident that Batman held some degree of fondness for him. There was no need to prolong the charade. He resolved to bring money to Arkham Asylum the very next day for immediate admission. The following day, at the office of Director Quincy Sharp on the outskirts of Gotham. "Director, I implore you, $300,000 for a month's stay. Is that feasible?" Muccio pleaded, clutching a bag of money before Director Sharp. "I genuinely wish to assist you," Director Sharp replied, shaking his head. "What is the issue?" "It's merely a matter of accommodating one individual. Is that so difficult?" Muccio was puzzled. "I want you here. After all, my principle is to save every patient. Naturally, I wish to accept you." 50. Muccio gestured with his fingers. 1 million. Director Sharp reiterated, still shaking his head. "Greedy, are we? Very well. 10 million. Muccio declared, offering an exorbitant sum. As for the source of this money, he had already devised a plan. Robbing the gangsters would be far more expedient than any other endeavor. Breaking into a bank's vault posed significant challenges, whereas gangsters could simply storm in. Director Sharp swallowed hard at the madman's proposition before him. However, he had already promised Batman that he would not allow Muccio to take residence, no matter the circumstances. The director was far more concerned about Batman than the sum of 10 million. He understood that establishing a good rapport with Batman and properly managing Arkham Asylum were essential steps toward realizing his grand ambition, to become the mayor of Gotham. Truth be told, the director found himself in turmoil. Rejecting such a substantial amount of money posed a significant challenge for him. "Then allow me to stay," Muccio insisted. "That is not possible," Director Quincy Sharp lamented. "Why is it not possible?" Muccio pressed. "Someone told me before that you wouldn't let me in." A tight fist was the only response Muccio could muster, a sound of frustration. "Is it Batman?" Director Sharp remained silent, opting instead to sip his coffee. His message clear. He had no intention of divulging that information and wished to escort Muccio out. Such is the nature of fate. Sometimes, by the time one reaches clarity, it may already be too late. Had Muccio approached the director from the outset, he might have been joyfully settling in by now. At the entrance of Arkham Asylum, guards Aaron Cash and Frank Bowers were engaged in conversation. "Hey, that kid really is unhinged. He wants to pay to stay in a madhouse. He's lost his mind," Frank Bowers mocked, recalling the recently departed Muccio. "Don't be so quick to judge. He may have his reasons," Aaron Cash, a longtime ally of Batman, countered. "Nevertheless, it is quite reasonable for the director to refuse admission to such a troubled individual, especially after the Riddler's recent escape. Who would allow an unknown person to enter at such a time?" Frank shuddered at the memory of the Riddler's escape. The Riddler had cunningly seized a guard's keys and, in a grotesque twist, blinded the guard with chopsticks. When armed guards arrived, the Riddler had nonchalantly recited all their home addresses, family members, and friends from childhood to present, leaving no doubt about his intentions. Everyone understood the implications of obstructing his escape. The Riddler's associates would surely slaughter their families. Thus, this supervillain had brazenly walked out of Arkham Asylum, a fortress thought to be impenetrable. In an underground lair somewhere in Gotham, the Riddler savored a glass of Roman Iconi wine, a luxury that even wealth could scarcely procure, a testament to his status. Yet his aesthetic choices were rather extravagant, clad in green attire, including a large green hat that only added to his absurdity. This peculiar figure was indeed a notable character in Gotham, Batman's arch-nemesis. He beckoned to his underlings. "While I was away, did anything significant occur?" "Boss, a great many events transpired in your absence." "Oh, what sort of events?" "A self-proclaimed follower of Batman has wreaked havoc on our business." The voice my subordinate spoke of pertains to matters at the docks. The Riddler, in a whimsical manner, toyed with his question-mark cane. "There's another matter, boss." "What?" "Our bank has been—" "What do you mean?" The Riddler sensed an unsettling turn of events. "Our bank has been robbed, my subordinate divulged, while keeping a considerable distance. Robbed? Who had the audacity to commit such an act? The Riddler's cane struck the ground with a series of ominous thuds. It was a new villain in Gotham. Who dares to call himself? How bold of him to steal my money! In that moment, Gotham's most nefarious villain, the Riddler, was incensed. Chapter 79. I, the Fool. The Riddler, the most perilous of couriers. In his youth, his sole passion was an array of puzzle games. However, his intellect was rather mediocre. He frequently encountered enigmas beyond his grasp, and rather than rising to the challenge, he resorted to deceit to unravel the mysteries he could not solve. During his school days, when a teacher posed a riddle for the students, he would sneak into the teacher's office after class to learn the answer, returning the next day to solve the riddle instantaneously before his classmates. This individual, despite his average intellect, fancied himself the most intelligent person on Earth, capable of manipulating everyone, including the invincible Dark Knight, Batman. Thus, in a bid to validate his cleverness, he would leave behind intricate puzzles before each crime, intending to lead Batman into thwarting his nefarious deeds. Nevertheless, Batman invariably dismantled his schemes, yet the Riddler remained undeterred, reveling in their playful cat-and-mouse dynamic. Akin to his second Joker, to a certain extent, he was even more unhinged than the Joker. Each time he left clues for Batman to pursue, he internally resisted the urge to do so. The Riddler wished to commit his crimes without leaving traces, yet he found himself compelled to provide Batman with leads. He once lamented, "You do not understand. I truly do not wish to leave you any clues. I fervently wish to avoid returning to Arkham Asylum. Yet, I still leave behind clues, and thus I must return there, for I may require assistance. I may indeed be truly mad." This character is, in every sense, a fitting embodiment of his name. Within a clandestine underground casino in Gotham, a figure was meandering before various slot machines. Alas, Muccio was utterly unfamiliar with games such as blackjack, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em. However, he was adept at playing do de jeu and train. Yet this casino evidently did not cater to such peculiar games. "Handsome, what are you playing?" A stunning blonde approached Muccio, blocking his hand from inserting coins into the machine. The turbulent waves caused Muccio to feel dizzy. He extended his hand, as if attempting to grasp something above, and the beautiful woman revealed a hint of shyness. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he pushed her face away with a forceful gesture, showing no tenderness whatsoever. "You." The golden-haired beauty, taken aback, huffed and walked away. This marked the 6th time since Muccio entered the casino that a striking woman had approached him. In Gotham's casinos, Asians are often the most sought after, particularly young individuals like Muccio, who appeared relatively youthful. Such individuals are colloquially referred to as sugar daddies. Moreover, Muccio had 3 suitcases at his feet, one of which was relatively small and already half filled with cash, yet it still contained tens of thousands of dollars. In Gotham's underground casinos, this sum may not seem substantial, but it was unusual for someone to carry such money in suitcases for playing slot machines. It appeared he was not there to win, but rather to spend extravagantly. Not to mention, the other 2 larger suitcases clearly brimmed with dollars. Muccio had become a source of excitement for the casino's alluring women on the hunt for wealthy patrons. Even if a romantic encounter were to occur, given Muccio's physique, it was questionable whether these women would even find him appealing. Thus, the attempts at flirtation were relentless. "Hey, you there!" Muccio snapped his fingers sharply, beckoning the casino's female manager, who was patrolling nearby. Under normal circumstances, the manager would not pay attention to such casual visitors. But the aura exuded by this Asian youth left her momentarily stunned. In her high heels, she rushed over to Muccio, bending slightly to inquire, "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" "I'm tired of playing and wish to rest for a while," Muccio replied, stretching his neck. "Do you see the suitcase full of money? Find me a place to relax, and consider this a tip for your trouble." He continued, nonchalantly, "By the way, I have some more cash left. Please help me take it to my room." After stretching lazily and tilting his head to observe the beautiful manager, his commanding presence nearly overwhelmed her. "All of it for me?" The manager, Wendy, could hardly believe her ears. She had concluded that anyone capable of such generosity must possess billions in assets. The cash in that suitcase, she estimated, was worth at least several tens of thousands of dollars, and he was offering it to her simply for a brief respite. Did he harbor an interest in her? Wendy, only in her mid-20s, had spent years in the casino environment but maintained a youthful appearance that had attracted countless affluent patrons. Yet, despite her experience, she found herself envious of Muccio, not for any other reason than that other wealthy suitors were often much older and less generous than he. The so-called wealthy individuals, who are rather antiquated, tend to flaunt their wealth with expenditures of $10,000 to $20,000, believing it to be quite remarkable. However, Wendy had long ceased to regard such sums with any significance. Yet, the young man before her, affluent and somewhat attractive, stirred a flicker of interest within Wendy. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Muccio inquired knowingly. "I apologize, sir. Allow me to arrange that for you immediately." A few moments later, Muccio was ushered into a resplendent chamber, typically reserved for the casino's proprietor to entertain esteemed guests. Today, however, Wendy discreetly facilitated Muccio's entry. "Boss, here is your suitcase," two bodyguards proclaimed as they wheeled in Muccio's luggage. Both shared a singular thought. This suitcase was undoubtedly filled with money. Without even glancing at it, Muccio waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to leave. "Why aren't you leaving? Is there something you need?" Muccio asked, noticing that Wendy remained behind, her presence perplexing him. I will take my leave now." "Please rest well," Wendy replied, but as she turned to depart, her high heels unexpectedly faltered, throwing her off balance. With a delicate gasp, she tumbled into Muccio's embrace, her head resting against his chest, their eyes locking momentarily. "I'm so sorry," Wendy murmured, biting her lip and gazing at Muccio with a look brimming with allure. "Let us get you steady," Muccio responded, ignoring her subtle hints as he helped her regain her footing. "Shall we have a conversation? I have a great fondness for Japanese culture." The moment Wendy spoke, Muccio felt his blood pressure rise. How could she discern his heritage so easily? He suppressed the urge to retaliate and forced a smile. Your language is quite intriguing." I simply adore it, even though I cannot comprehend it," she replied. "Then let us converse at a leisurely pace," Muccio said with a smile, tilting his head slightly as a phrase flitted through his mind. "A hunter's most effective entrance is as the prey." Chapter 80. I have struck gold again within the chamber. The enchanting manager, Wendy, was feeding Muccio grapes. Their conversation had scarcely lasted 5 minutes when Wendy began to cast flirtatious glances. She believed Muccio, this gullible gentleman, was surely ensnared. What she remained oblivious to was the fact that she was the prey, while the gentleman was the true hunter. "Muccio, you mentioned that you have a commercial street in Ginza. That must keep you quite busy," Wendy remarked. Muccio shook his finger lightly. "Not all. I manage it effortlessly. In fact, I have over a dozen buildings to oversee. Now, that is truly demanding work." "You wouldn't understand," he declared with a smug expression. "Wow, Muccio, you are truly impressive." Wendy blushed, leaning closer to him. "And what about you? Have you always worked at this casino?" No, not at all. I just recently joined. The casino owner is my relative, which is how I attained a managerial position," Wendy explained, keen to distance herself from any implications regarding her rise in this setting. I see." Muccio and Wendy exchanged knowing smiles, each perceiving the other as somewhat foolish. "So, what are your plans for the future?" Muccio inquired softly. "I am uncertain. You know how it is. Girls often find themselves in awkward situations in such circumstances. Yet, I have nothing else I can do. Would you consider working for me? You know, I could use someone like you to help manage my assets." Muccio feigned a foolish grin. "Is that really appropriate?" "I don't possess any particular skills," Wendy replied, though her hand instinctively rested on Muccio's arm. "You're quite suitable. I have faith in you," Muccio said with a rather mischievous expression. Their relationship was on the verge of advancing to a new level when Muccio suddenly halted Wendy's movements. "I do not wish for anyone to overhear." He gently lifted Wendy's chin. "All right." Wendy gazed at him with longing, nodding in agreement. She rose from the sofa and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, she indeed found 2 bodyguards stationed outside. "Leave," Wendy commanded, adopting the stern demeanor she typically reserved for subordinates, and the guards retreated, looking quite dejected. Once she confirmed there was no one nearby, Wendy hurriedly made her way back to Muccio, her hands still somewhat unclean. "Is there truly no one around?" Muccio asked with a sly grin. "No, there's no one." "Come here, dear Chio-san," Wendy said, licking her lips, now adorned with lipstick. "Close your eyes. I feel shy." Wendy eagerly complied, closing her eyes. After all, She believed she would soon be entangled with the man before her, and if he were a bit older, it would be even better. As moments ticked by, when he was about to voice her impatience when she heard a phrase that was unmistakably not in Japanese. Sunflower acupoint strike. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sensation in her chest, akin to being jabbed by a finger. In an instant, her blood felt as if it had turned to ice. Opening her eyes, she searched for the man who had been in front of her, only to find he had vanished. At that moment, she finally comprehended. The true prey was herself, while the genuine hunter, Muchio, was stealthily searching for something outside, rummaging through the premises. Eventually, he darted into a room at the end of the corridor. This room was devoid of windows, tables, or any furnishings. Only a massive security door remained. Time to get to work, Muchio said, pulling out tools he had meticulously prepared in advance. These were professional-grade instruments designed for breaching vault doors, akin to the gear used by the clowns and others to break into the Riddle Man's bank vault just days prior. He also possessed a signal jammer to disable alarms. This device had been procured from the black market, costing him $20,000 for the breaching tools and a staggering $180,000 for the jammer. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile investment. For $200,000, he had secured an opportunity to become a millionaire. Clumsily, Muchio began working on the vault door. Yet he had ample time this evening to accomplish his task. The vault of the casino, protected by layers of vigilant guards, could only be accessed by traversing a corridor that led directly to it. Through cunning methods, Muchio had successfully infiltrated this heavily guarded area and was now at liberty to indulge. After half an hour, he wiped the sweat from his brow, having finally managed to pry open the vault's grand entrance. Let us see what treasures await. Driven by his insatiable greed, Muchio meticulously spent over 10 minutes filling 2 large chests, emptying them of their contents to make room for the copious amounts of money within the vault. Based on his previous experience with counting clown money, he estimated the haul to be no less than $10 million. Not too shabby, though rather ordinary. Yet, his eyes still lingered enviously on the over $60 million belonging to the clown. Ah, the allure of the ugly one's wealth. Despite his thoughts, he discreetly closed the vault door, pushed the 2 heavy chests, and exited the room, gently shutting the door behind him. As the master thief made his way down the corridor, he paid no mind to Wendy, knowing he had 5 hours of immobilization left. Several guards, noticing Muchio's emergence, leered at him with unwelcome interest. "Why the lewd looks, gentlemen? We're all men here, you understand." Muchio jested, opening one of the chests, nearly overflowing with dollar bills. The guards swallowed hard, each harboring their own nefarious thoughts. "We're all weary, so here is a little something for you. Just keep tonight's events under wraps, and I'll be a frequent visitor," Muchio declared, producing a thick wad of cash that he estimated to be at least $200,000 to $300,000. He casually tossed it towards the nearest guard. "Distribute this among yourselves." With that, Muchio departed, leaving a striking silhouette behind him. "Wait, share some with me." The guards, finally snapping out of their daze, scrambled for the money once he had gone. It wasn't until the dawn of the next day, amidst Wendy's screams, that a group finally comprehended the events of the previous night. In front of the vault stood a comical figure clad in a green suit, wielding a question mark cane, and top of the green hat. "Bring forth all the guard from last night." The Riddler snarled, his teeth clenched. After a prolonged silence, no one appeared before him. "Where are they?" he demanded of his underlings. "They've all fled," came the meek reply. "Fled?" The Riddler mused with a sinister smile. "Would they leave anything for you to kill?" The underling internally cursed, recognizing this as typical behavior for the Riddler. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The Riddler's laughter echoed maniacally as he rested his cane against the neck of his subordinate. "Last night, in my absence, it was that little fool." But before he could finish, the Riddler used the hook of his question mark cane to slice through the underling's throat. "Anyone who knows about this must die. Do you understand?" He spat at the lifeless body of his now dwindling minion. Half an hour later, in the surveillance room of the casino, 3 corpses lay sprawled upon the floor. The sole living soul, the Riddler, gazed at Muchio's face on the surveillance screen. After a prolonged silence, the Riddler broke into a chilling smile. Chapter 81. I, the Riddler, have been thwarted. The infamous thief, Muchio, indulged in a delightful slumber. The mere thought of the Riddler's impotent fury before a pile of lime filled him with glee. Once, he had played several Batman games, and the most vexing adversary had always been the Riddler. Unlike other villains who could be dispatched with a single blow, The Riddler consistently devised nonsensical puzzles for players to unravel. Initially, these enigmas were intricately linked to the storyline, but eventually devolved into inexplicably challenging minigames. The pursuit of achievements became a veritable nightmare. Even consulting guides to decipher the Riddler's riddles proved to be an arduous task. This character became a bane for many a Batman gamer, leading to the popular lament, "Riddler, get out of Gotham." Muccio had long harbored thoughts of retribution against this avian fiend since his arrival in Gotham. The outcome, it seemed, was satisfactory. The Riddler had incurred a loss of millions overnight. Although the vault's treasures had not been entirely pilfered, the audacious thief had left a trail of chaos. How dare this wretched little thief not only steal my money, but also drench the remaining funds in ice? This was the Riddler's greatest conundrum. In truth, Muccio had only made off with a fifth of the vault's riches. The remaining 40 million lay inexplicably submerged in a concoction of ice and lime. Many dollar bills had been rendered unrecognizable by the caustic mixture, yet a substantial portion remained intact. The absurdity of it all was truly perplexing. The Riddler even suspected that the Asian lad who had stolen his funds was presenting him with a riddle, akin to the trials he imposed upon Batman. He vowed to unravel this enigma. No one could outsmart the world's most brilliant mind. In reality, Muccio's actions were merely spontaneous whims. Lacking the means to ignite the lime, he attempted to tear a few dollar bills, only to realize he had overestimated his own strength. The miniature rocket launcher gifted by Iron Man had long run out of ammunition and was now useless. Eventually, he resorted to an audacious maneuver, mixing lime with water. Lime was readily available, and the ice blocks produced by the blizzard sufficed for water. Calcium oxide, upon contact with water and carbon dioxide, generates calcium carbonate, a reaction that releases heat, reaching temperatures of up to 700 degrees Celsius, sufficient to ignite burlap and wood and incinerate dollars with ease. Had Muccio not feared unnecessary complications and waited for the blizzard to subside, allowing him to extract more lime from his pockets, the Riddler's vault would have been left utterly barren. While Muccio blissfully slumbered, the Riddler faced his own tribulations. He personally scoured every lime factory in Gotham, yet found not a single clue. Could it be that the lime serves merely as a ruse, while the true clue lies within the ice cubes? The Riddler, fondling his cherished question mark scepter, pondered the enigma left by Muccio. Subsequently, he scoured Gotham's ice factories, yet uncovered no hidden truths. The Riddler, feeling ensnared and on the verge of surrender, reflected on his lifelong habit. Whenever faced with a conundrum that eluded resolution, he resorted to deceit. However, the pressing question remained. Where could he procure the answers? After some contemplation, he resolved not to concede defeat. With an insufferable Batman already in play, he could not bear the thought of another wretched thief emerging. Determined not to yield, he sought the truth, intent on delivering a resounding rebuke to his rival. Thus, the Riddler posted an urgent inquiry online, appealing for answers. He proclaimed his intellect, stating, "I am the most brilliant." The content of his post detailed the theft of funds, elaborating on the vault's specifics. The scene was littered with abundant lime and ice cubes, alongside the melted water and char dollar bills. "I implore you, please provide a solution." The responses began to flood in. 1. Sword Dance Redface Smile. 2. Zizica, although the thief is no saint. Neither is the original poster. 3. Third Generation. How perverse. 4. Typist. Silly. 5. Gotham's top detective. Has the original poster considered that the thief might not have been able to carry off such a substantial sum, merely wishing to ruin the remaining cash? Perhaps fearing smoke and fire alarms, they resorted to lime? Lead Master. Is the poster a fool? Did you just grab some lime from a worksite to steal money? Stop pretending to be a detective. I see you as Gotham's premier buffoon. Get a job at a construction site. Show, hee. Quite audacious. A day later, the Riddler eagerly opened his laptop, only to be met with posts that turned his face a shade of green with fury. Bang! The pristine Apple notebook was hurled to the ground by the Riddler in a fit of rage. The quality of the laptop was commendable, being manufactured in a certain locale. Equipped with a voice-activated system, the impact prompted it to respond. "Hello, how may I assist you?" In his fury, the Riddler seized a nearby wine glass and hurled it with precision onto the open laptop. The glass shattered upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. "Hello, I am listening," the artificial voice inquired, unfazed, continuing its assistance. The Riddler, panting heavily, found himself devoid of any objects to throw aside from his question mark scepter. With a fierce grimace, he raised the scepter, intending to wreak havoc on the laptop screen with its sharp question mark. Bang! The end of the scepter struck the laptop with force. However, the artificial intelligence continued to inquire. Greetings, I am your personal assistant. Please articulate your question. At this moment, the Riddler was thrown off balance. He sprang to his feet, hastily rushing toward his notebook while shouting, Ask questions. Ask questions. Is that all you can do? Do you think I am simple-minded? With that, the Riddler raised his notebook, preparing to hurl it out the window. Just as the notebook was about to be cast away, the artificial intelligence delivered a final jab. The term simple-minded generally refers to mental retardation. I'm currently searching for Arkham Asylum in Gotham City. The Riddler met his demise. But this was not the end. Emerging from the disarray caused by the artificial intelligence, the Riddler was soon confronted with news from the bank that sent him into another frenzy. On one hand, the Riddler was infuriated, while on the other, Gotham's authorities had seized the sum of $68 million, previously pilfered by the Joker, which had passed through the hands of Muccio. This amount was ultimately classified as illicit funds. The money, still unlaundered, had been stolen by the Joker. Upon receiving these funds, Gotham's officials discovered that the Riddler's bank could not provide the necessary documentation to validate the source of this wealth, thus failing to prove that the money belonged to the bank. This situation became intriguing, as Gotham's authorities gleefully accepted the ill-gotten gains. Thus, the illustrious Riddler, a supervillain who had just escaped from Arkham Asylum, found himself outsmarted on multiple occasions within a mere week. Meanwhile, Muccio, who had acquired $10 million, was devising a final scheme, an insidious plan that could potentially land him in the asylum for years to come. Chapter 82. The Riddler and the Joker at Wayne Manor. The first superhero in comic history without superpowers, Batman, was perusing the latest intelligence from Gotham. In recent days, several banks have been robbed, with a playing card featuring a black and red king left at each crime scene. It was unmistakably the Joker's handiwork. In a separate case, a sewer worker had discovered suspicious flesh, which Gotham's police preliminarily identified as human calf tissue. A cursory examination of the scene revealed numerous fragments, making the identification of the deceased nearly impossible. The remains bore traces of animal bite marks. What could this possibly mean? Compared to the Joker leaving a king playing card, this illogical case involving severed limbs was a source of great distress for Bruce Wayne. With little to no leads, he could only hope for luck at the scene, as the fragmented nature of the remains made it difficult to ascertain their identity. Given the high number of missing persons in Gotham, answers were hard to come by, and there had been no reports of lost wildlife from the Gotham Zoo, complicating the investigation further. However, Bruce Wayne suddenly thought of someone. In the realm of the Sith, the peculiar crocodilian figure cast aside all improbabilities. The ultimate answer, seemingly absurd and unfathomable, may indeed be the true resolution. Whether it is his masterpiece remains to be investigated further. Thus, we proceed to the next matter. The Riddler issued a challenge to the Joker and the cloaked carting driver, followers of Batman. What is the nature of the situation? Batman is well aware of the conflict between the Riddler and the Joker, which erupted when the Joker seized the bank from the Riddler. While conflicts among villains are not uncommon, the Joker's erratic and illogical behavior leaves Batman perplexed. Within mere days, he had robbed the Riddler of several banks, inciting the Riddler's wrath. The cloaked carting driver elicited a sigh from Batman, who found himself at a loss for words. From the perspective of Wayne, he believed the Riddler had learned of Muccio's underhanded dealings and was directing his ire towards him. Little did he know, Muccio had brazenly absconded with the Riddler's casino funds and presented him with an insurmountable challenge, an enigma the Riddler would never solve. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Alfred, the butler, emerged, interrupting Bruce Wayne's surveillance of intelligence. Bruce, Harvey Dent requests an audience. Alfred interjected. Harvey, the incorruptible district attorney? Bruce replied, I must meet with him. Together, Bruce Wayne and Alfred took the elevator, departing the Batcave. The final piece of bad intelligence, a seemingly inconspicuous corner, contained a brief statement that had been overlooked. Recently, a mysterious individual has been purchasing explosives in large quantities. In the black market, a figure wielding a suitcase wandered about, greeting the passing merchants. This individual was Muccio. In a short span, he had expended $10 million with remarkable efficiency. Over the past few days, Muccio had acquired explosives at exorbitant prices, earning the favor of black market traders keen to offload their inventory. In Gotham, large-scale purchases of explosives are rare. Typically, smaller-scale demolition tools, such as grenades, are favored. Thus, the news of a high-profile buyer for explosives delighted these merchants, prompting them to deliver supplies to Muccio. In no time, he amassed enough explosives to obliterate 3 city blocks. By the time the police received word, Muccio had vanished without a trace. No one knew his intentions, but many were aware that a masked individual in the black market had procured a substantial quantity of explosives. Only he understood his purpose. Meanwhile, the Joker was enjoying himself immensely, seeking amusement daily while emptying several banks, reveling in his comfort. The only individual enduring considerable hardship was the Riddler, who had lost $200 to $300 million to the Joker. He remained baffled by the Joker's frenzied fixation on him. In truth, the Joker does not merely fixate on the Riddler to seize his schemes. His bank heists are conducted with utter disregard for rules. However, the Riddler has issued a threat to eliminate the Joker, provoking the latter's ire and igniting a conflict between them. Yet for the Riddler, the monetary gains are not what truly breaches his defenses. The genuine threat comes from Muccio. With the riddle of lime and ice, the melting of ice into water. What could the answer be? The Riddler is tormented, sleepless, his mind restless as he contemplates lime and ice night after night. Accustomed to taking shortcuts when stumped, he has resorted to forcefully attempting to solve the riddle. But that was a time long past. Ever since his emergence, he has been the one to pose the riddles. This marks the first occasion he has been challenged, and in contrast to his usual role, he finds himself utterly disgusted, experiencing firsthand the vexation of deciphering a riddle. After seeking assistance online once more, one evening he opened a forum with his pristine notebook. Your inquiry has been flagged for phishing and has been deleted. If you have any disputes, you may appeal. His new notebook met a similar fate, shattered once again. However, this time, he had the foresight to silence the device, proving himself a clever little green sprite. Yet his cleverness backfires. He will never unravel Muccio's enigma. Days later, the latest figures of Gotham received a letter. The envelope bore an ominous appearance. Do you wish to destroy Batman? Open the envelope to find out. Inside, the message was brief. Want to know how to bring him down? Come to this address and find me. Alas, reading it was tantamount to not reading at all. 3 individuals received this letter: the Riddler, the Joker, and Killer Croc. No one knows what the Joker thought. Upon reading the letter, he merely chuckled and incinerated it, proceeding to the address specified. As for the Riddler, upon encountering yet another riddle, his scalp prickled with anxiety. Frustrated, he tore the letter to shreds, only to feel a gnawing torment, prompting him to piece together the remnants to discover the address. Killer Croc's reaction was rather excessive. He did not even glance at the letter, dismissing it as mere junk mail. Thus, the first impromptu gathering of Gotham's temporary alliance, spearheaded by Muccio, was solidified in the absence of Killer Croc. Muccio, the traitor to Batman, self-proclaimed as the supreme betrayer, has mastered the art of lime, aspiring to reside in Arkham Asylum. The Joker remains true to his nature, offering no elaborate introductions. Aside from Muccio's knowledge of his past identity, everything about him is shrouded in mystery, even to his teammates. Neither Muccio nor the Riddler comprehend his true intentions. Finally, there is the Riddler, adorned with a green hat. In comparison to the Joker's willingness to attend the rendezvous, Muccio finds the Riddler's approach more commendable. The Riddler truly seeks to unravel the means to breach Batman's defenses, yearning for an answer. In Chapter 83, titled Negotiation Successful, 3 figures stand in opposition within a dimly lit warehouse. You dare to appear before me? I shall sever your head. The Riddler shouts at the Joker. You thief! I shall let you taste the essence of fear. It must be quite splendid, the Joker whispers to Muccio. Shadow mimicry technique. Sunflower acupoint strike. At last, both individuals fell silent. Muccio procured a chair and seated himself before them. Since you both are here, I trust you wish to vex Batman, he stated. The Riddler and the Joker, rendered mute by the acupoint strike, offered no reply. Let me put it this way. Batman is my nightmare. As long as he exists, I cannot find peace in slumber. Upon hearing this, both the Joker and the Riddler found common ground. However, simply eliminating him would lack excitement. Indeed, they concurred. Thus, I aspire to penetrate Batman's psychological defenses, to render him utterly despondent. Are you two interested? Muccio's words, akin to a devil's whisper, left the two supervillains momentarily unsettled. Look at me. You both, after all, have limited abilities. Fearing Batman is quite natural. I shall not press you. If you disagree, I can seek trouble with Batman myself, Muccio remarked, releasing the control over the Riddler and the Joker with his shadow mimicry technique. Leaving already? How dull. Muccio began to depart when the Riddler spoke up. Kid, I am uncertain of your cunning schemes, yet I have a condition. Very well, I am willing to listen. Muccio replied. Oh, never mind. There are outsiders present. We shall discuss this later. The Riddler, true to his nature, spoke in riddles. All right then, welcome to the fold. Muccio said, his gaze directed at the Joker with an expression of disdain. The Joker despised being looked down upon, especially by someone he held a grudge against. I too wish to teach that fellow a lesson. I shall join you. Come, let us shake hands. Muccio smiled in response. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful blow from his steam robot's iron fist directly to the Joker's face. The Joker was stunned, ensnared by Muccio's grasp. Subsequently, Muccio pressed his face against the Joker's and executed the shadow mimicry technique. Oh dear, I miscalculated. My hand reached too far. My apologies, Muccio exclaimed, extending his hand. Under the influence of the shadow mimicry technique, the Joker also extended his hand. As their hands were on the verge of meeting, the Joker's mouth curled into a grin. However, Muccio unexpectedly clasped his own hands together, leaving the Joker dumbfounded. Before he could process this bewilderment, the high-voltage current coursing through his palm shocked him into a daze. Oh dear, look at you. How can your gloves even be electric? What do you usually engage in? Truly lacking in self-discipline. See, it's leaking electricity. The Joker, taunted by Muccio, unexpectedly unified his stance to confront Batman. This left both the Riddler and Muccio utterly baffled. However, it posed no significant concern. The task assigned to the Joker by Muccio was, in fact, superfluous, merely a means for Muccio to toy with the fool. Muccio produced a pouch of lime powder and presented it to the Riddler. Do you see this? Do you know what it is? Muccio inquired of the Joker. Before the Joker could respond, the Riddler eagerly interjected, I know. This is lime. He awaited Muccio's praise with a smug expression. Never mind. You are a teammate now. I shall refrain from mocking you. This substance is known as wishful thinking powder. May it swiftly manifest my desires. What on earth? The Riddler asked, perplexed, believing Muccio to be more enigmatic than himself. This powder, once it touches a person, allows me to control them, Muccio declared mysteriously. Control them? The Riddler and the Joker questioned in unison. Allow me to demonstrate. Ninjutsu. Shadow mimicry technique. Muccio's shadow instantaneously connected with the Riddler's form. Do you see? Just like that. Muccio waved his hand, and the Riddler mimicked the gesture. But I haven't even touched the lime powder. The Riddler protested, suddenly noticing the warehouse floor strewn with lime powder. Damn, you're playing tricks. The Riddler thought to overturn the table, but found himself unable to move. Patience. This is merely for demonstration. Fine. At that moment, the Joker inexplicably burst into laughter, pointing at the Riddler and mocking. You actually believe this? What a foolish pig. You dare insult me. In this spontaneously formed team, the members harbored mutual disdain for one another. Had the Riddler not been curious about the answer, he would have already clashed with the Joker. Enough, listen to me. Muccio interrupted their quarrel. Tell me, why do you not believe me? Muccio tilted his head, gazing at the Joker. Haha, isn't this just ordinary lime powder? Although I don't understand how you can control people, it is, after all, just lime powder. The Joker retorted. Let us not forget, Muccio interjected, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Remember when I kicked open your apartment door? I have been in your room. Even so. Isn't that just ordinary lime? The Joker remarked, momentarily halting his skepticism as he observed Muccio continuously pulling lime powder from his pockets. In mere seconds, an astonishing amount had accumulated on the floor, as if his pockets were inexhaustible. Do you understand now? Muccio smiled lightly, pausing to admire the astonished expressions of the two. Now let me outline my plan. You're tasked with luring Batman to this very warehouse. It is imperative that my cherished powder makes contact with his being, not merely his footwear, murmured Muccio to the Joker. Is it truly that simple? No. Do not be deceived. This is far from straightforward. Muccio uttered a small fib. The peculiar attire worn by Batman possesses formidable insulating properties, rendering my precious powder largely ineffective against him. You must ensure that his skin comes into contact with my powder. The Joker appeared to grasp the concept, albeit vaguely. And what of me? The Riddler inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued regarding Muccio's riddle in the vault and how to obliterate Batman. I wish to discuss your task privately. Come, let us retreat to your casino. Very well, spat the Riddler through gritted teeth. The mention of the casino only heightened his irritation. So, dear Joker, await my message. Until we meet again, Muccio bid farewell as he departed the warehouse alongside the Riddler. The Joker watched the duo fade into the distance, a chilling glint emerging in his eyes. A splendid performance is about to unfold. Chapter 84. You, the double-crosser within the Riddler's casino chamber. Muccio and the Riddler sat face to face. Indeed, these two could form a duo, aptly named Riddle and Autumn. The new casino manager entered, placing a plethora of potato chips upon the table before hastily exiting the room. The chips were a request from Muccio, for he was famished. Yet he harbored reservations about consuming anything offered by the Riddler, preferring the reassurance of vacuum-sealed snacks. In a prior inquiry, Muccio learned of the fate of the beautiful manager. It appeared that the clever Wendy had successfully escaped Gotham with the guards from that fateful night. Now, you may speak, the Riddler remarked, his patience waning. Yet he found himself at a loss against Muccio's resolve, eager to uncover the answer to his riddle. Crunch! Muccio lifted a chip to his lips and shattered it with a bite. Do you trust the Joker? The Riddler was taken aback by this unexpected question, a laugh escaping him. Are you jesting? How could I place my trust in that madman? Therefore, I too harbor no trust. The Riddler struggled to comprehend Muccio's intentions in enlisting the Joker, as all of Gotham recognized him as a true lunatic. He is, in truth, superfluous. We can manage without him, though his presence may be advantageous. As Muccio continued to munch on chips, he cryptically declared, I have a plan, but I cannot divulge it just yet. You will come to know in due time. The Riddler was left bewildered, having anticipated answers today, yet finding himself confronted with more riddles. You must at least inform me of what I ought to do, he pressed. Crunch, crunch. Muccio unabashedly grabbed a handful of chips and indulged. Your crunching pertains to your mission. Enough. I beseech you, please speak swiftly, the Riddler implored, nearly at his wit's end. Have you heard that someone has been purchasing explosives at exorbitant prices? The Riddler shook his head in response. Certainly, he would remain oblivious to such matters. After all, what villain would concern themselves with such trivialities? His sole desire was to ascertain Batman's recent endeavors. I possess a considerable amount of explosives, Muccio stated nonchalantly. Sufficient to obliterate several streets. Is that all? The Riddler felt a twinge of irritation, sensing that he was being toyed with, particularly as he had not forgotten Muccio's theft of his funds. Of course, it is not that simple. Do you recall? I instructed the Joker to apply my powder to Batman, thereby allowing me to manipulate him. The Riddler, still unaware of Muccio's intentions, remained perplexed. Very well. I shall elaborate on your mission, Muccio said, rising and shaking the crumbs of chips from his hands. Explosives will be laid throughout the streets, detonated remotely, luring Batman into our grasp, broadcasting the event live. Do you understand? Oh, so that is the plan. Ah, how devious you are. The Riddler grinned wickedly at Muccio and then clapped his hands. Moments later, a cadre of armed guards burst through the door. Then you have outlived your usefulness. Perish. Fool. The Riddler spat venomously. What's this? Are you not planning to ensnare Batman? Muccio was unperturbed. A robot could easily seize the Riddler as a shield. Naturally, I intend to pursue that idea, but your strategy is rather pedestrian. I envision deploying a fleet of airships to broadcast this grand spectacle live. I shall ensure Batman's utter disgrace. The Riddler spoke with manic excitement, seemingly oblivious to a crucial detail. Muccio scratched his head. Have you perhaps overlooked something? What detail? The Riddler, momentarily delaying his execution of Muccio, was still keen on extracting the secrets of the vault. The most vital component of my plan is myself. Can you truly control Batman? Muccio gazed at the Riddler as if he were a simpleton. Huh? The Riddler, belatedly grasping the implication, stubbornly retorted. So what of it? I could just aim my gun at him. His life is still in the hands of others. I doubt he would hesitate. Muccio was at a loss for words regarding this fellow. Setting aside whether your moral coercion would even fool Batman, have you considered what purpose your broadcast serves? Have you not thought this through? The Riddler continued to ponder, while Muccio, weary of idle chatter, directly stated, "I will control Batman and compel him to press the detonation button, obliterating several streets before the eyes of all Gotham. Thus, he will be unable to hold his head high in Gotham, becoming a criminal himself. Not to mention, will forcing him not backfire? The broadcast will be far less impactful. Imagine if Gotham's last bastion of justice were to turn rogue. What would become of the city? How would its citizens perceive Batman? Would the police still collaborate with him? How would villains, such as yourself, mock him in the future? Understand?" Muccio lectured the Riddler as though he were a kindergarten teacher. Oh, I see now. So that is the plan. The Riddler finally comprehended the true nature of Muccio's scheme. However, after a moment's contemplation, he smirked wickedly, thinking to himself that he could incapacitate Muccio first and then force him to control Batman. While the Riddler was busy articulating his sinister intentions, Muccio, having anticipated this, struck first. Mechanical claws. The phantasm of a steam-powered automaton materialized behind Muccio, and an illusory mechanical claw swiftly lunged toward the Riddler. The Riddler, caught off guard, found himself seized by Muccio, who executed a precise pressure point technique, rendering him momentarily immobilized. Blizzard. As the Riddler's subordinates realized their leader was being held captive and debated their course of action, Muccio unleashed a spell akin to a summoning, invoking a blizzard. The expansive ice formations crystallized instantaneously, while the minions struggled to comprehend how their boss had been unexpectedly subdued by that Asian youth. Suddenly, piercing screams erupted from the crowd, and they soon recognized they were ensnared in a scientifically inexplicable phenomenon. The screams echoed relentlessly. The reception room, though not overly spacious, could not contain the vastness of the blizzard's reach. The armed henchmen, overwhelmed by fear, discarded their weapons and scrambled toward the exit. The door was narrow, and chaos ensued as they jostled to escape. Within moments, the battle concluded. The Riddler remained immobilized, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It dawned on him that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. "Rest assured, I shan't take your life, for you still hold value. However, your freedom must be curtailed," Muccio said nonchalantly as he opened a packet of potato chips, the crisp sound echoing as he tossed a handful into his mouth. "To be frank, you have been poisoned. The initial symptoms manifest as you currently experience immobility. After 5 days, your body will begin to react painfully, culminating in excruciating torment by the 7th day." Muccio approached the Riddler, a sinister glint in his eyes. "On the 5th day, your body will undergo grotesque transformations. Your manhood will shrink to the size of a raisin. Your intestines will twist into knots. Your stomach will begin to erode, yet your consciousness will remain painfully clear, allowing you to feel every agonizing change. It will not be until the 20th day that you meet your demise." The Riddler swallowed hard, fear gripping him as he recognized the menace posed by this enigmatic figure from the East. Chapter 85. I am not in a hurry with the Riddler in tow. Muccio strode confidently out of his territory, flanked by dozens of armed henchmen, all glaring at him with hostility. "I have changed my mind," Muccio whispered into the Riddler's ear, then produced a pouch of lime powder, removing the Riddler's green hat and showering him with it. The Riddler looked on in bewilderment, failing to grasp the significance of the actions unfolding before him. "Do you understand what will transpire? Of course you do not. The time for the poison's effects has been truncated. Should you fail to fulfill the task I set before you within 48 hours, you shall be expelled from Gotham. Tell me, do you think you will ascend to heaven or descend into hell?" Muccio mimicked the crooked smile of a Dragon King, casting a meaningful glance at the Riddler. Blizzard. After a violent snowstorm had subsided, Muccio elegantly drove away in his flying car. 5 hours later, the Riddler was finally able to move about freely. As soon as he could speak, he bellowed, "Now there are only 43 hours left." This was a situation that Muccio had overlooked. He had merely intended to prompt the Riddler into action, changing the timeline from 2 days to a more pressing deadline, neglecting to account for the time needed for the acupoint sealing. However, the Riddler did not dare to delay. He instructed his subordinates to promptly complete the tasks assigned by Muccio and personally supervise the operation, fearing that any oversight could lead to his own demise due to the poison. This enigmatic Eastern figure, the Riddler, was truly inscrutable. His methods of control, the ability to immobilize others, the instantaneous summoning of a terrifying robotic apparition that could draw him in, and the barrage of ice shards, along with the poison and the mysterious powder, forced the Riddler to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. He could not afford to gamble, for a loss would be fatal. With his life on the line, the Riddler worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the majority of tasks in under 10 hours. The final step awaited a signal from Muccio, prompting the Riddler to dial the phone number left by him. The number you have dialed is not available. The Riddler, now with dark circles under his eyes, redialed Muccio's number. Hello? The Riddler's voice was hoarse, startling Muccio, who had almost forgotten that the Riddler's poisoning had originated from his own fabrication, now rendered alarmingly real. Have you finished? Muccio activated the speakerphone, his hand still busy with other tasks. The Riddler heard sounds from the other end, which seemed to indicate that Muccio was playing a game. Are you seriously playing games while lives hang in the balance? The Riddler was nearly driven to exasperation. The Riddler swallowed his anger, attempting to calm himself. I have managed everything you requested, aside from the matter with the television station. Can I receive the antidote now? Not so fast. I have a pressing matter to attend to. I'll talk to you later. Wait. But all he heard was the busy signal. The Riddler picked up the phone, contemplating throwing in frustration, but hesitated, fearing that if Muccio called and could not reach him, it would be disastrous. His hand trembled, almost causing him to drop the phone. Another 5 hours passed, and the Riddler finally received another call from Muccio. On the other end, Muccio yawned before casually stating, I'll take a nap first. We'll chat tonight. Once again, the Riddler was left feeling utterly defeated. In Gotham's crime-ridden metropolis, any rational individual would know not to linger in the streets at dusk, waiting for criminals to brandish their weapons. Yet, exceptions exist. There are always those who seek a living under the cover of night, often found in dimly lit, ambiguous corners, awaiting clients. East District South Burn Avenue is renowned for such a scene. As night descends, the streets are often graced by numerous golden-haired, blue-eyed beauties, clad in revealing attire, who flaunt their allure. Many affluent visitors, drawn by reputation, arrive seeking amusement. However, recent events have cast a shadow over this locale. In the span of 2 days, 7 pairs of individuals, striving for a livelihood or leisure, have met their untimely demise. This has incited widespread trepidation, leaving many hesitant to conduct business or seek enjoyment. Yet, amidst this climate of fear stands one exception, Manakaso, a fearless young woman whose audacity knows no bounds. Abandoned by family and thrust into the world at an early age, she has veered onto a perilous path. Despite being informed of the recent calamities, she remains undaunted by the rumored assassin. Armed with a gun and the fierce blood of a warrior nation, she embodies resilience. As the singular entrepreneur in the red light district who operates with a firearm, Manakaso's business is moderately successful. Some are drawn to delicate maidens, others to nurturing older sisters, and still, there are those captivated by her aloof demeanor and fiery temperament. Ironically, her coldness and penchant for eye-rolling seem to attract men even more. However, tonight, her affairs have been adversely affected, while she may be unafraid of a killer. Her clientele are not so bold, who would risk their lives for a fleeting encounter. Standing alone against the chilling wind, Manakaso curses the deranged assassin, lamenting that, were it not for this sudden threat, she might not be facing a complete lack of earnings. As the night deepens and even the passing vehicles dwindle, a sense of despair washes over her. Just as she prepares to retreat to her modest lodgings, a figure approaches. Startled, she gasps, recognizing the intruder as a person. After regaining her composure, she exclaims, "You frightened me. Could you not announce your presence? What are you sneaking around for?" The individual, donned in a hat and a purple suit, remains obscured by the dim light, leaving her unable to discern their features, yet sensing an oddity about them. "Ah, beautiful lady, would you care to join me for dinner?" They propose, gesturing toward the nearby, 5-star hotel. "Are you willing?" The jester removes their hat, performing a gentlemanly bow, revealing green hair and a ghostly pallor that unsettles Manakaso. Nonetheless, the prospect of earning money takes precedence, since her foray into this world. She has never been selective with customers. Besides, the invitation to dine at a 5-star establishment piques her interest. Typically, clients boast of their wealth and influence, enticing her to exert herself further. But this time, what does it mean to dine first? Manakaso finds the notion perplexing, questioning the intent behind such an unconventional approach. The jester playfully brushes her hair aside, casting a flirtatious glance her way. If the gaze were directed at Harley Quinn, it might have been effective, but it is evident that she is not swayed by such antics. I'm sorry, you must pay first. I refuse to be deceived. Mana firmly declined. All right, I'll give you the money, the Joker said, reaching into his pocket. Above them, a dark figure silently observed everything. Chapter 87, Special Program 1. In the past few days, multiple corpses had been discovered in the red light district of East Burn Avenue, each victim wearing a smile on their face. Batman immediately recognized that the Joker had struck again. This evening, he was determined to capture the Joker. Fortune smiled upon Batman as the Joker indeed appeared. The Joker was rummaging through his pockets, and Batman, since the moment had arrived, he leapt from the heights, heading straight for the Joker's position. "I've got you," Batman exclaimed, seizing the Joker and pressing a batarang against his throat, demanding his surrender. This man is a psychopathic killer. You must flee for your life." "Ha! Am I invisible?" Before Batman could collect his thoughts, the Joker disregarded the batarang and, turning his head, sprayed an unknown substance directly into Batman's face. "I want to allow you to escape." "Escape? I'm here to capture you." The Joker cackled wickedly. An unknown terror engulfed Bruce Wayne. The surroundings were dim and dry. They found themselves in an empty warehouse. In the center stood a colossal arena, a steel cage used for illegal fights. Upon the arena, there was a chair, and upon that chair sat a man. Batman, Gotham's last bastion of justice, found himself shackled to the seat. Fortunately, his mask remained intact, for the Joker had no desire to unveil Batman's true identity just yet. That would be far too mundane, wouldn't it? He wished to strip Batman of his reputation first, then remove his mask for the world to see his face. Meanwhile, at Gotham City Television, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "MMPF." The guards at the station had been bound like dumplings. No one knew the intentions of the armed intruders who had stormed in. Were they here to rob the station? What did they possibly steal? Move the satellite dish and sell it for scrap? The Riddler had no time to explain to his henchmen. They simply needed to follow orders. In the studio, the Riddler, wielding his signature question mark staff, surveyed the staff members. "Raise your hands if you wish to live." Upon hearing this, every staff member raised their hands in unison. "Excellent. Tonight's show can commence." In an ordinary three-person household in Gotham City, a young girl sat watching television while her parents busied themselves in the kitchen. On the screen, a peculiar man was speaking into a microphone, discussing explosions and Batman. The little girl, unable to comprehend and uninterested in the tedious program, changed the channel. The same scene greeted her. She switched channels again, only to encounter the same odd man. Finally, she turned off the television, then turned it back on again. Once again, we find ourselves amidst familiar faces and well-known streets. "Mother, come take a look. The television has malfunctioned." This scenario is unfolding in every household across Gotham City. As night falls, all decent citizens retreat to the safety of their homes, waiting for dawn before venturing outside. Within the confines of their abodes, what else can they do? Even if they're not engrossed in the television's content, they might still switch it on for the sake of ambient music. Consequently, word spreads rapidly, and soon everyone realizes that the programming for the evening is decidedly peculiar. In the upper left corner, a countdown looms, while a figure clad in a green suit delivers alarming proclamations. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to tonight's Grand Gotham Spectacle." The title of today's program is Where Are We? I am your host for this evening. You may call me the Riddler. I trust you are all quite curious about this situation. Who am I? Why is this television show so bizarre? Why is every channel airing this wretched program? The answer is simple. The television stations have been commandeered by me. Oh, and let me advise those clever law enforcement officers to employ some common sense. If you come to the television station, I will obliterate this building and send the entirety of Gotham skyward, the Riddler declared, brandishing a remote control towards the camera. Calling our field reporter, the scene shifted to a shaky camera capturing a dilapidated building. The next moment, the footage jolted violently, yet through the tumultuous imagery, the collapse of the structure became evident. Residents watching television were startled by a thunderous sound echoing from outside, realizing that the absurd figure on their screens was not jesting. The demolition of the abandoned building had been a specific instruction from the Riddler. His rationale was that causing harm to the living would yield counterproductive results. If everyone fled to the streets, who would remain indoors to watch television? Oh yes, I revel in such spectacles. I am confident that you, dear viewers, share my enthusiasm. The Riddler waved his question mark scepter. Now, allow me to share a secret with you. Such explosives are scattered throughout Gotham. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Gotham were plunged into panic. Hold on. Don't rush into the streets. I anticipated your instinct to flee, but I truly advise against it. For the explosives in the streets far outnumber those in any other location, the Riddler warned. Well then, he clapped his hands twice. The main event is about to commence. But first, let me introduce our star for the evening. He is Gotham's greatest hero, a saint. He cannot endure the suffering of the oppressed. He will not tolerate the wicked provoking the law. A mere mortal, he stands against all the villains of Gotham. Magnificent, is he not? Impressive indeed? Does his presence not instill within you a profound sense of safety? As if returning home after an exhausting day, the moment he sinks into the bathtub, his presence offers a fleeting respite from the grim realities of this filthy city. Oh, as I recount his tale, tears well up. The Riddler pretends to wipe away non-existent tears. If one day this individual were to reveal the thoughts concealed beneath his mask of righteousness, I wonder if you would crumble. Truth be told, how could such a seemingly flawless person be devoid of dark thoughts? Observing you hopeless souls, destined to eventually seek vengeance upon society, he might as well detonate a bomb and send you soaring to the heavens, quicker perhaps. Thus, the scene you've been anticipating is about to unfold. Tonight's grand finale, orchestrated by none other than Batman himself. Gotham shall be set ablaze in this ultimate cinematic spectacle. Let us now welcome the second live host. The Riddler's voice booms with authority, causing every heartbeat to quicken. The broadcast abruptly cuts to black, plunging all televisions into darkness. In the next moment, a beam of light pierces the gloom, guiding the camera towards the stage, as if heralding the commencement of a dramatic performance, accompanied by exhilarating music, revealing the silhouette of a figure. The guardian of Gotham for years, the Dark Knight Batman. Chapter 88, Special Program 2. It was a night unlike any other. That evening, a young Bruce Wayne attended a screening of the newly released Zorro with his parents. This night altered the course of Bruce Wayne's life, giving rise to the Batman we know today. Yet, tonight is also exceptional. All are about to witness Batman's descent into darkness. No one comprehends the true thoughts of this great bat. When it comes to villains, he inflicts injuries but refrains from taking lives. Even the most heinous of criminals, those responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, only face a severe beating at his hands before being confined to Arkham Asylum. Everyone prays that the inmates of Arkham do not escape. However, there will always be a few miscreants who flit between Gotham and the asylum, periodically breaking free. Countless souls question Batman's rationale. He would rather allow more innocents to fall victim to evil than take a villain's life. No one can definitively declare whether Batman is right or wrong. Yet, in a certain regard, he has indeed curbed the spread of crime. Thus, it seems no one can fault Batman. After all, without him, the situation would be far worse. Suddenly, the camera focuses on the stage as the Joker leaps into view, startling the audience. He licks his lips, a wicked grin sending shivers down many spines. Parents are advised to accompany their children for the upcoming scenes. Let us welcome today's protagonist to the stage. Tajda. The Joker synchronized his lips, directing the camera's focus towards Batman on stage. As the scene remained fixed on Batman, the voice of the Joker echoed through the television. Surely, you are all familiar with his existence, are you not? In truth, Batman has succumbed to darkness. Ha. I'm not being alarmist. What sane individual would don the guise of a bat and roam the night? Ha. He is merely a deranged lunatic. You have all been played. Fear not, for you should know that I, too, am one of his minions, including that fool in the green hat you just saw. At this moment, the Joker seized the opportunity to taunt the Riddler. Now you understand why we villains find ourselves confined in Arkham Asylum, only to be released after a few months, do you not? Ha. This game of cops and robbers is truly delightful. However, we have no desire to continue playing, for there is little fun left. Since we have come this far, your lives are of little consequence. This game ends here, tonight. Let our puppet master, Batman, himself press the button that will send you all skyward, as effortlessly as ringing a doorbell. Shall we begin, my dear master? Upon the Joker's completion of his speech, the electric cuffs binding Batman were released. What do you intend to do? Batman shouted, rushing to the iron bars of his cage. However, before Batman could move, the Joker had already severed the sound, his face still in the spotlight. The audience gazed upon this pale-skinned, green-haired madman as if he were a fool. You see, I warned you long ago about being locked in Arkham Asylum. The voice of Muccio emerged from the shadows beside the stage. You? Batman exclaimed in disbelief, following the sound. It is I, yet not entirely. Muccio stepped into the light, quietly observing Batman before he broke into a chilling laugh. That laughter was even more terrifying than the Joker's. Ha ha. I have long told you, ha ha. But you did not listen. Muccio seemed to be relaying a humorous tale, while others remained oblivious to the situation, finding amusement in his mirth. After a moment, Muccio composed himself. The person you know is not me. Batman was puzzled. To put simply, one thought leads to heaven, another to hell. The Master's intellect was still sharp. He grasped the underlying message from Muccio. What do you truly intend to do? Muccio snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, a remote control descended from above the stage. This device could detonate the explosives I've planted throughout Gotham. The city is laden with them, and at this point, no one can escape their fate. Why? Tell me, why would you do this? Batman knew of an individual amassing explosives, but before he could trace this thread to its source, he had already fallen into the trap. Why? There's no particular reason. I simply seek a bit of amusement, Muccio casually remarked. It's rather dull here. May I play some music? That little Mass in B minor by Bach, please. He gestured to the clown's accomplice. Before long, the warehouse resonated with cheerful melodies. Muccio approached Batman, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Do you know? That foolish fellow idolizes you. Yet I perceive you as a mere buffoon. Batman was aware of whom Muccio referred to, and shook his head. I don't understand why you must act this way. The citizens of Gotham are innocent. Shoo! Muccio interrupted Batman's counsel. Innocent? How laughable it is to hear such words from your lips. Count the number of villains who have escaped from Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Prison. The outcome of their encounters with you is merely a one-way ticket to what resembles a sanctuary. After a brief, monotonous holiday, they return to Gotham with swagger. You see, I've always believed you treat them as toys. Gotham is your playground. But that is of little importance now. Tonight, Gotham will be blown to smithereens by your hand. Muccio continued his monologue, while Batman scarcely absorbed his words, preoccupied with devising an escape. Stop pondering, Muccio declared. I have stripped you of all your equipment. If it weren't for the fear of not being able to broadcast, I would have even removed your tight-fitting suit. He made a jest, though it lacked humor. What do you intend to do? Batman realized he could not escape for the moment and needed to buy time to pacify this individual before him. Quite simply, I will control you to press the button, and Gotham will be engulfed in a thunderous explosion. Muccio gestured dramatically, arms wide, signifying an enormous blast radius. But I know you don't possess that much explosive material, Batman countered, having investigated the amount of explosives the mysterious individual had procured. If the threat were as grave as annihilating Gotham, he would have already formulated a response. Oh, so you're aware, are you? No matter. Muccio waggled his index finger. Even if you were to obliterate thousands, you would thereafter be a despised rat in Gotham, forever shunned from the light. After all, the audience will only believe their own eyes. Who could exonerate you for pressing that detonation button? Batman clenched his fists tightly, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. He had anticipated such a day. From the moment he first encountered Muccio, he had considered how to evade the terrifying control he wielded. Yet to this day, he had not developed a suitable suit to counter it. Are you ready then, dear Batman? Wait. Batman relented, inclining his head slightly toward Muccio. I acknowledge my past misdeeds. However, the citizens are innocent. I implore you. As Batman continued to speak, his hand instinctively rose, covering his mouth. This was the effect of the shadow mimicry technique. Muccio had no desire to listen to Batman's evasive rhetoric. Batman's attempts at diversion paled in comparison to the prowess of others. However, how could I have forgotten this matter? The Joker. Simply cut the audio and let the audience focus on the visuals. He had just been contemplating silencing Batman, lest his plan be unveiled, but now it was live. And the signal was firmly in his grasp, not subject to his whims. Upon hearing Muccio's words, the Joker activated the audio recording. Dear viewers, the advertisement break has concluded. Now, let the main event commence. So let us begin. With that, he silenced the broadcast once more, directing the camera towards Batman. On stage, Batman awaited the descent of the detonator from above. The lives of certain individuals in Gotham were about to be extinguished. In truth, I hold a certain admiration for you. Since the audio had been cut, Muccio could not resist continuing his taunts towards Batman. But you really ought to spend some time in Arkham yourself. Prepare to take the fall for this, Batman. As Muccio and Batman moved in synchrony, Batman seized the plummeting detonator, aiming it at the camera. Ready to press the button. 3, 2, 1. Was the explosion? The Joker waited several seconds, yet no sound emerged. Was there no bomb planet nearby? He pondered this possibility, and thus, he turned on the audio recording again. I wonder how many viewers just met their demise. If you're still watching, consider yourself fortunate. Those who aren't will never see again. Is it truly so? Batman comprehended better than anyone that his finger had brushed the button, yet he refrained from pressing it. Quick, think of something, Batman. I can't maintain control for long. Muccio shouted, his voice now more composed. Although Batman could not see the footage, he surmised the situation. Had another of Gotham's heroes returned? This moment exemplified why Batman surpassed other superheroes. From the instant he laid eyes on Muccio, he had been on guard against him. Now was the opportune moment. Batman, under Muccio's control, held his hands before his chest, the remote control tantalizingly close. If he could sabotage the detonator, the explosives would not detonate. Did Batman have a plan? Indeed, he did. It resided within his mouth. Nestled between his wisdom teeth was a small device, designed specifically to counteract the scenarios that might arise should Muccio gain control over him. Batman had already verified that Muccio possessed two methods of control, one that required proximity and another that could be executed from a distance. However, the latter had a fatal flaw. The individual under control could still move their tongue. If Batman could extract the device from the gap between his wisdom teeth and position it near his mouth, he could spit it towards the detonator. Pop! The remote control was pierced by the minuscule spherical device. No matter how one looked at it, the detonator had been destroyed. Damn it! The Joker exclaimed upon witnessing this turn of events, realizing that something had gone awry. However, I had anticipated this layer long ago. Today marks the day of reckoning for you, Batman, and your companion, the end of autumn. With a mere gesture, the Joker summoned an immense sound from the warehouse's ceiling. In an instant, a colossal iron cage descended from above, ensnaring both Muccio and himself within its confines. Indeed, the Joker would never stoop to assisting others, as that would betray his very principles. Ha ha ha, did you not expect this? The Joker activated the sound channel of the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have eagerly awaited is finally upon us. What follows is the main event of the evening. What are you planning to do? Muccio halted his shadow mimicry, and just as Batman was about to act, he rushed to the iron cage, striking the iron net. Do not be hasty, Batman. Look above you. Does it not seem familiar? Above Batman, another detonator, identical to the previous one, descended. Haha, did you not anticipate another? Hold on. Before you destroy it, listen closely to what I have to say before you act. What do you want? The Joker approached the stage, smiling at Batman. Quite simply, if you press that button, you will save the life of the individual in the adjacent cage. Do not be so quick to reject. I will reveal to you the location of the bomb controlled by this detonator. The Joker snapped his fingers. A henchman rolled out a television set, displaying footage from Arkham Asylum. What do you think? Trading the lives of a group of criminals for this young man's life is quite the bargain, is it not? The Joker grinned sinisterly, eagerly awaiting Batman's response. In truth, the bomb was not buried within the asylum, but rather scattered throughout the streets of Gotham. The detonator was identical, and the locations of the explosions were the same. If Batman refused the demand, Muccio would perish before him. Conversely, should Batman press the button, his principle of not taking lives would become a farce. Upon leaving, he would discover that he had obliterated Gotham, a flawless plan indeed. Should Batman fall for this ruse, he would surely be driven to despair, to madness. Observing Batman's turmoil, the Joker sensed it was time to stoke the flames further. Come fort, he called into the darkness, and a towering figure emerged. It was Killer Croc. It turned out that tonight's grand performance concluded with his formidable presence. You must be familiar with him, the Joker said, bowing his head in a mock salute to Killer Croc, grandly introducing the red corner contestant. Killer Croc, let us applaud. Aside from the Joker himself, no one clapped to welcome Killer Croc, but that mattered little, as it was not a true competition. Batman, I have provided you ample time for contemplation, but during your deliberation, this frail young man must contend with this monstrous crocodile. Let us welcome the blue corner contestant. Well, never mind. There's no need to introduce a dead man's name. The match begins. As the clown fell silent, Killer Croc approached the cage that held Muccio. At that moment, Muccio noticed that the cage possessed a door that could be opened from the outside. Killer Croc stood before Muccio, who couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this towering figure, resembling a monstrous crocodile clad in a tight leather suit. Akin to Godzilla donning Ultraman's costume, an incongruous sight indeed. There was no need for inquiry. The premonition had indeed come to fruition. Muccio had long anticipated the clown's schemes. The clown believed he was on the second level, yet in reality, what he perceived as the second level was but a mere fa-ade. For Muccio resided on the fifth. He made a face at the clown. Chapter 90. Special Program 4. Killer Croc opened the cage door, but did not rush to eliminate Muccio. Instead, he fixed a menacing gaze upon him. What? Do you recognize me? Muccio felt somewhat perplexed. Ah, at long last we meet. I shall bite off your head. Impressive. Muccio gave a thumbs up. Then, he invoked a technique. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. As the clown and Batman engaged in their verbal sparring, Muccio's chakra had replenished. Aware of the clown's backup plan, Muccio ceased his pretense, directing his shadow straight towards Killer Croc. Huh, I specifically made him wear this suit. He has never encountered your lime powder. The clown, brimming with pride, was abruptly cut short, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Muccio had successfully seized control of Killer Croc. Once under his command, Killer Croc charged towards the iron cage containing Batman, his claws tearing the cage apart with ease. With 7 seconds remaining, Muccio silently counted down, guiding Killer Croc away while raising his right hand and biting down fiercely. The pain, a searing agony. The average adult male's bite force is approximately 46 kilograms. And under Muccio's full strength, blood gushed from his arm. A shriek echoed through the empty warehouse. It was not Muccio who cried out in despair, but rather Killer Croc. Bewildered and under Muccio's control, he watched in astonishment as he inadvertently freed Batman, then charged towards the clown, gnawing at his own arm in the process. With a single bite, he rendered his own arm nearly useless. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding situation, a sudden hailstorm descended from the heavens, battering both the clown and Killer Croc, leaving them bloodied and dazed, while also hindering the clown's escape. Killer Croc lunged at the clown, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The clown felt as if he had been struck by a truck, sent flying through the air. In that final second, Muccio raised his other hand and bit down once more. For Killer Croc, the silver lining was that this last arm remained intact. The downside was, he found himself devoid of support, and the Joker was swiftly rendered unconscious by a single blow. Today, I shall undoubtedly tear you apart. Upon regaining control, Killer Croc tore through his ludicrous tight suit, emitting a bizarre cry as he charged at Muccio. The scene unfolded with Muccio and the injured Batman against Killer Croc. However, the reality was far from favorable. Batman was stripped of his gear, reduced to mere humanity, while Muccio was devoid of chakra, and the blizzard had already passed. He possessed just enough mana for a grappling hook and a thunderous slam. Yet, it was evident that he could neither incapacitate nor electrocute Killer Croc. Moreover, there was the sunflower acupoint strike. It remained uncertain whether he could effectively target such a monstrous humanoid. Muccio, unable to ponder further, decided to take the initiative. He summoned the ethereal form of the steam robot Blitz, unleashing its mechanical claw skill upon Killer Croc. The engine was primed and ready to launch. Blitz's mechanical voice reverberated through the warehouse, and with precision, a robust mechanical arm struck Killer Croc, who was in mid-charge. Before he could comprehend the nature of the assault, the world spun around him, triggering a disorienting effect. With a whoosh, the 622-pound Killer Croc was seized by Muccio as if he were a mere chick, swiftly brought before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Muccio leaped into action, targeting the Baihui acupoint atop Killer Croc's head with a vigorous jab. Executing a backflip, he connected with Killer Croc's back, transitioning into his ultimate finishing move, Thunderous Slam. Muccio bent backward, gripping Killer Croc's body tightly. The lightning triggered instantly, electrifying him thoroughly. At that moment, Batman arrived late to the fray, striving to join the battle, but the worst possible scenario unfolded. Killer Croc, seemingly unfazed, swung his fist backward, striking Muccio directly. A dull thud echoed as a figure was sent hurtling through the air. Batman attempted to intervene, but it was to no avail. Muccio crashed heavily to the ground. Coughing, His robust physique proved resilient, but the impact was substantial. Rising with grit, he bore nearly 1,000 health points. His endurance was not in vain. Meanwhile, Batman had engaged Killer Croc. After landing a punch, he quickly realized his adversary was formidable, opting to disregard his own injury in a trade-off. Not a fool, he sought to evade the massive fists of his opponent. Fortunately, Killer Croc, having sustained injuries, was somewhat impaired in movement. Otherwise, Batman would not stand a chance. What must be done? Muccio pondered from a distance, sensing impending doom. Stripped of his equipment, Batman was utterly incapable of confronting Killer Croc with mere hand-to-hand combat. While Batman and Killer Croc engaged in a relentless cat-and-mouse game, Muccio racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I too am afflicted with foolishness. Why am I contemplating how to eliminate Killer Croc at this moment? Could I not simply flee? Muccio, belatedly aware of the situation, nonetheless refrained from abandoning Batman to make a hasty escape. After all, it would render the earlier foreshadowing meaningless, and the emotional investment would be for naught. This entire endeavor would be in vain. Formulating a strategy, Muccio stealthily approached Killer Croc. Out of the corner of his eye, Batman noticed Muccio's advance and blinked. In a display of martial prowess, Bruce Wayne executed a calculated strike that severely injured Killer Croc. Despite having grappled with Batman for what felt like an eternity without so much as grazing his cloak, Killer Croc was now incensed after being struck himself. Just as he lunged at Batman in a fit of rage, a voice echoed from behind him. You resemble a gecko rather than a fearsome reptilian killer. Do you think you're engaged in crocodilian affairs? Why don't you kneel and clean my shoes? Did your curry ancestors neglect to teach you manners? Watch as I send you flying with a single punch. Upon hearing these words, Killer Croc was truly enraged, and he recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to that insufferable Muccio, the one who had taunted him time and again, who had covered his delivery fees, who had repaired his door on 2 occasions, and who had left him waiting in a warehouse for several days. All of this was the doing of Muccio. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and disregarding Batman, he turned with a grotesque snarl, his eyes wide with fury as if he intended to devour the person behind him. Batman sensed the impending danger. This giant was genuinely furious. He executed a kick that connected with Killer Croc's shoulder, but it barely caused him to stagger. Fueled by an overwhelming resentment, Killer Croc's mind raced through a myriad of painful memories. The abuse from his aunt, the taunts of his classmates, and the image of Muccio's demise. However, Killer Croc's limited life experience led him to misinterpret the figure he turned to confront. It was not Muccio or anything significant, but rather an ordinary shovel. Chapter 91. I officially take residence in Arkham. There exists a well-known Western proverb, the tears of a crocodile. It is said that crocodiles shed tears while consuming their prey, leading people to believe that these reptiles weep out of compassion for the creatures they devour. However, the truth is that crocodiles experience no sorrow. On the contrary, they're quite content. Their tears are a physiological response to keep their eyes moist when on land, and they shed tears to regulate the salt levels in their bodies following a meal. Thus, the notion that crocodiles weep out of empathy for their food is fundamentally misguided. Why bring this up? The killer crocodile's eyes have mutated into those of a regular crocodile. In other words, the killer crocodile's eyes are brimming with tears, far more than a typical human's. Muccio had just thrown a generous handful of lime into the killer crocodile's eyes. Lime in the eyes is an exceedingly perilous affair. Being alkaline, lime can dissolve fats and proteins, quickly permeating deep into tissues upon contact, leading to cellular decomposition and necrosis. Consequently, the ramifications of an alkaline burn are significantly severe. The moment that handful of lime touched the killer crocodile's eyeball, the creature realized it was doomed. Pain instantly engulfed its poor little brain. It hurt, truly hurt. Just by observing its writhing on the ground, one could discern its distress. However, Muccio had no intention of showing it compassion. Saving it would hardly elicit gratitude from the killer crocodile. It would be fortunate if it didn't seek revenge on the spot. Thus, Muccio pulled the still conflicted Batman and dashed towards the exit. Let us go. Are you a saint? It's not going to die. Look, it can still touch the ice on the ground. The ice on the ground was a remnant of the blizzard Muccio had just summoned. And it was this very ice that prevented the killer crocodile from going completely blind. Upon reaching the entrance of the warehouse, Muccio noticed a figure lying on the ground. It was the Joker. This unfortunate soul had just been knocked unconscious by the killer crocodile's punch. His minions had long fled in fear, leaving no one to care for the Joker's fate. He was headed straight to Arkham Asylum. Muccio hoisted the Joker onto the flying vehicle and bid farewell to Batman, promising to meet at the asylum's entrance shortly. 1 hour later, at Arkham Asylum's entrance, Muccio arrived, swaying with the Joker, who resembled a lifeless pig. Batman had been waiting there for quite some time. Phew, that was exhausting. But thankfully I didn't need fuel, Muccio remarked, to which Batman seemed puzzled about why a go-kart would not require fuel. Did it need charging instead? I have him secured for several hours, so don't worry. Muccio lifted the Joker, ready to enter Arkham Asylum. Wait. Batman swiftly stopped the swaggering Muccio. If you take another half step forward, you'll be turned into a sieve. Batman pointed to the security device above the main gate. Hold on. I'll call someone to open the door. Batman picked up an unfamiliar device and spoke a few words into it. Shortly after, the gate opened automatically. You stay here. I'll go in. Batman approached Muccio to take the Joker. Hey, are you trying to take credit? Muccio stepped back significantly. What do you mean by credit? This is my capture. It's as if I've earned a merit. Muccio pouted. There is no reward for this. Unable to counter Muccio's argument, Batman reluctantly nodded. All right, if you wish, then come along. Batman led the way, and the two entered Arkham Asylum without obstruction. This was not Muccio's first visit. During her previous encounter with the director, she had merely ventured into the adjacent office area, completely unaware of the internal layout of this so-called mental institution. Is it truly this ominous? Upon stepping into the main building, Muccio felt an overwhelming discomfort. The damp chill barely captured the essence of the place. Her immediate impression was that this hospital was likely haunted. In such a location, are you truly certain that confining those you deem mentally unstable is for their treatment? It was far more terrifying than prison. Muccio couldn't help but express her disdain for Batman. Although Batman and Muccio had grown somewhat familiar through the trials of the night, he maintained a stoic demeanor, ignoring her presence entirely. This room is already open. Just toss him in. He indicated towards room 0801. With Batman's directive, Muccio unceremoniously shoved the Joker inside. The sound of a thud resonated as the Joker made intimate contact with the cold floor. Task completed, she brushed the dust off her attire. Batman remained silent, stepping into room 0801 and leaving the door partially ajar. What was he doing? Muccio was puzzled. After a considerable wait, Batman emerged, holding the Joker's entire ensemble. Goodness, had he stripped the Joker of all his clothing? One could only imagine the scene. Muccio felt a warmth creep up her neck, embarrassed and disinclined to dwell on it. All right, let us go, Batman remarked, disregarding Muccio's peculiar gaze as he firmly shut the cell door, leaving the naked Joker sprawled on the cement floor. The Joker had awakened from his unconscious state, yet thanks to Muccio's prior actions, he found himself immobilized. The once formidable figure who had dominated Gotham's underbelly was now engulfed in fear. He believed Batman to be deranged. Little did he expect the reality of Batman's actions. Seizing the opportunity while the Joker was unable to move, Batman had left him utterly bare, not even a shred of clothing remaining. Just as the Joker felt Batman's hands probing, he wished for nothing more than to escape this world. Fortunately, Batman was merely inspecting for any concealed dangerous items or escape tools, harboring no further intentions against him. The Joker exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside the door, Batman and Muccio exchanged glances, both awaiting the other to speak. After a prolonged silence, it was Batman who finally broke the stillness. You don't wish to leave, do you? Muccio nodded in affirmation. For Gotham's citizens to feel safer, I must remain here, she declared with righteous resolve. Her demeanor so compelling that even Batman found it difficult to meet her gaze, as if she radiated a luminous aura. Are you truly certain? This place houses the most notorious criminals, yet I can introduce you to the finest psychiatrist in the world. Batman was once again interrupted by Muccio as he attempted to cast a spell. I feel him coming again. Quickly, lock me up in a cell. Any cell will do. Muccio clutched his throat, kneeling in agony on the floor. Batman, with no other option, confined Muccio to the adjacent room of the Joker. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. In Muccio's mind, a long-forgotten system voice echoed. Ding! Current check-in completion rate at Arkham Asylum, 131. Dog system. Can't you just count it as 28 days? Damn it. Muccio felt a pang in his nose. Tears streaming down his face. Not because he needed tears to moisten his eyes, but because the smell in this cell was utterly grotesque. Who has defiled this place? It was unbearable. Batman, have you left? I was wrong. I regret it. Come back. Chapter 92. My eccentric cellmate last night. An inexplicable grand spectacle left Gotham's citizens in a daze. As they witnessed Batman about to press the detonator, their hearts raced, fearing they might truly meet their demise. Then, a bewildering twist occurred, resembling nothing short of theatrical drama. Subsequently, the broadcast abruptly cut off, leaving everyone in suspense regarding who had perished the previous night. As dawn broke, darkness dissipated. All of Gotham began tallying casualties. The count? 1. This solitary casualty was merely the result of overwhelming fear. An individual, while serving hot soup, trembled and scalded their foot. Thus, the populace crafted their own narratives about the events of last night. Most believed it was merely a prank orchestrated by the television station. Only a handful sensed something amiss, yet lacked substantial evidence. After all, no one in Gotham had actually died, right? Consequently, Batman faced no repercussions. Muccio even returned his stripped gear. As the adage goes, the observer is often perplexed. Bruce Wayne pondered Muccio's intentions. To him, the previous evening's events appeared as though Muccio was merely toying with him, with the aim of checking into Arkham. The notion of multiple personalities seemed more like a jest for the foolish. But why seek residence in Arkham Asylum? Was it to rescue the inmates? That notion felt flawed. If there were a conspiracy, it was curious that upon their first encounter, Muccio had expressed a desire to reside in Arkham, speaking of it with the same fervor as one might describe a dream of owning a grand villa. The anticipation, the yearning, it felt like the ultimate aspiration of life. Hardly indicative of deceit. I have a dream. I wish to live in a mental institution. It's so boring being alone at home, without friends or companionship. Inside, everyone is talented, articulate, and I truly adore it there. Such statements seem indicative of an unstable mind rather than a hidden agenda, devoid of ulterior motives. The astute Batman found himself in a state of bewilderment. He remained unaware that Muccio had entered Arkham merely to clock in. Presently, he would not comprehend it, nor would he ever. Batman was still the same Batman, and Gotham remained unchanged. The sole distinction was the presence of a seemingly vulnerable young man, destined to be bullied within the fearsome confines of Arkham Asylum. As dawn broke, Frank Bowers, a guard at the asylum, arrived for his shift, perplexed to discover 2 new occupants in the temporary holding cell. What was the situation? Had Batman once again dispatched someone in the dead of night? Regardless, Bowers, merely a man earning his wage, had no qualms about who was brought in. His duties must continue. Peering through the peephole at room 0801, he observed a figure with green hair, utterly naked and shivering in the corner. Indeed, it was no wonder the damp, chilly holding cell was uncomfortable, especially for someone stripped bare. Glancing next at room 0802, his confusion deepened. Inside was the fool who had previously sought an audience with the director to arrange for his stay at the asylum. How had he ended up confined here in the middle of the night, in such dismal conditions? This was a place designated for the temporary detention of serious offenders, and one would not typically end up in such a location even after paying for their crimes. Hey kid, I have a question for you. Bowers rapped on the door. Muccio, already struggling to sleep due to the foul stench of the room, sprang to his feet at the sound of someone calling him from outside. Quick, quick, quick. Get me transferred to another room. This place is dirtier than a public restroom at a train station. Bowers chuckled, having never heard a prisoner make such a request. Do you think this is a place where your demands will be met? 100,000, Muccio declared. All right, Bowers responded, his expression shifting dramatically. Upon hearing the mention of money, he nodded eagerly. He was not concerned about being deceived by Muccio, as the latter had no means of escape. Moreover, this fool had previously offered him a substantial tip of several $1,000s to facilitate his admission. While not a fortune, it indicated that the individual was willing to part with his money. Furthermore, temporary holding cells were not designed for prolonged stays. Once inmates underwent their evaluations, they would be transferred to the more secure depths of the asylum. Bowers delightedly anticipated making a windfall of 100,000, and as for how the payment would be procured, he would simply rely on the young man's friends. Should they fail to comply, well, he would be prepared to administer some harsh treatment. Unbeknownst to him, Muccio had already been teleported away after clocking in. They were merely exploiting one another. Accompanied by a squad of heavily armed guards, Muccio was escorted to the radiology department, a facility designated for examining inmates for contraband. After a thorough examination, Muccio successfully secured his long-desired admission to the asylum. True to his word, Frank Bowers arranged for Muccio to be moved to a different cell. In truth, one does not linger long in the temporary holding cell. Upon entering this cramped space, Muccio could not help but curse Frank Bowers. No matter how foul the previous room had been, at least it was a single occupancy. Now, however, this room, goodness, was akin to a communal dormitory with bunk beds. The toilet was situated right at the entrance, devoid of any partition. This meant that all 7 occupants of this tiny cell would be forced to endure the scent of one another's excretions. It is not entirely Frank Bowers' fault. He did not wish to assign Muccio to a subpar cell. The unfortunate truth was that he lacked the authority to do so. His responsibilities were confined to monitoring the entrance and overseeing the conditions of the temporary holding cell's inmates, with no further influence over the arrangements. In stark contrast, the Joker received far superior treatment. This notorious figure, feared throughout Gotham, was granted a solitary room, designated as 0801, which would forever remain his domain, never to be occupied by another. He enjoyed the luxury of a private toilet and a separate bed, free from the disturbances of roommates, odors, or snoring. How splendid! Yet, it is essential to remember that this was a space reserved for a supervillain. The Joker was a man who had taken countless lives, certainly at least several hundred, and had robbed nearly 10 banks. Such a criminal would have met a swift end in any other facility. The notion of residing in a cell would have been laughable. In contrast, Muccio was a nameless entity, unknown to all. Even during his encounter with Batman the previous night, he remained shrouded in shadows, his identity concealed. It was only later, when the Joker turned the tide, that onlookers mistakenly perceived the Asian man ensnared in a descending iron cage as merely a victim, nothing more. The broadcast footage had already depicted Muccio controlling Killer Croc as he charged at the Joker, inadvertently damaging the camera in the process. No one recognized the significance of this Asian figure, and thus he was relegated to an inferior cell. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, Muccio's fellow inmates were not ordinary petty criminals found in typical prisons. This was Arkham Asylum. One must possess a certain degree of deviance to be deemed worthy of residency. This became evident the moment Muccio stepped into the cell. "Hey, what are you drooling over?" he queried, as he received his unwelcome welcome. Chapter 93. You are truly appetizing outside Gotham at Arkham Asylum. The infamous Cell 26 welcomed a new member today, an Asian man possessing a delicate appearance, which was often favored in the prison hierarchy. What are you all staring at? Muccio stood at the cell door, exchanging glances with his 7 fellow inmates. "Humph, kid, your bunk is right by the door," grunted a burly bald man, indicating the empty bed adjacent to the toilet. The bed was rudimentary, merely a wooden plank, devoid of sheets or even a pillow. Here, there isn't even a pillow? As Muccio approached the vacant bed, he surveyed his own sleeping quarters and then glanced enviously at the neatly arranged bedding of others, rendered speechless. No one responded to him. The cell fell into a profound silence. With no other recourse, Muccio reclined on the hard wooden bed, lost in thought. He was unaware of how much time had passed until a loud, resounding noise jolted him back to reality. Almost immediately, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses. At the entrance, a corpulent black man was engaged in an unseemly act. The man's ample posterior completely obscured the toilet, making it appear as though he were seated upon a chair rather than a lavatory. The odor was overwhelming. Yet what could he possibly say? Muccio hastily grabbed his clothing to shield his nose. With another loud noise, he thought he could even hear the echoes of flatulence emanating from the toilet. It was repulsive. The stench was unbearable. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having hastily allowed Batman to confine him to Arkham. Batman, despite his good intentions, had inadvertently done him a disservice. He did not want Muccio to suffer the same fate as the more dangerous criminals locked away in solitary confinement. In this multi-occupancy cell, the inmates had committed lesser offenses, often serving only a year or 2 of rehabilitation before being reintegrated into society. Thus, Muccio found himself in the most deplorable conditions imaginable. The sole benefit was the opportunity to bask in sunlight and engage in conversation. After several more loud sounds, the hefty man finally concluded his business. He wiped himself and flushed the toilet, which promptly became clogged. Whether it was due to an excess of waste or a flawed design of the toilet remained uncertain. Water began to overflow, and it was impossible for Muccio to ignore the situation, given his proximity to the toilet. The suffocating scene before him made his stomach churn, nearly prompting him to vomit. "Hey, newcomer!" The large man beckoned. The toilet's clogged. Holding his nose, Muccio was baffled by the summons. Why was he being called over for a clogged toilet? Was he meant to play the fool? "Come over and fix it," the man insisted. Muccio pointed to himself, his expression one of disbelief. "Yes, you. Hurry up and get to work," the man demanded. "Why should I be the one to unclog it when it was your doing?" Muccio retorted defiantly. "If I call you, you better come without delay. Do you want to die, kid?" A bearded inmate from an adjacent bed shoved Muccio's bunk, threatening him. "All right, you wanted to fix the toilet? Very well, I'll see to it properly." Muccio rose, stretching his limbs. "Hurry up," the hefty man urged. In response to the man's impatience, Muccio uttered a phrase in Japanese, ninjutsu, shadow mimicry technique. His skills struck the man directly. Adjusting his position, Muccio directed the man to face the toilet. Once aimed correctly, he controlled the man's hand and thrust it directly into the toilet. "What is happening? What is this?" There's a demon. There's a demon. The hefty man attributed his predicament to a supernatural force as he rummaged through the waste in the toilet, causing water to spill everywhere. A foul stench enveloped the air. Muccio, repulsed by the odor, instinctively covered his nose with his hand. In that moment, he failed to notice that he had lifted the hand that the portly fellow had used to rummage through excrement. The rotund man found himself smeared with his own filth, his face a grotesque canvas of horror. "Oh!" The sound of retching echoed through the room as two curious onlookers, both new arrivals, succumbed to nausea. They'd been perched on the upper bunk near the toilet, witnessing the bizarre turn of events unfold before their eyes. Though they were unaware of why the plump man had suddenly lashed out in madness, the sight was undeniably revolting, prompting them to lean against the headboard and purge their stomachs onto the floor. "Damn it!" Muccio exclaimed, hearing the commotion above him, hastily retreating to the safety of his bunk. Thankfully, he avoided the misfortune of having vomit rain upon him. The room was filled with the acrid scent of sick and excrement, rendering it intolerable for anyone to remain there. "Are you out of your mind?" A tattooed, muscular Caucasian man rose to his feet, unleashing a torrent of anger. Observing his reproach towards the portly man, Muccio discerned that this individual was likely the leader of the cell. Yet, he paid little heed to the opinions of others. Since the hefty man had foolishly invited his own demise, Muccio resolved to escalate the chaos, preparing to unleash his own contribution. He aimed with precision and took a deep breath. In that instant, the inhabitants of the cell bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. The portly man stood before the toilet, his expression one of impending doom. He inhaled deeply, but contrary to what everyone anticipated, he was not preparing for a deep breath. Rather, he inhaled a mouthful of foul sewage. Like a practiced swimmer, he plunged headfirst into the toilet. Gurgling sounds emanated from the depths of the bowl. Unbeknownst to the others, Muccio mirrored the portly man's actions, opening his mouth to draw in the rancid air, suppressing the urge to vomit and swallowing hard. 5 seconds. A full 5 seconds passed. The hefty man had nearly exhausted the contents of the toilet. The time of control had elapsed. The unfortunate soul had succumbed to asphyxiation amidst the filth, a moment that might have been his most fortunate, for if he had remained conscious, the experience would have surely been more harrowing. Apart from Muccio, the orchestrator of this chaos, all others in the cell were left in a state of shock. What was happening? A legendary concoction? Drink up, brothers. Let's go. From that day forth, a terrifying legend began to circulate within Arkham Asylum. It was said that once, a man who disrespected the toilet was punished by the toilet god, forced to consume his own excrement. Of course, this was a fantastical version. There were more credible tales, suggesting that the portly man was simply insane, capable of any bizarre act. Rumors circulated that he had been driven mad by the asylum's doctors. And finally, there were ludicrous tales of a returning Dragon King. One day, an unremarkable Asian lad moved into Arkham, and his presence went largely unnoticed by the others. Suddenly, an audacious individual of African descent provoked the seemingly ordinary Asian boy, who then revealed his true identity, leaving everyone astounded. He was none other than the Dragon King. The return of the Dragon King was met with chaos, culminating in a cacophony of screams as the guards were summoned, and immediately everyone was relocated to different quarters. It was simply untenable for anyone to reside in that cell until it was thoroughly cleansed of the filth that had accumulated on the floor. Muccio finally acquired his own pillow and bedding, no longer needing to endure the discomfort of a hard cot. Yet, he still found himself dissatisfied with his circumstances. Even in an asylum, he yearned for better living conditions. He would not shy away from committing a minor offense if it meant improving his situation. Chapter 94. I cannot eat in the Arkham Asylum cafeteria. The horrific events of the morning had spread like wildfire by the time lunch was served. Despite the inappropriateness of discussing such a grotesque affair during mealtime, the news was so bizarre that even the residents of Arkham, who were themselves quite unhinged, found it utterly disturbing. Muccio, holding a bowl of mashed potatoes, gazed despondently at his lunch. After the recent events, he truly found it difficult to swallow this suspicious-looking food. As he waited in line for his meal, all that remained for him was the mashed potatoes. The fruits and bread, which were supposed to be distributed equally, had already been snatched up by those ahead of him. The guards turned a blind eye to the situation. Arkham was not a prison in the traditional sense, although it was far stricter than one. The area where Muccio found himself was designated for minor offenders, and the guards were not particularly stringent with this unstable group. It was a miracle if these individuals managed not to pour their meals over their heads or to douse their trousers in soup. And yet one expected them to adhere to any semblance of order. It was merely a matter of greedy souls taking more food than their share. To put it plainly, the food provided by the asylum was woefully insufficient. Everyone, from the top down, was aware that various positions within the institution were rife with corruption, and the cafeteria was a particularly lucrative role, with those in charge enjoying ample provisions. This was a recent improvement. In the past, those at the back of the line had little hope of receiving any food at all. The dire situation had only slightly improved thanks to a recent donation from Bruce Wayne. Muccio sighed as he surveyed the scant offerings before him, ultimately deciding to take a tiny bite. Just as the mashed potatoes approached his lips, a nearby figure forcefully knocked Muccio's spoon from his hand. "Newcomer, do you not understand the rules? You dare sit down to eat without inquiring whose territory this is?" snarled a tall, lean African-American man. Exhaling profoundly, Muccio felt no urge to retaliate. Instead, he found a strange sense of relief in the moment. When someone provokes him, it is even better, as it saves him the effort of seeking trouble elsewhere. He yearns to stir up more chaos, perhaps even secure a private room. "Hey, you there, I'm talking to you." The lanky provocateur began to reach for Muccio's mashed potatoes, clearly intending to pour it over his head. Muccio would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly seized the mashed potatoes and, with a resounding slap, splattered them across the provocateur's face. The lanky provocateur was taken aback, utterly shocked that this newcomer dared to retaliate against him. "You're asking for trouble." The provocateur finally regained his composure and raised his fist to strike Muccio's face. In a bizarre twist, Muccio jabbed his finger into the provocateur's armpit. The provocateur let out a piercing scream, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. His arm dangled as if dislocated, and he felt as though it had vanished entirely. Indeed, it felt as though he had lost all sensation in that arm. Terrified, he stumbled backward, calling out incoherently while retreating. The provocateur kept muttering about martial arts, as he was a fan of action films. Upon witnessing Muccio's unorthodox technique, he instantly imagined him as a martial arts master. There exists a Chinese idiom about a man who professes to love dragons but fears them in reality. Similarly, in the land of the free, a black man, enamored with martial arts, finds himself fleeing in terror from a martial arts master. It is quite a tale indeed. What is happening? The guard, alerted by the provocateur's strange cries, approached to inquire about the commotion. Muccio candidly explained, "I dislocated his arm." The guard nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the situation. He then called for his colleagues to escort the dislocated provocateur to the infirmary. After the guard finished his task, Muccio braced himself for the impending punishment. Surely, it would be solitary confinement? In films, brawlers are always sent to isolation. Yet, silence enveloped the scene. A stifling stillness prevailed. Nonetheless, at least that place wouldn't have 7 people incessantly confronting each other in a cramped space. Surely, anything would be better than an 8-man cell. However, Muccio's thoughts were in vain. The guard merely nodded at him and then walked away. Yes. He simply nodded and departed. Muccio was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. He would never grasp the guard's thoughts. In truth, the guard's reasoning was quite straightforward. In a place like this, scuffles are commonplace. This group of seemingly deranged individuals, while appearing mentally unstable, still embodies the nature of criminals. When inmates fight, the prison must intervene. However, Arkham is different. It is not an exaggeration to say that every 10 minutes there is a disturbance. The guards view such occurrences as just another day at the office, akin to commuters glancing at subway advertisements. Although the ads may change, they remain ads. Likewise, while the troublemakers may differ, they're all still just the same sort of individuals. Moreover, the individual who had just been acting erratically, imitating Bruce Lee with incessant shouts, seemed to be of an unstable mind. It remained uncertain whether he had truly sustained an injury, and the guard, disinterested, merely facilitated his transfer to the infirmary, waiting for the end of his shift to pass the day. Hey, aren't you going to punish me? Muccio called out to the guard. Do you wish to be punished? The guard replied with a smile. Well, if I could be placed in solitary confinement. Muccio gazed at the guard with anticipation. Solitary confinement? What are you thinking? We have no such facilities here. That would be a jest, should a cell of that nature be established in this area. It would not only drive the mentally ill inmates to madness, but would also unhinge ordinary individuals after prolonged exposure. Humans are social creatures. Confinement in a dim, lightless cell, devoid of the passage of time, with no interaction and no view of the outside world, would lead one to languish in solitude. Such a form of punishment was once prevalent in a certain island nation's prisons, to the extent that the legendary escape artist by Niao Yurong resorted to repeated jailbreaks to express his discontent with the authorities. Over the course of 4 attempts, Bai Niao's continuous escapes and subsequent surrenders transformed the prison into a mere apartment complex. Therefore, such inhumane punishment as solitary confinement does not exist in Arkham. Can I at least have a separate room, like those where the Riddler, the Joker, and the Penguin reside, the adversaries of Batman? Muccio persisted in his request. The guard shook his head and walked away, recognizing the youth's desire for a more private space. Although he understood that solitary cells were reserved for severe offenders, an area he had only heard of but had never visited. The guards there were seasoned veterans, and the inmates were notorious villains. As for this youth's wish to go there, he was clearly delusional. Once inside, he would not be able to leave. Such a request revealed his madness, prompting the guard to dismiss the notion entirely as he clocked out for the day. Little did the guard know that had he relocated Muccio today, it might have prevented the catastrophic events that were to unfold. Chapter 95 The patient after the meal, it was time for a mandatory rest period. Though Muccio had not consumed anything, he was still required to take a break. He and several former cellmates were placed in a new room, which boasted a private restroom, thus benefiting from Muccio's presence. However, they remained perplexed by the previous bizarre behavior of the corpulent individual. Having cohabited for several weeks, none had suspected that he harbored such peculiar tendencies, which undoubtedly justified his confinement in Arkham. You, take the spot by the door, commanded the leader of the cell, a muscular tattooed Caucasian man, pointing to the bed by the entrance. Fine, the door it is. As long as it isn't next to the toilet, any spot will suffice. Hey, kid, introduce yourself. How did you end up here? Muccio glanced at a hefty Caucasian man across from him, who smiled and inquired, So, how did you end up here? Muccio scratched his head and replied, Well, one could say I voluntarily checked in. Voluntarily? Checked in? Laughter erupted from the group of inmates, amused by the apparent absurdity of the situation. Is there really someone who chose to come here? Their sanity must be in question. Oh, is that so? The Caucasian man squinted at Muccio and nodded. Yet, something felt amiss about that smile. An uneasy sensation gripped Muccio, prompting him to remain wide awake during the afternoon break, lost in thought. Before long, the clock struck 2:30. The sound of a bell echoed through the corridor outside the cell. What is happening? Muccio sat up, bewildered, and looked to his fellow inmates for answers. But no one responded. Concluding that it was likely not a significant event, he lay back down. However, to his surprise, the remaining inmates climbed out of their beds and began putting on their shoes. Confusion clouded Muccio's mind. What was going on? Why were they all getting dressed after just having eaten? As he pondered, the cell door creaked open. What is this about? He wondered aloud. A throng of individuals jostled their way out of the cell, and Muccio followed suit, curious to discover the cause of the commotion. After a brief walk, they arrived at the entrance of a spacious room. Upon reading the sign, Muccio's lips twitched. An entertainment room? Truly. It seemed they were adhering to the daily routines of a psychiatric facility. Was this truly a place for confinement? Muccio, well acquainted with the workings of a mental institution, considered himself quite severely afflicted. In fact, he might be among the most troubled souls in Gotham, having resided in a psychiatric hospital for an extended period. He surmised that Arkham Asylum's schedule would mirror that of his previous institution, 6 to 6:30. Rise and freshen up 6:30 to 7 o'clock. Activities in the common area 7 to 7:30. Medication for breakfast 7:30 to 8:30. Breakfast 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Doctor and nurse rounds 9 to 10:30. Music, television, games, reading 10:30 to 11:30. Lunch 11:30 to 14:30. Afternoon rest 14:30 to 1500 hours. Snack distribution 15 to 16:30. Music, singing, television, games, reading, and entertainment activities 16:30 to 17:30. Dinner 17:30 to 19:30. Music and television 19:30 to 20:30. Evening hygiene 20:30 to 2100 hours. Evening medication. This schedule was etched into his memory with remarkable clarity. It is now after lunch, and it appears to be the time for distributing snacks and engaging in leisure activities. Upon entering the entertainment room, Muccio was met with a reality that starkly contrasted his expectations. He had envisioned a space for card games, television watching, and leisurely reading. To his astonishment, this so-called entertainment room was, in fact, a gymnasium. The individuals present had already commenced their workouts, drenched in perspiration. Muccio was perplexed. He simply could not fathom this. Was the daily pastime for Arkham's inmates merely muscle training? Truly absurd. Don't block the way. Muccio stood in the doorway, lost in thought, only to be abruptly shoved several meters forward by someone behind him, nearly losing his balance. What are you staring at, kid? Do you wish to get yourself killed? After pushing Muccio, the assailant noticed the Asian youth's gaze fixed upon him, and, feeling challenged, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. You can mess with my cellmate if you wish, but you must pay tribute. Otherwise, you'd better scram. To Muccio's surprise, the tattooed leader from his cell intervened, gripping the big, bald man who had just pushed him. However, the tattooed man was not acting out of kindness. He harbored a slight grudge against the bald man. Should the latter strike one of his cellmates in his presence, it would be a significant loss of face for the tattooed man. Upon recognizing the tattooed man, the bald fellow offered a sheepish grin. With his underlings recently released from prison, he found himself outnumbered and could only swallow his pride, losing face entirely. In this place, numbers equate to power. Eventually, the bald man sulkily retreated to the side to engage with the exercise equipment. My head is not made of dough. Muccio approached the bald man. The latter, facing away from Muccio while lifting weights, was engaged in a weightlifting exercise. Having just lost face, he sought an outlet for his frustration and aimed to demonstrate his strength, slightly increasing the weight on the barbell. In truth, this was already at the limit of his capability. Hey, ugh, roar. The bald man let out strange sounds, attempting to attract the attention of those who had witnessed his earlier embarrassment, hoping to regain a modicum of respect. Yet, everyone was focused on their own workouts, oblivious to the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Muccio dashed over and executed a sudden strike akin to the sunflower finger lock on the bald man. At last, the bald man garnered the attention of the onlookers. He is so strong, gasped one bystander in astonishment. Indeed, he has been holding that position for 5 minutes. Look at the sweat beneath him, it's like rain. He continues to persevere. Another bystander nodded in agreement. My goodness, he is truly remarkable, exclaimed a diminutive, slender black man, his voice betraying an undertone of envy, causing those nearby to shiver. After all, in a place like this, one would not typically make advances on their own gender unless driven by an extreme thirst. Muccio, the orchestrator behind it all, felt no inclination to further concern himself with the unfolding drama. After the end of the confinement, the muscular build of the bearded man was largely wasted. He might never be able to lift his arms again. Muccio strolled around the room, which was labeled as an entertainment space, but was, in fact, a gym, and found no activity suitable for his leisure. The sight of the exercise equipment left him utterly speechless. Was it truly beneficial for individuals with mental health issues to engage with such apparatus? Moreover, The majority of these individuals have been brought here after committing violent acts. Could someone really throw a dumbbell at another person without risking fatal consequences? As Muccio pondered his precarious situation, he decided to leave the entertainment room prematurely. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. In Chapter 96 of The Riddler's Tale, he and the Riddler exchanged incredulous glances. The Riddler, now donned in the patient garb of Arkham Asylum, had his signature question mark staff and green suit confiscated. Hearing Muccio's inquiry ignited a flare of anger within the Riddler. "How dare you ask? You poisoned me and promised that once the job was done, I would be detoxified. Yet here I am, left in a lurch." It was only when he had less than 10 hours before the poison took full effect that he had the audacity to consult Batman, only to discover that Muccio had taken residence in Arkham Asylum. What holds greater value, life or freedom? Many might argue that freedom is of paramount importance. Yet the Riddler had no desire to meet his demise. Returning to Arkham was hardly a novel experience for him. The guard at the entrance was taken aback upon seeing the Riddler appear at the gates, mistakenly believing he had come to assault the asylum. In reality, the Riddler had come to surrender. Yet, in doing so, he had made a promise to the director, one that remained shrouded in mystery. With the director's authorization, the Riddler finally approached the common area to confront Muccio, the one who had poisoned him. "You!" the Riddler exclaimed, rushing towards Muccio with intentions of violence. Halfway there, he reconsidered. Attacking now would be tantamount to self-destruction. Yet, his fist was already raised. Muccio remained still, poised to retaliate. To Muccio's astonishment, the Riddler abruptly embraced him. "Let go of me. Are you out of your mind?" Muccio struggled free from the Riddler's grasp. The Riddler, sweating nervously, sought to conceal his actions in a desperate attempt to counteract the poison. "Could you provide me with the antidote?" he pleaded. "Is that why you turned yourself in?" Muccio inquired. "Ah, I see," he thought with a smirk, realizing that the Riddler had taken his jest seriously. Despite harboring his doubts, the Riddler could not afford to disregard the threat to his life. Experimenting to see if the poison would manifest was an act of sheer folly. After all, these Asians casually wield various spells with just a gesture. If there is truly a toxic spirit, I would like to know. "Very well, I shall provide you with an antidote, but you must agree to one condition." Muccio cunningly set the trap again. "Anything, I promise. Just stop poisoning me. I don't wish to die." The Riddler was on the verge of tears, as the time until the poison took effect drew near. At this moment, he would agree to anything, even the most absurd demands. He coughed, recalling the bizarre fact that someone had indeed consumed excrement that morning. "Are you going to return to your designated area later?" I won't stay here long. I have paid a hefty price to find you." The Riddler clenched his fists. That Dean was exceptionally greedy. If it were not for the sake of survival, he would never seek him out. "I wish to reside in your area." Muccio uttered a statement that left the Riddler perplexed. "Huh, I don't understand." Of course, he did not comprehend. From the moment the Riddler set foot in Arkham Asylum, he had been a permanent resident of the high-security cell and had never experienced the communal cells. He could not grasp Muccio's plight. "You need not understand. I have my own thoughts. Nod, and I shall provide you with the antidote. Or you may choose to await your demise. The choice is yours." Naturally, the Riddler nodded. Otherwise, why would he have come forward? "Good." Muccio observed the surroundings and, seeing no one, raised his hand to chant. Blizzard. A flurry of ice crystals formed and fell into the corridor. Muccio casually lifted a chunk of ice weighing 4 to 5 pounds and pushed it into the Riddler's arms. "Gnaw on this, and you shall be well." This. Yes. Can I turn it into water to drink?" The Riddler raised the ice chunk, weighing it in his hands, and felt that gnawing on such a large piece of ice would be quite challenging, thus presenting his suggestion. "You are indeed a clever little fellow," Muccio thought to himself, though he did not wish to make it easy for the Riddler. "If you wish to succumb to the poison, then by all means, do as you please. I have provided you with the means. How you proceed is your affair. I shall return to my cell to sleep." Muccio waved his hand dismissively and bid farewell to the Riddler. Wait. The Riddler called out to Muccio, who was about to vanish from his sight, with a pleading expression. "That riddle in my casino's vault, could you tell me the answer?" Muccio detected the yearning in the Riddler's voice and suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. "What disturbances lurk in the depths of Loch Ness?" Muccio sang this line, the rhythm swift and the tone rather unpleasant. The Riddler thought Muccio was about to provide an answer, so he listened intently. Do the islands of the Bermuda Triangle harbor deities? Deities? The Riddler scratched his head. Do we humans live within the schemes of the Mayans? Mayans? Who are the Mayans? Why did ancient Egypt possess a civilization of pyramids? Huh? How should I know? Why do dinosaurs exist in this world? Who could possibly answer that? Why do scenes from dreams manifest in life? I am perplexed as to why the concept of the happy planet captivates so many. The Riddler has heard an unforgettable phrase. Happy planet. What is the happy planet? Again, what is the happy planet? Again, if you wish to uncover the mystery of the happy planet. Speak up. The Riddler, consumed by curiosity, yearns to understand the essence of the happy planet. Yet, at this juncture, Muccio abruptly halts his song. What is the happy planet? The Riddler stares blankly ahead, echoing Muccio's words. The bizarre rhythm and absurd lyrics have rendered him utterly bewildered. He had anticipated a smooth resolution to his predicament and a comprehension of the vault's enigma. To his surprise, if one considers gnawing on 5 pounds of ice a success, then perhaps he has achieved some measure of success. The riddle of the vault, however, eludes him. His mind is engulfed with thoughts of, what is the happy planet? Again, what is the happy planet? Again, the Riddler feels as though his mind is about to explode. He has encountered his greatest fear, his ultimate adversary, Muccio. Were the Riddler to know that every time Muccio encounters him in the future, he would present yet another riddle, he would choose to pack his belongings and leave Gotham immediately. If Muccio were aware of how gleeful and eager the Riddler was to decipher his so-called riddles, he might as well hand him a book of brain teasers and put an end to him right there. For instance, how many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator? Or, which animal did not attend the gathering? The elephant, of course. It's locked away in the fridge. Muccio returned to his cell. One redeeming quality of Arkham Asylum is that there is no compulsion to engage in entertainment. One may choose not to participate. However, Muccio's fellow inmates prefer to relax in the recreation room. He pondered the fact that he must endure this wretched place for another month. An irritation welled up within him. I am utterly fed up with this damned system. Muccio cursed as he flopped down and closed his eyes. Outside the door stood a figure, fixated on Muccio's form on the bed, rubbing his hands together and wiping the drool from his lips. Chapter 97. Your brain is oozing out. The person outside was the white, overweight man who had accompanied Muccio back to the cell. He had long coveted Muccio's physique. In Arkham, the hierarchy among inmates is not determined by the length of one's sentence, but rather by the strength of one's fists. This white, overweight man had resided in this cell longer than anyone else, 4 years in total. During this time, he had encountered fellow inmates who could either knock his head off with a single punch or were even more robust than he. As for the white, overweight man, he was so ineffectual that he couldn't even engage with others. Finally, I have encountered a cellmate whom I believe I can handle, or at least that is his perception. At last, I can once again savor such a delightful form. The white man, a perverse figure, stealthily approached Muccio's bunk. He could not suppress the drool that escaped him. Truly, this delicate waist, this petite body, this charming figure was irresistible, perfect and fragrant. This rotund Caucasian had been imprisoned for preying upon young boys. Such a wretch, who deserved execution, had managed, through his considerable wealth, to manipulate his way into Arkham Asylum, thus evading the penalties of a standard prison and instead relishing his incarceration in a mental institution. Compared to the harsh conditions of a typical prison, the inmates in Arkham's General Ward fared relatively well, as it is a facility designed for the criminally insane. Just look at the establishment of the recreation room and gym. Arkham has improved considerably. This deviant was less than 6 months away from the end of his treatment, a result achieved through his extravagant financial maneuvering. Only 6 months remained, the final stretch. If he could restrain himself, perhaps he could resume his malevolent ways upon release. However, he had crossed paths with Muccio. You can never awaken a person feigning sleep, yet a feigned sleeper can awaken on their own. Upon noticing that the stalker had revealed himself, Muccio listened to the footsteps and had already begun to act. A sinister shadow connected directly to the perverse white man. What is happening to me? The man realized he could suddenly not move, and in his panic, he shouted, unconcerned about disturbing the innocent lamb before him. Muccio opened his eyes and sat up, only to see the very cellmate across from him, the same rotund Caucasian who had been leering at him moments ago. However, Muccio possessed no compassion. This facility housed individuals with mental illnesses or those who had bought their way into a different prison. Here, there were no truly good people. Moreover, this man had nearly placed his hand upon Mu Chio's person. He was no fool and recognized the man's intentions. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, his dignity would have been compromised. One must leave a sliver of opportunity for future encounters. Leaving none means never meeting again. Thus, it was a matter of action or inaction. In any case, the adversary had already made his move. Self-defense would surely be justified, right? Mu Chio crafted a rationalization for himself. Even a grain of sand must be justified, lest he suffer nightmares at the hands of others. He could not manipulate dreams. So what would he do if caught in one? Having completed his mental preparations, Mu Chio seized control of the white man and fled at full speed. Time was of the essence. The shadow mimicry technique, after all, had a fleeting duration. Fortunately, the recreation room was very close to his cell. Unfortunately, there were virtually no usable props. Except for the large bearded man he had just immobilized. In less than a second, Mu Chio devised a response. He maneuvered skillfully, sliding towards the feet of the bearded man engrossed in weightlifting, abruptly interrupting the shadow mimicry technique. The bewildered figure, still contemplating his situation, suddenly regained mobility and attempted to roll aside. The urgency of his action stemmed from the heavy barbell the bearded man was hoisting, precariously positioned above his head. Despite his intentions, he was slightly too late. The moment the shadow mimicry technique was interrupted, it was redirected towards the bearded man. At that instant, Chakra had already executed his plan. The effect of the shadow mimicry technique on the bearded man was fleeting, lasting barely half a second before it was disrupted. Yet, half a second was sufficient for many things to transpire. At the very least, it was enough to negate the immobilizing effect of the sunflower pointing finger technique. The bearded man's arms had long since given out, and had it not been for the profound rigidity caused by the immobilization, he would have already dropped the barbell. However, with the immobilization lifted, the barbell plummeted to the ground. By this time, several onlookers had gathered, curious to see how long the bearded man could endure. Some even wagered their breakfast eggs for the following morning, betting on when he would finally falter. Suddenly, a hefty figure burst onto the scene, lunging directly at the feet of the bearded man, leaving everyone perplexed as to his intentions. Unbeknownst to them, a peculiar shadow flickered nearby. In the next moment, the crowd witnessed the bearded man faltering, and soon enough he succumbed to gravity, causing the barbell to crash to the ground. Unbeknownst to all, there lay another individual beneath it. The collective heartbeat of the spectators surged to their throats. A sickening sound echoed, a skull crushed by the barbell. The thud of the bearded man collapsing after breaking free from the immobilization. The retching followed, a cacophony of white, red, yellow, and green. The white represented brain matter. The red was blood, the yellow signified urine, and the green was vomit. Many among them had indulged in copious vegetables for lunch, barely digested, now expelled in a grotesque display. Some were so frightened they lost control, while others could only retch in response to the horror. Only Mu Chio, aware of the imminent chaos, had already slipped outside, not daring to witness the unfolding calamity. Surely, it would haunt his dreams. With this horrific incident, the convicts lost all desire to exercise. Who could possibly focus on lifting weights in such a terrifying setting? They were left traumatized by the barbell. When the guards arrived, the recreation room had transformed into a hellish scene. There was scarcely a place to stand, the floor cluttered with vomit. The monotonous lives of these inmates had grown tedious. Yet now, they were drawn closer to observe the grotesque tableau of the fallen body. Curiosity overwhelmed them, and as they peered closer, many were met with their own nausea. Those who initially managed to hold their composure were soon repulsed by the retching of those nearby. At this moment, the most unfortunate individual was the bearded man sprawled on the ground. His entire body throbbed with pain, and even the simplest act of standing was a Herculean effort. While the chill of the ground was a secondary concern, the primary issue was the grotesque sight beside him, the grotesquely pale figure, with crimson and ivory brain matter and blood splattered all over him. The bearded man struggled to crawl away, but alas, he had no strength left. He felt as if only his eyelids remained capable of movement, his body utterly devoid of vigor. The guards classified this incident as an accident. After all, the mentally ill often brought chaos, And who could fathom the intentions of the pale man who chose to lie beneath the barbell? Moreover, with someone defecating in the morning, no one suspected anything amiss. Except for one person, Quincy Sharp, the director of Arkham Asylum. Chapter 98. The free-ranging one since Muccio's arrival at Arkham Asylum. In just half a day, 3 unfortunate souls had met their fate. The defecating man, the bearded one with necrotic muscles, and the grotesquely brain-splattered individual. Soon, a 4th misfortunate soul was set to emerge. The Riddler was escorted back to his designated cell, clutching a large block of ice, leaving the guards perplexed. Why carry such a hefty piece of ice? Was there truly a need for such urgency? Was it not autumn? The guards could not comprehend the Riddler's intentions and did not insist he return to his cell with the ice. After all, it was merely a block of ice. And the guard were hesitant to provoke the Riddler, a man whose wrath could easily spill over to his family, unless absolutely necessary. No one dared treat the Riddler like an ordinary inmate. Inside his cell, the Riddler clutched the ice block, lost in thought. This substantial chunk was neither too little nor too much. It was a significant burden. 5 pounds of ice is a considerable amount. Most individuals struggle to consume even 2 pounds of dumplings, let alone ice. However, despite its weight, it was a life-saving item. And in times like these, one could not afford to be finicky about it. Resolved, the Riddler decided to forego his hesitation and took a bite out of the ice. Crunch! The Riddler nearly shattered his teeth. It was exceptionally hard. If it were ordinary ice, it would be manageable. But this was the product of Muccio's magical prowess, a block of ice generated by a blizzard, meant for smashing enemies. If it could crush monsters, how could it not be formidable? The Riddler gazed at the ice with despair. It was genuinely difficult to swallow. Just as he grappled with the ice, the door to his cell swung open and a figure entered. Need assistance? My office is equipped with an ice crusher and strawberry jam. The newcomer was none other than Quincy Sharp, the director of Arkham Asylum. Quickly, hand it over. The Riddler, upon recognizing the director, initially thought that this greedy individual must be scheming to extract some favor from him. Yet the director's words were unexpectedly sweet. I can give it to you, but you must reveal why you wish to consume that ice produced by the Asian spell. The director touched the ice cubes and shook his head. They were indeed quite cold. If the Riddler claimed to enjoy eating ice cubes, he would not believe it, not even under duress. No matter how much one might relish them, they couldn't possibly be consumed alone. After all, the Riddler was a wealthy individual who owned several casinos. Would he truly indulge in such a triviality? Moreover, the director had witnessed, through the surveillance cameras, the moment when Muccio summoned the ice cubes and had learned of several of Muccio's spells from the records. Hence, he deduced that the recent death in the entertainment room was undoubtedly linked to Muccio. Was it that simple? The Riddler began to harbor doubts regarding the director's motives. Previously, when the Riddler had sought the director's assistance to find Muccio, he had been extorted. This cunning director had discerned the significance of the situation from mere expressions, extracting a multitude of demands, as if squeezing a frog for its flesh. Now, having caught wind of an opportunity, would it be so straightforward? While the Riddler pondered, the director gently patted his shoulder. A promise is a promise. I can have someone fetch the ice crusher immediately. With the director's assurance, the Riddler began to lament his plight. The ice is necessary for detoxification. If I do not consume this ice, the poison within me will react, leading to prolonged torment before I eventually perish. The Riddler recalled Muccio's description of the onset of the poison and shuddered. He genuinely feared the mystical spells of the enigmatic Eastern figure. He understood the wisdom in believing the possible rather than dismissing it. Gambling with one's life was a fool's errand, and he had no desire to jest with his own existence. After listening to the Riddler's account, the director squinted his eyes. If the Riddler's words were true, Muccio's level of danger as a criminal would undoubtedly escalate. One known spell already offered a means to control others, and now there was also the summoning of ice. Adding poisoning to the mix was an affront to allow him to remain in the general population. Very well, I understand. The ice crusher will arrive shortly. Take your time with it, the director said, bidding farewell as he exited the cell. Navigating through multiple security checkpoints, the director returned to his office. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted a figure standing before his desk. Clad in a bat helmet, bat suit, and bat cape, who else could it be but Batman? Upon hearing the door open, Batman did not turn around, but continued to peruse the newspaper on the desk. It was the director who initiated the conversation. Inquiring about the individual Batman had apprehended. The person you captured has just killed a criminal. Batman, with his back to the director, felt a jolt at the news. According to his principles, killing was unacceptable. Once one crossed that line, they risked becoming ensnared in a cycle of violence. Violence begetting violence was never a true resolution. And murder was even less so. Who was the victim? Batman set the newspaper aside, gazing out the window in contemplation. A scourge who had harmed several underage offenders. Clenching his fists, Batman thought that such scum deserved to die 1,000 times over. Yet, he believed justice should be upheld by the law, not through individual vendettas. If Batman's thoughts were to reach Muccio, he would undoubtedly mock Batman as the progenitor of a criminal. That accursed felon has perpetrated a multitude of heinous acts in Gotham. Yet through the simple act of monetary exchange, he is able to brazenly enter Arkham Asylum. And after merely a few years, he is poised to reintegrate into society. Meanwhile, the offspring of this scoundrel will forever harbor a nightmare deep within. Of course, Muccio remains oblivious to Batman's musings. He is unaware of the horrific deeds committed by the deranged individual he has slain, nor does he care. In any case, those who dare to entertain vile intentions towards him shall meet a fate worse than death. Shall we transfer him to another cell? The warden inquired cautiously. To confine such a magically endowed criminal among a cadre of ordinary inmates is tantamount to denying his humanity. It would not be long before the warden predicted that this individual would effortlessly escape within the week. Were it not for Batman's prior warning about the felon's unique nature, the warden would have already arranged for Muccio's incarceration in a cell reserved for supervillains. Strictly speaking, he is not a criminal, as Batman posited. Grappling with the notion that Muccio's antics might have been an elaborate ruse to gain entry into Arkham. The primary distinction between Batman and the Riddler lies in Batman's intact intellect, which is notably superior. If one were to rely on results as a driving force, Batman might surmise that Muccio is likely feigning a so-called multiple personality disorder. Yet, what could possibly be the purpose behind such a fade? This remains a mystery to Batman. As long as there is intent, action will follow. He resolved to monitor Muccio until he reveals his true intentions. Let him remain in his current cell. I am uncertain of his motives. He previously sought your permission for a direct transfer, correct? I suspect his true purpose is far more sinister. Hence, he must not be allowed to approach the depths of Arkham. Do you comprehend my meaning? The warden nodded in agreement. Chapter 99. I'm not mad like them. Batman remains vigilant, contemplating the necessity of guarding against Muccio's potential machinations. Should the latter indeed harbor any delusions of grandeur or ulterior motives, the most catastrophic outcome will be a mass breakout of Arkham supervillains. Beyond this, the repercussions would be minimal. The worst-case scenario has already materialized. Now, it is imperative to implement preventive measures. First and foremost, Muccio must not be permitted proximity to the deeper recesses of Arkham. Thankfully, the facility's management inherently mitigates this risk. Even the guards and the general population have no communication with those stationed deeper within. Thus, even if Muccio possesses the ability to control others, he cannot manipulate the guards in the general area to gain access to other sectors. Batman has thoroughly analyzed Muccio's mind control techniques. The shadow manipulation lasts a maximum of 20 seconds. Individuals touched by Muccio's shadow will mimic his actions, which is conspicuously evident. Another of his abilities, the descent of ice blocks, holds little relevance to the prospect of escape. The ability to summon individuals from afar and to remain stationary for extended periods proved to be of little assistance in penetrating the depths of Arkham. Contemplating the situation, Batman resolved not to interfere with Muccio. Were he to place shackles upon Muccio's hands at this juncture, he would perpetually be preoccupied with the metaphorical ticking time bomb within Arkham, rather than vigilantly guarding against theft day and night. It would be more prudent to create an opening for the thief to reveal themselves. With this clarity, Batman discussed a few details with the warden before vanishing from his sight. The warden, however, harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Batman's arrangements. Surely, it would have sufficed to simply confine this individual in a place where not even a guard could reach him. Why all the precautions and restrictions? It was exasperating. The more the warden pondered, the angrier he became, seizing a newspaper from his desk that bore the headline about a district attorney being retaliated against by gangsters with acid, and tearing it to shreds. Despite Batman's interference, Muccio remained unperturbed, continuing to plot his nefarious schemes. In truth, he harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished for a solitary toilet in the comforts of Arkham, a simple desire to pass the remaining time in peace. Beyond that, he truly wished to do nothing more, as it was exhausting. However, matters were not so easily resolved, for while Muccio lay in bed, yet another oblivious individual arrived. This person was the leader of the cell, the tattooed man. Accompanied by a few remaining inmates, the tattooed man returned from the recreation room and, upon entering, beheld Muccio sleeping soundly. This sight ignited a fury within him. In his estimation, as the leader of the cell, he had been in the recreation room, and yet this subordinate returned to sleep without so much as a greeting, demonstrating a complete lack of respect. Had Muccio been aware of the tattooed man's thoughts, he would likely have laughed in disbelief. Was this individual truly so foolish? Did he mistake the cell for his personal domain? If an employee were to sleep on the job, it would be due to the fact that they received a salary. Yet what authority did a mere cell leader have to dictate whether others could rest? The tattooed man signaled to his remaining comrades to remain still, having already devised a plan to teach this presumptuous lad a lesson once dinner concluded that evening. By that time, the guards would have retired, leaving him to call for help to no avail. However, what the tattooed man did not anticipate was that the true joker would be himself. That evening, Muccio finally enjoyed a meal that could be deemed relatively normal, not due to the dinner's sumptuousness or inedibility, nor any other reason that might have led to a lack of competition for food, but rather because many had experienced the earlier events in the recreation room. Most had opted to dine in the cafeteria, and very few actually partook in a meal. Coincidentally, for reasons unknown, each individual was entitled to a portion of yogurt that evening, the kind that was solidified. One individual, having claimed his share, exclaimed that it resembled brain matter, causing a multitude of others to lose their appetite. After a day of hunger, Muccio relished his dinner with great satisfaction. Although the taste was unpleasant, circumstances dictated that one could not afford to starve. Observing the expressions of his companions, reminiscent of constipation, he understood that the events of the day had sapped their appetites. He even pondered whether to routinely eliminate someone, creating a grotesque atmosphere that would dissuade them from eating, thus allowing him to bypass the queue for meals and dive directly into the cafeteria's offerings. Ah, this yogurt is quite palatable. This bread is more delightful than I had anticipated. Wow, this fried egg is fragrant. The people around him watched as Muccio devoured his food with fervor, feeling a twinge of irritation. In such an environment, one never knew which action might provoke an aggressive response from others. Muccio had just acquired a boiled egg and was happily peeling its shell when a burly man sat across from him and spat a thick loogie onto his egg. Thunderous body slam. Muccio lunged forward, seizing the man's collar, unleashing his most potent skill. Thunderous body slam. Many onlookers were captivated by the unfolding drama, eager for entertainment. They were left astounded. For this crowd, nothing was more terrifying than wielding a knife during a robbery, only to be confronted by a dark, looming bat that sent you flying with a single punch. Beyond that, they had encountered little else that could instill fear. Their perception remained rooted in the bizarre costumes of supervillains and Batman, having never witnessed someone with capabilities akin to Muccio's. With a swift motion, Muccio closed in on the spitting man and executed a body slam. The man's head made intimate contact with the ground, leaving him dazed when suddenly a bolt of lightning descended, striking him squarely in the face. What on earth was happening? The crowd stood in shock. Moments later, amidst a terrified scream from one individual, they realized the man had been electrocuted. Ah, a murder. My God, what a terrifying demon. He can wield lightning. I recognize this. This is the mysterious Eastern martial art. This is the Nine Heavens sword of the purple lightning, true fire. I have seen this in the East. This fellow is a cultivator. A cultivator, exclaimed a black man who had evidently consumed too much web fiction. What do you know? This is due to the Asian man's excessive hair, which, after vigorous movement in dry weather, generated static electricity in conjunction with the man who was electrocuted. And we at Arkham are situated within Gotham's largest magnetic field, precisely during the time of day when a magnetic force is at its peak, thereby amplifying the static electricity. This is all scientific. Do not squawk mindlessly. A bespectacled white elder explained as if he were an expert. Oh, so that is how it is. You truly are a professor. I thought Thor had arrived. But it's merely static electricity. Muccio sighed in exasperation, surrounded by the joyous madness of the mentally unwell. Chapter 100. You come and hit me. What now? The night guard was the same as the one from noon. Upon noticing a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in some curious activity, he approached, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. A corpse lay on the ground, its hair standing on end, skin charred black as if struck by high voltage, and a faint, peculiar odor of burnt flesh lingered in the air. Had it been electrocuted? What was happening? The guard pushed through the throng, attempting to ascertain the cause of death. This individual was killed by static electricity, he declared. The magnetic field here is quite, well, you understand? It's the magnetic field, yes, static electricity. A nearby lunatic, having just overheard the so-called professor's explanation, began to parrot his words. Static electricity? Step aside. This is the palm thunder, a Taoist technique. Do you comprehend? Palm thunder? Are you also a fan of the fantastical? A young black man, a victim of online literature, leapt at the mention, delighted to find a kindred spirit. Panlong? A record of a mortal's journey to immortality? Fellow cultivator, we are comrades. Their brief exchange swiftly forged a profound friendship, culminating in an embrace that drew amused glances from onlookers. Madness. The crowd scoffed. What on earth is happening? Can anyone provide a rational explanation? The guard sighed, realizing that communicating with the mentally unstable was no simple task. I know, shouted a young white man, jumping in front of the guard and pointing an exposed wire beside a table. It was this. This is what killed him. Muccio glanced in the direction indicated, and indeed, a wire lay exposed on the ground. It was connected to some unknown device, its plug severed by an unseen hand, lying adjacent to the iron table where Muccio sat, giving the appearance that it had been the cause of death. Oh, I understand now. The Grim Reaper has come. This is a movie set. Wow. Mom, I'm on television. One overly excited lunatic continued to exclaim, becoming increasingly animated until he was escorted away by guards who had arrived in response to the commotion. Muccio gazed at the wire, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Was this mere coincidence? He had hoped that he might finally find himself incarcerated, only to have that hope dashed once again. Nevertheless, he ventured, I killed that person. They all witnessed it, didn't they? As he recounted the incident, even he felt a sense of awkwardness, ultimately pouting and slipping away under the bewildered stares of the crowd. In the end, the incident was classified as a case of electrocution. The fate of the deceased was of little concern to anyone. Death was merely a fact of life. Arkham was not known for its compassion. As long as the deceased was not one of their own, it was simply another topic for idle conversation, with no one overly invested in uncovering the truth. When the guard reported the incident, he held similar thoughts. Whether it was murder or not was inconsequential, as long as he himself had not met the same fate. In Arkham, such occurrences were not uncommon. After all, just that morning, someone had cleaned a toilet with their mouth, and by noon, another had sought to crush themselves beneath a barbell. It was hardly surprising that a lunatic might sever an exposed wire. It must be said that the unfortunate fellow who met his demise was truly out of luck. What a lunatic! It's a matter of time before the surveillance footage is examined to uncover which scoundrel tampered with the wires. All that remains is to prescribe a few more medications for that deranged individual. In just a single day, a multitude of people have been influenced, whether slightly or significantly, by Muccio, including his ill-fated cellmate. The tattooed man and a few of his subordinates chose not to dine in the cafeteria. In an attempt to appear more imposing and irate, he insisted that everyone else refrain from dining as well, except for Muccio, who managed to exit the cell first. Upon returning to the cell, Muccio sensed something was amiss. Every pair of eyes was fixated upon him, brimming with animosity. What is the situation? Have they discovered that I am the culprit? They shouldn't be afraid knowing it was me, should they? Why do they regard me with such disdain? Muccio pondered, utterly bewildered. He still bore the disgusting phlegm from the recently electrocuted individual on his hands and intended to hasten to the restroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. Observing Muccio stride towards him, the tattooed man instinctively assumed that this Asian lad had come to acknowledge his error, perhaps even to apologize. Closing his eyes in a feigned state of contemplation, he adopted a stern expression, attempting to project an air of authority. However, to his surprise, Muccio bypassed him entirely and proceeded to the restroom, turning on the faucet to wash his hands. Had it not been for the sound of running water, The tattooed man would have remained with his eyes shut, waiting for an apology. This infuriated him. Time and again, he felt disregarded, as if the significance of his position as the leader in this Arkham Asylum had been overlooked. How dare Muccio treat him with such disdain? The tattooed man seethed with rage. Observing his leader's discontent, one of the subordinates took the initiative to confront Muccio. "Hey, Asian kid, where have you been? Where have I been?" Muccio was taken aback. Was this even question? Of course. I went to the cafeteria at mealtime. Are you foolish? I want to eat. Didn't you? You still dare to eat? Do you even realize your mistake? The subordinate suddenly raised his voice, shouting. Why are you yelling? If you have an issue, take it up with the guards. What business is it of yours if I eat? Muccio retorted, turning off the faucet and stepping out to exchange words. You dare to shout, huh? We haven't eaten, and you think you can? The subordinate shouted even louder. Are you truly insane? The cafeteria isn't a paid service. It's not as if I'm hogging food. You can simply line up for your meal. Muccio shot back, resolute in his stance. He had come to understand that these individuals were merely seeking trouble. Since they chose not to coexist amicably, he welcomed the challenge, having resolved to let them serve him, thus sparing himself the trouble of queuing for food. You, yellow-skinned brat, are quite arrogant. The individual before Muccio was the only one in the cell who had refrained from engaging in excessive conversation, not even exchanging glances. He was a muscular African-American, clearly someone who dedicated himself to rigorous physical training and maintained a disciplined diet. As for why he willingly chose to be a tattooed henchman, Muccio remained oblivious and indifferent. Come here. I dare you to approach me. I'll make sure you regret it. Muccio taunted, beckoning the muscular man with a casual flick of his finger. The muscle-bound man, unaccustomed to such provocation, leapt down from the upper bunk and launched a punch at Muccio with ferocity. The blow seemed destined to connect with Muccio's face, and the muscular man could already envision the sight of blood pouring from the arrogant youth. Yet the shadow mimicry technique would not allow him to succeed. As the muscular man's fist hurtled towards Muccio, the latter stood still, seemingly dazed and unflinching. Onlookers anticipated that this audacious young man would soon be left bloodied and battered. However, they were gravely mistaken. The muscular man's fist inexplicably halted midair, as if it had struck an invisible barrier, leaving him bewildered and powerless. A wry smile curled upon Muccio's lips as an insidious idea took root in his mind. Right beside him was an iron bed, and the muscular man's fist lingered suspended in the air. Think your fist is tough? Then let it meet the iron bed. In the ensuing moments, the onlookers bore witness to the muscular man frantically hammering away at the iron bed, his knuckles already torn and bleeding. Yet he continued to strike with reckless abandon. The audacious Asian youth mirrored the muscular man's madness, but with the wisdom to avoid self-harm. He swung his fists at the air. What on earth is happening? Are they both losing their minds? The spectators stood in stunned silence, hesitant to intervene. Judging by their erratic behavior, it was likely that anyone approaching would be caught in the crossfire. At last, the duration of the shadow mimicry technique came to an end. The muscular man's hands, having relentlessly battered the iron bed, were now fractured and hung limply, blood oozing from his injuries. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern at hand. What truly mattered was that the muscular man realized he had encountered something supernatural. With a frantic scream, he dashed towards the cell door, shouting about demons, desperately imploring the guard to open the door and release him. Coincidentally, the guard monitoring the surveillance was the same one from the cafeteria. Having just switched to the monitoring room, he intended to take it easy, watching the cameras without needing to patrol. Upon glancing at the screens, he noticed a figure vigorously shaking the cell door. What is going on? Has he lost his mind? In other prisons, such measures might not exist, but Arkham had established specialized protocols for handling mentally unstable inmates. The cell doors were electrified, and with a mere press of a button by the guard, the mentally ill would be repelled from the door by a painful shock. With a decisive press, the guard activated the mechanism, and the muscular man was met with a jolt of electricity. However, the scene was somewhat terrifying. He convulsed, emitting a cacophony of cries. It was evident that he had been electrocuted, yet the spectacle seemed rather exaggerated. What on earth was happening? The guard, taken aback, thought it should not be this way. Was this individual truly so inclined to perform? Did it warrant such a commotion? Unbeknownst to him, the director had intentionally increased the electrical charge in this cell to prevent Muccio from escaping, Yet the notification had yet to reach the staff. The director believed that with the augmented voltage, should Muccio attempt to flee, he would be electrocuted instantly, leaving even Batman with no grounds for objection, effectively neutralizing a ticking time bomb. The director's intentions were noble, yet he did not anticipate that the one to die from the electricity would not be Muccio, but rather someone else. Now, yet another soul had perished. Muccio had long lost count of how many had died in recent days, and he began to ponder whether all of this was merely coincidence. Why did it feel so much like a plot from a tale of death? The guard, sensing that something was amiss, cut off the power and summoned medical personnel to the scene. A cursory glance revealed that the autopsy results could be swiftly concluded. He had been electrocuted. There was no room for speculation regarding food poisoning or sudden death. The circumstances mirrored those of the unfortunate individual from the cafeteria who had suffered from a faulty electrical connection. Those tasked with collecting the body were left in shock. What on earth was happening today? Was it truly a day of hauntings, with a year's worth of deaths occurring in a single day? The remaining inmates in the cell fell silent upon witnessing the muscular man's demise. They, too, were bewildered. What on earth was going on? If one were to fall ill, surely it would not necessitate such a powerful electric shock. Did it really warrant the death of one among them? Thus, the atmosphere grew noticeably subdued that evening. After all, someone had just died. Muccio, with half-closed eyes, awaited potential retribution from his fellow inmates. When no commotion ensued, he discerned that perhaps all was well and succumbed to slumber. He slept lightly, and before dawn had fully arrived, the sound of someone heading to the restroom roused him. In such a place, one could never be certain who might strike unexpectedly. Should an assault occur, it would be a bloodbath. Fortunately, he had managed to sleep reasonably well, undisturbed by anyone sneaking onto his bed in the dead of night. Following the events of the previous day, the tattooed man had no desire to provoke Muccio. His brother had been inexplicably electrocuted, and while it was easy to place blame on the Asian boy, something felt amiss. Since the arrival of that Asian youth, 3 had already succumbed. One had been relatively minor, descending into madness and indulging in filth. Another had been exceedingly grave, choosing to end his life beneath a barbell. And the third, the unfortunate muscular man, had met his end through electrocution. No matter how one looked at it, these events seemed intimately connected to the Asian boy. The tattooed man was alarmed. He truly had no understanding of the situation. In a mere day, what had once been a harmonious cell had now seen 3 of his brothers lost. Counting himself and the Asian boy, only 5 remained. The cell felt decidedly more desolate. Muccio dozed for a while longer, only to be startled awake by the ringing in the corridor. It was time for breakfast, wasn't it? Muccio, still bleary-eyed, stepped out as the prison door swung open. After Muccio departed, a few individuals began to converse. "Boss, don't you think it's rather strange?" "Indeed, I do. There's something unsettling about that fellow." The small group, consisting of several underlings and a tattooed man, exchanged remarks that made the atmosphere of the cell increasingly chilling. Enough of that. The tattooed man, growing more anxious with each passing moment, interrupted their fanciful chatter, fearing that their wild imaginings might lead to tales of medieval horror and witchcraft. "I didn't eat dinner last night. I'm starving. Let's go eat and forget about that guy." The tattooed man assumed an authoritative demeanor. "Should we teach that brat a lesson after our meal?" Just as the tattooed man stood, he faltered at the suggestion, nearly collapsing. "What are you thinking? If we provoke him, we're all done for. Spare him." The tattooed man, feigning bravado, led the group toward the cafeteria. At the entrance to the cafeteria, a beautiful woman was distributing medication, stating that no one could enter without taking their medicine. A group of inmates whistled and made lewd remarks. Muccio regarded the woman dispensing the medication, finding her strikingly familiar. Soon, it was Muccio's turn to receive his medicine. Curious about her familiarity, he initiated a conversation. "Doctor, our ailments differ. Why must we take the same medication?" This is a vitamin. You must be new here, right? Antipsychotic medication is only dispensed after a follow-up consultation," she explained. Muccio then understood why so many had queued the day before. He had been too eager for a meal to notice they were collecting medication. "Have we met before? May I know your name?" Muccio forced a strained smile, attempting to appear more innocuous. After all, this was Arkham Asylum, a facility housing the criminally insane, and revealing one's name here was perilous. "Oh, I'm Harley Quinn," she replied. Chapter 102. Harley Quinn. She was once a renowned criminal psychologist in Gotham City. specially appointed as a psychological consultant for inmates at Arkham Asylum, though some suggested she was merely an ill-fated intern. The narrative depicts Harley as a strong woman, driven by her profession as a psychiatrist and researcher, harboring immense interest and a desire to conquer Gotham's legendary criminal, the Joker. It seems that the version of her before Muccio was that of an intern, explaining her presence among the ordinary inmates rather than in the high-security area treating the most dangerous offenders. As for Harley Quinn, she was indeed a tragic figure. As the Joker's doctor, she sought to explore his psyche, aiming to heal him. Yet, in her relentless study and interaction with the Joker, she unwittingly fell in love with him, becoming deeply enamored with the green-haired man, unable to extricate herself from her infatuation. Harley Quinn, in her obsession with the Joker, adorned herself in a clownish guise, seeking his validation and striving to win his favor. She is undoubtedly the Joker's most ardent admirer, her laughter often strained and delayed. All her endeavors revolve around the whimsical bubble of the Joker's world, and her misdeeds are merely a reflection of her devotion to him. However, her love, in the eyes of the Joker, is deemed trivial, a mere cliché that suggests one should not overly pursue unrequited affection. This formidable woman has become a mere sycophant, a lifelong devotee of the Joker. Despite enduring countless betrayals, she has been relegated to the status of a disposable tool. Even the Joker grew weary of her incessant adoration. On one occasion, he bound her to a rocket and launched her into the sky. Had it not been for Poison Ivy's timely intervention, administering a life-saving serum, Harley might have bid farewell to Gotham's stage forever. Surviving against the odds, she emerged stronger, enhanced by the serum, gaining formidable abilities and immunity to most neurotoxins. Yet, her love for the Joker remains unwavering, even as he seeks her demise. Poison Ivy, disapproving of the Joker's treatment of Harley, stood up for her, which led many to speculate about a romantic connection between them. After a heart-wrenching experience, Harley chose to leave the Joker in pursuit of her own identity. However, that very night, heartbroken and despondent, she discovered Rose at her bedside and once again fell into the throes of love, a cycle that had repeated itself countless times. Her affection for the Joker is genuine, yet his heart belongs solely to another, Batman. On one occasion, Batman dealt a significant blow to the Joker, remarking that Harley was superior in capability. This criticism shattered the Joker's defenses, resulting in further torment for Harley. In the cafeteria, Muccio gazed at the woman still known as Harleen Quinzel, feeling a pang of sympathy for her plight. He even contemplated altering the storyline, but after some reflection, he dismissed the thought, wary of the potential consequences on the narrative. Shaking his head, he accepted a vitamin supplement and allowed the story to unfold as intended. Unaware of Muccio's intentions, Harleen inquired about her name, astonished by his response, but before she could seek clarification, he departed, leaving her perplexed. Muccio entered the cafeteria, which was sparsely populated, and gleefully collected a breakfast, thoughtfully adding a boiled egg to his plate. He mused that if Harley had not yet transformed into the Joker's accomplice, it was likely that the Joker would soon be rescued. Since he opted not to interfere with the plot, he decided to relinquish any further involvement. Ultimately, the Joker's fate held little significance for him. To ensnare the grotesque figure into the asylum was merely to enhance Batman's favor. The Joker had already found his way into Arkham, and if he managed to escape, it was a testament to his cunning. Within this institution, the inhabitants yearned for freedom. Yet only Muccio harbored no desire to depart. He even feared that some fool might detonate the asylum, forcing him to wait for its reconstruction to resume his daily routine. "Hey kid, I have a question for you." As Muccio was lost in contemplation, another individual approached and took a seat opposite him. Again, after several encounters, Muccio felt exasperated and hastily shoved a freshly peeled boiled egg into his mouth, wary that the other might have another episode and ruin his meal. "Is yesterday's incident connected to you?" The bald white man bore an expression as if he had seen through it all, reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes. Muccio, choking slightly on the egg, pointed to himself and nodded. You dare to admit it." The detective was taken aback that this man would so readily confess, his planned threats rendered unnecessary. "Since it was you, speak up. How would you like to perish?" The bald man bluntly stated his intentions. Seeking vengeance, Muccio wiped his mouth. "Revenge is straightforward. Just eliminate him. It might even grant me access to a private room. Why would one refuse a delivered head?" Muccio regarded the bald man as if he were a specter, causing the man to feel uneasy under the scrutiny. He had approached with bravado, but the admission of guilt from the other left him feeling slightly unmoored. What a bizarre method. The individual had confessed outright. Would he be the next to meet his demise? In truth, the brother's vendetta could go unavenged. Perhaps it would be better to pray for him instead. To be brothers in the next life. As the bald man pondered these thoughts, Muccio stood up and reached towards him. The sudden movement startled the bald man, who believed his end was nigh. He hastily stumbled backward. In his fall, he narrowly avoided Muccio's formidable tackle, but unbeknownst to him, a fellow inmate had left a chair in his path, and his head collided forcefully with its corner. Surely not, Muccio thought, tiptoeing to observe the fallen figure, feeling as though he had wandered into the wrong scene. Was this death's arrival? Such a calamity. The bald man lay frothing at the mouth, clearly beyond salvation. In a manner akin to a melodramatic television plot, he departed this world. Muccio was left in bewilderment, unsure of whom this man had sought revenge against. Am I cursed? Muccio pondered, utterly speechless at his own predicament. Yet again, the familiar guards appeared, the same figures as before, though this time with an added sense of urgency. Approaching the bald man, one guard checked for signs of life. Well, another one bites the dust, he remarked, observing the unmistakable cause of death marked by the chair's edge. The sight before the cafeteria guard was nothing short of bewildering. He found himself staring at Muccio, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Conan, an embodiment of death itself. Wherever he went, calamity followed. The guard had been observing Muccio even before the bald man arrived, contemplating intervening. However, the bald man unexpectedly fell backward, meeting his demise. I did it. I confess, Muccio exclaimed, raising his hand like an eager student in class. Calling out for attention, the guard shot a glance at him, contemplating whether to recommend an increase in medication for this peculiar individual, who seemed to thrive on chaos. What was ostensibly an accident had become a recurring event, with Muccio always entangled in the midst of it. The guard began to wonder if Muccio had been sent to Arkham as a scapegoat, given his tendency to confess and accept blame. I did it. I did it. Muccio continued to shout, while the guard, seemingly deaf to his proclamations, ignored him completely and instructed the staff to remove the bald man's body. Is something wrong with you? I confess, and you still disregard me? Muccio felt utterly perplexed. He had initially intended to remain inconspicuous, fearing that attracting attention might disrupt his routine. Now he found himself wishing for a solitary cell, a space dedicated to his deadly exploits. Yet he seemed to have become invisible to the guards. It was exasperatingly difficult. Muccio surveyed the room, noting the wide-eyed curiosity of his fellow inmates. These unfortunate souls, mentally troubled, left him reluctant to act. He couldn't bring himself to harm them indiscriminately. There was no choice but to wait for an opportunity to present itself. Proactive measures felt ill-advised, especially considering the possibility of retaliation from his cellmates. Throughout the morning, Muccio languished in his cell. His fellow inmates were unusually quiet, refraining from conversation or provoking him, as if conspiring about something. Upon Muccio's return to the cell, they hastily exited. In truth, he had misjudged their intentions. They had heard about the incident in the cafeteria. Having skipped dinner the previous night, they were unaware of the death that had occurred. However, during breakfast, the topic emerged, revealing that an Asian individual had engaged in a dispute, resulting in the inexplicable death of his opponent. They were incredulous, pondering the improbable nature of such coincidences, only to be met with news of yet another death. Now, Muccio's cellmates were among the closest to the truth, second only to the warden. The notion of coincidence was becoming increasingly implausible. The atmosphere in the cell was stifling, with an overwhelming sense of dread. They feared that the next victim might well be one of them. Thus, the day slipped away in monotony, and Muccio found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days when his fellow inmates would frequently seek him out for trouble. How utterly tedious it is. Aside from sleeping and eating, there is nothing to do. Boredom, sheer boredom. Oh dear, there are still over 20 days to endure. Is this relentless clocking in truly a trial meant for humans? Ding! At that moment, the long-awaited system unexpectedly activated, emitting a crisp notification sound. I merely wanted to grumble. Please cease that noise. Muccio sat up, gazing at the ceiling in disbelief, engaging in conversation with the system. At this juncture, the other inmates also awakened. And upon hearing this Asian individual speaking to himself in incomprehensible Chinese, a chill suddenly crept down their spines. The two fellows in the upper bunk exchanged glances, reading a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes. What incantations is this Asian uttering? Is he attempting to summon a demon? Who is he conversing with? A ghost. There exists an unseen specter within this cell. The more they pondered, the more their fear escalated, prompting them to leap from the upper bunk and flee the cell. The remaining few were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, they already harbored a slight unease, and now witnessing someone react so dramatically, the others, including the tattooed man, also bolted in panic. Are they mad? Mu Qiu was utterly baffled, unaware that his innocent remarks had instilled such fear in them. Ding! What is all this incessant dinging? Speak up. Ding! The group chat has been activated. Your initial ID is 938786369. Would you like to modify it? A group chat? Mu Qiu was taken aback. He never anticipated this feature would allow for interaction with others. Naturally, he wished to change it. Modify. Let my name be Master Brother Dai Dai. The current username is already in use. Please input a new one. This name can be claimed as well? The name is too long, limited to 5 characters. Is there something wrong with your brain? I am merely complaining, not naming. The name is too long, limited to 5 characters. Damn it. Artificial intelligence is truly incompetent. Ding. Name change successful. Current. Damn artificial intelligence. 3 large question marks floated above Mu Qiu's head. Is this truly permissible? However, would this name not denote foolishness? Change it. I wish to alter my name. Ding. The second modification requires 10,000 points. Current points, 1,700. I am utterly flabbergasted. 10,000 points to change a mere name? It is no wonder he was perplexed, having checked in twice with Marvel and once with Mr. Zombie. This was already his 3rd check-in, yet he only accumulated 1,700 points. 10,000 points for a name change is indeed excessive. Then I shall not change it. Allow me to enter the group chat. No sooner had Mu Qiu spoken than he felt the scene before him shift, the surrounding environment transforming as if some bizarre special effect had been activated. The screen flickered, and suddenly, the surroundings changed. Where am I? Before Mu Qiu stood not the Arkham Asylum he once knew, but rather an expansive room adorned solely in pure white, devoid of any furnishings save for a solitary wooden door before him. A moment's pause seized him. Could it be that he would never return to Gotham? His tasks were far from complete. Just then, the system conveniently emerged to elucidate the situation. That is good. That is good. Mu Qiu exhaled in relief, continuing his inquiry. What is this place? Is this the communication group? Where is everyone? This location is your personal space, a repository for your belongings. Additional functionalities are temporarily unavailable. The system replied. Space. Mu Qiu scratched his head, recalling the concept of space as merely a means for logging and farming. What did this space entail? Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him, and he clapped his thigh in distress. If I have arrived here, does that mean I have effectively escaped from Arkham? Have I failed my task? Time flows differently in this space. Upon entry, your physical form remains in its prior position. Why not simply say I hit pause? Why complicate matters? He retorted. Is the communication group just beyond that door? Is anyone there? Hello? Speak to me. The system abruptly fell silent, leaving Mu Qiu bewildered. Oh well, since I am here, I might as well see what lies beyond the door. His curiosity about others who shared his fate compelled him to discover the narratives they had endured. With that thought, he approached the door and swung it open. To his dismay, the scene that greeted him was utterly shocking. In a panic, he attempted to close the door, but it was too late. Chapter 104. The Sea. All water, the ocean, the beautiful sea, the enchanting waters. Why, you may ask? Because right at the threshold lay the vast sea. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming revelation was that he was not facing the ocean's surface, but rather the depths of the sea. As Mu Qiu opened the door, the water seemed momentarily stunned, as if caught off guard. By the time he realized he needed to shut the door, the water surged in, as though on cue, flooding into his space. He was swept away by the tide. By the time he attempted to rise, it was too late. His entire space was inundated with water, but that was not the gravest peril. The most dire predicament was that he could not swim, gulping and sputtering. Mu Qiu struggled against the encroaching water, desperately hoping the system would return him to Gotham. Yet, the system seemed indifferent, leaving him to flounder amidst the waves. Am I to perish? Is so cold, so dark, so salty. As consciousness began to fade, a sudden thought struck him. He could not swim. But what of the pufferfish? Why did he suddenly think of pufferfish? Muccio had long neglected a particular item. The sole one he had yet to utilize, the aquatic lung potion. With a gurgling sound, he collected it. Ding! Acquired a disposable item, aquatic lung potion. Description: crafted from pufferfish, this secondary potion allows the user to breathe underwater without depleting their oxygen meter, while also enhancing visibility beneath the waves. Duration: 3 minutes. Fortunately, at this moment, the system was not causing any disturbances, and a vial of potion materialized in Muccio's hand. He struggled to unscrew the cap and gulped it down in one go. Bitter. The taste was far more repugnant than juice made from a blend of paracetamol and bitter melon. However, for the sake of survival, such bitterness was bearable. Taking a breath, Muccio sensed the potion's effects taking hold. It was a peculiar sensation. Although he was inhaling seawater, it felt as if he were breathing air. Incredible. I nearly perished here. Muccio was tempted to curse the system, but refrained, wary of incurring its wrath. I need to get out of this wretched place. Yet, he reconsidered. If he left, wouldn't this space become useless? The abundant seawater filled the area, without acquiring another item with similar properties to the aquatic lung potion. How could he return? System: will this space drain automatically? No response. Can I bring diving equipment into this place? The system remained silent. Hello? Are you there? Ugh. Muccio was increasingly frustrated with the system's intermittent silence. Yet there was little he could do. Never mind. There's still over 2 minutes left. I'll check the situation across the door. Although Muccio couldn't swim, with the aquatic lung potion, he could breathe underwater. So he awkwardly began to walk along the seabed. Fortunately, he wasn't too far from the wooden door, and just a minute before the potion's effect waned, he reached the entrance. Peering across the door, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. This place felt so familiar. Why did it look so peculiar? Could it be Bikini Bottom? The town of Bikini Bottom? Goodness, is this the home of SpongeBob SquarePants? The scene before him was straight from the animated series. Behind the wooden door lay a vibrant coral forest, with jellyfish frolicking nearby. In the distance loomed the iconic Bikini Bottom, the very city from SpongeBob's adventures. This extraordinary sight resonated deeply within Muccio. He instantly recognized the locale. No way. Wasn't this supposed to be a chat group? How did I end up here? Surely, there must be a way to interact with this place. The system remained unresponsive. Forget it. I truly cannot comprehend the situation. I'm done here. Farewell. Muccio pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend the situation he found himself in, which was related to a discussion group. However, the duration of the diving potion was about to expire, leaving him no time to deliberate further. After closing the wooden door, he shouted at the sky for the system. I want to go back. This time, the system finally emerged. Transmitting, please do not move. 962 space entry, current cooldown, 24 hours. When Muccio opened his eyes once more, the scene before him had finally returned to normal. He gazed at his bed, feeling a sense of relief. The ocean was truly terrifying, especially for someone like him, who was not accustomed to it. This experience served as a stark reminder. One cannot place faith in such a treacherous system. The discussion group was rather peculiar as well, although it was referred to as a discussion group. How did it transform into a beach resembling Bikini Bottom, the home of SpongeBob? He found himself puzzled, as if he had stepped into a riddle. However, the fundamental difference between Muccio and the Riddler was that while the Riddler would go mad not knowing the answer, Muccio simply chose to disregard it. Whatever hidden truths or enigmas lay beneath, he would not concern himself with them. What is the Happy Planet? What is the Happy Week? In a prison cell within Arkham's high-security area, an unpleasant melody echoed continuously. What, indeed, is the Happy Week? Oh, how I long to know. The Riddler clutched his stomach, repeating nonsensical phrases. The reason for his discomfort was the 5 pounds of ice he had foolishly consumed. Could any human possibly ingest such a quantity? Even drinking 5 pounds of water would be overwhelming, let alone ice. The Riddler feared that the ice would lose its detoxifying properties once it melted. After receiving a crushed ice machine from a warden, he had stuffed the 5 pounds of ice into his mouth without hesitation. The Riddler was no superhero with his constitution. Merely avoiding a hemorrhage from such a consumption was a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, The inevitable consequence of his actions was diarrhea. As he sat on the toilet, he sang the discordant tune of the Happy Planet, much to the dismay of the guard outside. "Shut your foul mouth. Let me know who you are, and I will tear your lips apart." From a cell opposite, an enraged shout erupted, clearly exasperated by the Riddler's antics. Who was a Riddler? Though currently seated upon the toilet, he was nonetheless a formidable figure in Gotham and not one to be threatened. Thus, he retorted, "I will sing. I will sing. What is the Happy Planet? What is the Happy Planet?" Suddenly, a sound of flatulence interrupted him, not from the Riddler's mouth, but from somewhere else. All right. The voice from across the way responded thrice, astonished that someone dared to challenge him. "State your name, and when I have the chance, I shall see to it that you meet your end." "My name? You may call me Father." The Riddler was an adept at trading insults, his words seasoned with the wisdom of a seasoned street fighter. "Very well, you truly have some guts." The individual across from him was genuinely enraged. He had never anticipated that he would find himself embroiled in a quarrel within the confines of Arkham Asylum. "Guard, I will offer you $1 million. Tell me who resides across from me." The guard hesitated. "Guard, I shall give you $2 million. Is the person across from me my son?" The Riddler retorted with his characteristic sarcasm. Thus, the Riddler and Scarecrow, two formidable supervillains, ignited a conflict over this trivial matter. Chapter 105. Where are the bugs? Jonathan Crane, known as Scarecrow, is a supervillain and one of Batman's formidable adversaries. He was once a psychology professor with remarkable expertise in chemistry, dedicating his life to the exploration of humanity's deepest fears. Utilizing his extraordinary talents, he developed a fear-inducing gas that allows individuals to confront their most profound terrors. Relishing in the spread of fear and deriving sadistic pleasure from psychologically tormenting his opponents to the brink of death, truly a manifestation of extreme abnormality. This perverse nature is deeply intertwined with his traumatic childhood experiences. Having lost the love of his mother at a tender age, he endured a harrowing existence under the merciless torment of his deranged scientist father. This father was engaged in the military's biochemical weapon research, while young Jonathan Crane became an unwitting subject for his father's grotesque experiments. Innocently, Jonathan believed that his suffering stemmed from his own misbehavior, leading him to tread carefully. Yet, the experiments continued unabated. His father's research revolved around extracting the sweat produced by humans in the throes of extreme fear. He discovered that this sweat could induce a temporary state of exhilaration in others, and with the addition of further agents, miraculous effects could be achieved. Just a single drop could unlock the most horrific experiences imaginable. As the experiments progressed, Jonathan was routinely cast into a terrifying, dimly lit cellar, surrounded by a multitude of corpses and skeletons. As a child, he was ill-equipped to endure such torment. He trembled in fear and despair, finding solace only in the darkest corners where he could clutch himself tightly. Despite his desperate pleas to his father, the man remained an ominous figure. "Child, you have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with this world." Whenever Jonathan lamented in anguish, his father would respond in this manner. Perhaps no one was truly at fault. Jonathan Crane bore no blame, neither did his father. Yet the true error lay in humanity's fragility. Eventually, Jonathan's father succumbed to the effects of excessive smoking and sleepless nights in the laboratory. At that moment, Jonathan remained trapped amidst the decaying bodies in the basement. Had it not been for the timely intervention of patrolling officers, the legacy of Scarecrow might never have come to fruition. Rescued from the cellar by the police, Jonathan believed he had finally escaped the infernal depths and could embrace a new life. However, the fault was not his, but rather that of the world itself. After years of malnutrition and abuse, Jonathan Crane entered a classroom, hopeful of making friends at last. Yet, to his dismay, no one would play with him. Everyone regarded him as an oddity, frail as a mere scarecrow. The derision of his classmates and the indifference of his teachers drove the young Jonathan Crane to seek solace in the cornfields, where warmth could be found amidst the solitude. Over time, he grew accustomed to this reality. The absence of friends and family became inconsequential. He developed a fervent passion for academia, diligently pursuing his studies until he gained admission to university, ultimately becoming a professor. Inspirational, indeed, but this is merely the prologue of his tale. The tragic experiences of his childhood cast a perpetual shadow over Jonathan Crane's psyche, leading his thought processes to diverge significantly from those of his peers. One day, he discovered that a female student harbored a profound fear of spiders. In an ill-fated attempt to confront her phobia, he restrained her in his office and unleashed a deluge of spiders upon her. He believed this was a therapeutic approach, facing one's fears to desensitize them, convinced that this would liberate her from her terror. Such misguided affection, however, went unappreciated. Jonathan Crane was reported and subsequently dismissed from his position. In the wake of his professional demise, Jonathan Crane opened a private clinic, where his treatment methods remained rooted in confronting fears. For patients terrified of snakes, he would toss snakes at them. For those afraid of ghosts, he would don a guise to frighten them. This perverse approach to therapy led to the rapid depletion of his clientele. Faced with failure in both career and finances, Jonathan Crane resolved to confront his own inner turmoil, determined to follow in his father's footsteps and assert his correctness against the world's misunderstanding. From that moment onward, Jonathan Crane ceased to exist. Gotham welcomed a new supervillain, the Scarecrow. Had it not been for Batman's intervention, the Scarecrow might have wreaked havoc upon countless orphan children. His tragic past had failed to cultivate empathy. Instead, it amplified his father's abusive methods. Regardless of age, any child under his influence faced a dismal fate. Fortunately, Gotham still had its dark night. Our valiant protector delivered a thorough beating to the Scarecrow, confining him to Arkham Asylum. Ironically, he found himself directly opposite the Riddler, and they became unlikely neighbors, sharing an amicable rapport. Each wished for the other's demise, which only served to strengthen their bond. "Hey, guard, tell me who's across from me. I want him to experience the most terrifying sensation in the world." The Scarecrow banged on his cell door, seething with impotent rage. "Ha ha, you think I need you to tell me what the most terrifying thing is? Let me ask you, what is the Happy Planet?" The Riddler pondered the concept of the Happy Planet, for nothing was more fearsome to him than that very question. "Guard, speak. Guard, is my son across from me?" The two continued their heated exchange. The guard, observing the situation, realized that it would not resolve itself anytime soon. He decided to step over to another cell door for a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Curiosity piqued, the guard peered through the peephole. What he saw nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. Within the lens, a pallid face was lolling its tongue, gazing back with a terrifying expression. Startled, the guard recoiled and glanced up at the cell number, 0801. This was the clown's cell. A shiver ran down his spine as he patted his chest, relieved that there was a cell door separating them, lest he might not have survived the encounter. Just yesterday, a hapless rookie had met a grim fate because of this clown. The rookie had been delivering food when the clown claimed there were worms in the meal. The guard inspected the food, but found nothing. As he pondered this, the clown suddenly exclaimed, "The worms are right here." The rookie, intrigued, looked up only to be greeted by a fork aimed directly at his eye. The clown had brutally skewered the rookie's eyeball. The young guard writhed in agony on the ground as the clown pointed and laughed. "See, I told you there were worms. Here they are. Ha ha ha." The haunting memory filled the guard with dread as he stood outside the cell. This clown was truly terrifying. Just as he contemplated leaving, a voice called out from within. "If you wish to escape my wrath, assist me with a task." If he wasn't mistaken, he was addressing Levin, wasn't he? Moses Levin? Surely he had not erred. Chapter 106, A Birthday Gift. Moses Levin, the name of the guard at the door, contorted with fear. How could that demonic clown know his name? Why did he know him? "Moses Levin," the clown repeated ominously. "Surely you do not wish for your daughter to be struck by a vehicle? One of those cement trucks?" The malevolent words sent chills down Moses Levin's spine. After a moment, he composed himself and stood outside the clown cell door. After all, there was a barrier between them. Surely he cannot be killed so easily. He reassured himself. "Good. What a good little boy," the clown feigned praise. "I ask you to play the role of a courier, a simple delivery person, not the sort who indulges in affairs while the mistress's husband is away. Just an ordinary courier." A courier? Moses Levin was perplexed by the clown's intentions, but felt compelled to comply. Working at Arkham Asylum required not only exceptional courage, but also the absence of family in Gotham. Unfortunately, Moses Levin's family resided in Gotham. Both his daughter and wife were there. He was genuinely terrified of the clown's potential vengeance and had no choice but to acquiesce. During the midday meal hour, Moses Levin unlatched the door of the cell housing the Joker, as he was there for his routine check on the villain's condition and to deliver his meal. Outside stood several armed guards, but their presence was merely to prevent the Joker's escape, not to thwart his murderous intentions. Moses Levin endeavored to mask his trepidation, fully aware that overt displays of fear would embolden such a criminal. To his relief, the Joker was seated at a table, engaged in a game of cards, having procured them from some unknown source. "What you brought for me?" Moses Levin inquired, his voice trembling. "A little trinket. Fear not. It's nothing sinister. I have a friend whose birthday is approaching, and this is a gift for him," the Joker replied, tossing a playing card, the king, at Moses Levin's feet. "Take this card and seek out a lad with purple hair at East District, number 183. Tell him I sent you for some delightful gas." Delightful gas? Moses Levin pondered, perplexed by the term, suspecting it might be some sort of narcotic. "Upon completion of this task, I shall reward you with $1 million. How does that sound? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Your daughter shall not meet with a tragic end, and instead, you will possess a fortune to relish with your family." How heartwarming that scene would be. Moses Levin recognized the Joker's wealth. To him, $1 million was but a trifling sum. However, he did not believe he could safely spend such ill-gotten gains. He had already resolved to assist the Joker with his request, then arrange for his wife and daughter to retreat for a time. Once the money was secured, he would reconsider his options. "Where shall it be delivered?" Moses Levin asked, having mentally prepared himself for the response. "To an Asian man in the Precinct S holding cells. What was his name again?" "Ah, yes. It's Autumn," the Joker said, licking his lips. With a sense of dread, Moses Levin exited the Joker's cell, vowing that this criminal was the most terrifying he had ever encountered. The Scarecrow, though peculiar in attire, was merely an ordinary individual devoid of his toxic gas. The Riddler was likewise just a puppet master orchestrating from the shadows. Yet this Joker, having encountered numerous inmates over the years, exerted a pressure upon him that none others could match. Perhaps it was the man's capriciousness that unsettled him. One moment, he could be jesting, and the next, he might be the harbinger of death. What the Joker deemed a birthday gift to Moses Levin could very well be a deadly contraption. Still, he recognized that compliance was paramount. There were other guards and shifts were constantly changing. He could not be certain whether his colleagues would assist the Joker in his endeavors. If that were the case, the Joker's threats would not be mere bluster. Having contemplated these matters, Moses Levin set off, his heart heavy with apprehension, towards the address provided by the Joker. A day later, an exquisite gift box was delivered by Moses Levin into Arkham Asylum. The gatekeeper, Frank Bowles, regarded the newcomer with a knowing smirk as he observed the exquisite gift box in hand, nodding approvingly to permit Moses Levin entry. Moses' carefully prepared words dissipated into thin air. Indeed, while both had served time, the clown had thrived amidst the chaos. Moses delivered the gift box to the cell where Muccio resided. In an effort to shield the clown and protect himself, he merely declared the box was intended for an Asian individual upon noticing someone else was present in the cell, then hurriedly made his exit. As fate would have it, there was but one occupant in the cell at that moment, a man somewhat hard of hearing. When he pursued Moses with the gift box, the latter had already vanished from sight. No one knew to whom the box was destined. After the afternoon recess, the hard-of-hearing man exchanged a glance with a few fellow inmates, and when Muccio stepped out, he revealed the box. It had been left by a guard earlier in the day, with no indication of its intended recipient. "This splendid box surely isn't for me. My family would never send me anything. They would rather see me perish in this place," he mused, caressing the box as he voiced his thoughts. "Could it not belong to that Asian fellow?" ventured the tattooed man, displaying a glimmer of intellect. "Impossible. How could someone who has been here less than a week possibly receive a package?" The hard-of-hearing man countered. "Indeed, I concur with your reasoning." Another inmate nodded in agreement. "Then I shall abstain from involvement in this matter. You can manage it as you see fit." The tattooed man, having observed the Asian individual closely over time, grew increasingly suspicious and preferred to avoid risking his life, opting instead to retreat to the recreation room. "I've been meaning to say, this fellow merely boasts about his influence in Gotham, yet I suspect it is all mere fabrication. There's no way to verify it." The hard-of-hearing man turned against the tattooed man, voicing his disdain. "Why fear what remains unknown? Even if it belongs to that Asian, we could simply return it. The box is meant to be opened and examined. Though the wrapping remains intact, one cannot ascertain its contents. What if it contains something meant for us?" They deliberated before unsealing Pandora's box. When the tattooed man returned after his workout, he was met with a sight that sent him reeling in terror. His cellmates lay lifeless, devoid of any semblance of life. Their expressions were horrifying, far surpassing the most chilling scenes of horror films. Their faces were twisted in manic, agonized laughter, as though they had succumbed to death through their own mirth. Leaning against the wall, the tattooed man summoned a guard. Upon investigation, it was determined they had perished from laughing gas, a substance solely wielded by the clown. The identity of the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery. Far removed in the depths of Arkham Asylum, the notorious supervillain known as the Joker. No one could fathom why the Joker would wish to eliminate a handful of mental patients in a precinct. Chapter 107. I and Harley Quinn in the examination room. A strikingly beautiful female doctor was stretching lazily. She was Harleen Quinzel, a former gymnastics champion from Gotham State University. At this moment, she radiated brilliance. Yet she made a decision that left everyone at the university utterly astounded. This exceptional woman chose to undertake her internship at Arkham Asylum, a place notorious for its perilous reputation. She believed that the criminals here presented a greater challenge for her. For instance, she currently held in her hands a medical report diagnosing a case of dissociative identity disorder, commonly referred to as multiple personality disorder. The emergence of this condition is closely linked to childhood trauma, particularly instances of sexual abuse. When a patient experiences immense shock, they may choose to dissociate, creating a sense of detachment from the traumatic event, which can be necessary for those who have endured prolonged suffering, thus giving rise to a second or multiple identities. The patients confined within Arkham are likely to exhibit antisocial personality disorder. However, Harleen Quinzel proved to be a conscientious intern as she summoned the individual named Muccio, as indicated in the report. "Ah, it's you," Muccio said as he was escorted into the examination room by the guards, immediately recognizing Harleen Quinzel, the future Harley Quinn. He waved his hand in greeting. The shade of lipstick that Harleen had applied was familiar to Muccio. It was the vibrant orange Chanel Rouge Allure Velvet in shade 182, unmistakably so. The hue, a blend of orange with a hint of pink, exuded vitality. Golden-haired and blue-eyed, Harleen sat behind her desk, illuminated by sunlight, sparkling like an angel descended from heaven, radiating her charm. Both the guards and Muccio were momentarily entranced. Such beauty gracing Arkham seemed almost a tragedy. Clearing her throat, Harleen noticed the captivated gazes upon her and felt a hint of embarrassment. She coughed lightly, prompting everyone to return to their respective duties. "Did you need something?" Muccio inquired as he approached Harleen. The fragrance of her perfume was intoxicating, awakening his appetite, leading him to contemplate indulging in an extra couple of buns for lunch. "How have you been sleeping lately? Has anyone been bothering you in your cell? If so, feel free to tell me. I will do my utmost to assist you." Harleen Quinzel inquired, sidestepping the subject of the report and engaging in casual conversation instead. Muccio silently commended her approach. This is what professionalism entails, establishing rapport and breaking down psychological barriers to encourage openness. "Well, it's been all right, though the atmosphere in the cell has been somewhat oppressive lately." Harleen, unfamiliar with the term oppressive, responded with a smile instead of seeking clarification. "Are you to provide me with treatment?" Muccio glanced at the documents on the table and spotted his name. "Your examination results are in. Would you care to share your situation?" Harleen Quinzel's large, watery eyes were fixed on the patient before her, exuding an eagerness to listen. "Oh, I'd rather not. It feels rather embarrassing. If you don't, it won't get better. You must be obedient." Harleen Quinzel's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment. However, the more Muccio listened, the more he felt a distance growing between them. He sensed that the warmth radiating from her resembled maternal love. Reluctantly, given Harleen Quinzel's good intentions, Muccio began to recount his tale. Yet, he knew that while others might weave a tapestry of truth and falsehood, his narrative was entirely fabricated. He resorted to the classic rhetoric of a jester. "My childhood," Harleen Quinzel propped her chin on her hands. If she were to smile, she would resemble a blooming flower. This gesture was meant to render her demeanor more approachable, encouraging the patient to express himself. "My family is far from harmonious. I envy other children who enjoy a peaceful home. They have carefree childhoods, unburdened by the fear of punishment for minor transgressions." As Muccio spoke, he seemed lost in recollection, his gaze drifting to the left, a telltale sign of nostalgia. He was aware that one should avoid touching their nose or blinking excessively while lying. Such nuances were not lost on him. For someone like the Jester Girl, who at least held a degree in psychology, it was clear that fabricating a narrative was simply unacceptable. Your parents, who is it that strikes you? Or do they both? Herring Quazzle covered her mouth, unable to discern Mu Chio's deceit, and a flicker of sympathy stirred within her. After all, dissociative identity disorder was not something one could acquire as easily as a common cold. My mother remarried, and I want to live with my father. He doesn't love me. In fact, he treats me as a punching bag. He enjoys drinking and spends his days in the company of alcohol. In my childhood, I often subsisted on expired, inexpensive food from the supermarket. He spoke of his father, who never smiled, recalling that he had never witnessed a moment of joy at home, save for that one rare occasion when he took Mu Chio to the circus. Perhaps he has his own troubles. He must care for you in some way. Herring Quazzle ventured, shared her thoughts. I believe he took me because my small stature allowed for a free ticket, and he could enjoy the half-price admission. Herring Quazzle, moved by Mu Chio's words, hesitated to interrupt. It was that day at the circus, my first and only experience, that I saw his smile. A clown, clad in outrageously oversized trousers, attempted to kick an unruly dog, only to miss and tumble instead. Mu Chio's eyes sparkled with the memory as he gazed out the window. He had laughed heartily then, though he couldn't quite fathom what was so amusing. In that moment, it felt as though he truly resembled a father and son. Herring Quazzle's eyes glistened with tears, her empathy shining through. In an effort to win his favor and foster a better relationship, I donned his oversized trousers and deliberately stumbled before him, hoping to elicit a smile. To my dismay, he did not find it amusing. Mu Chio touched his nose, recalling that he had broken it. Yet fortunately, it seemed to bear no visible scars now. Did it, Doctor? Harleen? Harleen Quinzel, taken aback, gazed at the pitiable figure before her, feeling an undeniable urge to embrace him. Strangely, even Mu Chio began to believe his own words. He feigned indifference to enhance the effect, which only served to tug at Harleen's heartstrings. With reddened eyes, she inquired, "Why did you come to Arkham?" "I meant no harm. I came of my own volition, as both the director and the guards at the entrance can attest." Mu Chio put on a pained expression, as if a demon resided within him, perpetually whispering dreadful notions. Sometimes, those around him would share memories he did not possess. Those actions were not his own. To prevent the entity within him from committing further misdeeds, he had willingly come to Arkham, even if it meant enduring imprisonment and mistreatment by fellow inmates. He did not wish to endanger his friends. As he spoke, he abruptly veered from the script, his desire for theatrics igniting, and he began to weep, his demeanor utterly wretched. Chapter 108. I, transformed into a demon, please, do not cry. Harleen Quinzel stammered, bewildered by Mu Chio's antics, her own tears beginning to flow. Stealing a glance at her, Mu Chio silently sighed in relief. The more she empathized, the less susceptible she would be when the Joker recounted this tired tale. He intended for Harleen, even if she became the Joker's accomplice, to avoid becoming too infatuated, for a devoted follower, be they male or female, rarely meets a favorable end. Dr. Harleen, could you perhaps temper your emotions? After a while, it was Mu Chio who found himself comforting Harleen Quinzel, puzzled by the memories that had evidently resurfaced, causing her to weep uncontrollably. "Oh, let me be alone," she sobbed, pointing towards the door, signaling for his departure. "Very well," Mu Chio replied with a gentle smile. Exiting the consultation room, as he made his way to the cell block, he encountered a familiar guard heading in the same direction. Let us refer to him as the cafeteria guard. The cafeteria guard, upon receiving a distress signal, was essentially tasked with collecting corpses. A birthday gift from the Joker had been unwrapped by Mu Chio's fellow inmates, and the result was rather grotesque. The cafeteria guard, on duty in this area today, was thus caught up in the chaos once more. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be in your cell?" The cafeteria guard mused upon spotting Mu Chio. "Isn't this the kid from that Curse series? The one where death seems to follow him everywhere? Just heard that 3 had perished. And he is not even at the scene? This defies logic." "Ah, dear guard, I was in the consultation room. Where are you rushing off to in such a frenzy?" Mu Chio observed the anxious demeanor of the guard and inquired, "What's the matter?" The guard sighed, "Alas, I just received word that 3 more individuals have perished." He then pondered aloud. "Why did I say more?" Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, "Oh, I see." Mu Chio, not particularly inclined to engage in camaraderie, slowed his pace, allowing the cafeteria guard to proceed ahead. Upon reaching the cell, Muccio noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. He pushed through the throng to take a look, and to his astonishment, the guard was inspecting the bodies. What transpired? Muccio asked a nearby bystander. I have no idea, the individual replied. 3 inmates suddenly died in this cell. The way they looked upon death was as if they had heard some amusing jest and laughed themselves to demise. You don't understand. They succumbed to the smiling half-step madness. Those afflicted with this toxin harbor lethal venom within, unable to walk or refrain from laughter, compelled to bounce while suppressing their smiles. If they attempt to walk, their lower bodies explode, and if they laugh, they will uncontrollably perish from laughter. This is an essential remedy for murder and mischief alike. The speaker was yet another victim of online literature. So, is the smiling half-step madness the same one that reigns alongside the one-day death powder in the martial world? Wow, you comprehend this too? The 2 online literature victims embraced once more, leaving those around them utterly speechless. 2 lunatics. They're clearly reveling in some game. They must be indulging in a group activity, remarked a bespectacled individual. Analyzing the cause of death. What is this group activity? You don't know? It's when a bunch of people engage in a human centipede. A wave of discomfort washed over the surrounding crowd. It's when you stab the person in front of you, and the person behind you stabs you, while the one in front finds an angle to stab the one who stabs you. That's the human centipede. Stop right there. Enough. Get lost. The bespectacled man was promptly hurled away by the crowd, his words revolting to all. The cafeteria guard examined the corpses, and clarity dawned upon him. The statements from these deranged individuals were utterly incorrect. It was no wonder, as they had been confined in Arkham for quite some time, unaware of the recent emergence of a new star in Gotham known as the Joker. The Joker's experiments with this so-called laughing gas had already claimed numerous lives, a fact the guard was well aware of. However, wasn't he the Joker imprisoned? How did this substance come into their possession? The cafeteria guard sensed something amiss and instructed those responsible for collecting the bodies to proceed while he sought out the warden. That night, in Muccio's cell, the situation had deteriorated rapidly. Within less than a week of the original 8 occupants, only 2 remained alive. The one who had been cleaning the toilet with his mouth was not counted, as he had succumbed to madness and was sent to a regular psychiatric hospital. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. Muccio felt a tinge of fear. What on earth was happening? He wished for a single cell, yet his cellmates were dying one after another. Was this a manifestation of his thoughts? He regarded the tattooed man with the same pity one might feel for a forlorn stray dog, noting the desolate state of the man, who seemed unlikely to survive much longer. The tattooed man sensed the gaze upon him. Who else could possibly be watching in this cell, aside from himself? Perhaps it was the Asian inmate who had moved in only to perish shortly thereafter. He had come to understand fear, and the fates of his former cellmates were enough to instill dread within him. Aside from one who had gone mad and been transferred to a psychiatric facility, the rest had met grim ends, each more tragic than the last. The initial 2, who had been crushed by a barbell, and the other who had succumbed to an accidental electrocution, could at least be explained away in a place like this, for madness lingered in the air. However, the 3 who had died today were clearly victims of foul play. The tattooed man was genuinely afraid, acutely aware of the peril surrounding him. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect of his predicament. What truly instilled fear was the thought of sharing a room with this ominous specter of death, uncertain of when it might strike again. The notion of changing cells? A fanciful dream at best. This was Arkham, a prison, not a school. Even in a classroom, switching seats requires the teacher's consent. Who would willingly change places with him here? With no alternatives, the tattooed man resolved to endure the night trembling in his bed, intending to discuss his plight with the guards the following day. He pulled the blanket over his head, feeling a chilling sensation envelop him, shivering uncontrollably. Muccio observed the movement beneath the blanket, exasperated. What kind of amusement was this? Just moments after 3 fellow inmates had perished, the tattooed man displayed no reverence for the situation and had instead resorted to such antics. Indeed, Arkham was a breeding ground for unusual individuals. It was truly remarkable to witness such peculiarities thrive even amidst the specter of death. The night passed in silence. With fewer inmates, there were fewer snores, and the foul odors diminished. Muccio enjoyed a restful sleep, though he was the only one who did. The next morning, The tattooed man awoke with dark circles under his eyes and glanced toward Muccio, feeling a wave of relief. The specter of death had not claimed him. He could now seek the staff to request a change of cells. Just as relief washed over him, Muccio spoke, startling him. With a sinister tilt of his head, he inquired, "Did you hear any strange sounds last night? It seemed to lament why it was us who died. Also, why is there a pentagram on the floor?" Next to it were 3 Arabic numerals. 6. The tattooed man glanced at the ground, where indeed lay several eerie symbols, seemingly drawn with an unknown white powder. He stared at the symbols, then at the specter of death, trembling uncontrollably before losing consciousness. Muccio dusted off the lime on his hands. "You little rascal. If I don't scare you away, then all this lime was for naught." Chapter 109. My last cellmate in the Revelation of the New Testament. There is mention of 666 as a portent of evil and demonic presence. In the West, it is said that God created the world in 7 days, and a week comprises 7 days. The book of Revelation contains 27 chapters, thus the number 7 signifies perfection. Hence, the number 6 is deemed imperfect, as it falls short of 7. Consequently, the expression 666 holds an ominous connotation in the West. Upon encountering the emblematic 666, the tattooed man fainted, akin to how a citizen of a flower-embracing nation would feel upon spotting the ominous character for death inscribed on the ground. This fainting episode was rather lackluster. Muccio curled his lips in disdain as he observed the tattooed man succumb to fear. He had intended to showcase a few spells, yet his adversary was rendered incapacitated. Ding! A new message awaits your attention, the system chimed. A new message? What could it be? With a flourish of his hand, Muccio summoned the text into the air. "Hello, I was away from home, but I noticed your visitor record. Is there something you need? What's going on?" Muccio was momentarily stunned. Was this message truly sent by a person? Did it imply that the previous Bikini Beach was their residence? System, how should I respond? Muccio pondered. Each message incurs a cost of 10 points. 10 points? That is still manageable. With 700 points at his disposal, he could afford it. However, I must contemplate my words carefully. After considerable deliberation, Muccio composed an elaborate response. "Greetings, esteemed senior. I am the individual who visited your residence previously. You may call me Chio. I have just established a trading group, along with that space. Within my space, there exists a door that leads directly to your abode. Is your home indeed the Bikini Beach? The city reminiscent of SpongeBob is quite appealing. I wish to inquire about certain matters as a novice. My current task involves a month's stay at Arkham Asylum. Do you happen to know what the subsequent task will be after this one? I wish to prepare in advance." "Oh, great one. Allow me to cling to your esteemed leg." Ding. Your message has been successfully sent. The text has exceeded the limit. Deducting 1,075 points. What the heck? Am I seeing this correctly? You're deducting 85 points from me? This is more outrageous than airline baggage fees. The additional deduction exceeds the cost of the ticket itself. Muccio's expression shifted, revealing his miserly disposition. After sending the message, Muccio waited for quite a while without receiving a reply. Could it be that the system is luring me into a trap? Are they employing a chatbot to swindle my points? Sensing something amiss, Muccio resolved not to be duped again. Just as he had firmly decided to conserve his points, another message arrived. Ding! A new message awaits your attention. With eager anticipation, Muccio opened the message. "A door? You possess a door that leads to my home? Surely you jest. What is this check-in you speak of? Is that your term for the main deity's tasks? A month at Arkham Asylum? I have never heard of such a task. Are you a member of a squad teasing me?" The few brief sentences left Muccio utterly astonished. The Master God? He had never heard of such a concept. The other party was unaware of the existence of the door. As for the mention of teams, Muccio had lost interest in delving deeper. His worldview had already crumbled. He had presumed that everyone was like him, mere puppets of the system, clocking in and out of various narrative worlds. To his surprise, the other party had never even heard of clocking in. At that moment, Muccio could no longer afford to lament over his lost points and hastily edited his message. That clocking in refers to the Master Goddess tasks. It has become somewhat of a habit for me, just like clocking in at work. There indeed exists a door, but I know nothing of any team. Muccio understood the nuances of truth and deception. He decided to brush off the clocking in matter while clarifying the rest, hoping to put the other party at ease. Could we exchange some information? I have experienced Iron Man 1, the Incredible Hulk, and many other events of the world. Muccio began to weave his inquiries. After what felt like an interminable wait, the other party finally responded. Well, I'm not really a senior. This is my second time in the Master God space undertaking tasks. You have traversed so many reincarnation worlds, so you are the true senior. After this message, I might not reply for quite some time, for I may have run out of points, or perhaps I am already dead. Alas, I do not know. If I manage to survive and return with points, I shall speak with you again. Shiryao, is that its name? It sounds feminine. System, what is the Master God space? System, what is the reincarnation world? Fine, if you choose to remain silent, so be it. I shall go have my meal. In the cafeteria, Muccio took a portion of ham, a fried egg, a piece of bread, and, finally, a glass of fresh milk. Delightful. Is this what life in the asylum is like? How splendid. It would be perfect if no one were to disturb him. Muccio licked the milk from his lips and gazed at the person before him. It was a white-haired individual. Is there something you need? Muccio felt uneasy being stared at while eating, casting a glare at the stranger. Do you wish to escape? The white-haired one spoke, prompting Muccio to chuckle, inadvertently spraying him with milk and crumbs. You. The white-haired individual wiped his face, feeling an urge to retaliate, but after considering his purpose, he restrained himself. I just want to eat. Please do not make me laugh. Others may wish to escape, but I simply want to be a salted fish here in Arkham for a lifetime, or at least a month. Muccio handed a piece of paper to the white-haired man, who did not accept it. Honestly, I do not know what you intend to do, but I wish to remain here. I do not want to leave. Are you certain? I want to eat, Muccio replied, lowering his head to resume his meal, ignoring the white-haired man entirely. The white-haired individual glared at Muccio, clenched his teeth, then donned a calm facade and walked away. Crazy. I finally made it into Arkham, and with a single word from you, I would break out. Am I out of my mind? Muccio grumbled as he finished the remaining food on his plate. The identity of the white-haired individual eludes him, yet the subtle expressions betraying a sinister intent are unmistakable. The mannerisms, winking and touching the bridge of his nose, suggest that not a single word spoken is truthful. The identity of the sender is of little consequence. It is evident that this person likely harbors intentions that threaten his very existence. Muccio steeled himself, resolved to remain emotionally unperturbed regardless of what transpired next. However, he had overestimated his composure. Upon reaching the prison cell, he observed a gathering of onlookers, and it dawned on him that he had indeed arrived prematurely. My heavens! Surely, I must have been slain by a demon. Look at the pentagram on the ground. It is a summoning circle of the infernal, exclaimed one bystander. And the number 666 beside it signifies the devil. What demons? You must be out your mind. Clearly, this is the scene of a locked-room murder, meticulously staged by the perpetrator. As Muccio approached the cell, he noted that the tattooed man had already met his demise, the last inmate having succumbed to a slashed throat. Chapter 110. My supervillain treatment, a locked-room murder case? The crowd of onlookers, seemingly deranged, recoiled at the term. Indeed, this is unmistakably a locked-room murder. Just look at this cell. It's clearly a sealed chamber. Wow, indeed it is a locked room. Yes, a masterstroke. This is the work of a true expert. The cafeteria guard, exasperated, rubbed his temples, bemused by the antics of the mentally unstable. Muccio, too, found the scene absurd. It was midday, the prison doors were ajar, and the notion of a locked room was ludicrous. Well then, detective, who do you believe the murderer is? The individual dubbed as detective feigned deep contemplation, his expression stern as he scanned the crowd. From a psychological perspective, criminals often return to the scene of their crimes, either to rectify any oversights or out of sheer narcissism, to relish in the expressions of those who fail to apprehend them. As he spoke, his gaze bore down upon the assembled crowd, as if he could decipher their innermost thoughts, rendering them uneasy under his scrutiny. After a prolonged silence, his eyes darted towards Muccio, startling him momentarily. Thankfully, the gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. It must be him. I swear on my years of experience. This lad is the murderer. The crowd followed his accusatory finger. It's not me. I merely collected the body. I just arrived on the scene. How could I possibly be the murderer? It's you. You've returned to the scene, and your shifty demeanor is telling. It must be you. I merely have a slight astigmatism. Someone quick. Arrest him. Don't let him escape. The deranged detective shouted, leading one to believe he fancied himself the sheriff. Seeing the chaos unfold, the guard swiftly produced a stun baton to quell the farce. Come on, brother, what case are you solving? There's a massive surveillance camera overhead. Doesn't that suffice for your investigation? The cafeteria guard pointed out, utterly bemused. Do not trust the footage. It has surely been fabricated. Artificial intelligence will one day dominate humanity. The world belongs to... The detective grew increasingly animated in his inquiries, leaving the guards with no choice but to administer a jolt of electricity to subdue him. As the farce concluded, the guard in the cafeteria cast a lingering glance at Muccio. In less than a week, the cell had witnessed death and injury, leaving only one survivor. To still have faith in this sole survivor, who bore no connection to the events, was truly naive. Muccio felt wronged, a victim of circumstance. He insisted that he was not responsible. If the tattooed man had died from fright, it would have been one thing. But the truth remained that his throat had been slit. The summoning array had been hastily drawn, hardly sufficient to conjure a demon. The path to revealing the truth seemed straightforward, reviewing the surveillance footage. In the principal's office, the frustration was palpable. Was this the 8th or 9th incident? My patience has reached its limits. This inmate cannot continue to act with such audacity. He must be confined deeper within the prison. The life of a criminal is still a life. Director Quincy Sharp wore a fa of compassion that left the guard speechless. This man had already profited immensely from the cafeteria, yet now he feigned benevolence. Director, this situation appears more complex than it seems. 3 individuals have already perished in this cell, and surveillance footage has gone missing twice. If the last Asian inmate is responsible, he could not have executed this deed, remarked the guard, only to be met with a dismissive glare from the director. You know nothing. That man possesses superpowers. Do you understand? Superpowers. The director had his own agenda and was too disinterested to investigate the missing footage. His only goal was to ensure that this individual was incarcerated deep within Arkham. Who the real murderer was did not concern him. He was simply irked that such a dangerous individual existed, while Batman remained oblivious to the threat. Today, lock him in a more secure, solitary cell. As for the surveillance, there is no need to investigate further. Understood? Upon hearing this, the guards could only nod in acquiescence, relinquishing the matter. Whether the director had received a bribe remained a mystery known only to him. In the afternoon, a squad of heavily armed guards stormed into Muccio's cell. Just as he prepared to resist, he was greeted by a familiar face, Harley Quinn. Dr. Harley, what's the situation? Muccio asked warily, scrutinizing the group. Fear not. We're here to transfer you to a different cell, she replied, her demeanor suggesting sincerity. Well then, let's proceed and see what unfolds. If I resist now, I might lose my chance, he conceded. Half an hour later, Muccio had the blindfold removed and beheld his new quarters, a modest single cell, complete with a private toilet and bed, and even a small television. What the? Had I known the accommodations were this pleasant, I would have come sooner. You needn't have invited me. I would have arrived on my own, he exclaimed, lounging on the bed to test the mattress, which was surprisingly comfortable. Harley found herself at a loss for words, bemused by the optimism radiating from the man before her. Once one enters this place, they're destined to remain here for life. The former director, Amadeus Acom, met his end in this very cell. Although there is a television present, from today onward, this unfortunate soul must endure an existence of perpetual confinement. Must I also dine here? Is there no need to venture to the cafeteria? Muccio exhibits a modicum of intellect. Indeed, meals will be taken here, and I will also administer your treatment in this space. You shall not escape. Heron Quesel felt a tinge of sadness. Her concern for the patient, Muccio, stemmed from emotional ties, prompting her visit today, fearing that an emotional outburst might lead to complications. Contrary to her expectations, Muccio appeared almost jubilant, as if he had returned home. Woohoo! I finally arrived. Although my previous cell was tolerable, aside from its ominous aura, now that there's a television, all is well. Muccio cheerfully seized the remote and switched on the television. A flurry of static greeted him. He changed the channel, yet still encountered only static. What is this? Is the television inoperable? Muccio inquired of Heron Quesel. This cell belonged to the former director, hence the presence of a television. After the director's demise, the television remained, though the signal has since been lost, rendering it useless for viewing programs. Muccio felt a pang of frustration. Without a working television or fellow inmates, what torment awaited him over the next 20 days. He was experiencing the true essence of imprisonment for the first time. Previously, in the general ward, it had resembled a different version of a psychiatric hospital, where he found amusement in observing the antics of the mentally ill. However, the thought of spending over 20 days confined to this small room instantly sapped his spirit. Having fulfilled her duty, Heron Quesel observed the despondent visage of her patient and shook her head as she exited the cell. After her departure, Muccio lay on the bed, lost in thought. Just as boredom enveloped him, a song reached his ears that nearly made him laugh. What is the happy planet? Next. Chapter 111. Coach, I want to learn diving. The Riddler? This voice, there is but one person in Gotham capable of producing it. The Riddler. Is he still conducting research on this? Has he lost his mind? Feeling bored, Muccio found the Riddler's eccentricities rather amusing. Half an hour later, he could no longer endure the Riddler's torment. I'm going to be sick. My brain is about to explode. Are you a broken record? Muccio finally snapped at the Riddler's incessant refrain. Stop singing. If you wish to know what the happy planet is, I shall guide you in the exploration. Next. The Riddler continued to monotonously repeat his self-proclaimed riddles when suddenly, a line of a riddle he had never heard echoed down the corridor. His eyes widened, and he rushed to the cell door, shouting, "Happy planet! Happy planet!" Muccio, with considerable patience, sang again. If you wish to understand what the joyful planet is, I shall guide you in this exploration. The Riddler, exclaiming thrice, conveyed his exuberance through his voice alone. The Scarecrow, having managed to doze off momentarily, was once more roused by the noise. He rushed to the prison gate and kicked it. Guard! Could you please attend to this crow-like fellow? If I have erred, let me be imprisoned, but spare me this daily torment. The voice of the speaker was indiscernible to Muccio, yet it was likely that all present were familiar faces, none unknown to him. Sing on. If you wish to understand what the joyful planet is, I shall guide you in this exploration. The Riddler, having grasped the next line of his riddle, began his repetitive chant once more. Enough. Silence. Both Muccio and the Scarecrow shouted in unison, unable to endure the Riddler's incessant ramblings any longer. Within the desolate confines of the prison cell, one could scarcely bear the cacophony of a horrendous singer next door, compounded by the natural echoes and reverberations of the surroundings. The term dissonance aptly describes this predicament. Listen, dear Riddler, heed my counsel. The joyful planet is beyond your grasp. Do not fault me for my bluntness. Your youth and inexperience cloud your understanding. Muccio implored earnestly, yet to no avail. The Riddler, seemingly possessed, continued his relentless chatter. With no other recourse, Muccio resolved to teach him a lesson. Shadow mimicry technique. The prison bars may withstand a person, but not a shadow. Multiverse shadow elongated. Trailing along the maddening noise, connecting to the Riddler. Instantly, the Riddler realized he was in trouble and cried out, I was wrong. Alas, it was too late. Muccio propped a pillow against the wall and with a resounding thud, collided with it. He emerged unscathed while the Riddler succumbed to unconsciousness. After this commotion, the prison cell finally fell silent. Hello, where is everyone? The Scarecrow, bewildered by the turn of events, had only heard the Riddler's pleas for mercy. Curiosity piqued within him. Was there truly someone capable of silencing the Riddler within these prison walls? Was there such a being in Gotham? Surely even Batman could not achieve this. Ahem, may I inquire your name, esteemed individual over there? The Scarecrow, intrigued, posed the question to Muccio. Me? Startled by the call from across the cell, Muccio pondered how one could befriend another within Arkham Asylum. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal his true name. I am known as the Multiverse hero. Hero? What sort of name is that? The Scarecrow was taken aback. And you? Who might you be? Ah, ha ha. The Scarecrow puffed up with pride, believing himself a notable figure in Gotham, an arch-nemesis of Batman. I am the God of Fear. The God of Fear? Muccio was taken aback. He had no idea that such a character existed in Gotham. Was this a hidden plot? Ah, God of Fear. Since you are indeed a deity, why have you found yourself confined in a psychiatric hospital? Muccio felt repulsed by this so-called God of Fear. That is simply because I am weary from playing and wish to rest. Muccio found it increasingly unbearable to deal with this pretentious individual. To boast about being a god while residing in a lunatic asylum seemed rather fitting for him. Noticing that Muccio was ignoring him, the Scarecrow grew bored and lay down to sleep. Time passed in this manner. Is incarceration truly this torturous? Muchu pondered, feeling as though he had slept for an eternity. Upon opening his eyes, he still found himself in the cell and realized that he had over 20 more days of this to endure, sending shivers down his spine. With nothing to occupy his time, he scanned his surroundings. Even the snowflake-patterned television held his attention for a while, but alas, it was devoid of a signal, and changing the channel proved futile. In his boredom, he unconsciously glanced beneath the bed. To his surprise, a new toy awaited him. There was a small box under his bed, marked with the word emergency. What did this be? The box was unlocked, and with a click it opened. Inside lay a mask, resembling a gas mask. What purpose could this serve? Muccio examined the mask. The box appeared to be quite old, yet the mask seemed unused. If it had not been taken away, he speculated its likely purpose. It might be a self-rescue mask to prevent inmates from choking on smoke during a fire at Arkham. As he toyed with the mask, an idea struck him. While it may not be waterproof, it could temporarily block water. Just enough to shout, "System, I want to go home." He donned the mask, finding the sensation rather novel. Breathing was somewhat labored, but that was of little concern. "I want to return to my space." Ding. Transmitting, please do not move. 9621. Muccio felt darkness envelop him, and before he could open his eyes, he sensed the icy ocean water surrounding him. Indeed, the water had not drained away. It had transformed his space into a sealed aquarium. System, return home. Upon opening his eyes again, Muccio found himself back in his cell. What do you do now? Had his space become useless? System, how do I drain the water? Well, the system remained unresponsive, and with nothing to engage his interest, Muccio sat dumbfounded, staring blankly outside his cell. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor snapped him back to reality. He looked up to see a familiar face. His doctor, Harleen Quinzel, had arrived. The guard opened the door for Harleen, casting Muccio a threatening glance. He smiled to himself. In Arkham, the only person he felt would not harm him was perhaps Harley Quinn. Helen Quizzer observed the fire safety mask and the damp Muccio lying on the floor, and thought to herself that this fellow must be utterly bored, engaging in water play. I must remind you, every individual's cell has a limited supply of water. If you choose to indulge in such antics, you may very well find yourself without enough to flush the toilet. I'm so bored, doctor. Muccio shifted the topic. Of course, I can bring you items, like books or games. These could be beneficial to your treatment, within my authority. Upon hearing this, Muccio devised a plan. Can I bring diving gear? Helen Quizzer replied. Chapter 112. I am heading to Bikini Beach. Diving? The Joker was taken aback. In her previous experiences, she had encountered patients who relied on teddy bears and others who needed lollipops. There was even a rather peculiar case where an individual had to sleep with a hamburger every night, no matter how foul it had become. That person would first lull the hamburger to sleep before settling down themselves. Such oddities were not uncommon. However, regarding diving equipment, regardless of whether the asylum permitted it, the cost was quite steep. Helen Quizzer did not believe she could secure the necessary funding. Noticing a flicker of leniency in Helen's gaze, Muccio thought, is this possible? Could it actually work? He composed himself and said, Doctor, I have a unique situation. I feel as though I am drowning in the sea. I require an oxygen tank and diving gear as I struggle to breathe. He continued, clutching his throat and kneeling on the ground. Helen Quizzer observed him perform this act. Is that not feasible? The budget is limited, and an oxygen tank can be explosive. I am well aware of that. It is impossible for me to provide you with such items. Could you assist me in contacting the director? I would like to speak with him. The director? I can only try. It may not be successful. Are you certain you do not want me to bring you any books? Please bring me a rather thick book in Chinese. Anything will suffice. He was not picky, and whether Gotham had any Chinese books was questionable. As for the content, he was indifferent. Pure English texts were challenging for him to read. Very well, then can we proceed with your treatment? Helen Quizzer said, gesturing for Muccio to sit on the bed. The scene held a certain ambiguity. No treatment. No treatment. The only thing that can cure my ailment is diving gear. Please go arrange a meeting with the director. Just tell him I have money to offer. Muccio currently had over $7 million in his account. He believed it was not unreasonable to purchase an oxygen tank, as buying his freedom was not his intent. A day later, Muccio successfully met with the current director of Arkham, Quincy Sharp. What do you want? Quincy Sharp stood outside the cell door, reluctant to engage with someone he regarded as extraordinarily capable. His presence today was solely motivated by the allure of money. $7 million for a set of diving equipment. Is that acceptable? Miuccio bluntly stated his purpose. Diving equipment? What for? Do you wish to turn on the faucet in your cell and drown Arkham? Quickie Sharp jeered at Miuccio, prompting a chorus of laughter from a group of armed guards. The mental patients were enjoying their merriment. So, do we engage in this business or not? Miuccio, filled with indignation, felt quite irked at being regarded as a fool by the assembly. $7 million? To acquire a set of diving equipment? It certainly sounds like a lucrative deal, but what? Sharp interjected. An oxygen tank. Do you really think I am that Navi? Come on, it's merely an oxygen tank. Why are you so fixated on this triviality? I previously spent money to be admitted here because I genuinely adore this place. Am I insane for paying to reside in a lunatic asylum only to now seek a means of escape? You are indeed unwell, severely so. The group gazed at Miuccio as though he were a simpleton. They all knew this man had previously offered a staggering $10 million for voluntary admission to Arkham, only for the director to refuse him for reasons unknown. Quickie Sharp, ever eager to climb the social ladder, seized this opportunity. Since he had promised Batman not to allow this individual entry, he leaked the information, thus enhancing his own reputation and planting seeds of intrigue for the next mayor of Gotham. Who wouldn't regard someone with the audacity to refuse a $10 million bribe with newfound respect? Sharp was convinced that no one would dare spend money to enter Arkham again. Listen here, there's nothing to discuss. If you wish for a diving mask, that's acceptable, and it could even be procured for merely $1 million. $1 million? Is that even reasonable? The guard stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the director's apparent jest. I need to breathe oxygen. I require diving equipment. Do you understand? I could forego the diving mask entirely. Sharp observed Miuccio's serious demeanor and mused that this man was genuinely deranged. Where on earth would you find an ocean within Arkham? Let me put it this way. If you believe that a mere oxygen tank will facilitate my exit from this asylum, then perhaps it's best to shutter this establishment immediately. Miuccio altered his strategy, employing a tactic of provocation. Such a simplistic ruse would fail to ensnare anyone capable of holding the position of director. Yet Quickie Sharp was different. He was exceedingly arrogant. He was now curious to see how an oxygen tank could possibly aid in a prison break. Even the Asian man's riddles would be ineffective now, as the guards in the area housing supervillains have been completely replaced with individuals whose families were not in Gotham, fostering mutual suspicion and minimizing the likelihood of collusion. In the corridor outside the cell, hundreds of automated machine guns lay in wait. Should a prisoner attempt escape, they would be executed on the spot with no chance of flight. The reason the director had not shackled Miuccio, a criminal endowed with superpowers, was that he wished to bait him. A bomb that could detonate at any moment is a terrifying prospect, rather than live in constant fear. It is wiser to trigger it in advance. With this thought, Quickie Sharp let out a light chuckle. I shall provide you with a complete set of diving equipment, including an oxygen tank. How would you prefer to make the payment? The passwords for the cards that were confiscated from me upon entry are 439677. You may retrieve them. It will be evident whether there are funds available. Miuccio observed that Quickie Sharp did not appear to be the type to seek something for nothing. If that were his intention, he would have already devised a plan to eliminate this individual after the transaction. After a series of negotiations, Quickie Sharp departed. That afternoon, several surveillance cameras were installed in Miuccio's cell, providing a comprehensive 360-degree view of his every movement, even monitoring beneath the bed and behind the toilet. The warden relayed a message through a guard, stating that should Miuccio tamper with any of the cameras, all diving equipment would be confiscated. The sensation of being watched was quite unpleasant. However, Miuccio was indifferent to such matters. He had no illicit activities to conceal within the confines of the prison. The only discomfort arose during moments of bathing or using the restroom. Miuccio even speculated whether the warden was leering at him while he bathed. Now that would be rather perverse. His suspicions were indeed correct. The warden was engaged in such behavior. Quickie Sharp, bearing the marks of a black eye, observed what Miuccio would do upon acquiring the diving gear. Outside the cell, a contingent of armed guards had been temporarily deployed, waiting for Miuccio to make a move. Donning the diving equipment, Miuccio activated the oxygen. He greeted one of the cameras and then vanished. 1 second. No, 5 seconds. Miuccio had disappeared for 5 seconds. The warden and the guards monitoring the surveillance were taken aback, rubbing their eyes and questioning one another. They were not imagining things. Miuccio had indeed vanished for a brief moment. To the outside observer, It seemed as though Muccio had disappeared for only 1 second, when in fact he had been gone for several days, at Shi Yao's residence, a place resembling a beach in a bikini. Chapter 113. The home of Squirrel Sandy. If the Riddler sought to understand what a joyful planet truly is, Muccio had an abundance of inquiries. What is the Master God? What constitutes a squad? Why is there a door in his space that leads to another's? Why is it that the person named Shi Yao resides at Bikini Beach? She had never heard of clocking in. What means did the other players employ to gain strength? With a multitude of questions in his mind, Muccio donned his diving gear and activated the teleportation. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in his own space, filled with seawater. Indeed, it remained unchanged. What was he to do now? The water in this space is alarmingly abundant, making it impossible to drain completely. It seems one must don diving gear to venture here. Muccio's full set of diving equipment is rather extravagant. The director did not skimp on expenses. This set cost several tens of thousands of dollars, and it is evident that the director intended to vex Muccio. In his perception, Muccio's desire for diving gear suggests he considers himself a fool. The true purpose is the oxygen tank, and thus the director deliberately provided Muccio with a superior set, eager to see how he would utilize it. Unfortunately, the director's speculations were excessive. Muccio had never contemplated escaping for even a second. The compressed air tank he wore could sustain him for an hour of underwater exploration, and he had already devised a plan to wander around Bikini Bottom, for there were countless mysteries awaiting his discovery. Upon opening the wooden door, he was greeted by the familiar childhood classic, the city from SpongeBob SquarePants, Bikini Bottom. As he stepped through the door, he struggled to move forward. Unable to swim, he could only shuffle along the seafloor. 1 step, 2 steps. After 10 arduous minutes, he drew closer to the city. The city lay in eerie silence, devoid of any inhabitants, save for humanoid fish. Strange. Could it be that this was merely a set, not the place imprinted in his memory? The absence of people imbued Muccio with a sense of unease. His sixth sense advised against entering the city, as it seemed to harbor many hidden beasts, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Fleeing was a thought he entertained without a moment's hesitation. He cautiously distanced himself from the city, feeling an unsettling presence behind him. Yet nothing abnormal was detected. With over half an hour of oxygen remaining in his tank, he resolved to make the most of his exploration. Continuing his laborious trek, Muccio gradually moved away from the cityscape and arrived at a vibrant coral sea, where a few pink jellyfish floated, emanating a buzzing sound akin to bees. These jellyfish were likely venomous. SpongeBob's favorite pastime on weekends was to invite Patrick to catch jellyfish. They would invariably end up with numerous stings. Here, the jellyfish seemed to behave like bees. Best to avoid them. As Muccio continued to roam, his vision expanded significantly. Though submerged in the depths, the area was brilliantly illuminated, perhaps akin to the fantastical depictions in animation. Oh, what was that? As he walked, he spotted a colossal dome resting on the ocean floor. Inside the dome, he discerned what appeared to be a tree. Where was this? Was this the home of Sandy the Squirrel? Muccio found it quite fascinating to behold the residence of one of SpongeBob's companions, Sandy. The large glass dome nestled in the deep sea contained a scene that resembled life on land. Sandy, the squirrel, was a scientist, explorer, and inventor. Her mind is arguably the most rational among the inhabitants of SpongeBob's world. In addition to her exceptional intellect, Sandy possesses remarkable combat skills, her prowess nearing the first tier of SpongeBob's universe. This squirrel has certainly captured Muccio's admiration. However, judging by the cityscape, it seems that Sandy's abode might merely serve as a backdrop, devoid of any inhabitants. Muccio's oxygen supply from his compressed air tank can sustain him for a while longer. After contemplating, he decided to approach Sandy's home to assess the situation. If he could gain entry, the oxygen within would suffice for an extended stay. As the saying goes, a horse will run until it dies when it sees a mountain. Muccio wandered for an indeterminate period, his oxygen nearly depleted, until he arrived beneath a colossal, transparent dome. From a distance, Sandy's residence appeared less extravagant, but drawing closer. Muccio marveled at the sheer audacity of this squirrel. The trunk of the enormous tree in her yard would likely require the embrace of 7 or 8 adults to encircle. Lacking a strong grasp of architectural dimensions, Muccio estimated that Sandy's home stood at least 4 or 5 stories tall. Arriving at the entrance, he encountered a large iron gate, reminiscent of a bank vault door. Nevertheless, having ventured this far, Muccio attempted to twist the handle. With a series of clicks, the gate began to turn slightly. To his astonishment, it swung open. Squirrels, it seems, do not lock their doors, which is somewhat reasonable, he mused as he stepped inside. A sign within instructed that the iron door must be closed to activate the drainage function. Muccio complied, shutting the door. And he heard a sound as the water in the small chamber was swiftly expelled. Impressive, he thought, giving a thumbs up. Is this what scientists in SpongeBob's world are like? Once the water had drained, Muccio, filled with anticipation, pushed open the final door. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a fragrant paradise. Was this truly the ocean floor? It was utterly surreal. Sandy's home was adorned with vibrant flowers and grasses, with butterflies frolicking about. Such a scene would be dismissed as fiction by anyone who had not witnessed it in the depths of the sea. Yet this squirrel had accomplished it. However, as with all animated tales, the setting was perplexing. Muccio did not entertain the notion that he could best any inhabitants here. Much like Tom and Jerry, where bullets and bombs fail to subdue, and where Tom can withstand a massive iron ball crashing into his chest only to recover instantly. The combat capabilities here were not comparable to those in Gotham. Given that he found himself on unfamiliar territory, Muccio doubted Sandy would harbor any significant hostility. After a moment's reflection, he called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone here? Sandy? Are you present?" Silence greeted him, suggesting that this place was much like the city, merely a facade. He removed his diving gear and approached the grand tree. In the towering tree resided Sandy's home. However, Muccio's thoughts began to wander. Though this expedition seemed fruitless, the pursuit of recreating the scene to such an extent suggested that the squirrel, Sandy, must possess some belongings for daily life. He did not desire anything extravagant, merely a handful of nuts to satisfy his hunger. Upon reaching the base of the grand tree, he was taken aback. Indeed, there was a hollow within the tree, and several meters above, a balcony had been constructed, adorned with flowers and clothes drying in the sun. The dilemma was that Muccio was not a squirrel. How could he ascend? As he pondered this predicament, a pair of eyes fixated on him. Chapter 114, The Death of Sandy. Muccio glanced upwards at the tree, his back turned to the approaching figure, who stealthily approached like a feline, stalking its prey. Just as the figure was about to pounce on Muccio, he executed a somersault, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Sandy? No. What creature are you? After evading the attack, Muccio squinted at the squirrel before him. If this could be deemed a squirrel, then Muccio felt incredibly insignificant. The creature towered over 2 meters, its muscles rippling with vigor, its physique resembling that of a robust kangaroo rather than a mere squirrel. Yet, Muccio discerned a hint of familiarity in its attire, reminiscent of Sandy's classic shorts and top, albeit stretched to an extreme by its muscular frame, akin to the Hulk. Its eyes resembled the white-eyed bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, devoid of any black. It walked with a hunched back, its posture resembling that of a zombie. What on earth? Are you Sandy? I am merely a passerby. My oxygen tank is empty, and I harbor no ill intentions. Muccio hastily clarified. Yet his hand did not falter as a shadow darted toward the enlarged Sandy. The shadow connected with Sandy, and Muccio breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, calm down. Muccio's words were cut short as Sandy seemingly activated a purification, instantly dispelling Muccio's shadow mimicry. She appeared to be immune to the controlling state. Lunging directly at him, as Sandy soared through the air, Muccio caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from her. The stench of decaying flesh. This very scent had aided him in evading the previous peril. Before he could react, Sandy was upon him, and Muccio executed a front flip, narrowly dodging to her rear. On the slick grass, he seamlessly transitioned into a slide, utilizing the sunflower finger strike to target Sandy's lower limbs. With a successful hit, Muccio rolled away from Sandy's claw strikes, but just as he exhaled in relief, Sandy lunged again, this time leaving him with no escape. He had no choice but to initiate a thunderback suplex. Sandy's claws grasped Muccio's left arm as he seized hold of her body, executing the thunderback suplex with precision. A resounding crack echoed like thunder, though the damage from the lightning merely singed the fur of the squirrel Sandy. It rendered her as if her mind had short-circuited, stunned by the strike. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Muccio, without a moment's hesitation, rolled and crawled several meters away. Just as he was about to call upon the system, he glanced in Sandy's direction and was seized by a chilling dread, as if ants were crawling all over him. There stood Sandy, from whose fur suddenly fell numerous black and red insects. These minuscule creatures cascaded down from Sandy onto the grass, revealing the reason for her immobility after being struck by the thunderous force. The relentless drop of these insects was disgustingly mesmerizing, and as they fell increasingly rapidly, Sandy's form grew frilier, until she ultimately reverted to a diminutive squirrel figure, barely over a meter tall. What on earth was happening? Muccio was at a loss. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Were such terrifying insects truly lurking in the depths of the ocean? He had never heard of them. No wonder his shadow mimicry technique had proven ineffective. It was akin to a tug-of-war against countless insects, and as he had failed to overpower them, Sandy remained under their control. Similarly, the acupuncture technique was futile. Sandy's movements were constrained by the insects, rather than her acupoints being sealed. Muccio kept his distance as he observed Sandy's body, horrified and unnerved. The black and red insects were not simply beneath her fur. They resided within her pores. Her entire being was riddled with tiny openings. Rather than being Sandy the squirrel, she was more akin to a mere husk. Sandy the squirrel was dead. She had succumbed to the control of these unknown, dreadful insects. A shiver ran down Muccio's spine. It was utterly terrifying. What on earth was this? He could scarcely fathom why such a whimsical animated world would harbor such ghastly sights. Sandy, after all, was one of the protagonists. How could she be so easily lost? An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped Muccio, making him realize he had underestimated the world beyond the door. The depths were far too profound for him to endure. He no longer wished to delve into the concepts of the main deity, Shiryao, or any gateway. The thought of being infested by these insects, crawling through his pores and veins, made him yearn to escape this place immediately. With that thought in mind, he prepared to teleport back to Arkham Asylum. Just as the system began its countdown, with only 3 seconds remaining, he made a movement that interrupted the transmission. A terrifying realization struck him. If he were to teleport back to Arkham now, would he not find himself returning to this ominous realm filled with unknown insects upon his next entry? Would that not render the space utterly futile? In light of this revelation, Muccio hastily conjured a blizzard near Sandy's lifeless form. One was insufficient. He unleashed 3 successive storms, until a multitude of ice blocks encircled Sandy's lifeless body in layers. He remained oblivious to whether the insects had perished from the electric shock or if the blizzard had any effect. Nonetheless, he mused. It was certainly preferable to allowing them to roam freely. With this thought in mind, he grasped his compressed air tank, replenished it, donned his gear, and approached Sandy's doorstep. Muccio rubbed his eyes, for he beheld an unexpected contraption. Earlier, he had been captivated by Sandy's grand tree upon entering, failing to notice an extraordinary invention situated at the entrance. Lo and behold, it was Sandy the squirrel's waterproof suit and her oxygen mask. This remarkable device allowed one to remain submerged for extended periods. However, the suit fit snugly, rendering Muccio quite uncomfortable. He had to remove his Arkham prison attire just to manage slipping into the waterproof suit. Upon picking up the oxygen mask, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Item acquired. Sandy's oxygen mask. Sandy's oxygen mask. Effect. When worn, you can breathe normally underwater. Muccio stood in astonishment at the brief message. Breathe normally underwater? What then? What about the duration? A possibility dawned on him. After securing the oxygen mask, he exited Sandy's home and ventured once more into the sea. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Muccio lingered at Sandy's doorstep for a full 2 hours. This device truly provided infinite air. Although he could not comprehend the underlying principle, how a transparent glass dome could generate boundless air for deep-sea usage, he did not need to understand. All he had to know was that this mask had greatly facilitated his endeavors. With his breathing now effortless, Muccio's adventurous spirit stirred once more. Sandy had perished. What then lay ahead for the remaining protagonists? Who was responsible for all this? Was it Shiryao? Why did that fellow traveler refer to this terrifying place as home? An abundance of mysteries and unanswered questions ensnared Muccio, a cat brimming with curiosity. With a heart set on exploration, he embarked on his journey. Chapter 115. Beware the Sea? At the ocean floor, here lies Bikini Bottom, the abode of SpongeBob SquarePants. Having resolved to uncover the truth, Muccio began his search for SpongeBob's pineapple house in the vicinity of Panty Village. Locating the pineapple house would lead him to the whereabouts of the three protagonists. However, upon failing to find the pineapple house, he stumbled upon a landmark establishment, the Krusty Krab. The Krusty Krab, owned by the notorious antagonist of SpongeBob, was infamous for its unpalatable food. Yet across the way, Mr. Krab's Krabby Patty establishment was perpetually bustling with patrons, leaving the owner of the Krusty Krab envious. Thus unfolded numerous plots surrounding the villain's attempts to pilfer the secret recipe for the Krabby Patty. If one were to compile a list of the masterminds behind it all, the rascally boss would certainly be among them. However, Muccio harbored even deeper suspicions regarding a certain colleague named Yao. After all, it is only outsiders who can influence the names of the protagonists, and under normal circumstances, how could the lively characters of a cheerful animated series meet their demise? Furthermore, Muccio had a hypothesis concerning the state of the city. If Sandy could be devoured and subsequently controlled by a horde of ominous, crimson-hued insects, then it stood to reason that the inhabitants of the city were in grave peril. A cold sweat trickled down Muccio's brow as he approached the periphery of the rascally boss's establishment, the Sea Tyrant restaurant. He sought the truth, not mere childhood reminiscences. The Krabby Patty could wait. As he neared the entrance, the restaurant's appearance resembled that of a rusted barrel, evoking no appetite whatsoever, let alone the desire to dine within. The door was unlocked, perhaps a consequence of the restaurant's long-standing neglect by patrons, leaving it unperturbed by the prospect of theft. Yet, this establishment was not as easily accessible as it might seem. The rascally boss was a devoted otaku, and he had a wife named Karen. This Karen was not a mere whimsical creature like her husband. She was an artificial intelligence, albeit not particularly advanced. Muccio scrutinized the ceiling, searching for surveillance cameras. While the technological level of the SpongeBob SquarePants universe remained enigmatic, one would expect the presence of cameras, especially since the rascally boss had managed to create an AI spouse. However, to his surprise, he found none. Although he was not overly concerned about his movements being monitored, especially after Sandy's miraculous recovery from a thunderous slam, Muccio had begun to consider himself an indomitable force beneath the waves. Moreover, the waterproof suit he had acquired from Sandy was remarkably robust, likely impervious to the black-red insects. Should an emergency arise, he could always teleport back to Gotham. He was not so idle as to have orchestrated this escapade merely out of boredom in prison. Quite frankly, had it not been for the unexpected acquisition of Sandy's equipment, he would have returned to Arkham much sooner. The SpongeBob universe was replete with extraordinary gadgets, and his primary objective was indeed those very items. For instance, Sandy's gear was akin to the level of Doraemon's tools within the technological hierarchy. Leaning against the wall, he advanced cautiously deeper into the shadows. The darkness enveloped him, with only a faint, dim light illuminating the path beneath his feet, instilling a palpable sense of dread. He tread lightly, inching further into the abyss. It must be acknowledged that the rascally boss's restaurant had earned its dismal reputation. The decor of this establishment bore a striking resemblance to Arkham, save for a row of cells and inmates, who would willingly choose to dine in such a place. The Sea Tyrant was modest in size, and after approximately 3 minutes of walking, Muccio finally discerned a room at the end of the corridor. Here, it must be the place where the rogue boss and his paper-thin artificial intelligence wife slumber. The door stands ajar. Muccio peeks inside. The darkness envelopes him, and the overhead light fails to reveal the scene within. Lacking any illumination tools, he fumbles at the entrance for a while, yet cannot locate the switch. He has overthought the situation. The rogue boss is merely a few centimeters tall, and Muccio's reach is at a height that the boss would need to stand on 2 stools to reach. How could there be a switch at such a height in the boss's abode that he could possibly touch while standing on the ground? Muccio steps back outside when, suddenly, a red light blares above him. Accompanying it is the shrill sound of an alarm, startling him. He turns to flee, but the alarm ceases abruptly, as if it had never existed. What on earth is happening? Muccio stands frozen, not believing that the alarm is malfunctioning or that someone is merely toying with him. Is anyone there? He calls out, "Are you human?" A voice emanates from above, and Mu Qiu then notices a small device overhead, presumably a speaker. The sound is peculiar, not resembling anything biological, but rather a mechanical, synthesized tone, intermittent in nature. Is this the voice of the rogue boss's paper-thin wife? Mu Qiu does not perceive a significant threat from an artificial intelligence. Yet, cunning as he is, he activates the system's teleportation timer. I arrived here brimming with questions. State your inquiry. Human, the mechanical voice responds. This place differs from my recollections. Where have all the fish gone? Why does it resemble an apocalyptic scene? Because a catastrophe has occurred. Mu Qiu takes a step forward, interrupting the system's countdown, and continues the teleportation timer. A catastrophe? Could you elaborate? He feels himself inching closer to the truth. No, my power is insufficient. Human, beware of the sea. The artificial intelligence, Karen, abruptly halts the conversation, leaving Mu Qiu in darkness as even the faint lights of the sea overlord vanish, rendering the surroundings pitch black. Beware of the sea? What sea? The notion of something beginning with sea eludes him for the moment. In this pitch-black environment, Mu Qiu becomes akin to a blind man, finding it exceedingly difficult even to navigate his way out of the sea overlord. With no alternative, he resorts to teleportation, returning to Gotham's Arkham Asylum. Did you see that? That fellow. He vanished for a second. In the surveillance room, the asylum director points at the monitor, his astonishment rivaling that of witnessing the resurrection of dinosaurs. Look, director. His diving suit has been replaced by a spacesuit. What is happening? The guards are equally baffled. Their worldview shattered, as if it had been crushed underfoot and spat upon. A complete obliteration of their understanding. All of this transpires due to Mu Qiu's entry into a realm where the passage of time diverges from that of the outside world. In plain terms, upon Mu Qiu's entry into the spatial realm, the world of Gotham's script seemed to have pressed the pause button. After his disappearance, this high-dimensional entity caused the entire world to cease its operations. It was only upon Mu Qiu's return that the world resumed its functions. He found himself back in the familiar confines of his cell, drenched and uncomfortable in Sandy's protective suit, though the oxygen mask atop his head was not stifling. An aspect of advanced technology that defies explanation. As he stripped off his attire and removed the oxygen mask, he intended to wash away the salt water clinging to him. Suddenly, the director rushed in with a band of guards to the cell's entrance, his expression one of incredulity as he beheld Mu Qiu. Before the director could utter a word, Mu Qiu spoke first. Do you believe I am a deity? His daunting expression suggested that even if the onlookers were to accept this Asian individual in the cell as a god, he would surely be regarded as a malevolent one. Chapter 116. You are a deity? You must be delusional. A deity? The guards were momentarily taken aback. The director, regaining his composure, wore a mocking grin. A deity? Surely you jest. He burst into laughter, yet when he noticed the guard's silence, the atmosphere turned awkward and his countenance soured slightly. In the vernacular of you earthlings, indeed, I am a deity. You earthlings? The group mentally echoed this term. You? Earth? Are you not of Earth? You see, I told you he was deranged. What kind of god is he? The director, as if having seized upon a flaw in Mu Qiu's words, continued to laugh uproariously. His laughter echoed in the corridor until it became so uncomfortable that even he felt embarrassed to continue. Do you not believe? The guards nodded slightly. Despite witnessing the incredible spectacle, witnessing it on a monitor was vastly different from experiencing it up close. Then, with a wave of his hand, Mu Qiu conjured a go-kart within the cell. To demonstrate that this was no mere illusion, he took a seat in the go-kart. Silence. An oppressive silence. It was unclear who let out a startled cry, but the tension erupted. Heavens! This group of guards, accustomed only to peculiar attire, had never witnessed such a transformation as a go-kart materializing. A fear, born of the unknown, spread through the crowd. This bore similarities to Superman's situation. When Superman revealed his extraordinary abilities, his adoptive father imparted a vital lesson. When humanity encounters phenomena that exceed their comprehension, their instinct is not curiosity, but fear. The term deity originated in the distant epochs of primitive man, where the incomprehensible was deemed miraculous, attributed to divine intervention. As science advanced and humanity's explorations reached the cosmos, the concept of deities began to fade from the collective consciousness. Yet now, as the guards observed this Asian man summon a go-kart with a mere gesture, the very education they had received since childhood was being upended. Come, teacher, Please enlighten me on how this magic trick is performed. What is the answer to this equation? I hail from the distant 78th Nebula, the land of light. The land of light? A group of people echoed Muccio's words, gazing at this seemingly ordinary individual who bore no resemblance to an extraterrestrial being. So, you claim to be an alien? What deity do you profess to be? The dean retorted, his skepticism evident. For we, the 78th Nebula, are the guardians of your Earth, Muccio remarked, casting a paternal glance at the dean. The dean took a step back, feigning disbelief, yet his actions betrayed his inner thoughts. The esteemed Dean of Arkham had indeed encountered phenomena beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Whether one believed it or not was of little consequence. Muccio placed Sandy's complete waterproof gear onto the seat of a go-kart, and with a mere wave of his hand, the cart vanished into thin air, leaving the onlookers astounded. At this point, no matter what the dean might say, the guard were too fatigued to ponder the veracity of the situation any further. What is happening here? Can you elucidate this with science? Forget about invisibility or any supernatural abilities to materialize such a large go-kart into another dimension. Even if you were to unearth Newton's coffin, he would surely awaken to exclaim, "Brother, you truly are remarkable." Science? Nonsense. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. The guards, led by the dean, had come to confront Muccio, harboring a sense of aha. You possess supernatural abilities? You have wronged me. You refuse to confess? I shall punish you. But what were they to do now? They had initially sought to uncover scandalous secrets about a celebrity, only to discover that he was engaged in a noble cause, leaving them feeling like fools. You may leave. Muccio interjected as the group fell silent. He had no time to engage in a battle of stares. His clothes were nearly dry, and he was already coated in salt. If he didn't take a shower soon, he might as well be prepared for the frying pan. Leave? We shall not depart until you surrender your belongings. The dean commanded, akin to a dormitory supervisor inspecting a residence. Muccio regarded the dean as one might a simpleton. Feel free to search, he replied, rummaging through his pockets. To no avail, all he found was lime. Where could one possibly stow away a go-kart or diving suit? You even possess powder? The dean exclaimed upon spotting the bulging bag of lime in Muccio's pocket, mistaking it for something more illicit. What is this? An inmate at Arkham with such contraband? Well, my dignity and authority. Hand it over. You want it? Muccio replied, bemused. Hand it over. The dean seized the guard's firearm, directing it toward Muccio behind the bars. Very well, since you insist, Muccio shrugged. Are you sure you want it all? Whatever you have. The dean's demand was unprecedented in Muccio's experience. All right, who would have thought that his lime powder was less valuable than air? Thus, Muccio began his miraculous feat with a mere gesture. He would extract handful after handful of lime from his pocket, always abundant and devoid of moisture. He tossed lime about as if he intended to fill the entire Arkham. Initially, he aimed to throw the lime outward, but soon it piled into small mounds outside, compelling him to scatter it nearby instead. Hey, how much do you want? My hands are sore, he said, casting a triumphant glance at the director. The director was momentarily taken aback. He initially wondered if the pocket of a prison uniform could truly be so capacious. Eventually, he ceased pondering that, realizing he was encountering a phenomenon. This ordinary pocket had yielded an astonishing quantity of lime. The director was utterly bewildered, his worldview repeatedly challenged. He now perceived Muccio as either an extraterrestrial being or a formidable superpowered inmate. Hey, give me a sign. If you let me continue this way, where'll I sleep tonight? If you truly need lime to build a house, I can fetch you more outside. This cell is far too cramped, and the lime in the air makes it difficult even to open my eyes. You, what about you? What about me? Here stood the esteemed director of Arkham Asylum, the future mayor of Gotham, rendered speechless by Muccio's rebuttal. Pinching his nose, for the lime was indeed pungent, he uttered the strongest words in the weakest tone. Just wait and see. Upon saying this, he mistakenly phrased it. It's you who should wait and see, a guard reminded him. Indeed, it's you who should wait and see, the director repeated, yet faltered again. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, unsure of who was truly waiting to see. However, this slip of the tongue revealed to Muccio that within the confines of this asylum, he had no rivals, save for the occupant of room 0801, a mere few meters away, where the Joker was confined. Chapter 117. The end. Time to transfer. Muccio was aware that the Joker wished to end his own life. It was only natural. If the Joker didn't desire to eliminate himself, Muccio wouldn't believe it himself. Since their neighborly disputes began, the conflicts between Muccio and the Joker had been unceasing. Nevertheless, Muccio had no intention of bringing about the Joker's demise. His sole focus was on his own agenda, fearing that any erroneous attempt to assist the Joker in eliminating Batman might backfire. By then, the Joker could very well be dead, and his chances would be irrevocably dashed. After all, the Joker's popularity was immense, and such an occurrence was not entirely implausible. Thus, he resolved to concentrate on the allure of the Bikini Beach instead. Exhausted after meandering through the depths of the ocean, Muccio took a refreshing shower, unperturbed by the pungent lime accumulating at the cell door. Covering his face with his clothing, he promptly succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Muccio sensed a presence beside him. Instinctively, he rolled over, and this very instinctive movement allowed him to evade a potentially fatal blow. As he opened his eyes, he found a figure clad in a janitor's uniform standing by his bedside, wielding a knife instead of a broom or mop. The dagger was deeply embedded in the bed's frame, and upon realizing the intent to take his life, Muccio reacted instinctively, seizing the assassin's arm and executing a thunderous suplex. Although he was reclining, the maneuver failed to materialize as intended, transforming instead into an awkward pull that seemed to draw the assailant onto the bed, as if preparing for a more intimate confrontation. Had the assassin not been enveloped in a cloud of smoke akin to that of lightning strike, the scene would have appeared decidedly ambiguous. The impact of the thunderous suplex inflicted damage far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, swiftly incapacitating the assailant. It was only then that Muccio noticed the lime at the doorway had been almost completely cleared away, presumably the work of this intruder. Was this a covert attempt to eliminate me under the guise of cleaning? Countless individuals flitted through Muccio's mind, each a potential adversary. Indeed, the list was extensive. Aside from the infamous Killer Croc, nearly all of Gotham's foes resided within this asylum. The Joker, the Warden, and even the enigmatic Riddler, whose thoughts remained inscrutable, were all viable threats. Additionally, there were former cellmates and cafeteria denizens, each a reminder of his numerous enemies. The overwhelming multitude of potential assailants left Muccio in a state of confusion. Furthermore, this incident had disrupted his carefully laid plans. He had envisioned spending his energy exploring Bikini Beach, retreating to Arkham for rest when fatigue set in. Though the month ahead appeared lengthy, the prospect was infinitely more engaging than languishing in confinement. However, with the chaos wrought by today's assassin, his safety within the cell had been compromised. How could he possibly sleep? After just a few hours, he usually slumbered like a dead weight. Had he not fortuitously awakened this time, the next attempt might involve a rocket launcher, ensuring his demise. With his plans in disarray, Muccio's aspirations of exploring the depths were dashed. Minutes later, patrolling guards discovered the lifeless janitor in Muccio's cell. "Hands up," they commanded, drawing their weapons and aiming at Muccio. Requesting backup. Yet, Muccio noticed the guard's trembling hands and quavering voice, indicating a palpable fear of him. "Did you kill him?" the guard questioned, fully aware of the absurdity of the situation. There were only 2 individuals in the cell, making suicide implausible. Muccio shrugged. "Brother, do you see that knife standing upright on the bed? He came to kill me, and I defended myself. I don't believe you. You could conjure up anything. Perhaps that knife was brought by you." The guard transformed into a detective, adopting a mindset of inquiry. "Am I the one wielding the knife to commit murder?" Muccio tilted his head in disbelief at the armed guard, just as a shadow discreetly darted toward him. "Look, if I wanted to kill someone, I could do so without a knife." As he spoke, the guard suddenly felt an odd sensation coursing through his body. His hands began to move against his will, and soon his own gun was pointed squarely at his temple. "No, don't kill me, please." The guard was utterly terrified, having always harbored a fear of these so-called extraterrestrials. Now, with the barrel of his own weapon aimed at his head, his mental defenses crumbled, and he immediately fell into a state of pleading for mercy. A smirk curled at the corners of Muccio's lips as he gazed at the guard and softly uttered a sound akin to a gunshot. The guard, believing he had been shot, was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Muccio laughed heartily, clutching his stomach in amusement. "Did that scare you?" he teased, only to notice an ominous wet stain in the guard's crotch. "Brother, I was not expecting you to wet yourself." Muccio pinched his nose in disbelief. He merely aimed to clarify with a straightforward and somewhat aggressive explanation that the dagger indeed belonged to the janitor, and that the other party had indeed intended to kill him. He never anticipated that the guard would crumble under the pressure and lose control. What was particularly concerning was that the guard had urinated right at the cell door. In a matter of seconds, he had created quite a mess. His shoes filled with suspicious yellow liquid. Goodness, you need to drink more water, my friend. That urine has quite the odor. Having released his hold, Muccio stepped away from the cell door, lest he find himself stepping into the mess. The 78th Nebula. Terminator Part 7. Sixth Sense Part 6. The guard, realizing he was still alive, began to scream, though his words were somewhat incomprehensible. Muccio understood that the asylum had gained yet another lunatic today. One cleaning staff had perished, and now a guard had lost his sanity. The director was furious, and the consequences were bound to be severe. He arrived with a contingent of heavily armed guards, and to Muccio's astonishment, one unexpected figure was among them. Batman? Muccio was genuinely surprised to see the Dark Knight here. You heinous criminal. The director, standing a considerable distance from the cell and revealing only half of his body, boasted with great bravado, yet his position betrayed him. I shall bring you to justice. Muccio felt a headache coming on. Was he not already imprisoned? Where else could he be brought to justice? Am I not here already? You have captured me. Autumn. Batman interjected. After contemplating for several days, I have concluded that my greatest error was allowing you to remain here. A note of regret tinged Batman's distinctive voice. What do you mean? Muccio felt a sense of foreboding. You are to be transferred to Blackgate Prison. You are now implicated in 2 murder cases, and you cannot remain here any longer. Batman had his reasons, having heard the director mention that Muccio had slaughtered a fellow inmate. He realized that while there might not be direct evidence, the situation warranted action. Previously, he had intended to neutralize Muccio, hoping to force him to reveal his intentions, alleviating the daily anxiety of potential explosions. However, Batman now understood one critical truth. Confining him to a place from which he could not escape would suffice. Although Muccio did not succeed in his endeavor, the prior scheme that detonated the city was indeed orchestrated by him. The notions of dual personalities and multiple identities hardly crossed Batman's mind. After all, Muccio was determined to imprison himself, leaving Batman with no sense of embarrassment. Blackgate Prison? Are you jesting? I shall not go, not even if it costs me my life. Upon hearing this, Muccio was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, being transferred to Blackgate Prison seemed utterly absurd. What was the purpose of such a move? It was nonsensical. The decision was not his to make. The director, exasperated, wished to avoid even a glimpse of him. This asylum, I have resolved to inhabit. Not even the presence of Jesus could alter my stance, I declare, Muccio proclaimed, assuming a combative stance. A grand confrontation loomed on the horizon. Chapter 118, Batman, Prepare for Social Demise. To strike or not to strike? Muccio found himself uncertain of the outcome. The reality was that he had been cornered into a desperate situation. This asylum no longer desired his presence, insisting that he be sent to Blackgate Prison. This unforeseen turn of events was utterly unexpected for Muccio. It could only be said that Batman and the director exhibited a glaring double standard. Their treatment of the Joker and other offenders was markedly lenient, allowing the Joker to wreak havoc while he remained a permanent resident of Arkham, whereas Muccio had done nothing yet was deemed an unwelcome patient. Blackgate Prison served as a facility for ordinary criminals, and observing Batman and the director's attitudes towards him, Muccio surmised that they had arranged for him a solitary confinement cell with comprehensive enhancements, thus feeling assured about his transfer there, rather than remaining in this asylum designated for supervillains. Batman, I implore you to contemplate this carefully. Should you insist on expelling me from Arkham today, I vow. Muccio locked eyes with Batman, exuding a threatening demeanor that Batman had never witnessed from this seemingly comical figure. Should I depart, Gotham shall be left to its fate, and I shall spare your lives. Audacious. What does audacity mean? The guards, now enlightened, perceived Batman as a veritable deity, having elevated him to a status of a formidable adversary against evil, tasked with delivering the likes of Arkham's inmates. And today, he was being threatened? The director's composure faltered. At a loss for words, he truly could not decipher this Asian offender. From Muccio's earlier statements, he sensed an unsettling authenticity. With newfound resolve, Muccio reclined back onto the bed. To speak candidly, There is no place in this world that can confine me. Nowhere at all. Muccio lay upon the bed, his voice steady and inscrutable. He articulated his thoughts with a level of sophistication that suggested he was indeed uncontainable. If he were to return to the void, it would be as though he had never been confined at all. Upon hearing this, Batman felt an unexpected surge of delight. Indeed, this Muccio harbored some clandestine intentions. As for what those intentions were, Batman could not yet ascertain. Quickly, provide a decisive answer. Do you wish to live or die? Muccio continued his bravado. Do you understand? From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an impenetrable enigma. As Batman approached the cell door, I was left pondering your true intentions. From the moment you began your crusade against crime to your subsequent descent into it, your aim has been apparent since the instant we crossed paths. Batman, with his intellect fully engaged, it appears your ultimate goal is to reside within Arkham, is it not? Muccio found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly the time for Batman to engage in analysis? During their initial conversation, he had openly declared his intention to reside in Arkham, and now Batman was playing the role of the wise sage. Enough. I shall lay my cards on the table. Muccio, reminiscent of a cinematic villain confessing his sins, sat upright. My objective is to simply spend a month in Arkham. The proclamation from the Asian individual left a group of onlookers bewildered. A month in Arkham? What could possibly be the motive? An experiential venture? I find that hard to believe. Batman's curt response swiftly diminished Muccio's bravado. I hail from a realm known as the Kingdom of Light within the 78-star cluster, where individuals embark on peculiar missions across various planets, such as marrying off their girlfriends to others. Muccio continued, stifling a laugh. You cannot comprehend, can you? There is no need for you to understand. Simply know that I am a master of tasks. This time, my mission is to dwell in Arkham for a month. Nothing more. Nothing less. Once I have completed this duration, I shall depart. At that point, feel free to send me to Blackgate Prison or even to Mars. Madness. What does it mean to be mad? This is the essence of madness. Not a single word uttered is characteristic of a sane individual. I refuse to believe it. Batman's assertion echoed the sentiments of the entire group. And how do you explain this? Muccio produced a line, questioning whether this would suffice as evidence of my extraterrestrial origins. The world is vast, teeming with a plethora of extraordinary abilities. Batman shook his head. And what about this? Muccio conjured a blizzard within the confines of the cell, ice shards crashing to the ground, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Now, the guards awaited Batman's response. There will always be a variety of extraordinary powers. Yet, this singular phrase rendered Muccio momentarily speechless. Fine, then how do you explain this? With a wave of his hand, Muccio summoned a beginner's racing car, atop which rested a complete set of underwater gear belonging to Sandy. Superpowers, indeed. Muccio interrupted Batman, feeling repulsed by his words. You doubt this, and you doubt that. Muccio scratched his head, genuinely at a loss for how to engage with Batman. After a lengthy contemplation, he noticed the group at the door, their expressions filled with inexplicable anticipation. He decided to reveal the truth directly to Batman. Batman is Bruce Wayne. Muccio declared, his words striking with a stunning impact, leaving the group in utter astonishment. On the day the film Zorro premiered, Wayne's parents took him to the cinema to watch it. After the film concluded, on their way home, they encountered a robber who, before young Bruce Wayne's eyes, brutally murdered his parents. Thus, the seed of vengeance against evil was sown within Bruce Wayne. He spent decades traversing the globe to master various martial arts and, upon returning to Gotham, invested heavily in his equipment. Ultimately, he emerged as Gotham's Dark Knight Batman. Muccio, fixated on Batman's eyes, noticed that even the most skilled actor displayed a fleeting sense of discomfort, unable to meet his gaze directly, instinctively avoiding eye contact. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. Batman is Bruce Wayne? The director pointed at Muccio, clutching his stomach in laughter, his expression one of utter disbelief. If it had been anyone else, there would have been no way to substantiate the claim that Batman was Bruce Wayne. Yet Muccio could. The art of shadow mimicry was far too simple for him. Seizing the moment while Batman was taken aback, Muccio deftly employed his shadow mimicry to control Batman. Today, I shall personally unmask Batman. Who is in favor and who is against? At this moment, Batman remained unfazed. Though ensnared, he had contingencies waiting in the wings. All his preparations over the past days were not in vain. His mouth was filled with an array of exclusive, customized gadgets capable of subduing or disrupting Muccio's control. Batman calmly responded, "Are you attempting to divert the topic? What does this have to do with whether you are an extraterrestrial or your purpose for coming to Arkham?" Muccio, with a mischievous glint in his eye, surveyed Batman and the director before uttering words that made them deem him quite mad. "Because you are characters from a movie. In our land of light, technology has advanced to the point of entering the mental realm to undertake tasks. You are merely lines of code. Do you understand? I learned the plot from watching the film." As Muccio pointed at Batman, he proclaimed, "He will save the Earth multiple times in the future." Then, turning to the director, he remarked, "You will become the mayor of Gotham." This statement caused the director to reconsider the perceived malevolence of the individual before him. "He will become the Joker's henchman," Muccio indicated towards Frank Bowles. "I don't believe it," Batman retorted, resolutely dismissing Muccio's words. "Very well. If you refuse my toast, you shall drink the penalty. It seems you are itching for trouble. Batman, prepare for social demise." Before Batman could react, Muccio turned his back to the crowd, removed his trousers, and began to relieve himself, even giving a few shakes for good measure. From this day forth, Batman will lose all credibility in Arkham and Gotham. In Chapter 119, Harley Quinn and the Beauty Scheme, Batman departed, covering his face in tears. One must ask, who would dare to expose themselves in such a public manner? Urinating on someone else's shoe and then shaking it off? Who would not feel embarrassed? Who would not suffer social demise? Even the Dark Knight, Batman, was not exempt from such a fate. Before a throng of admirers and a cadre of criminals who loathe him to the core, he brandishes his weapon. Realizing that Batman has no time to concern himself with Muccio's affairs today, he feels he ought not to have ventured out. With Batman's departure, the Dean, upon encountering Muccio's malevolent gaze, instinctively clutches his trousers and flees. The plan to oust Muccio thus dissipates into nothingness. Gotham, Wayne Manor, the Batcave. "Bruce, the Gotham Gazette has your news," Alfred remarks, holding a cup of tea, as he informs Batman that surveillance footage from Arkham has been leaked. "Our nemesis is currently perusing a plethora of news articles, yet none pertain to his own demise." Batman remains resolute. After a night of self-reflection, Bruce Wayne has come to terms with the situation. In truth, his hasty retreat yesterday was predominantly influenced by Muccio's words. Should one attribute his actions to the necessity of completing peculiar tasks, it would indeed elucidate matters. Bruce Wayne mutters to himself, dismissing Alfred's comments. "Help me contact that newspaper," Batman instructs, pointing at the information on the screen. It features audacious speculation regarding extraterrestrial civilizations, sourced from the Planet Daily, penned by Lois Lane. At this juncture, Batman believes 40% of what Muccio has asserted, aside from Muccio's peculiar behavior, which defies analysis. It is his superhuman abilities and a stone he unearthed that have sparked Batman's musings. This stone lies just outside Wayne Manor, a piece of kryptonite. The origin of this stone is indisputably not Earth, a conclusion Batman has reached through exhaustive inquiry. If an alien stone exists, the potential for extraterrestrial life is conceivable, such as Batman's impeccable logic. Therefore, Muccio's assertions possess a tangible probability. For now, Batman contemplates this. If Muccio's purported intention is to reside in Arkham for a month, expelling him now would undoubtedly incite his wrath, rendering Batman at a disadvantage against an opponent who plays by his own rules. Batman has even tailored special trousers that cannot be removed by mere hands. A hidden button must be pressed to unlock them, a precaution against the possibility of Muccio stripping down and defecating on the ground should such an absurd scenario arise. "Hello, it's me," Bruce Wayne states, donning only the bat helmet, activating the voice modulator, and connecting to the Arkham Dean's office. "What's the situation?" In the asylum, Dean Quincy Sharp is troubled, feeling utterly powerless against Muccio. To eliminate him outright? That is unfeasible, and Batman would never permit such an act. To forcibly expel Muccio? He presents a visage of desperation that leaves me utterly perplexed. After all, the inmate is not escaping. He merely desires to avoid imprisonment. In such circumstances, any handling of the matter appears unjustifiable. The director, scratching his head in perplexity, received a call from Batman. For the time being, there is no need to transfer him to Blackgate Prison. I believe his words. As soon as Batman spoke, Quincy Sharp visibly deflated. What? Was it not agreed that he would be sent to Blackgate? I cannot remain at ease with him here for even a day. I conducted an investigation. I was unaware of the previous circumstances, but although the surveillance in his cell has been destroyed, the dagger was indeed smuggled in by a janitor, rendering the case against him in the high-security cell void. You cannot use that as a justification to remove him. Batman, being a detective, quickly deduced the truth without much inquiry. This trivial case posed no challenge, as the Riddler would surpass 100 others. Yet he is an extraterrestrial. Do you comprehend what that entails? His presence here could spell disaster for Arkham. The director felt an urge to overturn the table in frustration. Then let us extend to him the hospitality befitting an alien in our midst. Hospitality? I shall treat you to a banana durian milkshake. The director internally cursed Batman. Yet he had to endure it. After all, Batman was his ally. Without Batman's assistance, Arkham might as well shut its doors. Fine, the director gritted his teeth, though inwardly he harbored thoughts of finding an opportunity to eliminate this inmate. He could not fathom why he held such sentiments toward this particular criminal. He simply found the one named Muccio to be utterly vexatious. To articulate a reason would reveal his long-standing prejudice. He admitted it openly. He despised the yellow-skinned race. Quincy Sharp recalled watching old films in his youth, where the villains were invariably of Asian descent. Although his views had slightly shifted over time, he still felt an innate discomfort toward those with yellow skin. The so-called extraterrestrial named Muccio insisted on adopting an Asian appearance, even if he resembled an Indian. Quincy Sharp would not have reacted so strongly. "Hello, are you listening?" Batman spoke at length, only to receive no response from Quincy Sharp, who had completely disregarded his words. Yes, I'm listening. Quincy Sharp hurriedly replied, having been distracted. Thoughts of Muccio muddled his mind. "I shall repeat myself. Regardless of whether he is an extraterrestrial, you must not target him due to personal feelings." Batman's words left the director bewildered. The individual had publicly humiliated you, and yet you still shelter him? The director found Batman's meaning elusive. If he is indeed an alien, then his statements may hold truth. He merely seeks to reside in Arkham for a month, nothing more. If your personal bias leads to a conflict between his planet and ours, the consequences would be dire. Batman warned, his brow furrowed in concern. After listening to Batman's account, the director contemplated imprisoning Batman in Arkham for some therapy. The concept of extraterrestrial beings and the tales surrounding the 78th Nebula seemed utterly implausible. After hanging up the phone, Quasi-Sharp found himself deep in contemplation. It was evidently irrational to unnecessarily provoke Muccio at this juncture. Even Batman had taken a neutral stance, with only the guards of Arkham at his disposal. He could not contend with that criminal. He accessed Muccio's records and noticed the name of his attending physician, Harleen Quinzel. A frown creased his brow as a rather unsavory idea took root in his mind. Moments later, Harleen Quinzel, who would later become known as Harley Quinn, entered the director's office. "Harleen, I need you to assist me with a matter," the director stated, laying bare his intentions. "If you wish to secure your position, you must do me a favor." He added, lecherously licking his lips. "Use your charms to conquer your patient, Muccio." Chapter 120. Stirring the pot in the high-security cell of Arkham Asylum. Muccio found himself locking eyes with a striking blonde beauty, his attending physician, Harleen Quinzel, under the director's coercive influence. Harleen had chosen to comply with his orders and attempt to seduce Muccio. In truth, Harleen did not harbor significant objections to this task. Having previously flirted with her mentor to obtain her degree, enticing a young man in his 20s for the sake of securing her position seemed trivial. Moreover, Harleen did not particularly dislike Muccio. In fact, she harbored a slight affection for him. Harleen Quinzel gazed at Muccio's lips with a flirtatious intensity, tossing her hair to release a fragrant aroma that was utterly intoxicating. "What do you intend to do?" Muccio's instincts, honed from his inexperience, sensed something amiss. His confusion over Harleen's sudden interest in him, a mere single man, did not bode well. The mischievous Harley Quinn leaned closer to Muccio. "Come, let me treat you," she said, producing a syringe. Muccio swallowed hard, his heart racing. The combination of black stockings, high heels, and a nurse's uniform, along with her fiery red lips, was utterly disarming. Yet, something felt off. He feared that the contents of the syringe might be toxic. "Stop. I warn you. Stay away from me." Muccio evaded Harleen's advances, retreating to the door, trembling. "Oh, come on. Don't be shy," Harley teased, playfully tapping the syringe, causing droplets of liquid to splatter onto her stockings, creating an undeniably suspicious scene. Muccio, eyeing Harley's legs, swallowed again, mentally cursing, "I found you, you wretched vixen." Suddenly, clarity washed over him, transforming him into a figure of calm resolve. He regarded Harley's flirtations with an air of saintliness, a divine light seemingly radiating from behind him, exuding an aura of authority. True love lies in same-sex affection. Away with you. What did you just say? Harleen Quinzel was unaccustomed to such humiliation. The esteemed daughter of heaven attracts a multitude of admirers wherever she goes. Yet, it is bewildering that this impudent youth would dare to dismiss her. Harleen Quinzel was incensed. Her anger flared. Is it a matter of preference for the same gender? A game, perhaps? With a syringe in hand, Harleen was poised to confront Muccio. Wait. Calm down. Muccio narrowly evaded a lethal strike from the jester, who, undeterred, relentlessly pursued him. This provocation finally roused Muccio's ire. Was it easy for him to suppress his weapon? The saying about dying beneath a peony flower, implying a romantic end, was nothing but a harmful sentiment. He was well aware that relinquishing control of his mind to Jill was a perilous gamble. If you do not depart, I shall have no choice but to be unrestrained. Muccio issued his ultimatum, yet the jester continued her advance. With no other recourse, Muccio seized the jester and tossed her onto the bed. Are you unable to act any longer? The jester feigned shyness, striking her thigh with vigor, letting out a breathy gasp. Muccio waved his hands in the air, leaving her momentarily dazed. Such swift movements? She mused, her anticipation peaked. A second later, Muccio halted, a shadow binding itself to the jester. What are you planning to do? She queried, as Muccio compelled her to rise and approach the shower head. The shower activated, drenching the jester and ruining her makeup. You. Harleen seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration. She had never foreseen such an outcome. How embarrassing, having meticulously prepared for this task, brimming with confidence, only to end up in this predicament. Is it because I am unattractive? No, it must be his fault. He is undoubtedly a homosexual. It must be. The jester, fuming, summoned the guards as she emerged from her cell, dripping wet. With a deep sigh, Muccio collapsed onto the bed, feeling exhausted. Was he not stirred? Truth be told, there was a hint of intrigue, albeit just a smidgen. Setting aside the dubious intentions of the jester's associates, a mere phrase had extinguished his interest. A disruptive presence. Indeed, those who understand will know. Minutes later, in the director's office. So soon? The director remarked, astonished by Harleen Quinzel's swift return. He is a what? You must be mistaken. How could I be wrong? Never mind. I'm changing. Harleen angrily stomped her high heels on the floor before storming home in tears. In the afternoon, at Muccio's cell. What is going on here? Wasn't he this supposed to be his solitary confinement? Why are you allowing someone else in? Muccio stood at the door, blocking the entrance to prevent anyone from entering. Moreover, it was merely a single bed. What was their intention? With exasperation, Muccio gestured towards his bed. Ahem, of course, we will share a bed. The newcomer was a handsome white man, sporting an earring, exuding an air of confidence. I warn you, if this fellow dies here, do not blame me. Muccio issued a death threat. Yet the white man boldly entered the cell and sat down on the bed. The guard locked the door and walked away, leaving an air of awkwardness in the room. Muccio soon realized the reason. It must be that Herren Kuizer thought he disliked women, which was why he had brought in a man. It was absurd. Surely the warden was concocting some nonsensical scheme, and it couldn't bode well. Get off my bed, Muccio exclaimed, lacking any intention of cohabitation. Oh, I do enjoy a fierce man like you, the white man said, licking his lips and casting a flirtatious glance at Muccio. Disgusted, Muccio nearly retched. This was the first time he had been flirted with by a man, causing a tightness in his rear. Tell me, are you thirsty? Thirsty? The man repeated Muccio's words. Yes, I am. What do you wish to pour into my mouth? Pulitin. The man posed provocatively, and Muccio regretted his choice, contemplating submission to Harley Quinn instead. Fine, I'll get you a drink, he declared. Ninjutsu, Shadow Mimikri Technique. Muccio controlled the man and directed him toward the faucet. What were you doing? The man panicked, sensing something was amiss. Ignoring him, Muccio turned on the tap and began to pour water. Gurgle, gurgle. After several seconds, the duration of Muccio's ninjutsu expired, but he was not satisfied. He grabbed the man by the collar and shoved him into the sink, pouring more water down his throat. Now thoroughly quenched, the man lay on the ground, exhausted. Water continuously spilling from his mouth. Guard! Guard! Someone has drunk too much water. Hurry, I need help. A few minutes later, silence enveloped the cell. This farcical episode left Muccio bewildered. He never anticipated the warden would resort to such soft tactics. Guard, please summon your warden for me. The guard, too intimidated to meet Muccio's gaze, stammered that the warden would not see him and hurried away. Infuriated, as Muccio pondered his next move, he remembered the riddle man in the adjacent cell. Hey, Riddleman, are you still alive? I need a favor. No, the riddle man flatly refused. Naturally, Muccio had publicly humiliated himself, and the riddle man was concerned with his pride. Then I shall pose a riddle, Muccio announced. This riddle is titled, What did the pangolin say? A wicked smile spread across his face. Chapter 121. The riddle man's nightmare cough cough. Listen closely. This riddle is called, What did the pangolin say? Muccio leaned against the cell door, grinning as he recounted the conundrum that had plagued the riddle man for a lifetime. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit who, one day, found a large carrot while digging. Ecstatic, as he carried the carrot home, a pangolin suddenly emerged and snatched the carrot away. The riddle man listened intently. Perplexed, can a rabbit carry things? Is this a fairy tale? Muccio did not engage and continued speaking. The little white rabbit, filled with rage, confronted the pangolin, demanding to know its intentions. The pangolin uttered a phrase that caused the rabbit to immediately take its own life. It committed suicide? The riddle master was bewildered, pondering how a mere statement from a pangolin could lead to such a tragic outcome. Muccio, with a mysterious smile, prompted, Can you guess what the pangolin said? The riddle master, initially amused, had now transformed. He was captivated by the enigma presented by Muccio. Was it something the pangolin said that prompted the rabbit's demise? The riddle master, now a different person, was no longer merely entertained. He found himself ensnared in Muccio's web of riddles. He pondered for a moment before hesitating, realizing his thoughts were misguided. He wrestled with the question for mere minutes before arriving at another conclusion, only to dismiss it once more. Do you wish to know the answer? Muccio teased. The riddle master was indeed curious, yet each time he aided this devilish figure, he was met with yet another perplexing riddle. In the span of 2 short weeks, he had been bombarded with conundrums, none of which had yielded a solution, leaving him in torment. The riddle master dreaded the prospect of assisting this devil again, fearing it would lead to another agonizing riddle. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to surrender to slumber, opting not to respond to Muccio any longer. As he slept, Muccio listened intently for any sign of the riddle master, only to find silence, which made him question the efficacy of his tactics. However, in the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of screams. Oh heavens! Take me away! In the adjacent cell, the riddle master was colliding against the walls. He had indeed fallen asleep, only to dream of a little white rabbit bounding towards him, brandishing a knife. Just as he feared the rabbit intended to harm him, a pangolin leapt into view, muttering something that compelled the rabbit to plunge the knife into its own throat, resulting in its demise. In his final moments, the rabbit, with its vibrant red eyes, seemed to implore the riddle master, What did the pangolin say? Oh heavens! Why must I be punished thus? If I have erred, please take me away. The riddle master lamented, helplessly banging against the walls, unable to fathom what the pangolin had uttered. The conundrum of the golden vault was already excruciating enough, and now Muccio had thrown yet another mind-bending riddle into the mix. What is the happy planet? Now the ultimate life-ending riddle loomed. What exactly had the pangolin said, threatening the very existence of the riddle master? The riddle master, utterly defeated, lay on the ground, tears long dried. I shall skin you alive. Let you experience the most terrifying taste in the world. The scarecrow, who had finally managed to fall asleep, was abruptly roused by the riddle master's outbursts. The most terrifying taste? The riddle master, feeling utterly despondent, lay on the ground, laughing in despair as though he had been through 1,000 trials. What could be more terrifying than the question of why the little bunny chose to end its life? Or what secrets the pangolin might have whispered? Beyond that, what could possibly be more frightening? The Riddler, disregarding the scarecrow's taunts, gazed at his own hands as if he had resolved something profound. He rose to his feet, momentarily feeling as though he had returned to his former glory as the ruler of Gotham, the Riddler. Yet, before he could maintain this imposing demeanor for even a second, he rushed to the prison door, calling out for Muccio. As a night owl, Muccio was still awake at 11 o'clock. The moment the Riddler spoke, he realized he had taken a bait. Tell me, please tell me the answer. I beg you. I will do anything. Money, power, beautiful women. I will give you anything. Sobi. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The Riddler's greatest fear was that Muccio might simply turn away from him. For the little bunny and the pangolin haunted his dreams each night. Have you figured it out? Muccio smirked. Yes. Tell me the answer. I can tell you the answer. What do you want? I'll provide it all. I know you need money. I can offer you 2 casinos. The Riddler boasted, throwing out lavish rewards. Money? Muccio chuckled softly. Previously, he sought money to gain entry into Arkham. But could money truly buy the secrets of what the pangolin had said? No, because even Muccio himself was unaware of the vile words exchanged between that wretched pangolin and the little bunny. But that no longer mattered. I do not want money. The Riddler, in agony, clawed at his chest, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him, tormented by the uncertainty of the pangolin's words. Power. I can help you buy an official position. What role do you desire? No. Do you wish to be the mayor of Gotham? I can make that happen. The Riddler began to weave grand illusions. The mayor? What would I do with that? You don't want power either? The Riddler was bewildered, wondering what this person sought from him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Riddler slapped his thigh. I know. You want to eliminate the superintendent. I can arrange that. But the Riddler had completely misjudged the situation. Muccio facepalmed, realizing that this individual was indeed unhinged. A normal person would cease pondering an unsolvable riddle. But this riddle-obsessed man was determined to uncover the answer, clearly not of sound mind. Sighing, Muccio lamented. The Riddler felt a surge of fear, interpreting the sigh as a sign that Muccio doubted his sincerity. I have it. You want to take down Batman? I will help you eliminate him. The Riddler exclaimed, as if he had finally discovered the true answer, startling Muccio in the process. Don't say such nonsense. I am currently one of the people who least desires Batman's demise. Muccio quickly clarified, not wanting to be associated with such an idea. Yet, this only reinforced the Riddler's belief that he had hit the mark. Enough. I shall not indulge in this folly any longer. The task I entrust to you is quite straightforward. You should be capable of accomplishing it. What task, you may wonder? The Riddler is also intrigued. Could it be an escape? That shouldn't be the case. Did this individual not voluntarily request to be here? Consequently, upon hearing Muccio's request, the Riddler fainted in disbelief. Muccio stated, well, could you procure a flashlight for me? One with ample battery life. The Riddler, utterly flabbergasted, was left speechless. Chapter 122. Krabby Patty, a flashlight? The Riddler collapsed onto the ground, utterly astonished that such a simple request could have led to a night of relentless nightmares. It was akin to a young woman leaving home with a basket of eggs, only to find herself pursued in a narrow alley, running for her life, only to have her eggs snatched away. Muccio was delighted to receive not one, but 2 flashlights, both waterproof. This was a task the Riddler could easily manage. After all, he was a notorious figure in Gotham and a frequent resident of Arkham. Obtaining a flashlight was as effortless as picking up groceries on his way home. With the flashlights in hand, Muccio engaged the Riddler in hushed conversation. May I impose upon you once more? What? You promised to tell me what the pangolin said. You deceived me. The Riddler was growing impatient. Calm down, Muccio whispered. Just do me a favor. It's simple. Afterwards, I will reveal the riddle of the vault, what the happy planet is, and... The Riddler interjected eagerly in what the pangolin said. Yes, once the task is completed, I will divulge everything. Now, what must I do? Muccio's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I will be sleeping soon, and during my slumber, ensure my safety. Understand? Regardless of the means. Even if you must shout to awaken me upon hearing any noise, that will suffice. Is that all? The Riddler was taken aback. You should have mentioned such a simple request earlier. 14 days. Muccio revealed the remaining days for his check-in. Very well. I agree. Now sleep quickly, the Riddler urged. At that moment, the Riddler grasped the true meaning of endurance. While Muccio was awake, he would be at Bikini Beach, but during his slumber, he returned to Arkham. The issue, however, lay in the differing passage of time. It seemed the Riddler merely needed to guard Muccio while he slept. Yet, the reality was far more complex. Muccio would sleep for 8 hours, only to awaken and be instantly transported back to Bikini Beach, appearing as if he had merely spent a second there. Yet Muccio would still require sleep. 3 days and 2 nights passed, and the Riddler was on the verge of madness. He could hardly fathom how much this individual could sleep. 3 days of slumber? The Riddler could bear it no longer and resorted to bribing the guards to assist him in keeping watch. At Bikini Beach, at the Sea King restaurant, several days had passed since Muccio's last visit. As a loading bar for his teleportation completed, Muccio arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in utter darkness. Click! As he activated his flashlight, the surroundings came into view. This restaurant was truly beyond description. Even the cafeteria at Arkham appeared more inviting in comparison. He approached the door not far away, recalling his last visit, when the oppressive darkness had caused a fright as the paper-thin wife of the rogue proprietor had suddenly materialized, startling him. Subsequently, the power had gone out entirely, compelling him to return to Arkham. Now, equipped with a flashlight, he was ready to explore. Pushing the door open, the interior felt somewhat familiar. This was the background room that featured prominently during the rogue proprietor's appearances. Within the room stood a large table, upon which rested an enormous screen. This must be the artificial intelligence named Karen. Frowning, he surveyed the area and ultimately discovered a switch on the floor near the entrance. Click! Upon pressing the switch, there was not the slightest change. How peculiar! Had the power indeed been cut? It was no wonder, for had there been electricity, Karen would not have ceased her discourse mid-sentence. What to do now? Feeling somewhat uneasy, Muccio realized that the most straightforward way to uncover the truth was to directly inquire with Karen. Yet, with the power depleted, he was at a loss for what to do next. After a fruitless search, he had no choice but to exit the sea of power. At that moment, Bikini Bottom still basked in daylight, although dusk was not far off. Muccio's gaze fell upon the Krusty Krab across the street, and he rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. Was there someone inside the Krusty Krab? Upon seeing a figure, Muccio felt no excitement, but rather a twinge of apprehension. This was the first person he had encountered since arriving in Bikini Bottom, aside from the upright walking fish, Sandy, who no longer counted as she had met her demise. However, he could not be certain that the individual at the Krusty Krab posed no threat. Remarkably, the establishment was still open for business amidst the desolation of the city. How could this be? Muccio tucked away his flashlight and cautiously crossed the street, edging closer to the garbage bins adjacent to the Krusty Krab. As he approached, he finally discerned the figure within the Krusty Krab. It was an azure-hued fish of an indeterminate species, a type that could easily be overlooked in SpongeBob's world. After a prolonged observation, the blue fish appeared to be awaiting something. Suddenly, Muccio's eyes widened as he watched the fish's actions. It actually extended its hand to receive a tray passed through the kitchen window. The tray bore a hamburger, the most famous delicacy from SpongeBob's kitchen, the Krabby Patty. SpongeBob was still alive? No wonder Muccio murmured in astonishment. The city had fallen into such disarray, and Sandy was gone. In such circumstances, it is indeed quite peculiar that SpongeBob, the protagonist, remains alive. Furthermore, is he truly preoccupied with work at this point? Muccio found this rather suspicious and desired to continue observing. To his surprise, the cerulean merman turned his head and glanced in his direction. Fortunately, Muccio managed to hide just in time. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Foiled in his attempt at espionage, Muccio opted for a different method of exploration. He approached the dumpster behind the Krusty Krab and began rummaging through the refuse. Inside the trash bin lay remnants of fries, hamburgers, and cola. Oddly enough, he could discern no apparent issues, finding no clues within the garbage. He pondered for a moment and resolved to wait until all the patrons had departed before making further plans. Time flew by, and before long, the sun had set, giving way to the moon's nocturnal reign. The atmosphere of Bikini Bottom at night evoked an indescribable sensation in Muccio. It felt as though the beach transformed into a vast graveyard, with him as the solitary caretaker, enveloped in a silence so profound it bore the essence of an apocalypse. Still lingering? Throughout the afternoon, only that cerulean merman had graced the establishment, and after his departure, not a single customer had entered the Krusty Krab. The kitchen staff had kept Muccio waiting for ages, yet they had not emerged for a stroll. Stifling a yawn, he found himself nearly succumbing to fatigue. Just as he contemplated a more circuitous approach, the kitchen door swung open. A A figure stepped out from within. Muccio recognized this silhouette all too well. Yet his brow furrowed in confusion. It was Squidward. The individual who emerged was not SpongeBob, but rather Squidward. Where could SpongeBob have gone? Why was Squidward the one preparing the Krabby Patties? Squidward glanced at the clock and noted that it was time for him to clock out. He removed his chef's attire, shook his head with apparent dejection, and exited the Krusty Krab without even locking the door, departing into the night. Muccio fixed his gaze on Squidward's retreating figure. Formulating a plan in his mind, he resolved to conduct a nocturnal exploration of the Krusty Krab. Chapter 123. The Krusty Krab kitchen. The night at Bikini Bottom was notably frigid, a chill attributable to its underwater locale. Squidward had left Muccio with a desolate silhouette, neglecting to secure the door behind him. This left Muccio wondering whether anyone else remained inside the Krusty Krab. Squidward's thoughtless action resulted in Muccio waiting an additional 3 hours. Fortunately, this extended wait prevented him from encountering that individual. Surely, the establishment must be empty now? He stealthily approached the entrance, employing his shadow mimicry technique. The mimicry surged towards the kitchen. After a thorough search, he found no sign of life. Regaining a moment of chakra, the mimicry then darted towards Mr. Krabs' office. Still, no one was present. It seemed the premises were indeed deserted. He pushed open the grand door of the Krusty Krab and stepped inside. At that moment, the establishment was shrouded in darkness, prompting Muccio to switch on his flashlight. The flashlight was small, and he directly placed it in his mouth to prevent any sudden ambush. 1 step, 2 steps, Muccio approached the front desk. There was nothing unusual at the front desk, nor anything worth investigating. The kitchen, however, was the key. Muccio stepped into the front desk and peered through the kitchen's service opening. My goodness, he exclaimed in astonishment. The kitchen was a chaotic mess, with the ingredients for the crab yellow burger carelessly strewn on the floor. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that right in the center of the kitchen, he spotted a large pit. The pit glowed ominously red, leaving him curious about what lay within. To look or not to look? Of course he would look. Muccio felt no fear. At that moment, he was akin to another riddle master, unwilling to relent until he discovered the answer. The kitchen was inexplicably locked, and Muccio attempted to open it several times, but to no avail. How odd. Locking the kitchen while leaving the main door unsecured? A mere door could not deter Muccio, the intrepid adventurer. He retreated several meters and charged forward, crashing through the door. Grabbing the flashlight from the front desk, Muccio stepped inside. If it weren't for Sandy's oxygen mask, he might have been overwhelmed by the stench of decay emanating from the refuse. It was quite astonishing. Although SpongeBob's world was set underwater, the items scattered on the floor resembled those on solid ground. Skillfully navigating the litter, he made his way towards the deep pit. He shone the flashlight into the abyss. It was bottomless. What purpose did this pit serve? The more he explored, the more perplexed he became. Was there truly a bottomless pit in the Krabby Patty kitchen? Surely, this pit had its own significance. The pit was not very wide, just enough for Muccio to squeeze through. Yet he found himself in a quandary. Despite his curiosity, the pit appeared to be a one-way trip with no room to turn back. Moreover, the thought of diving into the pit reminded him of childhood days spent catching cicadas with friends. An experienced cicada catcher knew that before they emerged from the ground, they resided in subterranean holes, leaving a tiny opening. At that moment, one could simply insert a pinky finger into the hole, and the cicada would latch onto it, allowing for successful catch. However, there was always the risk of mishaps. He had witnessed a friend inadvertently pulling out a large centipede instead. Thus, diving into a pit was not the action of a wise individual. Was there truly no finished crab yellow burger? Muccio was tempted. His greatest curiosity in SpongeBob's world was the taste of the crab yellow burger. This culinary delight, so popular at Bikini Bottom, was a must-try for anyone visiting the area. After rummaging through the ingredients, he shook his head in disappointment. The ingredients had all been rendered mushy by the water, making it impossible to create a delectable dish from such compromised materials. Muccio was also intrigued by how SpongeBob managed to cook, seemingly igniting a fire to fry patties in the depths of the ocean. The kitchen staff discovered a deep pit. What secrets might lie within Mr. Krabs' office? Muccio closed the door, attempting to leave no trace of his presence. Yet his brute force inadvertently splintered the door frame, prompting him to abandon the effort. Mr. Krabs' office remained securely locked the doors seemingly custom-made, impervious to Muccio's relentless attempts to breach it. As a formidable ruler of Arkham, how could he be thwarted by a mere door? Bam! 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 Muccio charged forward, delivering violent blows to the door, yet it refused to yield. It appeared he would have to devise a more calculated approach. Exiting the Krusty Krab, Muccio activated his teleportation. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was already midnight. Riddler, are you there? No response. Damn! A cold sweat broke out. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to sleep, or he might have met a grim fate in his dreams. Riddler, Riddler, wake up! After calling out 10 times, the Riddler remained silent, instead summoning a guard. What is the matter? The guard, with a peculiar expression, inquired about Muccio. Where's the Riddler? Where is he? Oh, he's asleep, the guard replied loudly, then leaned closer to the cell door and whispered. He asked me to keep an eye on you. Don't worry, you can tell me anything. Are you sure you can fulfill my requests? Muccio pondered whether his demands were feasible. First, he needed a tool to break down the door. Explosives such as dynamite were likely out of the question. He would let the guard think of something. I need something that can break open the door. Anything will do. Explosives would be ideal. Break the door? The guard was taken aback, as he had not heard the Riddler instruct him to assist this Asian in an escape. Forget about breaking this cell door. Just figure it out. Muccio frowned and continued. Additionally, I require equipment for underwater exploration, like an underwater robot equipped with a camera. The guard was bewildered. What on earth did this person intend to do? Explore the sewers behind a toilet? If you can't manage that, then go seek out the Riddler. I'll speak with him myself. Wait. I'll go check the city for you. The guard urgently intercepted Muccio, aware that the Riddler had tasked him with unconditionally obeying Muccio and not disturbing his slumber. The guard understood the Riddler's methods and recognized the advantages of working for him, having been promised a hefty sum of $1 million. He set off for Gotham. The night passed in silence, and Muccio managed to sleep quite well. At dawn, the guard, sporting dark circles under his eyes and carrying a backpack, returned with the requested items. This is an underwater exploration robot. Please handle it with care, as it is a rental. Muccio nodded and accepted the backpack. What about the broken door? I truly cannot manage that. All right, he replied, thank you. As he spoke, he grasped the backpack and suddenly vanished. The guard was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, when the prisoner reappeared before him, bearing a visage marred by wounds, as if he had endured a brutal beating from dozens. Upon encountering the guard again, Muccio felt a pang in his heart. I have returned, alive, he thought, though only he knew the trials he had faced. Chapter 125, The Eerie Krabby Patty at Bikini Bottom. Within the confines of the Krabby Patty establishment, something peculiar unfolded. What an oddity! Why are there so many fish today? Muccio concealed himself in the alley behind the Krabby Patty, casting furtive glances inside. It appeared that, relatively speaking, the crowd was significant. For reasons unknown. For fish congregated at the entrance, awaiting the doors to open. How morally upright these fish were. The doors were clearly not locked, yet here he was, critiquing others while lacking decorum himself. Time ticked by slowly. Just as Muccio was on the verge of dozing off, Squidward arrived, looking as lackluster as ever. Not bothering to greet the 4 fish waiting outside, he simply pushed the door open and entered the establishment. Another lengthy wait ensued. After what felt like an eternity, the 4 fish finally emerged, laboriously hoisting an immense hamburger, the destination of which remained a mystery. Is there truly a Krabby Patty of such magnitude? I long to take a bite. With all the customers departed, silence enveloped the Krabby Patty once more. As was customary, SpongeBob's presence was conspicuously absent, while Squidward continued his work in the kitchen, a most curious occurrence. Nonetheless, Muccio had his own intentions for the day. He was unfamiliar with the whereabouts of SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick's residences. Today, his objective was to shadow Squidward. Thus, the day dragged on. Aside from the earlier quartet of fish, no other customers graced the Krabby Patty. Squidward emerged from the kitchen, sighed, and glanced at his watch. His shift had concluded. He locked the kitchen and pushed open the main door, still unlatched, before striding off into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, a stealthy figure trailed behind. Does Squidward not on a bicycle? How far could this possibly be? Muccio had followed Squidward for nearly 2 hours, the latter exhibiting an unwavering vigor as he pressed onward, leaving Muccio utterly exhausted. Finally, as the underwater scenery became indistinct beyond 10 meters, Muccio, under Squidward's guidance, arrived at the original site of the Pineapple House. But where was SpongeBob's home? Beside the Krabby Patty of Squidward, the massive rock of Patrick Star at number 122 still looms, while at number 124, the Pineapple House can now only be seen casting a distinct shadow on the ground. The Pineapple House has vanished. How peculiar. It would be one thing if SpongeBob were missing, but his pineapple dwelling too? Quite strange and absurd. The more he explored, the more he sensed that something was amiss. Is Patrick still around? He concocted a bold plan. He wished to make contact with Patrick. In his perception, Patrick had limited intellect, even if there were any nefarious happenings. Patrick should pose little threat to him. Thus, upon Squidward's return to his abode, Muccio cautiously approached the enormous rock belonging to Patrick. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to lift the colossal stone. Alas, it was immovable. His reasoning was flawed. In his memory, SpongeBob was a feeble sponge, and Patrick likely wasn't much stronger. His attempt to raise the stone proved futile. However, this did not deter the clever little rascal. He felt the sandy ground beneath him, a sly grin spreading across his face as he mimicked a cat digging in litter. The seabed sandy substrate was considerably more challenging to excavate than that found on land. Nevertheless, Muccio persevered and managed to carve out a palm-sized hole beneath Patrick's massive rock. This minuscule opening was, of course, too small for him to enter. He intended to use the underwater exploration robot provided by the guards. The robot was dispatched through the hole, and Muccio intently monitored the screen of the monitor. Indeed, as expected, Patrick was true to form. His domicile contained nothing at all, not even Patrick himself. If one disregarded a small mound of sand fashioned into a makeshift stool, there was truly nothing within. The exploration robot proved exceedingly useful. Muccio pressed the jet button on the control stick, and the robot surged forward like a powerful release of gas in the ocean, zipping back to the hole, which Muccio grasped in his hand. After a brief survey, he found no discoveries. A headache began to form, not due to a lack of findings or SpongeBob's disappearance, but rather the thought of returning to the Krusty Krab made him feel nauseous. 2 hours of travel waited. However, there was little choice. Wandering the ocean was certainly more entertaining than languishing in a cell. During the 2-hour journey, Muccio's mind wandered. He sang every song he could recall and finally caught a glimpse of the Krusty Krab's silhouette from afar. Yet, as he approached, a sudden jolt coursed through him. At the entrance of the Krusty Krab stood a figure. It was none other than SpongeBob. Resisting the urge to rush forward and greet him, Muccio concealed himself behind a nearby rock. Caution was the better part of valor. SpongeBob lingered at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought, gazing inside without making any move to enter or take action. Standing at the entrance for 5 minutes, a sense of eeriness enveloped the scene. It was midnight at the Krusty Krab, with SpongeBob SquarePants staring blankly at the door. Such a tableau was hardly befitting of a children's animated series. Muccio was uncertain whether it was the frigid depths of the ocean that sent a shiver down his spine, or if it was the unsettling sight before him. What on earth was this character up to? Just as Muccio was about to voice his thoughts, a sudden fright made him cry out. SpongeBob had been in a stupor at the entrance for 5 minutes, and Muccio had been watching him for the same duration. As Muccio's gaze wandered aside, upon looking back at the Krusty Krab, he found SpongeBob had turned his head to look at him. Yet, calling it a gaze was misleading, for SpongeBob had no eyeballs. His eye sockets were hollowed out, creating a void. What on earth was this? Muccio could not help but murmur in disbelief. A main character, now devoid of eyes? SpongeBob seemed to sense something, limping towards Muccio. The sight of SpongeBob was genuinely unnerving, prompting Muccio to hastily retreat. Is anyone there? SpongeBob spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Just as Muccio contemplated whether to respond, an enormous tentacle suddenly burst forth from the Krusty Krab, seizing SpongeBob in its grasp. SpongeBob was lifted high into the air by the massive tentacle, appearing utterly indifferent to his fate, letting out a soft sigh. Let this all end soon. Let this nightmare conclude. I am ready. After uttering these words, as Muccio stood there in bewilderment, the colossal tentacle swiftly whisked SpongeBob away into the Krusty Krab with a whoosh. The motion was astonishingly quick. Had it not been for the glass door of the Krusty Krab just beginning to close, Muccio would have thought he was hallucinating. He hurried towards the entrance. But where were SpongeBob and that gigantic tentacle in this room? Chapter 126. The divine palm, if one were to define the bewilderment of inexplicably consuming counterfeit alcohol and subsequently finding oneself transported to the Marvel Universe, then the current situation could only be described as bizarre. Muccio felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly the Krusty Krab he wished to explore? Was this the secret he sought to uncover? The deep sea was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Reflecting on SpongeBob's last words, Muccio concluded that, by his account, SpongeBob was likely no longer among the living. The location of that gigantic tentacle could only be in the deep pit of the kitchen. Fortunately, he had not been foolish enough to venture into the abyss. Just considering the length of that tentacle, its body must have been at least 100 meters tall. It could not possibly be a mere worm creature, could it? The sheer thought of that monstrous tentacle made Muccio's heart ache. Was SpongeBob truly dead? He found it unbearable to accept. In his hand, he still clutched an underwater exploration robot. That deep pit was undoubtedly the lair of a monster. Nevertheless, Muccio still yearned to uncover the truth. Standing at the entrance, he sent a remote-controlled robot plunging into the abyss. 1 minute passed, then 2. After a full 4 minutes, the robot finally reached the bottom, a distance exceeding 100 meters. How long could those tentacles be? He dared not ponder the creature's form any further and maneuvered the robot forward. The view at the bottom of the pit was expansive, albeit dim. There, amidst the shadows, he noticed the black and red insects crawling over Sandy's lifeless body. 2 or 3 had already made their appearance on the monitor. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that the insects sported teeth on their abdomens, sending chills down his spine. In such a terrifying chasm, SpongeBob was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, why did such a pit exist behind the Krusty Krab? And how could Squidward remain oblivious to it? Just as Muccio was lost in thought, the monitor screen abruptly went black. Damn it, this is bad. Send me back to Arkham. Without a moment's hesitation, Muccio activated the teleportation device. 9, 8. He could already faintly hear the monstrous commotion from the depths of the kitchen pit. 3, 2. A massive tentacle suddenly shot forth from the abyss, poised to ensnare him. In an instant, the system whisked Muccio back to Arkham with a swift motion. Gasping for air, he removed Sandy's oxygen mask, only to find that it had turned black, tainted by that very tentacle. He had been mere seconds from death. Had he attempted to flee, the tentacle would have surely caught him. Having narrowly escaped, all he wished for was a deep, undisturbed slumber. Outside his cell, the guard stood frozen in disbelief, having never witnessed a person vanish and reappear so suddenly. Keep an eye on things for a moment. I'm going to sleep. With that, Muccio collapsed, his eyes closing. His slumber lasted over 10 hours. In his dreams, he found himself on the distant Bikini Bottom beach, where Sandy and SpongeBob joyfully chased jellyfish. Just as they were reveling in their play, a swarm of black and red insects surged forth, devouring them completely, leaving no trace behind. Startled awake, Muccio sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Glancing around his cell, he exhaled deeply and lay back down. The events at Bikini Bottom were too surreal, lingering in his mind like a persistent fog, especially the moment SpongeBob was captured. He now understood the despair SpongeBob had felt. It was a death sentence. From SpongeBob's final words, it was clear he had known of the monster's presence. The city lay desolate. Sandy and SpongeBob were gone, while Patrick and Mr. Krabs were missing as well. Only Squidward remained, seemingly unscathed, making burgers adjacent to the pit that housed the creature. In every regard, it appeared Squidward was inextricably linked to this sinister affair. What does the final remark of the paper doll wife of the rogue boss signify? Beware of the sea. What connection does the sea have with Squidward? Surely, it cannot be a warning about Squidward lurking in the ocean, as that would be utterly nonsensical. Thus, it must pertain to something or someone that begins with C. SpongeBob indeed starts with C. Yet this unfortunate soul has had his eyes gouged out and is likely long gone, which absolves SpongeBob from any implication here. Furthermore, the notion of C eludes Muccio's thoughts. He is not inclined to revisit that dreadful place anytime soon. After weighing the pros and cons, he opts to send a message to the individual named Shiryao. His intention this time is solely to play the fool and fish for responses. Are you there? I encountered some issues with the main god. As night fell, he received no reply. Days slipped by, and during this time, Harley Quinn made a rare visit to the cell, bringing him a new Chinese dictionary. Previously, he had requested Harley to procure a thicker Chinese book for him. However, Since Harley is utterly incapable of comprehending Chinese, she ended up bringing the dictionary instead. A dictionary it is then. Perusing the definitions, though tedious, is preferable to facing death at Bikini Beach, is it not? Thus, the timid Mu Chiu spent his remaining days in Arkham. During this period, the director did attempt to cause him trouble on 2 occasions, but he managed to defuse those situations. 1 more minute, I shall be free from this wretched place. The interminable wait of 1 minute finally culminated in the melodious voice of the system. Ding. Check-in at Arkham Asylum completed. Ding. Batman's initial storyline sign-in successful. Ding. Points awarded. 1,000. Current points. 2,639. Ding. Would you like to continue binding to obtain skill fragments for the Robot Blitz? 3 fragments can be exchanged for a random skill of the Steam Robot. Current fragments. 0. Existing skill. Mechanical Claw. I already possess the robot. I have a remainder in the passive skill. If it is a special move, then it may be acceptable, but the other options can be disregarded. Activate new random skill fragments. Ding. Random success. Obtain Swift Scout skill fragment 1. Current fragments. 1. Is it a fragment of Captain Timo's skill? If it grants invisibility, it could prove quite useful. Hee. Ding. You may choose to continue the current world storyline or embark on an entirely new narrative world. Currently selectable binding worlds include Gotham, with the main world being the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ding. Current world completion progress. 10. Ding. Skill acquired. Buddha's Palm, 3 styles. Buddha's Palm? Buddha's Palm. It is said that the Buddha bestowed this unparalleled martial art upon mortals to liberate sentient beings from suffering and calamity. The power of the palm can rival natural disasters and vanquish evil spirits. First style, Buddha's Radiance Emergence. The initiating move releases blinding light, causing temporary blindness to the enemy. Simultaneously, it renders the opponent weightless, making them float and rendering them incapable of resistance. Consumption, 120 internal energy second technique, Golden Peak Buddha Lamp. The initial move ignites a small fireball, which unleashes a great blaze upon full execution. Consumption, 160 internal energy. Damage, 153rd technique. Buddha moves mountains and rivers, a technique of formidable power. Consumption, 650 internal energy. Damage, 650. Goodness gracious, my damage has skyrocketed, liberating me from the awkward predicament of possessing an arsenal of control skills devoid of substantial damage. System. Display attributes. Host. Mucho ID. 9527 Occupation. Sign-in Specialist Vitality. 1020. Normal Adult. 100 for every 100 vitality exceeding 1000. An additional point of defense is gained. Magical Energy. 600 Mental Strength. 900 Internal Energy. 700 Chakra. 600 Equipment. Giant's Belt. Fairy Amulet Items. Novice Racing Car Completed Check-ins. Iron Man 1. The Incredible Hulk. Mr. Zombie. Gotham Available Skills. Sunflower Pointing Hand. Shadow Imitation Technique. Wei Xiaobao's Lime Powder. Mechanical Claw. Thunderback Suplex. 3 styles of Buddha's Palm. I am now extraordinarily powerful. I can return to Bikini Beach and obliterate that gigantic tentacle with a single palm strike. Mucho boasted, summoning the system. System. Transport me to a new world. 5 hours later, the guards finally noticed the disappearance of Mucho, the so-called alien from the 78th Nebula. The director was elated. Batman was pleased. Yet, one individual remained despondent in his cell. Mitzi, weeping profusely as if it were not Mucho who had departed, but rather his own father. What on earth did the pangolin say? He gazed desperately outside the cell, darkness enveloping him. Age at passing, 31. Chapter 127, currently engaged in time-space traversal. Please do not move. 95321, you have entered a new narrative world. Sign-in has been refreshed. Please check. In an expanse of exaggeratedly vast primordial forest, Muccio's figure flickered into existence. Is this the land of fire? Wait a minute. He opened his mouth, and to his astonishment, the language automatically transformed into Japanese. Oh no. Upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered an even more distressing reality. Where is my 18-foot-tall sculpture? System, show yourself. He had just realized that his field of vision was bizarrely altered, though he may not stand at a height of 8 meters is 1. 7-meter frame should not result in such a diminished view, akin to transitioning from a sports car to a compact vehicle, particularly disconcerting. Gazing down at his arms and legs, he examined his trousers. He had shrunk. Every aspect had diminished, including his very intellect. System, reveal yourself. Where are you? The system continued to feign silence. He gradually calmed himself, accepting the notion of becoming a 5-year-old. First, he decided to check the task at hand, collecting tailed beasts, strategizing against the 12 Konoha genin, and venturing to the moon. Just a moment ago, he was reveling in the exhilarating feeling of invincibility bestowed upon him by the Relay Palm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself entangled in the world of Naruto. Forget about the Relay Palm. Even if he were to acquire the legendary 72 skills of Shaolin, the tasks of collecting tailed beasts and traveling to the moon seemed insurmountable. Roughly estimating his current capabilities, he doubted he could even inflict a light injury on Asuma, let alone take down Konoha and gather the 9 tails. The thought of being confined within the Hokage's walls for eternity filled him with trepidation, prompting him to urgently summon the system. System, can I choose to leave after completing the task of strategizing against the 12 Konoha genin? The novice period had elapsed, and opting for an early conclusion to the storyline would incur a deduction of 2,000 points. The system finally responded, but its answer left Muchio slumped on the ground in despair. 2,000 points? Why not just rob a bank? He cried, sounding much like a newlywed bride who had suffered a great injustice. Pouting in frustration, he leaned against a large tree and began to weep. Amid his tears, a figure emerged. This individual deftly navigated the branches several meters above, leaping effortlessly from one to another. With an exquisite physique and cascading purple hair, even behind a mask, it was evident that she possessed striking beauty. This person hailed from Konoha. Yet, even upon seeing her, Muchio could not recognize her identity. She was Yuzuki Yugao, a member of Konoha's Umbu and especially designated Jonin, adept in the Leaf Village's sword techniques, and the beloved of the renowned Jonin, Moonlight Gale. Both had inherited the art of the Leaf-style swordsmanship. As a couple in love, Moonlight Gale basked in the sunlight, while Yuzuki Yugao thrived in the shadows of the Umbu. Having just completed a mission, she was returning to Konoha when she stumbled upon the sight of Muchio, transformed into a child in the desolate forest. Were it any other ninja, they would have surely kept their distance from a child in such a peculiar place. However, for Yuzuki Yugao, her own experiences compelled her to intervene. This forest was rife with dangers. Wolves, bears, and snakes lurked within. After ensuring that the surroundings posed no immediate threat, she executed a body flicker technique and appeared beside the despondent Muchio. Her sudden appearance startled him, causing him to hiccup amidst his heavy breathing. Woo. His sobs and hiccups rendered him a comical sight. Yuzuki Yugao couldn't help but chuckle. Removing her mask, she inquired, "Tell me, why are you here all alone?" I don't know," he stammered in response. As Yuzuki Yuin furrowed her brow, she felt a wave of suspicion wash over her. Whatever reason this child might present would compel her to ponder the potential conspiracies lurking beneath. As a member of the Umbu, she would not lower her guard simply because her interlocutor was a mere child. By a twist of fate, Muchio found himself at a loss for words. Prompting Yuin to swiftly conclude her assessment, the child posed no threat. Had there been any malintent, he surely would have concocted a plausible and convincing explanation. The fact that he struggled to articulate anything indicated his innocence. After a moment of contemplation, Yuin swept aside Muchio's long hair and gazed upon his face. "Child, from which village do you hail?" she inquired. "Village?" Muchio pouted, wishing he belonged to Konoha. "I have no village, and I don't even know where I came from." This tactic had proven effective time and again. Yuin, once again, found herself convinced. What kind of enemy spy would behave in such a manner? Even naming a nondescript village would suffice. The child's ignorance suggested he was simply a pitiable soul. "And your parents?" she pressed. "Parents?" Muchio shook his head. Yuin gently bit her lip, recognizing the parallel to her own past. "Would you like to come back to my village?" she asked, her heart stirred with compassion. "Your village?" Though Muchio was trapped in the body of a 5-year-old and his intellect had diminished considerably, he was no fool. The individual before him was clearly a ninja, yet her attire and appearance left him unable to ascertain her village. If he were taken to Kirigakure, he would truly become an orphan. Yes, my village, Yuen replied, reaching to pat Muchio's head, only for him to turn away, denying her touch. This only endeared her further to the child before her. As his temperament mirrored her own childhood, Muchio longed to refuse her, yet lacked a reasonable justification. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized they were deep within a vast forest. Given his current pace, he might not encounter another person for an indeterminate time. If he were to collapse beneath a tree, he could easily become prey for wolves, a grim fate indeed. Let us go, Yuen declared, perceiving the hesitation in Muchio's eyes. With determination, she hoisted him up from the ground and brushed the dirt from his clothes. Very well. After half an hour, Muchio came to understand that she was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Yuen introduced herself, but Muchio found himself momentarily puzzled, unable to place her identity. This was hardly surprising. In the world of Naruto, the background ninjas, lacking significant roles, numbered in the hundreds of thought he entertained. The two traveled together for an entire day. That evening, they settled in a small village. Where'll I sleep? Muchio asked, his gaze evasive. They found themselves in a cramped room, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Right here. I have no extra funds for another room. He awaited a scenario he had envisioned. It failed to materialize. As the dawn broke, Yuzuki Yaka remained clad in her garments, peacefully slumbering upon the floor. A night devoid of conversation ensued. Upon the arrival of the next day, Muchio opened his eyes only to discover that Yuzuki Yaka had vanished. Chapter 128. Where is everyone? Muchio scoured the inn from top to bottom, yet the silhouette of Yuzuki Yaka eluded him. Her significance at this moment was no less than that of Batman. Uncle Joe, or Iron Man. She was the key to his successful entry into Konoha. What was he to do? In a state of urgency, Muchio approached the innkeeper. Are you referring to the girl who came with you? She hurriedly departed this morning. Oh, she left a letter for you, fearing you might not be able to read. So she entrusted it to me. Can you understand it? Upon the innkeeper's explanation, Muchio felt tears welling in his eyes. How meticulous this woman was. Worrying about his literacy, taking the letter, he glanced at it. Miraculously, the Japanese script transformed into Chinese, allowing him to comprehend its contents. I have some urgent matters and must leave at once. I have left money with the innkeeper. He will guide you to Konoha village. Once there, seek out the orphanage and find Yakushi Nanoyu. I will come for you afterward. After reading, Muchio carefully tucked the note away and lifted his gaze to the innkeeper. When shall we depart? Huh? The innkeeper, initially hoping to take his time, was taken aback by the child's mature demeanor, which prompted him to hasten. He intended to suggest leaving after lunch, as Konoha was merely 10 kilometers away, not an urgent journey. Now, we leave now. Now, that one tea do. I haven't had lunch yet. If you do not escort me, then give me the money my sister entrusted to you, and I shall go myself. Muchio boldly referred to Yuzuki Yaka as his sister. Hey, little brat, do you think you can make it alone? Aren't you afraid of being carried off by wolves? Stay put, the innkeeper declared, reaching out to push Muchio back onto a chair. However, Muchio swiftly evaded the innkeeper's sluggish grasp. Money, give it to me. I shall walk on my own. No, if you keep shouting, I won't take you at all. I won't return your money either. Then I'll toss you into the forest to feed the wolves. This innkeeper was notorious as a local bully, though he ran this establishment. He had once been a mountain bandit. Now, having ostensibly turned over a new leaf, he remained a villain at heart, devouring the bones of his prey. Had it not been for Yuzuki Yaka's ninja attire, he would have already kicked Muchio away. However, Muchio would not grant him the courtesy. With the swiftness of the wind and the force of lightning, he executed the sunflower finger strike. In an instant, the innkeeper found himself immobilized, his body frozen. Save for his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Muchio rummaged through the cash at the front desk. Now I'll take some money. You blink and tell me how much my sister left behind, and I shall only take what is rightfully mine. Muchio waved a bill in front of the innkeeper. If you leave more than this, just blink. The boss glanced at the money without even moving his eyes. Muchio felt his intelligence was insulted. He had a rough understanding of the denomination and purchasing power of the money he was holding. Just yesterday, when Yuzuki Yugao paid the housing fee, she had handed over a stack of the same denomination in yen. According to the boss's current insinuation, Yuzuki Yugao had left behind only a single bill of that value for him to transport her a few kilometers to Konoha, which was evidently ludicrous. Since the boss regarded Muchio as a fool, he decided to take a bold approach. What is this? Muchio pulled out a handful of lime. Even if the boss didn't know what this powder was, he still shut his eyes. This was because Muchio had brought the lime close to his eyes. "Oh ho, you blinked, didn't you?" Muchio teased like a simpleton, grabbing a large handful of money and presenting the lime before the boss. "You blinked, which means you received more than this stack of money." The boss indeed wanted to assert his dominance, but with the lime powder nearly touching his eyelashes. He understood that this was no trivial matter and reluctantly closed his eyes. "More than this? Then I want to hold back," Muchio declared, immediately dumping the money from his safe onto the table. He carelessly grabbed it all, tossed it onto a piece of cloth, folded it neatly, and tied it around his waist. "No, this is too heavy." He unwrapped the cloth, emptied the coins, and converted everything into paper bills. Now satisfied, he swiftly made his exit. Left behind, the innkeeper could only watch the coins and weep. Upon leaving the inn, Muchio inquired about the direction to Konoha and hurriedly made his way there. His urgency stemmed entirely from concern for Konoha's situation. Although Yuzuki Yugao had explained that she was a ninja from Konoha, Muchio did not dare to ask further questions. What else could he ask? His current strategy involved gaining the favor of the Konoha 12, which essentially meant enhancing his rapport with the original characters. The 12 individuals were as follows. Team 3, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. Team 10, Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Among these, aside from that Uchiha Sasuke fellow, all were within his reach for diplomacy. Even if the process was slow and the acquisition of favor difficult, the remaining 11 had been residing in Konoha for years. As for Sasuke, he had defected right after the CHNIN exams, and even Konoha's Umbu couldn't locate him, let alone Muchio, whose reconnaissance skills were subpar. Thus, after Yuzuki Yugao hastily departed, Muchio's concern grew. Was there a problem in Konoha? Otherwise, why would she be in such a rush? The current timeline was what he yearned to know most. As long as he could gauge the status of the Konoha 12, he would grasp the situation. To directly inquire of Yuzuki Yuin would undoubtedly be akin to digging one's own grave. What else can one ask? Has Naruto been born? Has Kakashi's father perished? Has Sasuke defected? Such questions would likely provoke a swift and merciless response from Yuzuki Yuin. This is not espionage, but folly. With a heart laden with trepidation, Muchio hastened along the path, traversing the 10 kilometers that took him an entire day. In his current physical state, he resembled an average 5-year-old child. The children from a ninja academy, any one of whom possessed stamina several times greater than Muchio's, would easily overpower him. In terms of physical condition, a first-grade student from the academy could send him flying with a mere punch. However, due to his extraordinary vitality, he would not succumb easily. Is this truly Konoha Village? A village? This resembles more of a city. Supporting his weary frame, Muchio finally arrived at the grand entrance of Konoha Village. He gazed at the towering walls and the extraordinarily wide gates, wiping the sweat from his brow in disbelief. With little time for further reflection, he made his way toward the entrance. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. "Hey kid, this is Konoha Village. Outsiders are not welcome right now. You should leave." The newcomer, sporting a wild hairstyle and a bandage across his nose, seemed familiar to Muchio, though he couldn't quite recall his identity. "Here, take this." Producing the letter left by Yuzuki Yuin, steel iron furrowed his brow as he examined it, recognizing the unique insignia of the Umbu. He nodded to Muchio and ushered him through the gates of Konoha. Upon entering, Muchio couldn't help but smile. The weight on his heart finally lifted. For he beheld, etched into the rock of Konoha, a young boy with yellow hair, vandalizing the monument with a paint bucket. This was none other than the childhood version of Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 129, Ichiraku Ramen in the Shinobi World, Konoha Village. Is this truly Konoha? Muchio, now transformed into a 5-year-old, bounced along the streets, exuberantly unaware of the reason for his joy. Wow, is that candy? Oh my, is that cotton candy? Whoa, is this a ninja tool shop? Like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, he marveled at everything he encountered. At last, he spotted a must-visit destination for anyone arriving in Konoha. Could this be the legendary Ichiraku Ramen? The Ichiraku Ramen shop, Naruto Uzumaki's favorite haunt. If the must-try dish in the world of SpongeBob SquarePants is the Krabby Patty, Then in the realm of Naruto, it must undoubtedly be Ichiraku ramen. Unlike the Krabby Patty, it would be a breeze for Muchio to devour a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, especially with the substantial wealth bestowed upon him by the kind-hearted innkeeper. Boss, one bowl of ramen. Make it extra. Whatever you have, I want all. Muchio burst into the establishment, exuberantly ordering as if he were a newly wealthy patron. Coming right up, kid. As Tsutsuki Ichiraku contemplated expelling the seemingly troublesome child, Muchio, the latter, unexpectedly produced a note capable of purchasing 3 bowls of ramen, rendering Ichiraku speechless. Moments later, under Muchio's eager gaze, Ichiraku presented a bowl of ramen before him. Was this truly Ichiraku ramen? It appeared to pale in comparison to the likes of zhajiangmian, let alone knife-cut noodles or oil-splashed noodles. Certainly, it could not hold a candle to Hunan's Hui Mian or Wuhan's Rigan Mian. Such thoughts echoed in Muchio's mind, not because he was particularly discerning, but rather because he was unaccustomed to noodle dishes served in broth. Slurping, he attempted to lift a mouthful of noodles, finding them merely acceptable. Was this all there was? Muchio tilted his head towards the proprietor, Ichiraku, who remained engrossed in his work, offering no response. In truth, it was not that Ichiraku's ramen was subpar. Rather, Muchio's expectations had soared to unrealistic heights, leading him to believe that consuming this ramen would render his mind blank. As if he were adrift in a sea of blossoms, gazing at his beloved first love dancing gracefully before him. What a fantastical notion! With a solemn expression, Muchio took a few more bites before leaping off the stool, striding to the entrance. He huffed disdainfully at Ichiraku, as if the latter owed him an apology, shook his head in disappointment, and exited the ramen shop, leaving Ichiraku utterly baffled. Where did this little gourmet come from? Ichiraku was thoroughly appalled. After sampling Ichiraku's ramen, Muchio seemed to lose interest in further exploration. He inquired about the direction to the orphanage and proceeded towards it. How unfortunate it was living in Arkham Asylum in Gotham, residing in a graveyard in the presence of Mr. Zombie, and now, after finally arriving in the Land of Fire, he found himself seeking refuge in an orphanage. How tragic! Indeed, nevertheless, his requirements for accommodation were not particularly high. Otherwise, he would have checked into a hotel long ago. The money he possessed could easily sustain him in restaurants for over a month. As he wandered the streets, Muchio no longer bounced with the excitement of his recent arrival in Konoha. What was this establishment? As he walked, he noticed a flower shop named Yamashiro Florist. One of the members of Team 12 bore the surname Yamashiro, specifically Ino Yamashiro, who belonged to the Inuzuka clan. Reflecting on this connection, Muchio realized that his shadow imitation technique derived from the same clan, which afforded him a peculiar bond with Ino Yamashiro. Approaching the shop's entrance, Muchio peered inside. Oh, could she be here? Inside, a 10-year-old Ino Yamashiro, sporting a light yellow ponytail and clad in a purple outfit, was diligently pruning flowers. Time to check in. With determination in his eyes, Muchio stepped into Yamashiro Florist. Hey there, little one. This is a flower shop, not a toy store, Ino Yamashiro remarked upon noticing the child, adopting an air of authority despite being of similar age. Indeed, I am aware that this is a flower shop, and I wish to purchase some blooms. For whom are these flowers intended? Is it for your mother or father? A glimmer of clarity flashed in Muchio's eyes as he replied, neither. Oh, are they for a teacher then? No, not for a teacher either. Then to whom are they destined? They're for a girl I admire. For a girl you admire? Yano Yamamoto, who was diligently snipping flowers with scissors, nearly nicked her own hand, her forehead creasing with disbelief at the words of the 5-year-old before her. What is wrong with that? If it's an issue, I'll simply go to another shop. No, that is fine. Does she have a preferred color? Or perhaps a favorite flower? Muchio tilted his head, pondering. She probably likes purple, as she enjoys flowers and isn't very particular. Purple, you say? Yamamoto felt her cheeks flush, realizing the serendipity of the moment. If it's purple, we have lavender, lilacs, hyacinths, asters, and sage, all of which bloom in that hue. Which one would be suitable for a confession of love? Muchio, shorter than Yamamoto, spoke with the gravitas of an adult, leaving her momentarily speechless. Well, lavender symbolizes romance and the anticipation of love. Yamamoto began to ramble on, her enthusiasm ignited by her expertise. Lilacs, on the other hand, have a lovely legend associated with them. Their blossoms are diminutive, each with merely 4 petals. It is said that if one can find a flower with 5 petals, and consume it, the object of your affection will remain ever faithful, and your love will endure through time. She chuckled softly, but that is merely a tale. We only have the four-petal variety here. What else? Muchio rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at Yamamoto. In summary, I believe those I mentioned are quite suitable. I would recommend lavender. However, Muchio interjected, lavender alone cannot encapsulate the depth of my affection. Please combine the flowers you mentioned with others that symbolize love and wrap them all together for me. With that, Muchio boldly tossed a substantial amount of cash onto the counter. Is this sufficient? Yes, quite ample. More than enough. Yamamoto, initially finding the interaction mundane, had anticipated that Muchio might purchase merely a single flower. She was taken aback when he casually threw down an amount equivalent to 2 days' worth of sales. Truly, he seemed to be an unassuming scion of wealth. Unbeknownst to Muchio, had he heard Yamamoto's thoughts on his privileged status, he would have vehemently denied it. What nonsense! I earned this through my own efforts, not by the charity of others. With the money securely in hand, Yamamoto set to work. For over an hour, she busied herself fulfilling Muchio's request, her kind nature preventing her from shortchanging him. In the end, she realized that she had perhaps prepared too many arrangements. Oh dear, there are far too many flowers. Where shall you send them? Our shop offers complimentary delivery services. She wiped her brow, a smile gracing her lips. Where to send them, you ask? It's quite nearby. Muchio revealed a hint of a rogue smile. Chapter 130. Teacher, I wish to learn ninjutsu. Is everything ready? Yes, it is. Then please deliver it to me. All right, what is the address? Muchio scratched his head and stepped out the door. Where are you going? Ino was taken aback, questioning the address. Surely he wouldn't just walk away. Of course, Muchio wasn't leaving. He merely stepped outside to glance at the shop sign. Please deliver it to the Mountain Flower Shop. The Mountain Flower Shop? Ino was utterly bewildered, unsure of what this boy intended to do. Yes, deliver it to the Mountain Flower Shop, recipient, Ino Yamanaka. You're sending it to me? Upon hearing her name, Ino's face flushed a deep crimson, realizing that this 10-year-old ninja had just been charmed by a 5-year-old child. Indeed, beautiful lady, from the very moment I laid eyes on you, I was entranced. Your gaze seems to hold a galaxy that captivates me utterly. From the instant I met you, I knew I would never love another. Muchio performed a gentlemanly bow and added, be sure to arrange a date with me when you can. Until next time. With that, he slipped away. Ino Yamanaka shyly lowered her head, unable to look up as Muchio left. At that moment, the heart of a young girl fluttered. First love blossomed like a newly opened flower, exuding its fragrance. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, she could even hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Ding! Ino Yamanaka's affection level increased by 85. An affection level of 100 can unlock corresponding achievements. Once outside, Muchio received the notification of the affection increase. He certainly wasn't there to gather a harem. His focus was solely on achieving his goals. Women? Sharp swords, sharp eyes. Come, let us duel. Konoha Orphanage. My name is Naoyu, and you? Pharmacist. Naoyu squinted her eyes and reached out to pat Muchio's head. This Naoyu was the one who named the pharmacist Kabuto and gifted him a pair of glasses. Once a member of the Root organization, she had since left to become the head of the orphanage. Had it not been for Danzo's treachery, she might have lived to see the end of the story. Just call me Chio. Chio, what a lovely name. Naoyu radiated maternal warmth. If she didn't love children, she would have come to work at an orphanage. Subsequently, Naoyu personally prepared a bed for Muchio and, once everything was arranged, introduced him to the other orphans. A day later, hey, don't you think that new kid is a bit off? He doesn't pay attention to anyone. A slender, dark-haired boy tugged at his companions, gossiping. Indeed, I greeted him yesterday, yet this fellow didn't even glance my way. How rude. Exactly. Aside from the dean, I have not observed him directing his gaze towards anyone else. Should we teach him a lesson? The slender, dark-haired boy's eyes turned icy. That may not be entirely appropriate. After all, he is new here, and it is only natural for him to feel a bit out of place, interjected a little girl with dark hair, defending Muchio. What do you know? Men must engage in roughhousing to strengthen their bonds. The slender boy began to ramble. Don't you agree, fat brother? The one referred to as fat brother was a robust child with an insatiable appetite, yet his maturity was lacking, and he was rather taciturn. He nodded in agreement with the slender boy's assertion. "Oomph, I shan't converse with you any longer." The dark-haired girl pouted and walked away. Muccio had no idea what these children were thinking and was disinclined to concern himself with them. He appeared to be a mere 5-year-old, yet in reality, he was over 20. He pondered what common ground he could share with these kindergarten and primary school youngsters. They were not the 12 strong ones, after all, and he deemed it a waste of time. That evening, after dinner, as Muccio made his way back to his dormitory, he encountered the slender boy and his henchman. "Fat brother, hey, are you mute?" The slender boy obstructed his path, confronting Muccio directly. "What is the matter? Looking for trouble?" He had no desire to engage in a dispute with such small children, and merely tilted his head, pursed his lips, and stated, "I'm heading back to sleep. Good night." "How infuriating. Why are you so arrogant? Fat brother, teach him a lesson." As the slender boy issued the command, the considerably overweight fat brother, whose physique was incongruous with his age, launched a punch towards Muccio's head. Under normal circumstances, Muccio might have easily dodged it. However, he had a profound disdain for bullying the weak. Not that the term weak applies here. The first move of the Buddha palm. The light of Buddha emerges. Muccio formed a hand gesture reminiscent of Buddhist symbolism, and in an instant, golden light radiated from behind him, accompanied by an incomprehensible chant in Sanskrit. The slender and fat duo were instantaneously blinded by the radiance. Although fat brother could not see, the momentum of his punch did not diminish. Just as Muccio's left, I was about to receive a hefty blow from fat brother's fist. The latter inexplicably began to levitate. The punch fell short. At that moment, Muccio withdrew his stance, and fat brother crashed heavily to the ground. This was the first technique he had mastered from the Buddha palm, capable of temporarily blinding those nearby and allowing him to levitate objects weighing hundreds of pounds from afar. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Payne's universal pull. My eyes! My eyes!" The duo of bullies clutched their eyes, crying out in distress. Muccio swiftly maneuvered past them and entered his dormitory. An hour later, in the dean's office. "Where did you learn such ninjutsu?" The bullying duo, of course, would not choose to remain silent merely because Muccio possessed martial prowess. And that very night, they reported him to Yenyu. This is the realm of ninjas, not the world of reality. Seeing superpowers would not invoke fear. Rather, in the orphanage, these children harbor the deepest resentment towards ninjas. Without ninjas, there would be no wars and, consequently, no multitude of displaced orphans. As for ninjutsu, well, I cannot quite comprehend it. It seems as if I was inherently gifted with these abilities. Muccio began to feign innocence once more, claiming ignorance when questioned. You, as a seasoned medical ninja from the roots, are far removed from Irika, a mere civilian ninja of little merit. She placed her hands, imbued with chakra, upon Muccio's form. "So much chakra? Why do you possess such an abundance?" The moment her hands touched Muccio's body, Yenyu gasped in astonishment. The quantity of chakra he possessed surpassed that of students who had graduated from ninja school at over a decade old. After all, Muccio was merely a 5-year-old child. I have no idea. He resumed his act of naivety. All right then, Yenyu suddenly overflowed with maternal affection, not only refraining from reprimanding Muccio, but also affectionately ruffling his hair. "Promise me, try not to use ninjutsu on your companions at the orphanage. If you are bullied, tell me, and I shall seek justice for you." Yenyu is truly a good person, Muccio mused, yet he proceeded to articulate his true intention. "I want to attend ninja school, to learn how to become a ninja." At this moment, Muccio's ulterior motives were finally revealed. Chapter 131. Irika and Yenyu, to ensure the transmission of will, the second Hokage, Tobirama, established the Konoha Ninja Academy. Among its early attendees were young Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Kazumi, and Narasha Kaku, all of whom were contemporaries at the academy, directly overseen by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Following the death of the second Hokage, his disciple, the third Hokage, took over the administration of the ninja school, placing great emphasis on talent cultivation and striving wholeheartedly towards this objective. Under the influence of the ninja school, the advancement path for Konoha ninjas is structured as follows. Enrollment. Basic exercises, application, graduation, Jinin, Chunin, special Jounin, and Jounin. At this juncture, the 12 young prodigies had already reached the application phase. Muchio's aspirations extended beyond merely mastering ninjutsu. Whether he could learn it remained uncertain. His primary goal was to get closer to the 12 young prodigies. Once these individuals graduated and were assigned to different teams, the likelihood of getting to know them would diminish significantly, as they would be engaged in small tasks every 3 days and larger missions weekly. Can you tell me why you wish to become a ninja? Yaoshi Yanoyu, a retired ninja who had painstakingly extricated herself from the roots, found it difficult to comprehend why anyone would willingly pursue a profession that danced perilously close to the edge of danger, particularly when the speaker was a mere 5-year-old boy. How could she possibly agree? In order to safeguard those dear to me, Muchio resorted to outright deceit. Even after years of service as a medical ninja, you could only take him seriously. There are myriad ways to protect loved ones, yet Muchio was adamant, declaring that such external factors are unreliable. The resoluteness etched upon his countenance was incongruous for a mere 5-year-old. Do you comprehend the brutality of being a ninja? Muchio thought to roll his eyes. He was merely yearning to attend ninja school to forge friendships, not to truly embrace the life of a ninja. All right, Sister Yaoyu, I understand the hardships of a ninja. Besides, I am of an age where I can enroll in school. Moreover, I am aware of individuals who graduated from ninja school at the tender age of 5. He referred to Hitaki Kakashi, famously dubbed the Lubinwai of the ninja world. At the age of 5, he graduated with top honors, while that same year, Might Guy, also 5, achieved the dubious distinction of last in his class. However, academic performance does not dictate future prowess or wealth. Might Guy, nearly expelled from his own narrative, was the son of the formidable Might Dai, a tenacious man who, after 20 years of studying the 8 gates of death, imparted this extraordinary technique to his son. Thus, whether one excels or falters academically is inconsequential. What truly matters is having a formidable lineage. Of course, Kakashi's struggles stemmed from his Sharingan, which could not be deactivated, perpetually draining his chakra and resulting in frequent exhaustion. Had he followed the path of White Fang, he might have been stronger in later years. Another prodigious early graduate was Uchiha Itachi, who completed his studies at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, became a Chunin at 10, and assumed the role of a captain of the Umbu by 13, only to tragically extinguish his entire clan. Currently, Muchio's aspiration was to emulate the early graduation of these individuals, ideally coinciding with the graduation ceremony of the 12 young ninjas. Perhaps by doing so, he might be placed in the same class as them, particularly in Kakashi's Team 7, as he perceived Sasuke as the most challenging to win over. Gaining his trust would be akin to capturing tailed beasts or reaching the moon. Listening to Muchio, Yayu was aware of the rumors surrounding Kakashi and Itachi's remarkable talents. However, she hesitated to send a naive child into the perilous world of ninjas. You were introduced to ninja school by Yuzuki Yugao. Even if you wish to enroll, I must consult her opinion. Fine, I still have to heed Yuzuki Yugao's advice. She was not my mother. I want to go. Muchio's temper flared, displaying the typical tantrum of a 5-year-old. No, being a ninja is an exceedingly dangerous profession, and I cannot permit you to pursue it. Yanoyu steadfastly held onto her convictions. Have you ever experienced despair? Muchio suddenly uttered these words. What does it mean to witness the murder of someone dear to you while feeling utterly powerless, forced to cower and survive in the shadows? Have you ever felt that way? Do you truly understand the weight of such emotions? Why do you impose your beliefs upon others? Each life is an independent entity. Why must you define others by your own experiences? I alone am responsible for my life. I shall wield my strength to ensure that those I cherish and hold dear will remain unscathed. This is my path as a ninja. Perhaps the inhabitants of a Naruto world are particularly susceptible to verbal onslaughts, as Muchio's words brought tears to Yanoyu's eyes. As if she were being chastised by an elder. Her expression turned blank, and then she suddenly realized that the person before her was merely a child. She shook her head. Never mind, it's late. We'll discuss this tomorrow. With that, she escorted Muchio back to his dormitory. The following day, Yanoyu rose early. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Muchio waiting outside. What are you doing here? I've been here since midnight. You really can sleep. Muchio replied, sporting dark circles under his eyes, pouting slightly. Huh? Why didn't you sleep? Is it because of last night? Yanoyu felt a pang of concern. Yes. I want to show you my resolve to become a ninja, Muchio declared with determination, his gaze fixed on Yanoyu with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. Yanoyu found herself at a loss for words. In the midst of their awkward silence, a ninja arrived at the orphanage, inadvertently interrupting the scene. The newcomer was none other than Irika Yumino, the man who had profoundly changed Naruto Uzumaki's life, his lifelong mentor. "Irika, what brings you here?" Yanoyu exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't it class today? Why are you at the orphanage?" "Ah, I happen to have no classes today." Irika scratched his head. "I came to consult with you." "Consult with me? About what?" Irika glanced at Muchio, clearly indicating that it was not appropriate for him to overhear. However, Muchio was no ordinary individual. As a newcomer to Konoha, he was eager to learn about anything relevant. Irika and Yanoyu's relationship was unknown to him, and he feared any potential complications. You're a ninja, right?" Muchio feigned curiosity. I'm a teacher at the Ninja Academy," Irika replied proudly. "A teacher? Does that mean I can attend the ninja school?" "Not yet. It's still not the registration period," Irika said, glancing at Yanoyu, whose expression darkened. He understood her character well enough to know she would never allow the children in her orphanage to become ninjas. Muchio looked at Yanoyu and then back at Irika. "I have a question. If someone is inherently suited to be a ninja, would you let such a talent go to waste?" As Muchio spoke, a blizzard descended upon the corridor. Chapter 132, An Orphan Finds a Home. Hei and Irika stood stunned, gazing at the scattered ice shards, his astonishment comparable to witnessing Naruto transform into a model student. Ice release. This technique belongs to the bloodline limit, formed by the fusion of water release and wind release. "Are you from the land of snow?" Irika was not mistaken. Those who wield ice release were now solely the ninjas of the land of snow. The Yuki clan of Kirigakure was once adept in ice release. But following the ascension of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, the village had executed those with bloodline limits. Now, aside from Haku, taken in by Zabuza, there were no other ninjas capable of ice release surrounding the land of fire. The land of snow? I am unaware. I have lost my memory. As you can see, I'm but 4 or 5 years old. Muchio shrugged, accepting his ignorance. "Child, this is a bloodline limit. You are a born ninja." Irika, as if discovering a treasure, gazed at Muchio with unrestrained joy. Bloodline limit? Muchio realized he had ventured into dangerous territory. He possessed no skills resembling ninjutsu. Of course, the shadow imitation technique, a secret art from the Nara clan, could not be easily explained. What else remained? The flying claws of a steam robot? Was it a hammer technique? Mechanism release? Sprinkling lime? That was mere magic. The thunderback suplex seemed feasible, but lightning release was nearly indistinguishable from ice release. Not to mention, he couldn't simply perform a suplex on Irika. As for the series of Buddha palm techniques, whether it be the blindness or the universal pull, or the explosive third form, they were all enigmas, entirely beyond the realm of ninjutsu. It seemed a blizzard was the only option left. At the very least, Muchio appeared convincingly adept. In this world, no one played World of Warcraft, and thus, the reality that this was a mage's spell rather than ninjutsu went unnoticed. At least Irika was deceived thoroughly. "Director, please ensure this child attends the Ninja Academy. He will be a pillar of Konoha in the future." Although Irika was curious about Muchio's origins, a ninja possessing a bloodline limit of ice release could hardly be a spy sent from a hostile village, especially since he had just demonstrated that very ability. Surely, there was no cause for alarm. Irika had unwittingly brainwashed himself. "No. Do you not understand the harsh realities of being a ninja?" "Irika." Yanoyu became agitated, leaving Muchio puzzled as to the Birdman's persistent interference. Yet Irika wished to persist, but with Yanoyu's demeanor turned grim, he found it difficult to speak further. He had come seeking advice on how to interact with orphans and had forgotten to consult Yanoyu, leaving in a dejected state. After Irika departed, Muchio, seemingly accepting of everything, calmly greeted Yanoyu with a simple good morning before walking away. That afternoon, Yanoyu soon realized that Muchio had vanished. Although Muchio had arrived without any luggage and left without taking anything, not a single soul had glimpsed him that entire afternoon. And no one knew when he had departed or where he had gone. Where could Muchio be? He suddenly appeared in the office of the Ninja Academy. Coming directly like this might anger Principal Yanoyu, Hien Irika remarked, lifting his gaze to Muchio, already sensing he was about to face Yanoyu's wrath for what could be considered the abduction of a child. "Don't mention her. I have no ties left to the Konoha orphanage," Muchio declared, donning an expression of a miniature adult. "By the way, does the ninja school have dormitories?" "Dormitories, well, Irika scratched his head. There used to be some, but they've been abolished. The reason is unclear, but I suspect it's because even orphans are locals. There's no need for them to reside at school when the furthest distance in the village isn't great. Besides, the students are all ninjas. A few kilometers is a trivial matter for them. Without dormitories, I'll rent a place to live. That's settled. I'll report tomorrow. That one do. What? Are you backing out? You said I'm a born ninja. Are you going to stifle this ninja in his cradle? Let me tell you. My dream is to become the 5th Hokage and protect Konoha village. This is my ninja way. Muchio's resolve shifted like the wind, his words flowing freely. Irika listened intently, as if having made a decision. The original master of rhetoric had been struck by Muchio's decisive words. All right, I'll help you find a place near my home. You can eat at my house. As for the rent, you can repay me after you graduate and earn money for missions. Irika, the kind-hearted soul, even intended to front Muchio the money. However, Muchio shook his head and pulled out his frog wallet, revealing enough to cover at least 6 months of rent. This was due to a collapse in prices. In Konoha, everyone had a home, and the demand was low, making the supply relatively inexpensive. Moreover, as a child, Muchio only needed a small room. How do you have so much money? Fine, I'll help you find a place then. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Irika discovered that Muchio had not left the previous day. He had curled up in the office chair, having not even covered himself with a blanket and sleeping without fear of catching a chill, which filled Irika with guilt. He had thought Muchio would return to the orphanage, yet he had made do for an entire night. Cough, Irika gently roused Muchio. Have you found a place? Muchio, still bleary-eyed, replied, It's not far from the school. I'll take you there now. Aren't you going to class? Muchio inquired, not out of concern for Irika's inconvenience, but rather eager to sit in on lessons. After Irika attended class the previous day, Muchio had inquired with other teachers. Even if he enrolled now, attending the upper year classes led by Irika was merely a dream. He enrolled in a new class just 2 months after the semester began. Despite this, he must diligently study ninjutsu to keep pace with the curriculum. To advance to a higher grade, one must possess talent akin to Kakashi's. However, those are matters for another time. First, he must settle into his new school. Currently, he has no classes. It remains uncertain whether Irika intentionally rearranged the class, but he led Muchio to the rental accommodation he had found. The dwelling was modest, estimated to be around 20 square meters, featuring a separate bathroom, a bed, and lacking even a kitchen. Irika, being somewhat naive, assumed that every child could manage independent living, as he himself was an orphan. This is your home now, he declared. Oh, Muchio noticed the contract on the bed, which Irika had signed for 3 months at a price equivalent to just a few bowls of ramen. This might be attributed to the fact that Konoha is abundant in space, but lacking in food. After ensuring Muchio was settled, Irika prepared to leave. Irika-sensei, I have a favor to ask. What is it? I would like to attend some classes in a higher grade. At that moment, Irika was unaware that this request would lead to a year of attending classes. Chapter 133. He did not lie. I am indeed quite exceptional. The transformation technique allows the user to assume the appearance of any individual. This ninjutsu is exceptionally practical. In class, Irika was demonstrating the technique. With a puff of smoke, he transformed into the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Classmates, this is the transformation technique. Wow, Irika-sensei, that's amazing, exclaimed a chubby boy enthusiastically. It's impossible to tell it's a transformation. Another girl marveled. All right, now it's your turn to practice. Remember, Irika said, slowly demonstrating the hand seals for the technique. The students began to attempt the technique. However, one individual showed no interest whatsoever. That individual was Muchio, who sat by the classroom door. His gaze not on Irika, but on his classmates, Dingji, Hinata, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikumu, and Ino. In this class, 7 of the 12 strongest students were present, while the others likely belonged to the neighboring class. He silently counted their heads, a scene that Irika happened to witness. Ahem! Irika approached Muchio, naively believing he was genuinely attending class. Yet, Muchio's eyes betrayed him, having been fixed on his peers since entering the classroom. Young love? Surely not. He is only 5. Irika dismissed the inappropriate thought from his mind and cleared his throat. So, what do you think of the transformation technique? Ah, the transformation technique? It's all right. Muchio continued to gaze at the crowd, seemingly disinterested. Are there any familiar faces among your classmates? No. Then perhaps I should arrange for you to join the lower grade tomorrow and start learning the basics from the beginning. Please. No. Upon hearing these words, Muchio became immediately agitated, leaping from his seat. I am in this class. What nonsense is this? You possess no foundation whatsoever. This class is graduating in a year. How can one like you keep up? I can keep pace. Regardless of Irika's belief, Muchio boldly proclaimed his intent. However, Irika shook his head, leaving the classroom to take a break. This was unacceptable. Having finally glimpsed the main characters, he felt as if he had been relegated to a lower grade. What kind of ninja academy was this? He wore a constipated expression while observing his classmates practicing transformation techniques with hand seals. Each student exhibited slight variations in their sealing gestures, and Muchio certainly had no intention of emulating Naruto, who was at the bottom of the class. His gaze drifted to Uchiha Sasuke, who, at this moment, had not yet succumbed to jealousy of Naruto or the darkness stemming from his perceived inadequacies. Though he maintained an aloof demeanor, he too was engaged in practicing the transformation technique's hand seals. With his thumbs overlapped, the left thumb on top. The same with the right hand. His elbows extended outward, fingers forming a triangle. The left thumb straightened and overlapped, again with the left thumb on top. This most rudimentary transformation technique required 4 seals, and even the prodigious ninja Uchiha Sasuke found it somewhat challenging to master at this stage. Like this, then this, and then this, Muchio mimicked Sasuke's gestures, finally catching the attention of a classmate. At the start of the lesson, a chubby boy had noticed the new arrival brought in by Irika, wondering what this child was doing. He had never heard of Irika having a child. Hey, look, that little brat at the door is also practicing his seals. Does he even have chakra? The chubby boy nudged his desk mate. Wow, he is actually doing it pretty well. I think he seals better than you, his desk mate retorted without holding back. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy became indignant. What was initially meant to be a light-hearted observation had turned into mockery of himself. Moreover, he felt that the little brat's seals were nothing impressive. You're so great. Then show me your transformation technique. He challenged, giving his desk mate a shove. Their quarrel drew the attention of the class. Hey, what is all this ruckus about? A visibly older student, evidently several years senior to Naruto and Sasuke, exclaimed angrily. He was a repeat student and the class leader. Class leader, please help settle this. The chubby boy pleaded, feeling somewhat wronged. Look, he performed a seal, precisely the one for the transformation technique. How does my seal compare? The class leader nodded. It was indeed decent for a novice, even surpassing that of the repeat student. Well, then why are you two arguing? The chubby boy basked in the approval of the class monitor, puffing up with pride as if he were about to blow air from his nostrils directly onto his deskmate's face. Wasn't it all because of him? He pointed ahead, and his classmates followed the direction of his finger. He was indicating Muchio, who was loitering by the entrance to attend the class uninvited. What about him? The teacher, Irika, was perplexed as to why he had brought him along. Perhaps he was just a relative's child who had no one to look after him. How did he provoke a quarrel between the two of you? The class monitor was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, this little brat had been forming hand seals and had merely commented that his hand seals were inferior to that of this little kid. The class monitor nodded, now understanding the situation. Under normal circumstances, a rational class monitor would just laugh it off, deeming it a trivial matter, and promptly encourage the two to make amends before the teacher arrived, as it would only complicate matters. However, this class monitor, having repeated a grade, took a different approach. He spoke directly. Kitagawa, you must apologize to Sanling. Kitagawa was the desk mate who had mocked the chubby boy, Sanling. Upon hearing this, Kitagawa grew agitated. It was not fair to be so biased, especially since he genuinely believed that the child at the entrance had far superior skills than Sanling. He slammed the desk and retorted, I refuse to apologize. That kid is indeed stronger than Sanling, so why should I? The class monitor's expression darkened, clearly displeased with such a remark. Do you find this amusing? We all know how you look down on everyone privately, just because your father is a businessman. You mock everyone. Now, apologize, or I will report you for disrupting classroom order, and you will spend a week cleaning the classroom. The class monitor wielded the authority of a teacher, even though everyone knew he lacked the power to punish a student. I will not accept the punishment. I am merely stating the truth. Kitagawa protested. In the back row, a girl tugged at his sleeve, urging him to let it go and apologize since the teacher was on their way. Even you don't believe me. Kitagawa felt wronged and was on the verge of tears. At that moment, a child's voice rang out in the classroom, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Stop arguing. He isn't lying. My transformation technique is indeed better than his. With that, Muchio exclaimed, and with a puff of white smoke, he transformed into Irika's likeness. Chapter 134. The challenge from Shaoli Sanlang, the chubby boy, stared in astonishment at the 5-year-old Muchio, who had successfully used the transformation technique to become Irika, his hands still suspended in midair, utterly flabbergasted. Someone tell me I'm not dreaming. One classmate's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. What the heck? It's just a transformation technique. At that moment, Naruto, with his penchant for drawing attention to himself, remarked with a hint of envy, "It's just a transformation technique. Hee, you're quite capable, aren't you?" Shikamaru is not far from Naruto, and their relationship is somewhat strained. He mocks Naruto, who, upon hearing this, becomes irate. He attempts to form a hand seal, yet not a single sound escapes him. Hinata blushes as she gazes at Naruto, lost in her thoughts. In the classroom, it is not just Hinata who is flushed. Ino Yamanaka is also blushing as she stares at Maki, who stands at the door. After receiving numerous bouquets, Ino finds herself unable to sleep. Her youthful yearning for love ignited that day. She is uncertain whether she has developed feelings for a mere 5-year-old child. However, the memory of that day feels remarkably romantic. To her surprise, upon seeing him again today, he turns out to be a prodigious talent in ninjutsu. Though only 5 years old, his handsome visage rivals that of Sasuke, and his proficiency in ninjutsu eclipses Sasuke's entirely. During this lesson, Ino has transformed her secret crush into Maki. Sasuke Uchiha, on the other hand, is taken aback. He catches a glimpse of Maki, and the truth of the situation is unbeknownst to everyone present. The reality is almost incredulous for Sasuke. This little child has mimicked his movements to perform a transformation technique. In that moment, the reputation of being a Uchiha genius inexplicably flushes Sasuke from neck to face. He feels unworthy of the title of genius. Yet, driven by the desire for vengeance, prompted by the memory of witnessing a man perish before him, he resolves to prove himself. If he cannot surpass a mere 5-year-old, how can he seek vengeance? After all, Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7. At 10 years old, he is still struggling to master a transformation technique. Am I truly a failure? In that moment, young Sasuke experiences a shift within. Cough, cough. Irika, hearing the clamor from his classroom, stealthily approaches the back door, as if preparing to catch someone in the act. He clears his throat, believing he has discovered the troublemaker. Yet, his cough fails to draw anyone's attention. The students remain fixated on whatever lies ahead. Curiosity piqued, Irika wonders if Naruto is up to his usual antics. As he peers inside, he feels a surge of warmth rising from his feet to his head. There stands a figure, one who bears his exact likeness. If there are no surprises, that person utilizing the transformation technique must be the prodigious bloodline ninja he has unearthed, Maki. Irika surveys the classroom. Not a single student is missing. Thus, the one employing the transformation technique can only be Maki. At that moment, some students notice Irika at the back door, and gradually a hush falls over the room. Irika strides purposefully towards Maki. Maki tilts his head to regard Irika, and then dispels the transformation technique. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I feel as though I am gazing into a mirror. The scars upon my visage and the length of my nails are perfectly aligned. Shio, you are the most gifted ninja I have ever encountered. Irika does not hold back his admiration, for such a talent is something he himself would never possess. Praise must be given where it is due. Are you satisfied? May I remain in this class? Shio, with his aspirations, expressed a desire to grasp the heavens with a mere wooden staff. Irika hesitated. A genius ninja, such as Chio, should not be relinquished to another instructor. In his eyes, he alone bore the responsibility for nurturing the students at the academy. Chio must stay within his class to truly flourish. However, without a foundational understanding, moving directly into Irika's class would be akin to forcing growth before its time. Many theoretical aspects of ninjutsu were unknown to Chio, necessitating a fresh start. Although Chio appeared to be merely 5 years of age, his acumen and perceptiveness were fully developed. He discerned the cause of Irika's uncertainty. Well, isn't this class graduating next year? Once you lead them to graduation, 1T, you welcome a new cohort? If I study ninjutsu with this current class, I could transition to the new grade with you afterward. This way, I can preview new knowledge and reinforce what I have learned, don't you think? As Irika listened to Chio's words, his delight grew. He had contemplated the very idea, yet hearing it articulated by Chio filled him with joy. It signified that the child was not only intelligent and talented, but also grounded, understanding the principle that great heights are built upon solid foundations. A child of such caliber is destined to be the successor to the 5th Hokage. Consequently, Irika resolved to cultivate Chio as the next Hokage. Little did he know that beyond mastering the 12 ninja, Chio was tasked with collecting tailed beasts, leading him down a path that would inevitably clash with Konoha. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be an auditor in my class, Irika declared, signaling for the students to quiet down while guiding Chio to the front. Classmates, from today onward, we have a new student. His name is Chio, and he's only 5 years old. Please take care of our newcomer. 5 years? Surely I misheard. He is truly only 5 years old. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the students. Initially, they harbored a sliver of doubt, suspecting that he merely resembled a youthful child, perhaps already a teenager in truth. However, with Irika's introduction, clarity dawned upon them. From this day forth, Irika's class welcomed a paragon of a genius ninja. After class, the scene with Chio had already spread throughout the entire ninja academy. Have you heard? In a neighboring class, there is a 5-year-old child who, after watching a transformation technique, immediately executed it with results indistinguishable from those of a seasoned ninja. A true prodigious ninja. Your news is outdated. I've already inquired and discovered that this individual has never studied ninjutsu, which means he is an extraordinary genius. Genius? In that neighboring class, a boy with a watermelon head and clad in green attire detests such terms. To him, only hard work and unwavering persistence constitute the true path of a ninja. Little Lee approached Irika's class and proclaimed loudly, "Who is Chio? I challenge you." Chio turned around, amused. Well, a delightful opportunity has presented itself. Chapter 135. Chio and Lilake challenge? Is this fellow out of his mind? Chio, being only 5 years old, was confronted by someone already 10, a blatant act of bullying to inflate one's own ego, wasn't it? A boy with dark skin, upon hearing Little Lee's words, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. If you have the guts, come at me. Chio just arrived today, and while I may lack his talent, I am a man of honor. What merit is there in bullying a child? Chio turned toward the voice. This individual sparked no recollection within him. Evidently, he was merely a background character in the original story. Yet his willingness to stand up for himself was rather commendable. Indeed, this Lilake, who constantly shouted and boasted, must be somewhat unhinged. The classroom erupted in mockery directed at Lilake. He soon realized his own recklessness, for he was significantly older than his opponent. At 5 years old, the other had yet to be born. Such a duel was hardly youthful. Just as Lilake contemplated retreating in shame, Chio spoke up. I accept your challenge. Tell me your name, my opponent. Upon Chio's declaration, the classmates were thrown into a frenzy. What a joke. Talent aside, what can you do now? It's merely a transformation technique. It only allows one to assume the appearance of another, not to replicate their strength. In essence, Chio is just a child, accepting a challenge from an upperclassman who has studied for years. How delusional is that? This little brat truly sees himself as a god, remarked the class monitor, who felt humiliated by Chio and deflected the embarrassment onto him. Exactly. It's just a transformation technique. It lacks combat prowess. You really think you're a prodigious ninja, challenging a senior after just one morning of practice? Besides, that Lilake seems to have near-perfect scores in physical techniques. Perfect scores? The monitor was taken aback, but quickly laughed it off. Let us see you show off in front of the whole class. Get ready to cry. Accepting the challenge? Xiao Li was utterly perplexed by Chio. It was only a moment ago that he realized his challenge had been rather frivolous. To his surprise, the other party accepted the challenge. Very well. Regardless of the outcome, I acknowledge your spirit, Lilake declared, revealing a dazzling smile. Ding! Lilake's favorability increased by 75, achieving a total of 100 for the completion of the task. Upon hearing the system notification, Chio struggled to contain his expression. Xiao Li truly delivered. Just a few words had garnered such an increase. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's favorability increased by 5. What's going on? Chio turned to Sasuke, feeling somewhat puzzled. Unbeknownst to Chio, Sasuke was equally combative. Muchio's willingness to accept the challenge would bolster Sasuke's favorability towards him. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. They stared intently at one another. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's favorability decreased by 10. Darn it! Muchio nearly exclaimed in frustration. Was merely gazing at each other a detriment to favorability? Muchio felt speechless. This afternoon, after school on the playground, Shaoli noted the time and place for their duel before departing. The hours passed with an atmosphere of anticipation. Every student eagerly awaited the duel to witness how a so-called genius ninja would fare against an upperclassman from the Ninja Academy. Would there be a flurry of punches? The thought of a genius ninja being knocked away sparked excitement for the spectacle hours later, leading to a lack of focus in class. Finally, the school day concluded. The students from Muchio's and Lee Locke's classes seemed to have an unspoken agreement, none leaving their seats prematurely. Instead, they quietly observed as Muchio and Lee Locke stood and made their way to the playground, followed discreetly by the students of both classes. As the scene unfolded, more and more individuals took notice. The crowd grew, eventually drawing the attention of even the teachers from the Ninja Academy. Have you heard? That student who mastered the transformation technique in a single class is about to duel with the upperclassman Lee Locke on the playground. What? Why wasn't I told sooner? Let us hurry and secure a good spot. The commotion even reached the ears of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, should we intervene in this farce? Watching the downfall of a genius in front of so many is undoubtedly a blow to his morale, suggested a masked Umbu member, observing the crystal ball alongside the third Hokage. The third Hokage shook his head. A ninja's journey is never without its challenges. A timely setback will aid in his future development. The so-called god of ninjas proved his wisdom once more. The Umbu received orders to ensure that Irika and the other teachers did not interfere with this spectacle. The third Hokage had long been aware of Muchio's existence. From the moment Muchio stepped into the village, he was already under the watchful gaze of the Umbu, a consequence of the prolonged absence of Mitsuki Yuin after completing her mission. As Muchio presented his token, the Umbu commenced an analysis of his identity. In the realm of ninjas, age is irrelevant. The intricacies of ninjutsu are far too complex, and should any bizarre, unknown techniques exist, they would pose a significant threat to the village. It was only after Muchio displayed his prowess that the third Hokage officially escalated the Umbu surveillance on him, augmenting their numbers. The third Hokage was no fool. Such a prodigious talent would hardly be dispatched as a spy by a rival village. Furthermore, whether he was indeed a spy could be ascertained through an interrogation by the Umbu. Within the Ninja Academy, students and teachers formed a circle. The teachers, wary of countering the third Hokage's direct orders, instead maintained order. Everyone believed Muchio would inevitably be defeated. Only Irika furrowed his brow, concerned for the safety of Rock Lee. The onlookers perceived Muchio as a novice ninja, having only just begun his training, but Irika was aware that Muchio was, in fact, a bloodline limit ninja. In the arena, Rock Lee offered a slight bow to Muchio. Now, let the battle commence. As soon as Lee finished speaking, he charged towards Muchio with astonishing speed. Such swiftness. Even the academy instructors acknowledged that Lee's velocity was extraordinary. It seemed Muchio would not last long. Just as the crowd anticipated Lee's imminent success, Muchio made his move. He formed hand seals as if to unleash ninjutsu. What? He possesses other techniques? A wave of astonishment swept through the students and teachers, for they could not decipher the seals Muchio was forming. Indeed, the seals were merely for show. He needed none for his blizzard technique. Ice release. Blizzard technique. As Muchio chanted, a chill descended upon the gathered crowd. They looked up to find a multitude of ice crystals materializing overhead. Fortunately, the icy barrage encompassed only the area of Muchio and Lee's duel, sparing the spectators, who breathed a sigh of relief. Is this your alliance? Lee retorted. However, this will not compel me to surrender. Ignoring Muchio's blizzard, Rock Lee surged forward. Chapter 136. The scoundrel in Yamanaka Ino earlier in class. Muchio had inadvertently mimicked Sasuke's transformation technique, prompting the system to notify him that he could learn it by expending points. With just a mere 100 points, he could master the transformation technique. This delighted him immensely, leading to the current scene. Presently, Lee charged straight at Muchio, seemingly unperturbed by the falling ice. Just as the ice was about to strike Lee, He deftly evaded it, lifting his leg for a direct kick to Muchio's face. This is bad. Yamanaka Ino displayed a worried expression. A kick to the face of a 5-year-old would surely break his nose. In this very moment, Jingye had already prepared herself for the possibility that her boyfriend might possess a flat nose. A particularly esteemed Nin instructor was poised to rescue Muchio. Recognizing her as a bloodline limit ninja with tremendous potential and deeming it unnecessary for her to endure such a blow. Just as the Nin was about to intervene, Muchio executed a backflip, narrowly evading a potentially fatal kick. The spectators were left agape. This young child, managing such a complex maneuver, was impressive enough. Yet the backflip itself was not a formidable challenge for a ninja. However, upon completing her backflip, Muchio, in midair, seized the ankle of Lee Rock in a manner that seemed utterly impossible. What manner of creature is this? Little did anyone know, after her backflip, Muchio unleashed a thunderclap suplex upon young Lee. The thunderclap suplex does not concern itself with the posture of its user. Once initiated, it must be executed. The instant she grasped Lee's ankle, Muchio shouted, "Quick, save him!" No sooner had the words left her lips than a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. This transpired in less than a second. Yet, within that fleeting moment, the Nin instructor in the school raised his hand and performed a Doton technique, propelling Lee away. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, the Nin executed a body flicker technique, steadying Lee and preventing him from falling. What on earth is happening? Irika's astonishment mirrored that of Naruto when he diligently attended class and voluntarily cleaned up afterward. Wasn't he, this child with the bloodline limit, an ice user? That was clearly lightning just now, was it not? Although lightning release is distinct from ice release. A child with no prior training in ninjutsu capable of summoning chakra into a lightning attack is extraordinary. Irika did not perceive that lightning as a result of ninjutsu, but rather as pure chakra manifesting as electricity. A prodigious talent indeed. Irika felt immensely fortunate. As a teacher at a ninja academy whose aspiration was to nurture more ninjas, he had discovered such a genius ninja personally. His joy was boundless. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed into a crystal ball observing Muchio. Contemplating this prodigy, he inhaled a puff of smoke and waved his hand, summoning a masked Umbu ninja from the shadows. Go protect this child personally. Yes. The Umbu was about to vanish in an instant when the third Hokage added, ensure that Danzo does not approach her. A cold glint flashed in the Hokage's eyes. This talent, beneficial to Konoha, must not fall under Danzo's influence. If you see any root members nearing her, you must intervene and report back to me. Understood. At the academy, Muchio, under the watchful eyes of fellow students and teachers, triumphed over Lee, an upperclassman on the brink of graduation. This was indeed a moment of great prominence. His message arrived in tandem. Ding! The affection level of Yamanaka Ino increased by 10, current level 95. Reaching 100 completes the strategy. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's affection level increased by 10. Ding! Hinata Hyuga's affection level increased by 10. Ding! Niji Hyuga's affection level increased by 5. Ding! Naruto Uzumaki's affection level increased by 5. Ding! Inuzuka Kiba's affection level increased by 15. Ding! Rock Lee's affection level increased by 15, current level 95. Reaching 100 completes the strategy. Muchio disregarded the myriad of system notifications and directly approached the downcast Lee. He flashed a bright smile, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth, and extended a hand in consolation. Reorganize your spirits and never concede defeat. That is the essence of youth. Lee looked up, gazing at the considerably shorter Muchio, and they shook hands. Simultaneously, Lee's strategy value increased once more. Ding! Rock Lee has completed the strategy. Ding! Points gained, 300. 300 points? Unlike the previous check-ins. This time an immediate points reward was granted. Previously, points were awarded only after completing the check-in. It appears that after surpassing the so-called novice phase, one officially becomes a check-in participant, thus receiving even more abundant rewards. Judging by the current circumstances, strategizing the 12 young elites does not seem particularly arduous, at least. That is Muchio's perspective. The duel concluded with Muchio triumphantly overwhelming his opponents. The following day, upon returning to the classroom, the gazes of all his classmates towards him had transformed. Ahem, classmates, please settle down. At the podium, Irika cleared his throat. Joe, where would you like to sit? There is an empty seat next to Saburo. Irika intended to seat Muchio in a position closer to the front for better learning benefits. However, Muchio's thoughts were not on the lecture. He was solely focused on strategizing. Why bother learning ninjutsu when he could directly spend points later? He surveyed the classroom, and his gaze lingered on Yamanaka Ino's face. Teacher, I wish to sit there. Irika followed the direction of Muchio's finger, which indicated the seat next to Yamanaka Ino. There was indeed an available seat there, also near the front. Without further deliberation, Irika allowed Muchio to proceed. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino's face felt as if it might melt from the heat of embarrassment. Her heartbeat was audible even from a meter away. The young maiden's heart was captured in that instant. Yet, the encounter was not over, just as Muchio was about to reach Ino's seat. He cast her a flirtatious glance. Ding! Yamanaka Ino has completed the strategy. Ding! Points gained. 300. Wahoo! The scoundrel Muchio felt an explosion of joy within. With these two completed, 10 of the 12 young elites remained. Did everyone complete the homework I assigned yesterday? Irika inquired, referring to the hand signs for the transformation technique. The students affirmed their completion. Irika scanned the room. Naruto, show me your hand signs. Naruto, often perceived as the underachiever, prompted Irika to ponder that if Naruto exhibited no issues, then it was likely that no one else in the class did either. Irika felt a sense of helplessness towards Naruto and resorted to offering him words of encouragement, recognizing the tragic circumstances of the boy's life. As for the nine tails residing within Naruto, Irika did not direct his frustration towards Naruto due to its presence. Had Naruto not become the Jinchuriki, the nine tails would have caused far more devastation. The class soon concluded. In the meantime, Yamanaka Ino had already fled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Muchio adjusted his bangs and turned to inquire of Haruno Sakura. Beautiful lady. I asked your name? Aye, Sakura, who had been watching Muchio, felt her heart race as he approached her, uncertain of why she felt such a way towards a new student younger than herself. She speculated it might be an admiration for strength. I am Haruno Sakura. Nice to meet you, Autumn. Sakura was dressed in red, her pink hair framing her face, reminiscent of a quintessential manga character. However, Muchio held little interest in her. Among the female members of the 12 young ninjas, he would rank Sakura last. Not in terms of combat prowess, but rather if he were to choose a partner for marriage. Hello, I am Autumn. I look forward to our future interactions. Your hairstyle is quite lovely, Muchio remarked before turning back and resting his head on the table, lost in thought. Sakura gazed at Muchio's back, her mind racing with thoughts. Oh my, he is truly handsome. Did he just compliment my hairstyle? Surely he must notice my broad forehead. How could such a genius find me appealing? No, I must not think this way. Sasuke Koen would be upset. I cannot abandon him. Yet, Autumn is equally handsome. A talented ninja, and so articulate. Compared to Sasuke, he is much more approachable. What should I do? Lost in her thoughts, Sakura felt her cheeks grow warmer, eventually bowing her head in embarrassment, her mind swirling with images. Ding! Naruto Uzumaki's affection level decreased by 5. Muchio, resting his head on the table, was startled by the notification. He opened his eyes in confusion, glancing towards Naruto, who was indeed glaring at him fiercely. Seeing Muchio's gaze, Naruto feigned ignorance and turned his head away. Is he really this jealous? I could reveal that Sakura ends up with Sasuke, but perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. Hinata is quite charming as well. Hinata is my favorite girl in the Naruto series. However, Muchio refrained from doing so, whether Naruto believed it or not. He had no intention of regaining any affection points. It seems that Naruto's favorability must have risen above Sakura's. Sakura is one matter, but Naruto, despite his seemingly extroverted demeanor, harbors thoughts that remain elusive to everyone. A solitary orphan, isolated and friendless, could potentially harbor twisted ideas or even a desire for revenge against society. That day, Muchio sought out Irika, inviting him to Ichiraku Ramen with the intention of subtly addressing Uzumaki Naruto through Irika. At Ichiraku Ramen, the proprietor, known as Tuchi, also affectionately dubbed Otsutsuki Ichiraku, has been a constant presence from the very first episode until the grand finale. He served the noodles to Muchio and Irika, casting a scornful glance towards Muchio. For this connoisseur of cuisine, Tuchi's favorability rating was practically non-existent, especially after Muchio had previously mocked the food in his presence. What is this? Did you not find it unpalatable? Yet here you are again, he scoffed. Muchio was indifferent to Tuchi's thoughts. After all, he had no need to curry favor with him. So, what brings you to treat me? Irika inquired, slurping a mouthful of noodles. He frequented Ichiraku often and regularly treated Naruto as well. Well, you see, I am quite the introverted child, Muchio began, causing Irika to nearly choke. Noodles erupting from his nose, leaving Tuchi exasperated. He turned back to his work, preparing another bowl for Irika. Cough, cough, indeed, Irika managed to say, wiping his nose in agreement. However, this is not ideal. I should open my heart, allowing others to enter my world. I need to make more friends. Huh? Irika, puzzled, couldn't fathom what wisdom this 5-year-old prodigy had absorbed, speaking with the profundity of an adult. What? Is that not correct? Of course, you should indeed make more friends. But you must understand, children from single-parent households differ in temperament from those from traditional families, especially since we hail from an orphanage. I find myself at a generational gap with classmates from stable homes. They have no concept of hunger or coldness. As Muchio spoke, he began to pick at the meat in his noodles, leaving the noodles untouched, presenting a rather pallid scene. Yet Irika nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the truth in Muchio's words. As someone who had grown up alone as an orphan, Irika was akin to another version of Naruto, fully aware of the validity in Muchio's observations. So, what are you trying to say? Me? Naturally, I wish to befriend orphans, Muchio declared, giving Irika's shoulder a hearty pat, which left Irika feeling rather awkward. Indeed, he was an orphan, unable to refute that fact. So, you're treating me to noodles today? Just as Irika was about to resume his meal, Tuchi placed a freshly prepared bowl before him. Irika smiled sheepishly and began devouring the new bowl of noodles, free from any nasal inconveniences. With a single utterance, Muchio conveyed his sentiments. Irika was once again exasperated. What? You're nearly 40, and here I am, an orphan. Naturally, I would seek companionship among my peers. He coughed, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. This time, Irika was even more dramatic, nearly spewing his drink all over the table, leaving him utterly speechless. One glutton like Muchu was already quite nauseating, and now there was another to contend with. In truth, I'm only 20. We do indeed have a generational gap. Hence, if there is anyone else in the class who is also an orphan, do inform me, as I would prefer to band together for warmth. Irika helplessly wiped his nose, pondering how words from this individual always sounded peculiar. In the classroom, there were indeed orphans and those living solitary lives. Irika began to take attendance, and to Muchu's surprise, there were quite a few. This was the ninja world, after all. Despite it being a time of peace, previous attacks from enemy villages and malevolent forces targeting Konoha had claimed the lives of many civilians and ninjas alike. Thus, even now, Irika's class included a significant number of orphan students. Muchu listened with disinterest as Irika spoke. Finally, Irika called out the name Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Oh, what of him? Is he not the one who paints on the Hokage monument? Irika's face darkened with irritation. It was remarkable how well-known Naruto had become, even to Muchu, who had only been in the village for less than a week. Yes, he's an orphan as well. But why does he seek the spotlight so fervently? Shouldn't a child without parental protection be more like me, hiding away, afraid to speak or meet others' gazes? Muchu said with a serious demeanor, completely oblivious to the jest he was making. Irika struggled to maintain a calm expression. He understood that the individual before him spoke with a perspective that diverged from reality. Naruto's situation is unique. Very well, then. Tomorrow, could you summon him for me? I find it difficult to approach him myself. Let us meet here tomorrow, Muchu declared, and without waiting for a response, he departed, leaving Irika momentarily stunned. It was only when he finished his ramen that he recalled. Didn't we agree that you would treat me? Chapter 138. Naruto, brother. The inner world of Uzumaki Naruto is a realm unfathomable to others. On the surface, he appears indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the world around him. Yet, beneath that facade lies a profound sensitivity. To capture the attention of those around him, he feigns madness and engages in mischief, all in hopes of being noticed. Ironically, the more he tries, the less he is appreciated. Moreover, despite being the host of the Nine Tails, which should have earned him the villagers' gratitude, the ignorant townsfolk regard Naruto, the descendant of the fourth Hokage and a hero of Konoha, as a pariah. Muchu finds this utterly perplexing. The following day, Irika indeed helped Muchu summon Uzumaki Naruto. Today, Muchu had declared that he would be treating. How could Irika possibly pay in this situation? After all, he was the one inviting others to dine, right? Irika-sensei, why have you suddenly decided to treat me to a bowl of Ichiraka ramen today? Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head. Deep down, he genuinely cared for Irika, his teacher. In all of Konoha, no one had ever shown him true concern, even as the last remnant of the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage, that old man, displayed little affection toward him. This was evident from Naruto's daily reliance on instant noodles for sustenance. Today, Irika hesitated, unsure of how to express himself. If one were to adopt Mushio's perspective, it could be described as orphans banding together for warmth, but that sounded rather harsh. Allow me to explain, Mushio interjected while sipping his soup. As Mushio spoke, Naruto suddenly realized that the establishment housed the individual who had battled and triumphed over Rock Lee. Naruto harbored no fondness for this person, especially since Mushio had been conversing with Sakura. Ding! Naruto's favorability rating decreased by 3. What was happening? Mushio was taken aback. Was it truly necessary to lose favor upon first meeting? He was not a Cthulhu, after all, deducting points merely for interaction. This is excessive. Mushio gritted his teeth, contemplating retaliation, but he had to endure for the sake of his daily tasks. Greetings, I am Chio, your classmate. I know. What is it? Nothing much. I just wanted to share something with you today. Nothing worth discussing. Irika-sensei, I would like a large bowl of ramen. No meat, please. As Naruto spoke, those around him could sense his underlying insecurity. Even when someone else was treating, he dared not ask for more, fearing he might offend Irika and be denied future ramen invitations. Just as Irika was about to speak, Mushio chimed in. Boss, for large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Add as much as you can, but hold off on the extra portion until Naruto finishes his. What do you mean? Naruto was bewildered. How could this annoying rival of his be treating him to a meal, and so generously offering him 2 bowls? Naruto, have you truly forgotten me? Mushio feigned innocence, donning a pitiful expression. Upon hearing Mushio's words, Irika, who was sipping water, nearly choked. He had come to realize that although Mushio appeared 5 years old, his mental age was likely far beyond that. Spouting nonsense like Naruto, brother? Did he even know Naruto? This was likely his first visit to Konoha. What? What did you say? Are you deaf? Naruto, brother? Mushio gritted his teeth, yet his face remained cheerful. Naruto, brother? You know me? Naruto was genuinely perplexed. He couldn't recall having met such a person. It seems you have truly forgotten. You don't remember that when you were 5 years old. You once held me in your arms. I was 5? Are you certain? Naruto scratched his head, deep in thought, his navet evident in his expression. He held no suspicions about Muchio's words, for Muchio appeared utterly innocent. Moreover, as Naruto gazed at the steaming bowl of handmade noodles before him, brimming with an abundance of meat, the enticing aroma overwhelmed him. Who was this person? He wondered, but for now, he decided to indulge in the noodles. With little regard for anything else, he picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the meal voraciously. The flavor of the noodles delighted him, to the extent that it even made Muchio feel hungry. Muchio, however, took a couple of bites, finding the dish unpalatable. If he were to articulate the reason, he would say the noodles lacked the desired chewiness, and the seasoning was either too salty or too bland. The noodles tasted as though they had been soaked in the pot for an extended period before being reheated, leaving them overly salty and soggy. Even if he were to eat, he would prefer something more delicately flavored. This so-called handmade noodle was misnamed, lacking the essential texture. Slow down, slow down. Irika struggled to suppress a laugh, still too young to believe Muchio would engage in any mischief. Yet, here was Muchio, a mere 5-year-old, much shorter than Naruto, wearing a countenance of an elder, watching over him with a smile as he ate. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Hey, why aren't you eating? After finishing a mouthful of noodles, Naruto noticed that Muchio had not touched his meal, but had instead consumed all the meat. Oh, I'm just trying to lose weight. Irika couldn't contain himself, and the noodles he had just placed in his mouth erupted from him. The chef, observing from the side, was at a loss for words. Just the previous day, Irika had come in to enjoy the noodles, insisting they were delicious. Yet here he was, unable to contain his laughter. He could hardly fathom what was so amusing. Whatever he heard seemed to trigger his laughter. Irika-sensei, what is so funny? Can't I try to lose weight? Of course. You can. Irika wiped the table, now littered with noodles, and continued to eat his meal. Muccio, noticing his demeanor, decided not to let the opportunity slip by. Allow me to share a fable, he began. A fable? Like the story of the crow drinking water? Yes, precisely. Once upon a time, an old man shouted, "This is a disaster," and then he tossed a corpse from the upper floor. Irika burst into laughter, caught completely off guard by what he had expected to be a fable, only to hear a joke instead. Not only Irika, but also Naruto and a nearby stranger could not restrain themselves and erupted with laughter. The chef was infuriated. How am I supposed to run a business like this? Laughter is one thing, but why must they spray noodles everywhere, leaving a table covered in fragments and saliva? The meal was filled with laughter and camaraderie, yet after finishing, Naruto was already contemplating his escape. Muccio was not so impatient. It was simply unrealistic to think that 2 bowls of ramen could win over Naruto. Well, goodbye then. See you tomorrow, big brother Naruto. Muccio waved her little hand, leaving Naruto at a loss for words. It seemed that a simple meal had resulted in having a younger brother. Irika and Muccio bid farewell to Naruto, leaving Irika alone on the field. Wait, something's not right. Didn't we agree on this? How'd I forget again? Irika muttered, feeling the pinch as he pulled out his wallet to pay for 4 bowls of ramen. Chapter 139. The task chain arrives. Ding. Naruto Uzumaki's favorability increased by 15. Such was the allure of Ichiraku ramen. 1 bowl could earn 15 points of favor. What does 100 points of favor equate to? Muccio couldn't quite calculate it, but surely treating Naruto to 10 bowls would suffice. The body flicker technique is one of the 3 body techniques that every ninja must learn. In class, Irika was explaining new content. The transformation technique, a fundamental ninjutsu, had been grasped by the students after a week of diligent practice, though their proficiency varied widely. Irika formed hand seals, and the students watched intently. Whoosh! Irika vanished from his spot. Clearing his throat, he reappeared at the back door of the classroom. Wow, is this the body flicker technique? Incredible. Did you all catch the hand seals just now? I found it quite difficult. Difficult or not, if they couldn't master this ninjutsu, they might as well find a part-time job. A group of students was discussing when Irika performed the body flicker technique once more, returning to the podium. Today's assignment is to master the hand seals for the body flicker technique, Irika continued. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the podium with a whoosh. It was Muccio. Only 100 points. I can afford that, she thought. Moreover, the body flicker technique had more applicable scenarios than the transformation technique. The latter was primarily useful for deception, while the body flicker technique could be employed at any time and place. A mere 100 points was nothing to her. The contributions from her 12 little companions had granted her ample points to learn a plethora of ninjutsu. Wow, I really should find a job. Is this the genius of classmate Chio? Truly, I have encountered a real prodigy, a classmate remarked, casting a glance at Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, observing Muccio on the podium, then noticed the classmate who had mocked him, his expression darkening. Why can't I do it? We both watched the demonstration. Why is he able to? Am I truly worthless? Negative emotions surged within Sasuke as he clenched his fists. That man graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7, while my 11th birthday is fast approaching. Am I truly a waste? Will I never achieve revenge? One must not overthink. It is not merely that Sasuke lacks the rapid learning ability of Muccio. In the realm of ninjas, few possess such a skill. Even a copy ninja, Kakashi, cannot replicate Muccio's ability to the extent he does. After all, he has invested in it. Irika wore a beaming expression, completely forgetting the 4 bowls of noodles he had been tricked into paying for the previous day. Ahem. Do not be disheartened, everyone. Although Akira is a new student and quite young, you understand what I mean, right? So, keep your spirits up and continue to strive. Irika intended to encourage his students, but his words had the opposite effect. A day later, only Uchiha Sasuke and the repeating class monitor mastered the body flicker technique. Of course, the monitor, having repeated the year, had long since acquired this level of ninjutsu. After the final class, Yamanaka Ino whispered to Muccio. Hirano Sakura witnessed this scene. Her fists clenched in jealousy. This woman, is she trying to steal my man? I like Sasuke-kun, and she likes him too. I like Akira. Does she have to like him as well? Is she doing this on purpose? Sakura suppressed the impulse to strike, watching Yamanaka Ino feigning innocence like schoolgirl. After school? I need to return home early. You know I'm alone and must head to the village's main road to buy pancakes from that store, which is cheaper. If I go later, I won't be able to get any, and then I'll have to go hungry, Muccio remarked, calling himself an old trickster. Those familiar with him knew that this little rascal would rather skip the noodles at Ichiraka Ramen, devouring only the slices of meat. Such a wasteful character would not venture so far just for pancakes, nor would he allow himself to go hungry. No one would believe that. Alas, Yamanaka Ino was not one to doubt. Upon hearing that the man she admired lived in such a manner, she wondered why he spent so much money on flowers for her. Oh my, who am I? He goes all the way for village pancakes, just to give me flowers? Oh dear, Ino began to weep. A group of students and teachers, unaware of the situation, assumed something dreadful had occurred in Ino's family. The teacher conducting the ninjutsu theory class even told her that time would heal all wounds. Muccio was perplexed. He had merely concocted a flimsy excuse. If it was a matter of urgency, why not arrange to meet again tomorrow? He realized he had been fooled. A day later, Yamanaka Ino presented a box to Muccio, blushing as she hurried away. A box? What could this be? Muccio opened it to find a bento inside, a pork cutlet, some vegetables, and a heart-shaped fried egg. It seemed to have been made by Yamanaka Ino herself. This left Muccio feeling quite embarrassed. He regarded the characters in the plot merely as tools, devoid of any other thoughts. After completing his tasks in the mountains, he was solely focused on his own enjoyment. After all, who could blame him for his charm? With a cheeky grin, he shamelessly took the bento home to finish, only to return it to Yamashita Akino the next day. Thus, he found himself in possession of a new bento, alternating between two boxes. Yamashita Akino had unwittingly become Muccio's food supplier. The progress in the ninja academy was rather sluggish. Muccio had been there for 2 weeks, and they had only just finished the basics of the body flicker technique. Today, as part of the same technique, Irika demonstrated the substitution technique in class. Once again, Muccio learned it on the spot, prompting a collective sigh from his classmates. The students in Irika's class had become somewhat numb. Even if Muccio were to instantaneously master a high-level ninjutsu, it would no longer elicit a significant reaction from them. Ding! Hidden task, checkpoint completed. Ding! Due to your study of the body flicker technique, a hidden checkpoint location has been unlocked. Hidden checkpoint location, Naruto Bridge. Naruto Bridge? Indeed. This bridge marks the first mission outside the Land of Fire undertaken by Team 7, situated at the border of the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. Team 7 was invited to protect the bridge builder, Tazuna, escorting him to the Land of Waves. It was during this mission that Team 7 encountered Zabuza Momochi, who had been assigned an assassination task, along with the bloodline limit ninja, Haku. The completion of Naruto Bridge occurred after the escort mission, meaning this checkpoint could only be accessed after a year of graduation. Wait a minute. This task, Muccio glanced at the hidden task panel, noticing a tiny purple text behind the task. Prologue? What could that possibly mean? He understood the concept of a prologue. Could it be that this is a task chain? System? Well, you still lack the intelligence of Shao AI. It would be a year later, when Muccio began to tackle this task chain, that he would realize just how challenging it truly was. Chapter 140. If I can't hit it, there's nothing I can do. For a ninja, is the most crucial skill the body flicker technique? Yes, and yet it is not. A true ninja, regardless of their strength or level of mastery, must acquire the fundamental skills of throwing shuriken and using explosive tags. Although by the latter stages of Naruto, ninjas had largely abandoned the cumbersome tactic of throwing shuriken, the ability to do so remained a prerequisite for graduation from the academy. Today, Muccio faced one of the most formidable challenges of his life: accuracy. He often wondered if he was cursed. Not only could he not hit the outer ring, but merely grazing the target would be considered a stroke of good fortune. Given his current level, not to mention the graduating Irika class about to apply for graduation, even a child who has just entered school for an hour might be more accurate than Muccio when it comes to throwing. This must be the 100th attempt, right? Ha ha ha. It seems that even a genius ninja cannot throw a kunai properly. What a so-called genius ninja. He is even outdone by my little cousin who hasn't even started school yet. Exactly. With over 100 kunai failing to hit the target. My grandmother could have hit it. Ha! You know nothing. No one is perfect. It is precisely this imperfection that illustrates that Muccio is a fully fledged person. If you believe he is not a genius, then why can't you achieve the same feat of learning the body flicker technique on the spot as he did? The one defending Muccio was Kitamura, who had previously quarreled with Saru. He was now completely captivated by Muchio and had become his devoted admirer. At this moment, Yamashiro Ino was also anxious. She wanted to say something in support of Muchio. With her personality, she could speak up, but she truly didn't know what to say, so she could only coldly utter, "It's none of your business." In the distance, Muchio was exasperatedly throwing kunai. He was not joking. He genuinely could not aim well. Whether it was a gun or anything else requiring precision, his hit rate was a dismal -99. You need to apply force through your wrist, not just throw it wildly, Uchiha Sasuke observed, and seeing that Muchio finally had something he could surpass, he walked over to instruct him. "Let me give it a try," Muchio said, following Sasuke's guidance. He aimed, exerted force, and with a flick of his wrist, he hit the target. Although he was still a bit away from the bullseye, at least he wasn't completely off target anymore, right? "I did it. I hit it," Muchio exclaimed, and Yamashiro Ino shouted something that would make anyone blush, though these 10-year-olds wouldn't think of it inappropriately. Only Muchio found it suggestive. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's favorability increased by 15. Huh? Why such a large increase? I haven't interacted with him much. Is it just because he came over to teach me how to throw kunai? Muchio was astonished. His thoughts had been consumed by Uchiha Sasuke this week. Compared to others, whether it was Shikamaru gaining favorability through sharing chips, Sakura with a few words, or Hinata with her intense gaze, the way Uchiha Sasuke's favorability increased was truly perplexing. Despite Muchio's efforts to flatter Sasuke, he had seen no results. Yet, unexpectedly, after embarrassing himself today, Sasuke's approval rating had risen just because he came over to show off. Muchio could not comprehend the inner workings of this enigmatic person. However, it no longer mattered. To complete his task, what was wrong with playing the fool? It was no different from pretending that he couldn't open a bottle cap like his younger sister. For the sake of completing the task, it wasn't embarrassing. In the current Irika class, the admiration for Ino Yamanaka has reached its zenith. Naruto Uzumaki's approval rating has soared to 70, while Hinata Hyuga and Choji Akimichi have also exceeded 50. Only Sasuke Uchiha's approval remains a meager 15, incrementally rising. Muchio believed he had unlocked the secret to wealth. However, the following day, as he feigned ignorance and threw shurikens in class, in truth, he was genuinely missing. Sasuke's approval plummeted by 5. What on earth is going on? Sasuke, do you wish for me to perform a thunderous suplex on you? Muchio, utterly perplexed, discarded a heap of shurikens onto the ground. After 2 classes of hurling shurikens, he was met with a decline in Sasuke's approval, igniting a desire to pummel Sasuke fiercely. Months later, Muchio had become well acquainted with the Irika class. His current routine involved dozing off during lessons, seemingly blessed with an abundance of dreams. Yet, Irika, the teacher, was at a loss. Any underperforming student would be admonished with, "Have you learned?" rendering them unable to sleep. In contrast, Muchio, upon glimpsing a ninjutsu, would master it instantaneously, demonstrating a proficiency akin to that of a seasoned jonin after several years. The teachers had grown numb to his antics, ceasing to monitor his daily activities. Choji's admiration had reached its maximum, and Muchio, capitalizing on the points awarded for Choji's esteem, had once again mastered 2 ninjutsu taught in class. The first, Lightning Release. Lightning Clone consumes 30 chakra and summons a clone imbued with lightning chakra, possessing offensive capabilities distinct from the typical mere illusions of a clone technique. The duration of this technique increases its consumption by 10 points each minute. The second, One-String Lantern Formation, is Irika's signature technique. Upon use, a grand array manifests beneath the caster's feet, immobilizing the individual at the center for a duration contingent on the caster's chakra, with a maximum duration of 480 seconds when chakra is at peak capacity. These 2 ninjutsu were, in fact, a special concession granted to Muchio by Irika. During a lesson on the clone technique, Muchio had no intention of learning it. The clone technique, after all, shatters upon contact, serving merely to confound adversaries. Yet, if Naruto could master the shadow clone technique, even the multiple shadow clone technique, Muchio, a prodigious ninja, surely ought to grasp a comparable clone technique. Thus, Irika endeavored to summon a teacher proficient in lightning transformation to demonstrate the lightning clone technique for Muchio. With this demonstration, Muchio, once again, learned it in a mere second, expending 200 points to acquire the ninjutsu. As for the One-String Lantern Formation, It was merely Muchio's way of vexing Irika. He even claimed to Irika that he could learn any technique he desired, regardless of its rank. Consequently, Irika showcased his signature sealing technique, the one-string lantern formation. In terms of practical effectiveness, this sealing technique could not compare to the 8 trigrams palms, nor could it rival the distance of the shadow imitation technique. However, this sealing technique possesses a unique quality that neither mimicry nor acupoint sealing can replicate. This art can be executed instantaneously with a single hand. First, a string of lantern formations restricts the enemy's movement, followed by the shadow mimicry technique for hard control, and finally, it culminates in the sunflower acupoint sealing technique. With this series of maneuvers, as long as the opponent is not excessively formidable, Muchio can essentially dominate the battle. Just as Muchio's combat prowess was on the rise, the simulation battle training from the ninja school commenced. Chapter 141, Muchio and Uchiha Sasuke classmates. Today marks our grades simulation training prior to the midterm examinations. This is to solidify your theoretical knowledge and to better facilitate its application. Therefore, our Irika class will engage in a friendly spar with Teacher Mizuki's class. I hope everyone brings their enthusiasm. Huh? Spar? Haruno Sakura grimaced upon hearing the news. While she often exhibited a fiery temper towards Naruto, deep down, she was not one to relish in combat. Moreover, the thought of fighting in front of the entire class made her self-conscious about her already broad forehead, which would appear even more pronounced under the wind. She worried that Sasuke-kun and Muchio would find her unattractive. Others who shared her reluctance included Hinata, Ino Yamanaka, and Shikamaru. This fellow Shikamaru was exceptionally averse to trouble. Even the simple task of stopping by the store on his way home after school felt like an insurmountable inconvenience. Ugh, so tedious. He sighed from the back row of the classroom, already preparing himself to concede at the earliest opportunity. In stark contrast, Muchio, who had mastered the secret techniques of the Nara clan, held a completely different perspective. A spar? What a delightful opportunity. Although he routinely teased Sakura, enjoyed Ino's bento, brought chips for Choji, and discreetly gifted Hinata, such days had become all too mundane. He felt as if he were merely performing daily tasks in a video game, unsure of how to occupy himself afterward. Just as he was drifting into boredom, the prospect of a fight was a welcome change. Classmates, make sure you're ready. Tomorrow morning, our Irika class and Mizuki's class will officially commence our sparring matches. After school, Muchio gathered his belongings. Unlike others, he did not carry a backpack filled with textbooks. Instead, he merely brought a pillow. Yes, ever since he had learned Irika's secret techniques, Irika found himself utterly powerless against Muchio, even beginning to feel as though he was hindering Muchio's development and contemplating an early graduation for him. Such a genius, capable of mastering everything in an instant, was being made to follow the same academic pace as a group of ordinary children, which seemed a waste of talent. Thus, Muchio brought a pillow and slept through class. The teachers were a loss. Whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu classes, Muchio consistently achieved perfect scores. Apart from an instructor who teaches the art of throwing shuriken, a voice called out, "Hey, do you have a moment?" Turning around, Muchio beheld the speaker, a remarkably cool individual. Who else could it be but Uchiha Sasuke? "I have time, what is it?" Muchio's demeanor towards Sasuke starkly contrasted with his disposition towards Yamanaka Ino. If it were Ino asking him for a moment, Muchio would undoubtedly concoct an excuse to make his escape. However, he was not inclined to flee from Sasuke. Rather, he was enticed by the latter's modicum of affection. "After everyone departs, meet me on the playground." Huh? Muchio gazed at Sasuke in bewilderment, curiosity piquing within him regarding whether Sasuke harbored ulterior motives. In the original narrative, this character did possess a somewhat brooding nature, even having stolen Naruto's first kiss. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, even if Sasuke were to demand Muchio to remove his trousers, Muchio would have to ponder a way to avoid such a predicament. 5 minutes later, Muchio arrived at the playground, his heart heavy with trepidation. Am I truly about to be ensnared? The original text did not delve into the intricacies of Sasuke's daily life. Perhaps he possessed some undisclosed peculiarities. In the distance, Sasuke approached Muchio, performing hand seals as he walked. What was he up to? Before Muchio could react, Sasuke unleashed a colossal pillar of fire. Fire release, great fireball technique. The immense conflagration was the manifestation of the fire release. Great fireball technique, a jutsu characterized by commendable offensive power and an expansive range, a quintessential skill for the Uchiha clan. However, its accuracy left much to be desired. Just as the flames were about to engulf Muchio, he executed a series of hand seals with remarkable speed. Even with Sasuke's Sharingan activated, he could barely discern the technique Muchio was employing. With a resounding bang, as Muchio was ignited by the flames, his body transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind only a piece of wood. A substitution technique? A glint of cold surprise flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He had not anticipated Muchio's swiftness in forming seals. The velocity of the flames directed at their target was astonishingly rapid. In such a brief moment, one had to react, devise a countermeasure, and, crucially, select a piece of wood to substitutively occupy his own physical position. Such an extraordinary reflex compelled Sasuke to grit his teeth. Ninjutsu would not suffice. He had to engage in close combat to have any chance of success. "Hey, what are you doing?" Muchio appeared behind Sasuke, utterly surprised by the latter's direct assault. Nevertheless, he felt no alarm. Whether it was Sasuke or even Iruka seeking to trouble him, he was fully prepared to respond. If all else failed, he could resort to revealing his trump card. A powerful palm strike to send Sasuke flying. Sasuke chose not to offer any explanations. All his responses culminated in a swift kick aimed squarely at Muchio's temple. "How dare you treat my face as if it were mere dough? Multiverse temper flared." During this time, he had treated Sasuke like a devoted admirer worshipping a goddess. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had managed to upset the other party, causing all his efforts to dissolve into nothingness in an instant. Now that Sasuke had charged at him, how could he possibly refrain from retaliating? The kick surged towards Muchio with remarkable speed. However, even with such velocity, Muchio managed to react. He raised his left arm to block, effortlessly absorbing the force of the strike. This was the extraordinary aspect of his health reaching 1,000. Even with the physique of a mere 5-year-old, he could withstand Sasuke's fierce kick without flinching. Had it been a child of typical age, that block might have resulted in a fractured arm. In Sasuke's eyes, a blood-red tomo suddenly appeared. This was one of the 3 great ocular techniques. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the son of the sage of 6 paths. Once activated, it bestowed immense abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. The wielder possessed extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving chakra flow, casting and deciphering illusions, and replicating body techniques and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. With such an overwhelming advantage at his disposal, the situation on the field shifted dramatically. Muchio threw a punch, and Sasuke countered. It was as if he had foreseen Muchio's every move. Muchio found himself in a display akin to a martial arts routine alongside a peer of equal prowess, where his seemingly ferocious strikes were deftly neutralized by the opponent. Moreover, Muchio began to feel fatigue as Sasuke unleashed 2 rapid punches and a kick. "All right, I no longer wish to play with you." Muchio uttered a perplexing statement. In the next instant, Sasuke, through his Sharingan, observed Muchio forming a hand seal with one hand. Subsequently, a phrase he had never heard before erupted from Muchio's lips. He proclaimed, "Combination technique, light array acupoint strike." As the name suggests, the light array acupoint strike intertwines a series of light formations with the sunflower acupoint strike to confine the enemy's movements. In close quarters, this combination proved more effective than the shadow imitation technique for striking acupoints. At this moment, Sasuke stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What is this? An illusion?" He attempted to speak, but found himself utterly incapable of doing so. He could only move his eyes while the rest of his body remained paralyzed. This predicament resembled the legendary son Wukong's chaos in the Peachtree Garden, where a binding technique held the 7 fairies in place. Alas, Muchio was not a male counterpart. Had it been a sister, perhaps Muchio would have entertained different thoughts. "Now, can you speak properly?" Muchio declared as he dispelled Sasuke's immobilization effect. After the immobilization effect was lifted, Sasuke still wore an expression of astonishment. "Is this your illusion? A seeding technique? Why can't my Sharingan see through it?" He chuckled silently, Murakawa inwardly mocking. If you could see through it, that would be a miracle. With ninjutsu combined with martial arts, even the Hokage would be unable to intervene. "Is it over? If it is, I shall return home," Murakawa stated, preparing to leave. "What a joke. After a skirmish, his favorability hadn't increased at all. And why should he show him any kindness? A sycophant is destined for failure. Sasuke gazed at Murakawa's retreating figure, feeling thoroughly struck down yet again. Perhaps akin to the butterfly effect, the distant flutter of a butterfly's wings might soon yield consequential results. Murakawa's presence was akin to a colossal moth, his flapping disrupting the intended paths of many in Konoha. This was true for Sasuke, and equally for Rock Lee. Ever since their public sparring at the Ninja Academy, Lee had caught the attention of a certain watermelon-headed individual. This person was none other than Might Guy, who nearly delivered a decisive kick to his future. Guy had taken Lee under his wing, and the reason was clear. Lee was undoubtedly a prodigy in taijutsu. While he might not reach Guy's own heights, he was certainly a promising talent. With a mentor, Lee no longer fought relying solely on his instincts and brute strength. Instead, he began to utilize his body more judiciously and learn techniques such as the Leaf Hurricane. The next day, the Ninja Academy held its scheduled friendly sparring practice. The first duel featured two familiar faces. Inuzuka Kiba. Observing the match, it seemed inevitable that Kiba would emerge victorious. Kiba stood in the center of the arena, dumbfounded. Wait, why can he bring a dog to the duel? Isn't that cheating? Indeed, Kiba often called upon his ninja companion Akamaru during battles, but in a sparring match. This seems somewhat unfair. Given their tender age of 10, if bringing pets was permitted, who could possibly contend with a tiger or a bear? Even a husky could easily overpower a child of their age. Being a member of the Inuzuka clan, it was theoretically permissible to bring a ninja dog, as his combat style relied on synergy with his canine partner. If one could tame an elephant, why not bring that instead? At that moment, the class leader had no intention of letting Kiba off the hook, seizing the opportunity to mock him. As expected, the leader's words prompted laughter not only from Shimizu's class, but also from a few in Irika's class. Is it really that amusing? Murakawa scoffed. To him, it seemed a tad inappropriate. If he had the ability to bring an alien creature, wouldn't that utterly decimate these children? Faced with the ridicule of his peers, Kiba had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. The duel commenced. The atmosphere charged with anticipation. Kiba patted Akamaru's head. Akamaru, execute tactic number 1. Woof, woof. The little dog is simply adorable, seemingly possessing a remarkable sensitivity to human emotions. You may not be aware, but the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are far from ordinary canines. From a tender age, they nurture their dogs, sharing every aspect of life with them, even regarding these loyal companions as family. The bond between the Inuzuka and their ninja dogs is nearly perfect. They not only comprehend human speech, but can also communicate through their gaze. Isn't that impressive? Mused Muchio, as two students from Irika's class chatted nearby. Muchio's attention was fixed on Inuzuka Kiba, who stood in the arena with a dog at his side. Despite having seen Kiba occasionally over the past few days, she found it challenging to approach him for a meaningful interaction. In the arena, Kitamura assumed a combat stance. His eyes locked on Inuzuka Kiba. Just as he pondered how to make his move, Inuzuka Kiba sprang into action. Alongside him was his ninja dog, Akamaru. Unlike Kiba, Kitamura was exceedingly wary of Akamaru, fearing the possibility of being bitten. However, Kiba was no mere beast tamer. His combat skills were equally formidable. Noticing that Kitamura was distracted, Kiba lunged to the right. Akamaru, he commanded. The dog, seemingly understanding his orders, circled around Kitamura, baring its teeth and fixating on him. Kitamura, flustered, failed to notice Kiba's advance. With a decisive thud, Kiba landed a punch squarely on Kitamura's back. Just as Kitamura turned to retaliate, Akamaru barked twice, drawing his attention back once more. Thus, Kitamura found himself ensnared in a relentless tug-of-war between Kiba and Akamaru, leaving him entirely vulnerable. With hands forming seals, Kitamura gathered chakra in his mouth. What is this? Muchio squinted. She had never witnessed such a seal from Kitamura before. Attempting to imitate the hand signs, she received a notification from the system. Ding. Learning B-rank ninjutsu, water release. Water chaos wave requires 100 points. Would you like to learn? No, she promptly declined. A B-rank water technique held little utility for her. At best, it could provide water in times of need, but spending points on such a basic skill seemed wasteful. Of course, techniques like the body replacement technique were invaluable. One should learn as many as possible. Water release. Water chaos wave. Kitamura unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, cascading toward Akamaru. His target was clear. The little dog that had captured his attention would be his primary focus. The rushing water surged swiftly toward Akamaru, and Kiba shouted in desperation, "Akamaru, dodge!" Yet, the flow was far quicker than Akamaru's reflexes could manage. Originally, the water release, water chaos wave technique was designed for mid to close range combat. Moreover, Akamaru had become somewhat overconfident, truly believing that Kitamura was an unarmed weakling. The proximity was indeed quite close. The water release, water chaos wave struck Akamaru directly. In an instant, Akamaru transformed into a drenched wretch. Akamaru, Kiba Inuzuka had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had underestimated his opponent. With no time to check on Akamaru's injuries, rage consumed him. Even Irika-sensei would be unable to intervene, as he had proclaimed. Beast Mimikri Technique. Four-limb technique. Upon completing the ninjutsu, Kiba Inuzuka placed his hands on the ground, utilizing all fours, akin to a wild beast, and charged at Kitamura with astonishing speed. A dull thud echoed through the air. Kiba's fist landed squarely on Kitamura's cheek, interrupting the water release, water chaos wave. This battle concluded with Kitamura rendered powerless to retaliate. The next match featured Hinata Hyuga against Niji Hyuga. Chapter 143. You wish to learn this too? The large screen boldly displayed their names. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. This classic confrontation had commenced earlier than anticipated. Upon seeing her name alongside that of her elder brother Niji on the screen, a torrent of emotions surged within Hinata. Fear, astonishment, and above all, trepidation. She dreaded facing her brother from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. As a prodigy from the branch family, Niji's very existence served to spur Hinata's rapid progression. Yet, despite her efforts, she knew she could not measure up to a remarkably talented and diligent genius like Niji. Niji stepped to the center of the arena, observing the timid approach of Hinata. He hadn't expected to face you, Hinata. A fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible disdain flickered in Niji's eyes. Hinata, he said, his tone laced with condescension. Oh, are they siblings? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment from the periphery. Indeed, they belong to the Hyuga clan. On the left, Hinata is the eldest daughter, while on the right, Niji is from the branch family. You could liken to one being from the imperial family and the other a noble relative. A figure appeared beside Naruto, having utilized the body flicker technique. Following the conversation, Naruto turned his gaze toward the newcomer. Huh, how do you know such things? Didn't you just arrive in Konoha not long ago? By the way, how do you know that guy on the right? What is his name? Cough, cough. It's Niji, Miku uttered, somewhat exasperated. What does it matter what he has called? I simply wish to know if Hinata can defeat that guy. Miku shook her head. Don't even mention Hinata. Even if you, along with Hinata and that burden Kitamura, face Niji, you would not prevail. Currently, Naruto has yet to obtain the sealing scroll and has not learned the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique. Given Naruto's current combat prowess with Shuriken, it is likely he would be disarmed and thrown out of the arena within 5 exchanges against Niji. What? Are you saying we can't win? The match had yet to commence, and Naruto was growing increasingly anxious. Allow me to express this. Within our class, combined with that of the Suemu class, the individual known as Niji boasts combat prowess that ranks among the top 4. However, Mucho's assessment is perhaps somewhat conservative. At this juncture, Sasuke would likely place 3rd or 4th among the 2 classes. As for Lee and Niji, Mucho finds it difficult to discern who possesses greater strength, as the 2 have yet to clash or share any encounters. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, Niji's combat ability would be deemed the highest within Guy's class, leading one to conclude that Hinata Niji stands first, with Sasuke following in 3rd. Naturally, Mucho does not factor into this ranking. Even if Niji, Sasuke, Lee, and Irika were to team up, they might struggle against Mucho. The 3rd form of the Rulai Divine Palm could easily dispatch the 3 students, followed by a series of control techniques to vex Irika, ensuring Mucho remains the ultimate victor. Thus, the rankings will be 1st for Niji, 3rd for Sasuke, and 2nd, without a doubt, for Lee. Although Sasuke is one of the most pivotal characters throughout Naruto, he currently embodies a rather inept individual, having previously lost to Rock Lee and being defeated by him before mastering Chidori. Consequently, The outcome of Hinata facing Niji is all too predictable. What shall we do? That Niji will surely go easy on Hinata, right? Surely he wouldn't be excessively harsh? Oh, you seem quite concerned for Hinata, someone remarked. No. I merely believe Hinata is a good person. Please, tell me the answer. Muchio chuckled coldly, responding, don't be surprised if he becomes even more ruthless. Huh? Why do you say that? Naruto inquired, bewildered. They are siblings, after all. Why would he be harsher? That's because Muchio began to explain, but the judge had already announced the commencement of the battle. Miss Hinata, before we begin, I would like to offer you a word of caution. Niji stepped forward, causing Hinata to retreat several steps in fright. You are utterly unfit to be a ninja. Consider forfeiting. What is this nonsense he's spouting to Hinata? Someone exclaimed. Hey, you over there. Even if you manage to defeat Hinata, just wait until I knock you away. Naruto's declaration captured everyone's attention. Hinata's face flushed crimson. Muchio, feeling helpless, shrugged. This is how a woman behaves when she harbors feelings for a man. Even if he is at the bottom of the ranks, her affection is unwavering. Naruto's words astonished those around him, revealing a side of him they had not seen before. The arena, once ignited with tension, suddenly felt doused in cold water, resembling a scene from a romantic drama. Byakugan. Niji activated the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, his eyes transforming with the Byakugan. What is that? Why are there so many blood vessels around that guy's eyes? Is he poisoned? Naruto Uzumaki, in a fit of uninformed exuberance, drew the disdainful glances of those around him. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, is akin to the Sharingan of Sasuke Uchiha. Both are formidable enhancements. The Byakugan not only reveals the flow of chakra within the human body, but also enables the user to execute powerful techniques in conjunction with the secret martial arts of the Hyuga family. With your level of skill, you would be dispatched in less than 5 minutes. What do I care about Byakugan or Sharingan? I aspire to become Hokage. Such trivial matters will not deter me. Well, Muchio grew weary of conversing with Naruto, deciding to let him remain in his ignorance. After a lengthy discussion, his favorability toward Naruto had not increased in the slightest, leaving him quite exasperated. Hey, are we going to fight or just talk? Irika, the class leader, taunted the two in the arena. He was unconcerned about the Hyuga clan. As a solitary individual with nothing to lose, he was indifferent to the consequences. Worst case, he could flee the village. Surely the Hyuga clan would not dispatch assassins beyond the village borders. Though he felt indifferent, Hinata had just been struck by Niji's punch. Byakugan. At this moment, Hinata had no choice but to face her opponent head-on. The two individuals with activated Byakugan stood poised in confrontation. Has Hinata succumbed to the poison? What poison? She has activated her Byakugan. It appears she is prepared to give her all. This battle should be quite instructive. In terms of learning, no one could surpass Muchio. He could effortlessly imitate techniques, spending a few points to master them with ease. The most awkward moment for Muchio was when he attempted to replicate Niji's hand signs, only to discover that the system provided no feedback. Did you see that little 5-year-old named Muchio just now? A boy from the adjacent class mocked. I saw it too. It's a pity he doesn't join the circus. He thinks he can take on Rock Lee and become invincible. He even tried to imitate Niji's Byakugan hand signs. What a fool. As he mocked Muchio, an inexplicable swelling throbbed at Muchio's temple. Chapter 144, Backpack plus Magazine equals Frying Pan, the Byakugan. A bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan manifests visibly as veins protruding from the temples to the eye sockets. Typically, the eyes of the Hyuga clan members display a cataract-like appearance, resembling the milky white pupils of the blind, which are distinctively different from the Uchiha clan. In the arena, two Hyuga clan members with activated Byakugan faced off. Rather than a fair contest, it resembled a one-sided beating. However, within this vast training ground, it was not just Hinata and Niji who had activated their Byakugan. From the observation platform, Muchio felt the power of those extraordinary eyes. He had obtained the Byakugan. Though its duration was limited, would he need to expend points to temporarily replicate the bloodline limit of the Byakugan? As Muchio consumed 3 points of his credits per minute, he was imitating Niji's eye-opening technique when the system prompted him. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed that no one was watching him, and with his swift body technique, he teleported to a corner and opted to replicate the Byakugan. The world through the Byakugan was astonishing. It was akin to observing a streamer utilizing a wall hack, as he could perceive everything regardless of distance or obstructions. Through his ocular prowess, this sensation was extraordinary. It was reminiscent of the perspective one might have when looking through a frying pan. He could even glimpse the scenery behind him. This was the remarkable nature of the Byakugan, an all-encompassing 360-degree field of vision, surpassing even the compound eyes of insects. He gazed at the two combatants in the arena, their chakra flowing vividly before him, and with the aid of the Byakugan, he could discern the various acupuncture points on their bodies. If he possessed the Byakugan in conjunction with the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, it would be a flawless combination. His own 8 trigrams technique had always lacked precise skill, merely relying on the strength of his fingers without the corresponding finesse. In essence, while he had reflexes, he lacked the ability to control his aim. Regrettably, his eyes were in a temporary replicated state. If he wished to utilize the Byakugan to enhance his technique, he would need to acquire a pair and replace his own eyeballs. After experiencing the wonders of the Byakugan, Muchio reluctantly deactivated it. After all, this ability cost him 3 points per minute, akin to puncturing a fuel tank of a vehicle already consuming excessive fuel and continuing to drive. Every second spent using it was a painful drain on his hard-earned credits. If he truly desired to enjoy the Byakugan, he would rather gouge out his own eyes and seek a member of the Hyuga clan for a proper pair. In the arena, Hinata had already sustained considerable injuries. Her face bruised and battered. Niji, as her nominal cousin, displayed no mercy whatsoever. He showed no outward signs of concern for his younger cousin, though his inner thoughts remained a mystery. The battle between Hinata and Niji unfolded, and many who previously doubted Hinata's capabilities began to change their opinions. The seemingly delicate and timid girl, when engaged in combat, exhibited an indomitable spirit. Despite being battered and bruised, she continued to employ the Byakugan, deftly evading Niji's gentle fist attacks. At times, she even managed to counter his strikes, a commendable feat. Stop resisting, Niji remarked, dodging Hinata's attack and standing aside to engage in verbal taunting. You know that gentle fist targets the internal organs, and it is impossible for a human body to train the organs. Your body can no longer endure this. Surrender and request a medical ninja for assistance. Hinata, unable to meet Niji's gaze, averted her eyes, revealing her apprehension. Your movements betray your fear. You foresee your impending defeat. You have glimpsed your failure through your own eyes. Admit it, you wish to concede. If that is the case, why not surrender outright? As a lady of stature, there is no need for you to engage in a life-or-death struggle with someone from the branch family, is there? Niji, having warmed up his muscles, clearly did not perceive Hinata, his cousin, as a true adversary. He regarded this crucial confrontation for her merely as a warm-up match. What? Do you still wish to put on a brave face? Noticing Hinata's prolonged silence, as if she were attempting to recover her strength for another round, he shook his head. Spare yourself, dear lady, why persist? Hinata longed to speak, yet an unseen injury ravaged her insides, making even the simple act of breathing a challenge. Hinata Hyuga, you are defeated. Upon witnessing her condition, Irika leaped into the arena, interposing himself between Niji and Hinata, declaring her loss and urgently calling for medical ninja to attend to her wounds. However, Hinata's subsequent actions left everyone astounded. She evaded Irika's protection and chose to confront Niji directly. I will not concede. What? Is she out of her mind? Indeed, she could barely articulate her words. Did she still wish to fight? Is it truly necessary? I am genuinely impressed by her determination. Had it been me, I would have surrendered before the opponent even struck. She has fought valiantly for so long, far surpassing my own resolve. Hinata. From the sidelines, Naruto clenched his fists, seemingly brewing a storm of emotions. Huh? Are you truly going to go through with this? Perhaps you should reconsider. Your trembling frame and averted gaze betray your inner turmoil. Is it truly worth it to endure such hardship merely for the sake of the clan's reputation? In truth, you need not do so. I was born into the branch family, destined to look up to Lady Hinata. No matter how embarrassing your actions may be, as a member of the branch family, I shall never look down upon your concession. Follow your heart. Do not force yourself. Niji continued his tirade, but Naruto could no longer contain himself. No one has the right to speculate about another's heart. Hinata has fought valiantly. Though she may appear delicate, her actions signify that she is far from superficial. Hinata, I believe in you. I recognize your efforts. Even if you cannot defeat him today, I know that in time, You will surely send him flying. On the second floor stands. Naruto leaned against the railing, nearly leaping over in his excitement, shouting encouragement to Hinata. Muchio observed this scene with a shake of his head. In the realm of Hokage, Naruto is certainly not as simple as he seems. This impetuous fellow is undoubtedly skilled in matters of the heart. Do not be deceived by his outward display of enthusiasm for Hinata. He possesses the cunning to transform into Sasuke and engage in a kiss with Sakura, revealing a less than pristine character. At this moment, he merely lacks an affection for Hinata and is toying with her emotions. Muchio nodded. From his perspective, Naruto, too, is a scoundrel. I will not concede. Encouraged by Naruto, Hinata resumed her stance and charged once more at Niji, her gentle fists poised for battle. As she stumbled midway, her legs gave way, and she collapsed. Having endured countless injuries, she could no longer hold on. This confrontation concluded with Niji's overwhelming dominance, earning a point for the Mizuki team. However, the score was of little consequence. With Iruka possessing the formidable ace in the form of Muku, it mattered not who the opponent fielded. In the upcoming duel, it would be Muku against Y.N. Shino. Chapter 145. The Buddha's palm strikes a fly. Y.N. Shino, a member of the Y.N. clan. The mention of the Y.N. clan sends shivers down the spines of many in Konoha. From birth, these individuals entrust their bodies to parasitic black insects known for their ability to consume chakra. These insects typically reside throughout the Y.N. clan's bodies. Just envision the horror of having thousands of small, cockroach-like creatures lurking in one's pores, underarms, and groin. Such a sight is hardly bearable for the average person. Y.N. Shino is exceptionally strong, undefeated in the original narrative, often achieving draws at worst, and is rightly regarded as a formidable member of the Y.N. clan. His demeanor mirrors that of Sasuke, unclouded by hatred, exhibiting caution in combat, while possessing formidable offensive intelligence. On the battlefield, Muku swiftly executed a body flicker technique, arriving at the center before the teachers had even declared the match to commence. Eagerly, he unleashed the sealing technique, the 1,000 Lanterns formation. Iruka, is it true that you have imparted your signature technique to this prodigy? Indeed, such a talent deserves meticulous nurturing. In the stands, Mizuki, the white-haired ninja who had previously deceived Naruto into stealing the sealing scroll, expressed his incredulity to Iruka. He never anticipated that a mere 5-year-old could wield the signature jutsu of Iruka, a seasoned Ch-nin. Even if Iruka had wholeheartedly taught him, the feat seemed utterly inconceivable. Iruka, scratching the back of his head in resignation, might have been startled had he known Mizuki's true thoughts. Muku had bet himself on mastering the 1,000 Lanterns formation in mere seconds, completely independent of Iruka's instruction. Iruka had even expedited the release technique, dedicating himself to the utmost seriousness. Yet, despite all this, Muku demonstrated the sealing technique he had studied for only half a year right before Iruka's eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke observed Muku's actions from the spectators' area. The expansive sealing array on the ground was indeed a technique to bind oneself. Sasuke later discovered that this was the signature move of his teacher, Iruka. However, why did Muku employ the 1,000 Lanterns formation so soon after entering the fray? Was there something invisible to his eyes on the battlefield? With this thought, Uchiha Sasuke hastily activated his Sharingan. The moment he did, he was taken aback. The arena appeared to consist solely of the referee and Muku, with Y.N. Shino arriving belatedly. However, the reality is that while Oil Woman Shizune has yet to arrive, her army of insects is already ravenous on the battlefield. The ground appears devoid of anything significant, yet upon closer inspection, subtle clues reveal themselves. The cracks between the bricks. Indeed, those seemingly inconspicuous fissures. At first glance, they appear as they usually do. However, a meticulous gaze uncovers that the cracks on the dueling ground seem notably darker than usual. It is not that they have been inadequately swept. Rather, Shizune's parasitic insects have infiltrated the arena in advance. How did this individual discover such a thing? Sasuke increasingly suspects that this 5-year-old prodigy ninja possesses some extraordinary advantage. Even as a member of the Uchiha clan endowed with the Sharingan, he is unable to detect these minuscule creatures on the field. Although the precise purpose of the multitude of insects remains unclear, it is evident that they are not mere tricks for intimidation. Given Akira's own prowess, It is astonishing that he has not underestimated the concealed, lethal weapon lying in wait. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's favorability rating increases by 10. What is happening? Maki, forming a series of hand seals, observes Sasuke's expression. His fellow? Does he truly possess some latent inclination towards the same sex? Is he boosting his favorability just by seeing me? This is even more exaggerated than Ino from the Yamanaka clan. Maki swallowed nervously. He set aside thoughts of Sasuke for now, as he is faced with a paramount crisis in his life. While an ordinary ninja might fear losing to oil woman Shizun, Maki is more concerned about the parasitic insects crawling onto him, having previously found Shizun somewhat repulsive in the anime. Witnessing the swarm of insects on the tiles firsthand made him contemplate forfeiting the match altogether. However, favorability is not something one can simply accumulate. It does not increase like a skill that can be self-cultivated. This duel presents one of Maki's rare opportunities to win Shizun's favor. To cultivate someone's affection, one must cater to their interests. For example, Choji enjoys chips, Naruto treats his friends to ramen, and Sakura and Ino engage in typical romantic antics. As for Sasuke, Maki merely covers his rear. But with Shizun, this peculiar individual harbors no interest beyond collecting and observing insects. Such an exceedingly dull person would require Maki to catch bugs for him daily in the woods to have any chance of increasing favorability. However, the current circumstances are different. Maki is facing a mere 10-year-old child, and he possesses an overwhelming strategic advantage. Hey, Maki greeted. Shizun, who had just entered the arena, nodded slightly. Hello, I am Maki. You must be oil woman Shizun. Huh? Shizun, wearing sunglasses, was taken aback to hear that someone recognized him. A prodigious ninja, whose reputation had spread throughout the ninja academy, was astonished that a typically silent individual would know of him. Is it referring to the preparations before the match? That doesn't seem right either. The matchups are determined randomly by the machines on the big screen. So what is the reason? I know you are Shino, a member of the Oil Woman clan, and your companion is the parasitic bug. The term companion is something Shino has never heard from the lips of a non-clan member in reference to the parasitic bug. Isn't that so? Having relied on the parasitic bug since childhood, he is indeed your companion. Perhaps Shino adjusted her sunglasses and formally introduced herself, saying, I am Shino of the Oil Woman clan, with the means of attack being insects, so be cautious. Now I shall commence. As Shino spoke, she charged forward to attack, startling Muchio. To him, her actions resembled those of a self-destructing truck, akin to a madman bursting into a public restroom, flinging open the door, and smearing excrement across your face. The visual clash and illusion were so intense that Muchio felt as if he might lose control of his bladder. He hastily employed a blizzard technique to obstruct Shino's advance. Was that the bloodline limit, the ice release ninjutsu? Truly marvelous. Even as a member of a prominent clan, Shino was astonished to witness the ice release. Ice blocks formed instantaneously, crashing violently to the ground, and Shino, unable to evade in time, was struck twice. Yet, he appeared unfazed, showing no signs of injury. Instead, the areas where he was hit began to shed clusters of tiny black dots. Those dots were the parasitic bugs. He had effectively fashioned his own armor from insects, akin to Gaara's sand. A chill ran down Muchio's spine, making him feel as though insects were crawling all over him. However, it was merely an illusion. His illumination array had immobilized the insects in this area. Unless Shino approached him directly, the insects could not reach Muchio's body. Just as Shino prepared to launch another attack, Muchio spoke up. Though I am reluctant to say this, I advise you to keep your distance. My flames are too much for your companion to withstand. With those words, he formed a Buddhist hand seal. Indeed, it was the second form of the Buddha's palm, Golden Pinnacle Buddha Lamp. Chapter 146. Golden Pinnacle Buddha Lamp and Parasitic Bugs. Having warned Shino, Muchio pressed his palms together, silently reciting the incantation. A few individuals with keen hearing might discern the murmurs of his chant, yet none could recognize it as a Buddhist mantra. Prepare to evade, Muchio exclaimed as he opened his hands, revealing a small fireball between his palms. But that was not the end. As he recited the incantation with increasing speed, the fireball transformed from the size of a head to that of a large vat. It continued to swell, resembling a balloon being filled by an electric pump. In just a few seconds, the fireball burgeoned into a small sun measuring 3 by 3 meters. What is this? Fire release. A genius. Truly a genius. Though I have never witnessed such a technique of fire release, it is undoubtedly not a ninjutsu recorded in the scrolls of ninjutsu. Could it be that, much like his ice and lightning techniques, this is a self-created ninjutsu? Irika was already drenched. For such a colossal fireball, even the Great Fireball technique would struggle to match. The key point is that the Great Fireball technique merely presents a facade of a large fireball. Although it appears grand, in reality, only the center harbors true flames, while the surrounding fire serves merely as embellishment, resulting in a flame that bears a somewhat pale yellow hue. In contrast, Muchio's fireball, observed from any angle, be it from above, below, left, or right, reveals itself to be not only solid within, but also a fireball that appears utterly devoid of any moisture on the outside. To put it more plainly, Muchio's fireball resembles a heated iron sphere, while the Uchiha clan's Great Fireball technique resembles a mere ignited ball of paper. As Muchio's energy orb reached its full charge, the cursed insects of Aburame Shino had long since emerged from the crevices of the earth to seek refuge. It was at this moment that the onlookers realized the ground was teeming with insects. Withdraw. There is no need for reckless confrontation. With both hands raised, Muchio held the fireball aloft, attempting to persuade Aburame Shino. This scene appeared remarkably surreal, almost akin to an illusion. A child of merely half a person's height hoisting a fireball several times larger than himself. The spectacle could easily be mistaken for a cinematic scene. Yet, without attempting, how could one ascertain the outcome? Muchio's calculations came to naught, as Aburame Shino showed no inclination to concede in the face of such a gargantuan fireball. If one were to surrender upon seeing a fire-release ninja, the Aburame clan would not have flourished to its current stature. However, despite Aburame Shino's resolve to engage Muchio in battle, Muchio's objective had already been achieved. Ding! Aburame Shino's favorability increased by 10. Indeed, it has increased, relative to others. What mattered most to Aburame Shino was how others regarded him, as well as their attitude towards his cursed insects. The regard Muchio demonstrated was ample, and he harbored no intent of excessive slaughter towards the insects that Shino had painstakingly nurtured. Aburame Shino, I have watched you for quite some time. Since you insist on fighting, be cautious. Fire release. Great fireball explosion. The fireball Muchio conjured was, in fact, the third form of the Buddha's palm. Yet he invoked it with an old fusion technique. That immense fireball hurtled towards Aburame Shino, and it need not be said, should it connect, there would be no need for a black coffin. Simply encasing Aburame Shino within would suffice. The judging Jonin had already prepared the hand seals, poised to employ water release to assist should Shino falter. Then, Aburame Shino made his move. Secret technique. Cursed insects. The cursed insects, which had been scurrying for safety, responded instantly to Shino's command, transforming from aimless flies into moths drawn to a flame. The phrase moths to a flame aptly encapsulates Aburame Shino's actions. However, despite being peculiar creatures, the cursed insects lacked intelligence. For them, obeying orders was paramount. Even if it meant facing death, they would not hesitate in the slightest. The swarm of parasitic insects formed an enormous net, even larger than the fireball created by Muchio, seemingly intent on enveloping the blazing sphere. Was that repugnant individual truly serious about using insects to counter the fireball? Surely, he must be out of his mind. Indeed, although the insects appeared numerous, his actions merely served to provide additional fuel for the fireball. It seems the outcome is already determined. Iluka's class has scored a point, rendering them utterly incompetent. Meanwhile, the students of Mizuki's class, witnessing the response of Shino Aburame, erupted into a frenzy, voicing their opinions vehemently. Although the victors would receive no tangible rewards, neither class wished to be associated with failure. The ability of the Aburame clan was merely something they had heard of, yet never witnessed. Subconsciously, they regarded the parasitic insects as nothing more than ordinary obedient creatures. However, this perception was far from the truth. Muchio's gaze remained fixed on Shino, oblivious to his seemingly assured victory. If the parasitic insects were merely ordinary bugs, the Aburame clan would not have become a family that served as vessels for them. For them, these insects were not mere totems or spiritual sustenance, but possessed an extraordinary and grotesque combat prowess. In an instant, the parasitic insects enveloped Muchio's fireball, rendering it airtight, alleviating the oppressive heat that had enveloped the observers. Yet, this came at the cost of countless insect carcasses. This fool was truly dim-witted. If it were me, I would simply have sent those wretched bugs after that little brat. Why bother with the fireball? Couldn't he have used the body flicker technique instead? The body flicker technique? Huh, you really have a way with words. If he had performed the technique, the fireball would have already struck Shino squarely in the face. Let alone the body flicker technique. Damn, what's your name? If you have the guts, let us have a match. The loser must call the winner father. Need we even compete? I'm already your father. On the stage, Muccio and Shino faced off, while two bored spectators below began to bicker. Just as some attention was diverted to the squabbling duo, the parasitic insects suddenly broke their encirclement, as if unable to withstand the flames of the fireball, scattering in disarray. Look, this guy seems to have realized that the insects cannot withstand the fire. No, wait, where's the fireball? Where's the fireball? Everyone was left in shock, including the Chunin, Irika. His combat aptitude was akin to zero, and he failed to comprehend the unfolding events in that moment. The clearest observers, however, were Hinata Niji with his Byakugan and Uchiha Sasuke with his Sharingan. Parasitic insects are not mere pests that feed on vegetables, fruits, or discarded fish. These creatures can devour chakra. Of course, Muccio's Relai Palm is not chakra. But to put it simply, what is chakra? It is, in essence, a form of energy. When one analyzes the Relai Palm, it can be understood as an advanced technique formed from internal energy. Internal energy, too, is a form of energy. As long as it is energy, the parasitic insect can devour it. A group of individuals, slow to comprehend, mistakenly believed that the black insect, the parasitic bug, had obstructed the air surrounding the fireball, extinguishing it. In reality, it was the parasitic insect that had entirely consumed Muccio's golden Buddha lamp. Just when everyone thought that Yinu Jina had triumphed, someone suddenly noticed that Yinu Jina appeared to be glued to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 147. Dig a hole. Bury some soil, count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is happening? Why is the bug boy standing there in a daze? Quickly pursue the victory. Indeed, he seems dazed. Has his mind become as confused as the insect? The onlooking students were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Irika discreetly gave Muccio a thumbs up. Just moments ago, unnoticed by everyone, Muccio had stealthily employed the body flicker technique to position himself at the edge necessary for activating the Ichi-Eye Lantern formation, thereby immobilizing Yinujina. Had Irika not been so familiar with the fleeting formation, he too would have been perplexed by Muccio's actions. In truth, Irika had overlooked a crucial detail. Muccio had left a lightning clone in place while he himself had moved beside Yinujina and then slipped outside the arena. What remained on the stage was, in fact, a mere illusion. You are quite formidable. Yinujina adjusted his glasses. The Ichi-Eye Lantern formation could only restrict his movement, but not his upper body. However, despite my restricted mobility, my parasitic insects will not be hindered. Yinujina attempted to command the parasitic insects, only to discover they remained stationary, beyond his control. A smile crept across Irika's lips. The Ichi-Eye Lantern formation is, in fact, a high-level ninjutsu that can be learned at the Ninja Academy. Yet, very few choose to study this technique, primarily due to its complex seals and limited practical applications. Rather than invest time and effort in mastering this, many prefer to learn something else. Irika's version of the Ichi-Eye Lantern formation was somewhat different. The standard version could only control one individual, whereas Irika's modified version could immobilize all living beings within its range. Of course, this immobilization was not absolute. When Irika attempted to restrain Naruto with the Ichi-Eye Lantern formation, Naruto, in his Nine-Tails form, easily broke the seal. Now, you may surrender, Jina. The source of this voice did not emanate from the arena, but from a dim corner below. As the voice resonated, that corner was suddenly illuminated by flames. What is that? A group of students turned their gaze toward the corner. Muccio had, under the cover of his clone, conjured another massive fireball in the outer corner of the arena. At this moment, Yinujina realized his defeat was inevitable. I concede. Hooray! We score a point. With Yinujina's concession, Irika's students leaped into the air, cheering and chanting Muccio's name. Muccio pouted as he gazed at the jonin responsible for security. Ahem, teacher. Could you assist me with this fireball? After a brief pause, Muccio hoisted the large fireball out of the school. and it was not until he reached the village entrance that the Jonin permitted him to stop. Earth release, Doton core. The Jonin formed several intricate hand seals and forcefully thrust his hands toward the ground. Suddenly, the earth collapsed beneath him. Such a remarkable ninjutsu, with a seemingly divine strength. The Jonin's push created a deep pit, 10 meters deep and at least 5 meters wide. This ninjutsu is specifically designed for burying things. Go ahead, toss your fireball in. You've held it long enough. Muchio nodded, indeed weary from the effort, his arms trembling slightly. After carefully aiming for a moment, he slowly tossed the fireball into the abyss, all while the Jonin looked on in confusion, unaware of Muchio's rather erratic accuracy. Is that it? Muchio was bewildered. Dig a hole, ignite a fire within, and then bury it with Doton? Was he creating a heated bed here? Certainly not. The Jonin, having finished his explanation, formed seals once more. Observing the hand signs, Muchio instinctively began to replicate them. Water release. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Water dragon bullet technique. As the Jonin completed his water dragon bullet, Muchio's also materialized simultaneously. The two water dragons surged forth, undeterred by one another, racing towards the still-burning pit. With a resounding splash, even the fiery force of the third style of the Buddha's palm succumbed to the impact of the two advanced ninjutsu. How is this possible? Do you possess the Sharingan? No, that is not it. What is happening here? I see now. You were already adept at the water dragon bullet, weren't you? The Jonin, initially amused by Muchio's mimicry, soon found himself astonished as this diminutive child executed the water dragon bullet flawlessly. Here was a 5-year-old child, already skilled in the advanced ninjutsu, facing off against an opponent who had just learned to perform it on the spot. The Jonin naturally leaned towards the former explanation. Otherwise, the implications were simply too terrifying. If this child were to reach 50 years of age, wouldn't that mean the sage of 6 paths had returned to the world? Shaking off such bizarre thoughts, the Jonin recognized that such notions were too alarming to entertain. The advanced ninjutsu, water dragon bullet, cost 200 points, a sum that Muchio could still afford at this stage. Even without its offensive capabilities, the utility of the water release was evident. Muchio discreetly dipped his fingers into the pit's water. It's a bit hot, he mused, licking his fingers. It has an earthy flavor, with a hint of char. Since it's not salty, it must be fresh water. As for whether this water is drinkable, as long as it is not seawater, even if it leads to a bout of diarrhea, it suffices. Now, step aside. We are on the brink of departure. Earth release, ground movement technique. The Jonin once again employed the earth release ninjutsu, restoring the deep pit. Now, aside from the moist earth that emitted wisps of steam, everything appeared just as it did before. The Jonin nodded in satisfaction, bid farewell to Muchio, and deftly vanished using the body flicker technique. In the narrative, Muchio had never encountered this Jonin before. He sported a silver chain, and his appearance was that of an ordinary man in his 30s or 40s. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it would be his towering height, standing at an impressive 9 meters, which in the ninja world was nearly celestial. Muchio reflected on the actions of that individual moments prior. Then, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Would you like to expend 200 points to learn the advanced ninjutsu earth release, ground movement technique? I think not. In comparison to water release, Muchio was reluctant to squander points on earth release for the time being. This pit-digging ninjutsu, aside from its convenience for assassination and theft, had yet to reveal its utility to him. After repeating the sequence of hand seals twice, he felt satisfied that he could recall the jutsu, if ever needed, and he departed the scene with a sense of fulfillment. In truth, Muchio himself was puzzled as to why he was able to mimic the hand seals of a ninjutsu so swiftly, as if he had learned it previously. Indeed, expending points grants direct access to ninjutsu, but prior to that expenditure, one must still imitate it. How was it that he could mimic so effortlessly and execute it correctly? He was left in a state of bewilderment. Just as Muchio prepared to return to the Ninja Academy, a figure trailed behind him. Chapter 148. Thank you for paying my rent. Golden sunlight poured over the wilderness and rooftops, cascading onto the shoulders and backs of people. A warm current enveloped him, inducing a drowsy sensation, with his bones feeling pleasantly soft, a truly delightful experience. Muchio cherished afternoon strolls through the streets, watching playful kittens and dogs. observing the bustling crowd eagerly anticipating their evening meals after a long day. Yet, he found himself unable to savor even this small slice of warmth. He noticed someone following behind him. Under ordinary circumstances, given his skills in counter-tracking, he would be oblivious to such a presence. Coincidentally, while glancing at a cat on an uninhabited street, the feline first regarded Muccio, then suddenly turned its gaze behind him, and then it bolted away. Someone was indeed behind him. He cleverly deduced this at once. Cats are hardly deceptive. Who could it be? Following me? Muccio furrowed his brow and continued walking. First and foremost, this individual underestimated him. He mentally scoffed. For a cat to perceive them, it was evident they were tracking too closely. In a world where ninjutsu flourished, there were countless methods to follow someone, yet such a blatant approach was clearly a result of underestimating the opponent. It is presumed that a child does not require excessive cunning. In such circumstances, one must first eliminate the shadowy figures and the roots. The ninjas of the shadows and roots should possess a level of professionalism that renders them incapable of committing such a rudimentary error. So who could it be? Muccio ambled along at a leisurely pace, while those trailing closely behind him mirrored his every step. Upon reaching a corner, Muccio suddenly lunged forward with great urgency. As if attempting to flee, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Trouble arose. The individual pursuing Muccio, upon witnessing this turn of events, hurriedly gave chase. Hastening his steps, the pursuer arrived at the corner, where he found a figure standing, approximately 1 meter tall, with lifeless eyes that resembled those of a fish, staring blankly at him. Who are you? The moment the pursuer laid eyes on Muccio, he realized he had been outsmarted. His quarry had not fled at all. Me? The figure chuckled. Little brat, your time has come. Oh. Muccio tilted his head in confusion. The man before him appeared to be in his 40s. Isporching Bushibeard. Who was this person that harbored such a deep-seated grudge against him to dare commit murder in Konoha? If you wish to kill me, fine. But could you enlighten me as to the reason for my demise? You see, a wretched soul unaware of the cause of their death is doomed to become a vengeful spirit, seeking answers every night. You insolent child, I will soon tear that mouth of yours apart, the bearded man declared, drawing forth a knife. Muccio, seemingly caught off guard, did not react as the man thrust the blade forward, piercing it directly into Muccio's chest. However, contrary to expectation, the sensation of a knife penetrating flesh did not occur. Instead, the bearded man felt his hair and beard stand on end. In the next moment, his arm was jolted by a surge of electricity. He had stabbed a lightning clone. Aya! He screamed, unperturbed by the possibility of attracting passers-by. The knife itself conducted electricity, and compounded by the iron handle, his eagerness to impale Muccio had resulted in the entirety of the blade's length being embedded in the lightning clone, akin to poking an electric switch with a wet finger, leading to an electrifying jolt. An ordinary person? The bearded man heard the voice of the despised child emanating from behind him. Ignoring the numbing sensation in his arm, he retrieved the dagger he had dropped and charged once more towards Muccio. Ah, how underestimated I have been. With a swift motion, Muccio lunged forward, seemingly offering himself as a sacrifice to the man's sharp blade. A smile began to form on the bearded man's face, but in the next instant, his perspective shifted dramatically. It felt as though he was soaring through the sky. Within mere seconds, he was struck by an excruciating pain atop his head, plunging him into darkness, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. As he gritted his teeth, attempting to open his eyes to discern the situation, a bolt of lightning struck him, extinguishing his life. In his final moments, he comprehended the true nature of his predicament. He was unexpectedly overpowered and thrown to the ground by a mere 5-year-old child. After sustaining a severe blow to his head, he was also struck by lightning. Regret came too late. In the next life, one must be cautious around mischievous children. Who is this person, really? Why does he seem so familiar? For a moment, Muccio could not recall that this bearded man was the innkeeper who had previously delivered money to him. The innkeeper would never know that Muccio had forgotten him entirely. Staring blankly at the charred corpse, Muccio pondered the implications of eliminating the bearded man. In the realm of ninjas, the existence of peculiar ninjutsu is not surprising. Should someone discover this body and the umbu come knocking, it would spell trouble. After contemplating, Muccio realized that the earlier thoughts about the earthcore technique being ineffective were misguided. This ninjutsu was, in fact, an extraordinary skill for concealing corpses after committing murder. Burying a body 10 meters underground is something few would conceive. Recalling the hand signs for the fireball burial technique demonstrated by a previous jonin, Muchio again invoked the Earth Core ninjutsu. Ding! Do you wish to expend 200 points to learn the advanced ninjutsu, Earth Release? Earth Core? Yes. As 200 points transformed into shimmering starlight, Muchio felt a surge of knowledge fill his mind. In the next instant, he integrated this ninjutsu seamlessly. Without further ado, he unleashed the technique. In the alley, after a violent tremor of the muddy ground, a deep pit over 10 meters appeared. The charred corpse lay beside it. It was not a miscalculation. Rather, it was a calculated act. The quickest way to earn money is indeed through such deeds. Morality? What is that worth? Can it be sold? Muchio paid no heed to the lifeless eyes of the bearded man, who died with his eyes wide open. Money, after all, is not something one could take with him after death. Humming a tune, he began to rummage through the bearded man's belongings. To his delight, he discovered an amount equivalent to a month's rent. Brother, you were a good man. Had the bearded man known that his life's worth amounted to providing Muchio with several months' rent, he would surely be infuriated in his next life. Ensuring he had overlooked nothing, Muchio kicked the corpse into the pit and proceeded to fill it in. After jumping on the filled earth to compact it, he scanned the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Satisfied, Muchio departed from the scene of the incident. However, unbeknownst to him, above his head, an Umbu member clad in a rabbit mask had witnessed the entire event unfold. That very night, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received news of Muchio's murderous act. Are you certain? He killed for the sake of wealth? Sarutobi Hizashi's expression darkened. Such matters are no trifling matter. A prodigy deemed to have boundless potential, resorting to murder and theft for the sake of wealth? What would become of him in adulthood? The AMBU agent responsible for protecting Muchio exhibited a glimmer of evasiveness in his gaze. He himself was unaware of the true circumstances. That street boasted his favorite snack shop, and upon returning to Muchio's side, he happened to witness Muchio rummaging through a corpse's pockets, concealing the traces of the murder. Chapter 149. Sourcing? Konoha, Hokage Tower. Are you certain? That lad committed robbery? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe. His eyes filled with regret. Such a genius, led astray and ruined. I observed Muchio indeed strip that man of everything he possessed, his face alight with glee. And the manner in which he buried the body was notably skilled. A child of merely 5 years exhibiting such adeptness in criminal acts surely indicates this is not his first encounter with such deeds. No wonder his spending is extravagant. I had long suspected the origins of his wealth, analyzed the AMBU agent responsible for Muchio's oversight. In truth, he spoke not a single falsehood. However, the crux of the issue lay in the absence of the scene depicting Muchio being pursued by a burly man before the act of violence occurred. The concepts of proactive offense and passive defense, followed by the acquisition of the opponent's wealth, are entirely distinct. The AMBU wiped the sweat from his brow. He had previously departed from Muchio's side, motivated by the allure of the streets, delectable offerings, and a prior conflict with the Jainin who had dealt with Muchio's fireball. His current duty to guard Muchio was a clandestine assignment, and the investigative prowess of a seasoned Jainin is nothing to scoff at. In a bid for utmost caution, the AMBU chose to conceal himself, thereby avoiding the misunderstanding that ensued. Consequently, the higher-ups of Konoha found themselves reassessing Muchio's character. Say for Danzo. That little brat is in dire need of money? In Danzo's lair, he scrutinized a photograph of a stern-faced child. This child was none other than Muchio. Danzo had learned of this prodigious ninja's existence shortly after Muchio's enrollment in the Ninja Academy. He found himself coveting Muchio, the genius who could master anything he laid eyes upon. Whether to capture him for research or to deceive him into servitude, either path held merit. You keep a close watch on him, seek opportunities to approach him, and test Sarutobi Hiruzen's limits. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not let the child harbor any aversion towards you. Danzo instructed from the shadows. In the subsequent encounters, Muchio chose not to attend, deeming it unnecessary to witness a child's brawls. Additionally, he spotted a familiar face, an individual whose presence in this era seemed quite peculiar. The lecherous sage, Jiraiya. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Muchio observed him peering through the wall of the women's bathhouse, attempting to sneak a glance inside. Although it was their first encounter, Jiraiya's flamboyant silhouette and his flowing white hair, coupled with his current antics, unmistakably revealed his identity. "Hey, you over there, old man." Muchio suddenly materialized behind Jiraiya, shouting boisterously, "Chill, you little brat. Get away." Jiraiya, startled by the unexpected call, nearly had a heart attack if caught in the act of peeping. He would lose not only his own face, but also the dignity of Orochimaru, Tsunade, the third Hokage, and even his own disciple, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Hey, old man, what are you doing here?" Muchio continued, feigning ignorance, much to Jiraiya's irritation. "Stop shouting. I'll be right down." Jiraiya, still intrigued, sneaked another glance into the bathhouse. "Turtle, that big white rabbit, those long legs. Hey, old man. All right, I'm coming down." Jiraiya, seething with anger, descended from the wall. He wanted to lash out, but the child before him appeared so innocent and endearing, devoid of any malice. In truth, Jiraiya was perhaps overthinking it. Muchio often bore a vacant, sleepy expression, merely forcing himself to appear more alert with his wide-open eyes. "What were you just looking at?" Muchio pointed at Jiraiya and then at the window of the bathhouse. "You little brat. You and T understand. I was gathering material." "What does gathering material mean?" Muchio feigned confusion, scratching his head. "Not worth my time to explain," Jiraiya retorted, preparing to leave. Yet, Muchio was determined not to let him escape so easily. "Ah, you must be the great Jiraiya," Muchio suddenly exclaimed. "You." Jiraiya turned back, bewildered. He was on the verge of performing the body flicker technique when the child's unexpected declaration startled him. "How do you know who I am?" "You must be mistaken." Jiraiya attempted to deny it, but Muchio firmly grasped his sleeve. "Indeed it's you. I've seen your photograph. You are the legendary Sannin of Konoha." The great Jiraiya. With his identity revealed, Jiraiya felt compelled to engage in conversation rather than escape. However, before he could inquire whether the child had eaten or what livestock his family possessed, Muchio preempted him. "So, great Jiraiya, what does gathering material mean? Please tell me." Muchio tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, displaying the sort of childish charm only someone of his age could muster. Jiraiya found himself flustered. "What does gathering material mean? I'm a writer. What do you think it means?" However, the half-grown child's naive curiosity left him at a loss, fearing that a careless explanation could lead to unintended consequences. Although Jiraiya does not place much value on fame and fortune, he still cares about his reputation. Walking through the streets of Konoha, while everyone may appear polite on the surface, they would likely criticize him behind his back as a lecherous old fool. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. "Forget that, little one. What is it that you wish to eat? I shall buy it for you." Jiraiya resorted to his usual tactics for charming children. However, Muchio was not truly 5 years old. He shook his head. "My mother said I cannot eat other people's food." With an innocent expression, Muchio managed to outsmart Jiraiya. Despite Muchio's mediocre acting, his body indeed resembled that of a 5-year-old. This was not mere transformation jutsu, but a genuine regression to youth. "But you do know me," Jiraiya scratched his head, surprised by how difficult the child was to deceive. "I don't know you. You are a hero of Konoha, someone we look up to. I aspire to be like you in the future. For inspiration, to protect Konoha." And then for inspiration, Muchio gazed at Jiraiya with unwavering determination, leaving the latter feeling a wave of regret for his actions. Why did he choose today to eavesdrop? Why did he forget to use transformation jutsu in his haste? Why did he not slip away before being recognized? Why not claim he was merely fixing a window? At that moment, Jiraiya found himself a loss, knowing he could not leave anytime soon. Just as he pondered how this encounter would unfold, the little boy spoke again. "Jiraiya-sama, I wish to see your ninjutsu." Muchio said fervently. "The Rasengan, right? You want to see ninjutsu?" Jiraiya was taken aback. He then scrutinized Muchio. "No muscle? None. No calluses on his hands? Also none. Scars? Even less so. Such a child, driven by mere curiosity rather than a desire to steal techniques?" Jiraiya hesitated. Showcasing his ninjutsu was rather inconvenient. After all, as one of the legendary Sannin, was it proper to toy with ninjutsu for the amusement of a child? Jiraiya-sama, you are so handsome," Muchio exclaimed unexpectedly. "You have quite the discerning eye, kid," Jiraiya replied, a bit flustered. "Indeed, Jiraiya-sama, especially your silhouette on the wall, it is particularly striking." Jiraiya finally understood. The innocent little boy was attempting to leverage this flattery to coerce him. It dawned on him that unless he demonstrated some ninjutsu, the child would not relent. Very well, I shall show you my ninjutsu, and afterward, you will let me go, correct? Jiraiya laid his cards on the table, weary of the child's antics. Ninjutsu, is it? All right, here you go. Water style. Just as Jiraiya formed the first 2 hand seals, Muchio interrupted him. Lord Jiraiya, please refrain from showcasing the water chaos technique. It lacks any captivating allure, Muchio remarked, leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. He halted his hand seals, contemplating, wait a moment, this lad is a ninja? That can't be right. Can he truly discern my intended technique merely by observing 2 hand seals? A prodigy? How is it that you know what jutsu I plan to employ? I just know, hee. In truth, Muchio merely surmised it was a water technique. He wasn't entirely certain which one. However, recalling that Jiraiya had previously taught Yahiko a water technique, water chaos, he made a wild guess, with no penalty for his conjecture. To his astonishment, he was correct. Youngster, can you ascertain the nature of a jutsu through its hand seals? Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued. The ninja world is vast, home to countless peculiar geniuses, so such a talent would not be surprising. Could this prodigy truly be the one foretold by the great Toad Sage? In that moment, Jiraiya's perception of Muchio shifted. With a newfound smile, he declared, let me show you another technique and see if you can recognize it. As he spoke, he formed a claw-like gesture with one hand. Muchio couldn't help but chuckle. What technique begins with a single hand resembling a claw? Surely, it was one of the most renowned techniques in the ninja realm. This technique, inspired by the tailed beast bomb and developed over 3 years by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, involves concentrating chakra in the hand, allowing it to flow chaotically before compressing it into a chakra sphere of palm-sized proportions, capable of striking an opponent. A hit from this technique would temporarily disrupt the target's chakra. Eventually, this technique was mastered by Jiraiya. Among all jutsu that do not require hand seals, the Rasengan boasts unparalleled power and possesses the remarkable ability to evolve alongside its user. Additionally, the Rasengan can incorporate various elemental chakra transformations, such as wind release, Rasengan or wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Such a magnificent technique. How could Muchio be unaware of it? You'll never guess what comes next. Jiraiya had barely finished his sentence when Muchio wore an expression of bewilderment. This looks so familiar, what could it be? Oh dear, it's so hard to guess. It resembles a spiral. What was it called? Spiral dumpling? No, wait. Spiral ramen. That's it. It's called spiral ramen, right? Jiraiya finally grasped the situation. This fellow clearly recognized the Rasengan, but his mocking demeanor suggested he was merely teasing. What's your name, you rascal? Jiraiya, now eager to avoid further jest, directly inquired about Muchio's identity. Wait a minute, Lord Jiraiya, you haven't even unleashed your Rasengan yet, and you're already asking me questions? Is this a joke? A large question mark seemed to hover above Jiraiya's head. Indeed, you seem to be familiar with the spiraling sphere, do you not? Yet you jest about spiraling ramen. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. Jiraiya's temper flared. He could not let this young lad underestimate his prowess, treating him as if he were merely a toy. Listen closely. Young one, behold, this is the spiraling sphere. Chakra gathered in Jiraiya's hand, and in the next instant, a pale blue orb materialized, floating gracefully within his grasp. This is it. Surely, you have never witnessed such a sight, he exclaimed, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Though I am uncertain how you came to learn of this technique, you have certainly never seen it in action. He chuckled. Isn't it marvelous? This is a jutsu developed by my pupil. As Jiraiya unleashed his signature technique, he became quite animated. Indeed, I have never encountered such a thing before. How delightful. Yet while the words were true, Jiraiya couldn't shake the feeling that this child regarded him as a fool. As for whether Muchio had witnessed the spiraling sphere, he had not, although if one counted watching the anime as seeing it, then he had certainly had his fill. Muchio even contemplated preventing Jiraiya from teaching Naruto the spiraling sphere, for the notion of Naruto merely spinning spheres from start to finish seemed rather monotonous. Why do you smile at me like that, child? You are making me a bit uneasy, Jiraiya remarked, observing Muchio's cheerful demeanor, utterly perplexed by the child's seemingly errant sense of humor. At that moment, Muchio had no intention of revealing to Jiraiya that he had already unlocked the possibility of unleashing the spiraling sphere himself. However, he remained uncertain whether this jutsu, which required no hand seals, could be replicated. Yet Muchio would not experiment just yet. He had yet to fully exploit Jiraiya's value. "My name is Muchio, esteemed Jiraiya," he declared. "Oh, Muchio," Jiraiya acknowledged with a nod. Then Muchio's next statement left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. "Esteemed Jiraiya, I have shared my name with you. Now you must continue to demonstrate your jutsu for me, or else you will be merely deceiving a child." Muchio wore an expression of innocent sincerity, and had Jiraiya not previously encountered him, he might have struggled to decipher the true psychological age of this peculiar lad. "Very well, it is merely a jutsu," Jiraiya thought, not taking it too seriously. If he wished to see techniques, there were many he could show. However, as one of the legendary Sannin, personally demonstrating his jutsu felt somewhat beneath him. "All right, tell me what jutsu you wish to see, and I shall see if I am capable of performing it." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, uncertain of which technique to showcase, feeling rather like a clown in a circus. "What jutsu should I consider? Let me think." Jiraiya, despite being underestimated, possessed great strength. Had it not been for the enigmatic abilities of Pain's 6 paths, this legendary ninja might not have met his demise so prematurely. "Perhaps I could show you sage techniques? How does that sound?" Chapter 151. Jiraiya, wait for me. What? Upon hearing the mention of sage techniques, Jiraiya instinctively leapt back 3 meters. "What nonsense is this? This little brat wants to learn sage techniques? Does he truly believe that I, one of the legendary Sannin, am a mere clown?" That thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. "No, wait. How does this kid know that I am versed in sage techniques? Who are you, really? Could it be?" Jiraiya stared in bewilderment at Muchio. "Few individuals are aware of my proficiency in sage techniques, and given his age, could it be? Orochimaru? Are you Orochimaru? Is it really you? Have your experiments borne fruit?" As realization dawned upon him, Jiraiya fixated intently on the figure before him. "Uncle, have you lost your mind? Am I in any way akin to Orochimaru? Does he radiate this much sunlight?" Muchio shrugged, bemused. "What nonsense! If Orochimaru were to acquire my body, he would surely soar to new heights. In the entire shinobi world, is there any body that could rival one capable of traversing time and space? I think not. Orochimaru would merely be content with a glimpse of the Sharingan. I am not Orochimaru. Can you please put down that Rasengan? I'll have you know, bullying minors is unacceptable." "Really? How can you prove you are not Orochimaru?" Muchio felt his temper flare, veins popping in frustration. "Didn't you just accuse me of being Orochimaru? How on earth am I supposed to prove I'm not? You should be the one proving I am." He was on the verge of losing it, exasperated by being compared to that treacherous orphan. "Is that so?" Observing the child's reaction, Jiraiya found the situation rather amusing. Regardless of how Orochimaru reincarnated, he would never assume the personality of the child before him. If one were to draw a comparison, this child bore a closer resemblance to a young Tsunade in temperament. At least, his anger was quite explosive. "Jiraiya-sama, do I look like Orochimaru?" Muchio spun around to display himself, creating an atmosphere of undeniable awkwardness. "All right, I'll tentatively believe you." Jiraiya scratched his head, still perplexed. "But how do you know about me? And how do you know sage arts? Ha, can I tell you?" Muchio looked at Jiraiya as though he were a fool. "Don't others call you the Toad Sage? I figured since you're called a sage, you must know sage arts, right? Could it be that you don't?" Jiraiya was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a response. Muchio toyed with him like a child playing with a fool. This legendary Sannin, who once dominated the shinobi world, was now being teased by a 5-year-old, hanging on to every word. It's simply because Jiraiya still found it hard to believe. But then he reconsidered. That makes sense. Since this 5-year-old child is not Orochimaru, how could he possibly know about his own affairs? It is merely due to the title of Sage of the Toads. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. Since it was not Orochimaru, everything was open to discussion. "So, Sage of the Toads, show me your sage techniques." Look behind you." "No way, uncle. Are you messing with the child? Let go of me." Muchio stared at Jiraiya as if he were a fool, when suddenly he sensed the presence of an adult behind him, and his eyes were covered. Just as Muchio intended to use a thunderous back slam on the person behind him, he could suddenly see again. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that rascal Jiraiya had fled, and there was no one behind Muchio, merely a clone of Jiraiya playing along. How infuriating! That scoundrel just escaped like that. I haven't even learned the sage techniques yet. It is also Muchio's insatiable greed. He had nearly enough with just the Rasengan as a foundation, yet he still desired to learn sage techniques. That night, Muchio began his research. The Rasengan, when discussed, is indeed a remarkable ninjutsu. Regardless of the various chakra attributes added or the novel attempts made, the Rasengan never fails to astonish. Just like the Shuriken Rasengan, the Big Ball Rasengan, and the Magnetic Rasengan. The Rasengan is akin to the ginger and garlic one adds before cooking. It can complement any dish. Such a divine technique was under Muchio's scrutiny. Could this truly be the Rasengan? At this moment, he had consumed 500 points and officially learned the Rasengan. This 500 points seemed utterly unworthy. The so-called Rasengan in his hand was not even as large as a walnut. Could this truly strike an opponent? Surely this must be a joke. He attempted to hurl this walnut-sized Rasengan at a flower pot left by the landlord. Bang! The Rasengan and the flower pot made a close encounter. However, it was less powerful than a mere sneeze. The flower pot remained intact. What use is it for me to learn this? The flower pot was evidently unscathed, merely producing a crisp sound, leaving no mark whatsoever. What went wrong? Muchio glared at the flower pot, then at the Rasengan in his hand. What on earth is going on? Even Naruto did not perform so poorly when he initially learned the Rasengan, right? Moreover, this was a ninjutsu acquired at the cost of points. How could such a basic technique be so lackluster? However, it was clear that he could not ascertain where the flaw lay in this technique. To avoid wasting these 500 points and to truly master the Rasengan, it seemed he would need to seek out that useless Jiraiya. Forget it. No more thinking. Time to sleep. The night is always so enchanting. After a long day of toil, people return home to shed their fatigue, embrace their families, enjoy a hearty meal, and take a warm bath. After a blissful slumber, one resumes the toils of the day. However, a peculiar exception exists in Konoha, namely the gluttonous Umbu ninja tasked with safeguarding Muchio. At this moment, he finds himself perched upon the rooftop opposite Muchio's modest abode, gazing at the moon. If one were to claim this duty tiresome, it would be an understatement, yet to assert it utterly devoid of fatigue would be equally false. The nature of this guard duty, particularly under the cloak of night, is indeed taxing. While the individual under his protection enjoys peaceful slumber, this Umbu is deprived of such luxury. Peering through the window at the sleeping Muchio, the Umbu is beset by frustration. This fellow is truly something else. Buried in the afternoon, and yet he now sleeps soundly at night. At his age, I was still playing in the mud, while he has already embarked on a path of violence. One wonders how he so swiftly mastered ninjutsu. I find it hard to believe such prodigious talent exists without some hidden secret. Perhaps he is an ancient creature of some sort, which would not be surprising at all. This Umbu, a lover of mystery and fantasy, found his deductions surprisingly accurate. Just as he idly toyed with the tiles on the rooftop, a shadow approached Muchio's residence. Chapter 152. The flower pot. The Umbu observed the shadow drawing near Muchio's dwelling. He recognized the figure, a member of the Root. Has Danzo sent him? What is the meaning of this? To act so brazenly before my very eyes? The Root ninja glanced around, seemingly oblivious to any onlookers, and proceeded to swagger towards Muchio's home with ill intent. Does he truly believe I am invisible? The Umbu's temper flared. The late hour had already robbed him of rest. And now, as he safeguarded the safety of a mere child, his ire was further provoked. He would not tolerate this affront. From some hidden recess of his being, he swiftly produced 3 shurikens, their speed dazzling to behold. In an instant, the shurikens soared towards the Root ninja. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens pierced the still night air with a soft rustle, yet they did not disturb the Umbu's intent. His aim was merely to deter, not to eliminate. Just as the shurikens hurtled toward the Root ninja, a shadow stealthily approached the Umbu. Ninjutsu, Shadow Mimikri Technique. The caster stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. Clearly not the slumbering Muchio. This was the authentic shadow mimicry technique. What? The Umbu was caught off guard, entirely unprepared for the presence of another Root ninja lurking behind him. Such a display of force. What madness is this? He was not negligent, but merely regarded them as semi-colleagues, despite their differing superiors. He never anticipated being ensnared in such a scheme. To face such a confrontation with someone seen daily. How could it come to this? Do not be hasty. In a couple of days, I shall invite you to dine. Behind him stood a Root ninja, adorned with a tall hat, his expression shrouded in the darkness of night. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? My mission is to safeguard that child, and this reckless behavior will lead to my ruin. The Umbu sought to break free from his constraints, yet proved somewhat challenging. The shadow imitation technique was contingent upon the relative strengths of both parties, and evidently, the Umbu did not possess a significant advantage over his adversary. Thus, he could only endure his fate for the moment. This exemplifies the disparity between the Umbu and the Root. When dealing with their fellow villagers, the Umbu invariably infuse their actions with a semblance of personal sentiment. Conversely, the ninjas of the Root, having been molded by Danzo into emotionless machines, prioritize their objectives above all else, showing little regard for the distress they may cause to their own kin. I apologize, but you must endure the breeze here for at least 5 minutes. How infuriating! At that moment, within the Mucho household, a masked Root ninja stealthily appeared beside Mucho's bed. Is this the little brat? A creature with a vigilance level akin to 0 deserves such attention from Lord Danzo? The Root ninja muttered with a hint of jealousy, unperturbed by the possibility of awakening Mucho. His purpose for this visit was to engage Mucho in conversation. Hey, wake up! No response. The snoring continued. Dreams persisted. Awaken already. Growing impatient, the Root ninja abandoned any notion of gently rousing Mucho. He glanced around and spotted a flower pot. He lifted it and hurled it directly at Mucho's face. If it struck, even if it did not mar his features, it would certainly break his nose. Bang! The moment the flower pot collided with Mucho, he transformed into multiple bolts of lightning, illuminating the room with brilliance. It was a lightning clone. The Root ninja then realized he had been outsmarted. Mucho not only maintained his heightened alertness, but also managed to deceive the Root ninja. Kaioken. The Root ninja swiftly formed hand seals, his temples bulging with veins as he scanned the room. Where is he? A glance around revealed not a single shadow, neither a person nor even a cockroach. Of course, the absence of cockroaches was due to Mucho's habit of never dining here. Furthermore, he did not reside here either. This lad had borrowed some money from Irika a few days prior, and had secretly rented a room across the way. Each day, he appeared to return to the Root's designated quarters, but in reality, he was retreating to the rented space for slumber. Even his landlord remained oblivious to the fact that this child was employing transformation techniques. This night concluded with both individuals receiving reprimands. The Umbu stood awkwardly in a corner of the Hokage's office, enduring a scolding from Sarutobi Hiruzen. If your approach to tasks continues to be so perfunctory starting tomorrow, you shall leave the Umbu and serve as an ordinary ninja. An ordinary ninja may seem to share similarities with the Umbu, yet the distinctions are profound. The treatment afforded to the Umbu is incomparably superior. Firstly, while the Umbu may appear more perilous, in these times of peace, the likelihood of sacrifice is significantly diminished. Furthermore, the Umbu enjoy a structured salary system, complemented by a plethora of benefits. In contrast, an ordinary ninja earns nothing in the absence of tasks. Please, Lord Hokage, I promise to approach every assignment with utmost seriousness. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. If you make such claims, then I shall assign you 20 D-rank missions. Given your capabilities, this should not pose a challenge, correct? While it is indeed manageable, the nature of D-rank missions is utterly mundane, merely fetching lost kittens, locating lost dogs, retrieving keys, or delivering packages within a village. However, there is no alternative. The third Hokage has spoken, and thus, one must comply. Very well, Lord Third. I shall attend to this immediately. Wait. Just as the Umbu was about to utilize the body flicker technique to depart, he was halted by the Third's voice. Isn't that lad in need of funds? Take my orders, grant him a week off, and accompany him on those 20 D-rank missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, while ostensibly aimed at instilling a work ethic in Mucho, also serves as a means of assessing the boy's patience and resilience. The Third has not yet relinquished hope for this prodigious talent. If a slight flaw were to warrant the abandonment of a genius, then Konoha would have ceased to exist centuries ago. What? Me and that kid? What? Do you no longer wish to be part of the Umbu? No. I shall seek out that brat immediately. Go ahead, Atsumayumi. The Umbu known as Atsumayumi possesses a repertoire of assassination techniques. Initially, he joined the Umbu with fervor, but in the current climate of Konoha, relations with other villages are rather ambiguous. Not only are assassination missions scarce, but even espionage assignments must be fiercely contested. Mayumi struggles with social interactions and fails to maintain rapport with the mission officers, resulting in unsatisfactory task outcomes. Clearly, sending him to catch kittens and puppies alongside the 5-year-old Muccio is a daunting endeavor. Speaking of Muccio, today is a weekend, and there are no classes at the Ninja Academy. He emerges from his adjacent rented room and opens the door to the opposite chamber. Which fool threw a flower pot onto my bed? Chapter 153. Look, there's a rainbow on this rare weekend, while other children enjoy their respite. The unfortunate Muccio is preoccupied with washing his bed linens. Though he slept soundly through the night, he awakens to find his room transformed into a veritable pigsty. A flower pot lies on his bed, dirt strewn across the floor, and his pillows and blankets are all muddied. He even spotted a distinct footprint on his stool. Had a burglar entered his home? Was he frantic over valuable items that had gone unnoticed? He found it perplexing, yet the disappearance of Lei's clone was undeniably strange. Such an event could only transpire if the thief had actively attacked the clone. Gazing at the flower pot on the bed, Muccio fell into deep contemplation. The scene of the crime suggested that the thief had hurled the flower pot at the lying clone with ruthless intent. He could not afford to ponder further and resumed scrubbing the sheets. The technological landscape of this world was peculiar. While various civilian and military items were conspicuously absent, modern processed goods like potato chips had been developed. Muccio had never encountered a washing machine before. Having not hand-washed his sheets for years, he was finally realizing a long-held dream today. A diminutive Muccio, standing on a stool and leaning over the sink to wash the sheets and pillowcases, would appear to an unsuspecting observer as a dutiful child. However, upon learning he was an orphan, it would likely evoke a sense of poignancy, perhaps even tears. Damn it, just let me find out who did this. He seethed, gritting his teeth as he scrubbed the sheets with such fervor that they nearly tore apart. The dirt from the flower pot was one thing, but the previous landlord or the last tenant had carelessly left a pile of ash in the pot. He had initially intended to dispose of it, but had not found the time. This revelation disgusted him immensely. Yet, suggesting a complete replacement of the sheets and pillowcases seemed excessive. Money did not come easily. It was all earned through his own laborious endeavors. One must cherish the fruits of one's labor and avoid wastefulness. Upholding this principle, he opted to wash the sheets instead of simply discarding them for new ones. Meanwhile, as Muccio turned on the faucet, washing the sheets as if water were free, someone stood on the stool of his balcony. It was none other than the foolish Daijin Miyashiki, who had underestimated the situation the previous night. Today, he had come, following the orders of the third Hokage, to summon Muccio for a mission. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of perishing in Konoha during a level 20 task. A sharp, crisp sound echoed from Daijin Miyashiki on the balcony. Looking up, Muccio saw a rather unsavory figure standing on the stool, which bore the muddy footprints. "Who are you? What are you doing on my balcony?" Muccio inquired, suddenly realizing something was amiss. This intruder had the audacity to stand on the stool and had entered uninvited? Was this not the very suspect from the flower pot incident? Enraged, he tossed the sheets he was scrubbing into the basin. "You're the bastard who threw the flower pot last night, aren't you? You dare come back. Water release. Water bullet. Wait." Daijin Miyashiki attempted to signal a halt, but it was already too late for explanations. A water dragon, over a meter wide, formed before Muccio's chest. This phenomenon was influenced by the environment. If it had occurred outdoors, the water dragon would have been even larger. However, this detail is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the water dragon struck Atsu directly. Just as Atsu attempted to employ his substitution technique to evade the attack, he momentarily faltered. This predicament was entirely of his own making. Upon arriving at Muccio's balcony, he sought to create a striking entrance, surveying his surroundings and deciding that standing on a stool would enhance his appeal. After all, he was a special jonin of the Umbu, deserving of an impressive presence. He believed that perhaps Muccio would heed his words thereafter. Yet this self-indulgent act led to the water dragon hitting his cheek squarely. Standing on the third-floor balcony, Atsumieo was promptly swept off his feet by the rushing water. One can only imagine how many have experienced the sensation of water rushing up their nose. For those who have, it is an indescribably refreshing experience. The deluge that flooded Otsu Mieo's nostrils almost sent him to meet the sage of 6 paths ahem. Fortunately, Muchio restrained himself. Under normal circumstances, the water dragon would have caused far more havoc than merely knocking him down a flight of stairs. Had Muchio unleashed his true power, Otsu's head would likely have been filled with water. "Hey, you barged into my room and made a mess. And now you dare to return?" Muchio looked down from the balcony at the drenched figure below. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being washed away by the water dragon. Clearly, anyone who could reach a third-floor balcony was a ninja thief. "Did you think I was an easy target? Let me tell you, my grandfather is also a ninja. If you dare to come back, I shall greet you with a fire dragon next time." Ahem. Otsumieo could hardly muster a response. The taste of the water dragon was oddly salty. As Otsu regained his composure, Muchio had already returned to his room to continue washing his sheets. While attending to the mess left by the intruder, Muchio hummed a tune, blissfully unaware of his misjudgment. However, this was of little importance. Otsu had previously deceived him. Had it not been for Otsu's negligence, Muchio's reputation with the third Hokage would not have deteriorated, nor would Danzo have felt emboldened to send someone to test Sarutobi Hiruzen's limits. All things considered, the seeds of this consequence had been sown when Otsu Mieo purchased takoyaki. I am ready. At that moment, Muchio, still in a state of bliss, was rubbing a pillowcase when he noticed a sponge by the sink, which reminded him of SpongeBob SquarePants. He began humming the theme song, finding a sliver of weekend joy amidst the chaos. Outside, the aftermath of the water dragon left a shimmering rainbow in the sky. Otsuneo looked up at Muchio's balcony on the 3rd floor and, achoo, he sneezed, clearly coming down with a cold. He had come to realize that the root of the matter last night surely involved nothing commendable. Trusting his fellow villagers, he had not even ventured to check on Muchio's room after the root had departed. In his somewhat oblivious mind, no matter how extreme the root's behavior might be, it was inconceivable that he would commit murder right before him. Consequently, he remained unaware that Muchio was not actually residing in that room, nor did he grasp the situation involving Lei's doppelganger and the flower pot. It was entirely the fault of Otsu Yayoi, who shook off the water clinging to her and decided to return home to change her clothes. Just as she was about to leave, a group of children appeared on the street, clutching balloons. Look, this uncle is all wet. Indeed, he looks as if he has just been caught in the rain. Never mind that uncle. Look, there's a rainbow in the sky. The children pointed at the rainbow created by the water spray, exclaiming with delight. Chapter 154. The Shura Field. There's a famous saying. Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 or 5 in the morning? At this moment, Muchio wished to pose a similar question. Have you ever seen Konoha at 3 or 4 in the afternoon? He had spent a full 2 hours washing the bedding, wondering if perhaps he was overly fastidious. Yet, the thought that the pile of ash in the flower pot resembled a greasy uncle in his 40s who never washed his hair only exacerbated his obsession. With such thoughts in mind, he scrubbed fervently. As a result, the washing extended until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunlight in Konoha at 3 was not too glaring, making it a perfect time for a nap. However, at that moment, Muchio had no intention of sleeping. He had a matter of great importance to attend to, a visit to the women's bathhouse. Of course, he was not going to indulge in any voyeuristic behavior. What a ridiculous notion. He considered himself a respectable person. What merit is there in peeping? Even dogs would not stoop to such behavior. Except Jiraiya. He muttered quietly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekend, it was an ideal time for a bath. The thought of enjoying a delightful soak, returning home to buy some groceries, preparing dinner, and watching a film in the evening filled him with contentment. Under such circumstances, could Jiraiya resist the temptation to sneak into the bathhouse? Muchio found that utterly unbelievable. Thus, he began searching for Konoha's 9 bathhouses. Although Konoha was referred to as a village, its actual area was comparable to that of a town. The 9 bathhouses in the village covered the entirety of Konoha. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, before the sun set, Muchio arrived at the last bathhouse. He took a couple of steps up the wall to check the direction of the women's bathhouse. Still no sign of Jiraiya. Had this fellow refrained from peeping today? Could it be that he has already departed from Konoha? It seemed rather illogical. After all, Jiraiya had been caught in the act yesterday afternoon, an interruption that must have ruffled his feathers. Could any reasonable person endure such a disruption? Surely, Anyone engrossed in a viewing would wait for the distraction to leave before resuming. Yet, Jiraiya appeared to take it all in stride. How could he be so composed? Disheartened, Muchio prepared to depart from the outer wall of the bathhouse. Just as he turned, he spotted an individual, looking utterly astonished, their face flushed with disbelief. This person was familiar to him, a classmate, in fact, a female classmate whom he had yet to engage with. She was Tian, a master of various ninja tools, and a member of Might Guy's Team 3. Unconventionally, as a female ninja, she had chosen a path rarely taken by her peers. While most female ninjas focused on supportive jutsu, such as healing techniques, few dared to engage in direct combat. In stark contrast, Tian opted for an offensive role, specializing as an archer. For someone like Muchio, whose accuracy was lacking, seeking combat training under Tian would be most prudent. Her combat style involved unleashing a flurry of ninja tools from scrolls and dimensional spaces, ensuring a comprehensive barrage that was difficult to evade. At that moment, the affluent Tian stood bewildered, staring at Muchio atop the bathhouse wall. Even without words exchanged, Muchio sensed a misunderstanding brewing. Ding! Goodwill level, 10. Oh no! It plummeted. It's not what you think. Muchio hurriedly attempted to clarify, but Tian, her expression one of sheer terror, as if confronted by a lecher, covered her face and fled. As she ran, the system chimed in with notifications. Goodwill level, 132. Now, the misunderstanding had spiraled out of control. The following day, Muchio arrived at the Ninja Academy. After a day of rest, he found himself restless, having been roused from slumber in the dead of night by the system's incessant alerts. Tian had drained him of 40 goodwill points overnight, leaving his standing with her at a staggering -74. What does this signify? A score of -100 would surely denote a bitter enemy. Among the Konoha 12, which includes Tian, failing to complete the goodwill quota would confine Muchio to a lifetime within the ninja realm. Yet, that was not the crux of the issue. The real concern was that the ninja world was, in many respects, even more taxing than the Marvel Universe. The land of ninjas was not vast. One could traverse it entirely within a matter of days. In such a place, a group intent on world destruction, known as the Akatsuki, has emerged. While it is one thing for the Akatsuki to be a mere terrorist organization, it possesses formidable power, rivaling that of the infamous Uchiha Madara. If it were only Madara, that would be one matter, but there is also the enigmatic Kaguya Akatsuki, along with her son, who is steeped in darkness. Kaguya herself is an extraterrestrial being, hunted and pursued. Within a mere decade, the Akatsuki clan is likely to invade the shinobi world, intent on exterminating those who inhabit it. Therefore, it seems that Muchio's presence in the shinobi realm is less favorable than returning to the Marvel Universe to confront Thanos' snap, or even seeking refuge in the realm of Mr. Vampire, where survival is the only goal, perhaps staying indoors at night, with a home fortified with stainless steel, or relocating to Mount Maoshan. Even residing in Arkham would be preferable to languishing in the world of Naruto, waiting for death. Thus, any decline in the favorability rating from the 12 Little Strong would be catastrophic for Muchio. Outside the classroom of the Shuei Mu class, with over 10 minutes remaining until the lesson begins, Muchio stands at the door, gazing into the room. Inside, Tian is engaged in lively conversation with her classmates. As she jokes about a peculiar incident she encountered the previous day, her gaze catches sight of Muchio at the entrance. Initially, she harbored a positive impression of this man, who wouldn't be intrigued by a remarkably talented ninja. However, her perception has soured due to Muchio's reputation. At this moment, Tian perceives Muchio as a lecherous figure, someone whose outward charm belies his true nature. Unbeknownst to her, Muchio is but 5 years old. Yet she fixates on the awkward expression he wore during their brief exchange at the women's bath the day before, interpreting it as a telltale sign of his lasciviousness. Consequently, she experiences nightmares about him, leading to a decline in her favorability towards him. Tian, what's wrong? A female classmate, noticing Tian's ghostly pallor, waves her hand in front of her face and glances toward the classroom door. Isn't that the genius ninja from the next class? The one named Chio? What's the matter? Are you infatuated? The more her classmate teases, the more Tian's feelings towards Muchio deteriorate. Ding! Favorability decreased by 2. Muchio wears a look of dismay, feeling utterly wronged. He had not anticipated such a predicament and is eager to clarify the situation. Thus, Under the watchful gaze of his classmates from Shuei and Mu, he approaches Tian's desk. The students, momentarily silenced, observe the unfolding scene, with one eccentric individual even shouting, "Marry him! Marry him!" With her expression shifting between joy and despair, Tian abruptly flees the classroom before Mu Chio has the chance to speak. Left with no alternative, Mu Chio retreats to Irika's class, glancing back at the classroom door one last time. Two figures emerged, namely Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, both wearing expressions of indignation as they glared at Mu Chio. Chapter 155, Young Love, is it? How many individuals have encountered such a scenario? While you're joyfully anticipating a response from your ambiguous partner during a chat, someone unexpectedly snatches your phone from behind, exposing all your messages. Of course, this example doesn't quite apply to Mu Chio's situation. He is not engaging in flirtation. He is here to clarify matters openly. However, in the eyes of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, the situation appears quite different. Whatever antics Mu Chio may have been up to in class, they could turn a blind eye. But now, it seems he has extended his reach to the neighboring class. Is the beauty of Irika's class not enough to satiate your whims? Standing at the entrance of the Mizuki class, Mu Chio need not even glance at their expressions to discern their thoughts. The system notifications incessantly began to deduct favorability points. Yamanaka Ino, 111, Haruno Sakura, 222, and similarly. A decrease in the points from the other side as well. The most ludicrous part was that Mu Chio suddenly noticed that Xiao Li's favorability points were also diminishing. Who would have thought? That fellow, with his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, is also indulging in such sordid thoughts. I, Mu Chio, have misjudged you. Sometimes, the melodrama of soap operas can be utterly revolting. What could have been a simple exchange between two individuals gets dragged out over 30 episodes, spawning a series of misunderstandings that only serve to disgust both parties while withholding the truth from the audience. Mu Chio's situation was far from a primetime drama. He immediately launched into his defense, declaring, "Let me explain right here in class." Unexpectedly, Yamanaka Ino adopted an unusual demeanor, exuding the aura of a jealous wife. Her face contorted in rage as she huffed indignantly at Mu Chio. What a self-inflicted predicament. For the sake of some favorability points, you have reduced a future pillar of Konoha to a mere girl preoccupied with matters of the heart. Classmate Chio, I believe you ought to clarify why you were in the Mizuki class. Haruno Sakura, typically known for her temper, surprisingly inquired in a gentle tone. Clarify? What the hell is there to clarify? Do we even have a connection? Mu Chio inwardly berated the two girls before him, having exhausted his favorability rewards. What more did they want? He resembled someone who, after delivering their goods, had entered a state of saintliness with a 5-word evaluation, sated and cursing the cook. What are you all doing? We're in class. At that moment, Irika conveniently arrived at the classroom door, providing Mu Chio with an escape from the battlefield. However, upon returning to his seat, he noticed Yamanaka Ino looking despondent to his left, and when he turned to look at Haruno Sakura, she too wore an expression of discontent. Great. Who made us such romantics? Mu Chio mused, pulling out a piece of paper. He reflected on the flirtatious phrases he had learned in his past life and began to inscribe them upon the paper. You are truly exceptional today. He crafted 2 copies, concealed one beneath the table, and tore it apart. Quietly, he passed one to the back row, and when Sakura accepted the note, he slyly tossed another onto Ino's lap. Truly exceptional? Does Chio think I am overstepping? She thought. It was he who was overstepping. How could he act this way? What was he implying? As Haruno Sakura unfolded the note and gazed at the words, she found herself utterly perplexed, staring blankly at Mu Chio's head. The meaning of this note eluded her, prompting her to pull out a pen and inscribe, "What does this mean? How am I exceptional?" Having completed her message, Sakura gently tapped Mu Chio's back. He sensed her intent and took the note with his back turned. "How are you exceptional? Ha! You've fallen for it, dear sister." He wrote again, "You look particularly lovely today." At this moment, the ninja world was set around the year 1600, approximately in Japan. This is a rough setting, but the background of Naruto is somewhat nebulous, serving the narrative. In the 1600s, even in England, if a sister heard such cheesy lines from someone she fancied, she would undoubtedly feel elated. Sakura was no exception. Although she appeared quite rough around Naruto, in the presence of someone she liked, she transformed into a delicate woman. Blushing as she read the note, she completely forgot about the earlier incident in class. Meanwhile, Ino had also read the note. Rather than responding in writing, she turned to Muchio, fixing him with a gaze that expressed her lingering annoyance and confusion at his note. Haha, Muchio, the scoundrel, knew he had hooked his prey. He snatched the note back and scribbled more clumsily written Japanese onto it. Once finished, he unfolded the note and placed it on the table, ensuring Ino couldn't see what they were doing, believing the note was intended solely for her. Ino read the words. You are particularly adorable today. Your pout when you're angry is simply charming. The back of a note featured a simplistic drawing of a pig's head. What constitutes epic flirtation? Muchio was uncertain. At the very least, in the ninja realm, these love-stricken ninjas ought to come and bow before Muchio, proclaiming him the venerable master of romance. Had Naruto mastered this art, he wouldn't have pursued Sakura for over 600 episodes. If Jiraiya had grasped this technique, he and Tsunade would not still be in their 50s without winning her heart. Irika gazed in silence at the bashful expressions of the two girls near Muchio, bemused that these two could be so easily charmed by a 5-year-old child, and simultaneously at that. Alas, Muchio's academic performance must not be hindered by early romance. Just after class, Muchio was summoned to Irika's office. Irika initially intended to address Muchio's personal conduct, but reconsidered, finding such an approach perhaps excessively harsh. Instead, he remarked, during class, please strive not to disrupt your fellow students. Your situation is rather unique. You grasp concepts effortlessly, but your classmates do not share the same aptitude. If, due to your actions, they were to fail a grade, I believe you would feel disheartened, would you not? Whether or not they would be held back was of little concern to Muchio. He was content with having garnered their affection. What are you talking about, teacher? I know nothing. Muchio feigned ignorance. You are engaging in romantic pursuits during class. And with two girls, no less. Do you think I am unaware? Irika's temper flared. He could hardly tolerate Muchio's expression of feigned innocence. Romance? With two girls? Several teachers from the academy gathered around, intrigued. Impressive. To be so young and already in love. You'll surely be a remarkable person in the future. The speaker was the jonin who had previously assisted Muchio with his fireball technique, one who relished such theatrics. Teacher Xing Madu, I implore you to refrain from such comments in the future. Irika was genuinely distressed, witnessing a gifted student on the verge of falling into the pitfalls of love, while others offered remarks that only exacerbated his anxiety. Why so agitated, Irika? It is perfectly natural for young ones to develop feelings for one another, given that they see each other daily, said Mizuki, who would later become a rogue ninja. Relishing in Irika's discomfort. Mizuki, are you not aware? Muchio is a talented ninja. I cannot allow him to be led astray by such matters and forget his original aspirations. Forget his aspirations? Muchio inwardly raised a middle finger. His sole ambition was to earn affection points through his daily check-ins, not to protect Konoha. Irika-sensei, what exactly do you wish to convey? Please, speak plainly. Muchio flipped his bangs defiantly. You must not engage in early romance, especially not with two girls. Moreover, I just heard you visited Mizuki's class this morning to see Tian. What a predicament. How surprising. Jonin Xing Madu leaned in closer. I never expected you to be such a romantic. 3 girls, and you can manage them all? Muchio longed to push this man away, annoyed by his intrusion. Irika-sensei, your words wound me deeply. Muchio lowered his head, feigning extreme distress, even trembling slightly. I merely wish to foster good relationships with my classmates. I have no intention of engaging in early romance. Muchio began to feign the act of sniffing non-existent nasal mucus, the insincerity of which need not be elaborated upon. However, Irika, the naive soul, was genuinely bewildered by the situation. Indeed, why did he perceive Muchio in such a manner? Why did he adopt such a lewd and contemptuous perspective towards the interactions among students? They would, in time, become companions and comrades. What harm was there in fostering a good rapport now? After all, they were merely children. Could a 5-year-old truly engage in romantic entanglements? As Irika observed Muchio, who was weeping inconsolably, though in truth he was stifling laughter, a look of regret crossed his face. What a despicable act he had committed. A future pillar of Konoha, and here he was, having wrongly accused the young boy of harboring romantic feelings. I am no better than a monster. Irika's heart was consumed with self-reproach. At that moment, Muchio struggled to contain his amusement. To stifle his laughter, he pressed his arm against his mouth, and feeling an urge to chuckle. He resorted to biting down on it, using the pain to shield his true emotions. He raised his head to display a profoundly disappointed expression to Irika before storming out. Heading straight home. What have I done today? Irika chastised himself with 2 self-inflicted punches. After this tumultuous episode, the rumor of Muchio's alleged romantic involvement spread throughout the entire ninja academy within the span of a morning. It was inevitable, for Muchio was a star student, and all eyes were fixated upon him. Several classmates witnessed Muchio fleeing the academy, his expression one of great distress as he suppressed laughter, as if he had endured a tremendous injustice, and he departed the school without a second thought. Now, the entire student body was aware of the situation. As for the teachers in the office, their gossip only grew more outrageous, with tales circulating that Irika had physically reprimanded the genius ninja, only to later uncover that it had all been a misunderstanding. All the faculty and students lamented Muchio's plight, save for one individual, Tian Tian. In Tian Tian's mind, the notion of Muchio being wrongfully accused of early romance was absurd. If rumors surfaced that Muchio had caused someone to be with child, she would readily believe it. After all, a 5-year-old had already been caught peeping into the girl's bathhouse. Was this accusation of early romance truly a misunderstanding? It was more akin to being caught red-handed. She wondered how that lecherous individual had managed to turn the tide of public opinion. Shaking her head, she cast Muchio's visage from her thoughts. For the past few days, her mind had been plagued by the image of Muchio's awkward expression outside the girl's bathhouse. And now she was beginning to develop a headache. The day passed swiftly, enveloped in the ceaseless gossip, and soon enough, the students concluded their studies. The Ninja Academy concluded classes early, allowing students to pack their bags and head home by 4 in the afternoon. Tian Tian, lacking a backpack, had learned to utilize scrolls for storage. She was the first to exit the classroom, contemplating what delightful meal her mother would prepare that evening. Tempura, meat patties, ramen, soba noodles, sushi, salad, slurp. Regardless of what her mother cooks, it is always delicious. As she skipped along the way, Tian Tian arrived at her daily route, the women's bathhouse. From a distance, she spotted a lewd figure on the outer wall of the bathhouse. It was that same fellow again. Looking around anxiously, she found no witnesses. In her desperation, she wished for a camera to capture the moment. If only she could document everything and reveal the true nature of this pervert to the school. Although she had no way to gather evidence, Tian Tian walked up to the wall with righteous determination. With a strong voice, she yelled at the figure of Muchio on the wall, "Pervert, I've caught you again." The figure, looking as if he had just wept, had tears lingering at the corners of his eyes. When he turned to face Tian Tian, a single tear escaped and nearly fell onto her. Tian Tian instinctively stepped back, saying, "Pervert, even if you cry, I will not change my opinion of you." "What pervert?" Muchio replied with an expression of grievance, his gaze fixed on Tian Tian. After a few moments, he glanced back towards the women's bathhouse and then returned his gaze to her, as if he comprehended something. Suddenly, he broke into tears. Despite his sobbing, he covered his face with his hands, leaving Tian Tian feeling a bit bewildered. Was it really necessary for a grown boy to cry so much just because he was caught? With his head bowed, Muchio trembled as he wept, stirring a sense of sympathy within Tian Tian. At that moment, she even considered offering him words of comfort, suggesting that perhaps he could just change schools. Muchio lifted his head, and to her astonishment, she saw that his eyes were swollen from crying, his tears soaking through his shirt. The depth of his sorrow could move even Meng Jiangnu to exclaim at his ability to weep. Muchio furtively hid an onion and a bottle of water, then produced a handful of cat food. "What is this snack? Don't try to fool me with such things. I know this is cat food." "Cat food?" Muchio fell silent, leaving the cat food behind. He then jumped down from the wall, casting a resentful glance at Tian Tian before walking away, leaving her with a desolate impression. What was happening? Tian Tian stood frozen in place. What did the cat food mean? Why did he look so wronged? To uncover the truth, she leaped onto the outer wall of the bathhouse. Upon her arrival, she noticed the scattered cat food and a small orange cat perched at the top of the wall. At that moment, she realized she had wronged him. Upon receiving the news of an increase in goodwill, Muchio, who had already returned home, wore a mischievous smile. Chapter 157. Lamb skewers, is it? After realizing her grave misunderstanding of Muchio, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as she returned home that evening. During the daylight hours at school, Irika had unjustly accused Muchio, prompting her to flee home with her face obscured by her hands. She was aware of this incident. Later that afternoon, once Muchio had regained her composure, she found herself wronged once more. The sorrowful gaze Muchio had cast before her departure suggested a despair so profound that it hinted at thoughts of self-harm, evoking a sense of dread in Tian. It was not the specter of ghosts that frightened her. Rather, it was the fear that her classmate Muchio might succumb to such despair and depart from this world. Tossing and turning in bed, Tian's mind was consumed by Muchio's expression from earlier that day. How utterly disenchanted he appeared, with everyone doubting, questioning, and wronging him. In that moment, he must have felt as though the entirety of the world stood in opposition to him. The more she pondered, the more she felt a pang of guilt for her own actions. A wave of sadness washed over her, and the thought of Muchio's plight made her feel as though she could perish from remorse. No, after much contemplation, Tian resolved that she could not simply fall asleep in such a state. What if something truly terrible happened? She feared she would bear the weight of that guilt for a lifetime. Rising from her bed, she stealthily dressed and made her way downstairs. Opening the window on the second floor, she gazed down, noting that it was already 10 at night, with not a soul in sight on the streets below. With a leap, she descended silently. Tian's home was situated at the edge of the village, while Muchio's rental was more centrally located. She had heard that Muchio's residence was near Irika's, and she hoped to chance upon him. If she were to encounter the despondent Muchio, perhaps she could intervene. At that moment, Muchio, having endured a dismal day, was indulging in a hearty feast of skewered lamb. It was indeed peculiar that such a place as Konoha had vendors of barbecued delights, although the flavors were far from exquisite. Lacking even a hint of cumin and slathered in an unidentifiable sauce, it sufficed for Muchio, who had not had the luxury of such delicacies for months. The skewers, steaming and fragrant, filled the air as Muchio delighted in the aroma. How delightful it was to savor a barbecue in the ninja world at night. With great satisfaction, he devoured an entire skewer in one go. Blissful. After swallowing, he washed it down with a generous gulp of a soda-like beverage, a testament to the evolving culinary landscape of the ninja realm, followed by another skewer. Yet, after just a few minutes, he sensed something was amiss. Eating only lamb skewers was insufficient. He craved something more substantial, perhaps some kidneys? Surely, one could not enjoy skewers without the accompaniment of garlic and chives. Having merely glanced at the barbecue shop earlier, he was uncertain if they had kidneys available. So he opted for the lamb skewers first, fearing disappointment. To his surprise, the flavor was tolerable. If he could accept the lamb skewers, he couldn't help but drool at the thought of what other treasures the shop might hold. Looking up at the clock, it is already past 10. At this hour, sleep eludes him, his mind consumed by thoughts of barbecue delights. To lie down now would be akin to inviting death upon himself. With a few swift motions, he finishes off the remaining skewers, kicks the door open, and sets off towards the barbecue shop. He has already devised a plan. First, he shall devour 30 skewers of lamb, followed by a couple of kidneys and 5 skewers of chives, all while hoping for some garlic as well. Stepping onto the street, the evening air in Konoha is refreshingly cool, perhaps due to the well-maintained greenery. The atmosphere feels sweetened, devoid of any trace of automobile exhaust. The night sky is adorned with countless stars, yet Muchio possesses no inclination to gaze upwards. His thoughts are solely fixated on culinary indulgence. It is precisely because he is oblivious to his surroundings that he fails to notice the Mayumi resting atop his roof. The barbecue shop is merely 2 streets away from his rented room, a distance that seems trivial to Muchio. After a few levels of experience gained, although his status panel does not display agility attributes, he feels his speed has markedly increased. He jogs eagerly towards the barbecue shop. As he approaches, he sees the owner pulling down the shutter. It is already past 10, after all, in the not-so-vibrant nightlife of Konoha. A shop that closes at this hour is indeed commendable. Ah, boss, are you closing already? It's only 10:30. Turning back, he sees a young boy before him. Yes, indeed. If it weren't for preparing tomorrow's ingredients, I would have closed at 8. The owner scratches his head. Exhausted from threading hundreds of skewers, his arms too weary to lift. But I want to eat. Muchio pleads, his expression resembling that of a starving child, which makes the owner feel somewhat guilty. However, it is already late, and what would your guardian say about you being out at this hour? You should head home. The owner insists, still attempting to close the shop. Wait, I have an idea. Muccio interjects. Go on, the owner responds. How about this? I'll give you a deposit, and you keep the door open while I cook for myself. Once I finish, you can close up, and tomorrow you can count what I've eaten and return my deposit. What do you think? The owner contemplates, wishing to express his skepticism about a child offering a deposit and the potential risk of losing stock. Wait, seeing you remain unmoved, Muccio suddenly throws himself beneath the shutter, adopting a defiant posture. What are you doing out here at this hour instead of sleeping? If I don't return home soon, my wife will suspect I'm seeing someone else. Move aside. I need to close. The owner's protest is interrupted as Muccio pulls out the shop's earnings from the past 5 days. Take the deposit. I want to eat too much. If you're worried, just lock me inside after I finish eating. I can sleep in your shop. Surely that is acceptable. What does it mean to be a true foodie? It is not merely about dining and sharing a moment on social media. Such trivial pursuits do not merit the title. Such a devoted food enthusiast like Muccio, willing to sacrifice an entire night's sleep for a barbecue, and even persuading the owner to lock him inside the shop, is truly deserving of the title. Are you certain? The owner hesitated. Firstly, he was uneasy about leaving this child alone in the shop, especially with barbecue equipment that required charcoal. A careless mistake could lead to the destruction of his establishment, or worse, the child being trapped within and harmed. The consequences could land him in prison. Secondly, he considered the fact that the boy was still just a child. How would the parents react if they found out? Surely, they would not take it lightly. Child, I cannot agree to this. It is too dangerous. Lightning release. Shadow clone technique. Without further explanation, Muccio sprang to his feet, dusting himself off as he executed the technique. Two identical Mu-Kish stood before the owner, speaking in unison. Boss, I am a ninja. You need not worry. Nothing will go awry. Just as the owner remained uncertain, Muccio stepped into the shop and grabbed a half-finished lamb skewer. Boss, this lamb skewer of yours is truly subpar, especially that sauce you applied. It is dreadful. You don't use cumin or chili powder at all. What kind of lamb skewer is this? Now, the owner's temper flared. Simultaneously, he felt a hook set in his own line. Chapter 158. Too tragic for him, you brat. What did you say? This is my meticulously crafted recipe. It was passed down to me by my father. No. This lamb skewer of yours will be discarded on the streets of some mysterious great nation. No dog would touch it. You. The owner nearly raised his hand to slap him. But considering there were now two Mu-Kish and that this child was indeed a ninja, he refrained from taking any rash actions. Listen closely to the essence of lamb skewers. What is it? It is cumin. Cumin? The owner was familiar with the spice. But could it truly be used for lamb skewers? He found it hard to comprehend. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. I will write you a list. Follow the ingredients on it, and your lamb skewers will surely captivate the ninja world. Madness. This child had gone insane, spouting nonsense. Quickly, go. I have no time to play house with you. The owner exclaimed, reaching to grasp the two Mu-Kish by their clothes. Sunflower. Acupoint strike. With two sharp sounds, the owner found himself immobilized, standing at a height of approximately 187 meters, and with Muccio barely reaching his navel, his finger jabbed into the owner's knee. The owner felt as if his legs had been filled with cement, rendering him unable to move. What have you done to me? My legs. Listen well. Today, I must have lamb skewers, regardless of your agreement. Muccio's resolute expression rivaled that of Naruto Uzumaki, proclaiming his ambition to become the fifth pirate king. Let me go. Fine. I agree. You can do as you please in the shop. I really must go home. The boss, whose composure had been thoroughly shattered by Muccio, glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. If this delay continued, his wife would truly be driven to madness. Fine, I'll help you. He relented. By the way, do you have lamb kidneys in your shop? 10 minutes later, Muccio gleefully commenced the task of igniting the charcoal. To his surprise, however, the naive youth found himself stuck at the very first step. Although he possessed a theoretical understanding, he was merely a knowledgeable individual. In his previous life, having obsessively scrolled through Douyin, his mind was a repository of various culinary delights, including the ingredients for lamb skewers. Yet, how could he ignite the charcoal? As he gritted his teeth, fixated on the stubborn briquettes, an epiphany struck him like a thunderbolt. Of course, I am no ordinary person. If the charcoal refuses to ignite, I can utilize the golden Buddha lamp of the Tathagata's divine palm to set it ablaze. With a spark of inspiration, Muccio grasped the charcoal and exited the barbecue shop. He surveyed his surroundings. The street was devoid of even the faintest chirp of an insect, let alone any passersby. After a few steps, he found himself in the middle of the road. With hands forming intricate seals, he uttered a resonant Buddhist chant. Suddenly, a small spark appeared at his fingertips. Gradually, the spark blossomed into a flame and then into a blazing orb. Yet, still unsatisfied, he harnessed his inner strength to propel the floating fireball, which expanded like a balloon in the wind. Within mere seconds, it transformed into a colossal fireball. Now, this should suffice, Muccio thought, lifting the fireball with one hand while clutching the charcoal with the other. But how to ignite it? He found himself in a quandary. He certainly could not hurl the fireball haphazardly, risking the ignition of nearby houses or the trees lining the road. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. Within the Tathagata's divine palm, there exists a technique reminiscent of the cosmic attraction, akin to levitating objects from a distance. Employing this skill, he cast the charcoal through the air, sending it into the heart of the fireball. As soon as it entered, the charcoal was instantly ignited. Using the first technique of the Tathagata's divine palm, which possessed the innate ability to levitate object from afar, he retrieved the now burning charcoal and set it aside. Now, only the matter of the fireball remained. Utilizing the earth escape technique seemed somewhat inappropriate. Despite his lack of civic responsibility, Muccio recognized that the cobblestone street beneath his feet was paved. If he were to excavate a hole with the earth escape technique and then refill it, not only would it be questionable whether anyone would notice, but whether the bricks could be restored to their original state was also uncertain. However, this did not daunt the quick-witted Muccio. He raised the fireball high and gazed into the sky. With a powerful shout, he propelled the fireball into the air. Following this, he swiftly formed dozens of seals with his hands. In the sweltering air, a multitude of dancing water elementals suddenly appeared. In the next instant, a dragon's head emerged from the sky, as if what Muccio unleashed was not merely a water-style dragon technique, but rather a spatial summoning spell. The water dragon appeared vividly, resembling a living, breathing, true dragon. With a mighty roar, the water dragon surged toward the golden-topped Buddha lamp that Muccio had launched into the air. The collision between the two produced a resonant thud. In the realm of the five elements, water conquers fire. In reality, whether water can extinguish fire depends on the intensity of the flames. If the fire is sufficiently fierce, water merely transforms into scalding steam. At the moment of contact between the water dragon projectile and the golden-topped Buddha lamp, the water dragon morphed into boiling water. Muccio, standing on the ground, was drenched in scalding water, nearly suffering severe burns. His skin was marked with patches of red, yet the heat was oddly pleasurable. However, the discomfort was not without purpose. Whether it was the water dragon projectile or the golden-topped Buddha lamp, they both met their demise in the air. Having resolved this matter, Muccio once again employed the ability of the Buddha's light to retrieve the charcoal back to the barbecue shop. With the first step accomplished, the subsequent tasks became significantly simpler. He picked up 5 skewers of lamb, a rather enticing number. Regardless of whether there were more or fewer, the cooking temperature would be affected, diminishing the quality of the meat. This was something he had learned from a short video by a blogger. The skewers sizzled enticingly on the grill, emitting delicious sounds from the charcoal fire. Swallowing hard, Muccio licked his lips, eagerly grasping a skewer. Was his immediate thought. Wasn't this obvious? The chef had neglected to season them. The barbecue shop owner applied the sauce only after cooking the lamb skewers. And the taste of that sauce was something Muccio would rather avoid, making the flavor rather unpalatable. Therefore, the next crucial step was to prepare the seasonings. After surveying the shop, he discovered several usable ingredients: sesame, peanuts, dried chili peppers, and an onion. He crushed the peanuts into bits, placed the sesame seeds into a bowl, and ground the dried chili peppers into powder. Next, he began to chop the onion. For the onion, he intended to marinate the lamb with soy sauce. Finding a cutting board, Muccio picked up the onion and began his task. Stinging eyes was his immediate reaction. The onion seemed to share a sentiment with the flatulence bug. Whenever someone desired to eat it, it would scare them away with its aroma. As soon as the onion was sliced, tears streamed down Muccio's face. It wasn't due to overly sensitive tear ducts. but rather because his eyes had already been smoked by the charcoal. In the bustling barbecue shop, amidst the smoke and heat, Muccio prepared his seasonings while tears flowed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the shop, a figure stood waiting. Every day, I watch with a heavy heart as the orphan Muccio toils away for the capitalists, even at midnight. Overwhelmed with emotion, she bursts into tears. In Chapter 159, A Full Stomach and a Fiery Heart, the scene unfolds. Tian, witnessing the weeping figure at the entrance, realizes it is indeed her. What is she doing here past midnight, looking so aggrieved? The contrast between Tian's wails outside the barbecue shop and the sizzling of lamb skewers grilled by Muccio is stark. Muccio, perceptive as she is, notices the troubled gaze of Tian, and the system's notification chimes in, revealing the truth. Tian must have mistaken her for someone laboring under the cover of night. How fortuitous! Who would have thought that indulging in some skewers would also present an opportunity for a timely check-in? Earlier, when Tian arrived at the Irika residence, she found it empty. However, she encountered Muccio's landlord, who informed her of Muccio's whereabouts. After knocking on the door, she discovered Muccio was not home. Could something truly be amiss? Anxiously, she searched for Muccio, flitting around like a headless fly through half the village. Finally, she spotted a shop aglow with light. Approaching it, she found Muccio working alone, tears streaming down her face while she continued her labor. The sight of Muccio, combined with the anxiety of her long search, overwhelmed Tian, and she could no longer contain her sorrow. "What are you doing here?" Muccio greeted her with a cold demeanor. "I'm so sorry." Tian bowed deeply. "I misunderstood you, and I shouldn't have thought such things. I sincerely apologize." She bowed again. In this late-night setting, within the confines of a small shop, one party offers an apology to the other. It is a scenario often seen in Japanese dramas. However, Muccio, uninterested in the antics of a 10-year-old girl, focused solely on the lamb skewers. "You're hungry, right? Let me treat you." Her invitation was not driven by romantic intentions, but rather to enhance her favorability. "Please no." Tian, recognizing the struggles of Muccio to support herself, felt unworthy of such a gesture. Despite her affluent status, she had never looked down upon the less fortunate. On the contrary, she harbored sympathy for her impoverished classmates. Perhaps it was true what they say: the poor are clever, while the rich possess a good heart. Her kindness was as genuine as her wealth. In the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, where everyone's personalities have shifted, Hinata transformed into a fiery young woman, while Tian became a representation of poverty. This alone attests to Tian's status as a true wealthy individual. It is indeed rare for a person of means to bear concern for those less fortunate. Every day, a stack of banknotes is laid upon the table. "If you wish to eat, Autumn, consider my treat, a gesture of contrition," I said. "Wow, that's quite a sum. Are you planning to purchase this establishment?" Autumn merely scoffed, noting that such an amount would not suffice to acquire the venue. However, it was certainly enough to satisfy the appetites of 10 adults. "It's not merely an invitation to dine," I added. "Dear sister, it's past midnight. What brings you here?" I inquired. "By the way, are you truly not going to eat?" I raised a freshly grilled skewer of meat, its juices still dripping. The air was rich with the scent of lamb. Autumn swallowed hard. She had scarcely ventured out this late in her life, and had never indulged in a late-night snack. For her, dining at such an hour was simply unthinkable. Yet, one would expect that anyone awake at midnight would feel a twinge of hunger, especially in where dinners are typically served quite early. "Shall I have a taste?" I teased, lifting a skewer towards her. Just as she reached for it, I shook my head. "Not like that. It requires my special seasoning." I sprinkled the secret blend I had pilfered from Douyin evenly over the skewer. Licking my lips, I handed the lamb skewer to Autumn. What lamb skewer had this wealthy girl not tried? Yet, this one appeared exceptionally tempting. Biting her lip, she cautiously took a nibble. Spicy. The moment her tongue made contact with the skewer, the fiery taste hit her. It was not merely a flavor, but a sensation of heat. As the spice seared her tongue, she almost called for water, but then the rich flavor of the lamb enveloped the burning sensation. Divine. This was the second taste she savored. Was there a hint of sweetness? Perhaps sesame and onion notes? Beyond that, she could not discern further flavors. But it was undoubtedly delicious. Within mere seconds, she polished off the skewer. Still yearning for more, she gazed longingly at the other skewers sizzling nearby. "What do you think? Not bland, I hope?" I asked. "It's a bit spicy." All right, I will reduce the chili for you. No, that is not necessary. I'll just have some water. While the skewers continued to grill, I kindly poured her a glass of water. Ding. Favorability with Tion increased by 3. Ignoring the notification, I silently scoffed. Ha, 3? Even if I were to toss 1,000 skewers tonight, I shall ensure your favor reaches its zenith. Minutes later, Tion had devoured more than 10 skewers. I must admit, with her prowess and ninja tools, her stamina was considerable, and her appetite was quite robust. Shall we get 20 more? Absolutely, Tion replied, as she made her way to fetch another glass of water. She never anticipated that the man she had thought of as a lecherous figure during the day, someone she wished to avoid for a lifetime, would share a midnight snack with her in such an intimate setting at night. As they dined, roasting food and engaging in conversation, it felt almost magical. After indulging in several skewers, Muccio began to roast garlic. Can garlic really be roasted? Certainly. Just wait and see. Before long, the garlic was ready, and she noticed that Muccio had merely sprinkled a bit of salt on it. Tion felt a bit puzzled. Why not use the array of prepared seasonings? Tentatively, she sampled a clove. It was passable, but she wouldn't have sought it out if she weren't hungry. Not to your taste, Muccio asked. Then I shall eat it all. He continued to munch on garlic while also grilling leeks and corn. The only regret of the night was the absence of cumin and kidneys. After savoring the leeks and corn, they felt quite full. Muccio, not only in age and physique, but also in appetite, seemed to have regressed to that of a 5-year-old. Most of the food had been consumed by Tion, while he had only nibbled on a bit of garlic and leeks throughout the night. Burp! Tion let out a belch, realizing her rudeness and quickly covering her mouth. As the sky began to blush with dawn, cough, cough, burp, Muccio pretended to belch as well, but Tion could see through his act. He was merely trying to alleviate his embarrassment. Ding! Affection points increased by 8. I'm full. Shall we leave? Don't we have to clean up? Tion truly believed Muccio was treating her as a child laborer, thinking they had to tidy up after the meal. She had already prepared herself to clean and watch the sunrise. No, I'll come back to clean up tomorrow. Staying up late is bad for your skin. Chapter 160. Let us just clean the cow dung first. Then I'll head home. Wait. Tion's face flushed crimson. Was she not returning home? Had she initially misjudged Muccio as a lecher? However, after learning that he had merely been outside the women's bathhouse to feed cats, she had lost her prejudice against him. After a night of companionship, Tion had already considered Muccio a good friend. Of course, good friends shouldn't cross certain boundaries, no matter how mature one might be. This was rather premature. What else with the blush? I meant to say that you should wait for me. I'll help the boss close the door and then walk you home. Walk me home? The barbecue shop was merely a few minutes from Muccio's house, while returning to the hardware store would take at least half an hour. Was it really necessary? Moreover, isn't walking someone home something only couples do? In an instant, she felt overwhelmingly shy, a flush creeping from her neck to her cheeks. It is uncertain how many individuals have experienced a similar sentiment. The peculiar sensation that arises when one develops affection for someone they once detested. It is indeed a fascinating feeling. No need, I can simply return by myself, she insists. What do you mean no need? It is late at night, and you, a young lady, a beautiful one at that, cannot possibly return home alone. It is far too perilous. Muccio readily admits that Tion embodies his ideal type. This girl, adorned in a bun and a cheapao, ranks among his favorites in Konoha. Such a rogue. Yet, his primary objective remains to check in. What sort of romance can one have with a 10-year-old? Absurd. The scoundrel Muccio entertained himself by sharing internet jokes with Tion as they walked for over half an hour, ultimately escorting her to a knife shop. Upon returning home, Tion gazed at Muccio's retreating figure, a silly grin plastered on her face. This girl, who knows nothing of love, will likely dream of Muccio throughout the night. A night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, an unusual cry erupted from Muccio's room. What are you doing in my house? Are you here for revenge? Muccio awakened to find someone standing by his bedside. He had just endured a nightmare, the rogue's retribution, and upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a figure observing him, sending his heart racing. In that moment, all skills and techniques vanished from his mind, leaving only a primal instinct to scream and kick the blankets, a truly helpless state. Don't use the water dragon bullet. I am sent by the third Hokage. Daijin Yayoi hastily intervened to prevent Mu Chio from forming hand seals. Goodness. He had previously discovered how rapidly this boy could perform hand signs. A moment's inattention could lead to a water dragon bullet being launched. And he certainly did not wish to suffer another nasal drenching. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have needed to recuperate for 3 months after the last incident. The third Hokage? What purpose has he sent you for? I warn you, while I may be a child, I possess considerable strength. Do not underestimate me. I understand. Daijin Yayoi would not dare to belittle Muchio. He still recalled the taste of the water dragon bullet hitting his face. I am Daijin Yayoi, sent by the third Hokage to assist you with a task. Daijin Yayoi directly stated his purpose, as he preferred to be straightforward. A task? What task? Muchio was taken aback. Did the third Hokage perceive him as part of task system, assigning missions to anyone he encountered? Well, the third Hokage is aware that you are in need of money, so he has assigned you 20 missions, which I will assist you with. And together we shall complete these 20. Wait, how many did you say? 20. Get out of my house. Never return. Muchu flatly declined. What does 20 missions even entail? Completing them would mean the 12 young ninjas have graduated. Did the third Hokage truly think of himself as a system, working to earn points and rewards? 20 missions? Why not go and fall in love with Orochimaru instead? The third Hokage claimed that one must comply. But what a grand jest that is. I shall not comply. I shall simply recline and do as I please. What of it? Am I indebted to his household for sustenance? Has the village bestowed upon me any fortune? What benefits have I reaped from my presence here? I mastered the ninja techniques of the academy in an instant, without so much as a lesson from a teacher. Have I received any favor from the third Hokage? Why should I heed his words? And yet, he remains in Konoha. The individual who spoke is certainly not Daisuke Amajirai. Daisuke would never utter words that could provoke a child into rebellion. The speaker is unknown to Muchio, yet Daisuke's disdain for this individual is palpable. This person happens to be the ANBU who immobilized him that fateful night using the shadow imitation technique. Who do you think you are? Is my residence a public lavatory? Open to all. In Konoha, there is no place I cannot enter. Speaking of which, I never anticipated that you would rent 2 apartments, leaving 1 vacant for a clone. You certainly deceived me last time. Last time? Muchio sprang from his bed. This person's words revealed a significant truth. He is aware of the thunder clone technique. He knows about the 2 apartments. This individual is the one who caused him to wash the bedsheets last time. Daisuke, do not waste your breath on him. If he refuses to rise, drag him forcibly to undertake the mission. The ANBU gritted his teeth in response, clearly dismissing Muchio as a mere child who dares to shirk his responsibilities. Daisuke, however, regarded the ANBU with scrutiny, observing the fury etched across the ANBU's face. Daisuke mused that this fellow may be concocting some nefarious scheme. In truth, the reason the ANBU is aiding Daisuke is that if Muchio were to tackle an S-rank mission, it could potentially lead him out of the village. Once outside, Danzo would have the means to exert control over Muchio. Brainwashing? Danzo excels at that. I ask you, was it you who moved the flower pot? Indeed, it was I. And what of it? The ANBU did not wait for Muchio to finish speaking, directly affirming his involvement. Very well, Muchio replied, offering 3 affirmations without displaying any hostility, and instead, he smiled and inquired of Daisuke, when shall we set forth? Daisuke was taken aback by the sudden comprehension exhibited by the young boy. However, since the other party had acquiesced, there was no need for further delay. They could commence at once. Daisuke was eager to return to his former duties. They could begin immediately. Daisuke produced a scroll and reviewed the 20 S-rank missions. Here, there is one that involved assisting a farmer, cleaning the barn and pigsty. This mission, as the name suggests, is the most tedious and requires the least amount of skill. Even Naruto's Team 7 began with S-rank missions. They had never been exposed to such menial tasks. Cleaning? It hardly seems fitting for a ninja's duties. This task resembles the search for temporary labor. To put it bluntly, one might even find a cleaning lady to be more efficient. However, Muchio, who harbors a grudge, is not one to simply become compliant due to a single remark from the organization. At this moment, he is already devising a plan for retribution against them. Chapter 161, Ningchi Muchio. Danzo is one of the most repugnant figures in Konoha. Virtually every individual who has traversed into Konoha has had a confrontation with Danzo. This man will stop at nothing to ascend to the position of Hokage. His old acquaintance, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is equally unsavory. Observing Danzo's machinations, one wonders how, as Hokage, he allows such behavior to go unchecked. These two are indeed the hidden dragons and phoenixes of Konoha. At the very least, Muchio has been provoked. As a mere visitor, he came to Konoha to garner the favor of the 12 young ninjas. Yet these two rascals persist in creating trouble. This morning, Muchio had not even eaten breakfast before heading to a farm on the outskirts with Akatsuki Yayoi. Holding his nose, Yayoi, a seasoned Umbu ninja, lamented that he had not visited the cattle shed in quite some time. Cows, as animals, inevitably relieve themselves, and given the quantity they produce, someone must tend to it. Otherwise, where would the cows stand? On their own excrement? Though they claim to be assisting with a significant task, in reality, they are merely performing menial labor, not the kind of household chores one might find in the city, but rather the backbreaking work of cleaning cow dung and washing pigsties. Gazing at the hundreds of cows on the farm, Yayoi fell into deep contemplation. What sins had he committed? Reporting Muchio to the third Hokage for his misdeeds, only to find himself cleaning the cattle shed for the meager earnings of the Umbu, truly felt arduous. Ahem, you take the left side, and I shall manage the right. Don't you know how to use the lightning clone technique? Create a clone to expedite the process. Yayoi, wielding a shovel, assigned tasks to Muchio. However, Muchio did not even glance in Yayoi's direction. Noticing that Muchio ignored him, Yayoi ceased his chatter and began to tend to his share of the dung. In his mind, as long as he completed his portion, the third Hokage would have no grounds for complaint. If Muchio chose not to work, that was his own issue, a thought Yayoi held firmly. By the time Yayoi finished his side and returned to the entrance of the shed, his back aching, he found Muchio still motionless. Hey, are you planning to work? I've completed my part. Hurry up, there are more tasks awaiting us. The sooner we finish these 20 tasks, the sooner we can conclude this ordeal. Yayoi, wishing to wipe the sweat from his brow, found himself smeared with cow dung instead. He used his elbow to wipe his face as he approached Muchio. Why are you just standing there? Speak up. Suddenly, Yayoi sensed something amiss. From the perspective of one who has spent years as an assassin ninja, the individual before him may well be a mere shadow clone. Daisen Yayoi launched a swift kick. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted. Where then was Muchio's figure? Indeed, it was merely a lightning clone. That rascal. He managed to escape. Long before leaving the village, Muchio had already swapped places with his lightning clone. What a jest! Cleaning cow dung and pig manure? Tasks of such triviality assigned by the system were beneath him. Why even attempt it? Now, to be subjected to such menial tasks by the third Hokage, the most inept leader in the history of Hokages, was utterly absurd. Enough of this. As a rogue ninja, Muchio's first order of business after escaping was to return to school. Such clones would inevitably be discovered. Once the truth was unveiled, Muchio believed there would be no issues as long as he was at school. As a student of the Ninja Academy, his priority was, of course, his studies. Isn't it an undeniable duty for students to attend classes? Each morning, he arrived bright and early, despite having stayed up late the previous night. She entered the classroom this morning brimming with energy, sporting her adorable bun hairstyle and dressed in traditional attire. The only notable difference was the silver shuriken tucked away in her pocket. This was her token of gratitude for the dinner Muchio had treated her to the previous night, carefully acquired from her family's ninja tool shop. Crafted from pure silver, it was quite reasonably priced, more than sufficient to cover the cost of last night's meal. Casting a glance around Irika's classroom, she noticed the conspicuous absence of the notably shorter, 5-year-old Muchio. He was not in a hurry, patiently waiting outside the classroom for Muchio's arrival. Meanwhile, having just eluded Daisen Yayoi's clutches, Muchio arrived at the entrance of the academy. Upon his arrival, he spotted two of his classmates, the 12 small strong, walking together, Aburame Shino and Hyuganiji. How could these two possibly be seen together? Muchio pondered in confusion. Although they were classmates, their personalities were as peculiar as they came. It was indeed a remarkable sight to see them commuting to school together. Muchio quickened his pace to catch up with them, leaping in front of the duo to greet them. Hey, good morning. He turned to Niji and waved, good morning. Hyuganiji. Then he directed his attention to Shino, waving again, Good morning, Aburame Shino. Ding. Aburame Shino's favorability increased by 3. Indeed, Shino's grievances stemmed from being overlooked by others. Yet, as long as someone acknowledged him, his favorability would rise. Although Hyuga Niji appeared overly harsh towards Anata, he remained courteous towards other classmates with whom he had no conflicts. Shino nodded in response to Muchio. The reason these two were together was entirely due to the impending battle scheduled for today. The previous confrontation had only reached its midpoint, although it was a simulated battle. A conclusion regarding the superiority of one over the other was inevitable. Today, Hyuga Niji's opponent was none other than Muchio. In the morning, Niji fortuitously encountered Shino. Their meeting was entirely driven by Niji's desire to glean every detail regarding Shino's experience facing Muchio. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Niji was not the reckless Naruto. He was diligent in gathering intelligence. Although he had witnessed the battle between Muchio and Shino firsthand, directly questioning Shino would yield far more insight than merely observing from the spectator's seat. When asked to assess Muchio's strength, Shino responded, "He is incredibly formidable. Facing him felt as though every step I took was calculated by him. I believed he was on the 2nd floor, while I was on the 3rd, yet I gradually found myself ensnared in his trap. On the surface, Muchio appears simple, but in reality, he is quite complex." Adjusting his glasses, Shino cautioned, "You must be wary of his shadow clones. I lost last time due to that." Shadow clones? Niji chuckled. He had observed the previous battle and knew that, while Muchio had deceived the majority present, as a member of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan, discerning a mere clone was child's play. What truly concerned him was Shino's formidable fireball technique. Although the parasitic insect could devour Muchio's jutsu, Niji could not. His current strategy was to stick close to Muchio upon entering the arena, utilizing his gentle fist to seal Muchio's chakra and prevent him from executing the fireball. In this scenario, victory would belong to Hyuga Niji. However, Niji was undoubtedly in for a rough time, for Muchio's reliance was not solely on chakra, but also on inner strength. As they walked, Muchio looked up and spotted Tion watching him from above. She smiled at him, radiating a cheerful energy. With a sprightly leap, she approached Muchio and extended her hand. "What is this?" "This is for you, as a token of gratitude for last night." In her hand was a silver shuriken, meticulously prepared in advance. The surrounding classmates, eavesdropping on their exchange, were filled with mixed emotions. Gratitude for last night? Hadn't these two just begun to bond? A group of male classmates looked at Muchio in disbelief. They pondered. He is 5 years younger than us, and while his jutsu may surpass ours, he seems to excel in charming the ladies. Once again, they found themselves in the familiar arena, under the watchful gaze of the referee, before the eyes of all their peers. The victorious Hyuga Niji and Muchio stepped to the center of the stage. Today, they were set to engage in a duel. The question of who was the stronger remained a tantalizing mystery to all present. Although Muchio exhibited some prowess, it appeared he still fell short when compared to the seasoned powerhouse Hyuga Niji. However, considering Muchio's age, it seemed that even in losing the match, he had triumphed in life. What they did not anticipate was that Muchio would not only prevail in life, but also emerge victorious in the competition. Last night, Irika, who was away from home, seemed to have the demeanor of one recovering from a hangover. Upon seeing Muchio, he awkwardly approached and bent down a bow. In the neon-lit world, such gestures were commonplace. Yet Irika bowing an apology to a mere 5-year-old underscored Muchio's significance in his eyes. Helping Irika up was unnecessary. He merely intended to check in, and Irika's bow was quite unwarranted. "Teacher, we may have had a misunderstanding, but it matters not. We remain good friends." Hearing Muchio's words, Irika nodded and returned to his viewing seat. Next came the main event of the day, Hyuga Niji versus Muchio. This match had captured the attention of the entire school. A genius ninja from the Hyuga branch faced off against a newly minted prodigy. Everyone was eager to discern which of the two possessed greater strength. Yet, there was one individual who did not wish to witness this confrontation. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the morning, he had instructed Aoi to escort Muchio away, intending to keep him from facing Hyuga Niji. In his eyes, both were geniuses, and there was no need for them to undermine each other's confidence. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the mentality of the opposing genius would undoubtedly be affected. This was the peculiar nature of the third Hokage, who had a penchant for meddling in every matter, even those that could foster growth for Niji and Muchio. How idle he was! Yet, he did not foresee that Muchio would still participate in the match as scheduled, leaving him with no justification for interference. Simultaneously, he was somewhat curious to assess Muchio, whether in victory or defeat, even if it meant tempering Muchio's current overconfidence. It was a risk he was willing to take. On the other side, a delicate girl was intently observing the two contestants. If the third Hokage was 70% reluctant to see the match, Hinata Hyuga was 100% opposed to any confrontation. One was her cousin, while the other was a classmate who had secretly gifted her snacks and trinkets. She truly wished for neither to be harmed. Despite Hinata's reluctance, the match commenced as scheduled. With a signal from the J-Nin referee, the duel officially began. Byakugan. As the referee's words faded, Niji eagerly activated his Byakugan. He even began to suspect that the person across the field was merely a lightning clone. With his Byakugan activated, Niji's temples bulged with veins, presenting a fearsome and terrifying visage. However, in losing his attractiveness, he had gained formidable strength, similar to the notion that while he may be bald, he had also grown stronger. His gaze was fixed intently on Muchio. The chakra was flowing normally. He was not a lightning clone. Therefore, Hyuga Niji would not wait for Muchio to form any seals. With extraordinary speed, he charged towards Muchio. The latter, seemingly anticipating Niji's advance as if he were a foolish deer, stood frozen in place, appearing as if he were stunned, as if he were idly waiting for a gift. If a modern observer were to witness this, they would undoubtedly scoff. Is he offline? In truth, he was not offline. He was biding his time for Niji to approach. Though a martial artist of the Wuying level may fall short in certain aspects, Muchio's quick reflexes and diverse techniques were his advantages. Niji rapidly closed the distance to Muchio, raising his hand to deliver a strike. This blow was accompanied by a gust of wind and a faint blue chakra. If it connected, several of Muchio's ribs might surely break. Just as swiftly, at the moment Niji was about to strike Muchio's chest, the latter made his move. Muchio, who had been standing idle, extended his hand. Unlike Niji's palm strike, he presented two fingers. The jounin on the field squinted, questioning if he intended to poke the opponent with his fingers. What kind of technique was this? Could a finger poke be as painful as a palm strike? The lack of understanding among the jounin did not imply that Niji was equally unaware. His Byakugan, capable of perceiving all, scanned Muchio's fingertips. There was a faint, white energy emanating from them. Unlike the light blue chakra, this was a white energy. This energy was several times more potent than the gentle fist energy in Niji's hand. Niji sensed that if he were to exchange blows in kind, he might be the one to fall first. Thus, he transformed his palm into a claw, firmly grasping Muchio's wrist. If the two were evenly matched in height, Niji's approach bore great risk, as he had no knowledge of Muchio's hidden techniques or the extent of his strength. However, Muchio, benefiting from youth, had to contend with the disadvantage of his smaller stature. Niji, a seasoned practitioner, accurately seized Muchio's wrist joint with his Byakugan, rendering Muchio's intended Kuehwa Dienju technique ineffective. Yet, failing one move did not mean Muchio would remain passive. With his vast combat experience, he swiftly aimed a kick at Niji's groin. Grasping my wrist? Take this. The quick-reacting female classmates had already covered their eyes, fearful of witnessing something they ought not to see. Meanwhile, the male classmates instinctively guarded their own groins. What on earth was happening? That was an unforgiving strike. Though Muchio may be merely 5 years of age, the strategies he employs are those honed through decades of survival in the bustling streets. Although Ning Ci remained single until the very end, it does not signify his desire for extinction of lineage. The distinction between voluntary and involuntary cessation of progeny is profound. To Ning Ci, Muchio's movements appear to unfold at a glacial pace, akin to a cinematic experience played at 5 times the normal speed. This interval granted him ample opportunity to devise a countermeasure. Grasping Muchio's wrist, Ning Ci summoned his physical strength, pivoting forcefully on the spot while simultaneously executing a sweeping motion with his upper body. Remarkably, he sent Muchio soaring into the sky. Being lightweight, however, comes with its drawbacks. In midair, Muchio found himself incapable of responding, unable even to adjust his body's angle, surrendering entirely to the pull of gravity. Yet, Ning Xiai would not allow Mu Qiu to crash to the ground unprotected. Such a fall would inflict minimal harm. Instead, what awaited Mu Qiu was a pair of hands imbued with chakra. Unbeknownst to Ning Xiai, however, he was about to be met with a formidable strike descending from above. Chapter 163. The battle is about to commence in the realm of Hong Kong comics. There exists an exceptionally powerful palm technique, known as the Rulai Divine Palm. When executed from the air, its potency is amplified beyond measure. Utilizing his Byakugan to observe Mu Qiu suspended above, beads of cold sweat appeared on Ning Xiai's forehead. To the untrained eye, Mu Qiu appeared merely to hover, head downward, with a single hand extended toward the ground. Yet, through the lenses of the Sharingan and Byakugan, Mu Qiu's hands and body glowed with a faint yellow aura. This essence, which we may tentatively designate as energy, seemed more attuned to humanity than chakra, which felt like an external force. Inner strength is cultivated from within. In the air, Mu Qiu bore an expression of serene detachment, resembling a sage who has attained enlightenment. Yet, from the clarity of his gaze, one could not discern that he was channeling a ferocious strike. Should this blow land upon Ning Xiai's crown, it could very well spell the end of his journey before he even completed his ninja academy training. Naturally, Ning Xiai was not one to remain passive. He had long been prepared with his gentle fist technique. Just as the Rulai Divine Palm and the gentle fist were on the brink of collision, Ning Xiai's Byakugan flared with intensity, as if startled, and he promptly retracted his gentle fist to employ his ultimate defensive maneuver. The Heaven's Return. The 8 trigrams palm of the gentle fist. Heaven's Return. In the instant of an impending attack, it releases a substantial amount of chakra from the body's chakra points, executing a spinning motion akin to that of a top, capable of rebounding all physical assaults, rendering it a form of absolute defense. Despite hailing from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, Ning Xiai had independently mastered this technique through his extraordinary talent. As this technique was unleashed, Mu Qiu's Rulai Divine Palm also arrived. The Rulai Divine Palm emanated a soft yellow light, while the 8 trigrams palm of Heaven's Return glowed with a gentle blue hue. When the two forces met, every onlooker instinctively shut their eyes in response to the blinding brilliance. It was overwhelmingly dazzling. In this moment, no one could ascertain who would emerge victorious. The crowd awaited eagerly to open their eyes. At the center of the arena, 2 figures were panting heavily. This initial clash had resulted in a stalemate. How formidable! Classmate Qiu was truly exceptional. Day after day in the water and wood class, she had even cheered for Mu Qiu from the neighboring class, prompting a wave of astonishment from her peers. Just yesterday, she had rolled her eyes at him, and today they appear to be in cahoots? Was this the true extent of Qiu's prowess? Naruto observed Niji and Mu Qiu on the field with a tinge of envy. His imagined rival was Niji, and he longed for the day he could personally send this bully of Hinata flying. Yet, the more he learned, the more he recognized Niji's terrifying strength. Naruto felt that, among his peers, no one could rival Niji. However, given the current circumstances, Chiyo's abilities might even surpass Niji's. After all, Chiyo's body was merely 5 years old. Had a 5-year-old Niji faced Chiyo, it would have been remarkable if he had been rendered dazed. Irika wore an expression of astonishment, itching to rush over and seize Mu Qiu by the collar, demanding to know where he had acquired such ninjutsu. How could this child have mastered yet another new technique in such a short span? It was exasperating. Irika was genuinely flustered. He had once fancied demonstrating his skills to suppress Mu Qiu's arrogance, but now he was relieved he hadn't. Otherwise, if that palm strike had been directed at him, he doubted he could have withstood it. Sakura, Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka gazed at Mu Qiu with starry eyes, idolizing him. They were accustomed to the renowned Niji Hyuga, but Mu Qiu's ability to hold his own against such a master truly thrilled them. On the battlefield, smoke lingered in the air. Niji subtly adjusted his numbed wrist, utterly astonished that the strongest defensive technique, the 8 trigrams palms, had nearly failed to withstand Mu Qiu's strike. That seemingly mundane blow had shattered the Hyuga clan's technique passed down for generations. Had Niji not been prepared, this prodigy of the Hyuga clan might have been defeated within a mere minute of confronting Mu Qiu. You are incredibly strong. You are the strongest person I have encountered, Niji remarked, gazing at Mu Qiu's composed face with admiration. For someone as aloof as Niji to offer praise voluntarily was akin to the sun rising in the west. Do you know, he continued, there's a saying, a hero does not inquire about origins. What does that mean? Though I'm a child from an orphanage, it does not define who I am, nor does it affect my capabilities or my friends. Niji looked at Mu Chio in astonishment, never expecting such words to be spoken on the battlefield. The phrase a hero does not inquire about origins struck him as quite intriguing. He silently committed it to memory, feeling his fighting spirit intensify. Encountering an opponent who shared his perspective on destiny was precisely the moment to showcase one's strength. Niji's resolve surged, while Muchio had already achieved his purpose. Ding! Niji's affinity increased by 15. In the Hyuga family, there exists a division between the main house and the branch family. From birth, the children of the branch family bear a mark, signifying their fated subjugation. This mark allows the members of the main house to exert control over the lives and deaths of the branch family members. Most critically, it suppresses their Byakugan abilities. Moreover, upon the death of a branch family member bearing this mark, their Byakugan will vanish. Niji finds this practice profoundly unjust. Why should he, as a child of the branch family, be condemned to a life of confinement like a caged bird? Why should this be his fate? Reflecting on the inequities of destiny, he fully comprehends the meaning behind Mushio's words. A hero does not inquire about origins. He aims to demonstrate to the members of the main house that he, a branch family member, far surpasses them. Niji assumes the initial stance of the 8 trigrams palm. In essence, the martial arts of the Hyuga clan are largely derived from traditional Chinese martial arts. The 8 trigrams palm, encompassing techniques such as single and double palm changes, flowing palm, back palm, turning palm, grinding palm, 3 penetrating palms, and returning palm, has various interpretations across regions. Some represent 8 forms with symbols of the lion, deer, snake, hawk, dragon, bear, phoenix, and monkey, while others include techniques like double collision palm, shaking body palm, penetrating palm, and lifting palm as foundational elements. Each technique can evolve into numerous variations, famously stating that 1 palm can give rise to 8, and 8 can yield 64. The stance Niji employs is, in fact, the distinctive 8 trigrams palm of the Hyuga family. The gentle fist's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Assisted by the Byakugan, he targets his opponent's 64 chakra points to seal their chakra release. This technique, akin to pressure point attacks, inflicts damage to the opponent's meridians, with rapid consecutive strikes potent enough to pierce through a great tree. Such a technique, once it connects, is nearly insurmountable unless faced with a ninja possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities. Like Naruto, the gentle fist observes the target's chakra points through the Byakugan to attack the enemy's points, thereby sealing their chakra. This technique parallels the sunflower point striking hand, albeit with more dominance. Sealing chakra? It renders one immobile, making it impossible to raise a hand or take a step, turning them into a mere wooden puppet, vulnerable to any attack. Chapter 164. Sunflower Point Striking Hand, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Mushio stepped forward, also adopting an initial stance while murmuring to himself. It was a phrase in Chinese, although some characters in the ninja world resemble Chinese characters. No one could comprehend what Mushio was muttering. It was akin to the sacred chant of the Buddha's palm. Indeed, the Sunflower Point Striking Hand also possesses its own principles and incantations. He instructed with the swiftness of the wind and the force of lightning. Upon hearing Mushio's murmurs, everyone felt a sense of bewilderment. What was he rambling about? Was he jesting with this seemingly nonsensical technique? Attempting to engage with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms? How absurd. Mushio was not jesting. If it were a matter of ninjutsu, he could hardly claim to be invincible at this moment. The scarcity of chakra is not worth mentioning. In truth, his ninjutsu fails to deliver satisfactory damage, primarily serving functional purposes. Furthermore, the steam robot's flying claws and blizzards are equally low in damage, functioning as mere utility magic. What? Wei Xiaobao's lime powder? That's about the sum of it. Utilizing such a thing would undoubtedly drive a multitude to frantically lower their favorability. And it is not as if they are genuinely competing in combat. If it were a matter of damage output, facing a wooden post, Muchio would undoubtedly falter against Niji. However, in the realm of close combat, Muchio would likely struggle to suppress his laughter. Anyone who masters the sunflower pointing finger capable of instantly incapacitating an opponent upon contact, would find victory against an adversary employing similar melee tactics to be almost too effortless. Muccio's previous setbacks were solely due to encountering exceedingly formidable foes, whether it be the likes of the killer crocodile or the abominable brawny figures akin to a human tyrannosaurus capable of shattering a wall with a single punch, or even the indestructible zombie of old Master Rin. Upon entering the ninja world, facing someone like Niji, whose power is strong, yet only slightly superior to that of an average individual, it becomes a near 90-10 split in favor of Muccio, who possesses the ability to eliminate opponents in close combat. Be cautious if I engage, Niji advised, genuinely concerned that should the 64 palms be unleashed, Muccio's body could suffer considerable harm. Although a medical ninja is nearby, pain is still pain. Muccio chuckled dismissively. His health pool exceeds 1,000. Tenfold that of an ordinary person. What does that imply? Niji, believing his attack power to be formidable, is merely capable of striking down someone with a standard health of 100. If Muccio were to play strategically, he could even render Niji's 64 palms ineffective, allowing Niji a moment to recuperate his chakra and unleash a full 128 strikes. This is not arrogance on Muccio's part. Rather, this confrontation seems somewhat unfair to the novice. Niji would not wait for Muccio to regain his focus. In battle, a mere second of distraction can result in death. This is also intended to ensure that Muccio does not repeat such an error when faced with genuine adversaries in the future. Suddenly, Niji employed a peculiar footwork, closing in on Muccio. 3 meters. 2 meters. The two were on the verge of standing face to face. However, Niji was not rushing in for a playful encounter. With a transformation of his fist into a palm, he struck towards Muccio's left chest, simultaneously, in the depths of Niji's consciousness. The positions they occupied corresponded to the Baghuas Sun and Jun. The point he aimed for would render the target incapable of utilizing chakra for a brief period. In terms of momentum, footwork, and the essence of technique, the gentle fist's 64 palms undoubtedly overshadowed the sunflower pointing finger. Yet, this comparison holds true only for 2 ordinary practitioners. Should Bai Zhantong confront Niji, he might find himself relying on a cane for the rest of his days. Muccio is not Bai Zhantong, and Ningxi is not merely an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan. The two of them exchanged a palm strike and a finger jab. In the face of Ningxi's swiftly delivered palm, Muccio nonchalantly used 2 fingers to poke Ningxi a few times. To the astonishment of all onlookers, it seemed that Muccio was in dire straits. The essence of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, lies not in the term 8 trigrams, but rather in the 64 palms. Simply put, once someone is struck by the first palm, the remaining 63 will inevitably follow. Muccio had already been struck by the first palm, just as the crowd, aware of the formidable power of the 64 palms, believed the outcome was settled. Ningxi suddenly froze. He stood there, seemingly dazed, as if he had short-circuited, staring blankly ahead like a bewildered deer. What is happening? Ningxi, why are you standing there? Eliminate that kid and earn us a point. Ningxi, move already. What are you dawdling for? Muccio seized the opportunity while Ningxi is dazed. A group of spectators clamored. No one understood what was truly transpiring. How could Ningxi, who had been so forceful, strike Muccio and then cease to move? What nonsense is this? It's not as if one would let up so easily. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms, should be renamed to the 8 trigrams 1 palm at this rate. Who only strikes once and does not continue? Referee. Muccio turned to the J-Nin referee who had taught him the earth release, moving core technique. This fellow can't move anymore, so I must be the victor, right? Huh. Everyone was taken aback by Muccio's words. What do you mean he can't move? Is he like a car out of gas? A phone with a dead battery? A fish stranded in a river, unable to flop about? Ningxi is a living person, not a corpse. How could he possibly be immobile? I think I understand. In the stands, only Sasuke, who had previously experienced the point-striking technique, comprehended the situation. He had been curious about how he had lost to Muccio until just now, when he witnessed through his Sharingan the faint yellow chakra from Muccio's fingertips impacting Ningxi, rendering him immobile. Sasuke understood well what that sensation felt like. Aside from his eyes, his entire body was paralyzed at the mercy of another. Such a ninjutsu intrigued Sasuke. He yearned to learn it. With this technique against Itachi Uchiha, that man would surely fall before him. Little did Sasuke know that Itachi's Tsukuyomi was far more formidable than the point-striking technique. On the arena, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Ningxi's forehead. He could hardly fathom that he, hailed as the strongest taijutsu practitioner of Konoha. Kakashi chuckled, recalling how he flicked a booger onto the doorstep of the Hyuga clan, could be bested in taijutsu by a mere boy. Muchio's finger jab was not ninjutsu at all. While others might fail to comprehend it, Ningxi understood all too well. Chakra is blue, while Muchio harnesses a yellow energy. Niji is not colorblind and is certainly aware that this has no relation to ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is fundamentally based on chakra skills. With no exceptions, the gaze of surrender looks upward, while a defiant gaze looks downward. Muchio led the referee to Niji, awaiting his decision. Niji merely stared at Muchio, unable to articulate a response. He could only move his eyes, neither looking up nor down. He appeared somewhat bewildered and unwilling to concede. What? Is there still a need to fight? Niji's expression conveyed a challenge, as if to say, dare you strike again? Muchio responded with a smile, and then called out Shikamaru's name. You call for me? What do you want? Shikamaru, who detests trouble, was taken aback by Muchio's request, leaving everyone in stunned silence. This immobilizing ninjutsu can only be unraveled by you. What a joke. Chapter 165. Shikamaru's Dilemma, Only I Can Unravel It? Upon being summoned, Shikamaru's expression mirrored that of someone who had been constipated for an hour. He despises inconvenience, particularly unexpected complications. What does it mean that only he can resolve it? He had never even encountered this peculiar ninjutsu, which was even a secret technique of the Nara clan. How could he possibly be expected to solve it? I'm sorry, but I genuinely do not understand what you're saying, Muchio. Shikamaru flatly declined. The classmates found the situation amusing. How could a baffling ninjutsu be expected to be resolved by Shikamaru? While he indeed possesses the Nara clan's secret techniques, they're all based on shadow manipulation. Currently, Niji's immobilized form had no connection with Muchio through a shadow. What does it mean that only Shikamaru can unravel it? Indeed, if he alone could not resolve it, Shikamaru might face a prolonged period of standing in punishment. Irika was uncertain of Muchio's intentions, but feared that declaring Muchio the victor outright might adversely affect Niji's mindset. It wasn't that Irika favored one over the other. He simply believed that Muchio's ninjutsu had not effectively contributed to the duel. The two had scarcely engaged in combat, rendering the confrontation almost non-existent, with minimal practical outcome. Thus, Irika leaned towards Nara Shikamaru and advised, Shikamaru, heed Muchio's words and see how he intends to proceed. Teacher Irika, this truly is a hassle, Shikamaru lamented. Utilize the shadow imitation technique to control Niji, and the immobilization effect will be lifted. Is that all? Shikamaru nodded. He had no choice, with Irika requesting his assistance. Any further refusal would likely escalate the situation. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. As Shikamaru began to perform the hand seals, Muchio stood on the field, imitating Shikamaru's ninjutsu like a fool. Could it be? Is Muchio going to replicate that absurdly intricate technique of his? The secret art of the Nara clan. Could he truly emulate it? It's hard to say. Previously, when he learned the three-body technique, he grasped it instantaneously. I have observed this individual known as Chio, who, without a doubt, has previously mastered the shadow imitation technique. It is implausible for someone to effortlessly acquire a ninjutsu merely by observing it. Even a prodigy would find such an assertion to be rather exaggerated. I, for one, remain unconvinced. If this fellow truly masters the shadow imitation technique, I would be willing to consume my own slippers. I would even perform acrobatics while relieving myself. The child had yet to articulate the word swim in his butterfly stroke. Suddenly, Chio's shadow sprang to life. What? Am I losing my mind? Goodness, there must be something amiss with my vision. A student desperately rubbed his eyes, as though he had witnessed a phantom, fixated on Chio's actions. I am genuinely astounded. Could this individual truly grasp another's ninjutsu? The judging shinobi was equally astonished, scratching his head in disbelief. Such talent left even this seasoned shinobi feeling inadequate. Despite his rank, he recalled how, at the tender age of 5, he struggled to throw a shuriken, let alone learn another's ninjutsu in an instant. This is simply unbelievable. It may be acceptable for one to learn the three-body technique swiftly, but a secret technique bears the weight of its name. It is not an ordinary ninjutsu. The hand seals required are undeniably intricate. If one could learn this technique merely by observation, it would no longer be classified as a secret, and the Nara clan would lose its esteemed title. Common knowledge cannot be deemed a secret art. However, it is possible that Shio had already mastered the shadow imitation technique in advance, and today he simply aimed to utilize this secret art openly. Even if he were to attempt a perfect replication, it may still elude him. Nevertheless, Shio seemingly acquired the Nara clan's closely guarded secret, delivering a resounding blow to the clan's reputation. So, are you still going to eat your slippers? Will you still swim in the cesspool? No, I concede. I now acknowledge Shio as my godfather. Please spare me from ridicule. On stage, Shikamaru's expression transformed. His eyes widened, resembling brass bells, and without needing to hear his words, one could discern from his countenance that he was grappling with existential doubt. As the individual directly involved, he understood better than anyone the immense difficulty of mastering the shadow imitation technique. Even as a member of the Nara clan, he had to endure grueling training to barely grasp the technique. Yet, Shio could mimic his movements and make his shadow act autonomously, albeit with a slight tremor, which he feigned. Such innate talent left Shikamaru utterly in awe. Don't just stand there. My shadow imitation technique is still immature. I can't dispel Niji's technique. Continue, Shio urged Shikamaru. The latter's expression twisted into one of distress. He was genuinely impressed, yet terrified. To think that this individual could learn the shadow imitation technique merely by observing him perform hand seals. If he were to witness the scrolls directly at the clan, Shikamaru dared not imagine the implications. Today, the Nara clan's unique imitation technique has found a worthy successor. The shadow swayed and stretched towards Niji, not due to Shikamaru's lack of skill, but rather because his mindset had genuinely been affected. He even began to entertain the illusion that one day he might be controlled by his own shadow. The moment Shikamaru's shadow made contact with Niji, he finally found his voice. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Although he faced away from the audience, he heard everything with crystal clarity. Muchio's talent had overshadowed him time and time again, just as Niji contemplated forfeiting the match. After all, he felt defeated. A figure appeared before him. My jutsu is merely an external force, not a reflection of my true strength. I unconsciously activated it just now. Please do not hold it against me. Muchio's words were a deceitful facade. He was intent on extracting every ounce of value from Niji. He had long coveted the gentle fist technique. He harbored a hypothesis. If the 8 trigrams' 64 palms were combined with the sunflower gentle fist, substituting the first palm with a precise strike for all 64 palms, it was likely that the target's chakra pathways would be entirely sealed. Moreover, there existed an even more perverse strategy. One could directly use the sunflower gentle fist to strike 64 times. Although Muchio's inner strength was currently insufficient, he was confident that if he could execute this plan, he could incapacitate even someone as formidable as Hulk. Niji, listening to Muchio's absurd claims, began to doubt whether Muchio was deceiving him. On his face, Muchio displayed a sincere expression of regret. Yet, through his words, Niji sensed an undercurrent of suppressed laughter. Never mind, Niji cast aside these thoughts. To engage in a duel with such a master was a rare opportunity. Even if the opponent was misleading him, Niji still yearned for another bout with Muchio. Very well, let's begin anew. Come forth. Both sides reignited their fighting spirit. Niji resumed the familiar stance of the 8 trigrams palm. The smile on Muchio's face deepened. He mirrored the same starting position. With an inexplicable familiarity towards certain hand seals, Muchio adeptly imitated the martial arts moves. As a martial arts champion, he had conducted a fair amount of study in various disciplines. Observing Muchio's identical movements, Niji felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that they were about to witness a clash of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms? Chapter 166, Water Dragon Bullet. Surely not. Would Muchio be learning the Hyuga clan's taijutsu as well? His starting stance was indistinguishable from Niji's, giving it a certain flavor. I believe he is not capable. Taijutsu is fundamentally different from ninjutsu. Weren't you just acknowledging Muchio as your godfather? Why begin to question his prowess now? Ahem, Muchio is indeed formidable, but this is taijutsu, which differs vastly from ninjutsu. Even if he possesses great talent and can learn ninjutsu, taijutsu requires relentless practice and real combat experience. If one could master it merely by observation, Taijutsu would not have fallen to its current state. Taijutsu, to a considerable extent, is inferior to ninjutsu, with the notable exception of the 8 gates. The reason why ninjas are recognized as such rather than mere practitioners of body techniques is largely attributed to ninjutsu. Taijutsu primarily serves as an auxiliary to ninjutsu for most ninjas, except for the likes of Lee, who possesses no chakra. However, the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure boasts taijutsu that surpasses the majority of ninjutsu in potency. Although enhanced by the Byakugan, the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan has evolved into a comprehensive system, with the foundation provided by the Byakugan and the gentle fist technique. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu can be regarded as among the top contenders within the ninja realm. This clan, taking an unconventional path, has carved out its own niche through taijutsu, highlighting the formidable strength of their techniques in a world inundated with ninjutsu. At the very least, Muchio, a competitor in tactical matches, finds himself outmatched by the members of the Hyuga clan. As the gentle fist 8 trigrams palm initiation concludes, Niji does not rush forward to engage. He has come to realize that if he charges in again, he is likely to meet a predetermined fate. Instead, he opts to employ ranged attacks to compel Muchio's positioning. 3 shurikens are swiftly extracted from Niji's waist pouch, hurled forth without aim, yet with astonishing speed and precision. Niji's proficiency with ninja tools remains exceptional. In the face of the incoming shurikens, Muchio neither dodges nor evades, but rather employs the body flicker technique. Typically, when one ninja initiates a ranged shuriken assault, the opposing ninja retaliates with their own shurikens or kunai. Indeed, skilled practitioners can even intercept the incoming projectiles mid-air using their own. However, Muchio's aim is so poor that even trading injuries seems beyond his capability. His shurikens are less accurate than those thrown by an elderly lady. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, observes Muchio materializing behind him after using the body flicker technique and smiles. The abilities of the Byakugan extend beyond mere observation of the adversary before him. This bloodline limit, renowned as one of the 3 great ocular techniques, owes its name to its extraordinary visual range. With a 360-degree field of vision, even foes approaching from behind cannot escape detection. Muchio is acutely aware of this principle. During the fleeting moment of his disappearance, he preemptively raises his hand to unleash a blizzard. A multitude of ice shards materializes above Niji's head, crashing down towards him in the next instant. In response, Niji channels chakra into his hands, enveloped in a faint blue glow, and begins to spin furiously in place. The 8 trigrams palm's return is a secret advanced technique passed down within the main branch of the Hyuga clan. In the instant of an attack, it releases a substantial amount of gentle fist chakra from chakra points within, executing a rotational movement akin to a spinning top, capable of rebounding all physical assaults. With the addition of his own rotation and the extraordinary observational prowess of the Byakugan, he has developed a unique form of absolute defense. This technique, which Muchio longs to master, proves futile without the assistance of the Byakugan, rendering it ineffective for him. The relentless blizzard continues its indiscriminate assault on the ground. Yet Ningxi remains unscathed, protected by his Kaiten. The first round of their contest ends in a stalemate. However, Muchio has gained a significant advantage. His blizzard draws upon magical energy, whereas Ningxi, as a ninja, relies solely on chakra for his techniques. In contrast, Muchio possesses a triad of energies: chakra, magical power, and internal strength, ensuring that even in a battle of attrition, he will emerge victorious. Once the blizzard has dissipated, Ningxi ceases his spinning like a top. Muchio is tempted to inquire whether he feels dizzy, yet he restrains himself for the sake of maintaining goodwill. "You are truly impressive," he begins to flatter Ningxi. Despite having the capability to unleash a more potent ninjutsu like the water dragon bullet, he opts for the blizzard, a technique akin to mere scratching for a ninja, deliberately extending their engagement for further amusement. For a battle enthusiast, prolonging the fight will only enhance goodwill. You are not lacking either. Although Ningxi typically exudes an air of aloofness, he cannot maintain a stern demeanor in light of Muchio's compliments. After all, Muchio is undeniably a genuine genius. With the previous round ending in a draw, it is customary for them to engage in close combat. Yet Ningxi possesses an exceptionally high battle intelligence. Previously, when throwing shurikens, Muccio had to employ body flicker technique to evade them. Having dodged once, could he rely on the technique again? Ningxi is unlike certain professional esports players. After winning a match with one hero, immediately switch to another for the sake of variety rather than victory. Winning is the sole concern that occupies his mind. The shurikens continue their assault towards Muccio's face. It is not that Ningxi is merciless. Rather, he is confident in Muccio's ability to evade. If he cannot even handle two shurikens, despite being able to replicate ninjutsu, he would merely be a diminished genius, rendered ineffective in actual combat. Once again, shurikens are unleashed, prompting Muccio to feel exasperated. He has exerted considerable effort to hold back, even labeling the sunflower doton as a forbidden technique that cannot be overused. In long-range combat, he had previously resolved matters with shadow imitation technique. However, in this scenario, employing it directly would seem disingenuous, casting him in the light of a seasoned expert, rivaling Shikamaru's prowess. Muccio does not wish to elevate his talents to such a degree. He understands that the more conspicuous one becomes, the greater the risk of failure. With the body flicker technique exhausted, it is time for the substitution jutsu. The shuriken strikes Muccio's face, resulting in a loud bang and the eruption of a cloud of white smoke. As the thick, white mist dissipated, the target of the shuriken attack transformed into a round, dark wooden stump. This was the effect of a substitution technique. The proctor, a seasoned jonin, exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Muccio's long-range offensive capabilities were limited, and his agility was rather average. Otherwise, such a 5-year-old prodigy would have been exceedingly formidable. In a realm of infinite potential, the achievements of this young individual were beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. With this a time of war, his actual value could rival that of an elite Chunin squad led by a jonin. Dodging another shuriken assault from Niji, Muccio executed a high-level ninjutsu that even the students of the Ninja Academy had never witnessed. In an instant, many of his classmates were rendered speechless with awe. It was none other than the water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Chapter 167. No chapter title: The Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Among the most fashionable techniques in the early days of Naruto, unleashed a massive water dragon that spiraled forth from the caster's position. Such a magnificent ninjutsu, though classified as a mere D rank, bore an appearance that could easily be mistaken for a higher-tier jutsu, likely due to the dragon's form, which commanded respect. Niji did not dare to underestimate it. Although the size of the water dragon in an enclosed space was somewhat constrained, its ferocity remained undiminished. Without a moment's hesitation, Niji leaped away to a safe distance. Suddenly, the water dragon bullet emitted a mighty roar. The dragon's head, formed from chakra, transformed into water, executed a sharp turn in front of the onlookers. Niji had initially anticipated that the water dragon bullet would behave like the fireball technique, merely launching and concluding its attack. However, that was not the case. As long as the water dragon bullet had not made contact with an object, it could alter its course in a short span. Niji narrowed his eyes, tracking the trajectory of the water dragon. In the immediate term, the water dragon could not catch up to a ninja as nimble as Niji, but if he continued to be forced into evasive maneuvers, his options would dwindle. He had not forgotten that Muccio also possessed the great fireball technique. Once that expansive jutsu was unleashed, there would be nowhere to hide, and defeat would be inevitable, resorting to the heavenly spin to withstand the attack. That was not Niji's style. If he could evade, he would, by the time he resorted to using the heavenly spin to block a ninjutsu, his defeat would be all but assured. Meanwhile, Muccio was controlling the water dragon bullet, while outside the arena, one person fixated on the swirling water dragon, Sasuke. Upon witnessing Muccio, Sasuke's worldview had long since shattered. He had always believed that only individuals like Itachi Uchiha could be deemed geniuses. Now, a new prodigy had emerged before him. He pondered deeply, contemplating the vast implications. Even such an extraordinary talent as Muccio would face a daunting challenge against that formidable figure, Itachi Uchiha. The likelihood is exceedingly slim. It is unlikely to last even a minute. Even if it were to endure a while longer, it would still be futile against Uchiha Itachi, let alone the absurd notion of defeating him. The mere thought that Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7 fills Sasuke with self-loathing for his own inadequacy. Here he is, a self-proclaimed prodigy at 10 years old, yet still engaging in childish games at the academy with peers. Even a newly arrived 5-year-old, Mu Chio, surpasses him in skill. Just observing that water dragon jutsu leaves him in awe. Furthermore, the ever-elusive Hyuga Niji, born into a clan of ocular prowess, displays an extraordinary level of strength. Sasuke clenches his fists. In this moment, the seed of hatred within him begins to diminish. He starts to question himself, feeling increasingly incapable of achieving vengeance. Just as his thoughts spiral, a classmate's exclamation jolts him back to reality. On the field, the water dragon jutsu has already been evaded by Niji's substitution technique, forcing Mu Chio into a sudden halt. The two engage once more in close combat. Mu Chio, your taijutsu is rather mediocre, Niji taunts while pressing Mu Chio's movements. Inwardly, Mu Chio scoffs, thinking that if it weren't for the necessity of extracting value from this situation, who would willingly endure such punishment? The moment his chakra point seal activated, he had effectively triumphed, whether in practical training or a life-and-death scenario. Once sealed, he could only watch helplessly as the enemy toyed with him. He barely evaded Niji's palm, which was imbued with chakra. This technique is known as Gentle Fist. Mu Chio now finds himself ensnared in a predicament. Although he can replicate ninjutsu, how can he duplicate Gentle Fist when Niji hasn't even performed hand seals? Mu Chio's dodging resembles that of a cornered dog, provoking a fit of laughter among his classmates. They are finally witnessing the once mighty genius Mu Chio face adversity. It turns out his taijutsu is rather unremarkable. He himself concedes this. His martial arts are merely for show. Flipping and splitting are within his grasp. This situation is akin to a classic image. On the left are movie stars like Donnie Yen, Jet Li, and Jackie Chan. On the right are professional boxers like Ali and Tyson. The victor is indisputably clear. Mu Chio, however, belongs to the category that fights for aesthetics. When pitted against Niji, who has been honed under rigorous training from a young age, he finds himself utterly powerless in close combat. Once again, Mu Chio barely evades Niji's strike. The audience is left puzzled as to what Mu Chio is attempting, and even Niji wears a bewildered expression. Just moments ago, this individual did not perform in such a manner. Why does he now appear so defenseless? No one comprehends what Mu Chio is truly doing. In his heart, Mu Chio curses Niji vehemently. He merely seeks to pilfer the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. This technique necessitates the formation of seals prior to execution. The ability to form seals implies a high probability of success in his theft. Presently, he is awaiting Niji's execution of the 64 palms. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. In the next instant, Mu Chio appears almost dazed, allowing Niji to strike him with a swift palm. The speed of that strike is remarkable, and Mu Chio is perilously near the fence. There is truly no evasion left for him. With a resounding slap, Niji's hand makes solid contact with Mu Chio's left shoulder. There is no smoke, no wooden dummy, no lightning. This indicates that the palm has indeed struck Mu Chio's true form. The damage inflicted by the gentle fist is considerable. On the surface, it seems as though the palm merely struck his shoulder, yet the reality is far graver. The moment the gentle fist connects with a target, its energy surges through, impacting the target's chakra points. This moment is agonizingly arduous. Mu Chio feels as though 1,000 needles are piercing his left shoulder. It is not merely the pain from the strike, but an overwhelming, sharp agony. This is the efficacy of the gentle fist. If it were just pain, it would be bearable. However, the gentle fist also devastates the subcutaneous tissue. His shoulder is beginning to feel immobile. With that strike, Niji certainly would not squander such an opportunity. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms, previously interrupted, now has the chance to be unleashed anew. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. At this moment, Mu Chio's expression shifts from a desolate sea to one of cunning triumph. He meticulously commits Niji's movements to memory. In the next second, Niji's seals are fully executed, and his palm is poised to strike Mu Chio. This strike aims to unbalance Mu Chio, if successful. The subsequent second and third strikes are almost guaranteed to hit. Mu Chio awaits Niji's attack with a smile, entirely unconcerned about the impending barrage. Merely observing the seals is insufficient. Taijutsu is inherently different from ninjutsu. In essence, seals are like passwords. One need not comprehend the technique behind the seal. for possessing the password is enough to unleash the ninjutsu. However, taijutsu requires personal understanding and adaptability in the moment. Next, he must learn the approximate locations Niji targets with each palm strike. 1 palm, 2 palms, 12 palms, 36 palms, 64 palms. Niji's hands unleash a barrage akin to a machine gun, impacting various chakra points on Muchio's body. While these are termed palms, Niji occasionally employs fists and fingers, inflicting indescribable agony. At this moment, the expression on Muchio's face no longer reflects his previous air of control and strategic superiority. At that moment, his expression resembled that of someone who had just bitten their tongue, akin to the bewilderment of consuming an Oreo slathered in mustard. The visage he had so painstakingly crafted over the past few days as a cool guy was utterly shattered. Were there an emoticon in this era? Muchio's expression would undoubtedly sweep through the ninja world. Startled by the amount of blood he had lost, Muchio was taken aback. The standard blood volume for an ordinary person is 100. 100 signifies a critical injury, such as a bullet to the head or heart. Yet, his blood volume exceeded 1,000. He had thought that with such a blood volume, enduring 64 palms would be a trivial task. To his astonishment, after enduring the full brunt of 64 strikes, he glanced at his health bar and lamented that he had not received 128 strikes. Had he endured a few more, he would have truly been unable to withstand it. Niji, this still ungraduated student from the Ninja Academy, had managed to inflict a staggering 467 damage with 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The fact that he had lost nearly half of his health startled Muchio. However, this was not the crux of the matter. At that moment, he glanced at his status bar, which indicated that his chakra was sealed for a duration of 30 minutes. This technique was indeed formidable, capable of sealing his chakra for such an extended period, making it one of the most impressive taijutsu in the ninja realm. After completing the technique, Niji was panting heavily. He had been worried that after his 64 palms, Muchio would be unable to withstand the onslaught and would not survive until the medical ninja arrived. It appeared he had underestimated Muchio's physical training and resilience to damage. By this point, Niji's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He could only utilize his heavenly spin 3 more times before completely exhausting his chakra. In his mind, victory was assured, and he awaited Muchio's surrender. He even contemplated settling for a draw, considering that he had just been swiftly defeated by Muchio himself. Now, having regained his composure and aiming to win the match, he felt a tinge of embarrassment on his face. Just as Niji naively assumed that Muchio had no means of retaliation, believing Muchio's taijutsu was far too weak and his chakra sealed, he was abruptly struck in the face by Muchio with tremendous force. Despite appearing on the verge of collapse, Muchio suddenly unleashed a strength that even Niji could not withstand. To everyone's astonishment, Muchio, who was shorter than Niji, astonishingly lifted him off the ground. What? After sustaining so many blows, he still possessed such strength? And he could lift Niji? What was he planning? The classmates gasped in disbelief. Only Lee comprehended the nature of Muchio's maneuver. As one of the few capable of contending with Niji in taijutsu, Lee was baffled by the peculiarity of Muchio's technique. When caught, he seemed unable to escape, allowing Muchio to toy with him at will, and soon, a bolt of lightning would descend. Indeed, as predicted by Xiao Li, Muchio seized Niji, executing an exaggerated backbend that sent Niji tumbling behind him. Niji's head struck the ground, leaving him in a daze. Just as his mind swirled in confusion, a bolt of lightning descended upon him. Hinata Niji was not Xiao Li. The latter lacked defensive skills, but Niji was not without his own. Reversal. Niji invoked his indomitable defensive technique. A vibrant blue protective shield materialized around him, just as the purple lightning struck. Crack! What seemed to be an invincible defense faltered at that moment. The lightning penetrated the protective barrier to some extent, striking Niji directly. In an instant, he was left disheveled. His hair stood on end, a testament to the electric shock he had endured. Seeing Niji's state, Muchio finally avenged the 64 palms. Yes, exactly. To defeat me, you must rise to the occasion. Niji, however, was perplexed by the notion of rising up. His entire body trembled, a natural reaction to the lightning strike, not one born of fear. If anything, he felt more astonished than afraid. The ultimate goal of the 8 trigrams palm is not to deliver a fatal blow. Rather, it is to render the opponent defenseless. How could a ninja, with their chakras sealed, continue to contend against the might of the Hyuga clan's martial arts legacy? Thus, Niji had previously believed he was victorious. Yet, the harsh reality delivered a stinging slap to his face. Not only was Muchio unsealed, but he also wielded ninjutsu. Surely, that lightning could not have been mere static electricity. How did you break the seal? Break the seal? There is no need for that. Muchu chaked softly, murmuring to himself. No one comprehended his words. Had there been students from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry present, they might have understood. The incantation he muttered, particularly the first line, indicated it was a spell of ice magic. A blizzard formed, descending upon Niji once more. Still reeling from the lightning strike, Niji was not in his prime condition. He shakily employed reversal to counter the icy assault. While Niji spun in confusion, Muchio guided the blizzard with one hand, while forming a hand seal with the other. This was the second technique of the Buddha's palm, the golden-topped Buddha lamp. He was preparing to unleash a dual assault of ice and fire, unbeknownst to Niji, who continued to twirl as if he were a colorful flag at a grand event. He had fallen into a trap of magical and martial bombardment. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The blizzard ceased, and Muchio coughed as a reminder for Niji to stop spinning. Niji, sensing the absence of external force against his protective shield, glanced upwards and halted his movements. The moment he stopped, he felt the surrounding air grow increasingly warm. Upon looking ahead, he was left utterly astonished. How can you act so nonchalantly when your chakra has been sealed by me? Indeed, it was sealed, but only for a mere 2 seconds. You are a true man for 2 seconds, he chuckled. Niji lowered his head. Though he still had the capacity to utilize his ultimate technique, he realized that the tide of battle had turned against him. Who knows what other jutsu Muchio has yet to unveil? This fellow not only possesses a plethora of jutsu, but also wields his chakra with reckless abandon. Niji felt a pang of despair. He understood he was truly outmatched by Muchio. As Niji contemplated conceding, Muchio suddenly hurled a fireball into the sky. Oh no! This fireball is going to incinerate me. I can't lift a finger. As the fireball descended perilously close to Muchio's head, it seemed inevitable that even if he survived the flames, his hair would be utterly scorched. In that critical moment, Muchio was rescued by a figure of remarkable speed. The newcomer swiftly turned and executed 2 water-style techniques, extinguishing the fireball. It was none other than Mayumi. Niji stood frozen, bewildered by Muchio's erratic behavior. Oh dear, look at me. I nearly brought about my own demise. I admit defeat. I have no chakra left, and my taijutsu pales in comparison to yours, Niji. This match is yours. Later that afternoon, when Niji inquired why Muchio had acted in such a manner, Muchio scratched his head, half confessing it was a genuine mistake, while also hinting at the situation of the Branch family. It dawned on Niji that Muchio's true intention was to secure first place to bring honor to the Branch family. It was then that Niji truly regarded Muchio as a friend, further solidifying their bond. Chapter 169. Is the third Hokage your father? At Ichiraku Ramen, a duo, one large and one small, were enjoying their noodles. While the larger one savored each bite, the smaller one merely picked at his food, not consuming a single noodle. I must say, your eating style is quite reminiscent of the affluent, remarked Mayumi, the Umbu operative, his words dripping with sarcasm. Are you wealthy? Where does your fortune come from? Did you acquire it through bloodshed and plunder? Muchio, unfazed by the jibe, merely glanced at Mayumi's wallet. Since you are the one requesting my assistance, does that not mean you are treating me? If you are treating, why should I concern myself with how I eat? Mayumi's discomfort was palpable. With others, he could adopt the intimidating demeanor of the Umbu. For who wouldn't he fear an assassination squad? Ultimately, the Umbu are akin to the secret police of the realm, capable of eliminating a target with ease. Thus, any villager would typically afford them a semblance of respect. Yet faced with a brash youth like Muchio, who clearly showed no fear of his threats, Mayumi found himself utterly at a loss. He has stumbled several times in front of Muchio, yet he still has to leap into the fray himself. There's no helping it. After all, the third Hokage places great importance on Muchio. Yayoi took a delightful sip of her soup, savoring the moment, when suddenly Muchio exclaimed, "What the hell? There's a cockroach in my noodles." The shock caused Yayoi to spit out her soup, splattering the entire table. Where's the cockroach?" Yayoi exclaimed, retreating a considerable distance. Muchio did not anticipate such a reaction. How could a distinguished special jonin of the Umbu be afraid of cockroaches? Muchio shrugged and inspected the contents of his bowl. Ah, look at my eyes. It turns out to be a piece of scallion stuck together. Haha, my apologies, boss. My vision isn't great, you know. The owner of the shop was nearly driven to despair by this cheeky boy, who always left a mess at the table. He had even prepared himself to clean up, but this time it was worse, claiming there was a cockroach in his noodles. Yet, looking at the boy's 5-year-old face, the owner found it hard to be angry. There was nothing to be done but to swallow his frustration. Cough, cough. After this commotion with Muchio, Atsu Yayoi could no longer eat her meal. She paid the bill and led Muchio, who had already set down his chopsticks, out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. You left the farm this morning without saying a word to me, making me finish all the work before realizing you were just a clone. Kid, your work ethic makes it difficult for me. Those 20 tasks, I truly wonder when they will be completed. Not my problem. Observing Muchio turn on his heel to head home, Atsu Yayoi was taken aback. He never expected that after just treating him to a meal, this fellow would simply walk away. Although he hadn't eaten much, he had at least invited him to dinner. And now he was leaving? Atsu Yayoi, not particularly obsessed with money, nevertheless refused to squander his own. He hurriedly followed Muchio. Kid, if you don't complete those 20 tasks, I'll inform the third Hokage and report you. Report me? Watching Atsu Yayoi, a seasoned Umbu ninja, now resembling a schoolboy eager to snitch, Muchio felt a surge of irritation. What's wrong with you? The third Hokage gives you orders, and you follow them as if he were your father? Father? Atsu Yayoi would have gladly recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen as his ancestor. You have no idea how challenging it is to secure a position in the Umbu during these times. You don't have to worry about your daily needs. If you run out of money, just find someone to rob. You really live a comfortable life. Atsu Yayoi held back his thoughts, fearing the wrath of both the third Hokage and Muchio. I implore you, little ancestor, the tasks assigned by the third will significantly impact your future if left undone. Impact? Muchio chuckled. For others, the fear of retribution from the third Hokage might loom large. But who was Muchio? He was merely a clock puncher. Once he clocked out, he slipped away. Furthermore, how many days can the third Hokage possibly have left? If memory serves him correctly, it won't be long before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru meet their demise in a cataclysmic explosion. At that juncture, Konoha will undergo a complete transformation, rendering the opinions of the third Hokage irrelevant. It will be Tsunade who rises to power, and this Kunoichi will not adhere to the third's antiquated methods. Instead, she will vigilantly observe the happenings within Konoha through her crystal ball, meddling in everyone's affairs. She will issue missions, proclaiming that if anyone wishes to undertake tasks, they should do so on their own, as she has chosen a path of leisurely repose. Even if one were to carry her to a mission site, she would simply close her eyes and slumber, dare to test her resolve. As for Akatsuki Yayoi, she truly found herself at a loss. Should she employ force? Observing Muchio's stubborn demeanor, impervious to persuasion, she began to doubt whether this individual could truly be just 5 years old. His behavior resembled that of a seasoned operative in the Umbu, entirely inconsistent with the expected demeanor of a child of such tender years. Looking at the children of others, she lamented the stark disparity. Oh, how vast the chasm! Sighing, she resolved to report the situation to the third Hokage, but urged him to consider his words carefully. What shall I convey to him? He asked. Merely inform the third that if he continues to interfere in my affairs, I shall withdraw from the academy and spend my days in slumber at home. I shall recline in indolence. Akatsuki Yayoi hesitated to respond, finding it absurd for a 5-year-old to utter such proclamations. Yet, she could not shake the impression that this child was indeed cornered. Furthermore, considering that he was not originally from Konoha, he lacked any sense of honor associated with the village, rendering the third Hokage's words even less compelling. When she sought Muchio's opinion once more, he didn't even glance at Akatsuki Yayoi before utilizing the body flicker technique to vanish. Thus, she had no choice but to return to the Hokage's office with trepidation. How did the mission fare, esteemed third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired from behind his desk, taking a puff from his pipe. The tobacco within was procured from the distant land of lightning, and today, the third Hokage's spirits were notably high, reminiscent of his youth. Upon seeing Akatsuki Yayoi, he assumed she had come bearing good news and greeted her with a warm smile. However, upon witnessing the third's demeanor, the words that had been poised on her lips suddenly withered away. To speak them would undoubtedly mar the third's elation. Moreover, given her previous oversight with Muchio's mission, she had no doubt that failure to complete it would forever banish her from the Umbu. The prospect of a trusted aide to the Hokage exhibiting such unreliability during a mission was terrifying. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry, but what if it had? She could not afford to be the one who compromised the Umbu's integrity. As the words teetered on the brink of her tongue, she quickly altered her response. The task was accomplished exceptionally well. Muchio was very diligent in the morning, not only completing his own tasks, but also assisting me with a bit of mine. After finishing the farm duties, he promptly hurried back to the academy for class. Truly a delightful child. Dazumi Yaoi spoke insincerely, and the third Hokage believed him. Chapter 170. Sasuke and Rock Lee. The following day marked the final day of practical combat for Irika's and Mizuki's classes. Additionally, it was the day Muchio eagerly anticipated two matchups, Hinata Niji versus Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. Upon seeing Naruto's name, Muchio was taken aback. This fellow was not under Mizuki's temptation, sneaking the Forbidden Scroll. The Forbidden Scroll contained techniques that were not necessarily powerful, but were inaccessible to ordinary individuals. For instance, the 8 Gates technique was also within its pages. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent, learning the 8 Gates was akin to self-harm. 2 openings would lead to a fatal outcome. Not everyone is endowed with the innate ability like Might Guy. Similarly, the technique Naruto learned, the Shadow Clone technique, was also a forbidden art. This technique is merely an advanced form of the Shadow Clone, allowing the user to create numerous clones by utilizing a vast amount of chakra. In fact, one could produce up to 1,000 clones simultaneously, due to the immense chakra consumption. The second Hokage sealed the method of using the Shadow Clone technique within the Forbidden Scroll, considering that individuals without a substantial chakra reserve would be risking their lives by attempting to wield it. Speaking of this, one cannot overlook Naruto's talent. Despite being perceived as the underdog, he could utilize the Shadow Clone technique on the spot with the Forbidden Scroll, astonishingly rivaling Muchio's ability to replicate others' jutsu to a significant extent. How did Naruto emerge victorious? Upon reaching the spectator stands, Muchio inquired about the match from Haruno Sakura nearby. That guy? I didn't pay much attention. It was rather dull. Upon hearing Sakura's disparaging remark, Muchio silently felt pity for Naruto. It was disheartening to hear a girl he admired express her disdain for him behind his back, yet he remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing his goals. Naruto truly was single-minded. After asking a classmate, Muchio learned that Naruto's duel was indeed quite uneventful. He had battled a near-invisible opponent from the adjacent class for nearly an hour. The opponent was significantly stronger in taijutsu, but Naruto, steadfast in his ninja way, managed to exhaust the opponent to the point of collapse. As a nine-tails Jinchuriki, even just standing still while being struck posed a considerable challenge for many due to his remarkable recovery abilities. Consequently, Naruto advanced once again. Today, he would face the opponent he most longed to defeat. Hinata Niji and Muchio had to move a table to grab a plate of peanuts and watch the spectacle. Presently, Naruto was merely brawling, unable to utilize techniques such as the Rasengan or the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Facing an opponent like Niji, who could wield the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Muchio felt disinclined to continue watching. Surely, Naruto would soon declare, "This is my ninja way. I will become Hokage," only to faint beneath Niji's blows. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Rock Lee were preparing for their own confrontation, which seemed to have been anticipated. After a prior bout with Muchio, Lee had caught the attention of Might Guy. Now, Muchio dared not underestimate the formidable Lee, let alone Sasuke. As the match commenced, a flash of green appeared at the center of the arena, eliciting gasps from the students. Muchio squinted at the figure, none other than Lee, revitalized from Guy's vigorous training. At this moment, Lee exuded an aura of boundless confidence, shedding any remnants of weakness from his previous encounter with Muchio. This indeed epitomized youth. Sasuke, unfazed, took to the stage, much to Muchio's chagrin. This fellow was still trying to appear cool, but soon enough, he would face the consequences. "It's Sasuke. Sasuke-kun," exclaimed the girls from the adjacent Mizuki class, equally enamored by him. "Uchiha Sasuke, it seems you are quite popular," Lee remarked, a hint of jealousy evident in his tone. He was, in fact, envious. Before Muchio arrived in Irika's class, Lee confessed his feelings to Sakura Haruno, only to be met with a heartless rejection. Afterward, he discovered that Sakura had affections for none other than Uchiha Sasuke. He could not comprehend why Sakura would choose a cold-hearted individual like Sasuke over him, especially when that very person treated her with such indifference, fueling his ire. Today's duel was a long-awaited opportunity for him to settle the score. Hearing Lee's jealousy, Sasuke did not even spare him a glance, prompting the girls present to once again scream, exclaiming how handsome and cool Sasuke was. Observing this, Muchio took a bite of his peanuts, already bracing himself for the moment when Lee would send Sasuke flying, eliciting shrieks from the girls as they covered their ears. Uchiha Sasuke, I have long anticipated this duel. I am eager to discern whether my techniques hold any efficacy against the descendant of such a legendary clan. Upon hearing the interest in his lineage, Sasuke's already stoic expression grew colder. He glared up with a scowl. Do you know what being an Uchiha signifies? What does it signify? Muchio continued munching on his peanuts from the stands. It signifies you have a reputation. What else could it mean? However, even members of the Uchiha clan could not hope to rival the Eight Gates. In the final analysis, the Uchiha clan merely relies on external forces, a family that utilizes outside power. True strength lies with ninjas like Guy and Lee, who depend solely on their own abilities. With no desire to engage in verbal sparring with Lee, who he deemed unworthy, Sasuke let out a confident scoff and charged towards him. Sasuke is on the move. How long can Lee hold out? The girls from the Mizuki class were cheering for Sasuke from the adjacent Irika class, much to the chagrin of the boys from Mizuki. Thus, Sasuke rushed directly at Lee without even activating his Sharingan. How overconfident this guy is, thought Muchio, who was munching away while critiquing the situation. Not to mention Lee's current prowess. Even his past self was a formidable opponent. Sasuke, seemingly influenced by Lee's mention of the Uchiha name, felt that Lee was mocking him, insinuating that all his strength was inherited from his family. Hence, he refrained from activating his eyes. A taijutsu genius faced off against an Uchiha prodigy, albeit one who had yet to open his eyes. It was evident that Sasuke's fate would be dire. Under the watchful gaze of his peers and the eager anticipation of infatuated classmates, Sasuke charged. He reached Lee, launching a direct punch aimed at his face. Lee stood his ground, seemingly caught off guard, not moving an inch. Sasuke-kun. So cool. That bushy-browed, watermelon-headed boy is about to be taken down by Sasuke. He hasn't even reacted, just as everyone believed victory was within Sasuke's grasp. A resounding thud echoed through the arena. The once invincible Sasuke was sent flying. Chapter 171. Sasuke's defeat. What? Am I seeing things? Have I fallen under some strange illusion? Why do I feel as though I just witnessed Sasuke being sent flying? I saw it too. It must be real. You're not hallucinating. No way. That watermelon head is so strong. The last time I saw him fight against Chio, he was taken down in mere seconds. I thought this guy was weak, but it seems Sasuke is the one in trouble. Silence. A girl exclaimed. Her heart sank as she watched Sasuke struggle to rise, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. Even with his swollen face, he remained handsome, but being knocked down in front of so many people was simply too embarrassing. Sasuke, with great difficulty, managed to stand up, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Lee, who was now several meters away. He could hardly believe that an unknown individual could send him flying with a mere kick or punch. Indeed, Sasuke hadn't even registered whether Lee had struck him with a fist or a foot. His vision had blurred in an instant, and it was only after several seconds in the air that he realized he had been thrown. It was my overconfidence, Sasuke thought. As he closed his eyes and opened them again, the Sharingan activated in an instant. Damn it, does this guy not need a hand sign to activate his eyes? As Muchio watched the performance, he contemplated replicating the Sharingan for amusement. However, Sasuke activated his eyes with no opportunity for Muchio to glean any wisdom. Is this truly the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Although Lee's words were filled with admiration, Muchio could only perceive them as mockery, suggesting that Sasuke relied solely on external power. Lee, despite his outwardly honest demeanor, possessed a sly cunning beneath the surface. You fail to grasp the significance of the Uchiha. Under the gaze of my eyes, your every movement is laid bare before me. Whether you employ ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or any other means, I shall see it all. You are destined for defeat. Before Sasuke even reached his opponent, he had already set himself up for failure. The outcome was predictable. With a fierce charge, he focused intently on Lee's hands. Whoosh, bang, swish, thud. This was Sasuke's perspective. From another's view, the details remained obscured. Yet, Lee maintained a kicking stance. Sasuke was sent flying, crashing to the ground. A moment's reflection yielded a simple conclusion. Lee had once again sent Sasuke hurtling away, and this time, it was against the activated Sharingan. Impossible. Unbelievable. Sasuke had been kicked away once more. Enough, a girl exclaimed, unable to accept the reality before her, desperately clinging to the last shred of Sasuke's dignity. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood in stunned silence. His Sharingan had failed to perceive Lee's swift kick. Initially, he pondered whether Lee had employed some peculiar ninjutsu. To his astonishment, he realized he had been struck down by pure taijutsu. Sasuke-kun, while your Sharingan is formidable, my speed exceeds what your eyes can track. Even if you see my movements, you cannot respond to my swiftness. Admit your defeat. Defeat? Sasuke would rather face death than concede in front of so many onlookers. If he could not best a fellow student from the Ninja Academy, a mere novice, how could he ever confront Itachi Uchiha? How could he hope to vanquish the man who had annihilated his clan? At that moment, Sasuke's mindset shifted. He was no longer the arrogant individual he once was. He recognized the depths of his own weakness. It was one thing to struggle against Muchio, but now a new challenger had emerged, a peculiar youth with a watermelon head and prominent brows. Losing to Muchio was somewhat acceptable, considering his extraordinary ability to replicate others' techniques. Yet now, even an obscure classmate, someone who had also fallen to Muchio, was triumphantly placing himself above Sasuke. Sasuke refused to accept this. Anger coursed through him. He formed hand seals, his expression fierce as he fixed his gaze on Rock Lee, the tomo in his eyes seemingly spinning. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke was preparing to unleash his power. Watch closely. A girl let out a cold huff at her classmate beside her. Where did everyone go? The blazing fireball had long since vanished from the arena, and the figures of Sasuke and Lee had also disappeared. Where are they? In the sky. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the upper reaches of the venue. There, Sasuke hung headfirst, while Lee floated behind him. In midair, the bandages wrapped around Lee's hands began to unravel, slithering like serpents, ensnaring Sasuke's entire body. This was the Barenhua, a martial arts technique of Guy and Rock Lee. When employed, one first kicks the opponent's shin to send them airborne, then swiftly teleports behind the target to embrace them. Lee had incorporated his own safety bandages into the move. The bandages were not merely for healing his wounds, but were designed to bind his adversary, ensuring they could not escape his grasp. After successfully binding Sasuke in midair, Lee embraced him from behind and began to spin rapidly, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Sasuke would soon be plummeting headfirst to the ground. Utilizing the height, their combined weight, and Lee's forceful descent, this strike, if executed, would likely render Sasuke not only concussed, but also incapacitated. Had he possessed the Rinnegan, like Nagato, he might have manipulated puppets from the shadows. However, he did not have the Rinnegan. If this strike succeeded, Sasuke's quest for revenge would be forever thwarted, leaving him to reincarnate as a member of the Uchiha clan in his next life. Yet, this was merely a combat trial, not a life-or-death brawl. Someone intervened. The individual who stepped in was none other than Might Guy, a genin whom Muchio had never seen before at the Ninja Academy. With the same appearance as Lee, Might Guy moved with teleportation speed, separating Sasuke and Lee before the Barenhua could fully unfold. In that instant, Sasuke was granted a reprieve. As he dangled by the ankle, head down, a group of girls began to question whether they had fallen for a mere fade. This was not the script they envisioned. How could such a handsome figure demonstrate such weakness, being saved by a watermelon-headed fellow? They also realized that if Sasuke were to fall directly from such heights, a mere plant person status would be a fortunate outcome. The duel concluded. Team Mizuki's Rock Lee emerged victorious. Upon hearing the referee announce the result, the girls' fantasies ultimately crumbled. The title of genius that belonged to Sasuke became a mere jest from this day forward. In contrast to those classmates, Muchio genuinely cared for Sasuke. Observing him leave the combat classroom, utterly dejected, Muchio quickly followed. That guy must have cheated. If Muchio had approached to offer words of comfort, Sasuke would have been disinclined to even glance back. However, upon hearing this, Sasuke halted in his tracks, eager to hear Muchio's explanation. Chapter 172, Lee definitely cheated. Cheated? Sasuke turned around, bewildered. Muchio secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, you've taken the bait. Indeed, he had cheated. However, how could such remarkable speed be attributed to mere cheating? It was not solely a matter of strength, no. Muchio shook his finger. Lee Rock, although his current prowess is his own, one must not overlook the fact that he has an exceptional mentor. What is an exceptional mentor? Cough, cough, cough. While his teacher is the strongest jonin from Konoha. To be precise, his teacher is the mightiest ninja in the Land of Fire. The mightiest in the Land of Fire? Muchio almost blurted out that might guy surpassed even the legendary Uchiha clan's ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Had Madara not relied on myriad external forces, he would have met his end at the hands of Guy, unable to retaliate. Are you referring to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Lee's mentor? The third? Yes, your father, not the third. Muchio inwardly scoffed, but refrained from expressing his true thoughts. The third was indeed formidable, yet he was aged. In comparison to Lee Rock's teacher, it could be said that Lee's mentor could easily defeat the third without allowing him the chance to perform his second hand sign. He, too, was a ninja of incredible speed. Had Sasuke heard Muchio's words earlier, he would have undoubtedly thought him mad. Yet today, he had encountered a ninja whose speed surpassed even the Sharingan's perception. The prowess of such a mentor was beyond his imagination. Thus, even though Muchio's claims were exaggerated, Sasuke found himself believing them to a significant extent. So, what exactly are you trying to convey? How is this cheating? Oh, you. If you had a mentor ranked among the top 3 in the ninja world, would your strength still be as it is now? Muchio gazed into the distance. Therefore, you did not lose to Lee Rock, you lost to his master. Sasuke, having undergone a mental transformation thanks to Muchio's words, began to feel less troubled. In reality, while Lee had been taken as a disciple by Might Guy, all of his abilities were honed through his own diligent training. If an unmotivated individual were to attempt it, they might not even achieve half the speed of Lee's martial arts. Thus, while I understand your desire to enhance your strength, merely practicing the fireball technique daily will not suffice. I promise to assist you in acquiring a ninjutsu suited to your level. How does that sound? Ninjutsu suited to me? Sasuke was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Muchio would offer him such a proposition. Why was that? Sasuke's upbringing had instilled in him a character that was not easily trusting. He regarded Muchio with a blend of skepticism and intrigue, refraining from pressing further. In Sasuke's mind, what did ninjutsu suited to him even entail? The notion of a mere student from a ninja academy obtaining such a skill seemed utterly ludicrous. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable that Muchio would actually provide it. Gazing into Muchio's eyes, which radiated kindness, one could hardly suspect their authenticity. At the very least, there seemed to be no need to exert such effort in bringing joy to others. Truly, I shall provide you with a response in a few days. Look, if you wish to learn, I can impart to you the water dragon technique right now. Muchio's words were quite adept, if he were not a seasoned veteran of society. One would doubt he possessed such emotional intelligence. He spoke of imparting knowledge, rather than merely teaching. With Sasuke's demeanor, whether he could humble himself to learn was a matter of consideration. However, Muchio's phrasing of impart hinted at something intriguing, almost as though he were demanding the sharing of jutsu. Hand over your ninjutsu. Upon hearing Muchio's confirmation once more, Sasuke finally began to trust him. The water dragon technique appeared formidable, yet it was merely a basic skill. Sasuke did not believe that after learning this, Muchio would proceed to teach him a more advanced technique. Hence, he opted for the basic skills. In truth, Muchio was willing to teach Sasuke even the real eye palm, should it enhance his favorability towards him, as long as he was capable of mastering it. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's favorability increased by 5. Muchio nearly erupted in exasperation. After all that effort to charm this individual, a mere 5 points was the result. He dreaded the thought that after teaching Sasuke a jutsu, the favorability might only increase by 10. At that rate, it would take an eternity to garner any substantial affection from this individual. Muchio felt disheartened. This most challenging aspect of favorability was entirely eclipsed by the ease with which he could win over the female characters among the 12 young talents. Watching Sasuke's despondent figure depart, Muchio returned to the venue. Meanwhile, the next bout had already commenced. On the stage, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Neji began their pre-fight banter. How could someone like you possibly comprehend my struggles? Neji remarked, seemingly oblivious to the content of Naruto's words. If it were Muchio facing Naruto, he would have simply discarded his ears and sent Naruto flying with a swift kick, rather than endure his incessant prattling. I don't know what you've been through, but your attitude towards Hinata is unacceptable. Are you aware of Hinata's efforts? Or why do you have to question someone's dedication? Just because you are her brother? Just because you could defeat her? Does that imply she lacks effort? I will personally ensure you are sent flying. As the words left his mouth, Muchio felt a shiver run down his spine. He was utterly baffled by the cringe-worthy dialogue that Naruto managed to articulate and that he had spoken at such length. Naruto, however, had a knack for resonating with Hinata. Watching Naruto speak on her behalf, Hinata's face flushed crimson as she dared not gaze at the stage. This confrontation held little spectacle. Even with the aid of the Nine Tails, Naruto faced considerable challenges against Neji. Had he mastered the technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu, it would have been a different story. As it stands, Naruto, aside from employing a mere seduction technique, possesses no significant skills in ninjutsu. His shuriken throwing is rather imprecise, and his taijutsu is characterized by recklessness. Beyond his impressive vitality, he is essentially devoid of merit. I will send you flying. You insufferable nuisance, Naruto exclaimed, charging headlong at Neji. If only he had opted to wait for Neji to approach, he could have conserved some energy for the impending confrontation. By rushing in, he had already depleted a considerable amount of stamina. Naruto was still rather inexperienced. Neji, on the other hand, having undergone real combat training with Muchio, no longer underestimated any opponent. He initiated the encounter by activating his Byakugan. To everyone's astonishment, he executed this without forming any hand seals, startling even Muchio. Under Muchio's influence, the students of the Ninja Academy began to train diligently, including Naruto, who on one occasion managed to squeeze in a few training sessions, albeit only equivalent to Neji's efforts over a longer period. Naruto charged at Neji, and the outcome was inevitable. With a swift shoulder throw, Neji sent Naruto sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, he unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms upon the fallen Naruto. Muchio chuckled, well, aren't you just like Hinata's version of Yip Man? Chapter 173. The defeated Naruto, 6 palms, 12 palms, 36 palms, 64 palms. Lying on the ground, Naruto was in no condition to rise. Enduring the full brunt of those 64 strikes, he was still conscious, demonstrating his robust resilience. Hinata, worried, whispered softly, hesitating to speak up. How can I possibly lose to someone like you? Fox, grant me your strength. Neji remained indifferent to Naruto's mutterings, coldly awaiting his recovery. It seemed that even after delivering 64 strikes, he was not yet satisfied and intended to wait for Naruto to regain his strength before striking again. Struggling to rise, Naruto caught the attention of the referee, who was prepared to announce the outcome. Seeing Naruto's determination to continue, he refrained from further comment and stepped back outside the arena. How do you intend to fight when I have sealed 64 of your chakra points, rendering you incapable of utilizing chakra? Ultimately, your fate is no different from that of Lady Hinata. Your laughable dream of becoming Hokage, which you incessantly boast about, is merely a fantasy. Your destiny was decided from the moment you were born. Naruto slowly lifted his head, disregarding his injuries, and pointed at Neji with indignation. What gave you the right to define others? Whether it be Hinata or myself, we shall prove our worth through our own efforts. I will send you flying. That is my Nindo. Referee, I have no intention of holding back. If I end up killing this guy, do not blame me. Neji assume la combattance, je ne l'ai incensed. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in a rather awkward position, inwardly cursing the Nine Tails for their indifference to his plight. The entire audience eagerly awaited Naruto's readiness to continue his battle against Neji. However, Naruto again displayed his characteristic hesitance, merely uttering encouraging words to himself. Come on, Naruto! Knock that guy out. His classmates from Irika's team were fervently cheering him on. Yet at that moment, Naruto found himself devoid of Jiraiya's assistance and could not draw upon the chakra from the Nine Tails. His aspirations remained nothing more than wishful thinking. Eventually, Neji grew impatient with Naruto's delay in regaining his strength. Naruto's abilities were already pitifully limited, and his previous victories had been mere strokes of luck. Faced with Neji, a formidable and unreasonable opponent, Naruto found himself utterly defenseless. Neji charged forward, seizing Naruto by the shoulder, and enveloped himself in a blue chakra. He roared, "Gentle fist! Return heaven! With a resounding impact, Naruto was sent flying by the rotating technique, crashing out of the ring. Thus, the practical exercise between Mizuki's and Irika's teams came to a close. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had he borne his father's surname, life in the village might have been considerably easier for him. Many villagers believed that the fourth sacrificed his life to save this little brat, unaware that Naruto was, in fact, his child. Consequently, Naruto had endured countless disdainful glances and whispered insults throughout his life. After losing the match, he lay on the ground until the venue began to empty, slowly rising to his feet. His classmates departed, chatting and laughing, avoiding him as they passed. He had become accustomed to such unkind stares. Lame and limping, he made his way toward the exit. He had not yet decided what to eat for dinner. His monthly allowance had long been spent, leaving him with no money and, after the beating he had just received, facing the prospect of going hungry. If the fourth were to return, he might very well contend with the third Hokage for supremacy using the Reaper Death Seal. "Hey, Naruto!" a voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw none other than his dear friend from Team 12, Mickey. "I'm leaving now," Naruto mumbled, his face downcast, having boasted in front of so many only to find himself utterly powerless. All he wanted was to return home, close the door, and hide like a turtle in its shell where he could find solace. "Don't be in such a hurry. I want to show you something amazing." "Not interested," Naruto replied, maintaining a stern expression as he attempted to walk away. Mickey suddenly appeared right in front of him, holding a shimmering, small orb. "Is it a ninjutsu? All right, I see it. I'm leaving now," Naruto said, casting a quick glance at the technique Mickey had obtained from Jiraiya, which could be tentatively referred to as the Rasengan, before making another attempt to escape. "Aren't you aiming to become Hokage?" Aspiring to become Hokage, merely shouting empty words, proves futile. "I even wish to be the father of everyone in the ninja world. If it were me, I would proclaim the same. So what? Feel free to ridicule me. Just don't obstruct my path." As Naruto pushed aside Muchio, who was about to depart, Muchio's devilish whispers drifted into Naruto's ears. "Do you wish to learn?" A high-level ninjutsu, essential for Hokage, the ultimate technique of the fourth Hokage. The ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage is indeed a high-tier skill. Any typical Ninja Academy student would have already knelt in fervent plea, "Teach me, Father Autumn." Yet, this unfortunate Naruto, having grown up amidst the mockery of others, understands that trust is not merely established by exchanging a few words or sharing a meal. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Muchio, uttered no further words, and walked away. Muchio was taken aback. He truly did not expect Naruto to decline learning the Rasengan. Of course, this was also related to Naruto's recent emotional turmoil. Muchio aimed to offer timely assistance, but he found Naruto had already succumbed to despair, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. That night, having garnered little goodwill, Muchio returned early to his rented room. At the Ninja Academy, there was little left for him to learn. Typical students would still be refining their chakra. However, Muchio already possessed chakra, rendering the foundational lessons unnecessary, and the current curriculum offered nothing of value to him. A regular Ninja Academy student seldom achieves significant success. Be it Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, or the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, their ninjutsu are all inherited from their families. Sakura, lacking a clan, would seek a mentor. The Ninja Academy merely serves as a place for basic education. If not for the desire for goodwill, Muchio would have long since applied to take the Chunin exam early. Currently, his prowess, aside from his chakra volume, equates roughly to that of a Chunin. The amount of chakra can only grow over time, and even with diligent practice, it would take years to reach his current level of chakra. With such determination, he would be better off contemplating how to sign in more frequently to elevate his ranking, as this would not only increase his chakra volume, but also enhance his internal energy and magical prowess. Gazing at the moon, Muchio savored the Odin he had purchased from a street vendor. This delicacy, considered a luxury even in Konoha, was something he indulged in almost daily. However, his wallet was nearing emptiness. Chapter 174. Do you know a masked ninja? Since experiencing the customs of Gotham, Muchio has developed an affinity for the fine tradition of zero-cost acquisitions or spending on behalf of others. Earning money is exhausting. It is far easier to find someone oblivious to help spend it. Such an approach is not only convenient, but also serves the greater good. yielding multiple benefits in one fell swoop. After finishing his bowl of Odin, Muccio gazed at the bustling crowd below and began to devise his money-making scheme. Firstly, within the confines of Konoha, he was unlikely to encounter any thugs attempting to rob him. Thus, he resolved to venture outside the village. Ideally, he would cross paths with some bandit or any ne'er-do-well. However, should he leave the village, the third Hokage and Danzo, those two old scoundrels, would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him. Such scrutiny would hinder his actions, prompting him to consider a proactive approach instead. The following day, just as dawn broke, a small figure stood beneath the Hokage building. To create an illusion of diligence, even if no robbers appeared that morning, he planned to leave early and return late, thereby projecting an image of a dedicated worker. "Is anyone there?" Muccio called out as he approached the building. Typically, the Hokage building was quite desolate at this hour. However, the Umbu were far from absent. They merely lurked in the shadows, silently guarding the Hokage. As Muccio shouted in front of the building, one Umbu member contemplated revealing himself. But another, hidden in the darkness, restrained him. "I know him. I'll handle it." Akatsuki Yayoi emerged from behind Muccio, who was oblivious to the movement behind him. If a seasoned Umbu assassin like Yayoi were to confront Muccio, his life would likely hang by a thread. Fortunately, Yayoi had no intention of harming him. "What brings you to the Hokage building so early?" "Ah, ISNT, that Akatsuki Yayoi from Yambu. What is up? Early shift? Early shift? I haven't slept all night. It's still the night shift for me. I want to be off duty until Sarutobi Hiruzen finishes breakfast." At that moment, the third Hokage was still deep in slumber. "Are you looking for the third Hokage?" Muccio's piercing gaze made Yayoi uneasy, unsure of what schemes this young boy might be concocting. "I'm here to find you." "To find me? What is the matter?" "Tasks, of course. You have 20 tasks left unfinished. Your lackadaisical attitude towards work will surely be reported to the third. Are you prepared to lose your job?" "Don't say such nonsense. Please, my little ancestor." Yayoi, fearing that Muccio might utter something inappropriate, quickly pulled him away from the contentious area. "Now, speak plainly. What do you intend to do?" "Nothing in particular. I'll come to complete my tasks." Yayoi felt as though he were being toyed with. "Stop messing with me. I barely managed to return the last task. Now you're here to play games again? I refuse to believe you've come to do your work." After a few brief encounters, Yayoi had discerned that Muccio, though he appeared as a child, was indeed an adult. This individual was driven solely by profit. If Yayoi were to believe his whimsical tales, then all those years in the Umbu would have been for naught. "Truly, I am not deceiving you. If my intention were to toy with you, would I rise so early? You would have been long outsmarted by me." Glancing towards the rising sun, Yayoi nodded. "You may have a point. However, you ought to be certain of your intentions. The task continues. It is best to complete these 17 promptly." "Wait, 17? Muccio inquired, puzzled. "Ahem, you would do well not to ask. Just consider it 17 tasks." Dazumi Yayoi appeared to have communicated well with the third Hokage, and Muccio obediently complied. In reality, Muccio did not accompany him on the missions. Dazumi Yayoi discreetly undertook 3 tasks on his own, merely to navigate the murky waters. To his surprise, Muccio voluntarily returned to him to fulfill the orders set by the third Hokage, which left Dazumi Yayoi ecstatic. Muccio, that little progeny, left him utterly at a loss. The two set off from the village, wrapped in silence. "By the way, may I inquire about someone?" Upon exiting the village, Muccio tilted his head to question Dazumi Yayoi. "Who?" "A masked individual." "A masked one?" "It is said that there are more than 1,000 masked individuals in Konoha, at least 300. In such a vast sea of people, how could one find a masked figure?" Yet, Dazumi Yayoi's sixth sense hinted that the person Muccio sought was likely his former colleague, Hitaki Kakashi. Dazumi Yayoi had crossed paths with this masked individual several times during their assassination missions in the Umbu. Kakashi was exceptionally skilled. Although Dazumi Yayoi was a few years older, his combat prowess paled in comparison to Kakashi's. By this time, Kakashi had long since shed his Umbu identity and become a mentor, responsible for nurturing the growth of newly graduated students from the Ninja Academy. Initially, Kakashi struggled to adapt to working with ordinary ninjas after leaving the Umbu. He was cold and ruthless, to the point where even Might Guy found it hard to endure him. Subsequently, Guy, along with several other ninjas, requested the third Hokage to assign Kakashi a new role as a mentor, hoping that his interactions with children would alter the darkness within him. Upon becoming a mentor, Kakashi vowed not to allow those who did not value their comrades to become ninjas. However, freshly graduated children could hardly comprehend such principles. As anticipated by the third Hokage, Kakashi's team had a success rate of 0, and he began to question whether his expectations were too stringent. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned Kakashi 3 new graduates, who would eventually form Teams 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Is the person you are looking for a ninja? Indeed. It wouldn't happen to be a white-haired fellow, would it? Do you know Kakashi? So it is indeed that fellow, Kakashi? The Zumi Yayoi did not answer Muchio's question, but instead posed one of his own. What do you want with him? He is not as accommodating as I am. I wish to learn ninjutsu from him. The Zumi Yayoi stared at Muchio, as if he were a fool. In a ninja world, no one would willingly impart their knowledge to a stranger. Even among fellow villagers, such thoughts would be inconceivable. Just look at Kakashi's demeanor. In the same group of 3, he taught Sasuke a Chidori, while Sakura and Naruto sought mentorship elsewhere. Kakashi, already renowned as the copy ninja with an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu, could hardly spare even 2 techniques for his students, let alone for Muchio, a person he had never even encountered. Were you seeking him out to learn ninjutsu? I advise you to abandon that notion. Kakashi is not like Irika. Irika, the affable old soul, would never refuse assistance to anyone who approached him, provided he was capable of it. In contrast, Kakashi, to be frank, resembles an operative of the Umbu more than anything else. Otsu Yayoi was correct in her assessment. By nature, individuals like Kakashi, who have grown up as pure orphans, are more suited to exist in the shadows as members of the Umbu. They completely lack normal emotional connections. Not to mention teaching Muchio ninjutsu. It will be a challenge for Kakashi to even acknowledge Muchio's presence. Chapter 175. Is there perhaps a bandit uncle who could rob me? Whether he acknowledges me is inconsequential. Could you introduce me? If he sought someone else, he could simply approach them directly. However, since arriving in Konoha, he has met every Jonin instructor among the 12 young elites. Yet Kakashi remains mysteriously absent. Muchio speculated that this individual was likely off on a mission. With no graduating classes recently, it could only mean he had left the village. As for introductions, it's rather precarious. Truth be told, I've scarcely exchanged a few words with him. If you genuinely wish to learn ninjutsu, you could simply ask me. I would be more than willing to teach you. Muchio sighed, feeling exasperated. It's not that I look down upon you. Rather, I perceive you as lacking ability. Since Otsu Yayoi has put you forth, Muchio was determined to engage in a game of wits. A sincere interaction with Otsu Yayoi might have led to learning a formidable jutsu, but perhaps mocking him could yield unexpected delights. You little brat, what do you know? I possess numerous skills. I can perform 6 high-level jutsus. Is that so? What about the elite ones? Elite? Huh, you wouldn't be able to learn them. Don't even think about it. Is it that I can't learn them? Or is it you who cannot? Are you aware of my capabilities? I can instantaneously master others' jutsus. If you doubt me, let us see you demonstrate an elite technique. Otsu Yayoi's expression darkened. This was a prime opportunity to show off, and he wished to display a high-level jutsu if he could. The problem was, he didn't know a single elite technique. Elite jutsus are not commonplace. They're not skills that everyone can acquire. Otsu Yayoi was merely a child from an ordinary family, who had persevered to this point solely through high-level techniques. Had he truly mastered several elite jutsus, he would have long been a Jonin instructor instead of lingering in the Umbu. You dare to look down on me. Witness my ultimate technique. Water release. Water dragon. Before Otsu Yayoi could complete his hand seals, Muchio's water dragon surged into the sky, resulting in a refreshing rain shower. It was quite pleasant, in fact. Meanwhile, Otsu Yayoi's heart felt equally chilled. What a terrifying presence this little imp is. At merely 5 years old, he can execute the water dragon jutsu, and his hand seals are executed with swiftness that surpasses even that of the 30-something Umbu operatives. Such a visage, utterly disgraceful. What else is there? Hurry and show me. Let us not lose face any further. Even the most confident individual would find their assurance diminished when confronted with the eccentricity of Muchio. By the way, have you encountered someone recently? Who? Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Has Lord Jiraiya returned to Konoha? Muchio paused in astonishment. The Umbu operative Otsu Miyuki was unaware that Jiraiya had returned. Does this imply that he arrived incognito? And by chance, did he get caught peeking by us? I saw him a couple of days ago. If one wishes to locate him, how might that be accomplished? I have no means of knowing. Lord Jiraiya is notoriously elusive, appearing and vanishing at will. No one knows his whereabouts. If one truly seeks him, the third Hokage should possess the knowledge. But even if you were to beseech Lord Third, it would only be after you have completed your tasks. It is you who must finish your assignments, not I. Muchio's sudden remark left Atsu Miyuki momentarily dumbfounded. What did you say? Why did you bring me out here today if you're not going to help? Look at your reasoning. Muchio regarded him as one would a wayward child. If you accomplish your tasks, how could the third be unaware? I haven't even left the village. And you've already completed your assignments. Are you treating the third, who observes with his crystal ball, as if you were blind? Therefore, I have skipped class today solely to assist you. As Muchio spoke, he flicked his bangs aside. They had reached a fork in the road. You pursue your mission, and I shall indulge in my own leisure. Let us reconvene here after sunset and return together. Reasonable. I assent it? Reasonable? Atsu Miyuki could hardly contain his frustration. He felt an urge to kick Muchio into the next world. After a sleepless night, he had been summoned by Muchio in the morning, harboring hopes that this fellow had turned a new leaf and would cooperate. Unbeknownst to him, after a night of toil, Atsu Miyuki was left to undertake the tasks assigned to Muchio by the third Hokage. He felt utterly deceived. Atsu Miyuki seized Muchio by the shoulder, declaring, "You are not going anywhere today. You must complete your mission. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." At this moment, Muchio was enveloped in a radiant purple aura. And due to Atsu Miyuki's grip on his shoulder, the paralysis effect of the lightning clone struck him. Long before Atsu Miyuki could react to Muchio's soaring water dragon jutsu, Muchio had already left a lightning clone in place and slipped away to pursue his own enjoyment. He certainly would not wait for Atsu Miyuki to catch on. Otherwise, his plan for earning a wage today would be thwarted. With an Umbu operative in tow, how could one possibly engage in robbery? Atsu Miyuki, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazed around the now empty woods where Muchio had vanished. He felt an urge to slap himself. What's going on? If only I hadn't purchased the takoyaki. If I hadn't allowed those from the route to come into contact with Muchio that night. If I'd been more cautious, this series of events could have been avoided. The Zumiyeo took a deep breath. After a sleepless night, unable to rest during the day, he still had to continue with the remaining 17 tasks. There was no choice. His prior negligence in work had rendered his identity within the Umbu precarious. The only remedy lay with Muchio. Even though Muchio had advised him against pursuing those tasks and suggested he seek a refusal from the third Hokage, he dared not approach the third Hokage directly, for uttering those words would mean bidding farewell to his position in the Umbu. How could he face himself if he couldn't manage even a child? He resolved that today he would complete 3 tasks, and when he met Muchio in the afternoon, he would certainly show that young man the true terror of the Umbu. Meanwhile, Muchio had already embarked on his journey down the merchant's path. Only on the main road could one encounter people. Only by meeting others could one confront bandits and miscreants. With exaggerated strides, Muchio sported a cloth bag around his neck, which subtly revealed several banknotes. As he walked, his gait swayed, accompanied by the sound of clinking coins. He was well versed in the art of fishing for lawbreakers. An hour passed, then 2. Gazing up at the sun, Muchio had traversed this path for 2 hours. In that time, he hadn't encountered a single soul. If he had, it would have surely terrified him. He hadn't even seen a ghost. Could it be that he had taken a wrong turn? His intuition was spot on. After leaving Konoha, a small path directly led to the Land of Wind, precisely the route he now traversed. Merchants traveling to the Land of Wind typically employed the protection of Konoha's ninjas, even if bandits were present. They wouldn't dare rob a caravan escorted by numerous ninjas. Over time, this small path from Konoha to the Land of Wind had transformed into a uniquely safe route devoid of bandits. However, exceptions always exist. Chapter 176. The Village of Frogs and the Village of Warrior's Uncle. What do you think? That child looks like a plump lamb. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s with dark skin and a headscarf, was watching Muchio from a distance. How strange. Let us not act rashly, responded a man with a scarred face and a bushy beard. Besides the 2 of them, 7 others lurked in the woods, brandishing sharp knives, all gazing in Muchio's direction. This group was a newly formed band of robbers. Ironically, they had once been a security organization, tasked with protecting others. During one escort mission for a merchant heading to the Land of Wind, the scarred man had entertained the thought of murder and theft. After slaying the merchant, these 9 became outlaws, realizing that working for others was far less gratifying than robbing them. Though the borders of the Land of Fire are vast, the influence of the Hidden Leaf Village is ever present, as their ninjas are known to protect merchant convoys wherever they may wander. Today marks the 45th day that this group of brigands has roamed the land in search of sustenance. 45 days prior, they sought a new route for their nefarious activities and found themselves on a path leading from the Hidden Leaf to the Land of Wind. Under normal circumstances, any merchant they might encounter would be under the protection of leaf ninjas. However, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a miserly merchant. To extract money from this fellow would require nothing short of his life. This unscrupulous trader should have enlisted at least one elite ninja to escort him to the Land of Wind for trade, yet in a bid to economize, he settled for a squad comprising 1 nin and 2 genin. Ordinarily, such a task would never be assigned to a mere nin squad by the 3rd Hokage. This merchant had circumvented the official channels, directly contacting his own people, thereby saving money and reducing the Leaf Village's share. The captain of the nin squad found the arrangement quite advantageous, as this particular path had seen no bandit activity for quite some time. By a twist of fate, one member of this nin squad had a connection to Makiyaku. He was the cousin of Yuzuki Yuin and a disciple of the Moonlight Gale, Watanabe Kry. A few days prior, Kei's team had mysteriously lost contact. They had claimed they were merely training near the village, yet their absence extended for several days. One night, an Umbu returning from a mission discovered traces of a cart near a cliff's edge. Adhering to the principle of uncovering the truth in suspicious circumstances, the Umbu descended the cliff. At the bottom lay the grim fate of 17 lives, among which were 3 men adorned with the Leaf Village's forehead protectors, members of Kei's missing team. Upon learning this news, Yuzuki Yuin chose to leave Makiyaku behind at the inn where she had previously sent funds for him, venturing alone to investigate. Today, Akiyu, too, encountered the band of miscreants. Given the considerable distance between the cliff and this path, Yuin and Umbu have been unable to ascertain whether the perpetrators were mere bandits or hostile forces from rival villages. Therefore, Akiyu found himself bereft of external assistance, compounding his predicament. One of his adversaries was a particularly formidable rogue ninja, Cheetah Gore, who had been cast out from his village. Unlike the likes of Uchiha Itachi or Orochimaru, Cheetah Gore was expelled from his home. He hailed from a village known as the Frog Village, situated in the southwestern part of the Land of Fire, named for its surroundings filled with ponds and an overabundance of frogs. A mere 3 kilometers away from Frog Village lies another settlement known as the Warrior Village, not named for an abundance of warriors, but for reasons lost to time. The village is named after a rare fish known as the Wu clam fish, abundant in the nearby pond. Normally, Wu Village and Frog Village coexist peacefully, with no disputes throughout their lives. However, the predicament arose from the fact that while the Wu clamfish can consume a variety of food, during spawning, they require tadpoles to increase their offspring. This phenomenon was serendipitously discovered by a villager from Wu Village. It is entirely natural for the fish from Wu Village to consume the wild tadpoles near Frog Village, especially since the frogs there have proliferated excessively, croaking incessantly, and few venture to eat them. Thus, when the residents of Wu Village catch tadpoles, they believe they are assisting Frog Village. However, the inhabitants of Frog Village perceive the situation differently, regardless of how bothersome the frogs may be. Since the pond is located near Frog Village, it should rightly belong to them. Unlike Wu Village, which can trade the rare Wu clam fish, the majority of Frog Village's income derives from agriculture, barely providing for their needs, resulting in a life of modest means. Consequently, when Wu Village seeks assistance from Frog Village, the villagers demand payment for the tadpoles. The residents of Wu Village, however, argue that these are natural resources and question why they should be considered private property of Frog Village. Thus, the quarrel ensued. One night, the village chief of Frog Village issued an edict. If Wu Village believes that frogs are a gift of nature and not the property of Frog Village, then the Wu clam fish, too, is a natural resource and should be accessible to all. Thus, a raid was plotted. However, the misfortune was that there was a rational thinker in the village, Cheetah Masakazu, the father of Cheetah Goro. Thanks to Masakazu's efforts, negotiations with Wu Village were nearly complete, and he had reached an agreement with some villagers to exchange tadpoles for the precious fry of the Wu clam fish. He believed that, given the same land, the Wu clam fish could thrive in Frog Village as well, leading to harmony and the cessation of disputes. However, that night, upon learning of the plan to raid, he was both shocked and furious, hastily attempting to intervene. Yet, the villagers disregarded his pleas and bound him to a tree at the village entrance, rendering him powerless. Consequently, Masakazu sent his young son, Cheetah Goro, to Wu Village to convey the news. Unfortunately, Goro ran too slowly, and by the time he reached Wu Village, the people of Frog Village had already arrived at the entrance. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers from Frog Village, Goro Machida swaggered into the territory of the warrior village. Shortly after his arrival, a group of armed villagers emerged, resolutely vowing to defend their pond. Thus, a meticulously planned nocturnal raid was thwarted, in a bid to punish the village's traitor and to demonstrate to the warrior village just how fervently the villagers of Frog Village wished to escape their impoverished existence. They burned the bound Machida, Masakazu, at the village entrance. Simultaneously, they cast out his son, Goro Machida. Thus, Goro became a renegade ninja of Frog Village, unbeknownst even to the ninjas of his own village. The rampant proliferation of frogs in the village was not without cause. Chapter 177. The Mischievous Child Mount Maiki, renowned alongside the Dragon Cave and the Wet Bone Forest, is a sacred place of heritage, home to a multitude of toads capable of wielding sage techniques. With a great toad sage residing deep within a temple on Mount Maiki, Jiraiya's sage arts originate from this very location, and the frogs of Frog Village are intrinsically linked to it. However, let us temporarily set this aside and focus on the band of robbers led by the traitorous Goro Machida. At this moment in the woods, this group was menacingly eyeing Maki. Such an overtly enticing bait was not something they wished to take. They were no novices to robbery. The child's appearance bore no semblance of deceit, akin to a pie falling from the sky. "Brother, I have scoured the vicinity, and there are no others," reported a white-haired thief as he returned to Gore's side. "Is this truly a pie from the heavens? This child seems to possess a fair amount of money," Gore mused. "You two go and seize him." After issuing his command, he distanced himself with the remaining members of his crew. This was his habitual approach. Had he not maintained such vigilance, he would have long since met his demise. Two lower-ranking thieves strode boldly from the woods, heading straight for Maki. Are you the robbers' uncles?" After wandering for an entire morning, Maki finally spotted some living beings, and he excitedly dashed towards the two men. The robbers were momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that the mischievous child would approach them so readily. Shouldn't he have fled instead? Wouldn't they just throw a shuriken and eliminate him? However, it mattered little. At close range, they could simply choke him, saving a shuriken for another time. "You handle him. I'll take the loot," the white-haired thief declared, snatching Maki's satchel and turning to leave. Though he was not a killer by nature, he adhered strictly to Gore's principle that no witnesses should be left alive during a robbery, and Maki was destined to perish. Not wishing to witness the child's final moments, which could haunt his dreams, he stepped back into the woods with the satchel in hand. Only one remained, a seemingly simple-minded robber, who gazed at Maki with a broad grin. "Come here, little one, come to uncle." What do you want, uncle?" "Why did that person just snatch my belongings? There was a considerable sum of money inside. That was the money I had pilfered from my home. Is there any way to make him return it to me? Come closer to uncle, and he will get back to you." "You're not a robber, are you, uncle?" "No, I'm not." The robber gradually approached Muchio, who also took slow steps forward. Just as the man intended to seize Muchio by the throat and strangle him, Muchio made his move. His speed was astonishing, startling the robber. Bang! Crack! The young Muchio firmly grasped the robber's calf and forcefully slammed him backwards. As the robber's head was about to meet the ground, attempting to scream a warning, a bolt of lightning struck from above, instantly killing him. "You really are a lightweight," Muchio remarked, searching the man's pocket. "Ahem, I'm in his trouser pocket. Goodness, what bad luck. For dollars on him. And he had the audacity to go robbing? If he had encountered someone truly malicious, he would have been utterly humiliated. Unbelievable." Kicking the corpse aside, Muchio hurriedly pursued the white-haired figure. That bag contained at least $1,000, subtracting the $4. He was at a loss of $996. More importantly, He felt thoroughly unlucky and discarded the $4. That meant a pure loss of 1,000. Without a second thought, Muchio swiftly closed the distance to the white-haired figure. Ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Whoosh. Muchio's shadow quickly latched onto the white-haired person, rendering him completely unaware of the movement behind him. Who is it? Is someone controlling me? Stop it. You're scaring me. Huh? Controlling you? Muchio pondered. Normally, a person controlled by the shadow imitation technique would first be astonished at their inability to move. However, this individual seemed to imply that within his gang, there was a ninja capable of immobilizing others. Muchio grew cautious, pinching his nose. Ah, did you guess it was me so quickly? Why does your voice still sound so strange? Didn't you leave with the boss? Why are you back? Hurry and release me. Indeed. Muchio thought to himself how fortunate it was that this fellow was rather dull. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. All right, I shall release you. The white-haired man questioned the voice behind him, wondering how it had transformed into that of a child. This person controlling me is incessantly haunting me. Before the white-haired man could finish his sentence, an irresistible force yanked him 5 meters back. Whoosh! The mechanical claws retracted, bringing the white-haired man face to face with Muchio. With a swift motion, a dagger plunged into the white-haired man's back. Whoosh! Another blade pierced his neck. Gurgle, gurgle. The white-haired man, attempting to issue a warning, found his words drowned in his own blood, never to be spoken again. Slowly, the white-haired man closed his eyes. Even in death, he remained standing. It was not that he was a tough man, but rather that Muchio's shadow mimicry technique was still in effect. Retrieving his bait, Muchio then proceeded to explore the pockets of this fellow. To his astonishment, instead of money, he unearthed a peculiar, thin plant that bore an odd scent. The appearance of this plant was indistinguishable from that of a familiar bag. However, its purpose was not for storage. To be more precise, it served a specific function related to the bodily fluids of humans. Disgusted, Muchio cast aside this ancient contraceptive tool, questioning whether it had been previously employed by the white-haired individual. He even longed to wash his hands under a torrent of water. At the edge of the forest, Chi-Tian Wulong felt a foreboding sense of dread. Having been exceedingly cautious, he regretted allowing his subordinate to confront Muchio. Imperfections in human nature led to his downfall this time. After dispatching the white-haired man, Muchio began his search. After a rare opportunity to earn some money, these bandits contributed nothing and nearly cost him 1,000, much to his chagrin. According to his principles, if one does not collect money upon venturing out, it is akin to losing money. Such a loss was unacceptable to him. Like a scavenging hyena, he commenced his search. Chi-Tian Wulong, along with a few subordinates, concealed themselves within the woods. He looked up towards the main road, furrowing his brows in concern, wondering why it was taking so long. Could it be troublesome? We should retreat. Chi-Tian Wulong decided to withdraw. Money and subordinates were insignificant compared to his own life. He began to suspect that the traces of the merchant convoy he had dealt with at the cliff were not fully eradicated. Otherwise, where did these enemies originate? He could never have fathomed that the enemy was not from the Konoha Ombu, but rather a reckless child attempting to engage in black market dealings. Chapter 178, a shade less ruthless than you once. Someone posed a question to Muchio. Why have you remained in the same position for years? Do you not feel as though you are merely serving the capitalists? Muchio replied, what else could I do? If I do not work, what shall I eat? Did he enjoy working? If there were no salary, who would willingly serve as a dog for the boss? Upon arriving in this other world, he resolved never to work again. Working was an impossibility. In this foreign realm, it was inconceivable to toil. If one wished to earn money, it was far better to spend someone else's. Engaging in black market robberies. Was there anything more exhilarating? No, Muchio could not think of anything. At this moment, Muchio darted through the forest, employing the time-honored tactic of a hunter appearing in the guise of prey. The seasoned hunter, Chi-Tian Wulong, had fallen into a grave trap. After taking only a few steps, he felt an intense heat emanating from behind him. This was none other than the second form of the Rulai Divine Palm, the Golden Summit Buddha lamp. A fireball instantly engulfed Chi-Tian Wulong's team. A few bewildered bandits were tragically reduced to ash, their innards igniting in flames. This technique, reminiscent of Buddhist martial arts, inflicted torment upon foes far exceeding that of malevolent cult practices. Goro Machida, having employed a substitution technique, turned to confront his assailant. To his astonishment, it was a mere child. Could this truly be a child? Goro found it hard to believe his eyes. He had presumed his opponent to be an easy target, only to discover that the child deemed him a fool. If the adversary were indeed an adult, having successfully launched a surprise attack, why resort to deception with transformation techniques? Goro, not one to underestimate his opponents, pondered the only plausible explanation. The assailant was genuinely a young ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Ignoring the anguished cries of his comrades, Goro focused intently on Muchio's hands. In the ninja realm, hand seals are the foundation of techniques. Akin to the draw of a gunslinger in a duel, even the mightiest cowboy must execute the motion. However, Goro was mistaken. Muchio was not employing any ninjutsu that required hand seals. Instead, he unleashed a mechanical claw directed at Goro. The energy-infused strike left Goro with no doubt that a direct hit would result in his immediate demise. With his substitution technique already deployed, he had no viable means of evasion. Without hesitation, he seized one of his brothers and shielded himself with the man. In less than a second, the claw was upon Goro. With a sharp snap, the spectral image of the robot Blitz emerged. The sacrificial brother was captured by Muchio. Utilizing the disorienting effect of the mechanical claw, Muchio executed the sunflower pressure point technique on the meat shield. His fingers did not target the chest, as striking there would immobilize the foe, and these brigands were deserving of relentless punishment. Without a second thought, Muchio struck the man's temple with forceful precision. The meat shield gasped, his eyes bulging as though on the brink of bursting. The veins around his temple throbbed ominously, as if about to rupture any moment. Fire release, dragon fire. Seizing the moment while Muchio's attention was diverted, Goro unleashed a fire release technique, engulfing both Muchio and his brother within the attack's range. This ninjutsu, which emitted a linear burst of flames post-hand seals, boasted unparalleled speed and power, capable of cleaving through massive trees. Witnessing the peculiar child unable to evade, Goro grinned. He acknowledged Muchio's prodigious talent as a ninja, yet mused that this genius had ventured from his village too soon. Had he dedicated more time to training within the village, he might have become an invincible force. However, at this moment, the only outcome of leaving the village would be a tragic demise. Boss, has the opponent perished? Yes, quickly crouch down. Just as Goro Machida was about to nod in pride, an unknown object suddenly fell beside him. Instinctively, he urged his subordinates to crouch down, believing it to be an explosive device akin to a detonation symbol. Alas, the outcome for his subordinates was dire. The greater the distance a heavy object falls, the more devastating its impact upon the ground. Instead of crouching, his subordinates lay flat on the ground. Had they remained standing, the worst they would have faced were blows to the head from the raging blizzard, but the frequency of such impacts would have been considerably less. Now, lying prone, their bodies were entirely within the blizzard's merciless reach, which bombarded the remaining few subordinates with unrelenting icy shards, causing them to wail in agony. In stark contrast, their leader, Goro Machida, managed to evade the chaos by ducking behind a stone and shielding his head with a larger rock, rendering him largely unharmed by the storm. With his left hand, he continued to release the blizzard while his right hand began to weave hand seals. To the keen-eyed, it became evident that he was performing a technique of earth release. Machida had mastered a singular earth release technique, specifically the earthquake core, designed to manipulate the terrain. Just as his subordinates were battered by the ice, they suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. Before they could comprehend the situation, the earth beneath them collapsed. They were instantly engulfed in the soil, utterly oblivious to their fate. Among the crowd were even two Nin-level ninjas. Yet they too fell victim to Machida's preemptive strike as fire, ice, and earth rained down upon them. Those who tumbled into the pit struggled to regain their footing, but soon the earth above them began to tremble violently once more. In the next instant, these unfortunate bandits were buried alive, 10 meters deep. Human beings require air to breathe, and thus, they had collectively met their end. After dealing with this group, the culprit, Machida, slapped his forehead in frustration. Why was I in such a hurry? Burying them makes it more challenging to loot their belongings later, he lamented. Although Goro Machida did not comprehend the meaning of licking their bags, he could infer from the expression that this impudent child was likely mocking their strength. Very well, little brat, Machida said, relaxing his shoulders calmly. You have successfully provoked my anger. While I am indifferent to the fate of these subordinates, Their demise means there will be no one to cater to my needs. Today, you shall be flayed alive before my very eyes. I will make you witness the severing of your own tongue. Furthermore, I shall ensnare you in a fishing net. The moment even a morsel of flesh is exposed, I will slice it away with a small knife, correct? Machida interjected. Yes, precisely, with a small knife. Close enough. Machida scoffed, looking down upon the bandits with disdain. This method of torment is rather antiquated, don't you think, boss? The frivolous remarks you uttered ceased to amuse me long ago, even at the tender age of 4. Once I lay my hands upon you, I shall wield a 10-meter-long iron rod, heated to 1,000 degrees Celsius, and thrust it into your rear. I shall even summon 2 medical teams to attend to your injuries. After their ministrations, I shall insert cockroaches into your behind. But fear not. I shall also provide you with a snake to assist you in consuming the cockroaches. Even the notoriously ruthless Goro Cheetah shuddered at the vivid imagery conjured by Muccio. Just as a grand confrontation loomed, a figure suddenly appeared between them. It was none other than a familiar face to Muccio, the root ninja who had previously tossed a flower pot onto his bed. Muccio clenched his teeth, harboring doubts about this individual's identity. He had previously inquired about certain matters from Atsuyayoi. This root ninja was affiliated with the Nara clan, known for their shadow imitation technique. The timing of this appearance raised questions. Was this the same person referred to by the white-haired individual? Meanwhile, Goro Cheetah exchanged a knowing glance with the root ninja, who, revealing himself as Toru, offered a friendly smile to Muccio. Ah, is this not the genius ninja I have been tasked to protect, Chio? Have you encountered a brigand? No worries, come beside me, and I shall help you deal with this rogue. He spoke as he attempted to draw closer to Muccio. Indeed, it was confirmed. This individual was Toru. Muccio found himself perplexed as to why a root ninja would consort with a band of thieves, yet he resolved not to delve into their affairs. His true self had already retreated 500 meters away. During his earlier confrontation with Goro Cheetah, he had left a lightning clone behind while he slipped into the nearby woods. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, the words of the white-haired individual echoed relentlessly in his mind. If a member of the Nara clan, a master of shadow imitation, were to deceive him, it could lead to dire consequences. Thieving brigands were merely seeking profit, not glory, and thus, there was no need to engage recklessly. He had devised a plan to escape first, then seek out Atsuyayoi, bringing allies to unearth the remains, ensuring a far safer endeavor. As Toru gradually approached Muccio, the latter's gaze flickered with doubt, retreating cautiously. The standoff continued until Toru turned his back to Muccio, and suddenly, a shadow connected directly to Muccio. It was a shadow imitation technique executed from behind. This maneuver startled even Muccio's clone. Indeed, the shadow imitation technique was a secret skill mastered adeptly by the Nara clan. Having secured the upper hand, Toru's friendly demeanor morphed into one of malevolence. This little brat cannot be killed. At least, not yet. Cannot be killed? What sort of jest is this? Goro Machida rushed forward anxiously, questioning Toru. I said we cannot kill him. We simply cannot. Is that clear? Toru, with an air of indifference, did not regard Machida with any seriousness. Huh, you seem to be thriving now, having forgotten how you once survived. You wretched child of the Nara clan. Machida spewed venomous words toward Toru as if they cost him nothing, while Toru, recalling that Machida had once saved his life, refrained from expressing anger. Reluctantly, Toru revealed a reason. This kid is wanted by Danzo, hence he cannot be killed. Danzo? If he says we cannot kill him, then can't you just comply? Machida questioned Toru with a look of incredulity. You underestimate Danzo. Any falsehoods before him are laid bare. Your subordinates are all dead, and killing this child would be futile. It would be better to recruit him instead. Your words are quite charming, Machida retorted, his composure visibly shaken. Since being taken in by Danzo, Toru seemed to have forgotten how he was rescued from the den of merciless bandits. Nonetheless, Machida felt that Toru would not turn against him over a mere child. Stealthily, he unleashed a fire release, Fire Dragon, at Muccio. The fiery serpent swiftly engulfed Muccio's figure, catching Toru off guard. You caused trouble, Toru began, but he soon realized that Muccio's body had vanished, revealing a lightning clone that was toying with them. This is bad, Toru exclaimed. In the earlier scenario, if Toru had brought Muccio back to the base through the secret passage, brainwashing him would have sufficed. But now, the stakes were different. Firstly, Toru's collusion with the bandits was a minor issue for Danzo. However, if this were to reach the third Hokage, the implications would be severe. Toru was vaguely aware of Machida's prior elimination of a Konoha ninja. Moreover, aside from being hunted by the Umbu, Machida's actions would also bring misfortune to Toru. He did not believe the third Hokage would easily overlook this or absolve him of responsibility regarding Danzo's mission in his own life. Toru chose to prioritize his survival. He had already deduced the likelihood of being implicated in the massacre of his village's ninjas in collusion with the bandits. After all, he had indeed provided Machida's bandit group with substantial information about merchant caravans, even receiving a cut from it. We must pursue, otherwise we are both doomed. Toru, losing his calm demeanor, was now in a state of panic. Serving under Danzo, the future Hokage, had been quite pleasant, but now embroiled in such a predicament. If they failed to capture Muchio or brainwash him, the consequences would surely amount to being treated as a rogue ninja. The two finally reached a consensus and frantically pursued Muchio, who had already arrived at a fork in the road, having parted ways with Iace Atsu. The choice had come. 1. Return directly to Konoha. 2. Seek out Iace Atsu. According to Muchio's greedy disposition, it was only natural for him to seek out Atsu Yayoi, and the two of them would undoubtedly join forces to unearth the bandit group. A course of action entirely befitting his character. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. If he were to articulate his concerns, it would be that Atsu Yayoi, who he deemed somewhat inept, would likely be unable to contend with the adversaries they faced. After all, money could only be spent if one was alive to do so. Within a mere 3 seconds of contemplation, he resumed his dash towards Konoha. The moment his lightning clone vanished, his memories synchronized with his true self, allowing him to overhear the entirety of their conversation. He was not foolish. If the information regarding the Root's collusion with the bandits were to be exposed, the Root would face dire consequences. Simultaneously, a bandit would also find themselves pursued by the Umbu. Thus, the fates of the two were essentially in Muchio's hands. What could Muchio do next? He could only run. As he sprinted, the two pursuers followed closely behind. When he was approximately 3,000 meters from the gates of Konoha, Muchio came to a halt. His eyelids twitched incessantly. Coupled with the thought of Cheetah Guru and the Root Ninja, known as Torin, it was likely that both possessed strength at the level of Jonin. It was improbable that they would be slower than him. It was simply inconceivable that he could return to Konoha without incident. Doubt crept into Muchio's mind. He left the lightning clone in place and veered off in another direction. Minutes later, his lightning clone was dispelled. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. Before reaching the entrance of Konoha village, the two winged individuals had been lying in wait for quite some time. As soon as the lightning clone appeared, it was immediately obliterated by a fire jutsu. Torin, standing nearby, appeared ambivalent about intervening. The two were clearly intent on killing him. If he could not return to Konoha, what should he do? Wander outside? That would only lead to capture sooner or later. Muchio smacked his forehead. If returning to Konoha was not an option, he would seek out Atsu Yayoi to devise a longer-term strategy. Thus, Muchio returned to the farm. Chapter 180. Shadow Imitation Technique. How have you come to your conclusion yet again? Are you here to undertake a mission? Don't tell me you've come merely to witness my misfortune. At the farm, Atsu Yayoi was bent over, wielding a shovel and laboriously shoveling cow dung. The morning had thoroughly exhausted him. Someone is trying to kill me. Upon hearing this, Atsu Yayoi was taken aback. Kill you? Who? A bandit group, along with a ninja from the Root. You know him, Torin. You can't be serious. Indeed, I swear it's true. Look at the sweat on my brow. It's evidence of my flight for survival. Atsu Yayoi was unaware of Cheetah Guru's circumstances, but Torin was indeed affiliated with the Root, and he found it difficult to believe Muchio's claims. However, recalling how Muchio had toyed with him using a lightning clone earlier that morning, he began to entertain the possibility. After all, Muchio's disheveled appearance and drenched in sweat did not suggest mere tomfoolery. There was no need to stage such an elaborate ruse. Why didn't you flee towards the village? There are guards at the entrance. I sent out a lightning clone as bait towards the village. Guess what happened next? Muchio raised his hands in exasperation, choosing not to continue. The Root organization had truly lost its senses. Who would dare commit murder at the entrance of Konoha village? Let's not dwell on complaints. We need to devise a plan. I fear the enemy may locate us soon, Muchio urged, for he was not here to engage in idle chatter with Akatsuki Yayoi. I will send a signal to the village. Rest assured, we are safer here at the farm than if we were to venture out. Outside, we lack knowledge of the enemy's position, and those in the village would be unable to find us. It is wiser to remain in place and await rescue. Have confidence. I am a seasoned member of Yumbu, and I possess considerable assurance in dealing with a ninja from Root. He refrained from expressing the words outright. Akatsuki Yayoi assumed a combat stance. At the entrance of the farm stood two figures, Hachidagoro and a Root operative. Muchio was adept at countertracking, yet the operative had taken a shortcut. Utilizing his affiliation with Root, he discerned the direction in which Akatsuki Yayoi had departed. After a brief glance at the nearby mission site, he arrived at the farm just as Muchio did. Are you out of your mind? Muchio is a person of significance to the third Hokage, and you dare follow Danzo's orders to assassinate him? Akatsuki Yayoi was still trying to comprehend the situation, mistakenly believing it to be Danzo's directive. Chuckling, the operative could not be bothered to explain the circumstances to Akatsuki Yayoi and swiftly launched a shuriken aimed directly at his face. The clash of 3 shuriken from each side produced a shower of sparks in the air. In their initial confrontation, both sides ended in a stalemate. This time, we face each other directly. Let's see how you plan to outmaneuver me. Akatsuki Yayoi confidently tossed his bangs aside, eager to avenge the last ambush he suffered. You engage that burly fellow beside you. I shall deal with this Root ninja. Upon hearing Muchio's voice behind him, Akatsuki Yayoi froze. He had assumed he had communicated his intent for Muchio to escape while he provided cover. In his moment of urgency, he forgot to shout, "You must flee." What nonsense is this? You are but a child. How can you hope to confront him? Muchio retorted, taking a breath. If you can contend with a Root operative, you might as well escape from a potential special jonin. The issue is that you're being flanked by 2 opponents. It is unlikely you can withstand them for long, and I will be pursued in an instant. If you truly wish to play the hero, it would be better to make a desperate attempt to send a signal. However, sending an umbu signal was no simple feat under the current circumstances. With enemies present, he was unable to do so. As it stood, both Muchio and Akatsuki Yayoi were compelled to engage in a deadly struggle against one another. If you find yourself facing a special jonin, I hope you do not perish instantly, Muchio remarked with a smirk. Special jonin? A special jonin ranks just below a jonin. Yet this title is not merely bestowed due to their strength exceeding that of a jonin, he mused. The classification of strength exists somewhere above chunin and below jonin. Previously, he had heard Muchio speak of a formidable bandit on the opposing side. Yasuhiko Otsu believed that the bandits could not possibly possess any remarkable prowess. A mere chunin was already a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Otsu harbored a modicum of confidence in Muchio, for the latter's peculiar combat style was beyond his wildest imaginings. Engaging the enemy with their own ninjutsu was a tactic that only Kakashi, that peculiar avian figure, had previously displayed. However, upon hearing Muchio mention that their adversary was a special jonin, Otsu understood the gravity of the situation. He then scrutinized the 2 individuals before him, an unknown special jonin and a seasoned member of the Root. Both posed significant challenges. Since Muchio was resolutely determined to confront the Root, Otsu could only hope that Muchio would not succumb too swiftly, while also praying that the patrol team would notice the unfolding events. He found himself entirely at the mercy of fate. Having assessed the foes, Muchio beckoned to Toru, suggesting they engage in battle over there, making it more convenient for Toru to handle his remains afterward. Muchio's flippant remarks incensed Otsu, who lamented the ill fortune of Muchio's words. Hey, Muchio, do not entertain thoughts of attacking him. Although his offensive techniques may be few, his strength far surpasses yours. You must be cautious of his shadow. Do not let it touch you. Otsu's incessant warnings fell on deaf ears, as Goro Machida, his opponent, would not wait for him to finish, charging forward with determination. As combat ensued, Muchio nonchalantly whistled at Toru. To be honest, I have longed to teach you a lesson. The incident with the flower pot is still fresh in my memory. Toru, unfazed, simply smiled. Then you can take that memory with you to the afterlife. Under previous circumstances, Toru might have hesitated regarding Muchio's fate. However, now that an Umbu was aware of the situation, it was no longer a matter of brainwashing. An Umbu could not be so easily manipulated. If it were that simple, Konoha would have long been infiltrated. Their methods of preventing brainwashing were remarkably similar. Any attempt to implant information into their minds would trigger defensive ninjutsu, initiating a self-destruct sequence for the brainwashed individual, rendering negotiation impossible. Thus, the only solution was to eliminate both opponents, allowing Toru to return to Konoha as a member of the root. Otherwise, he would be destined to wander as a rogue ninja. Turning his attention back to the child before him, Toru felt his frustration boiling over. Why must you venture outside the village? If you had to leave, why engage in such treacherous dealings with bandits? Look what you've done. This is all your fault. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, prompting him to unleash his ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. His shadow lunged toward Muchio, who remained completely still, neither dodging nor evading. Toru felt an inner thrill, unaware of Muchio's true capabilities and oblivious to the fact that he had previously pilfered Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique in real combat. Certainly, even if he were aware that Muchio possessed the shadow mimicry technique, he would not believe that Muchio could wield it more adeptly than himself. After all, he was the illegitimate child of a certain elder from the esteemed Nara clan. Just as his shadow was about to connect with Muchio's, an eerie movement stirred within Muchio's shadow. In the next moment, Toru was left utterly astounded. He beheld his own shadow being grasped by Muchio's shadow. Chapter 181. The Special Elite Ninja Kindergarten, the Shadow Mimicry Technique, a clandestine art of the Nara clan, relies on a series of ninjutsu grounded in shadows. It was through these techniques that the Nara clan successfully integrated into the formidable village of Kanehigakure. Similarly, Toru ascended to the ranks of Danzo's roots through a repertoire of shadow ninjutsu. Absent the Nara clan's secret arts, Toru would merely have reached the status of a chunin at best, never attaining the heights of an elite ninja. The term elite ninja signifies a special distinction, particularly in the uniqueness of the ninja's techniques. For instance, in Sasuke's Hawk team, there is Karin, who possesses no offensive capabilities, yet if anyone were to bite her, she would replenish her chakra, a veritable spring of vitality. Such extraordinary ninjas are bestowed with the title of elite ninja. Toru was precisely that kind of individual. However, he found himself confronted by the formidable Muchio. Outside the farm, a gentle breeze tousled Toru's long hair. At that moment, his pupils contracted, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Before him, Muchio's shadow was firmly clutching his own. This situation was akin to a mundane human gazing upwards and encountering a surreal being reminiscent of Ultraman. The sole thought that permeated Toru's mind was that it was all a mere illusion. Having distanced himself from the Nara clan during his youth, he had only grasped the secret arts without any awareness of the potential for shadows to engage in combat with one another. Naturally, only a select few within the Nara clan were privy to such secrets. After all, within the clan, violent confrontations were rare. Unlike other families, the Nara clan was not populous, and most members were related, leading to a close-knit community. Toru was bewildered, resembling a protagonist from a classic Korean horror film. A young professional returning home alone at night, only to encounter a ghost. His eyes widened, hands still engaged in releasing the shadow mimicry technique. Meanwhile, Muchio, grasping Toru's shadow, seemed to perceive a tangible sensation. This sensation was not that of flesh, but rather soft, akin to a gentle stream of water, subtle yet distinctly palpable. Grasping the shadow, Muchio attempted to pull it with force. Toru staggered, momentarily unsteady. While it was not fatal, it was more than sufficient. The golden-top Buddha lamp swiftly formed a hand seal, unleashing an enormous fireball directed at Toru. As the fireball traversed the ground, the grass ignited instantaneously. Yet, despite the flames, the grass remained green, untouched by the charred remnants of destruction. This is the terrifying aspect of the Golden Summit Buddha lamp. To the surrounding environment, it merely appears fearsome. In reality, it is otherwise. The second form of the Tathagata's divine palm, the Golden Summit Buddha lamp, is specifically designed to target the human body. To plants, the Golden Summit Buddha lamp is akin to pouring hot oil over them. Although the temperature is indeed high, it does not ignite. It resembles the sensation of scattering scallions into a pot of hot oil. A massive fireball hurtles toward the protagonist. And even if he is taken aback by the shadow's counteraction, he cannot afford to gaze in astonishment. As a seasoned root with years of combat experience, he promptly dispels the shadow imitation technique. At the moment of release, the shadow in Muchio's grasp slips away as if coated in oil, darting directly toward the protagonist's body. This encounter is merely a clash of shadows, neither party controlling the other. Once actions normalize, the protagonist forms hand seals, and upon observing the first 3 seals, Muchio deduces that this individual is likely preparing to employ the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique. As the ninjutsu takes shape, the ground before the protagonist trembles violently, and in the next moment, a massive earthen wall rises not far in front of him. At that instant, the fireball from the Golden Summit Buddha lamp collides with the earthen wall. Boom! The wall merely sways slightly. The Golden Summit Buddha lamp inflicts no significant damage, and after the impact, the wall remains standing, obstructing Muchio's line of sight with the protagonist. The two vanish from each other's view. In such moments, it is undoubtedly an opportune time for stealth. The protagonist fixates on the wall, while on the other side, the battle between Atsumiya and Cheetah Goro has reached a fever pitch. One excels in fire release, while the other specializes in water release, and they engage in a delightful display of prowess. Cheetah Goro, having learned the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique, inhales deeply with his glistening lips, his abdomen swelling like a balloon, and his cheeks puffing out. A flame capable of instantly evaporating a small stream erupts from Cheetah Goro's mouth, hurtling toward Atsumiya's face. Atsumiya finds himself somewhat beleaguered. Having exchanged blows with Cheetah Goro several times, he too does not falter this time, employing the classic large-scale ninjutsu. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet to counter the Great Fireball. The Great Fireball is a high-level ninjutsu, while the Water Dragon Bullet undoubtedly ranks among the top-tier techniques. In their confrontation, one would expect the Water Dragon Bullet to prevail. However, this is not the case. Although Cheetah Goro's Great Fireball retains the characteristics of a high-level technique, its core has transcended the confines of a mere high-level ninjutsu. While it appears as a Great Fireball, its potency rivals that of the highest-tier techniques. Flames and water dragons collide in the air, generating vast clouds of steam. The oppressive heat is a sensation both combatants experience. Atsumiya is already drenched, unable to discern whether it is the steam or his own perspiration. Amidst the oppressive heat, Atsuyayoi felt a surge of doubt within. After only a few encounters, he arrived at a conclusion. His opponent was superior. However, the difference in strength was not insurmountable, yet it posed a formidable challenge. In a life-and-death confrontation, a mere 2/10 advantage could easily lead to a dominating position. This estimation of 2/10 was the bare minimum. Unless the opponent possessed some hidden trump card, Atsuyayoi was bound to lose in the long run. Given that his adversary could elevate the power of a jutsu from a mere level to a significantly higher tier, it was evident that this individual was beyond Atsuyayoi's current capabilities. With a stroke of luck, he might endure a little longer, but once a stalemate ensued, it would inevitably lead to defeat for both Atsuyayoi and Muchio. Initially, Atsuyayoi had hoped to swiftly eliminate Goro Machida and then assist Muchio. Instead, he found himself in a most absurd predicament. Not only had he failed to vanquish Goro Machida, but even the prospect of stalling had become a source of trepidation. As both regained their chakra, preparing for another clash, a sudden hailstorm descended, instantly enveloping the vicinity above Goro Machida. Just as he attempted to evade, a shadow intervened. Thwarting his movement, Atsuyayoi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Muchio had already dispatched the root operative? Turning to glance towards that direction, all he could see was a solid earthen wall, obscuring any view of the unfolding scene. Was it possible that Muchio had the capability to eliminate a special jonin in an instant? What are you dawdling for? Finish him off, paratrooper. The prompt from Muchio jolted Atsuyayoi back to reality, and he swiftly unleashed a water dragon jutsu aimed at Goro Machida. As the water dragon surged towards Goro Machida, yet another earthen wall sprang up between them, effectively blocking the attack. What nuisance! Can't you react any faster? Muchio erupted in frustration, and Atsuyayoi found himself drenched in scorn. Truth be told, it was not entirely Atsuyayoi's fault for losing focus. He had never anticipated that Muchio could evade the grasp of a special jonin like Torin and come to his aid. In his estimation, the sequence of events should have involved him defeating Goro Machida first before rushing to assist Muchio, the perilous young ninja. The current situation was entirely unexpected. making his momentary bewilderment quite understandable. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary abilities of someone like Muchio, who could inscribe the essence of a shadowy figure into their very cells. Though Goro Machida had not been struck directly by the water dragon, he had been severely battered by the preceding blizzard. While it was not fatal, the impact had greatly impaired his ability to perform hand seals. Every gesture he attempted now caused excruciating pain in his arms. The weighty ice chunks were not something an ordinary person could endure. Had he not been a ninja, standing upright would have been a testament to exceptional fortitude. Torin, can you not deal with a mere child? Goro Machida continued to berate Torin. In his eyes, it was exactly as Mayoi Otsu had envisioned. It was not that Guru Chida intended to eliminate Otsu Mayoi before rushing to support Toru. Rather, the thought was for Toru to swiftly dispatch Muchio and then come to his aid. The two of them were supposed to collaborate to eliminate Otsu Mayoi and promptly vacate the scene. What on earth was happening now? Initially, Chida, who sought support, found himself ambushed by a mere child who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. Toru was no ordinary genin. This wasn't merely a childish skirmish. It should have been a one-sided massacre. Yet here they were. Chida was even contemplating a hasty retreat. His mental state was unraveling. He could feel his arms and shoulders tingling, and even his head throbbed slightly, coupled with the stifling heat just moments ago and the damp chill he now experienced. He felt as if he were catching a cold. It was unbearable. In his lifetime, he had never felt this miserable, all because of a brat named Muchio. Heaven knows why this child could be so infuriating, managing to launch a surprise attack on a particularly formidable jonin. Truly a prodigy. The more Chida thought about it, the angrier he became, spitting in disdain. You deal with that, Umbu. I'll take care of this brat. Useless. Just as Toru was about to respond, a swift iron fist hurtled toward Chida. It was the skill of the steam robot Blitz, Mechanical Claw. Chida had never encountered such a ninjutsu. In his moment of astonishment, he was caught firmly. The instant the hook struck Chida, he fell into a state of dizziness. Looking at the trajectory of the Mechanical Claw, it had been launched from the earthen wall Toru had created. This fellow was utilizing the Mechanical Claw atop the earthen barrier. A direct hit. It seemed Chida was about to be ensnared by Muchio atop the wall. In the next moment, however, Muchio leaped down, landing on the opposite side of the earthen barrier. Muchio's Mechanical Claw was not his own. Behind him loomed the illusion of the steam robot Blitz. It was this phantom S-claw that swiftly retracted Chida towards Muchio. As Muchio descended from the earthen wall, the trajectory of the hook altered. With the change in the hook's path, Chida's position shifted accordingly. Bang! Chida's head collided violently against the earthen wall. He was instantly dazed, experiencing what is commonly known as a concussion. Pain was his immediate sensation. In the next moment, the world around him spun, and everything before his eyes became a blur. A once mighty bandit leader was thus ravaged in the hands of Muchio, having never even grazed the hem of Muchio's garment, reduced to such a pitiful state. Chida! Toru rushed forward to protect him, fearing that Muchio would deliver a fatal blow. And who was Muchio? The ultimate cunning adversary. Engaging him requires utmost caution regarding the blind spots in the area behind the door. Even if one merely attempts to plant a bomb, this rogue is likely to be lurking just behind the door, ready to deliver a lethal shot from behind. Such a cunning individual. How could he refrain from delivering a fatal blow? The act of striking when the moment is right is not merely a technique. It is an expenditure of one's inner energy. The Rulai Divine Palm, third technique, Buddha moves the mountains and rivers, is a formidable strike. It consumes 650 units of inner energy and inflicts 650 points of damage. To grasp the significance of this damage is akin to the impact of a sniper's bullet to the head. This magnitude of harm, not even a ninja could withstand without crying out in pain, let alone a superhero. However, there exists a critical distinction between superheroes and ninjas. Many superheroes, who rely heavily on their physical prowess, often lack the agility to evade attacks. In contrast, ninjas have mastered fundamental techniques such as body flicker and shadow clone. Evasion is ingrained in their very essence. No one willingly chooses to endure an opponent's technique. Yet, there are exceptions. Hidetada Goro, for instance, finds himself unable to dodge. His mind is clouded, still reeling from the disorienting impact with the earthen wall above him. Though he yearns to evade Muchio's most devastating strike, he finds himself powerless to do so. The resounding echoes of thunderous mantras resonate in the minds of those present, invoking a sense of reverence that causes even the thought of resistance to waver. It seems as though one ought to take refuge in the Buddha. This is the extraordinary nature of the Rulai divine palm. At first glance, it appears to be a mere martial arts technique, yet its core possesses an almost mystical quality. Suddenly, a radiant aura emanates from behind Muchio. Accompanied by the sound of mantras, a colossal swastika shoots toward Hidetada Goro, who is concealed behind the earthen wall. The swastika, a symbol of auspiciousness in Buddhism, derives from Sanskrit and signifies the convergence of all good virtues. Yet, in the context of the Rulai divine palm, it is imbued with an entirely opposite connotation. Auspicious? At the instant Hidetada Goro is struck, his body convulses violently multiple times. Just as he is about to spew forth a mouthful of blood, he instinctively reacts, attempting to evade. Boom, boom, boom. First his feet, then his arms. Following that, his entire body erupts with a cacophony of noise. Accompanied by these resounding blasts, explosions ensue. Hidetada Goro's position is now untraceable, as his corpse has dissolved into the very air around him. He has been reduced to a mere mist of blood and remnants, with scarcely any bones remaining. Is he dead? Otsu Yayoi gazes at the scene behind the earthen wall, trembling in fear. The earlier resonating mantras instilled within him a sense of awe, momentarily causing him to forget his combat state. After the explosion, the reality dawns upon him. Hidetada Goro, a ninja even more formidable than himself, has perished. In a state of utter disbelief, reminiscent of a corpse dismembered, the situation felt utterly surreal to Otsu Yayoi. As the two individuals remained transfixed in their stupor, Muchio, who relished in inflicting stealthy harm, sprang into action once more.